You're clearly a broke college guy, yet you drive a LaFerrari to school every day. Not only does the campus belle beg to cling to you, even the goddess-like teacher competes to give you late-night tutoring at your place. Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding with the god of wealth rebate system. As long as you spend money, the system will double your returns. Right now, you're at the freshman reception desk completing enrollment procedures when two beautiful senior sisters gracefully approach. The one wearing a long dress was Lu Piaoxue, the campus belle of Jiangnan University, while the other with a high ponytail was Shi Ruoyi, ranked 10th on the list of most beautiful students. Hello, senior. I'm Qin Feng, a freshman. Are you two the class assistants for freshmen? You ask softly. Hello, junior. I'm the class assistant for your batch of freshmen, Lu Piaoxue said, her beautiful eyes scanning your ordinary appearance. Junior, your outfit is so outdated. Are you a poor student from the mountains? Shi Ruoyi asked curiously. Lu Piaoxue felt Shi Ruoyi's words were somewhat impolite and worried they might hurt your pride. So she quickly interrupted. Let's take our junior to the dorm first. Then I'll trouble senior Lu, you replied without further explanation. At that moment, the crowd erupted in murmurs as a freshman named Zhang Xiaofeng appeared, dressed in Armani designer clothes and wearing a limited edition Rolex gold watch. His aura of wealth instantly drew the attention of countless female students. Soon, he spotted the two beautiful seniors Lu Piaoxue and Shi Ruoyi. Could you tell me where the most expensive restaurant on campus is? Zhang Xiaofeng asked with a sly smile, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Piaoxue. Lu Piaoxue frowned, disliking the intensity of his gaze. Shi Ruoyi excitedly said, Handsome, I know where it is. Would you like me to take you there? Zhang Xiaofeng's lips curled slightly upward. This kind of woman was clearly easy to charm. Narrowing his eyes with a smile, he replied, Then I'll trouble you two beauties to take me to the most expensive restaurant. As a token of gratitude, I'd like to invite you both to dine with me. I wonder if I have the honor. Shi Ruoyi was overjoyed, her face flushed with excitement. A handsome and wealthy guy like this was exactly the kind of perfect boyfriend she had been desperately searching for. Wasn't he? Of course, I'd love to. The words had barely left her mouth when she seemed to remember her promise to take you to the dormitory. Instantly putting on a hypocritical smile, she said, Sorry, Junior, but I just agreed to have dinner with this handsome guy. I'll give you the address, and you can go to the dorm by yourself. You smiled faintly, not particularly bothered by it. You had no interest in meddling in others' affairs and simply said, Thank you, senior. I won't disturb you two then. Lu Piaoxue, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly spoke up, Junior Qin Feng, the campus is quite large, and I'm afraid you might get lost. Let me take you there instead. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression froze. It was rare for a woman to reject him, and what irked him was that this stunning beauty would rather go to the dormitory with a poor guy than have dinner with him. Instantly, he felt as if someone had stolen his woman, which was a huge blow to his pride. His gaze toward Zhang Xiaofeng immediately turned hostile. Senior, there's no need to trouble yourself. I don't plan to stay in the dormitory. I want to rent a place off campus. I'm just here today to report in, you said calmly and confidently. Zhang Xiaofeng sneered. Buddy, I get that you want to show off in front of a beauty, but you're overdoing it. With the way you're dressed, do you really think you can afford to rent a place around here? Shi Ruoyi, who already looked down on you and despised men who pretended to be rich despite having no money, lifted her delicate chin haughtily and said, It's fine if a man has no money, but the most shameless thing is pretending to be wealthy when you're not. Do you even know how expensive rent is near the school? You smiled faintly and said, Birds of a feather flock together. Without bothering to explain, you turned and walked away with ease. Since you have a cheat system, of course you should enjoy life to the fullest. So, why not buy an apartment nearby? Before long, you took a taxi to a high-end real estate sales office. Welcome. As soon as you entered, a sweet female voice greeted you. You look up and see a salesperson as beautiful as a celestial maiden. I never expected to meet a woman as stunning as you in a place like this. You say with undisguised admiration, a faint smile playing on your lips, your fiery gaze as if appreciating a flawless work of art. Sir, you must be joking. Do you often use such lines to charm women? Shen Ruoyi's autumn water like I study you curiously. Though dressed plainly, you exude a strong presence and confidence. Are you here to buy a property? What kind are you looking for? I can give you a tour. Shen Ruoyi, how dare you treat our guest with such disrespect? A displeased voice suddenly interrupts their conversation. A stunningly beautiful and mature woman walked towards the two of them. This was none other than Yi Yanhong, the sales department manager. The guest has been here for so long, and you didn't even think to make him a cup of tea? Have you forgotten the company's rules and regulations? Hurry up and make some tea for the guest. Shen Ruoyi suddenly realized she had neglected even the most basic etiquette and quickly apologized. I'm sorry for my oversight. Please wait just a moment. With that, she hurriedly got up to prepare the tea. In an instant, Yi Yanhong switched to a charmingly seductive smile. With a waft of fragrant air, she perched her curvaceous figure next to you, her eyes glistening as she gazed at your face, her luscious red lips slightly parted. Handsome, we rarely see someone as young as you coming to buy a home here. What do you do for a living? Qin Feng only felt a warm, fragrant breeze coming from his ears, and his ears were burning. I'm a student of Jiangnan University. Qin Feng's blood flow accelerated as he was paralyzed inside, and his heart indisputably beat wildly a few times. The woman was so close that her shoulders were next to his own and could feel the extremely soft and comfortable sensation coming from his shoulders. The worst part was the woman, who didn't seem to be aware of the scenery exposed by her neckline. Qin Feng swallowed his saliva and appreciated it greatly. People don't care about themselves, so why hide it? Just take it as a gift of benefits. The corners of Yi Yanhong's mouth rose slightly with a light smile, and her sweet eyes carried a hint of lassitude immediacy, as if she was gazing fondly at her intended. As a real estate sales champion, naturally know what men think of the heart of that point, as long as the color of the mind will be impulsive to make some decisions, is nothing more than the greed of beauty. Such a man is very easy to pin down. Gosh, you're the first JNU student to buy a house in our area. You're so young and talented. Yi Yanhong's flirtatious face revealed shock. It wasn't feigned. She was indeed shocked. All the people who buy houses here are at the billionaire level. But I've never heard of any college student buying a house here at Shengtian Real Estate, which is not cheap. Yi Yanhong even wondered for a moment if Qin Feng had come to the wrong place. The thought merely flickered before she suppressed it. Engaged in sales for many years, Yi Yanhong has long practiced a pair of fiery eyes. Shengtian Real Estate is decorated luxuriously. People who generally do not have money simply do not dare to set foot. And the door is also marked with the price of the house. As long as the eyes are not blind, people all know that the house here they can afford to buy. And the youth in front of him, calm and confident, without any stage fright, such confidence poor people cannot pretend. There's nothing wrong with the man in front of me except that he's a little horny. Sir, please have some tea. Shen Ruoyi came over with tea and interrupted the two. Chapter 3. Mature girl seduced by royalty. Yi Yanhong's eyes glanced away, and she faintly said, Shen Ruoyi, there's nothing more for you to do here. Go to the door to welcome the guests. Shen Ruoyi's face darkened and she pursed her lips tightly. How could she not hear Yi Yanhong's meaning? It was nothing more than to drive her away and steal customers. This was not the first time Yi Yanhong had done this kind of thing. For this behavior of Yi Yanhong, Shen Ruoyi was very contemptuous. A woman who seduces a man by selling her sex to achieve sales. She can't do it and she won't violate her own moral boundaries. Shen Ruoyi silently left. She didn't care to put down her identity and fight with this kind of woman. Qin Feng looked at Shen Ruoyi's wonderful back and secretly shook his head. This is between people's companies. He will not be bored to say justice and so on. Do sales guts to be big and strong. In the middle of thinking, Yi Yanhong's soft and glutinous seductive voice came from her ears. Then I have a recommendation that is perfect for you. There's a Tenglong Shuyuan neighborhood near Jiangnan University, specially built for students. The environment there is more secluded, and it's not very far from the school, and most importantly, there aren't any factories nearby, and supermarket shopping is convenient. It's considered an upscale school district house, so it's slightly more expensive. It's more than 50,000 a square foot, and if you're not satisfied with that price, we have cheaper ones that are just a little farther out in the area. While Yi Yanhong was talking, her beautiful eyes kept staring at Qin Feng, trying to observe the changes in Qin Feng's expression to see his purchasing power. On the other side, the sullen Shen Ruoyi stood at the door as a welcome guest. The cell phone suddenly vibrated, and my mother called. Mom, I'm at work. What's the matter? Shen Ruoyi lowered her voice. A woman's voice with a sobbing tone came from the other side of the phone. Your father's health is getting worse and worse. The doctor said that he will have to have an operation in a few days. Otherwise your father might have a big problem. But the operation cost is very expensive. It will cost $50,000. What is the situation of the family you also know? Can you think of a way to borrow some money from others to pay for your father's hospitalization? Shen Ruoyi instantly felt her head spin. On one hand, she was worried about her father's health problems. On the other hand, the burden of $50,000 was pressing on her head. Where would she have the money to shell out $50,000 with her abilities? If she had money, she wouldn't have to come here for a part-time job. Mom, I will definitely find a way. You give me some time. Shen Ruoyi forced back the urge to shed tears and comforted her mother with a kind voice. After hanging up the phone, Shen Ruoyi's entire body was very confused. Where are you going to get 50,000 in a few days? Shen Ruoyi suddenly thought of someone. The school's rich second generation, Zhang Xiao, had been pursuing her. But this man is a notorious playboy, dating hundreds of women, but also a few girls get pregnant irresponsible. For his abortion girls do not know how many. Do you want to sell yourself out and exchange this $50,000 from Zhang Xiao? Shen Ruoyi's heart was incomparably struggling. She was not willing. Nor was she willing to commit herself to someone like Zhang Xiao. But the father could not be saved. Suddenly, the sound of Qin Feng and Yi Yanhong talking reached Shen Ruoyi's ears. Shen Ruoyi raised her eyes and landed on Qin Feng's body. A bold idea grew in her head. If you can sell a house, you may be able to solve your immediate needs. Taking another step back, the big deal was that making a deal with the person in front of her was better than committing herself to Zhang Xiao. Shen Ruoyi's eyes gradually firmed up, took a deep breath, and took a firm step towards Qin Feng. Then, putting aside her womanly reserve, she sat beside Qin Feng with an unnatural light smile on her face and said, "Boss, hello. I just heard you say you're a student of Jiangnan University. I'm also a student of Jiangnan University, and I'm also very familiar with that place of Tenglong Academy, and I also have a friend who lives there, so why don't I take you there to look at the rooms?" Instantly, Qin Feng and Yi Yanhong looked at Shen Ruoyi in unison. Qin Feng's gaze was surprised, unable to figure out how this woman, who had been coy just now, had become so bold now. Yi Yanhong, on the other hand, had a hostile look on her face and said in an icy tone, "Shen Ruoyi, what do you mean by this?" Shen Ruoyi's eyes cannot see half a point of retreat. Not humble, said, "Yi manager, you have not taught us? Want to do a qualified sales should not be pretentious, should put down their own dignity by means of the guests think of hand. I am now but to learn from you." The corners of Yi Yanhong's mouth rose slightly, her eyes carrying a bit of disdain. "Humph, a mere part-time job, also presuming to challenge my supremacy of the sales crown, not self-conscious. Today my sister will show you what pinning means. Qin Feng, don't pay any attention to him. I'll take you to Tenglong Academy now." Saying so, she affectionately held Qin Feng's arm, as if she were a couple. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up, and in the principle of coming to the rescue, he enjoyed the soft touch of the beauty and laughed. "Then I'll trouble sister to lead the way." Shen Ruoyi take a look at the anxious as if sitting on pins and needles. This is their only chance. If you cannot grasp, can only sacrifice their innocence away. Shen Ruoyi, what time is it now? Don't pretend to be high and mighty. With determination in her eyes, Shen Ruoyi lightly bit her lips, suppressed the sourness in her heart, and said with a smile, "School brother, you're a new student this year, right? Sister will take you to Tenglong Academy, and maybe even introduce a few beautiful female classmates to you." After saying that, Shen Ruoyi felt so disgusted that she could even say such words in order to please the man in front of her. Qin Feng was keenly aware of the change in Shen Ruoyi's emotions. This woman seemed to have something on her mind. "It's more lively with more people, so you two will accompany me to the house." Yi Yanhong glared fiercely at Shen Ruoyi. Qin Feng opened this mouth she is not good to refute, turning her eyes to smile like a flower. "What's your name, handsome?" "Qin Feng. The wind of great Qin, clanking iron bones. This name is well acquired." Yi Yanhong talked and laughed with a calmness that was pleasing to the eye. "Did you drive here?" "No, I just came to Jiangnan University. The matter of buying a car will be considered later," Qin Feng said casually. "A car is definitely in order, but I'm going to wait until I buy a house before I take the time to buy a car." Yi Yanhong's eyes flashed with a cunning light. If she made a good relationship with this person, she might be able to expand her network. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "Then take my car. I'm familiar with the car dealerships here, so you can call me if you want to buy a car, and I'll take you there for free." Qin Feng glanced at the smiling Yi Yanhong. Naturally, he would not refuse the imperial sister's invitation, and the two of them would not be lonely when they went to buy a car. "Yes, when the time comes, I'll trouble my sister for more introductions. Then let's add a WeChat." Yi Yanhong skillfully opened the WeChat QR code. Shen Ruoyi's mood was very complicated. She felt like an extra person. If he didn't take the initiative, Qin Feng definitely wouldn't have chosen to buy a house on his own, and something had to be done. Chapter 4 Tinglong Academy. Yi Yanhong's car is a BYD. Qin Feng didn't mind, so he sat with Shen Ruoyi in the back of the car. The car started slowly. Sister, which department are you from? Qin Feng crossed his legs and admired the beauty in front of him with interest. Shen Ruoyi spat out a nice voice from her mouth. From the art department. There are also several girls from the art department living in Tinglong Academy. All of them big beauties. Qin Feng blinked and casually asked, "Is that as pretty as a schoolmate?" Shen Ruoyi forced a smile. "Schoolmate, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary girl." Qin Feng did not speak again, but was thoughtful. He realized that the schoolmate in front of him seemed to have something on her mind. It is also tasteless and loses interest in conversation. Several people quickly arrived at the Tinglong Academy. The environment of Tinglong Academy was really good, with an internal landscape of wigwams and several high-rise buildings in a staggered manner. The road is well-traveled and not far from the school. Shen Ruoyi took the initiative to speak. "Schoolmate, there are many empty rooms here. How many rooms and halls do you want, and roughly what floor? I can arrange it all for you." Yi Yanhong took over with a smile. "Qin Feng, if you trust your sister, come with me first. I'll take you to see a suite. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. If I'm not satisfied, I'll do whatever you want me to do." Yi Yanhong Mei was all natural. A word or a smile could seduce people's hearts. Qin Feng was smooth. He came here to buy a house, someone to provide emotional value. He was happy to enjoy it. As for Yi Yanhong's comment about letting her do whatever she wanted, this comment was undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to tease him. That's a lot of water for a sales job. "Then I'll trouble sister to lead the way." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a knowing smile as he allowed Yi Yanhong to hold his arm. Shen Ruoyi was furious and stomped her feet. She couldn't do it like Yi Yanhong, who was so relaxed. Cursing this Yi Yanhong is shameless. Only seducing men with their dirty bodies. Should I really be as shameless as this woman? Shen Ruoyi was doubly tormented. The memory of her mother's crying voice was fresh in her ears as she wrestled with it. At this moment, Shen Ruoyi's mind was incomparably clear. Stepping away from the long, slender legs to quickly catch up with Qin Feng, her arm affectionately held Qin Feng's arm, squinting her eyes and smiling. "Senior, I'm also familiar with the houses here, so I'll introduce them for you later." A spring-like smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. On the left is the mature imperial sister Yi Yanhong, and on the right is the pure schoolgirl Shen Ruoyi. The heart is also a little fluttering. "Then I'll trouble school sister." Qin Feng enjoyed his senior sister's enthusiasm. Next over love Qin Feng incomparable enjoyment. The two big beautiful women with Qin Feng to see the room, a building between and an introduction, a breadth of 7 or 8 rooms. "Schoolmate, after looking at so many rooms, do you have a favorite?" Shen Ruoyi asked nervously as she held a stack of real estate information in both hands. Yi Yanhong added, "If you don't like it, I can still take you to see the others." She wasn't in a hurry. She had a lot of properties on hand, and if Qin Feng wasn't satisfied, she could continue to introduce them. Yi Yanhong is confident that she will be able to strike a deal with anyone who has the potential to purchase a home. Qin Feng secretly said, "The greater the system consumption, the greater the amount of money back, but not afraid of wasting it. I'm going to buy 20 sets. The door numbers have to be connected. Give me an estimate of how much it will cost." As soon as the words fell, the expressions on Shen Ruoyi's and Yi Yanhong's faces instantly froze, petrified on the spot. Both of them stared at Qin Feng with incredulous faces. They had thought of many possibilities, and even thought that Qin Feng would refuse, only they hadn't thought that Qin Feng would ask to buy 20 sets. Even if Yi Yanhong was a salesman and had met many big bosses, she was shocked by Qin Feng's words. "Qin Feng, you're not joking with me? You're buying 20 sets? Yi Yanhong didn't notice that her voice was trembling a bit even as she spoke, and even more so, she didn't notice that her delicate body was trembling. "Sister Yi, do I look like I'm joking?" Qin Feng said seriously. "If you don't believe in my strength, you can check my card balance." Qin Feng pulled out a black gold card. The pupils of Yi Yanhong's eyes shrunk violently. Black card. Only people with over $10 billion in savings are eligible to have this card. In this instant, Qin Feng's image in her eyes was steeply elevated. "Mr. Qin Feng, please wait a moment. I can't make a decision on this matter. I must call and report to our boss." Yi Yanhong's attitude quickly changed, humble and polite. The flirtatious aura on his face also dissipated. With Qin Feng's permission, Yi Yanhong hurriedly went to the side to make a call. It took Shen Ruoyi a long time to come back to her senses, although she didn't know what the value of this black card was. But Yi Yanhong's reaction was enough to explain everything. At this moment, Shen Ruoyi's heart fluttered wildly. She never dreamed that this man in front of her would be so crazy. A house here costs $5 million. 20 sets equals 100 million. If he was able to complete this deal with Qin Feng, his commission would reach hundreds of thousands at the very least. With this money, Dad's illness can also be treated. Shen Ruoyi fiddled her fingers uneasily and looked at Yi Yanhong sheepishly, biting her small lips lightly with a red face and said, "Schoolmate, do you really want to buy 20 sets?" Qin Feng appreciated the shy beauty posture. Secretly said, "Shen Ruoyi is really a superb woman. Just do not know whether she has a boyfriend." "No, it would be nice to have a boyfriend." "Yeah. I never joke about this kind of thing." Getting Qin Feng's affirmation, Shen Ruoyi flashed a hint of struggle in her eyes, gathered her courage and approached Qin Feng's ear blowing hot air and said, "Senior, as long as you sign a contract with me and let me complete this deal, whatever you let me do will be fine. I really, really need a sum of money." Shen Ruoyi's eyes were complicated, and she was not willing to make such a sacrifice if she didn't have to. Qin Feng's heart stirred and he gulped, his eyes ambiguous. "You're willing to do whatever I ask you to do?" Shen Ruoyi was shy and stole another glance in Yi Yanhong's direction, whispering, "Well, my father is sick and needs money for an operation, or else I wouldn't have been able to make this kind of offer. I know, you can talk about this later." Qin Feng suppressed the waves in his heart. Shen Ruoyi's heart was in a state of flux, and she played with the pen in her hand restlessly. Is he not charming enough? It's not possible that he wants both women, is it? Qin Feng also secretly thought. It was really surprising that senior sister Shen Ruoyi would make such a request. He had originally intended to buy the Tanglong Academy and just make friends with them. However, Shen Ruoyi's proposal made it so hard for him to refuse. On one side is an Oju-san, on the other side is a schoolgirl. What an agonizing choice. At this time, Yi Yanhong came back with an excited face. "Qin Feng, our old boss has agreed to your request and has already driven over to meet you and will be here soon." Not long after, the general head of the Tanglong Academy rushed over. A bald, fat manager came over with 7 or 8 men. "Meeting is all about politeness." The fat manager's face straightened and said, "Mr. Qin, I won't waste your time. I have no problem with any of your requests. 20 sets for 100 million. Pay now and sign the contract right away." Chapter 5 Tenfold Cashback. Yes. Split the performance of the 20 suites between the two of them. This commission I hope to send to them today. The fat manager's mouth was crooked with laughter. Today's performance could be worth a month. "No problem. I'll give them an extra $150,000 each." When Shen Ruoyi heard this, it was difficult to suppress the emotions in her heart, and all the excitement was written above her pretty face. Father is saved. Lifting her watery eyes to gaze at Qin Feng, there was both gratitude and a bit of shyness. Qin Feng let the manager pay out the commission today, surely because he knew he needed the money. It seemed that he was acquiescing to the deal he had proposed. Is she going to be his woman from now on? Shen Ruoyi's eyes flashed with a hint of entanglement, and she quickly relieved herself. If Qin Feng hadn't helped, he would have had to beg Xiao Zhang himself. It would be better to give it to Qin Feng than to be spoiled by someone like Zhang Xiao. In detail, Qin Feng seems to be quite handsome, but also rich, as if committed to him is not aggrieved. Shen Ruoyi lightly stroked her face, only to realize that it was red and hot. It was a good thing that everyone's attention wasn't focused on her, and they didn't notice anything different about her. Yi Yanhong smiled like a flower. To be able to take the reward of 150,000 was an unexpected surprise for her. She was not greedy to want the commission of 20 houses, because she knew that the biggest gain was not the house commission, but to be able to get Qin Feng, the network. Tick, swipe successful. Successfully this time spend 100 million to buy real estate. Get 10 times the rewards. Congratulations, you get 10 billion rewards. Qin Feng had no waves within his heart. He was given a wealth system where he was able to get a random multiplier back reward just for spending money. The fat manager narrowed his eyes and reached out his hand and smiled. "Mr. Qin, these 20 sets of properties will be yours from now on, and if there are any problems in the future, you can let Yi Yanhong do it for you. If she can't solve it, you can just come to me and I'll leave you alone." The fat manager left his phone number and left. Yi Yanhong's eyes twinkled as she understood that striking iron while it was hot. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he might not have the chance to meet the two of them in the future, and he had to get closer to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, Thank you for buying so many houses in one go and making me a lot of money. I don't have anything to repay you. How about this? Don't you want to buy a car? How about I just be your guide for free? Yanhong wore a delicate smile on her face, but she was secretly nervous in her heart, and even her hands were a bit unsteady. Qin Feng, he won't refuse, will he? A rich man like him shouldn't be lacking in women, and since he was several years older than him, maybe he was more attracted to a female college student like Shen Ruoyi. The more Yanhong thought about it, the less confident she became, just when she thought Qin Feng would refuse. Qin Feng's eyes glanced at Yanhong's petite body and laughed. Good. I'm not familiar with the environment here anyway, and having Sister Ye's help would be even better. Yanhong was instantly enraptured, and the fawning look in her eyes increased. The glance Qin Feng had just given her, she sensed something strange. It was the look of a man looking at his prey. Being a mature woman, how can she not know what this kind of look from a man represents? Yanhong didn't mind at all. Instead, she was complacent. Men really can't resist beauty. Sensing Qin Feng's intentions, Yanhong grew bolder and was no longer restrained. Brother Qin Feng, then I'll wait for your call. Is there anything else you need me to do for you today? Yanhong's body leaned closer, almost next to Qin Feng's. The look in Naraz's eyes seemed to say, I'll do anything you want me to do if you ask. Qin Feng swirled inwardly. Yanhong, this woman was really sultry. Whether it's her body or her personality, she's a proper superb royalty. Sister Yi, I happen to have a favor to ask of you. Oh, you say. Yanhong's eyes lit up as a trace of joy surged in her heart. I have 20 houses here. I live in one for myself and the remaining 19 I plan to rent out. As the fat manager just said, of those houses I sold, some of them are rented out, and I need someone to manage those properties for me. In other words, I'd like to hire you to be my landlady for $10,000 a month. Yanhong couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from turning upwards, and couldn't wait to delicately say, no problem at all. It was as if they were afraid that Qin Feng would regret it. Yanhong secretly rejoiced. Really stepping through the iron shoes without looking for a place, and getting it without making any effort. With this relationship, there are more opportunities to contact Qin Feng, and it is also easy to earn $10,000 every month. It is simply not too good. Then I'll trouble Sister Yi in the future. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose and his eyes were strange. With this relationship, Yanhong became her own female subordinate. It's nice to find her shopping when you're bored and ask her to go out for a bit. It's called regulating the pace of life. Shen Ruoyi on the side was very envious. Yanhong easily got a job that made her very envious. Managing the renting of 19 houses, it was no different from lying at home and collecting money. It would have been nice if this part-time job had been my own. Wakey, we should go back. Yanhong's call brought Shen Ruoyi back to reality. Sister Shen, let's add a WeChat. Qin Feng called out to Shen Ruoyi. Shen Ruoyi's face flushed as if she had thought of something. After adding WeChat, Shen Ruoyi lowered her head and said, if you have something to say it on WeChat. Then, red-faced, he left. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a smile. It seemed that his future days at Jiangnan University would not be too boring. Open WeChat and take a closer look at Shen Ruoyi's personal information. The WeChat name is Big White Rabbit and the avatar is herself. Qin Feng was happy. Thinking of Shen Ruoyi's body, it really bears the 3 words, Big White Rabbit. Thinking of Shen Ruoyi's offer just now, Qin Feng felt a heat inside and sent a message over. Sister, I've agreed to your conditions. Are you ready to honor your promise? Shen Ruoyi, who was still inside the elevator, was so scared that she hurriedly put away her phone for fear of being seen by Yanhong. Ruoyi, why is your face a little red? Yanhong's eyes were ambiguous. It's nothing. Maybe the weather is a bit hot. Shen Ruoyi touched her pretty face, her eyes dodging, not daring to look directly at Yanhong. Yanhong laughed lightly. Ruoyi, you don't have to hide it from me. Just now when Qin Feng added you to WeChat, your face looked a bit off. Plus he suddenly split 10 sets of performance to you. I knew that you two must have reached some kind of deal. There can't be a free lunch in this world for no reason. Shen Ruoyi was startled. Then she turned her head to look at the elevator door and said, Manager Yi, I don't know what you're talking about. Yanhong secretly said, I was just testing Shen Ruoyi. From her reaction, I can conclude that she really has some kind of deal with Qin Feng. She's seen a lot of this kind of thing in real estate sales. Leaving Tunglong Academy, Shen Ruoyi said, Manager Yi, I still have something to go back later. Yanhong gave an I know you look and drove off with a smile. It was only then that Shen Ruoyi took out her cell phone and sent a reply to Qin Feng. I'm free tonight. Chapter 6. Sister's Benefits. Qin Feng lethargically leaned on the sofa, his slender fingers casually scratching the cell phone screen, looking at the ambiguous message sent by Shen Ruoyi. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a meaningful smile, and he whispered softly, School sister is still quite uptight, but I'm a person who is concerned about the mood. If it develops too fast, it's rather tasteless, and I don't want to chew the candle and eat it. Qin Feng was like an experienced hunter. Women are like old wine, the longer it brews, the sweeter the flavor. It was only when Shen Ruoyi's mind and body were completely conquered that the peach was at its ripest. On the other side, Shen Ruoyi gripped her cell phone nervously. When Qin Feng saw that message I sent over, he would definitely offer to go to him tonight. Alas, the innocence of the body is afraid to keep. How many men can resist a woman as beautiful as me? Shen Ruoyi resigned herself to waiting for the instructions sent by Qin Feng. The phone vibrated slightly, and Shen Ruoyi knew that Qin Feng had sent a message. A heart snapped up, as if waiting for the outcome of a trial. When she saw the message sent by Qin Feng, her entire body froze, her sexy little mouth slightly open, unable to believe that Qin Feng would make such a request. There's no rush. You can send me a few nice pictures first. Seeing this message, Shen Ruoyi's mood seemed like riding a roller coaster. The heart was both relieved and a little lost. Qin Feng must have understood the meaning of that message just now, but he didn't ask himself to go to him at night. Was he not charming enough? Shen Ruoyi was a little unsure and a little grateful that Qin Feng had given her a little reprieve, and wasn't like other men who were eager to swallow themselves in one bite if they heard that request. Qin Feng asked himself to send him a few pictures. This request was not too high, but rather low and excessive. Shen Ruoyi felt a little bit overjoyed that Qin Feng had done such a great favor and was only asking for a few photos, which was nothing more than a show of hands to herself. When she was about to choose a few photos to send over, Shen Ruoyi suddenly had a flash of light inside her head, and her fingers stopped instantly. Qin Feng has said that he wants me to send him some nice pictures. Didn't he make a point of emphasizing the need to look good? What kind of nice pictures do men ask women to send? Shen Ruoyi's cheeks floated with a faint blush, as if it was a peach blossom blooming in the spring. She gently bit her lower lip and placed her cell phone screen face down on one side. When she raised her eyes, her gaze swept to the restroom sign not far away, and with her straight, long legs wrapped in black silk, she walked over in a curling manner. On the other hand, Qin Feng waited for several minutes and did not see Shen Ruoyi send over the photos, so he was a bit puzzled. Not right, ah. I helped her so big favor, a few photos should not be a problem, ah. Did she not see my message? As soon as the words fell, a picture immediately appeared in the WeChat dialog box. In the next second, Qin Feng's eyes instantly widened. An eye-catching photo comes to mind. A pair of straight and slender long legs took up most of the frame, black garter stockings wrapped tightly around the skin, glowing with a mysterious and tantalizing luster. The woman in the photo will tight skirt along the thigh high up, skirt stacked, just stuck in that attractive reverie absolute field. The leg line unreservedly show, smooth and absolutely beautiful. Qin Feng's eyes were motionless. The school sister was too crazy. All he wanted was for her to take a few pictures of his life to come, and she was sending him this kind of perk. Was I thinking too pure? Or was my schoolmate too dirty? Schoolboy, this is what I took in the restroom. Are you still satisfied? If not, I'll shoot it again. Qin Feng swallowed his saliva and admired Shen Ruoyi's welfare photos beautifully. The angle of the shot is not bad, but I can see that your skills are not good enough. You need to practice. Next time I'll guide you slowly. Forget it this time. Shen Ruoyi blushed like a drunken woman. This was the first time she had sent such large-scale photos to others. It's both tense and exciting. The only thing that made her feel thankful was that it seemed like her schoolmate didn't mind. He really did want to see this kind of picture, and sure enough, boys are all thirsty. I'm sorry. I haven't taken this kind of picture before. Don't mind if it's a bad one. Qin Feng was happy. Shen Ruoyi's words revealed quite a lot of information. That means he or she is the first person to receive such a photo. Hasn't your boyfriend ever seen a picture like that either? I don't have a boyfriend and I've never been in a relationship. Oh, you're so pretty. How can you not have anyone chasing you? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Shen Ruoyi had said before that she was a junior this year. At her age, it would be a miracle if she hadn't been in love, especially with a beautiful woman like her. This is my personal problem. There are actually quite a few people chasing after me, and there's also a young Zhang who's been pestering me all the time. and he's also a rich second generation. But I didn't like him as a person and turned him down. Qin Feng stroked his chin. Since Shen Ruoyi had made a deal with himself, he naturally couldn't let anyone else get their fingers in the pie. He wasn't generous enough to share his woman with someone else. So what if you're rich? If you dare to steal a woman from me, you're my enemy. Ruoyi, you're now my Qin Feng's person. I'll cover you from now on. No matter what difficulties you encounter or who bullies you, you can look for me. Shen Ruoyi's heart trembled as she stared blankly at the words Qin Feng sent over. For a moment, she was actually a little heartbroken. What woman doesn't want a good man to rely on? Especially a woman like her who comes from a poor background and longs for peace. And the other guy is a good-looking and rich man. Shen Ruoyi's heart moved. Only this idea just flashed in her heart before she came to her senses and laughed at herself. He said this kind of words to me. Just want to coax me to be happy. How can a rich man like him be sincere to me? Jade fingers tapped the screen and quickly sent a message in reply. Schoolboy, thank you. I'm going to visit my dad in the hospital. So if there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and get busy. So call me if you need anything. Shen Ruoyi put her cell phone into her own pocket. At this time, she did not know how much Qin Feng's promise would help her. Qin Feng also quit chatting with Shen Ruoyi. Feeling thirsty, I opened the fridge only to find it empty and full of nothing. I just moved in with nothing. So it's time to replenish something. There seems to be a small supermarket in front of Tenglong Academy. Go there and buy some living supplies. Qin Feng changed into a pair of slippers and swaggered to the supermarket. Just getting to the door let him see a couple of unexpected people. It was Lu Piaoshui and Shi Ruojing, as well as Zhang Xiaofeng. What are they doing here? On second thought, Qin Feng realized what was going on. There were a lot of people from Jiangnan University who rented houses here, and they must be staying here as well. And at this moment, Lu Piaoshui and the others also discovered Qin Feng and also revealed a surprised expression, as if they could not imagine that Qin Feng would also be here. Chapter 7. I'm staying here. Hi. Ryu-senpai, we meet again. What a coincidence. Do you live here too? Qin Feng greeted with a smile. Lu Piaoshui smiled faintly. Well, Zhuojing and I are sharing a room here. Schoolmate Zhang said he wanted to rent an apartment here. So Zoe Jing brought him over here to take a look, and I'm here to pick them up. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng. This guy didn't look like a good person in any way. There's also that Shiro Jing, looking like a gold-digging green tea girl. How could Lu Piaoshui be with him? Shi Ruojing frowned. Qin Feng's eyes made her uncomfortable, secretly saying, this guy doesn't look like someone who can rent an apartment here anyhow. What is he doing here? Could it be that he had heard that there were many beautiful women living in Tenglong Academy? So he had come here to see them? Definitely. Shi Ruojing glared fiercely at Qin Feng and said in a conspiratorial manner, Academic brother Zhang, some people are just shameless. They obviously don't have the money to rent an apartment here, but they want to run here to join in the fun. You don't think he wants to come here and look at pretty girls, do you? Qin Feng feels inexplicable. This woman is not sick in the head. He is not familiar with her, and did not offend her. How do I feel as if I owe her money did not return like? Zhang Xiaofeng lifted his chin, exuding a strong sense of superiority as he faintly said, don't talk to such low-level people, or else you'll pull down your own level. Let's just wait here for the landlord to come over and ignore people like that. Qin Feng originally didn't want to argue with these people, but Zhang Xiaofeng's words made him very upset. If others upset him, then he doubles down and makes them more upset. It was his principle of being a man. Zhang Xiaofeng right, not that I'm looking down on you. If you have the strength, don't rent a room, just buy a set right here. Zhang Xiaofeng's face grimaced, and his handsome countenance gained an extra hint of coldness. Damn it, I don't want to talk to a punk like you, but I have to come here to make my presence felt, don't I? In that case, don't blame me for giving you a descending blow. See this watch in my hand? Rolex watch. Zhang Xiaofeng shook the watch he carried on his hand and said smugly, it's not very expensive, just $180,000. Tugging at the collar of his shirt again, he looked up and said, beginner's bird shirt, over $5,000. I'll spare you the rest. I've got hundreds of thousands of dollars all over me. Do you think I'd be able to afford a house here? Shi Ruojing's eyes were glowing. She was also under quite a bit of pressure to rent an apartment here, which was why she chose to share her apartment with Lu Piaoshui. Staying here not only has a comfortable environment, but most importantly, you can also get in touch with those who are rich. Senior Zhang, you're so rich. Shi Ruojing couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. Her face was full of admiration. Any set of houses here costs several $1 million. Are you going to buy a house here? Jiang Xiaofeng very much enjoys the woman's submission to him, secretly glanced at Lu Piaoshui. Secretly, it makes no sense. He has shown so much financial strength, why Lu Piaoshui or a breezy look? Is it that the strength that he has shown is not enough? A little bit of fun, the less easy to get the woman this young man more like. It seems to have to work harder to conquer Lu Piaoshui. That's not going to happen. I'm just staying here for a couple years. There's no need to buy a house here and rent it. Then the words turned and looked at Lu Piaoshui and laughed. But I plan to buy a sports car for fun. Piaoshui, if you're free, how about accompanying me to buy a car? Lu Piaoshui said indifferently. I'm sorry. It's the beginning of the school year these days, and the student council has a lot of things to do, so I won't be going. I'll go. I'm free if Piaoshui isn't. Shi Ruoyi happily grabbed Jiang Xiaofeng's hand. Her voice daintily said, Senior, you just take me to see more. I promise to be super obedient. I won't cause trouble for you. Ok. That sappy voice gave Qin Feng goosebumps. Those who didn't know thought they were a hot couple. What a pair of dogs. Qin Feng didn't have the eyes to see and said to Lu Piaoshui, Sister, there are quite a few barbecue stalls outside the Tenglong Academy. Do you want to try them at night? Thanks, some other time. Lu Piaoshui politely declined. Some people are really toads wanting to eat swan meat. Shi Ruoyi clasped her hands in front of her chest. Qin Feng, this is a high-class neighborhood. It's not for the likes of you to come here. Hurry up and get out or I'll call the security guards to kick you out. Qin Feng then wondered, Shi Ruoyi, why are you always targeting me? Have I done something to offend you?
No.
Shi Ruoyi rationalized. I just hate people who don't have money and love to pretend to have money. Is that reason enough? You broke my rules, understand? Qin Feng was exasperated and laughed. He had never seen such an unreasonable woman. There are so many penniless and pretentious men out there. Why don't you see you preaching to them? Because I don't know them, but I know you. Who let you pretend in front of me? Obviously can't afford to live in Tenglong Academy favoring to say that you rent a house here. Why don't you say you bought a house here? Shi Ruoyi's face was full of disgust, and she looked at Qin Feng like he was looking at garbage. Lu Piaoshui gently tugged on Shi Ruoyi's clothes and shook her head again. Shi Ruoyi didn't care about that much. Piaoshui, you are just too kind. When people like Qin Feng see you being kind, they want to take advantage of you. I will let you see the true face of this kind of underhanded man today. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose and a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes. To tell you the truth, I didn't rent a room here. I just bought 20 suites here. Surprising enough, a few people froze. Immediately after, Lu Piaoshui secretly shook his head. This guy can really blow. Originally see him poor, also want to help him say a few words. Now there is no longer a need. This kind of person should give some lessons. Jiang Xiaofeng couldn't help himself and couldn't stop laughing. Brother, you're here for the comedy, right? Do you know what it is to buy 20 suites here? Even I wouldn't dare to say such a thing, and you deserve it? Shi Ruoyi's tears were about to come out of her eyes as well, covering her stomach and laughing her ass off. I've never seen such a shameless man. If you could buy 20 houses here, I'd drink foot-washing water if you really had it in you. Qin Feng was speechless. Why did no one believe him when he told the truth? But for a woman like you who wants to drink my foot-washing water, I'm not willing to give it. Alas, school brother, what should I say about you? Lu Piaoshui's pretty face was filled with helplessness. It doesn't matter if you're poor. As long as you have the ambition, you'll be able to make a name for yourself in the future. But you can't run out of money and have to pretend to have it, or you'll just make people laugh. You know? Lu Piaoshui persuaded in a serious tone. Qin Feng shrugged. Forget it. I won't force you guys to believe me if you don't. Just then, a BYD pulled up right next to a few people. The car door opened and stretched out a long black silk leg, followed by a big imperial beauty standing out. Are you the ones who want to rent the house? Chapter 8. I live next door to the school flower. The person who came was none other than Yi Yanhong, who had gone and returned. After handing over all the formalities, she received a call from someone who wanted to rent a house and hurried over. The first time she did such a job, she couldn't afford to slack off, lest she leave a bad impression on Qin Feng. So she hurried over. Seeing Qin Feng on the sidelines was a stunned moment, but Yi Yanhong then saw Qin Feng shaking his head slightly at her and making a silent gesture. Yi Yanhong is worthy of being an elite who has done sales, immediately guessed Qin Feng's meaning, and also treated it as if she didn't recognize it. Jiang Xiaofeng licked his lips. This kind of young woman type of woman he also likes. Looking at the other party driving the car should not be like a homeowner, but a second-hand landlord. Such a woman is the easiest to pick up. Wait for her to ask for her WeChat in private, and then find an opportunity to go for a drink, and the rest will be logical. Hello. The person renting the room is me. Jiang Xiaofeng put on a smile that he thought was handsome. The house I want is the one next door to them. I heard that house is unoccupied, isn't it? Qin Feng's heart stirred. Hearing Jiang Xiaofeng's meaning was that he wanted to live next door to Lu Piao Shui, playing close to the current. That's interesting. Then I'll let you bleed a little bit first and end up with a basket case. Pull out the cell phone and open Yi Yanhong WeChat. Yes, are you living alone? Yi Yanhong revealed a professional smile. With Qin Feng here, Yi Yanhong wouldn't dare to show a flirtatious smile to other men now. Even she didn't recognize this. As if she was afraid that Qin Feng would have some misunderstanding about her. I'll rent it then. Is the rent $5,000? Yi Yanhong was about to agree when she saw a cell phone message from Qin Feng. Rent quadruples right off the bat, and it's charged on an annual basis, with a 3-month deposit of exactly $300,000. If it's too expensive for him, you find a way to irritate him. Yi Yanhong stole a glance at Qin Feng and instantly revealed a delicate smile. She probably guessed what was going on and said with a smile, I'm sorry. The house you mentioned has increased in price. It costs $20,000 a month. What? Jiang Xiaofeng looked smug. Didn't you say 5,000? How did it suddenly go up to 20,000? Are you kidding me? Yi Yanhong's face straightened. This gentleman. I'm not joking with you. The people who live here with us are rich. If you can't afford it, you should just say so and not waste everyone's time. On the side of the Shi Rojing has already panicked. The burden of $5,000 of rent has already made her stressful. If it goes up to 20,000, she simply cannot afford it. Sister landlord, has the price of our room gone up too? Shi Rojing's face was tense, her nerves taut. Yanhong looked at Qin Feng, who shook his head. You're not getting a price increase on that room. You're a previously signed contract that won't change, and you're renting a different one now. Shi Rojing patted her full breasts and breathed a sigh of relief, having almost scared her to death just now. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Qin Feng was drinking water, looking unconcerned, and Shi Rojing inexplicably became angry, pointing at Qin Feng and saying, Does this person also live here? Yi Yanhong smiled faintly. Yes, he also lives here. Shi Rojing was dumbfounded. This trash really lived here. Lu Piao Shui also looked surprised. This gentleman, do you still want to rent the house here? Our house here is very expensive. If you don't have the money, don't waste your time. Okay? Yi Yanhong's face is close to writing. If you don't have money, don't waste my time. I'm busy. Jiang Xiaofeng took a look and was secretly upset. A lowly person like Qin Feng also lived here. If he was intimidated by this $20,000, wouldn't he make a beautiful woman laugh and also make Lu Piao Shui look down on him? $20,000 wasn't much for himself, so consider it the cost of pursuing Lu Piao Shui. Jiang Xiaofeng waved his hand boldly. I'm not bad with this small amount of money. 20,000 is 20,000. I'll rent it. Yi Yanhong narrowed her eyes and smiled. This young master really has strength. Monthly rent of 20,000. A one-time contract for 1 year. In addition to press another 3 months deposit, which needs to be paid in one go, totaling 300,000. The expression on Jiang Xiaofeng's face was instantly frozen, and then he also gained a few more points of fire. It was not true that he was rich, but he was also not willing to be pitched by others. Big sister, are you kidding me? To pay $300,000 of rent in one go? What kind of person rents an apartment like that? Yi Yanhong said with a cold face. I'm sorry, this is the rule set by the new boss a few minutes ago. If you don't have any money, you can just say it. Anyway, our boss said, love to rent or not, if not, pull back. Jiang Xiaofeng had a stern face. He had never seen such a stinking rule before, and now he was riding a tiger. Qin Feng made up for it in time. Sister Yi, forget it. $300,000 for someone to take out at once. Isn't that asking for someone's life? It's possible that he's still relying on his parents to give him the money he's using. Jiang Xiaofeng's angry face was a shade of green and red as he gritted his teeth and said, Isn't it just $300,000? It's a small amount to me. I'm renting this house. Transfer the money now. As if he was afraid that people would misunderstand that he didn't have any money, he immediately offered to transfer the money. A person like Jiang Xiaofeng is similar to the mentality of a tycoon and is most afraid of people saying that he has no money. A hint of a smile surfaced at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Yi Yanhong's side had just received the money and sent it back to his account. Qin Feng backhandedly transferred 100,000 to Yi Yanhong and sent another WeChat over. Take this money. It's my reward for you. Work well with me in the future. I won't treat you badly. Yi Yanhong's heart blossomed. I had made the right choice, and a random tip was most of my paycheck. The money came so quickly, so unbelievably, that it even gave her a sense of unreality. Yanhong suddenly had a feeling that as long as she made good relations with Qin Feng, she would definitely be able to get rid of her current class in the future. Brother, my sister will listen to everything you say and will you well from now on. As this message passed, Yanhong secretly threw Qin Feng a wink. Qin Feng secretly laughed. This woman was quite uptight. After the contract was signed, Shi Rojing smiled. Jiang Shuedi lives 604. We live 605 after that is next door. Nothing can come over to find us to play. Just like this, he spent $300,000. Zhang Xiaofeng was a little upset, but he was still happy to get the key to the room, and then he could slowly conquer Lu Piaoshui. Hey! Eyes inadvertently saw Qin Feng. Suddenly the anger in his heart rubbed upward. This kid just took the words to humiliate himself. If not, is not their own territory really want to find a few people to teach him a lesson? Qin Feng, didn't you say you lived here? What number room are you in? Qin Feng scratched his head. It's quite a coincidence. I live in 66. It seems like it's also next door to Lu Piaoshui. Lu Piaoshui was surprised. This was too much of a coincidence. Shi Rojing's face immediately changed. Humph. I get it. He must have inquired from somewhere, and knew that Piaoshui lived in 605. That's why he lived in 606. Qin Feng, are you trying to chase after Piaoshui? Shi Rojing thrust her hands into her thin waist and interrogated aggressively. Chapter 9. Do you believe me when I say it's a misunderstanding? As soon as Shi Rojing's words fell, a trace of strangeness flashed through Lu Piaoshui's eyes. Shi Rojing's words were not without reason. This chain of events was just too coincidental, as if it had been carefully planned. Could it be that Qin Feng was really deliberately trying to get close to himself? Lu Piaoshui secretly shook her head in the bottom of her heart. If Qin Feng really went through all the trouble to please himself like other boys, then she would look down on Qin Feng. Zhou Jing, let's go. Lu Piaoshui faintly said. If I say it's just a coincidence, will you guys believe me? Qin Feng shrugged helplessly with a frank face. He really didn't know that Lu Piaoshui lived next door to him, and at that time he simply thought that the house was nice with a good view and a direct view of the school. A smile surfaced on Shi Rojing's face. Piaoshui, sometimes I'm really quite envious of you. Someone who saves money to rent a house next door to you in order to chase you. It's just a shame he doesn't even know he's a toad. Qin Feng was dumbfounded at the words, where he could not hear that Zhou Jing was mocking him. The inner frankness simply does not fear and does not care about the slander of Shi Rojing. A good-looking person is not at all afraid of being called ugly, unless that person is really ugly to care about being called ugly. Senior Sister Lu, you wouldn't believe what she said as well, would you? Qin Feng called out to Lu Piaoshui. Lu Piaoshui stopped in her tracks as snippets of her first meeting with Qin Feng flashed through her mind. Qin Feng doesn't look like a boring person, not to mention that it's the first time he and I have met, so he can't possibly know where he lives, so let's trust him for once. It's better not to speculate yourself, lest someone laugh. Lu Piaoshui pulled on Shi Rojing's hand and whispered, Jing Jing, stop it. Maybe it's really a coincidence. Tenglong Academy has many new students who come here to rent rooms every year, so maybe he also happens to live here. Shi Rojing was depressed. Piaoshui was good at everything. It was just that her opinion was the opposite of her own when it mattered. She could only cover her forehead and said helplessly, Piaoshui, you are just too kind, thinking of others and everything. You will definitely suffer in the future. Qin Feng cast an approving look at Lu Piaoshui. The schoolmate really didn't let herself down, having her own independent thinking ability. It's still senior sister who knows right from wrong, unlike some people who just like to smear others. Shi Rojing's face pulled down when she heard this, full of disgust, staring at Qin Feng like he was looking at garbage, and snorted coldly, Villainous! Puffy! Let's ignore him. Putting down these words, he pulled Lu Piaoshui. Lu Piaoshui turned her head and smiled helplessly. Senior Qin Feng, Jing Jing, this person sometimes speaks impulsively a little bit. She has a more direct character. Don't take it to heart. She's not a bad person. You call that not bad? Qin Feng straightaway called out to the good guy. Senior sister, I suggest that it's better for you to stay away from this kind of person. She's not suitable to be your friend. Shi Rojing glared fiercely at Qin Feng. Less stirring up trouble there. I think you just think I'm in your way. Qin Feng was too lazy to explain. Anyway, he had already reminded himself. Whether he believed it or not was Lu Piaoshui's business. Zhang Xiaofeng stuck his hands in his pockets and stood in place, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. his heart harboring a fire. Lu Piaoshui, but he has long recognized the woman. Qin Feng, this blatant living next door to Lu Piaoshui, is trying to dig his corner. Jiang Xiaofeng glanced coldly at Qin Feng and squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. Unconscionable. I'd advise you to stay away from Piaoshui. She's not for the likes of you to think about. Qin Feng poofed a laugh. He doubted that Jiang Xiaofeng had a problem with his brain. Dude, what are you talking about in your sleep in broad daylight? What kind of person are you, Lu Piaoshui? Are you her husband or her boyfriend? With all that broad control, why don't you go control Musk and tell him not to toss it to Mars? Jiang Xiaofeng was dumbfounded by the dislike and stared straight at him. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, he could only say, "This young man is too lazy to talk to unqualified people like you." Qin Feng gave a taunt. "Che, make it seem like I enjoy talking to you," and added at the end, "You really think you're a beautiful woman? A man would want to talk to you." Jiang Xiaofeng had only just taken a few steps when his face twitched again. Why is this kid's mouth so nasty? Seeing the trio angry at themselves for walking away, Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. "I just wanted to come and buy a few bottles of water to drink. What's with all the fuss?" In no time, Qin Feng was carrying a large bag of snacks back to his room 606. Night falls and the lights come on. Qin Feng took a beautiful bath, then lay on the bed and opened his cell phone to brush Shakeology. I don't know what Shen Ruoyi is doing now. Thinking of the black silk photos that Shen Ruoyi had sent during the day, Qin Feng added a few more cozy smiles to his face. Swipe aimlessly through the jitterbugs. What kind of songs do the popos like to listen to? Puffy Snow will sing it for you. Qin Feng's eyes were surprised that he had swiped into Lu Piaoshui's live broadcast, and Lu Piaoshui was still connecting with Shi Ruojing to play PK. Curious to click in and take a look. There were more than 500 people in Lu Piaoshui's live broadcast room, and there were 100,000 fans. Shooting video, our Lu Piaoshui shot some big study photos, our life photos mainly, there is nothing sexy and so on. It's called Snow World. Qin Feng backhandedly tapped a concern. I also went to the account of Silky. Her screen name is I Don't Eat Cilantro. It was surprising that Shi Ruojing had more than 300,000 followers. This surprised Qin Feng, but looking at the video she took, he realized what was going on. The videos taken by Shi Ruojing are all rubbed, black silk and exposed thighs, and every now and then they do some provocative actions. Touché scrub anchorwoman. It really fits her persona. Qin Feng muttered to himself and entered the Shi Ruojing live streaming room again. The number of people is in the thousands. It's all just a bunch of old colorful pussies swiping away. Anchor. Any perks for painting your sports car? Dance an airplane shake and I'll swipe you a small beer. The anchor is so sexy. How many sheets does it take to sleep with an anchorwoman? Shi Ruojing threw an eyebrow, whispered, "Brothers, whoever exceeds the list of 10 can add my WeChat. The circle of friends has many of my beautiful photos. A pierced arrow can still get into my welfare group, and you're guaranteed to be satisfied. For those of you who have a beer, swipe it and win this PK. I'll give you a sexy train shake dance." Spurred on, a large wave of people went wild with gifts, easily hitting 100,000 points, pressuring Lu Piaoshui's 5,000 points to death. Qin Feng retreated to attend the Zhoujing live room and ran to Lu Piaoshui's side again. As soon as Lu Piaoshui took a look at the difference in strength between the two sides, she knew that she was going to lose this round again, and with a smile still on her face, she said, "Babies, there's no need to brush up. We've lost this hand. Thank you big brothers for your support." Qin Feng knocked a line and sent it out. Lowly Windy. Anchor, help you win this PK. Can you dance for me? Chapter 10. Making the schoolgirl bend over and thank her. Before Lu Piaoshui could say anything, those flower protectors of hers became anxious. At Lowly Windy, a level 1 trumpet hasn't even swiped a single gift and you want the anchor to dance for you? Why don't you go to heaven? Brush up on your cloud-piercing arrows first. Don't beep there if you don't have the strength. People's big brother on the first list didn't even say dance. When is it your turn for a trumpet like you to speak? Cool off on one side. Shue. Don't pay attention to this kind of poor. This kind of person both wants to see and is not willing to spend money. Inside reality must be a smelly wage earner eating bubble noodles. Qin Feng was speechless. Holy, I've known for a long time that some brainwashed fans would be mesmerized by those female anchors, and I've seen it today. All he did was ask if he could get the dance, and these people got all worked up as if they had stolen his wife. Lu Piaoshui smiled peacefully. She had seen many fans like this one, makes a lot of special requests, and is a dime a dozen when it comes to swiping gifts. I didn't put this low-profile phone in my heart, so I casually replied, "Big brother, if you can really help me win this PK, what's the harm in me giving you a dance?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a smile. "During the day you tower over me like a proud white swan. At night it must be fun to make you dance." After looking at the PK with 32 seconds left, Qin Feng clicked on the live gift. Low-profile wind rewarded anchor's cloud-piercing arrow 1. Huge cloud-piercing arrow effects dominate the screen directly from below and upwards. The live-streaming netizens flirted with the idea. "He's really brushing. Can't we not brush it off? You guys have talked him into this. We can't lose face. If you have the ability to continue brushing, who can't afford to brush a cloud-piercing arrow? Ah." Lu Piaoshue's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of surprise. "I can't imagine that this Brother Feng really swiped it," and faintly said, "Many thanks to Brother Feng for piercing the clouds with arrows." Before the words are out, another special effect dominates the screen. Low-profile windy rewarded anchor's cloud-piercing arrow 2. Low-profile windy rewarded anchor's cloud-piercing arrow 3. Is this dude on top? A little strength, but not much. Low-profile windy rewarded anchor's cloud-piercing arrow 10. The crowd was surprised. The number of cloud-piercing arrows directly soared to 10. Half a month's paycheck swiped? Dude, don't eat noodles at the end of the month. It's not worth it. Laughing to death in order to fight with others. Brush so much money for the anchor. Why don't you take this money to honor your parents? A ripple arose in Lu Piaoshue's heart. Usually during the day our classes or study, and at night when you are free you will open a live broadcast to make money. That's why you will rent a good house to open a live broadcast with Shi Ruoyi. You can make about 6 or 7,000 a month, and 10,000 when it's popular. These 10 piercing arrows will almost top the money earned from the gifts for a week. Lu Piaoshue politely stood up and smiled like a flower. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you so much." Across the room, Shi Ruoyi was also taken aback. When did Drift Snow know such a big brother? Is it a newfound big brother? Hurry to take another cell phone with a small number to run to Lu Piaoshue live. Low-profile windy rewarded anchor's cloud-piercing arrow 20. Low-profile windy rewarded anchor's cloud-piercing arrow 30. The number of cloud-piercing arrows directly soared to 30. The excitement value of the netizens in the live stream jumped up a whole lot. "Awesome. That's worth a month's salary for me. Worship the big man. Loan swiped, I think. Now do list to have more brush. Down the live heart and how much regret. Don't time and apply for underage to go back." There were envious and sour netizens in the live stream. Shi Ruoyi eyes red. Without saying anything hurriedly clicked on the low-profile wind brother. Lu Piaoshue was fluttering wildly with excitement in her heart at this time, and there was more than a hint of redness on her absolutely beautiful face. Tonight's performance could almost cover a month on its own. I hope this big brother is not underage. It's not the kind of gift you swipe on impulse, either. Lu Piaoshue hopes that fans are genuinely like their own live before brushing gifts, rather than the reluctant kind. "Thank you, Brother Wind. Thank you, Brother Wind. Enough. No need to brush it off. The score is more than enough for them. Later on, win or lose, I'm going to give Brother Feng a dance." Lu Piaoshue was very grateful. Shi Ruoyi took a deep breath, both unwilling and unconvinced, and hurriedly went back to the live broadcast room to encourage others to brush gifts. However, Qin Feng did not intend to stop there, seeing that there were 10 seconds left on the clock. "Puffy, then I'll let you be too excited to sleep tonight." Qin Feng smiled faintly and swiped out another wave of gifts. Low-profile windy rewarded anchor's cloud-piercing arrow 50. The number behind the cloud-piercing arrow jumped up quickly. 1 second it was 50, the next it was 55, 66, 70, 88. The final number rests firmly at 100. The park was also just about over, and the score directly stomped on Shi Ruoyi hard. This wave of gifts is worth close to $30,000. Lu Piaoshue covered her small mouth and her eyes widened, trying as much as possible to keep herself from making a surprised sound to maintain her ladylike image. Couldn't believe someone would give her a $30,000 gift. She was merely a small anchor, and didn't dare to think of being like the big anchors, moving tens of thousands of dollars in gift money. However, she finally experienced the thrill of having a big brother to take care of her today. Someone swiped 30,000 gifts in one PK. It's all worth a few months of her income. Deducting the platform share, I made over 10,000 in less than 10 minutes. That money came in so fast, fast enough to make her heart race. Lu Piaoshue's heart was like a wild tidal wave, and joy engulfed her like a tidal wave. Nonetheless, Lu Piaoshue maintained her image as much as possible without losing her temper too much. Thank you, Windy. Lu Piaoshue covered her chest and bent deeply to the live camera. When she looked up again, a face that was pink with excitement looked even more delicate. The live stream was completely abuzz. The crowd was as excited as chicken blood and swiped frantically. Cow, cow, cow. Big Brother just has power. I apologize to Big Brother. Can you send me $100 for dinner? Big Brother is so domineering, brushing 100 piercing cloud arrows in one breath, directly drying up the number to 10,000. Lu Piaoshue also saw the number of people in the live room broke through tens of thousands of people, which is the peak of the number of people since she started broadcasting, and hurriedly screenshot recording screen. Thank you for the reward from Brother Wind. Babies, all of you give some attention to Big Brother List 1. Thank me, Windy. Lu Piaoshue sat down and quickly calmed down. It was back to its previous high-flying goddess stance. Qin Feng smiled faintly, before these people variously looked down on themselves, but now they turned around and kneeled. This is the charm of money, sometimes more powerful than any explanation. The account followers also went up from 7 or 8 followers before to almost 1,000 in one go. Anchor, now can you give me a dance? Qin Feng sent a message out. The money was rewarded, so you have to take something for it. Chapter 11, Subduing Shi Ruoyi. Lu Piaoshue smiled sweetly. I will definitely do what I promised, Big Brother. Wait a moment while I have a word with the anchor across the street. Lu Piaoshue opened the headset on the opposite side of the room. Jing, you lost. I'm not asking much. Just buy me breakfast tomorrow. Shi Ruoyi said sourly. Piaoshue, I'm so envious that you have a big brother, or else I'm going to win. Then, he smiled curtly and said, Opposite Brother Feng, have time to come to my live room to play ah. Qin Feng didn't want to respond. Jing, I won't talk to you for now. I'm hanging up. Lu Piaoshue hung up the connection with a faint smile on her face. Brother Feng, I'll give you a dance right now. Don't be offended if it's not good. Qin Feng replied, It's fine. Just feel free to jump. Okay. Then I'll offer. Lu Piaoshue turned on the music. A song called Spring Court Snow plays. Lu Piaoshue lightly twisted her waist, dancing like a light butterfly. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. He thought that Lu Piaoshue was just a vase, but he didn't expect to dance so well. How could he have known that Lu Piaoshue had also participated in the dance department and had received professional training? The popularity of the live broadcast room also rapidly soared, quickly breaking through to 15,000 people. While Lu Piaoshue was dancing, Shi Ruoyi also secretly took out her cell phone and sent a private message to Qin Feng's account. Brother Feng, add a concern. This is my private WeChat XRZ. If you want to find someone to chat with, you can also find me. Oh. Qin Feng just swept a glance and wanted to exit the message dialog box. Shi Ruoyi's condescending appearance today flashed through his mind. Just as well, it's a tease then. Backhandedly follow, I do not eat cilantro. But also with a small number to search for Shiro Jing WeChat. WeChat name is Jing. The avatar is a sexy and somewhat revealing avatar of myself. Seeing the add friend message from WeChat, Shi Ruoyi hurriedly agreed. Straight back in seconds. Brother Feng, you are so dominant. 100 cloud-piercing arrows in one shot. What does your family do? Jing is super jealous of you. Qin Feng secretly said, This woman is really anxious. As soon as she came up, she wanted to ask about her family background, so let's hang her out to dry first. At this time, Lu Piaoshue's side had also finished dancing. Windy, I'm back to shutting you down. In the future, if you like my live broadcast, you can often come to my live room to play. It's okay if you don't brush gifts. Qin Feng replied with a good word and exited the live broadcast. Having Lu Piaoshue dance for him was just a whim. It was impossible to keep kneeling on Lu Piaoshue. It was even more unlikely that he would guard the Lu Piaoshue live broadcast like a licking dog. Just after exiting the live system, a message came in. Spend $28,888 to the anchor, trigger a 20-fold blast, and return $577,760 in rewards. Not only did you not lose a dime, you got a 20-fold blast. There is so much money that it is simply inexhaustible, and the more you use it, the more money you have, and now with hundreds of thousands of dollars in rewards, Qin Feng is too lazy to look at it more than once. After another half an hour of browsing Jitterbug, Qin Feng exited Jitterbug. Shi Ruoyi had already sent several messages on WeChat. Brother Feng, are you busy? Is it convenient to talk? I bought a suit today. I don't know if it's good. Can you look at it for me? Qin Feng also got energized. This woman is quite teary. Isn't it obvious that she wants to send me pictures? Just as well. I'd like to see what pictures you can send me. Qin Feng sent a message back. Oh, send it. In advance, I'm a person with a very high vision. Don't send me photos that are too low grade to look at. There are 80 girls who want to send me photos every day without 100. Room 605 next door. Shen Ruoyi got off the live broadcast, took a shower and wore sexy pajamas lying on the bed, all the time thinking about how that Feng brother still did not give himself a message back. Just then, the sound of a cell phone message went off. System friend Windy has sent a message. The corners of Shen Ruoyi's mouth could not be suppressed from turning upwards. This man really took the bait. Rushed to open the message for a closer look. With a backhand, he raised his cell phone up and took a 45-degree tilt angle picture and gave a scissor handshake. A beautiful sexy pajama photo was sent to the Wind brother. Windy, do I look good in these pajamas? Qin Feng poofed a smile. This woman really thought the same as she did. Bold enough, bold enough. I have to say, this woman has an extremely hot body despite her annoying personality. Qin Feng stroked his chin and admired the sexy pajama photo, turning Qin Feng's face with a few more moments of derision. This woman is so greedy for money. I wonder if I can test her bottom line. So, Qin Feng ghostly sent a message over. I wrapped you up. There is only one requirement. Be my cyberslave. Call me master in the future. Be responsible for accompanying me to chat and provide emotional value. 50,000 yuan per month to do it or not? Sending this message out, Qin Feng was also curious as to whether Shen Ruoyi would agree to his humiliating conditions. Shen Ruoyi stared blankly at the message sent by Brother Feng and was also stunned. Cyber bunting? It was the first time she had ever seen such a thing. Let me call him master. Is this guy out of his mind? Shen Ruoyi hard annoyed. But see the last 50,000 per month package fee. The heart of the gas instantly dissipated. But she also kept an extra eye out, lest she run into a white whore. However, Qin Feng realized that he had still underestimated Shen Ruoyi. Less than 3 seconds later, a message came from Silhouette. Are you telling the truth? If you're serious about handing out money first. Also posted a motion picture of a puppy on a leash. Holy, and she's really willing. Qin Feng was shocked. For a mere $50,000, he didn't even want his soul? Che, I thought how noble you were. A few tens of thousands of dollars to sell your character. Qin Feng burst of contempt, directly transferring 50,000. Another message was sent over. Remember, you're wrapped up with me now, and from now on, you have to call me master when you talk to me. In less than a second, the money was collected, and a message was returned. Brother Feng, from now on you're my main silver. I'll listen to whatever you say. Jing loves the main silver the most. In the end, he also sent a shy emoji and another picture of his thighs to seduce Qin Feng. Qin Feng poofed a smile. How arrogant you are in front of me during the day. How flirtatious you are at night. Really green tea. I like it. A bad taste grew in Qin Feng's head. Shen Ruoyi pretends to be in front of herself during the day, and at night, she is a dog in her WeChat, and this kind of stimulation seems to be particularly fresh. Spend $50,000. Conquer a woman who calls you master. Trigger a special reward. Get 100 times the reward. Return $5 million. There's more of this kind of play? Qin Feng was delighted, and his playfulness immediately gave all sorts of strange commands to Shen Ruoyi. Chapter 12 had a boyfriend, but didn't let him touch him. Must be honest, how many boyfriends have you had? Lord Silver, Jing talked about 18, but all limited to holding hands did not do anything excessive. Oh. Qin Feng poof laugh talked about 18 boyfriends only holding hands dog do not believe. How dare you lie to me? Qin Feng sent another angry emoji over. Lord Silver, I really didn't lie to you because I want to save my first time for the one who can marry me, and I can swear to God that I really haven't done that with my boyfriend. Being in love doesn't mean you've had sex. A grieved expression. Qin Feng didn't believe it at all and wanted to see how much this woman could pretend. So, do you have a boyfriend? Yes. Ever slept together? Yes. But I won't let him touch it. Qin Feng was so sleepy that his mouth was crooked with laughter. It's 2025 and there's this outrageous thing. If what Shen Ruoyi said was true, then this boyfriend of hers was really an honest man. It's really tiring to be Shen Ruoyi's boyfriend. In a certain dormitory at Jiangnan University, a boy wearing glasses was doing his homework when he suddenly sneezed. It must be that Jing misses me. I have to study harder and get ahead in the future and count lots and lots of money to buy Jing Jing a house and a car. The four-eyed brother looked happy and energized to get back to studying hard again. Qin Feng was also a bit curious at this time, according to his understanding of Shi Ruoyi. With a person of her character, the kind of boyfriend she was looking for would definitely be the kind of person who was richer. And how can those rich guys honestly not touch her? Qin Feng pretended to be angry and sent a message over. Angry emoji, you all slept together. Do you think I would believe that he didn't touch you? How can there be such an honest boy in this world? Shi Ruoyi was in a hurry. This brother Feng seems to be angry. What if he ignores himself from now on? That's a fixed $50,000 a month. Lightly biting her small lips, she whined into her cell phone. Lord Silver, I really didn't lie to you. My boyfriend is super honest. He listens to me. He won't go west if I tell him to go east. And he keeps all the money from his part-time delivery with me and listens to me very well. So he hasn't touched a hair on my head. Just after Shi Ruoyi sent this voice message, the door to the room was opened. Lu Piaoshui came in wearing a set of white pajamas, I think, wrapping her perfect figure to the fullest. Jing Jing, who are you talking to? Shi Ruoyi was startled, and sheepishly hurriedly hid her cell phone behind her back, with an unnatural smile on her face and said, I was just talking to my boyfriend. Then I won't bother you chatting with your boyfriend. Lu Piaoshui left with a sense of humor. Shi Ruoyi secretly screamed that it was a close call. Luckily Piaoshui didn't know that I was talking to her phone, and it was still that kind of relationship. If she knew, she would have gotten mad. A flicker of struggle flashed in Shi Ruoyi's eyes.
Gossamer, I'm sorry.
You want a big brother, I want a big brother too. We're all on our own. Don't blame me for stealing your big brother. On Qin Feng's side, he turned on the speaker to listen to the voice sent by Shi Ruoyi. The voice was soft and crunchy, with a hint of drawn-out pins. This green tea really knows how to seduce men. No wonder her honest boyfriend is so obedient. You've done a good job tonight. Here's $1,000 for you. Shi Ruoyi was overjoyed. Many thanks, Lord Silver. Jing Jing loves Lord Silver the most. This money is not too easy to come. Oneself in the live broadcast room screaming through the throat. Also, not many people are willing to brush the money. It is better to serve this win, brother. Well, then don't sleep in your pajamas tonight. Shi Ruoyi's heart swam. This brother Feng's hobbies were really special. Don't worry, Lord Silver. From now on, Jing Jing won't even wear it. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose up enough to swing. Brother likes it. Log out of chat and go to bed beautifully. Tomorrow is freshman orientation. The next day, Qin Feng changed into a casual outfit, black pants and white clothes, a pair of sneakers with it, refreshed and radiating sunshine. He had just left the Tunglong Academy to have breakfast outside when he ran into Lu Piaoshui, Shi Ruoyi, and Jiang Xiaofeng walking out. Lu Piaoshui's outfit today caught Qin Feng's eye. Upper body wearing plain white shirt, lower body with black jeans pants, footsteps whiteboard shoes. Look cool, full of aura. Shi Ruoyi dress is much cooler. Super short jeans, wrapped buttocks, banana and white long legs shaking and shaking so that people's eyes cannot move. As for Jiang Xiaofeng, he was treated like air by Qin Feng. Good morning, school sister Piaoshui. Qin Feng greeted with a dashing wave. Lu Piaoshui smiled faintly. Good morning, schoolmate. Taking another look at the remaining breakfast in Qin Feng's hand, he said, You're a big boy. Is it enough to eat that much? Shi Ruoyi frowned her willow brows and spat lightly, her chin slightly raised, her tone full of dislike. Early in the morning, going out and bumping into a nuisance. Really bad luck. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Piaoshui beside her and took the other party's hand. Piaoshui, don't mind him. Let's go over there to eat breakfast. Qin Feng wasn't angry. How fierce this green tea was during the day. I'll make her as honest as I can at night. Seeing Qin Feng defeated, Jiang Xiaofeng passed in front of Qin Feng proudly showing off. Man, see, there are some things that you are not able to pursue. I advise you not to waste your time. I'm going to breakfast with your goddess. No need to be envious. Jiang Xiaofeng left with a smile on his face. Qin Feng took a bite of the bun and sucked another mouthful of soy milk. I really don't know what you're so happy about. And your goddess danced for me last night. Jiang Xiaofeng's footsteps stalled, turned around and stared back in a cold voice. Early in the morning, if you haven't woken up, go back to sleep. What are you talking about in your sleep? Sister Lu is the school flower of Jiangnan University. Even if she wants to dance, she definitely won't dance for a low-level person like you. Jiang Xiaofeng's gaze fell on the breakfast in Qin Feng's hand again, and he despised it. People like you only deserve to eat donuts and soybean milk buns. This young man is going to treat them to a fancy breakfast. Is it against the law to eat soy milk donuts? Qin Feng wouldn't spoil Jiang Xiaofeng and immediately disliked him. Lei Jun, richer than you, right? He's still eating the same donuts and soy milk. Jiang Xiaofeng was instantly dumbfounded and exasperated. Humph. I don't want to talk to someone as unreasonable as you. Qin Feng wanted to laugh when he saw Jiang Xiaofeng leaving in disgrace. This guy had to come and ask for trouble every time. Today is the orientation meeting for new students, so it's better to get there early and check it out. When Qin Feng went to Jiangnan University, the situation today was even more lively than yesterday. The freshmen were running towards the big open-air meeting place. Although there was still half an hour before the freshman conference, the place was already crowded. Qin Feng was also arranged to sit in the front, and half an hour later the entire venue was also filled with people. An unexpected person then appeared in the pupil of Qin Feng's eyes. Lu Piaoshui had also come and was still walking towards his side. Chapter 13. Freshmen's Meeting. Lu Piaoshui lightly moved her lotus steps close to Qin Feng's side, her bright eyes curiously sizing up Qin Feng, her vermilion lips gently opening. Senior, tell me honestly, do you have any special relationship with the principal? These words were asked somewhat suddenly, so much so that Qin Feng appeared briefly stunned. Senior sister, why are you suddenly asking this? Lu Piaoshui fell down and sat in the seat next to Qin Feng, her slender jade legs crossed. Qin Feng squinted his gaze and secretly said, "This nymphet's legs are so pretty, white and tender. I don't know how she maintains them." A light orchid fragrance quietly arrived. Qin Feng was instantly soothed and relaxed. It smells so good. Lu Piaoshui didn't seem to notice Qin Feng's eyes, both eyes staring straight at Qin Feng's face as her clear voice rang out. On your first day at school, the principal arranged for me, the student president, to go and pick you up, and specially explained that I must treat you well. I don't see any of my classmates having this special honor, and even those special enrollment students merely arrange for some teachers to receive them. Also, this time, the school has recruited 10 very outstanding special enrollment students, and as a matter of course in previous years, one of the best candidates was selected from among these special enrollment students as the representative of the freshmen. I just can't figure out why it's different this year and instead picked you, a mediocre person, as the freshman representative. Lu Piaoshui's eyes gazed at Qin Feng's face, her voice calm and with a hint of curiosity. I seriously doubt you're related to the principal. It's not possible that the principal is your father, is it? Qin Feng froze, then dumbfounded, he donated $100 million to the school, though special enrollment, even if they were better, they couldn't be better than this $100 million. What a surprise to see yourself as a freshman representative. Qin Feng spread his hands and said with a smile, Sister, my surname is Qin. Is your principal's surname also Qin? Don't think too much about it, I'm just your average freshman, and to be chosen by the school as the freshman representative, I guess it's a random selection. Lu Piaoshui froze. Qin Feng really didn't have the same surname as the principal either. Could it be that they weren't relatives? Secretly, I said, with my knowledge of the principal, there is no way he would hand over such a great opportunity to an ordinary person for no reason. If this Qin Feng wasn't particularly outstanding, then he must have a powerful background. Never mind, since he was unwilling to talk, he couldn't ask anything, and he would naturally find out later. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Lu Piaoshui handed a speech to Qin Feng. This is the speech that the principal asked me to give you. Just read it when you go on stage later. Qin Feng took the speech and quickly scanned it. It was nothing more than words praising the school's history and culture, how many more talents it had produced, wishing the new students well, and so on. Very formulaic and nothing new. Lu Piaoshui explained something and left. After a while, a skinny boy wearing glasses sat down next to Qin Feng, looking quite civilized. Hello, I'm Zhou Wenbin, a freshman this year, from my hometown Hebei.
Hello, I'm Qin Feng.
Qin Feng replied politely, looking at the guy a couple more times. The smile is naive and he looks like a more honest kind of person. On the back of the case is a cartoon design of a girl with 2 ponytails. One look at the guy playing proto-god. Seemingly noticing the look in Qin Feng's eyes, Zhou Wenbin's eyes grew a bit more eager. Do you also play original gods games? No, I play king once in a while. I also play king, but I prefer to play progenitor. Is brother interested in coming to play progenitor? I'll take you. Zhou Wenbin showed extra enthusiasm. I appreciate your good intentions. Qin Feng balked. It was a waste of time to play proto-god quest for too long. It was okay to play kings to pass the time once in a while. Zhou Wenbin had a look of regret on his face, as if he had missed the opportunity to pull heads. Dude, what's so fun about proto-gods? If you want to play Naruto. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Qin Feng turned around only to realize that there was a physically fit boy sitting behind him. The first feeling given to Qin Feng was as if he was a muscular man in a gym, with a round face with an inch head and all the headband and gloves. This look makes Qin Feng feel vigilant. Recently on the network popular gym, especially much Base Brother Daily Standard, all meet. This guy couldn't be key, could he? Hi, I'm this year's freshman, Zhang Haoyang, a sports specialty student. Zhang Haoyang proudly showed off the muscles on his arms. Then, seeing that look of disgust in Qin Feng's eyes, he instantly understood for a second. Dude, I'm normal. Don't look at me with such eyes. Zhou Wenbin held up his glasses for a moment, half convinced, half doubtful. Your gym's recent reputation is not very good. You look like a Kariki, doubtful. Go, go, go. Don't insult little master, old man is normal. Zhang Haoyang was anxious. For eyes. If you say that again, I'm going to get mad at you. Just then, Lu Piaoshui stepped onto the stage with light steps and also announced the official start of this orientation. As soon as she appeared, there was an uproar on stage. Zhang Haoyang's eyes were glowing. I know this person. She is the school flower Lu Piaoshui. Che, speaking as if I don't know her. The confession wall within the school is plastered with her pictures. Who doesn't know her? Zhou Wenbin puffed his nose. Then, with an ambiguous smile on his face, he said, she'd look great in a double ponytail. Zhang Haoyang poofed a laugh. I see you are a dead otaku who stinks of playing games. Only a four-eyed boy like you would like a double ponytail. According to me, black long straight hair is the most beautiful. Qin Feng, don't you think so? Zhou Wenbin felt that his hobby was severely provoked. As a double ponytail lover, he wouldn't allow others to desecrate his aesthetics. Qin Feng, don't listen to him. Double ponytails are the YY-dis. Qin Feng was speechless. These two guys could even argue about this kind of issue. Alas, it seems that both of you are not familiar with Lu Piaoshui. What is there to discuss about this issue? Zhang Haoyang grinned. Fair lady, gentleman Marty, if you come to the university and don't fall in love once, it would be a wasted visit. I'm going to be friends with Lu Piaoshui first, and see if there's any chance of developing a romantic relationship. Zhou Wenbin scoffed. There are plenty of people who like Lu Piaoshui. How could it be your turn? Just with my imposing, fierce body. I'm not a handful when I want to woo a girl. Zhang Haoyang bragged about himself, his skin thicker than grapefruit skin. See, Qin Feng decided to make him recognize the reality, pointing to Zhang Xiaofeng who was not far away. That guy is also a rich second generation. He also wants to pursue Lu Piaoshui. Are you comparable to him? Zhang Haoyang glanced at it with a disdainful face. Isn't it just a little white boy? People like that are useless except for a few dollars. 3 minutes tops. I'll be able to knock him out. As if Zhang Xiaofeng had a telepathic connection, he suddenly turned his head to Qin Feng's side. Chapter 14. Qin Feng, you don't deserve to be a freshman representative. Zhang Xiaofeng saw Qin Feng at a glance and his eyes sank. Damn. No wonder I felt as if someone was bad-mouthing me at my back just now. So it was this dead trash. Seeing this kid never puts me in a good mood. Gao. I'll disgust you too. Zhang Xiaofeng raised his middle finger at Qin Feng and opened his mouth to say wordlessly, Chao Nima, straight-up nationalist. For I Zhou Wenbin gloated. Zhang Haoyang. This guy is giving you the middle finger. It must be because he heard you bad-mouthing him just now. The smile on Zhang Haoyang's face was gone in a flash. Che, he only dares to be like this. If I were to change places, I would definitely beat him to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Qin Feng knew in his heart that the middle finger Zhang Xiaofeng had just raised was mocking him. Garbage. Qin Feng opened his mouth in silent response. Zhang Xiaofeng read it. With a cold face, he raised the middle fingers of both hands to gesture at Qin Feng and opened his mouth to say wordlessly, You're the trash. This person is so arrogant. He is still scolding you. Zhou Wenbin watched the fun. Zhang Haoyang also mistook Zhang Xiaofeng to be scolding him, inexplicably annoyed. I haven't offended anyone yet on my first day here, and I ran into this kind of trashy little white boy. In another place, I would have beat him up for sure. That's right. Everyone is a freshman this year. Why is this person so arrogant? Zhou Wenbin also chimed in. Qin Feng suddenly realized that these two people were particularly pleasant to the eye, doubly so. No, I also see him as unpleasant, tugging like a 255. Zhang Haoyang. like a confidant in his hometown, eagerly said, "It is rare that we are on the same side. Let's add a WeChat. In the future, we also have a care." Yeah. Qin Feng did not refuse, so he added WeChat friends with these two guys. On the stage, the schoolmates were also there to perform their programs, singing and dancing. Very wonderful. Lu Piaoshui faced the many new students on the stage and was generous and elegant in her demeanor, charming a large group of schoolmates. Next, we have a representative of this freshman class coming up to say a few words to you. I have the pleasure of inviting senior apprentice brother Qin Feng. Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin were incredulous. Dude, you're the freshman rep? This is too good. They certainly know the gold standard of freshman representation. All are recognized by the school as talented and qualified to represent the freshman class. Qin Feng had a breezy face, generally average. Standing up, he headed for the stage. Jiang Xiaofeng stared at Qin Feng's back. What on earth made this kid capable of becoming a freshman representative? This is Jiangnan University. The representatives of the freshmen are very demanding. There is always an aspect of moral, intellectual, and physical special. Could it be that this guy is the school's special enrollment? That's not possible either. He himself is one of the special enrollment this year, and still sent 300,000 thick gifts to get the special enrollment. Is this kid even better than me? Jiang Xiaofeng was depressed to the core. Qin Feng went on stage, and Lu Piaoshui stood together, two people like a pair of golden boys and girls. Male handsome, female envy. Hello everyone, I'm Qin Feng, and I'm honored to be the representative of this year's freshman class. And I'm also happy to be in a common school with you all. JNU has a long history. Qin Feng read from the script given by the principal, and after a long speech, he bowed to the crowd. Thank you all for listening to my long speech, and I won't disturb your time, so I'll hand the rest of the time back to my senior sister. Slow down. Qin Feng was about to get off the stage when he was stopped by a yelling voice. The person who spoke was none other than Jiang Xiaofeng, who was standing at the front row of the stage. Qin Feng frowned. He had already noticed that Jiang Xiaofeng's face was tinged with ill will. The corners of Jiang Xiaofeng's mouth curled upwards, a few moments of playfulness appearing in his eyes. Fellow students, I'm sure you all know that every year, the student representatives of Jiangnan University are rigorously selected. When these words came out, they immediately caught the attention of many freshmen. Jiang Xiaofeng saw that the situation had been guided by himself, and his temperament rose even higher. Since student Qin Feng can be the representative of the new students, he must have something special about him. Since he's already on stage, why don't we let him perform an impromptu program for us? What do you all say? Yes. The crowd cheered. Qin Feng frowned. Jiang Xiaofeng was clearly trying to roast himself on the fire. He was not prepared at all when he came up. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to put on your own show? If you screw up, you'll be the butt of jokes later on, so bad intentions. What should I do? If you say yes, you don't have a show at all. If you don't say yes, you'll end up with a name that doesn't match your name, and you'll be ridiculed by others for your lack of guts. Lu Piaoshui also could not have imagined that there would be a problem. The program list does not have this kind of program arrangements. Mr. Jiang Xiaofeng, all the programs have been pre-arranged by the school. It's not in line with the rules to let Mr. Qin Feng perform a program on the fly, so don't put Mr. Qin Feng in a difficult position. Qin Feng cast a grateful look at Lu Piaoshui. Lu Piaoshui guffawed, her eyes seeming to say you're welcome. When Jiang Xiaofeng heard this, a flame of jealousy shot straight to his heart. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Piaoshui was favoring Qin Feng. In particular, the eye contact between Qin Feng and Lu Piaoshui was undoubtedly pouring a pot of gasoline. Jiang Xiaofeng's flame of jealousy burned even brighter. He would never allow his favorite goddess to flirt with another man on the stage, especially when this man was also Qin Feng, whom he hated. Piaoshui, you know that Qin Feng, the freshman representative's identity, came from an improper source, so why are you still favoring him and even stopping me? Is it possible that you're really interested in this little white boy? Jiang Xiaofeng's face turned blue as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Qin Feng, I still insist on my opinion. Since you are the representative of the freshmen, you have to come up with your own performance program. Otherwise, who will serve you? I seriously doubt that you even qualified to be this year's freshman representative, and that you used nefarious means to get that spot. The crowd was in an uproar at this big hatchet job. No way. Is there a dark secret here? That said, I've heard that the freshman reps have been exceptionally good students in past years, and they basically bring their own programs to the stage. This Qin Feng's high school entrance exam results don't seem to be on the list, and there's no provincial ranking, right? So how did he become the freshman representative? Questioning voices rang out from the stage. Lu Piaoshue's face panicked, although she also suspected that Qin Feng was not the right person to get this freshman representative slot. But this kind of thing absolutely cannot be said, otherwise it will bring a huge negative impact on the school. You go down first, fellow Qin Feng. Let me handle the rest. Lu Piaoshue hurriedly let Qin Feng first go down lest the situation get out of control. At the same time, Zhang Xiaofeng is also very angry. This time to engage in this kind of thing is not to add to their own mess. Qin Feng's heart came to anger. He originally did not want to be too calculating, but Zhang Xiaofeng bullied people too much. Isn't it a show? Spoken like who wouldn't. Chapter 15. Holding hands with a goddess. Qin Feng smiled faintly and retook the microphone that he had just given to Lu Piaoshue. Tilting his head and chest out, he said to the crowd below the stage, I wanted to keep a low profile, but since Mr. Zhang Xiaofeng didn't allow it, I had to have the cheek to stay and sing a song for you all. Alas, I actually don't sing very well, so I hope you don't mind as much. Qin Feng looked quite helpless, as if he was forced by others. Lu Piaoshue speechless. This guy how so loved to show off. They have clearly given him a step down, but also have to stay to be if the singing is not good, make jokes how to do. Alas, he can only be left to his own devices at this time. Let's hope we don't get into any serious trouble. Zhang Xiaofeng could not suppress the corners of his mouth from rising. Now you know that you regret it. Qin Feng, I'm going to make a public spectacle out of you, so that everyone will know that you, the freshman representative, are from the wrong side of the tracks and will become a joke to the entire Jiangnan University in the future. Lu Piaoshue looked worried. Senior, are you all right? Why don't I sing with you? If he and Qin Feng sang together, if he sang badly or forgot the lyrics, he could remedy the situation. Good. Then we'll sing. I'm a little bit moved by you. Qin Feng's eyes looked towards Zhang Xiaofeng with a bit of teasing. The smugness on Zhang Xiaofeng's face was instantly frozen. Immediately afterward, his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, and his eyes spewed fire as he stared at Qin Feng dead in the face. I've got a little bit of a crush on you is a love song sung between a man and a woman. This time to sing this song is undoubtedly to provoke and show off to yourself. I'm so sorry. This is definitely intentional. Qin Feng was contentedly admiring Zhang Xiaofeng's expression. Is this the result you wanted? Lu Piaoshue was also blushing red at the moment, as colorful as a peach blossom. Originally wanted to help Qin Feng through the difficult times, which into thought that this guy is so shameless, but also order this kind of ambiguous song. Really regretted saying I'd sing with him. Lu Piaoshue was riding a tiger. In a dilemma. She could only bite her lips and stare at Qin Feng with eyes full of grudges. The people on the stage were watching and were up in arms. The two guys, Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang, screamed the loudest. Just sing this song we love. Come on, brother. Fight for us boys. Get started. Don't just stand there, ya. Lu Piaoshue squeezed the microphone, her nervous palms sweating, and laughed awkwardly. Senior. Let's begin then. Senior sister, if I don't sing well, bear with me. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He realized that Lu Piaoshue was particularly thin-skinned and was especially good when she was shy. Lu Piaoshue rolled her eyes. You still know that you are worried that you can't sing well, His face quickly regained its calm confidence and gave Qin Feng an encouraging look, as if to say rest assured that I am here. The music played slowly. Lu Piaoshue smiled, signaling her to start singing first to warm up the scene. Fingertips lightly knocking the beat, lips lightly opened. I and you, men and women, cannot escape love, the ethereal voice, like the sound of heaven falling immortal, just like a mountain stream morning dew rolled down the jade plate, clear and gentle, but also with a few points to provoke the heartstrings of the love and inseparable. The stage was instantly duck-tongued and silent. He was quickly attracted by Lu Piaoshue's wonderful singing voice. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. Lu Piaoshue's singing skills, voice special than many stars are better. Very talented to be a singer. Lu Piaoshue's eyes flowed, looking back at Qin Feng, vaguely still a little worried, afraid that he would not be able to catch. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up with a slick smile. His deep eyes looked straight at Lu Piaoshue, and he picked up the microphone and sang, Who wants to have the courage to give their heart in spite of everything? The worry in Lu Piaoshue's eyes instantly disappeared and was replaced by a flash of shock. As soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, the lyrics were full of deep feelings, just like a man who was deeply in love, confessing his love for the woman he loved so much. It was surprisingly on par with his own level. He just said he can't sing well and he can really act. Lu Piaoshue was angry and happy. This guy was really able to bring surprises. Lu Piaoshue's mouth contained a smile, a heart completely relaxed, also followed Qin Feng's rhythm. You're talking about not only you but myself as well. Should it go on? Should there be memories? Letting love come closer one step at a time. The crowd on the stage could not have imagined that Qin Feng could sing so well, and began to coax and scream. There was a constant stream of people cheering and applauding, and others singing along to the beat. Under the stage, Zhang Haoyang was in awe. Being loaded by him, I thought Qin Feng's singing sucked, but I never imagined that he's the one who's a deep-seated expert, awesome to the heavens. Zhou Wenbin pushed up his glasses. I feel like both of us can't compete with him anymore. Look at his tacit understanding with the goddess, it's almost like a couple. It's over, we don't have a chance. Zhou Wenbin shook his head in discouragement and regret. Lu Piao Shue's eyes were colorful, and she was unknowingly invested in the feelings of the song. At that exact moment, Qin Feng looked at Lu Piao Shue with deep eyes, signaling that it was her turn. Lu Piao Shue instinctively picked up the microphone and put it to her mouth. Her eyes flooded with a slight wave of light that made one's heart thump, and her deep voice rang out. I'm a little bit moved by you, but I'm so afraid to look into your eyes. Qin Feng's heart was suddenly strange, and he subconsciously held Lu Piao Shue's hand. The latter shuddered slightly and did not break free, allowing him to gently grab hold of her. It's soft and has a cool, cozy feel to it. This is the first feeling of Qin Feng. Looked up, Feng noticed Lu Piao Shue's face more than a trace of red rime, stunning to the extreme. Eyes didn't dare to look at him anymore, but instead looked at the freshman on the stage. And the stage erupted into screams of excitement. Awesome! Holding hands. Hurry up and release the schoolgirl. A mixture of envious and jealous voices. Zhang Haoyang covered his forehead. My first love ended before it even started. Zhou Wenbin wailed. I can no longer see a double ponytail appearing on the goddess. This kid is also too fast out of the gate, so fast to hold his hand. And Jiang Xiaofeng was so angry that his teeth were about to be clenched. How could this be? According to his own plan, Qin Feng should have made a fool of himself on the stage and then been mocked by the crowd, eventually fleeing. What is it now? Holding the hand of the woman I love, singing love songs here. Gao! Qin Feng! Hurry up and take your dirty hands off. Jiang Xiaofeng roared madly inwardly, exuding an aura that no one should come near him. Qin Feng felt something in his heart and looked down at Jiang Xiaofeng. Jiang Xiaofeng sat in the audience and stood out from the crowd. Everyone around him cheered, but he was the only one who had a smelly face. Jiang Xiaofeng, can't believe it. I have to thank you for creating this opportunity for me. The corners of Jiang Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. How could he not see that Qin Feng was mocking him? It was hard for him to stay up until Qin Feng finished his song, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Lu Piao Shue also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling her hand twitching slightly. Qin Feng had the sense to let go of Lu Piao Shue's jade hand. Classmates, thank you for the applause. I've sung the song, so I won't waste your time. Lu Piao Shue glared fiercely at Qin Feng. This guy had not taken advantage of himself just now. Out of politeness, he could not refuse. Chapter 16. Schoolmate, be my boyfriend. Qin Feng had just returned to his seat when Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin looked adoring. Brother, teach me how to pick up girls. Zhang Haoyang licked his face and flattered. Brother Feng, accepting disciples? The kind that pays for worship. Zhou Wenbin even picked up the direct, but also wanted to worship. Qin Feng only felt that these two people were like a pair of living treasures. The roughest and most direct way to pick up a girl is only this. Qin Feng made a gesture of rubbing money. Zhang Haoyang spat. Che, what do you call this skill? Who has money still need to ask you For Zhou Wenbin said, Brother, don't be so tacky. Not every girl likes money. Some girls like sincere guys like me. Qin Feng patted Zhou Wenbin's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Children, don't be naive. Nowadays there is no such thing as picking up a girl without money. Even if she likes you, if you don't have any money you take your girlfriend on the street to eat air? It's different, and by no money I don't mean no money at all, just not enough for the basics like those who are rich. Zhou Wenbin tried to convince Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head and did not want to explain again. This child is still young and does not know the importance of money. He will later understand how important it is to chase girls' money. If he hadn't donated $100 million this time, he wouldn't have been able to become the school's freshman representative. It wouldn't have been so quick to recognize Lu Piao Shue. A few people chatted for a while, and the new student conference ended successfully with the new students leaving individually. Dude, congratulations on our first day of meeting. How about I take you guys out to dinner? Zhang Haoyang, warmly invited, just came to the school. He also wanted to make a few more friends, and he also saw Qin Feng and Zhou Wenbin as particularly agreeable. It's better if I treat you too, and neither of you should compete with me. This kind of thing Qin Feng is not to be trifled with. The three of them came to a roadside stall, and Qin Feng told the two of them to order as much as they could. While the food was still being served, Qin Feng took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. There were several unread messages. Shen Ruoyi, Senior Qin Feng, congratulations on becoming the freshman representative. Unfortunately, I'm still in the hospital with my father for the operation, so I have no way to congratulate you in person. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Suddenly he thought of the lace photo that Shen Ruoyi sent last time. His heart heated up. It's fine. I'll treat you to dinner when you're done. Shen Ruoyi quickly replied. Okay. Wakey. Who are you talking to? Mom. It's my classmate. Shen Ruoyi sheepishly put the phone away. Shen Ruoyi's mother was worried. Ruoyi? Tell Mom honestly? Who gave you this money? Mom. Didn't I tell you? This is the commission the company gave me after I sold a house to a client. Shen Ruoyi hurriedly lowered her head to play with her phone, not daring to look at her mom's eyes. Shen's mother's face slumped as she sternly said, You're the child I've watched grow up. I can tell when you're lying. How long have you only been on the job? You just got $100,000 back to the family. Do you think I'm going to believe anything you say? Shen Ruoyi couldn't speak at all, at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer her mother. Ruoyi, you wouldn't be how unseemly, right? Shen mother's eyes reddened as she tightly grasped Shen Ruoyi's hand to force the question. Then, her tone eased. You have to be obedient. No matter what happens at home. Mom doesn't want you to sell your body for money. Do you understand? If your father knew you were trading your body for money, he'd rather jump off a building and kill himself than ever use that dirty money to save his life. Tell Mommy honestly, where did all this money come from? Shen Ruoyi was so scared that her face turned vaguely white. Fearing that her mother would know, she barely maintained the smile on her face and said, Mom, don't worry. I didn't sell my body. This is… Suddenly, Shen Ruoyi suddenly thought of Qin Feng, and in a hurry, it was given to me by my boyfriend. My boyfriend is very rich. Shen Ruoyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she finished speaking. This reason should be believed by her mom. Really? Shen's mother was skeptical. Of course it's true. Mom, when have I ever lied to you? Shen Ruoyi wore a smile on her face. Shen mother's face still did not have a joyful smile on it, and she said in an undeniable manner, Since you've received so much money from others, you're also considered half of his daughter-in-law, so bring him to meet me at night. I'll keep an eye out for you, and I'd also like to meet the man who saved our family's life. Shen Ruoyi was dumbfounded. Where would one find a boyfriend in such a short period of time, and a rich one at that? At this time, Qin Feng was still reading his WeChat messages. Yanhong, boss, when are you going to buy a car? I'll take you to buy a car. Qin Feng replied, I'll let you know when there's time, when I'm done with the matter at hand. After reading this letter, the one with the highest number of unread messages was from Shi Rojing. Lord Silver. Good morning Jing Jing misses you hug. This message was sent at 10 a.m. and a couple more at 10:30 a.m. Lord Silver, but didn't get up? Just now I saw a set of good beautiful clothes on the street if I wear it must be very good. The first time will definitely give the main Silver to take pictures, but it's too expensive to 38.88. Oh. Jing Jing do not want to give up. Master, you ignore Jing Jing. I'm so sad. Tonight I'll open a live broadcast. You must come to see me No mention of wanting money in every sentence, but in every sentence the subtext is wanting money. Not bad for a green tea whore. Qin Feng ignored it and Lu Piaoshui sent another message. Schoolboy, you've got a lot of guts. You even dare to hold my hand. I'm warning you, it won't happen again. And a 9 angry emojis along with it. Qin Feng secretly laughed, so angry. Why didn't you refuse in the first place and come to settle the score after the fact? What arrogance. It's true that a woman's words should be heard in reverse. Sister, don't be angry haha. This is the effect of the show. It won't happen again, I apologize. Qin Feng sent this sentence over the woman as long as to give her a step down, to meet her vanity is finished. On the other hand, Lu Piaoshui was secretly annoyed in the dressing room. Taking advantage of me. One sentence about the effect of the program and that's it? And too cheap. The more Lu Piaoshui thought about it, the more she felt that she had suffered a great loss. The first time being held by a boy's hand is still in full view, and it is not the person she likes. How about taking this opportunity to test his relationship with the principal? Lu Piao Shue's brain spun and quickly replied to Qin Feng. You want to be done with it with a single apology? Treat me to a barbecue tonight and I'll forgive you. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up a smile. There was nothing to do in the evening, so accompanying Lu Piao Shue to have a barbecue wouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to promise Lu Piao Shue, Shen Ruoyi sent a message. Senior apprentice brother Qin Feng, it's 100,000 times more urgent. My mom suspected that my money came from the wrong source. I told her it was from my boyfriend. My mom doesn't believe me and wants me to bring my boyfriend to meet her at night. Can you temporarily act as my boyfriend and hide it from my mother for me? Please. Chapter 17. I know the best young women. Qin Feng froze, staring at the message Shen Ruoyi had come over appeared in a momentary trance. Before going to college, Qin Feng had a crush on a female other in high school, but it was a pity that it was too common at that time, and the white moonlight simply ignored him. So he hadn't been anyone's boyfriend yet, and this kind of thing was still a first for a big girl in a sedan chair. On one side is the schoolgirl's invitation, and on the other side is Shen Ruoyi begging for help as a boyfriend. Without much hesitation, Qin Feng already had an answer in his heart. Eating barbecue with Lu Piao Shue can be done anytime. Shen Ruoyi's side is more urgent. Okay. Send me the time and place. I'll get ready and then buy some fruit to meet your parents. But as promised, it's just a temporary boyfriend. Don't get me wrong. Shen Ruoyi soon received the message sent by Qin Feng. Her heart was very grateful, and a lifted heart was completely put down. When she confirmed Qin Feng's promise, Shen Ruoyi's heart was also more than a little strange, vaguely nervous, and with a hint of anticipation. Suddenly thinking of Qin Feng's deal, a hint of redness surfaced on Shen Ruoyi's delicate face. Her heart panicked and she hurriedly sent the message over. Thanks. I'll send you the address now. Qin Feng quit chatting with Shen Ruoyi and sent another message back to Lu Piao Shue. I'm sorry, I'm busy tonight. I'll buy you a barbecue some other time. Lu Piao Shue looked at the message sent by Qin Feng with an incredulous expression. Qin Feng even refused. How is this possible? I don't know how many guys at school dream of asking themselves out on a date, and without exception, they turn them down. Such a good thing and he turned it down? Lu Piao Shue even had a momentary illusion that she wasn't good-looking enough. This possibility was zero. Lu Piao Shue was extremely confident in her looks. Ruling out this possibility, there is only one possibility. Qin Feng might want to use this way to draw attention to himself and make me think that he's different. In the twinkling of an eye, an interested smile appeared on Lu Piao Shue's absolutely beautiful face. Lu Piao Shue stared at her cell phone and smiled lightly. Schoolmate Qin Feng is a bit interesting. You want to play with me in the set of desire to escape, right? Then I'll play well with you. Senior Qin Feng, if you have something important to do, go ahead and get busy. When you're free then ask me out for a barbecue to make up for my loss. I'm going to get busy first. Qin Feng glanced at the message, also did not reply again. Think for a moment. Tonight to meet Shen Ruoyi family often. May also invite them to dinner or do something or have to buy a car to support the scene. He had wanted to get a car sometime too, and the fact that this came up accelerated his desire to buy a car. Finding Yi Yanhong's WeChat, he sent her a message. Sister Yi, are you free now? Accompany me to buy a car. Yes, where are you? I'm driving to pick you up now. Yi Yanhong directly returned in seconds. Qin Feng sent the address of the big stall to Yi Yanhong. Qin Feng, why are you always playing with your cell phone? Have a drink with your brothers. Zhang Haoyang poured a glass of beer and handed it over. Qin Feng took the beer and said, Dude, I'll just mean it. I have a friend picking me up later. I have to run some errands. Male or female? Zhang Haoyang was gossipy. For I Zhou Wenbin laughed. 100% male. He and we are also the same. Are this year's freshmen here. Should not know anyone. Then you guys are really wrong. Not only is it a female, but it's also an extremely beautiful woman. Cut the bragging. I see you kid had 2 beers and started bragging. Why don't you tell me that a nice-looking young woman is coming for you later? Zhang Haoyang had a look of contempt. Qin Feng put down his glass of wine and stuck up his thumb in praise. Man, it's too bad you don't go to fortune-telling. What do you mean by that? Zhang Haoyang looked puzzled, completely confused by Qin Feng's words. Because there's really a sexy, young woman coming over to me later, Qin Feng said in a serious manner. That got a big laugh out of the 2 losers. Zhang Haoyang laughed as he hosted. Stop it. It's not suitable for dreaming in broad daylight. Don't keep thinking about finding a rich woman without working hard. Not everyone has that fate. The four-eyed boy pushed his glasses. The corner of his mouth simply couldn't suppress the smile. I thought I was already middle-aged enough, but I can't imagine that you're sicker than I am in the brain, and I still have to be laughed at by your fights that don't live. Qin Feng was speechless. He was just being honest. How did he become a liar? Don't care to explain to you two pigs. She'll come to me later anyway. Zhang Haoyang fiercely poured a mouthful of beer, spewed out a mouthful of alcohol with a single mouthful, patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother, if you really have this ability, in the future, you'll be my big brother and I'll be your little brother. Yes, if you're that good. I'm willing to call you big brother. From now on you'll be the boss of the two of us. If you don't have the ability to do that, you'll call the two of us big brother." Zhou Wenbin followed suit. Qin Feng pretended to sigh and shrugged helplessly. "Looks like you guys will have to call me big brother from now on." Pulling out his cell phone again to check the time, he said, "She'll be here in 5 minutes tops." Seeing Qin Feng's fervor, Zhang Haoyang was surprised. "Brother, are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Qin Feng had a serious face. The two men were startled. All of them were bluffed by Qin Feng's serious attitude. Zhou Wenbin's dumbfounded face. "No way, you really know the top young woman?" Qin Feng smiled mysteriously and didn't explain, so that the two people instead looked forward to it even more, and the 5 minutes were quickly approaching. But for these two new friends, it's just torture. They were very much looking forward to what kind of extremely good young woman Qin Feng was talking about. In an instant, a BYD steadily parked next to the noisy stall, just next to Qin Feng's table. The door of the car lightly opened. A wrapped black silk slender legs were the first to be reflected in the eyes of the crowd. The lines were rounded, with just the right amount of flesh, to see the two friends beside Qin Feng instantly widen their eyes staring straight at the jade legs. Immediately after, Yi Yanhong stepped off the car. The upper body with the red corset, breasts full, slightly curled long hair wantonly scattered. Adding a few points of her mature flavor, the charming and moving face show the mature woman's style. "Qin Feng." Yi Yanhong smiled delicately, her fluffy voice pinned to the bone. Qin Feng appreciated some, and could see that Yi Yanhong had deliberately gone through some dressing up before coming to find herself. Seeing Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin's dumbfounded looks again, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "You two eat slowly, I'll go and get busy first." Qin Feng dropped these words and got up to leave. Yi Yanhong hurriedly opened the car door and courteously invited Qin Feng to get on the car. Until Qin Feng left, the two of them, Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin, were inwardly unable to calm down for a long, long time. That young woman just now is too superb. Zhou Wenbin had a face that was hard to be confident. How did he manage to get that young woman to open the door for him personally? It couldn't be that he was being adopted, could it? Zhang Haoyang admired. "I'm so envious of being adopted by a young woman. He'll be my big brother from now on." Chapter 18, My Freshman Year. Yi Yanhong drove the BYD and asked with a faint smile on her face, "Boss, what kind of car do you want to go for? I know a lot of car dealership owners too, so I can introduce you." "Well, just Cullinan." Qin Feng has long considered that this kind of car can seat a few more people, so you can take your friends out to have fun. Yi Yanhong envy in her heart. Rich people are not the same, millions of cars say bye. Alas, one could never afford to drive such a luxury car in one's lifetime, and one would be lucky to drive a BYD. "What's the matter? You seem to be thinking of something unhappy." Qin Feng happened to catch the melancholy in Yi Yanhong's eyes and asked a question. Yi Yanhong laughed bitterly. "It's just that I envy people like the boss. There is no pressure in life, and you can live a life of waving money around and realizing freedom of wealth. Unlike us bitter people who have to go to work, make money, and pay the mortgage." Qin Feng faintly asked, "Oh, you still have to pay the mortgage every month?" "I bought a house outside of the city for about $1 million and I have to pay back about $8,000 a month. So I'm particularly stressed at work. Sometimes you have to compete with your colleagues in order to get a commission, and you've offended quite a few of them for this crown of sales." Qin Feng didn't have this kind of pressure and naturally couldn't appreciate Yi Yanhong's heartache. Indeed, nowadays, many people work early and late just for the sake of two mouths to feed and clothe themselves, as well as their children and houses, and they simply can't experience the joy of life. "That's not true." Yi Yanhong seemed to have opened her tongue, complaining to Qin Feng about the unsatisfactory aspects of her life, and without realizing it, the two of them arrived at the car dealership. At the entrance of this chain of luxury car dealerships, well-dressed salesmen were standing by to greet their honored guests. The two of them had just driven over in their BYD when their figure was captured by the sharp greeters. "Welcome. Would you two like to see a car? I'll show you around. I don't know what kind of car you need or what price point I can recommend." The two sales, a man and a woman, are dedicated and don't throw off their faces as soon as they come in, like some salesmen do. "Oh, isn't this my old boss Yi Yanhong, Manager Yi?" A conspiratorial voice rang out as a stylishly dressed, sexily revealing female accompanied a middle-aged balding man out of it. With a disdainful smile on the corner of her mouth, the woman teasingly looked at Yi Yanhong and said, "What? Could it be that you also want to come here to buy a car?" Yi Yanhong frowned as the smile on her face gradually disappeared. "Your friend? Why are you talking so cross?" Qin Feng asked in a low voice while sizing up these two. He could tell at a glance that these two were coming for a bad reason. Yi Yanhong clasped her hands in front of her chest, coldly looked at the visitor and said, "Female Mu Tingting is my former subordinate, often steals my clients and has an unclear relationship with them. This person is very annoying. Dead Baldhead is a client I used to buy houses from. That was snatched away by Mooting, and now these two are screwing together." Qin Feng heard the resentment in Yi Yanhong's words, and with this reasoning, it was no wonder that the two saw each other as if they were on fire when they met. Yi Yanhong raised her chin and said forcefully, "No, I bring my clients here to look at cars and you have a problem with that?" Mu Tingting's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes teasingly seeing Qin Feng from top to bottom. Ordinary clothes, did not bring any expensive luxury goods, looked like a college student, young age should not be any rich man. Mu Tingting was actually still very confident in her eyesight, which was the fiery eyes she had practiced doing sales. Could it be that Yi Yanhong was fooled by this little handsome boy, thinking he was a rich second generation, so she brought him here to look at cars? Mu Tingting couldn't help but show a mocking amplitude at the corner of her mouth and poofed a smile. "Yi Yanhong, I think you're crazy for wanting to sell your house. This little brother looks quite handsome, but are you sure that he'll be able to afford to buy a house in Tenglong Academy? It couldn't be that you, an old woman, were fooled by someone else, so you foolishly brought someone here to look at a car." Yi Yanhong's face changed drastically, anger rising from her heart. She was only 28 this year, and she was being called an old woman. How could she bear this tone of voice? Straight up blitzed. "Mu Tingting, your mouth is still as poisonous as ever. I'm a little older than you, but I'm not like some people who will do anything to sell their house, even selling their own bodies. Didn't serve this Mr. Liu beside you much, did you?" Yi Yanhong had a smug face and a cold look. The two men's auras went toe-to-toe. The two sales next to them stared at Mu Tingting with strange eyes. Mu Tingting's face swished. The expression on his face gradually twisted as he angrily said, "Yi Yanhong, believe it or not, I'll sue you for slander. Mr. Liu, I'm your girlfriend, to the point where you can't bear to watch me being bullied by others? Or are you still in love with this little?" Lu Shangjin smiled faintly. "Well, let's not mention the past. We are all friends. We all dissipate our anger, haha. Yanhong, you shouldn't take it to heart either. How about this? I'll treat you all to a big meal later, so we can all forget about all these unpleasant things." Lu Shangjin's eyes stared hotly at Yi Yanhong's petite body, secretly saying, "This little hasn't seen for a while, is getting more and more beautiful. It's a pity that the last time he invited her for a drink was escaped by him, or else he could have tasted its deliciousness as well. The kid next to him was quite an obstacle, and I don't know what he was. It looks plain and ordinary. Can it be that Yi Yanhong is looking for a gigolo boyfriend?" In an instant, Lu Shangjin looked at Qin Feng with a bit more hostility in his eyes. Yi Yanhong was made uncomfortable by Lu Shangjin's look and said with a cold face, "No need. Mr. Liu, we still have things to do, so excuse us." Lu Shangjin's face sank, his eyes more than a few points of ruthlessness, and then confidently said, "As long as you promise to go to dinner with me, I can also introduce friends to you to buy a few sets of houses. Do you not want to make money?" He was confident that as long as he put out this bait, a woman like Yi Yanhong would definitely find it hard to refuse. Hey, when I get you drunk, I'll play you to death and take pictures." Lu Shangjin had a lewd smile on his face, as if he had eaten up Yi Yanhong. This kind of look annoyed Qin Feng. "Digging under my nose? Do you really think I'm transparent?" Qin Feng's patience had a limit, straightening his back. His tone carried a bit of seriousness as he said, "Uncle, one should know how to advance and retreat. Sister Yi has already rejected you, so don't be a stalker here." Then his eyes sank. "And old me isn't poor, I don't need you to buy her dinner. Please leave my friend alone." The smile on Lu Shangjin's face solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. There hadn't been a few people who dared to speak to him in this tone. It was a breath he couldn't bear. Kid, dare to talk to me in such a tone? Which unit are you from? Lu Shangjin scolded sternly. Qin Feng disdained. He hated it when people threatened him with such words, and said indifferently, a freshman from Jiangnan University? Is this unit impressive enough? Chapter 19 More Than Money? Ha ha ha. Lu Shangjin can no longer suppress the laughter. Let out a loud laugh. Has been hanging heart also finally landed. I originally thought that this kid has a big head, but after half a day, it is just a fledgling college student. Look at this appearance. It is estimated that it is just a short time ago, and I do not know what means, but also with Yi Yanhong hooked up with the line. Mu Tingting also curled the corner of her mouth upwards, wrapped her arm around Lu Shangjin's shoulder and giggled. I probably know what's going on. Tenglong Academy has a lot of freshmen who go there to rent a house to live every year, and these two people know each other when they browbeat each other. It must be Yi Yanhong, this shameless woman. Seeing this little white boy looking handsome, she wants to hook up with people. Maybe this little white boy is still a wild man she has adopted. Yi Yanhong's cheeks instantly turned red as she sternly rebuked. Keep your mouth clean. I'm not as shameless as you. Seeing a rich man and rushing to seduce him. I'm not that lowly. Seeing that Yi Yanhong was agitated, Qin Feng said indifferently, there's no need to get angry over this kind of shameless woman. Once Mu Tingting heard this, she was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. The whole thing was greatly irritated. Stretching out her index finger, she pointed it straight at Qin Feng, her mouth screaming and cursing loudly. Put your mouth clean? Who just said who is shameless? Qin Feng ignored Mu Tingting and gazed at Yi Yanhong's face with clear eyes as he smiled faintly. Don't put down your noble stature to talk to this kind of garbage, or else you will pull down your level. Let's go see the car. Qin Feng suddenly reached out and pulled Yi Yanhong's hand. Yi Yanhong was stunned, not having thought that Qin Feng would be so bold as to hold her hand. At this time, Qin Feng's warm palm quietly covered the back of her hand. The temperature transferred to her heart surged a different sentiment. The feeling was both warm and solid. The original exasperated anger gradually subsided. Aha! Yi Yanhong gave a light hum and allowed Qin Feng to hold her hand and leave, her face slightly red. Mu Tingting's angry teeth itchy. This mouth says that he is all principled. In the end, he is still not the same as himself hooking up everywhere. Even college students are not spared. Ayuk! Mu Tingting secretly took out her cell phone, took a picture of Yi Yanhong and Qin Feng, and found a WeChat friend, a person named Fan Xingye, and sent the photo and address together. At this time, Lu Shangjin's eyes were gloomy, feeling as if he had been cuckolded. Damn, at the expense of lousy thought that Yi Yanhong was very serious, but it turns out that it is also a cargo that likes the old cow to eat young grass. The more Lu Shangjin thought about it, the more unbalanced his heart became, and with a stern face, he said to the salesman, these two people, one of them is a house seller and the other one is a college student. They simply don't have the strength to buy a luxury car from you. I make a request to you as a VIP customer, please kick these two people out. The two sales had a difficult look on their faces. Mr. Lu, this is not good. Our store has never had a precedent of kicking people out. If this gets out, it will have a bad impact on our company. Yi Yanhong stopped, secretly despise. These two fools still do not know what they have offended. Qin Feng can buy 20 suites of people in one breath. The strength is not you Lu Shangjin can compare. Mr. Lu, I advise you that it's best to keep your mouth shut, or else you'll easily offend people. We're both just here to buy a car. Believe it or not. Mu Tingting's chin was slightly raised, and the corner of her mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. Yi Yanhong, don't put on a show here. I know very well in my heart how much weight you have. Not just driving a broken BYD well, every month is only that $10,000 salary, but also dare to look at the car here, do not mind embarrassing. Qin Feng wondered and asked rhetorically, may I ask if this car dealership is owned by your family? If it's not a bother, will you shut up? Sales hasn't even said anything. What's your hurry? I want to come here and buy a car, can't I? Qin Feng a meal output. Mu Tingting angry face a burst of green and blue. Turned to grab Lu Shangjin's hand pouting. Lu brother. Other people bullying me. Is it that you just stand here together watch the hilarity? I'm going to ignore you if you keep this up. Huh? Baby don't be angry. I'll just teach them a lesson for you. Lu Shangjin had an ambiguous smile at the corner of his mouth and secretly touched Mu Tingting's buttocks. Then, turning his head to stare at Qin Feng, the smile on his face was completely gone, and he said with a stern face, hurry up and apologize to my girlfriend. and then hurry up and disappear from in front of me, and I'll pretend that this matter never happened. Otherwise, you kid don't want to study at Jiangnan University. One call from me, I can get a few people to break your legs. Threaten me? Qin Feng's face turned cold. Sales. Someone is causing trouble here. Don't you care? The two sales were very difficult and rushed to talk them out of it. Lu Shangjin poofed a smile. Kid, you probably don't know who I am. I'm a VIP customer here, and often come here to maintain the car. Do you think they listen to you, or to me? Lu Shangjin's words paused. With a few moments of banter patted Qin Feng's shoulder and laughed. Little brother, I can understand wanting to get ahead, but if you want to find a woman, you also need to find one with a little bit of money. Yi Yanhong, I know, when she used to beg me to buy a house, she called me brother one bite at a time. Last time she was lucky and was picked up by a friend. Otherwise she would have been drugged and slept with by me. Ha! Do you know what kind of people I despise the most? A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He hated men who drugged women the most. Men are flirty, but not nasty. You shouldn't be trying to talk about people like me, right? Lu Shangjin grinned, his face full of superiority. I know you must be very upset in your heart. It can't be helped. Who made me rich? When you're rich you can do whatever you want. Don't take it personally. That's the reality. Young man, you have a long way to go, learn more. Lu Shangjin had a long toehold admonition. Qin Feng smiled. His eyes were like looking at a little cutie. Like, Uncle, I'm a person who doesn't have much of anything, just a lot of money. Don't believe me yet. I just have it in me. Lu Shangjin, as if he heard a big joke, unhurriedly pulled out a cigarette in his mouth, contemptuous. Did Yi Yanhong did not tell you that I opened a factory of more than 200 people? I make millions every month. You'll never make that much in your life. Lu Shangjin smug, he believes that any college students hear their own monthly income of millions. In addition to envy that only inferiority complex, the boy will not be an exception. In less than 3 seconds, he would have wimped out and apologized. Qin Feng was happy and laughed. The tone is so crazy. I thought I was earning hundreds of billions every month, but it turns out it's only a few million. Lu Shangjin's face instantly collapsed, and with a cold snort, he yelled at Qin Feng. Brat, listen to you, as if you are rich. If you really have that kind of ability, buy a car here. Don't just play smart. Chapter 20. Pick any car you like. Want me to show strength? That's not easy. Qin Feng puffed out his chest. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a domineering manner, Sister Yi, I'm a person who hates it when people act like a big man in front of me. Someone just said that you, in this lifetime, are not qualified to buy a luxury car here, so I'll give you that chance now. Which one of the cars on the scene you like? Just pick it. Qin Feng pointed at the surrounding luxury cars and said in a domineering manner, I'll give it to you. Qin Feng was overbearing and threw his voice. The moment these words came out, it was like a cannonball exploding in the ears of the crowd, shaking everyone's minds into a blank. Everyone present looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. You're a college student, dressed in ordinary clothes. Where do you get the courage to say such bold words? This is a luxury car dealership. The cheapest car is not less than $300,000, and the expensive ones are up to $10 million. Some people disdained, some people questioned. Just no one believed Qin Feng's words. Only Yi Yanhong had an instantly stunned expression on her face, as if she had heard something unbelievable. This was followed by a monstrous ecstasy, a raging excitement that flooded her fangirl heart. While others didn't know Qin Feng's strength, she was quite clear about it, saying you'll send a car, we'll definitely send a car. Any one of the cars here is a luxury car that Yi Yanhong wouldn't dare to think about. Yet the dream was right in front of him, and the man could easily make his dream a reality with a single word. Yi Yanhong's delicate body trembled. Her eyes glittered with excitement as she stared at Qin Feng, her mind going blank, unexpectedly unable to speak. However, everyone else looked at Qin Feng with a look of contempt as if they were watching a joke. Lu Shangjin was full of mockery, pulling the corner of his mouth to sneer out, Kid, do you really think this place is selling toy cars? Do you know how much the most expensive car here is worth? And pretending to buy the best car to give away, do you have the strength? Lu Shangjin was aggressive, as if he had decided that Qin Feng simply couldn't afford a car here. Qin Feng held a belly full of anger. If he didn't let these two dogs see what is called ho 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 today, his heart wouldn't be happy. He glanced at Yi Yanhong, who was still there in a daze, and said, Sister Yi, why are you still standing here? Go pick your favorite car. Yi Yanhong woke up as if from a dream and said with wide eyes, "You're not joking with me?" Her voice was trembling a bit because she was so excited. With this kind of big pie falling from the sky, she didn't dare to be sure if she was dreaming, so she wanted to confirm with Qin Feng again. When Mu Tingting saw Yi Yanhong's fussiness, the corner of her mouth hooked up a mocking arc, and she let out an ear-piercing scoff. "Yi Yanhong, you're afraid that you want to climb up the ladder of power and nobility to lose your mind, aren't you? Still think he's a big moneymaker? Stupid enough to come here with him to buy a car?" Her arms clasped in front of her chest, her tone more and more acerbic. "Don't dream here, you don't look at yourself what virtue, but as a few points of beauty, all the time thinking of hooking men to buy a house of the small salesman. With you, this life don't expect to be able to drive on the limousine. It is better to recognize the reality before it's too late." Yi Yanhong was not in the mood to take care of Mu Tingting right now, and when she saw Qin Feng nodding, her face turned red with excitement. "Then I'll go and choose a car. Go ahead. Pick whatever style you want, money is not a problem." Qin Feng had a breezy face, as if coming here to buy a luxury car was like buying a cabbage. The side of the sales secretly shook his head. This kid wants to pretend to come to the wrong place. Alas, this matter is getting worse and worse to deal with. It is better to notify the manager to come. Hurry to secretly send a message to contact the manager to come over to deal with it. Lu Shangjin grinned. "Little brother, you really ed with me, didn't you? I'd like to see how you're going to end up later." Qin Feng smiled faintly. "You'll soon realize how big the gap between you and me is." Lu Shangjin bristled. This kid's mouth is really hard. Fake it hard. Yi Yanhong is now very entangled. Shopping for a dozen cars do not have a fixed number in mind. She has seen cars worth millions to millions, but none of these cars Yi Yanhong is satisfied. Qin Feng had said she could have her pick of the most expensive cars in the store. Choose too cheap, then they will lose out. Pick too expensive and afraid that Qin Feng will not agree. What to do? This is the only chance to change one's life. If one can get a luxury car with tens of millions of dollars, even if one resells it, one can still realize wealth freedom. Yi Yanhong admitted that she couldn't resist the temptation. She wanted the most expensive. Under the 10,000 entanglements, Yi Yanhong asked the sales following behind, "Where's the most expensive car you have here?" While secretly observing the change in Qin Feng's expression. If Qin Feng was unhappy, then he would improvise and turn to pick a cheaper car. However, Qin Feng's face was calm, which made Yi Yanhong ecstatic and even bolder. The salesman was also quite helpless. Since he knew Qin Feng's identity, he already didn't hold any hope. He could only smile awkwardly. "The most expensive one we have here is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but it's already been booked by someone else. So if you like it, you can Phantom series, around 7 million. 7 million. Yi Yanhong's little heart indisputably beat fiercely. As long as Qin Feng said one word, she would be able to obtain the luxury car that others envied. "Boss, can I have a Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Yi Yanhong cautiously asked Qin Feng, her eyes both expectant and afraid that Qin Feng would be unhappy, her long, nervous legs trembling. Mu Tingting poofed a laugh. "Yi Yanhong, you really dare to think. How can this little white boy send you a luxury car worth $7 million, you?" Before the words fell, Qin Feng very painfully said, "No problem, I'm happy today, so I'll give you a Rolls-Royce Phantom." Yi Yanhong was struck by lightning when she heard this. The body was instantly immobilized and the pupils of his eyes were wide. Qin Feng agreed. "Can you own a multi-million-dollar luxury car now?" At this instant, Yi Yanhong was like winning the heavenly lottery, splashing heavenly riches from the sky, instantly excited and incoherent. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I don't even know how to thank you. Thank you." Yi Yanhong's face was red with excitement and her eyes glittered. Qin Feng was amused that a mere few million could make an ordinary person so excited that he lost his temper. If Yi Yanhong accepted this gift, she would only be more devoted to herself in the future. "The most important thing is that I don't see Lu Shangjin as a pair of dogs. No, you two are really acting more and more alike. Those who don't know would think you're filming a movie." Lu Shangjin grinned and said, his eyes full of contempt, "What happened?" Suddenly, a slightly authoritative voice rang out. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit walked this way. Lu Shangjin immediately smiled as soon as he saw the visitor. "Mr. Wang, you came just in time. There are rash youths causing trouble here. Please handle it." Chapter 21 Pocket Money Bank Card. Mr. Wang had received a message from the salesman earlier, so he had come to see what was happening. "Mr. Lu." Mr. Wang's face slowed down a little. Lu Shangjin added fuel to the fire and told the whole thing in a few words. Mr. Wang frowned, very unhappy. Little brother, I understand what's probably going on. I don't want to care about your grudges. I just want to know if you have the money to buy a car from me. If not, Mr. Wang's face gathered cold. Then please leave here and apologize to Mr. Liu. Qin Feng didn't bother to explain, directly pulling out an ordinary bank card, bottoming out. This card is my pocket money. You can just take it and brush it. Pocket money? The crowd poofed. Mr. Wang was speechless. Was this kid really here to cause trouble? In any case, since this kid to take the card out, then they also have to check, so they nodded to the side of the sales, signaling to let him take Qin Feng card to swipe. The salesman was also curious as to how much pocket money Qin Feng had. 10,000? Or maybe 100,000? Can't be millions, can it? The salesman thought his idea was a bit funny. How could there be millions of dollars in pocket money? Unless the guy was a rich kid. But that kid didn't look like a rich kid either. Taking Qin Feng's card is a swipe. Card swiped successfully. $7 million successfully paid. The electronic sound of a successful deduction rang out. No doubt a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Lu Shangjin and the others froze on the spot. Instantly the spotlight is on the sale. The salesman was also dumbfounded that the deduction was actually successful. Ghostly, it clicked to check the balance. The eyes bulged. A large series of dazzling zeros scared him so much that his heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Wang, come over here for a moment." Mr. Wang had already checked that something was wrong and hurriedly came over quickly. Looking sideways at the balance, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Hurrying to take out the card, hands respectfully, bending low to return it to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin is really very sorry. It's my people who have slowed you down. I apologize for them." Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The car dealership's general manager Wang had personally apologized to Qin Feng. Lu Shangjin's face changed drastically, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Mr. Wang he is very familiar with, this kind of person is very proud, often contact those very rich customers. Ordinary people are not qualified to let him speak in a lowly manner. He must have looked at the money in Qin Feng's card just now, or else he definitely wouldn't have had such a change in attitude. And just how much money was on his card? Lu Shangjin immediately face ugly. It cannot be that he mentioned the iron plate this time, right? Qin Feng didn't make things difficult for this Mr. Wang. It's fine. Those who don't know are not guilty. That Cullinan is nice. I'll take it too. Okay, Mr. Qin. Wait a moment, this matter, I'll personally do it for you. Mr. Wang was respectful, and when he left, he even explained that the two waiters would serve Qin Feng the best tea. Lu Shangjin also hurriedly followed Mr. Wang. Yi Yanhong's good feelings towards Qin Feng rose to the peak as her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Feng with fervor. "Boss, you gave me this great gift. I don't even know how to repay you. It's okay. It's just a small thing." Yi Yanhong blushed and whispered, "If you have any orders in the future, just call me." Qin Feng heard the words and his mind was shaken. Yi Yanhong had taken this great gift from herself. Even if she made a little excessive request to her, she definitely wouldn't reject it. Even just a little hint from herself and she would throw herself at it. However, Qin Feng was different from others. He enjoyed the process of conquest even more, making an opponent slowly submit to his heart and soul. "You're welcome. I just can't stand to see people bullying you." Yi Yanhong was greatly surprised. "Qin Feng spent so much money on me. Wasn't it for my body?" Just now, when I said those words, the hints were already obvious. If Qin Feng had thoughts about himself, he would definitely understand my hints. Or was he really trying to take the heat off of me? Thinking of this, Yi Yanhong was both touched and felt warm in her heart. This feeling of being cared for by others is something that money cannot measure. At this moment, Mu Tingting felt like she was about to go crazy with jealousy. Everyone is trying to find a gold master. Why should Yi Yanhong be able to find someone who is handsome, rich and generous enough to buy her a car? I have been serving Lu Shangjin, this waste of man, day and night, and have only spent about 100,000 on him so far. This comparison made Mu Tingting feel cheap as a cabbage. Mu Tingting hurriedly found her former co-workers to ask for information. "Lily, did Yi Yanhong recently find a very rich big boss?" That side quickly replied, "Yeah, our side has long been rumored. Yi Yanhong met a big boss, Qin Feng, and in one breath bought 20 houses in Tenglong Academy, using a whole 100 million. So envious of Yi Yanhong, our boss directly sent her 150,000 commission on the spot." A thunderbolt flashed through Mu Tingting's mind, and she understood everything at once. This Qin Feng in front of him had bought 20 suites in Tenglong Academy. So he was definitely a super top-tier rich second generation. In the next second, Mu Tingting's waist twisted, her eyes were fiery, and she smiled delicately. Boss Qin, I'm a person with a stupid mouth who can't speak. Please forgive me for what happened just now. It's mainly because I thought that you've been cheated by Yi Yanhong, and that's why I said some unpleasant things to you. I apologize, said Mu Tingting, deliberately bent over to apologize, revealing the white snow of the collar. Qin Feng was too lazy to look at it, having no good feelings at all for this kind of goods. You should apologize to Sister Yi. The corner of Mu Tingting's mouth twitched slightly. Yi Yanhong was her nemesis, and when she looked up and saw Yi Yanhong's complacent appearance, her heart became even more unpleasant. Turning his eyes, he laughed. Yi sister before do not know how to talk nonsense. You do not see the blame, ha. We are all women, there is no need to make things difficult for women. In the future we get along well, ha. Yi Yanhong only felt an incomparable pain in her heart. If it wasn't because of Qin Feng, she would definitely not see Mu Tingting humbly bending her knees in front of herself to apologize. I don't know you well. Don't call me sister so affectionately. I don't have a shameless sister like you. Mu Tingting was embarrassed, but in her heart, she cursed Yi Yanhong for being petty. Glancing at Qin Feng and smiling again, she said, Boss Qin, I actually don't know Lu Shangjin well. I don't have anything to do with him. It's just that he wants to drive me for a ride. I'm not a casual woman. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. It's weird to believe you. Just now called Mr. Lu how affectionate, and now directly called the name. Flip-flopping can be really fast. On the other side, Lu Shangjin followed behind Mr. Wang in a lurch. Mr. Wang, why did you treat that kid with so much respect just now? Do you know his identity? Mr. Wang said with a serious expression. Mr. Lu, for the sake of us being a friend, I'll kindly give you a heads up. You can't afford to offend a guy like that, and for the balance of that allowance he just had, guess what it was? Lu Shangjin gulped, inexplicably nervous. How much is it? Chapter 22. Pocket money is only $5 billion. Mr. Wang said quietly, 5 billion. Lu Shangjin's face went white. A young man who casually has $5 billion as pocket money. How strong is his family background? Lu Shangjin can no longer imagine. He only knows that he has worked so hard for so many years, but only saved a few $100 million. Maybe this time also offended the big man in case the other side of a phone call called someone to fix his company. Then he will be finished and his company is also a bit unchecked. Mr. Wang, then what should I do now? I just offended him to death. Lu Shangjin panicked and rushed to Mr. Wang for help. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Qin. If he wants to forgive you, this matter will be over. If he doesn't, you're on your own. Lu Shangjin was on pins and needles and hurriedly jogged to Qin Feng, and at a glance, he saw Mu Tingting currying favor with Qin Feng, and his face was immediately piled with a fawning smile. Mr. Qin, just now it was me who had the eyes to not recognize MT Tai. It's all my fault for talking nonsense with this foul mouth. I'm here to apologize to you. I hope you can be a big man. Lu Shangjin smiled and lowered his eyebrows. Qin Feng did not say a word, his expression cold. Lu Shangjin's heart panicked a batch. This Qin Feng really not willing to let go easily. It seems that can only be out of a little blood. Gritting his teeth, Lu Shangjin said with a face of flesh and pain. The car that you and Miss Yi purchased here today, I'll pay for this, just as my little brother's sincerity to apologize to you. It was fine if he didn't say this, but once he did, Qin Feng became exasperated. He is relying on the system to return the reward. If you let you give money, then the system still reward. Spare me. Do you see me as the kind of person who is poor in money? Qin Feng's face flushed without anger. Lu Shangjin was both embarrassed and anxious. Qin Feng was clearly not going to let himself go. What should he do? Suddenly, Lu Shangjin threw a hard slap at Mu Tingting. Pop! The slap was particularly loud, and Mu Tingting almost fell to the ground from it. Lu Shangjin's face was filled with anger. It's all because you deliberately provoked my relationship with Mr. Qin. If it wasn't for your cheap mouth, I wouldn't have offended Mr. Qin. If it wasn't for this woman, he wouldn't have offended such a big shot. So damn unlucky. Mu Tingting covered her face with an aggrieved face. Her eyes were red and she didn't dare to talk back. She was aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law. It's all your fault. Lu Shangjin's residual anger was not over, and he grabbed Mu Tingting's hand and slapped it twice more. Mu Tingting's face quickly turned red. Qin Feng's face was indifferent. This kind of woman owed a lesson. Yi Yanhong frowned, not liking to see this kind of scene. Mr. Lu, stop in moderation. Lu Shangjin's face instantly slowed down. Still don't hurry to apologize to Miss Yi. If she hadn't opened her mouth to beg for mercy, I would have to knock one of your teeth out today. Mu Tingting's red eyes, aggrieved, said, Sister Yi is sorry. It's all my fault for being cheap. I was wrong. All right, hurry up and get lost. Don't spoil my fun. Qin Feng impatiently said, Hurry up and disappear from my presence. Many thanks, Mr. Qin. Lu Shangjin was like an amnesty and hurriedly pulled Mu Tingting away. Mu Tingting was anxious. Mr. Qin, can you give me a chance to make it up to you? I really want to make friends with you. Lu Shangjin was afraid that Mu Tingting provoked Qin Feng to regenerate accidents. So angry that he threw a slap over and said angrily, Didn't you hear Mr. Qin say that he asked you to disappear quickly? Mu Tingting couldn't care about the pain on her face. She knew that if she missed this opportunity today, she would definitely not be able to touch this kind of rich man again in the future. This was her only chance to be brilliant and prosperous. She hurriedly relied on the ground and shouted, Mr. Qin, save me. He hit me. Qin Feng waved his hand like he was chasing away flies. Hurry up and drag them out. Lu Shangjin said angrily, Get up. I'm not leaving, you hit me.
呜呜呜！穆婷婷赖在地上又哭又闹。
Lu Shangjin was so angry that he directly carried Mu Tingting out, and the sound of crying gradually became more and more distant. Yanhong poofed a laugh. This woman is really shameless. No, the air is a little stuffy in here. Let's go wait outside. After these two made a scene, Qin Feng didn't want to stay here either. The two men came to the door. Yanhong stroked her hair behind her ear, and the mood of getting a luxury car slowly calmed down. Looking at the street where cars were coming and going, she said quietly, Honestly, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that I could drive such a car as Rolls-Royce Phantom in my life. Really, thank you. Yanhong's eyes turned around and her watery eyes fell on Qin Feng. Her face was delicate and charming, pleasing to the eyes. Qin Feng was in a good mood. If you want to thank me, accompany me for dinner next time. Yeah. Yanhong guffawed. She knew that from today onwards it would be hard to pay back what she owed Qin Feng. A $7 million gift of a luxury car was not that easy to pay back. But she couldn't refuse the gift. Ding, spending $7 million buying a luxury car to give to a woman, gaining a large amount of favor from the other party, triggering a 10-fold blitz to gain $70 million in rewards. Ding, spend $6 million on Cullinan, get 5 times the reward, return $30 million in rewards. Made another $100 million. Qin Feng had no ripples within his heart and was used to it. As soon as the car arrives, you can go see Shen Ruoyi's parents at night. Sister Yi, if we go to meet the woman's parents for the first time, what kind of gift should we buy to go? Qin Feng had no experience in this area, so he planned to ask Yi Yanhong for advice. Yi Yanhong froze. Qin Feng was going to meet the woman's parents. Did he have a girlfriend who had reached the point of meeting her parents? He felt an inexplicable loss, but on second thought, he also realized that someone as outstanding and rich as Qin Feng, how could he lack women? Suppressing the faint loss in his heart, he smiled and flirted. If you're so rich as you are, you can just buy a few more valuable gifts. If the other person's family is not short of money, you can buy some tonic or something like that to give away, or some more valuable antique paintings and calligraphy. Qin Feng stroked his chin and thought, with his current strength, he didn't need to be distressed about money at all. Instead, he could take the opportunity to brush up on a wave of cashback, as well as a wave of Shen Ruoyi's favorability. Sister Yi, after I buy the car later, you accompany me to a gold store and buy you a few gold chains on the way. Many thanks, boss. Yanhong's heart blossomed with good feelings. Sure enough, the choice far outweighs the effort. She was now getting more and more glad that she had drawn a good relationship with Qin Feng in the first place, and all the luxury items were within her reach. At the same time, a cab quickly stopped in front of the dealership, and from the car quickly rushed down a middle-aged man full of anger. The man also had a kitchen knife in his hand and was so aggressive that passers-by ducked for cover. Yi Yanhong instantly turned pale when she saw this person appear. The middle-aged man ran straight in front of Qin Feng, his pupils covered with blood, like an angry lion roaring. I'll go to your grandfather. Is you this little white man seduced my wife? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll chop you to death. Big deal, a life for a life. Chapter 23. Her husband is here. Qin Feng was taken aback. What was this? Yi Yanhong's husband? He hadn't heard anything about her having a husband, either, but the situation at hand also took the wind out of his sails. I don't even know how Yi Yanhong's husband could have appeared here. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, but fortunately Qin Feng was more flexible in his thinking, and knew that he couldn't show any sign of timidity at this time. Dude, did you get the wrong idea? I haven't done anything with your wife yet. Take it easy, you put down the knife first. Qin Feng calmed down and persuaded in a peaceful manner so as not to irritate the other party. Fan Qingye, what are you doing? Yi Yanhong chided with a red face, fearing that Fan Qingye would do something crazy, and feeling that the matter was very humiliating. There were already a lot of good people around to see what was going on, and this thing was going to get on the internet and it was bound to get worse and worse. Let's not talk about the fact that we're not married yet, and even if we were, you can't mess around like that. Do you realize he's my boss? Fan Qingye seemed to be poked in the pain of his heart, holding a kitchen knife and roaring at Yi Yanhong. Stinking. You still have the nerve to say such words. You received my bride price as my wife. Now you hook up with other men behind my back. What do you take me for? Yi Yanhong was so frightened that she lost her color and backed up. Qin Feng blocked Yi Yanhong behind him and warned with a stern face. Uncle, who did you hear that I had an affair with Sister Yi? Do you have proof? Evidence. Fan Qingye laughed angrily and pulled out his cell phone to open a photo. Open your doggy eyes and see that this is proof. Qin Feng was depressed. The photo was indeed him holding Yi Yanhong's hand. Also saw his chat with Mutineer and knew what was going on. Now that's trouble. If he were himself, he wouldn't easily believe that he was innocent with Yi Yanhong. Now that Fan Qingye is in an extremely dangerous situation, should we call the police? Yi Yanhong saw the Mu Tingting chat log and knew what was going on, and she was furious and hated Fan Qingye for making herself lose face. What does this picture tell us? If you think I betrayed you, then let's break up. Yi Yanhong was annoyed to the core and her tone was icy cold. Fan Qingye's face gathered color. Qin Feng secretly screamed that it was not good. He noticed that Fan Qingye was gripping the kitchen knife in his hand tightly. This madman was afraid that he was going to go berserk. He immediately put his whole body on guard to prevent Fan Qingye from suddenly striking. Fan Qingye stared dead at Yi Yanhong. It's okay to want to break up and give me back double the dowry. Otherwise, it's either you or me today. With me here, don't even think about hurting a hair on Sister Ye's head. Qin Feng was not afraid of danger. The more he was in the most dangerous time, the more calm he was. He's about 6'1" and very strong, and plays a lot of sports, which is why he built a gym for the school. Fan Qingye was only about 6'5", but at 102 pounds, he had the absolute advantage in terms of size. As long as he finds the right opportunity, he can easily subdue Fan Qingye. Yi Yanhong was greatly moved. If another person encountered such a danger, they would definitely avoid it. Not to mention that Qin Feng came from an extraordinary background, and a person like him willingly risked his life for himself. Yi Yanhong saw it in her eyes and was grateful. In contrast to Fan Qingye, she suddenly realized that she was really blind in the first place to choose this kind of person as her fiancé. Fan Qingye was about to explode with anger. His own wife was showing love to another man in front of everyone. He couldn't stand it and couldn't accept such a shame. Fan Qingye's eyes went crazy as he snapped. Anyway, I'm unemployed, and I can't find a job at 35 this year. So instead of dying in a loser's body, I'd rather drag you two dogs and girls down with me. After saying that, he wanted to cut Qin Feng. The pupils of Qin Feng's eyes shrunk just in the nick of time. The sound of a sharp horn sounded. Drip, drip, drip. Fan Qingye was startled and subconsciously turned his head in the direction of the voice. A blue Rolls-Royce Phantom drove in. Mr. Wang got down from the car and glanced at the crowd with a slight frown. Why are there so many people? What's going on here? His eyes quickly fell on Qin Feng's body, and he immediately piled up a smiling face, not caring about the others, and hurriedly offered the key personally with both hands. Congratulations, Ms. Yi. From today onwards, this Rolls-Royce Phantom is your car. I've done all the formalities for you. Fan Qingye was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. Rolls-Royce Phantom? Although he didn't know much about luxury cars, he knew that this kind of car was expensive and ordinary people couldn't afford it. But he knew better about Yi Yanhong's financial strength. She couldn't afford this kind of car at all. What did you just say? This Rolls-Royce is Yi Yanhong's. Fan Qingye tapped Mr. Wang's shoulder and pointed at the Rolls-Royce incredulously. Mr. Wang frowned. Who is this person? Why is he so rude? Yes, who are you? What do you want with a knife? Mr. Wang said unhappily. I'm Yi Yanhong's husband, huh? Fan Qingye immediately changed his face. The knife at home is broken. I just went to the food market to buy it. Come over here, I have a few words I want to say to you.
Fan Qingye hurriedly pullet Yi Yanhong aside.
Yi Yanhong was pulled away from him for a few steps before she shook his hand away in disgust. Just say what you have to say. Fan Xingye hastily compensated with a smile. Yanhong, admit that I had a bad attitude just now, and you know that I'm a person whose temper is sometimes rather short-tempered. You don't have to say anything if you're here to beg me to forgive you, Yanhong said with a cold face. It's not that. I just want to know what's going on with this car? Fan Xingye smiled fawningly. Yanhong said contemptuously, I told you, why did you suddenly change your attitude? So it's because of this car. Since you asked, I'll be honest. This is the car that my boss just gave me, the same person you're going to knife. $7 million car said to give away. You also dare to take a knife to scare him. Believe it or not, he can send you to jail with a word? Fan Xingye was secretly shocked, secretly glanced at Qin Feng, who was laughing and joking with Mr. Wang. His eyes turned, and he lowered his voice. Yanhong, you must take advantage of this opportunity. Don't let go of this big fish. What do you mean by that? Yanhong was puzzled. Fan Xingye snorted lightly. What do I mean, aren't you clear? Why that kid gave you the limousine. You and I both know in our hearts that he wants nothing more than your body. Yanhong's face changed. She had no way to refute Fan Xingye. Fan Xingye became more and more certain of his suspicions. Anyway, both of you have come to this point, so I'll consider myself to have suffered a bit of a loss, but I can't afford to be without benefits. There's no way a guy like him would take you as his wife. At most he'll just get tired of playing around and dump you. So you need to take this opportunity to find a way to ingratiate yourself with him and get tens of millions of dollars out of him. From now on, the two of us together won't have to look at people's faces to work. I can also do business, and you can become the boss's wife of people. The more Fan Xingye thought about it, the more excited he got. Just think of it as Yanhong making one more ex-boyfriend. Chapter 24, Giving Away Your Wife. Yanhong stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that Fan Xingye had said such a thing, and a wave of disappointment welled up in her heart. So, you mean you're asking me to sleep with my boss? Yanhong smiled to herself. Fan Xingye said in disbelief, Yanhong, I know exactly what kind of person you are. I just don't believe that you can resist such a temptation. I can't do it anyway. We've worked all our lives for money, haven't we? What's more, I'm already unemployed now, and it's not good for me to find a job. Right now this opportunity is also a chance to change my fate. You have to help me. When I have money, I can open a company to do business, and later on, I guarantee that I can let you live a happy life in the luxury family. Yanhong didn't say a word. She had also fantasized about being Qin Feng's woman, but she was also clear that Qin Feng couldn't possibly marry her, not to mention that she had just heard him say that he was going to meet his mother-in-law, which further extinguished this thought. Maybe Fan Xingye's proposal was the right one. Seeing Yanhong's heart moved, Fan Xingye pretended to be heartbroken and said, I know that this matter is a bit difficult for you, so just think of it as making a new boyfriend. When he doesn't want you anymore, you'll come back to me again. Only me and you are the best pair. You are shameless. Yanhong looked at this man who wanted to sell his dignity with contempt. Fan Xingye didn't care about Yanhong's gaze and laughed treacherously. If a man doesn't do it for himself, the heavens and the earth will destroy him. A hand snatched Yanhong's car keys. I'm not in a very good mood today, so let me drive your car and take a break. Remember, serve this boy well, and our future good times depend on your performance. Fan Xingye took the keys of the luxury car in his hand and came to Qin Feng with a cheeky smile. Boss, I'm sorry just now. I drank a little bit more wine today. Don't you mind, haha. From now on, my wife will ask you to teach me more about my work, so I won't bother you. Stop! Qin Feng called out to Fan Xingye and held out his hand. Leave the car keys behind. You don't deserve to drive this car. Fan Xingye's face changed again and again as he secretly said, It's not the time to turn the tables on this brat, so bear with it for now. Anyway, he gave the car to Yanhong, and sooner or later it would be his own. Sorry, I don't have much insight. I just want to have a good time. I'll return the car keys to you now. Fan Xingye nodded his head and reluctantly returned the keys to Qin Feng. There's something going on at home. I'll go back first. Fan Xingye smiled awkwardly and left. Qin Feng pondered. Fan Xingye's back and forth contrast was huge. No offense, I let you look at the joke just now. Yanhong's face was a bit unnatural, and her eyes were a bit evasive when she looked at Qin Feng. Take my advice. Fan Changyi is not for you. Qin Feng sincerely persuaded that he did not think that a man like Fan Xingye could give Yanhong happiness. Yanhong was silent. In fact, what had just happened had already made her disappointed in Fan Xingye. In a short time, Yanhong got into Qin Feng's new Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the two of them went to the gold store to buy jewelry. Yanhong suddenly said, Aren't you curious as to why I would look at someone like Fan Qingye? Wash your ears. So, Yi Yanhong briefly talked about what happened with Fan Qingye. The two met through a matchmaker. At first Yi Yanhong thought that Fan Qingye was not bad, so she decided to make friends first. I didn't know that my father had secretly received $200,000 in bride price from Fan Qingye. Yi Yanhong, helpless, see their own age, also need to find a man to get married, agreed, and scheduled to get married at the end of the year. As a result, Fan Qingye was suddenly sanctioned by the company for several months without a job. So he took the family's savings to speculate on stocks, only to lose it all again. The two were going to get married and put it off. Fan Qingye himself has no special talent and is so old that he can't find a job and stays at home all day. The two of them have fought a lot over this. Qin Feng also sort of understood what was going on between the two. Sister Yi, if you want to break up with him, you talk to me. I will help you. If he wants to return the dowry, you talk to me. I'll pay for this money. A trash like Fan Qingye doesn't deserve to marry Yi Yanhong at all. Yi Yanhong's heart warmed. No matter which aspect, Qin Feng was 1,000 times better than Fan Qingye. If she had followed such a man, she wouldn't have to work so hard. But it's a pity that she doesn't have this fortune. It's a pity. If I wasn't so much older than you, I would really want to chase you. Yi Yanhong smiled to herself. Qin Feng smiled ambiguously. I don't feel that Sister Yi is old. Instead, I feel that Sister Yi is especially charming and heartwarming. To be honest, I quite like to get along with Sister Yi. A delicate smile blossomed on Yi Yanhong's face as the depression in her heart was swept away. Qin Feng's words were comfortable and enjoyable for her to hear, and even gave her an unrealistic fantasy. Boss, don't tease me. How could you like an old woman like me? Yi Yanhong's mouth was modest, but her heart was unable to calm down, as if she was expecting something and was afraid of something. Qin Feng smiled faintly and did not explain too much. When the two arrived at the gold store, naturally they had to do some shopping. At night, Qin Feng sent WeChat to Shen Ruoyi. Sister, I'm almost there. Okay, I'll go down and get you then. Shen Ruoyi got up and smiled at her mother. Mom, my boyfriend is here. I'll go pick her up first. Mother Shen's mouth smiled. Go on. Don't keep people waiting. At the same time, a BMW M8 car came to a stop in the hospital parking lot. A young man with a straight posture pushed open the door of the car sharply, stepped out of the car with a confident and calm pace. A brand name clothes, slightly upturned corners of the mouth penetrated a few points of uninhibited. A powerful aura came out. People cannot help but side-eye. If Shen Ruoyi was here, she would definitely recognize this person as Zhang Feiyang, the young Zhang who chased after her in school. Zhang Feiyang took out a bouquet of flowers from the car and smiled as he smelled the flowers. I heard from a friend in the hospital that her dad was hospitalized, and suddenly coming to the hospital to see her dad would definitely give her a big surprise. In order to give them a good impression, I even asked my friends at the hospital to arrange a VIP ward for them, and if Shen Ruoyi knew that I'd done so much for her, she might be moved to throw herself into it. Once we get past her parents, it won't be easy to take her down. The more Zhang Feiyang thought about it, the more pleased he became, and whistling, he entered the elevator. As soon as the elevator door closed, the elevator door next to it opened and Shen Ruoyi walked out of the elevator. Zhang Feiyang smoothly found Shen's father's ward, holding a bouquet of flowers, and went in. His eyes swept and did not find Shen Ruoyi. He immediately smiled and said, Auntie, Uncle, how are you guys? I'm your daughter's friend who specially came to see you today. Shen's mother smiled with her eyebrows. Her own daughter's vision was indeed not wrong. The man had a clear brow, a great demeanor, and took the money up front to help add a big problem to his own. At once Zhang Feiyang was very obedient. Mother Shen smiled with satisfaction. You're Ruoyi's boyfriend, aren't you? Chapter 25. This is a good son-in-law of the Shen family. Zhang Feiyang was stunned. When did he become Shen Ruoyi's boyfriend? The mind boggles for a moment. Did Shen Ruoyi tell her mom that I'm her boyfriend? Definitely. A surprised smile quickly piled up on Zhang Feiyang's face. Shen Ruoyi must have been impressed by her own deep love, and simply could not refuse the charm of her own banknote ability, and privately showed her cards to her old mother. This thing is stable. Auntie has good eyesight. I'm Ruoyi's boyfriend, and I've come to visit the two old men today. Mother Shen nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Ruoyi has a good eye. Finding a boyfriend as good as you, I feel relieved when I hand her over to you. She's not very temperamental. You'll have to give her a little more slack. Zhang Feiyang's heart blossomed with anger. The corners of his mouth simply couldn't suppress the ecstasy. Auntie, don't worry. I will absolutely love Ruoyi well. Eyes flicked around the hospital room again. Where's Ruoyi? She said to pick you up downstairs. Haven't you seen her? Zhang Feiyang said inexplicably. Pick me up downstairs, why don't I know? Ahem. A slight cough interrupted the two. It was Shen's father who had woken up. With a smile on her lips, Shen mother helped Shen father up. Old man. Look who's come to see you. He is. Shen's father asked as his eyes gazed suspiciously at Zhang Feiyang. He's a friend of Shen Ruoyi's. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't be lying here. Shen's father sniffed and said gratefully, Young man, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid my life would have been lost long ago, and I wouldn't be able to lie down in such a good place to recuperate. You saved my life. I agree to what you and my daughter are doing. I just hope you will treat my daughter well. Zhang Feiyang was overjoyed. He could not imagine that he could gain such a great benefit by arranging a VIP room for them with a single phone call. The surprise came so suddenly that he couldn't believe it was real. Originally, this time, I just wanted to visit them and test the waters. But there was this unexpected surprise. Don't worry, I definitely won't treat Ruoyi poorly. On the wedding day, I will marry Ruoyi in splendor, and I will also hold 100 banquets. I'll give you another $1 million for the bride price. Zhang Feiyang was bold and spoke with a strong voice. The two old men were overjoyed, and the glances they gave each other both saw the joy in the other's eyes. $1 million was undoubtedly an astronomical sum of money for the Shen family, a fortune they didn't dare to imagine. The Shen family life will also be greatly improved. Well, Ruoyi really didn't see the wrong person. It's her good fortune to be able to marry you. Shen father couldn't stop smiling. Uncle, since both of us are fine with it, why don't we finalize the wedding date before it's too late? Zhang Feiyang asked smilingly. He decided to strike while the iron is hot and hurry up to finalize the matter. Mother Shen smiled lightly. There's no rush. The wedding date needs to be chosen as a good day. So let's go back and discuss it. Zhang Feiyang thought about it. Marriage matters cannot be a child's play. Anyway, now it is already cooked ducks cannot fly. Meanwhile, Shen Ruoyi was waiting at the hospital entrance. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up right in front of her. Shen Ruoyi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and quickly regained their calm. Qin Feng was so rich that it was only natural for him to drive a luxury car. A moment is bright. Feng found Qin Feng after a simple dress has faded college students' campus gas. More than a few points of stability. The man is also much more handsome and handsome. Shen Ruoyi looked confused, secretly thought. School brother is so handsome, good person, also more money, is simply a woman's dream of the perfect Prince Charming. Do I have something dirty on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Qin Feng touched his face. Shen Ruoyi inwardly swirled. A blush quietly surfaced on her cheeks. Hurriedly turned her head away for fear that Qin Feng would see her embarrassment, and sheepishly said, Nothing. I was just thinking about something else. And fearing that Qin Feng would ask, he hurriedly said, When you see my parents later, try not to talk nonsense, lest they see the cracks. Qin Feng straightened his chest and smiled with confidence. Sister, I'm a professional in this area, so I guarantee that your parents won't be able to see the cracks. Shen Ruoyi didn't have the good sense to say, Still saying you're a professional, the moment you open your mouth, you're revealing your flaws? Why are you still calling me a schoolmate? Qin Feng slapped his head and laughed lightly. A strategic mistake, that's called Ruoyi. Seeing Qin Feng call her name in a serious manner, Shen Ruoyi smiled. That's more or less the same. Honey, know what to do. Qin Feng was playful and gently moved his arm. Shen Ruoyi's icy smartness immediately saw Qin Feng's intention and pouted. Just know how to take advantage of me. Although she complained on her lips, her hand was still very honestly holding Qin Feng's arm. In the eyes of outsiders, it's a proper couple. Qin Feng was secretly pleased. Satisfied. Shen Ruoyi rolled her eyes and gently pinched Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng smiled faintly. How can I be satisfied? This is just a little bit of interest for me acting as your boyfriend. It's cheap for you, this big pervert. Shen Ruoyi pretended to be exasperated. Then he blushed. Be decent when you see my parents later, but don't be playful. You've said that many times. I was afraid you'd forget. Meanwhile, inside the VIP ward, Shen's mother and Zhang Feiyang had a good conversation. Mother Shen smiled and asked, Xiao Zhang, what does your family do? The corner of Zhang Feiyang's mouth curved upwards. A sense of superiority arose. My family is a company, but also opened a large supermarket, under the hands of a few hundred people. The two old men were shocked. not thinking that this future son-in-law of theirs had come from such a great source. So how much money does your family make each month? It doesn't make much money. Zhang Feiyang's face was triumphant. Every month, labor, plus other costs are close to 10 million. Shen's mother sucked in a breath of cool air and asked with wide eyes. The cost is going to be in the tens of millions. So how much can you make? Not much. Just $20 to $30 million. Zhang Feiyang proudly admired the shock of the two old men. I knew these turds would be dumbfounded to hear that my family makes that much money every month. The two old man was greatly shocked. Originally thought it was to find a good son-in-law, but could not imagine that their daughter's vision is so good. Caught a big golden son-in-law. The Shen family is going to be brilliant and prosperous. My daughter's vision is just good. Fighting for our Shen family. Mother Shen was happy in her heart and couldn't wait to marry her daughter off earlier. The Shen family will also enjoy the dowry. Mom, why are you talking about me again? At the same time, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Shen Ruoyi stepped in holding Qin Feng's arm. Instantly, the second old man was dumbfounded, and the laughter on his face stopped abruptly. The expression on Zhang Feiyang's face also froze instantly. Qin Feng's pre-prepared lines were also swallowed back. What is this situation? Shen Ruoyi looked surprised and said, Zhang Feiyang, why are you here? Chapter 26. Zhang Feiyang laughed. Ruoyi, just now your parents have agreed to our affair. When your parents pick a good day, we can get married. Shen Ruoyi's eyes widened, shock written all over her pretty face. There was no thought of being with Zhang Feiyang at all, much less such an outrageous thing. Mom, what's going on? Someone please explain this to me. Shen Ruoyi was angry and anxious. Qin Feng was also confused. Right now this situation is a bit chaotic. It is better to wait and see what happens first. That man's name was Zhang Feiyang. Shen Ruoyi had once said to herself that there was a man named Zhang Xiao chasing after her. It should be this man. Shen Ruoyi didn't like this person. After sorting out this relationship, Qin Feng had a bottom in his heart. Shen's mother was depressed. Isn't Xiao Zhang your boyfriend? And who is this man? Shen Ruoyi was almost half dead from anger. After half a day, it turned out to be her own mom got the wrong person. Mom, Qin Feng is my boyfriend. Shen Ruoyi hurriedly pulled Qin Feng towards herself. The second old man was dumbfounded. Zhang Feiyang's face instantly became extremely ugly. The mood suddenly dropped from heaven to hell. A moment ago he had fantasized about getting married, and the two Shen family members had looked as if they had decided that he was their son-in-law, and suddenly it was like this. You think you're a monkey? A wave of anger rushed straight to Zhang Feiyang's head, almost about to burst out foul-mouthed. But fortunately at the critical time he was held back. Zhang Feiyang suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly, Auntie, you promised to marry Shen Yi to me just now. You can't go back on your word. Shen Ruoyi gasped. Mom, I don't like him and I definitely won't marry him. Throwing her voice, anyone could hear that Shen Ruoyi's attitude was very resolute. The anger in Zhang Feiyang's eyes was even greater, and he subconsciously clenched his fists and stared at Shen Ruoyi. Shen Ruoyi, am I not good enough for you? I don't know how many women have fallen for me in the whole Jiangnan University, but you look down on me like this. Mother Shen immediately looked embarrassed. This? Qin Feng laughed lightly. Dude, if Ruoyi doesn't like you, stop pestering her. This kind of thing like love is a matter of you and me. It's not like you have to like you just because you like someone else. Wakey, I'll take care of it. Zhang Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and his heart was secretly angry. Chow, where is the man who dares to grab a woman with the old man? His eyes glanced sharply at Qin Feng and said contemptuously, What makes you think you can give her happiness? Then, he proudly said, Auntie and uncle, I ask myself that I don't look bad, and you all know about my family lineage, so your daughter will definitely live a human life if she marries me. Your Shen family will also be favored by me, and living a well-off life is definitely not a problem. Shen's father was greatly impressed and hurriedly whispered to Shen's mother, I think it's better to ask my daughter to marry Xiao Zhang. He saved my life. Didn't our daughter say that her boyfriend is someone else, and your life-saving money wasn't given by Xiao Zhang? Shen's mother frowned. Now she was also in a state of turmoil. Her mind was in chaos, and she didn't know how to deal with this complicated relationship. It's better to let her make the decisions about her daughter's affairs. Mother Shen said helplessly, favoring her own daughter's opinion more. Shen's father glared. Of course parents make the decision on marriage matters. Xiao Zhang is much better than that Qin Feng's. It's not like love is a meal. You can only have happiness if you have money. The two old men each held one side of the opinion, and although the two deliberately spoke in a low voice, everyone still heard some of it. Shen Ruoyi pulled Qin Feng's hand and sulked. Father is paranoid. If he lets him identify Zhang Feiyang, that would be a problem. He must be stopped. Raising his eyes to gaze at Qin Feng's face, he said, "What now? My dad seems to have a crush on Zhang Feiyang. Can you think of a way to convince my dad?" Qin Feng looked calm as he laughed lightly. "Don't be anxious, as long as I'm around. No one can force you to marry someone you don't like." The words revealed a strong confidence, as if they predicted the outcome. Shen Ruoyi was instantly lost in thought, secretly thinking, Qin Feng has always been true to his word. There is nothing he wants to do that can't be done. Not to mention that he is also super rich. With him around, what do you have to worry about? After figuring it out, Shen Ruoyi was completely at ease. Qin Feng smiled lightly and pulled out a gift box from his pocket. "Auntie, I just came here today. I didn't prepare any special gifts. Please accept this small token of appreciation." Mother Shen secretly nodded her head. This young man is very handsome and polite. It so happens that her own daughter likes him as well. She just doesn't know if his family has any money. "It's good that you're here. What other gifts are you bringing?" Mother Shen wore a smile on her face, still accepting Qin Feng's gift. The box is small, palm-sized, red. The writing on the top of the box quickly caught Shen's mother's attention. Manfred gold jewelry. Could it be filled with gold? As if there was some kind of voice driving Mother Shen to open the box. Her hand was still uncontrollably opening the gift box in general. In the next second, the pupils of Mother Shen's eyes slightly opened. Inside the gift box was placed a golden antique bracelet with a very delicate ornamentation, which looked like a high-class item. "Gently hold it to feel the heavy weight. This body weight definitely not cheap." Mother Shen smiled as the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes tightened together, as she cheerfully said, "Qin Feng, this gift of yours is too expensive. I can't accept it." Shen Ruoyi did not know that Qin Feng had prepared a gift in advance, and when she heard her own mother say that it was so expensive, she also hurriedly came over to see it, and she was immediately happy and smiling, and her heart was happy. "Mom, since it's a gift from Qin Feng, you should take it." With that, he put this gold bracelet on his mom. "That's not good." Mother Shen pushed back with her mouth, but her hands were very cooperative with her own daughter's movements. Qin Feng only felt amused. Women all like this kind of gold glitter. "Auntie, no need to be polite. This is a small token of my appreciation. Just accept it." Shen Mother smiled with her eyes about to squint, lovingly touching this gold bracelet and asked, "This bracelet costs a lot of money, right?" "It's not too expensive, just 100,000 or so." Although Shen's mother had already guessed. But hearing this amount still did not contend and fiercely fluttered her heart. She was supposed to be an ordinary worker, and 100,000 would take at least 3 years to save. But right now, still have to work hard for 3 years to exchange for the gold bracelet is easy to wear on the hand, which makes Shen Mother have a feeling of dreaming. "Thank you." Mother Shen was overjoyed, and her favorable impression of Qin Feng soared. Zhang Feiyang's eyes sank as he secretly gritted his teeth. "Careless. I can't imagine that this kid is so cunning that he knows how to coax this old woman to be happy. I've never been such a pussy. People fight for a breath. Buddha fights for an incense burner. Today, this young man will play with you." Zhang Feiyang immediately took out his cell phone to send a message to the housekeeper at home. "Hurry up and go open the safe in my house and make sure it gets to me in the fastest time possible." Chapter 27, $1 Million Bride Price. Zhang Feiyang's face was instantly filled with smiles. His tone was light and enthusiastic. "Uncle, don't be in a hurry. Wait for me here for a moment. I have also prepared a thin gift for you. It just takes some time to prepare it. I have already arranged for someone to send it over. It will be here soon." Shen Father's eyes eager. This little Zhang is the director, family history, and so good. His daughter married him is absolutely the most correct choice. Although that young man called Qin Feng was not bad, he was still quite a bit worse than Xiao Zhang. "Xiao Zhang, no need to break the bank. No need to send any gifts. This old man of mine recognizes you as my Shen family son-in-law." "Dad," Shen Ruoyi protested in dissatisfaction. "I'll do the marriage matters myself, so you don't have to worry about it. Just recuperate in the hospital." Shen's father's face flushed, his eyes sternly rebuking. "Nonsense. Of course it's the parents who make the marriage decisions. I'm the one who's in charge in this case." Shen Ruoyi was overwhelmed by her own father, and exasperatedly said, "Then the money for your hospitalization and treatment is still given to you by Qin Feng, and in all senses, it is our Shen family that owes him more." "This." Shen father was speechless, and also knew that it was not justified. For a moment since he could not find words to retort. Zhang Feiyang panicked as soon as he saw this situation. If Shen's father is biased in favor of Qin Feng, he wants to marry Shen Ruoyi will be impossible. But with a turn of his eyes, he immediately took a plan and said smilingly, "Uncle, this matter is all my fault. If I had known about you earlier, I would have paid out the money for you. Then I heard from a friend that you were hospitalized in poor health. So I immediately called and contacted the director of this hospital and asked him to arrange a VIP room for you. You also know that the wards in this hospital are very tight, especially this level is very hard to come by, or I had to go through a lot of trouble to arrange this kind of special class ward for you." Shen's father was very grateful. "So it's like this. No wonder the hospital people suddenly transferred me to a ward. Ruoyi, I told you Fei Yang is very nice. Don't be a brat and make a scene, just marry Fei Yang." Of course Mother Shen disagreed. Her opinion was still to let her own daughter make the decision. Just when the two old men stalemate, a big fat man about 40 years old panting rushed in, hand also carrying a suitcase. "Young master, I've brought what you asked for." This big fat man was Zhang Feiyang butler. A dejected smile bloomed on Zhang Feiyang's face. Finally he came in time. "Uncle, the gift I sent you for the Shen family has arrived." "Butler, open up." The crowd was also very curious as to what kind of drugs this Fei Yang was selling in his gourd. The suitcase opens with neatly arranged red bills inside. There were 20 bundles of them, one next to the other. Very visually appealing. Shen's father's heart raced. He had never seen so much money piled up together at all. How much money was this? Could it be that Zhang Feiyang is going to give this money to himself? Can't be, can it? "Fei Yang, what are you doing?" Shen's father only felt his mouth go dry, and he couldn't help but stretch his neck. Zhang Feiyang straightened his back and shouted, "Here's $1 million. This is the bride price I gave to the Shen family. As long as the Shen family agrees, this $1 million is your family's. And in the future every month I will give the two old men $10,000 pocket money to ensure that you have no worries about food and clothing." Shen's father's face changed dramatically. "Just nod your head and the money is the Shen family's. You don't have to go back to work in the future, and you can still lie down and receive a monthly salary of $10,000. Where can you find such a good thing? Wife, what do you think?" Shen's father's tone was obviously very heartfelt, and he also hoped that his wife would say yes. Mother Shen's brows were furrowed, and she was very torn inside. "Mom, I don't care about his $1 million, and my boyfriend has more money than he does. You can't say yes." Shen Ruoyi was anxious, fearing that her mother was hot-headed and couldn't stand the temptation of this $1 million and agreed. Qin Feng also opened his mouth to persuade. "Auntie, $1 million is indeed not a small amount for an ordinary family, but there's really no need for you to gamble with your own daughter's happiness for the sake of this money. Even if you're rich, what's the point if your daughter isn't happy?" Shen's father was dissatisfied. "Xiao Qin, don't blame me for not helping you. We are poor and scared. I hope my daughter can lead a better life, and I also hope he will find a rich man. You like my daughter and Fei Yang likes my daughter. I can only choose one. I hope you can sympathize with me as a father." Zhang Feiyang was secretly pleased that he was able to increase his leverage tremendously by just taking out $1 million. And even Shen's mother's stance began to loosen. "Kid, whoever has money in this era will find happiness. Don't blame me if you do. Blame it on the fact that you're not as strong as me and don't have as much money as me." Zhang Feiyang was complacent, as if he was winning. Qin Feng lightly laughed, originally wanted to be a little more low-key, do not want to make such a big, smooth help Shen Ruoyi through this difficult even, which had thought that halfway out of a chung by Jin, but also in front of their own show of wealth. He was in a bad mood. "Uncle, is it true that if I just take out more money, you will reject Zhang Feiyang?" Shen father frowned, feeling that Qin Feng's words were a bit impulsive, making him unhappy, and thinking that his daughter also took his money to save her own life, he had to say patiently, "Almost this is the meaning, but I advise that you'd better not be ungrateful. Fei Yang, his family runs a company, and there's also a supermarket, with a monthly income of several tens of millions of dollars, so don't try to be strong. Break up with my daughter before it's too late." Zhang Feiyang tilted his head and poofed a smile. "Man, from what you're saying, it seems like you want to compete with me on who has more money, right?" His butler contemptuously also looked at Qin Feng and sneered. "Unconscionable," Shen Ruoyi coldly said. "I think the one who is not self-conscious is your master. You simply don't know Qin Feng's strength, but he can buy 10 in one breath." Qin Feng stopped Shen Ruoyi's words that she wanted to say in time and said with a smile, "Don't be anxious. Since he wants to play the game of showing off his wealth, then I'll play with him. Wait for me. I'll call the people at 4C's bank. Qin Feng quickly dialed a number. Please send over what I have stored inside your bank, preferably within 5 minutes' time. After giving the address to the other party, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Eft. Zhang Feiyang couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Ha ha ha. You kid is really good at pretending. Trouble you next time you pretend to be a pussy. Go and inquire about the situation first. The 4C's bank is the highest international bank in our city. As soon as it reaches 5:30 it goes off duty. It's now more than 9 p.m. It's long gone off duty. Even if you want to withdraw your money, you can't do it. Do you think they'll deliver the money here personally? Qin Feng teased. What's your hurry? Would it kill you to wait 5 minutes? Zhang Feiyang's face turned cold. This kid is so arrogant. Gritting his teeth, he said, Good. Then I'll wait here. I'd like to see what tricks you can play. Chapter 28 Qin Feng's Heavy Gift. Meanwhile, the bank of 4C's. The lights that had gone out were quickly lit up. The whole building was lit up. A man in a suit and uniform was in a cold sweat on his head in a hurry. Hurry! Extraordinary order. This is an urgent request from our bank's most valuable client. Must be completed in the shortest possible time. Everyone hurry up and open the vault door. A dozen or so bank workers quickly rushed into the vault. Enter the code to unlock a round, super-alloyed metal gate. Each man carried a black case in his hand and followed the man in front of him into the vault. When they came out with the black safe, a dozen cars were already parked in front of the bank of the 4C's, holding the gate open just waiting for them to get in. At the front of them was a police car driving the road, followed by heavily armed escort vehicles to make sure this mission would be accomplished successfully. Inside the hospital's super VIP ward, Zhang Feiyang looked at the time on his cell phone and laughed. 5 minutes are almost up. Why haven't those people you mentioned arrived yet? You kid isn't acting, is he? If I say they will come, then they will definitely come. Qin Feng said indifferently. Zhang Feiyang clapped his hands and scoffed. Admirable. Just too admirable. At this point in time you can still act so calm. If it were another person you would really be bluffed by you, but unfortunately you bumped into this young man, and even your acting skills are superb. You won't be able to scare me, because I really know someone who works at the 4C's bank. When he finished, he immediately dialed a number and turned on the outgoing call. Supervisor Shaw, were there any special customers who came to your bank just now to withdraw money and asked to be taken to the hospital? There's no such thing. Even if we were to withdraw $10 million, we at 4C's bank wouldn't accept it. As long as it's on the dot, we'll be off on time, and the King of Heaven will have to come tomorrow to do business. What are you asking about that for? The corners of Zhang Feiyang's mouth rose as he looked at Qin Feng with a teasing smile and said, I just met someone who pretended in front of me that he could get your bank to send him cash in 5 minutes. A harumph came from the opposite side. Young Zhang, don't be ridiculous. Our bank doesn't have this kind of business, and there's no one worthy of us sending him money in the middle of the night. Okay. I know, I'll buy you a drink next time. Zhang Feiyang hung up the phone and said in a conspiratorial manner, Auntie, you've heard it all. This kid is a liar. He doesn't deserve your daughter at all. Shen Mother's face was a bit ugly. She had heard the words clearly just now. The 4C's bank had not sent anyone to send money over at all. This Qin Feng is also too unreliable, right? His daughter, if she married this kind of person, will not be happy. Shen's father had originally felt a bit sorry for Qin Feng, and after thinking that Qin Feng had lied, he instantly lost all his goodwill and said, Wife, Feiyang is right. From this incident, we can see that his character can't be relied upon. So don't hesitate any longer. You'd better accept this bride price together with me. Shen Mother took a deep breath and said helplessly, Ruoyi, it's not that Mom doesn't help you. It's that your boyfriend isn't competitive. He shouldn't have lied. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, Is it possible that Zhang Feiyang, his friend's rank, isn't enough to get in touch with these things? So he doesn't know what's going on inside the bank. For the bank of the 4C's, but he was still very much at ease. It was just a matter of faster and slower. Shen's father's heart grew angry. This young man had reached this point and still had a stiff upper lip. It was evident how bad his character was. Impatiently, he said, Qin Feng, you don't have to say any more. My mind is made up. I definitely won't marry my daughter to you. The corner of Zhang Feiyang's mouth turned upward, secretly thinking, Little old brother, and this young fight, you are still far from it. Now these two bad old men have been biased in my favor. What can you fight with me? The bank of the 4C's has arrived. Suddenly, a clear female voice sounded outside the door. The crowd froze, then looked up at the door. and the corners of Qin Feng's mouth had turned up slightly. Finally, it had come. At this moment, the door was pushed open with a creak. A woman wearing the uniform of the Bank of the Four Seas walked in with an elegant step. The heels of her high shoes collided with the ground, making a crisp sound, breaking the original silence of the room. The woman was heavily made up and had a curvaceous figure, but everyone was not in the mood to admire the beauty. Instead, their eyes fell on what she was holding. A four-sided tray was covered with a red cloth, and it was not known what was in it. Behind the woman, 9 staff members with figures comparable to models, each holding a mysterious gift in both hands, stepped into the ward in a neat and orderly manner. It then stood in 2 rows on either side, as if waiting for someone to arrive. The second old man was directly dumbfounded, staring blankly at these people. Zhang Feiyang was also confused. This was impossible. How could the people from the Four Seas Bank have specially prepared a gift for Qin Feng? Just now he had even called Supervisor Xiao to ask. He said there was no such thing. Could it be that all these people are trustees? Shen Ruoyi also looked up at Qin Feng in shock, not daring to imagine what kind of surprise this man had prepared for her. Qin Feng, this is? Qin Feng smiled without saying anything. Four Seas Bank. Chairman Zhou has arrived. An older man with gray hair at the temples and wearing a suit stepped in with a warm smile on his face. Seeing this old man who entered, Zhang Feiyang's eyes almost fell to the ground. His face instantly paled. This person he recognized. It was one of the 8 chairmen of the Bank of Four Seas. A great fear spread instantly. The person who could make the chairman personally come out. How much energy did he have? And just what kind of client qualifies for that? This kind of energy was not something that could be done with just ordinary money. And in this instant, Zhang Feiyang's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Chairman Zhou ignored the others and came directly to Qin Feng, bending down in front of him and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I've already delivered what you asked for." With a wave of the hand, 10 beautiful women lifted all the red cloths from their gifts. Each tray held 2 large, thick gold bars and a bundle of money. "Here's the 1 million in cash you asked for, as well as 5 million worth of gold bars. Please check it out, Mr. Qin." The pupils of the Shen family's 2 elders' eyes instantly widened. The machine on the side that detected Shen's father's heart rate. The screen displayed data that spiked upwards at an alarming rate. The machine quickly sounds an alarm. Qin Feng wore a smile on his face. "Chairman Zhou, it's hard on you to personally deliver these things here in the middle of the night." Chairman Zhou was all smiles. "No hard work. You are our bank's most precious customer. It's only right to do something small for you." After saying that, he glanced at the situation in the ward and smiled. "Mr. Qin, you have something to do, so we won't bother you anymore." 10 beautiful women put down all their gifts, and $5 million worth of gold as well as millions in cash were piled up on the table. Shen's father swallowed his saliva. This son-in-law to be of his seemed to be more powerful than Xiaozhang. Chapter 29. Lord Silver, save me. "Uncle, these gifts are a little meet and greet for me. Nothing else, simply filial piety to the 2 old men." Qin Feng had a smile at the corner of his mouth. This gift directly crushed Zhang Feiyang. And by the way, it also showed off his connections. If he wasn't an idiot, he would know what to do. The 2 old people are happy and smiling. Zhang Feiyang sent $1 million or used as a gift of respect. And Qin Feng, this gift is just a gift, if the bride price is not more in the future. Shen father, all the dissatisfaction all disappeared into thin air. The smile at the corner of his mouth, even a K, cannot be suppressed. Well, 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 you this heart I received. Young people, love should be free. I'll stay out of your business." Shen father turned his eyes and threw Shen Ruoyi another approving look. His daughter had indeed made the right choice. Shen Ruoyi's heart was blossoming. This big gift from Qin Feng not only allowed him to defuse a trouble, but also allowed her to earn face. Another superb fortune for her Shen family. The excitement and gratitude was overwhelming. For such a moment, Shen Ruoyi had an urge to marry Qin Feng. Stealing a glance at Qin Feng, the more she looked at him and secretly thought, if this is all true, how good it would be. Shen Ruoyi, weren't you reluctant at first? It's just a deal between you and him. Don't be whimsical. How could a guy like him like me? Shen Ruoyi shook her head and shook these annoying thoughts out of her head. Qin Feng raised his eyes and his gaze landed on Zhang Feiyang. "Do you still want to compete with me for more money?" The flesh on Zhang Feiyang's face twitched slightly. This Qin Feng was unfathomable. There was no way to offend such a big shot for a woman. Turning his eyes, he smiled cheekily and said, "Mr. Qin is rich and powerful. I am willing to bow down. This $1 million. Take it as my condolences to uncle. I have something else to do, so I won't bother a few of you. Zhang Fei-yong was very sensible to leave. He knew that he would only be asking for trouble if he stayed here, and he didn't want to lose face here. When he passed in front of Qin Feng called him to a halt, his eyes carrying a few warnings. Shen Ruoyi is my girlfriend. I don't want to see you appearing beside her again. Stop pestering her. When Shen Ruoyi heard this, her watery eyes flashed with a different look, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards, with a hint of hidden joy. Even though she knew it was a game, she couldn't help but rejoice. Zhang Fei-yang's face changed in a gathering manner, turning his eyes and squeezing out a reluctant smile. The two of you are the ones who are a pair. I am self-aware and will definitely not bother Shen Ruoyi again. With that, he dusted off and left with his butler. You gave a generous gift worth 6 million to the Shen family and gained the Shen family's approval, triggering a 20-fold blitz reward and returning 120 million. Qin Feng is numb. This gift to the Shen family is no different from giving it for nothing. What made him even more satisfied was that it all boosted Shen Ruoyi's favorability quite a bit, and the way she looked at herself was getting more and more affectionate. It wouldn't be long before she would surely willingly give everything. And not with myself just to return the favor. Shen's mother and Shen's father looked at each other, and then with a kind face and Qin Feng, they asked questions about the family. The picture was very cozy. After more than 10 minutes, Shen father gave Shen Ruoyi a wink. Ruoyi, your mom and I have something we want to talk about. So you young people shouldn't waste your time here. Go and accompany Qin Feng for a walk outside. You don't have to go home that early. It's okay if you don't. Shen Ruoyi can't hear her father's meaning. Warped face at once became red. Secretly complained in her heart that her father is really. How can she say this kind of words in front of her? Qin Feng smiled faintly, acting as if he didn't know what Shen's father had in mind. Ruoyi, I'll send you back. Waiting for Qin Feng and Shen Ruoyi and left. Shen father hurriedly let Shen mother put away those money and excitedly said, Our daughter has a good fortune. Found a golden son-in-law. In the future our Shen family won't have to live a hard life. On the other side, Qin Feng and Shen Ruoyi were also sitting in the car. Are you still satisfied with tonight's gift? Qin Feng asked with a smile as he drove. The lights in the car were slightly dim, but with a few ambiguities. Shen Ruoyi's eyes looked at Qin Feng slyly, her delicate lips slightly opened. Why are you so nice to me? You obviously didn't need to send out such an expensive gift. Qin Feng said with a wry smile. Because I want to make you happy? Is this reason enough? Shen Ruoyi's heart was immediately in turmoil, and she didn't dare to look directly at Qin Feng. What did Qin Feng mean by that? Does he like me? That can't be right. It's not like he looks serious. Could he be flirting with me? He's so rich, he might be a playboy, and he might not believe everything that comes out of his mouth. Shen Ruoyi stroked her long hair behind her ear, using it to hide her weak and flustered heart, her eyes looking straight ahead at the road. No matter what, I have to thank you for helping me with this big favor. Qin Feng saw Shen Ruoyi's tiny movements in his eyes, and secretly thought. After tonight's events, Shen Ruoyi is no longer as resistant to himself as before, which is a good thing. Just when he was thinking, should he take Shen Ruoyi for a late-night snack to cultivate his feelings, his cell phone rang with the sound of a message. Looking down, it turned out to be a message from Shi Rojing. Lord Silver, come and save me. I'm losing so badly in PK. Why don't you come to see me when I'm on the air? Qin Feng can't suppress the corner of his mouth to turn upwards. This little is looking for himself quite diligently. Shen Ruoyi's heart moved and she also caught the change in Qin Feng's expression and secretly said, Look at how happy Qin Feng is. It's 80% that another girl came to find him. I told you how a rich young man like him could lack girls. Maybe all that kindness he showed me was just a random handout. Shen Ruoyi, you don't have to be a nymphomaniac. How can someone like him love you? It's just a deal between you two. While the car was waiting for a stoplight, Qin Feng sent a message back to Shi Rojing. Little, you know you missed the Master Silver? Learn a bark to hear. Don't. I'm on a live stream right now. If the netizens see it, they'll record it. Could the Lord Silver ask for something else for a change? Qin Feng poofed a smile. Want to see you break through the bottom line? And sent another message back. In a moment. Reward $50,000 and learn 3 barks in the live broadcast. On the other side, Shi Rojing looked at the cell phone screen with both eyes, the smile on her face getting more and more delicate. It's just a matter of learning 3 barks. As long as the money's there, how hard can it be? Slender fingers coated with nail polish as bright as blood tapped briskly on the screen, and a line of words popped up at a rapid pace. When's Lord Silver coming online? Remember to say hello to me and I'll learn to woof for you. In half an hour, wait for the Lord's silver order. Qin Feng sent the message over and also put his cell phone away, the corners of his mouth rising. I'll go back later and teach the disobedient puppy a good lesson. Chapter 30. Stolen home by a girlfriend. Shen Ruoyi turned her head sideways and gently bit her lower lip, secretly thinking, Qin Feng looks very happy. What kind of people is he chatting with? He doesn't even care about me, a big beautiful girl sitting beside him. Out of a woman's sixth sense, Shen Ruoyi was 100% sure that the other party must be a woman, and certainly a very beautiful kind. Shen Ruoyi couldn't help but ask, Is your girlfriend looking for you? Qin Feng said as if nothing had happened. It's a schoolmate from school. I just met her not long ago. Shen Ruoyi let out a faint "oh," seemingly unsatisfied with this answer from Qin Feng. Sister, I'll just walk you to the front of the school. Cullinan stopped right in front of JNU. Shen Ruoyi didn't get off the car immediately, but looked at Qin Feng with expectant eyes. Won't you treat me to a midnight snack before going back? Another time. I've got things to do tonight. Oh, then okay. I'll go back first. Shen Ruoyi smiled faintly, hiding the loss in her eyes. After getting out of the car, Shen Ruoyi stood on the side of the road and watched Qin Feng's car leave with a very complicated mood. What does this Qin Feng want? Obviously he had agreed to do whatever he wanted him to do, and he had come to the table with that offer in the first place, so why hadn't he offered to do anything of the sort until now? Instead, he's treating himself like he's on the verge of being on the verge of being off the verge. Shen Ruoyi couldn't figure it out, nor could she see through what Qin Feng had in mind. Shen Ruoyi retrieved the thoughts that lingered in her mind. No matter what she said, she had gained an unimaginable harvest this evening. Mom and Dad should be thinking about what to do with the money right now. Qin Feng drove back to Tunglong Academy, and downstairs he saw that the light next door to him was still on. Jiang Xiaofeng's house was also lit up. This puppy Shi Rojing is afraid that she's impatiently waiting. Qin Feng lightly laughed and pulled out his cell phone again. WeChat had several more messages. Lord Silver, you've gotten better. I've lost several PKs. It also sent cute and pouty emojis. Qin Feng glanced at it and didn't reply. At the same time, Shi Rojing is now in a somewhat depressed mood, having lost several PK fights in a row. Although there are thousands of people watching the live broadcast in the live room, but these people are all just want to see the rubbing dance. No one is willing to brush the gift. All of them are some poor smelly uncle. Pooches. I'm going to take out the trash and be back later. Shi Rojing was tasteless and found an excuse to leave to ease her mood. Carrying a bag of garbage, he had just gone out and turned the corner when he saw Qin Feng whistling back, seemingly in a very good mood. Sparks quickly collided between the two sights. Qin Feng's eyes were slightly surprised. Then the corners of his mouth rose as he recklessly admired the beautiful scenery. Shi Rojing was wearing a set of pink halter pajamas. Her fragrant shoulders were snow white, and her proud figure was hidden. Shi Rojing perceived Qin Feng's unbridled eyes, hurriedly covered her majestic chest and glared angrily. What are you looking at? Haven't seen a beautiful woman? Ah. Qin Feng was happy. This puppy was quite fierce. You've dared to wear it out, and you're still not allowing others to look at it? Qin Feng asked rhetorically. None of your business. I didn't wear it out for you, you pervert. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out and feed them to the dogs. Shi Rojing rolled her eyes and towed past Qin Feng, leaving behind a gust of fragrant wind and arrogance. Holy, that's sick? Qin Feng's eyes followed Shi Rojing's delicate back, and he couldn't help but poof a laugh when he saw her peach buttocks gently twisting. I'm letting you be arrogant now. Let's see how I'll clean you up later. This game is getting more and more fun. Back at home, Mai was soaking inside the bathtub when her cell phone rang with another vibration. Lord Silver, why don't you come yet? How are you? Then another pajama camisole cover was posted, and it was the same kind that showed her face and tongue, playful with a touch of sexiness. Qin Feng smiled. How arrogant you were just now, how flirty you are in private.
不错不错，这小娘们的身材还是挺不错的。
Qin Feng was satisfied to enlarge the picture for a closer look. He finished admiring it before returning a message. Puppy did well. Lord Silver will go to your live room now. Shi Rojing looked at her cell phone in depression, longing for the main Silver to appear. When he saw the reply to his message from Lord Silver, the bitterness on his face suddenly disappeared. Seconds returned a loving master kiss. Immediately in the live broadcast, complacency became alive and well, calling out to the opposite anchor. What's with the tugging? You'll know you're wrong when my big brother comes later. My big brother's strength is super powerful. You'll just wait for seconds. Qin Feng entered the live broadcast room and saw Shi Ruoyi playing PK with someone else. The opposite side of the votes were far ahead, and it looked like he was going to lose. He didn't stay idle and directly swiped 50,000 in one breath to crush the other side. Beat the other team to the point. Shiro Jing smiled, her eyes narrowed into a seam. A PK down. Gift income easily exceeded 50,000. Even after deducting the share of the platform, there are more than 20,000 hands. So much better than a part-time job. Full of joy, his mouth kept chanting, "Too thankful to my brother Feng. If it wasn't for brother Feng, Jing wouldn't have been able to win this PK at all. Brother Feng atmospheric." Shi Ruoyi hurriedly compared her heart and exclaimed excitedly. Her voice was so loud that Lu Piaoshui, who was outside doing her homework, heard it. Lu Piaoshui, pen in the hands of a sudden beat, eyebrows knit lightly. A pair of good-looking eyebrows as if condensing up the sadness. Face surfaced a few minutes of contemplation color, as if into a deep contemplation. She was now particularly sensitive to the word Wendigo. Cannot forget the Wind brother, this list a big brother, just this list a big brother is very cold. Even if he sent a message of greeting is not back. Zaizu Jing called out to brother Feng. Could it be that he was in Jing's live room? Can't be, Wind is my top one big brother. How could she go to Jing's live room? The moment this thought surfaced in Lu Piaoshui's mind, it was like countless ants gently gnawing at the tip of her heart, disturbing her so much that she could no longer focus on her studies. As if she was possessed, she subconsciously opened her cell phone and clicked into Shi Ruoyi's live broadcast. As soon as I entered, my eyes were attracted by the conspicuous big brother Feng, whose name hangs high at the top of the list, especially eye-catching. Lu Piaoshui's face instantly became a bit stiff, her expression filled with unnaturalness. This Wind brother is obviously before their own live room list a big brother, how to run to Shi Ruoyi there, but also sit at the top of the list. It left her empty inside, inexplicably feeling like her big brother had been stolen from her. And this person is also her best friend. It's okay, this Wind brother loved to be whoever the list one big brother. That is the freedom of others. What is there for oneself to be angry? It's not like people say they're only going to be their dedicated big brother. Study hard and work hard every day. Don't think about such nonsense. Lu Piaoshui took a deep breath and tried to calm down, attempting to self-soothe and forcefully pull her attention back to her homework. But it didn't take long before her gaze drifted uncontrollably to her cell phone again. Chapter 31. The Lord Silver's Quest. At this time, Shi Ruoyi's live broadcast room was particularly lively. Anchor, hurry up and jump a train shake to repay Brother Wind. Shi Ruoyi blushed shyly. Brother Feng had already honored his promise. It was time for him to honor his own. It was just that she had just agreed to it painfully, and it was really the first time in her life that she was going to be asked to learn how to be a dog in front of more than 1,000 people. What a shame. What to do? And the live feed is still hyped. Come on, dance, we want to see the airplane shake. People have swiped so much for you, Brother Feng. You should at least show it. Or else who will swipe for you in the future? Shi Ruoyi lightly bit her small lips. Her heart was so torn, and she squirmed and said, "Then I'll show Brother Feng a little puppy barking haha." Instantly the airwaves were abuzz. I want to see it. I want to see it. The recording screen is on. Sit back and wait for the anchor to perform. So exciting. The anchor is so good at it. Shi Ruoyi's cheeks rolled, the blush spreading rapidly, her face getting redder and redder. Those explicit flirting words of the netizens, like a small flame, burned her shyly. But in the bottom of her heart there was a secret surge of unspeakable excitement, like vines growing uncontrollably. So, Shi Ruoyi posed with her hands in a puppy dog pose with her little fists clenched under the gaze of thousands of people. Want. 3 calls in a row. The popularity of the live streaming room quickly surpassed 2,000 people. Netizens are as excited to swipe the screen as if they're playing chicken blood. What a cute puppy. I love it. Such an obedient little anchor. I'd like to lead one back to the sheep. Concerned, female bodhisattva. Such a good anchorwoman must live a long life. Shi Ruoyi stared at the overflowing words on the screen, her cheeks getting hotter and hotter, as if they could drip blood. An act that I should have resisted, but my body was honest, and inexplicable arousal ran amok like an electric current. It was as if a door to a new world had been thrown open out of nowhere. Thanks for the likes. Love Jing, just follow one and join the fan club again, haha. At this moment, Lu Piaoshui covered her small mouth and her beautiful eyes widened. Gosh, how could Jing be so crazy as to do something so exaggerated? Is she crazy? Aren't you afraid that someone will record the screen and upload it to the internet? What if your family sees it? Never before had she seen anything so crazy. Can it be because of Brother Feng? Lu Piaoshui sucked in a breath of cool air. She had her own bottom line and asked herself that she couldn't be as faceless as Shen Ruoyi. Whether it was because of this Feng or not, it was impossible for her to do such a thing as betraying her character. Silently, he exited the live feed and shut it down, returning his attention to his studies. It was just that the scene of Shen Ruoyi learning to bark like a dog just now still lingered inside her head. On the other hand, Qin Feng was lying in the bathtub, cozily enjoying Shen Ruoyi's alternative performance. Taking a shallow sip of red wine, he gently shook his glass. What an obedient puppy. The $50,000 was not wasted. Spend 50,000 yuan on rewarding female anchors. Get 10 times the reward and return 500,000 yuan. $500,000. Qin Feng didn't even bother to look at it more than once. Do. Qin Feng glanced at the WeChat message. Lord Silver, still happy with the puppies? Qin Feng replied with a light smile. Not bad. The performance was okay. Keep up the good work in the future. On the other hand, Shen Ruoyi saw that Brother Feng had exited the live broadcast and also went off the air to focus on accompanying Big Brother List 1. Lord Silver, you're so mighty tonight. You've beaten the opposite side so much they can't breathe. Does your family run a mine? What are you asking for? People just want to know what the master's family is doing well. The dog guesses that the main Silver family must be a large company, and ultra-rich kind, live in the house should have a soccer field so big. This meal of silky smooth kneeling amused Qin Feng. This puppy was definitely trying to inquire about his identity. Backhandedly, he replied, pretty much, but I'm not good looking. In Jing's eyes, the main Silver is the most handsome in the whole world. You can send me a picture to see. Shen Ruoyi quietly lying on the bed, secretly guessing the meaning of the words of the main Silver. The house is almost as big as a soccer field, so you can be sure his family is super rich. I just don't know what it looks like. But I believe in an unchanging truth. As long as the man with money has a good face, he can't be bad. Of course, Qin Feng wouldn't post a picture of himself at this time. He hadn't played this game enough yet. You can just look at pictures of the Lord Silver whenever you want? Qin Feng added another angry emoji at the end. I'm sorry, Lord Silver, I was wrong. A grieved expression. Humph, you have to punish yourself for saying the wrong thing. Hit yourself 3 times on the PP and shoot a video over here. 7 seconds later, a small video was sent. Shen Ruoyi bucked her PP and received several slaps on her arse in succession. Lord Silver, this is fine. Qin Feng appreciated it properly and repeated the playback twice more before replying without haste. It's not bad. I'll teach you a lesson here today, and I'll continue to teach you tomorrow. Okay, Lord Silver. Be quiet and wait for you tomorrow. Love, Lord Silver. After educating Shen Ruoyi, Qin Feng also slept comfortably in his own bed after taking a bath. The next bed, Shen Ruoyi also beautifully threw aside the pajamas to comply with the main Silver naked rule to sleep. In her dream, Silhouette had a very strange dream. I dreamed that I learned to bark like a dog in the live broadcast and was seen by Qin Feng. It was also mocked by Qin Feng. Furious, Shen Ruoyi cursed. Get out of the way, you poor bastard. Shen Ruoyi woke up with a jolt, only to realize that the sun had already reached the head of the bed. What bad luck. How can I have such nightmares? Shen Ruoyi muttered before getting up with a huff. Lu Piaoshui had already brushed her teeth in the living room. Jing, good morning. Lu Piaoshui smiled bashfully, as if nothing had happened last night. Shen Ruoyi hugged Lu Piaoshui and unashamedly wrapped her delicate body around it. Honey, I don't want to go to 8 a.m. What should I do? It doesn't feel like enough sleep. Stop it. Hurry up and brush your teeth and go eat breakfast. Lu Piaoshui rolled her eyes. Last night you earned tens of thousands of dollars in one night, so I guess you can't sleep when you're happy. Aha! Shen Ruoyi snorted in a daze, looking like she hadn't woken up. Honey, it's not a beautiful mood to be in class so early in the morning. Today you're treating me to breakfast to make me happy, haha. Lu Piaoshui was speechless for a while. You made so much money last night. It would be good if I didn't ask you to buy breakfast. Shen Ruoyi dawdled and dragged herself out of the house for half a day. The doors to rooms 605 and 606 opened at almost the same time. All 3 came out of the room at the same time. Good morning, school sister Piaoshui. Qin Feng greeted politely. Lu Piaoshui smiled faintly and said softly, "Good morning, schoolmate. What bad luck. Seeing someone you don't want to see early in the morning." Shi Ruoyi rolled her eyes as if Qin Feng owed her money and didn't return it. Qin Feng wasn't angry either. He liked the way Shi Ruoyi looked like she was above the rest during the day. Choosing to ignore Shi Ruoyi, he enthusiastically said to Lu Piaoshui, "Senior sister, do you mind if I treat you to a breakfast?" "No need. I'll take care of Puffy's breakfast from now on." A domineering voice rang out. Jiang Xiaofeng walked towards the three with a proud expression. Chapter 32 Counselors. Shi Ruoyi instantly greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, schoolmate Jiang. You're so handsome today." Jiang Xiaofeng was flattered and secretly glanced at Lu Piaoshui, who had a flat response. Seeing Qin Feng again, his eyes had a few irritations. "This dead trash is like doggy ointment, can't shake it off. Forget it. Don't bother with him." Lu Piaoshui faintly said, "Thank you for your kind words, senior brother Jiang. We are not relatives. We will cause gossip. You don't have to buy breakfast. I'll just pay for it myself." Jiang Xiaofeng wasn't angry at being rejected. What was easily obtained, that wasn't the most precious. "Then let's go eat breakfast together." Jiang Xiaofeng revealed a sunny smile. Then he looked at Qin Feng coldly, as if to say, "Kids, stay away from us." Qin Feng ignored Jiang Xiaofeng's eyes and walked side by side with Lu Piaoshui. Lu Piaoshui softly said, "School brother, the new students are going to start 7 days of military training tomorrow. Are you afraid?" The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose after hearing this, patting his sturdy chest and confidently returning, "Sister, look at my physique. Would I be afraid of military training?" Shi Ruoyi cannot see Qin Feng the spirited vigor. The corner of the mouth snickered. "Humph, who will not boast? Last year many boys also loved to show off, bragging about their own cattle. The results of the military training when the exhaustion of the paralyzed, in the look is not useful." Qin Feng lightly laughed. "Sooner or later I'll let you know how powerful I am." On his lips he said, "I'm not like them, I'm much fiercer than them." Lu Piaoshui laughed and joked, "Why are you two like enemies, fighting whenever you meet? Who's a couple with him? Seeing him makes me angry." Shi Ruoyi reacted fiercely, like a cat with fried hair. Qin Feng but smiled, not say, in his heart, "Shi Ruoyi is not his own raised dog," said a pair of barely make sense. Shi Ruoyi still chattered, dissatisfied, "Piaoshui, but don't pull the red thread. I don't want to have anything to do with him, even if I get together with Jiang Shuidi's pair." These words caused Qin Feng to be a bit offended. "Senior sister Jing, don't say things too soon. Maybe you'll change your mind one day." Shi Ruoyi disliked, "Don't daydream. Even if I marry the old man, I won't marry you." Qin Feng poofed a laugh. "The more you resist, the more I like it." Jiang Xiaofeng depressed, "As long as this Qin Feng is there, he can always steal the limelight away from himself, and I don't know where this charisma comes from. Even people like Shi Ruoyi who hates him focus their attention on him. It's evil." A few people bickering along the way also attracted a lot of attention. As the school flower of Jiangnan University, Lu Piaoshui's charm was needless to say. A lot of people she didn't know knew her, and was considered a popular figure within the school. Although Shi Ruoyi was slightly inferior, with her hot body and cool dress, she also attracted a large wave of eyeballs as well. And Shi Ruoyi didn't mind at all that others were secretly spying on her, and even let people admire her in a big way except for Qin Feng. "School brother, goodbye." Lu Piaoshui waved goodbye. Qin Feng also had his own things to do. When the others had left and only the two of them were left, Shi Ruoyi couldn't help but complain, her tone full of dissatisfaction. "Piaoshui, why are you so nice to Qin Feng? I really can't figure out what's so special about him that warrants this." Lu Piaoshui's face straightened as she asked, "Don't you think that the identity of this schoolmate of ours is a bit mysterious? And he's also able to be the freshman representative." "Cut," Shi Ruoyi said in disbelief. "Those old men at school made the decision, how would we know? You just don't think so complicated." Lu Piaoshui is silent. "Is it because I think it's complicated? It's still too easy for Jing to think." Rolling her eyes, Shi Ruoyi laughed. "Let's not talk about these spoilers. I'll go clothes shopping this afternoon. Are you going?" "You got rich." Lu Piaoshui felt a bit redundant after asking this. Shi Ruoyi had made tens of thousands of dollars last night. Shi Ruoyi's eyes were different and soon said with a smile, "These 2 days to open the live broadcast earned a little money. You also come along. I'll send you 2 sets of clothes." Lu Piaoshui nodded with a faint smile. Meanwhile, the Shangtian real estate sales department. A Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove into the parking space, and the salesman inside went all misty-eyed. Definitely a big client with power. Some salespeople have been pressed into service to run out and pick up customers and open doors for them. When they saw Yi Yanhong getting out of the car with a sparkling gold necklace bracelet, many sales were shocked and dumbfounded. Sister Yi? Yi Yanhong looked at her shocked colleagues and smiled sweetly, naturally knowing why these people were so shocked. And with some joy in her heart, she said, "Why are you looking at me with such surprised eyes? Don't you recognize me?" "No, when did you change to this kind of luxury car, Sister Yi? Did you get rich?" "Oh, you mean this car? Ah, it's the car Mr. Qin gave me." The matter of Qin Feng sending Yi Yanhong a luxury car worth $7 million had spread throughout the entire sales department in just 5 minutes. Colleagues meet is all kinds of envy and praise, even the general manager is polite. Yi Yanhong went to the restroom and heard other people's conversations coming from the restroom. So envious of Sister Yi. She couldn't have been adopted by Mr. Qin, could she? "I'm willing to do it even if it's a package, that's a multi-million-dollar limousine. Look at her with all that gold. At the very least it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. If it's you, would you be willing to be packaged by Mr. Qin? It's a pity that Mr. Qin can't see me. Envious of people, my boyfriend even Valentine's Day only send $1,314. Really stingy. If I couldn't find a more suitable one, I would have dumped him a long time ago." Hearing the envious and jealous voices of her colleagues, Yi Yanhong's vanity was greatly satisfied. Suddenly thought of Qin Feng. Should I send a message to greet him? Would Qin Feng find himself too clingy and a bit annoying if he did this? The relationship between himself and Qin Feng seemed to be quite complicated. Alas, Yi Yanhong was very torn. At this moment, Qin Feng was sitting in the classroom with Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang next to him on the left and right. Zhou Wenbin took the lead to come over, full of gossip, and raised his eyebrows. "Brother Feng, quickly and honestly explain. Yesterday and that sexy young woman, what happened, ah? You two should not." Zhang Haoyang's eyes were ambiguous and full of envy. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into a bad smile as he stretched his arm and wrapped it around the shoulders of the two. "So curious?" The two men were busy nodding their heads. Qin Feng, however, deliberately stretched his tone. "Just don't tell you guys. This time, the two of them can be angry enough." Zhou Wenbin skimmed his mouth, feigning annoyance. "Buddy, you are really not enough. I wish you to become a 3-second man in the future." Qin Feng laughed and scolded. "Get lost. 3 people are playing around." Originally noisy as a food market classroom, instantly quiet to even a pin drop on the ground can be heard. Qin Feng felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Blindfolded and looking up forward, he heard a pleasant and melodious voice ringing out. "Hello, class. I'm your class counselor, Sun Yanwei."
Chapter 33 Sun Yanwei.
Qin Feng raised his head just to see a bright light in front of his eyes. Pavilion on the podium stood a temperament-quiet female teacher. Looks as pure as a white lotus flower. Wearing a pair of glasses Sizuan. White shirt with a tweed treasure blue jeans. Sun Yanwei turned around and wrote these names on the blackboard. This time he turned around. Zhou Wenbin's eyes widened and his eyes were about to fall to the ground. Zhang Haoyang directly exclaimed, "This ass is so nice." Qin Feng also had to praise the image for being just too perfect. Jeans are one of the must-have goddess robes. It can emphasize the beauty of a woman's peachy buttocks. Although Sun Yanwei didn't have a proud bosom like other girls, she had the beauty of a butt that killed other women. Zhou Wenbin swallowed his saliva, his eyes glowing, licked his lips and said, "Extremely good teacher. None of you should compete with me." This guy didn't know what kind of nerve he had, and with a red face, he directly stood up and said, "Ms. Su, do you have a boyfriend?" Qin Feng was astonished. This guy didn't look like someone with so much guts. Why is he so crazy today? It's true, alcohol and sex can strengthen a man's courage. The class was up in arms, and the crowd seemed very interested in the subject. Sun Yanwei turned around with a faint smile and didn't get angry about it. Instead, she gently pushed down her glasses and said, "Teacher doesn't look pretty. No one likes her." This voice was gentle like water, and in combination with Sun Yanwei's svelte and beautiful face, the killing power was directly doubled. These innocent little boys couldn't resist Sun Yanwei at all. Zhang Haoyang's hormones rioted and followed suit. "Ms. Su, what are your criteria for finding a boyfriend?" Sun Yanwei smiled faintly, this term of students quite energetic. "Well, there is only one requirement for a teacher to find a boyfriend, oh." Sun Yanwei stretched out a slender finger and paused slightly, also whetting the appetite of the people at the scene. Then she broke into a soft smile. narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Teachers, don't like younger than me." There was a wail of heartbreak from the male students on stage. Zhou Wenbin wailed as if he had lost his soul. "It's over. My first love hasn't started and is over." Qin Feng poofed a laugh. "Don't be narcissistic. You've never been in love in the first place. Where did you get your first love? A crush at best." Zhou Wenbin sighed depressingly. "Brother Feng, can you be a human being and not rub salt into other people's wounds? Is it okay to sprinkle sulfuric acid then?" Qin Feng laughed and cursed. "You're even more ruthless than those eunuchs from the East Chamber of the Ming Dynasty. You must have been Wei Zhongxian in your last life. Get out. Class, be quiet." Su Nianwei's voice fell, and the class quieted down. "We're going to military training tomorrow. Who's willing to be the provisional class president?" Su Nianwei swept her gaze across the crowd. Zhang Haoyang said, "Brother Feng, do you want to be the contemporary class president?" Qin Feng shook his head. "I'm not interested in being this agent. Class president has a lot of things to do. I'm too tired. Do you want to try? Anyway, I see that you're quite fit, so you'll be able to subdue the others." Qin Feng asked rhetorically. "Yeah, I'm all for you being class president too. You're better as class president than someone else." Zhou Wenbin also egged on. Zhang Haoyang was also very moved. With two close friends supporting him, a little hesitation, he stood up. "Teacher Su, I'm willing to be this class president." Su Nianwei took a serious look at Zhang Haoyang, secretly thinking, "This boy's external image is in line with the others and can hold down the others. If there is no competition, it is possible to let him be this acting class president." "Are there any other students who want to be acting class president?" No one replied for several seconds. Su Nianwei had to give up, and the position of class president ended up on Zhang Haoyang. Zhang Haoyang drifted off. "I can also be a class president for a time. I'm buying you guys dinner in the cafeteria today." "Che, thought you were going to treat us to a big meal out." Zhou Wenbin smacked his lips. "It's fine. I also want to experience the school cafeteria." Qin Feng sealed the deal. "Which student is Qin Feng?" Hearing Su Nianwei suddenly call his name, Qin Feng also felt a bit surprised, but still raised his hand and said, "Teacher, it's me." Su Nianwei looked deeply at Qin Feng. "You come to my office after class." Qin Feng was a bit strange. The two of them were only meeting for the first time. Why did Ms. Su call herself to her office? Zhou Wenbin, with a gossipy face, lowered his voice and asked, "Brother, do you have some unseemly relationship with Mr. Su?" Qin Feng was speechless. "Don't ask. Ask as I don't know." "That can't be right. You've been told to go to her office, and you call that okay? Why don't you see her ask me to go? I'm also more fierce than you in terms of size." Zhang Haoyang also curiously came over. Qin Feng was also puzzled. He did not think that he was handsome enough to be able to attract any female like a magnet. After class, Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang were dead set on following. It said that it was to prevent Qin Feng from plotting against Ms. Su Nianwei. Qin Feng was speechless. These two boys were purely trying to fulfill their gossiping mentality. "You two just wait outside the door. I'll go in and get the teacher." Qin Feng stood at the office door and warned the two guys not to come in. Zhou Wenbin said with an air of seriousness, "Brothers, lonely men and women share a room. You can be sure to hold. Do not do anything to hurt the sky and reason, or brothers also have no feelings to speak." Qin Feng kicked this dead fatty. Am I that kind of beast? Haven't you ever heard of a human face and a beast's heart?" Zhou Wenbin defied sophistry. Qin Feng lazily ignored the two and knocked on the door. "Teacher Su, this is Qin Feng. Come in." Miss Su's soft voice came from inside the room. Qin Feng pushed the door open and closed it with his backhand, isolating the two pygmy friends behind him from prying eyes. Su Nianwei raised her eyes and curiously surveyed Qin Feng. "Sit down. Want some water?" "No need." Qin Feng sat down and then asked curiously, "Miss Su, what is it that you're looking for me for?" Su Nianwei sat up straight and said in a serious manner, "Qin Feng, what is your relationship with the principal?" Qin Feng looked surprised. He had thought of many possibilities. Only he hadn't thought that teacher Su would ask about this. "Miss Su, why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Su Nianwei's eyebrows twitched. "The principal personally found me and said that he wanted me to make sure to take care of you, and also told me to treat you well. I'm a person who has always had my own principles and treated all students equally. I just want you to know that no matter who you are, and I don't want to know what your relationship is with the principal, you won't be getting special treatment with me, you know what I mean?" Qin Feng rubbed his brain, so that's what happened. Ms. Su, I also want to say something to you. The principal is the principal and I am me. I won't deny that I have a bit of a relationship with the principal, but I won't use my relationship with the principal to gain privileges. I hope Mr. Su doesn't think anything special of me either. A surprise flashed through Su Nianwei's eyes. This student seemed a bit special. Chapter 34, The Office Ambiguity. Su Nianwei developed a few good feelings towards Qin Feng and smiled. It's right that you would think this way. If you engage in anything special, other students will gossip about you behind your back. After a pause, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what exactly is your relationship with the principal? Teacher, can I keep my mouth shut? Qin Feng felt that it was better to maintain some mystery. If he let Su Nianwei know that he had donated $100 million, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to maintain such a delicate relationship as he has now. Maybe it would be special care again, and he didn't really want to give Ms. Su that concern. Well then, I won't ask. Su Nianwei secretly laughed at herself, although she didn't mind the identity of this classmate. But she wasn't yet wondering about the relationship between the two of them, him and the principal. That's probably the mouth of a woman's mouth. Embarrassed, he picked up his glass of water and tried to take a sip, only to realize it was gone. Su Nianwei stood up and wanted to get a glass of water to drink. She had just stood up and only taken 2 steps when suddenly her foot twisted, her heels wrenched, and her whole body flopped forward. Su Nianwei was instantly shocked and lost her color. Qin Feng was shocked and no longer cared about the suspicion of men and women. He violently jumped up from the stool and quickly rushed towards Su Nianwei. Seeing that Miss Su Nianwei was about to land on her head, Qin Feng's brain thought of nothing else and hurriedly hugged her whole body, letting his own body serve as a meat cushion. Poof! Both of them fell to the ground. The water glass snapped to the floor as well. Su Nianwei's entire body was lying on Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng landed on the back of his head, only feeling dizzy and unable to regain his senses for half a day. Outside the office, the sound of a water glass breaking was heard by the 2 men, and their faces changed. The 2 hurriedly pressed their ears to the doorway. Qin Feng, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Could it be that this beast Qin Feng really went after Ms. Su? At this moment, Su Nianwei had a tense face and didn't care about how ambiguous her posture was when she was lying on top of Qin Feng at this moment. Hurrying to see if his head was injured, he touched Qin Feng's head. Does it hurt? Qin Feng slowed down and his mind cleared up a bit. Touching the back of his head, he said, it doesn't hurt. Don't worry, teacher. I'll be fine after a while. Zhou Wenbin gritted his teeth, and this really did beastly things to the teacher. Just now I clearly heard the word pain. He must have asked the teacher if it hurt. Bastard. At this time, the sound of Su Nianwei's worrying voice came faintly from inside the house again. No blood. Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang breathed sharply at the same time. Both men's breath spurted into each other's faces, both staring out in shock. Bleeding? Could it be? The 2 men blushed strangely. Qin Feng's voice was once again heard from inside. It's not bleeding, don't worry, teacher. I have a hard head. It's not that easy to break. Zhang Haoyang swallowed his saliva and wondered. What is the situation without bleeding again? And the head is hard. What head? And what's not broken? What are those 2 up to? Zhang Haoyang was itching with curiosity, wishing he had a pair of perspective eyes. At this point, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became very awkward. It was only then that Su Nianwei realized that her posture was very indecent. How could I have thought so much about it just now when I was so concerned? And only now did I realize how awkward my position was. As if startled, he rushed to his feet. As a result, it twisted the injured leg again. Ah, it hurts. Su Nianwei's tears of pain were about to fall out, and I saw the aggrieved Baba. Qin Feng couldn't care less and hurriedly said, Teacher, where do you hurt? Legs hurt. Outside the room, Zhou Wenbin gritted his teeth and said jealously, Beast! Zhang Haoyang was also indignant. Not a bit of pity for delicate flowers. Cursing was all it was, but the 2 still hated to hear it. Teacher is fine. It's just a skin wound. It's not bleeding. I'll rub it for you. Then be gentle and don't hurt me. Well, did it get any more comfortable? Zhou Wenbin's face turned red and he kept swallowing his saliva. What the hell is Qin Feng doing right now? Qin Feng's face was dignified as he earnestly helped Su Nianwei rub her ankle, which she had accidentally sprained here just now. Teacher, this is a bit inconvenient. Why don't I take off your shoes? Su Nianwei's brow furrowed in pain. Biting her small lip, she said, Then be gentle. Don't make my feet hurt. Qin Feng smiled slightly. This teacher Su also had a side that made people pity her. Slowly taking Su Nianwei's high heels off, gently turning her feet. These little feet are white and tender and still very beautiful. You could tell her owner was very well maintained. Her nails were still painted red with a touch of sexiness. Qin Feng's heart was so different, like a perfect work of art, that he couldn't help but praise. Teacher, your feet are so beautiful. Su Nianwei blushed slightly. This was the first time she had been touched by a boy's foot, and the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. But thinking of his status as a teacher, he couldn't lose his temper in front of his students, and purposely said with a stern face, "Don't get carried away. I won't let you get it if you keep this up." Qin Feng secretly said, Teacher Su's reaction is still quite big. She should normally be a more serious and earnest person, not casual like those girls. Teachers are bound to be more conscious of their image. Teacher Su, the love of beauty is common to all people, and the student doesn't have any other ideas. Qin Feng's face was frank and serious, not revealing any evil thoughts. Su Nianwei hurriedly glanced away, not daring to look directly into Qin Feng's pure eyes. The look made her heart beat inexplicably faster. Although she has had numerous suitors over the years as a teacher, both students and teachers, she has rejected them all. Because none of these people could give her that heartfelt feeling. How is it that this student just met him and made his heart beat inexplicably faster? Is it because of those things that just happened? Su Nianwei's mind was inexplicably a little flustered, and she hurriedly said, "Thank you for just now. Otherwise, I would have definitely gotten hurt." Qin Feng looked up and saw that Su Nianwei's quiet face had an extra point of redness, which made it look particularly moving, and he couldn't help but be playful and want to tease Su Nianwei. "Teacher, my head hurts a little. Help me see if I'm bleeding." As soon as Su Nianwei heard this, she was also afraid that Qin Feng was not injured. After all, this matter was caused by her. "Come over here and let teacher take a look." Su Nianwei's eyes were concerned, without any half-hearted thoughts. Qin Feng was very cooperative and squatted next to Su Nianwei. Su Nianwei sat on the chair. The person's posture leaned very close. The fragrance of her body was light and fragrant. Is this the position to bump into? Su Nianwei's mind was free of distractions, her body slightly leaning forward. In order to let Su Nianwei see more clearly, Qin Feng raised the top of his head slightly, only to be bumped by Su Nianwei again. Su Nianwei's face instantly turned red. Her face was burning hot. At this moment she hated to dig a hole in the ground to drill down. But both of them bizarrely didn't speak. The atmosphere was very awkward. Qin Feng's face was also rarely embarrassed. Chapter 35, The Other Side of the Female Teacher. Cough, nothing, anything. Su Nianwei was the first to break the awkward atmosphere, sheepishly withdrawing her gaze. "Mr. Qin Feng, if you don't have anything to do, go back first. The teacher still has things to do." Su Nianwei hurriedly moved away from the chair, hands busy pretending to organize the documents. The quiet face is still hung with a touch of shyness of the heart red. This colorful peach blossom look tickled Qin Feng's heart as he looked at it. Su Nianwei was a teacher, and she had an aura of showmanship that ordinary gateway women didn't have. "Teacher Su, this is my WeChat. You can call me if you need me for anything in the future." Qin Feng opened WeChat. "Oh, okay." Su Nianwei didn't dare to look directly at Qin Feng and hurriedly opened WeChat to add a friend. It was normal for a student to add a teacher's WeChat, and she didn't think much of it. Ding, the other person has added a friend through you. Qin Feng saw Su Nianwei WeChat avatar is her own, wearing glasses, more serious, a little like taking a picture of the work permit. The WeChat name is her own name, and her personal signature is, "I am an honorable teacher." Qin Feng deduced that Su Nianwei was probably a workaholic who loved teaching very much. "Teacher, then I'll go out first." "Well, remember to bring the door with you." Su Nianwei looked at the documents in her hands and answered without lifting her head. Qin Feng secretly screamed that it was a pity that he had wanted to exchange more feelings with his teacher, but as a result of that embarrassing incident, he could only leave first. Just as he opened the door, he saw two piggyback friends standing outside the door, startling Qin Feng. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng didn't have the good sense to say these two guys were sneaky looking. One look and he knew that they must be eavesdropping. Zhou Wenbin hurriedly pulled Qin Feng out and put on a look of deep hatred. "Hurry up and give an account. Did you do something worse than a beast to your teacher in there?" Zhang Haoyang also tightly clasped Qin Feng's hand, staring at the interrogation. "You do not need to sophistry. Even the teacher you also under the ruthless hand must arrest you to see the officials. Qin Feng wrenched the hands of the two away with a forceful shake. What are you thinking? You don't look at how long it's been since you first went in? Am I that fast? Zhou Wenbin hurriedly looked at his cell phone time. It seems to have gone in for 10 minutes. Isn't that enough? Don't listen to him, blow it off. Maybe he's already been there 2 or 3 times. Zhang Haoyang looked like he had already seen through your lying. Off. Qin Feng feigned great anger. Is your brother this kind of person? Cut the crap and answer for it. I heard you say bleeding? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. These two teasers were really brainy. Pointing to his head, he said, I just fell on the ground, and the teacher asked me if there was any blood on my head. So where do you guys think I went? Zhou Wenbin had an afterthought. So just now when you said in there that your head was hard and didn't break, you were referring to your head? What else do you think it is? Qin Feng looked at the cutie with a face. Rhetorical question. Zhou Wenbin, a long sigh of relief, laughed. I told you, Su teacher, how can look on you this kind of person. To choose is also to choose me, this kind of look honest and reliable people. Qin Feng really wanted to slap this guy to death. Would it kill him not to be narcissistic? No. I clearly heard the teacher just now say it hurt and asked you to be gentle. How do you explain this? Zhang Haoyang's eyes were suspicious, like he was interrogating a prisoner. These two have such dirty minds. The teacher fell in there and twisted her foot. I'll rub her foot for a while. May I ask what you two have in mind again? Zhang Haoyang scratched his head. Haha, and looked up at the sky. You guess. Qin Feng understood in a second and was exasperated by these two teasers. This is the harm of watching too many movies. The brain always has some messy ideas. Cut the bull and hurry to the cafeteria. Not long after the three had left, Su Nianwei in the office touched her face, which was still vaguely hot. It was just an accident. Hurry up and forget about it. Su Nianwei couldn't help but think of the scene that just happened again. Her face couldn't help but soup up again. Alas, it's all my fault for being careless. How should I meet this student in the future? Shame on me. Su Nianwei cupped her face, looked at the mirror's delicate flower-like face, and muttered to herself. Do. The cell phone resting on the desktop emitted a fierce vibration. The screen lit up and it was someone calling, like a very pretty woman. The number is from abroad. Su Nianwei hesitated for a moment before tapping answer. Damn woman. What are you doing? Didn't answer the phone for so long. The woman had a nice voice and sounded like the type of person with a more straightforward personality. Su Nianwei supported her hands on the desktop and rubbed her brain, seemingly speechless to the woman on the phone. Have something to say. Hee. Are you still teaching now? Sure. Do you want to come and be a teacher too? I don't want to be a teacher. I'm not like you to let a good 100 billion female president not to be. Prefer to be a teacher. Do you think you have a sick brain? Su Nianwei elegantly picked up the coffee on the table, took a shallow sip, and faintly said, It's not like you don't know that I hate those things of hooking up inside the family. Oh, so how are you and your fiancé doing? Su Nianwei's eyes condensed, and she said in a cold voice, I now have a headache when I hear these 3 words. Please don't mention these 3 words in front of me in the future, or I'll hang up the phone immediately. The woman on the other side quickly begged for forgiveness. Yes. Baby, I'm wrong. When I go back to my country, by the way, I'll bring you some good things to make amends to you, haha. No need. Every time you bring either perfume, makeup, or your foreign boyfriend. Hee. You guessed it all, huh? A strange sound came from the opposite side. Su Nianwei frowned. What are you doing? Eating a banana. Just give me a second. Soon. Su Nianwei's eyebrows danced upwards fiercely. This crazy woman. Sick. All you do is eat all day. It's hopeless. Straight off the phone. Ugh, I'm gonna go crazy at this rate. Su Nianwei caressed her snow-white forehead and gently took off her glasses. At once, the aura of her body gathered. 1 second is a bookish female teacher. The next second is a mature and absolutely beautiful high-cold flower. Inside the cafeteria, the 3 Qin Fengs sat at a table, while Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin scanned the passing female students like radar and issued their respective reviews. That girl classmate is a contrarian woman at first glance. Look at her short skirt and stockings. 9 out of 10 stockings burn. Zhou Wenbin looked like an expert and pointed out the river. Zhang Haoyang also analyzed like a dog-headed military strategist. Qin Feng kind of regretted sitting with these 2 guys, fearing that he would be treated as an immodest student by others as well. Just then, Zhang Haoyang slapped Qin Feng's shoulder violently, shaking off her just-arrived home hoagie. What are you doing? Can't we eat? Brother Feng, look. Zhang Haoyang's two eyes widened as he excitedly pointed ahead. Chapter 36. Conditions for Chasing School Sisters. Walking towards the face of the two girls with stunningly beautiful appearance, holding dinner plates in their hands, their lotus steps moved gently, and they came straight towards Qin Feng's direction. The one on the left is Lu Piao Shui, with icy skin and a cool demeanor. On the right is Shi Ro Jing, smiling like a flower, dressed coolly, with long legs swaying. These two appeared side by side, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves in the cafeteria. Countless gazes were cast over in unison, always following their impressive figures, their eyes full of marvel and admiration. I go. Isn't this the school beauties who sang with you last time? Zhou Wenbin was so excited that the rice he was eating in his mouth fell out regardless, and hurriedly corrected his glasses. Qin Feng's eyes ambiguously drifted from Shi Ro Jing's body, secretly praising. The body is not bad. Eventually his eyes landed on Lu Piao Shui and he waved his hand to greet her. Puffy, this way. Lu Piao Shui sniffed. Her eyes flickered and instantly locked onto the direction where Qin Feng was. Slightly tilting her head, the corner of her mouth slowly hooked up a faint smile as she walked towards Qin Feng with a light step. On the other hand, on the side of Shi Ro Jing, reluctance was written all over her face, frowning, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and resistance, gently biting her lip, as if she was doing some internal struggling. In the end, she still let out a light sigh, and with somewhat heavy footsteps, she followed behind Lu Piao Shui and walked over. Senior Qin Feng, what a coincidence. Lu Piao Shui sat across from Qin Feng with a fragrant breeze and a light smile. Qin Feng swept a glance at Lu Piao Shui's plate, just a few kinds of green vegetables and a little bit of rice. Very light. This portion can only feed a kitten. Sister, is that all you're going to eat? Humph. You think everyone is as edible as you? Shi Ro Jing rolled her eyes and sat down with a reluctant face. Anyone could hear that she had an extremely heavy grudge against Qin Feng. Beauty, why do you have to speak so harshly? Zhang Haoyang slightly tilted his head, his eyes filled with curiosity and incomprehension as he looked straight at Shi Ro Jing. It seems like my brother didn't provoke you anywhere, right? Zhang Haoyang's heart cannot help but a little depressed, secretly thought. This woman that is quite beautiful, how the temper is so bad. Can it be that he had some kind of emotional relationship with Qin Feng before, and now he is angry with everyone because of his love and hatred? Shi Ro Jing skimmed her mouth. This person was definitely no good with Qin Feng. Handsome boy, you keep your nose out of the pretty girl's business. Lu Piao Shui hurriedly tugged on Shi Ro Jing's clothes and laughed. Don't mind her. She's more straightforward. It's inevitable that her words will be a bit impulsive. Just get used to it. Qin Feng didn't seem to notice Shi Ro Jing's spiteful attitude and said with a smile on his face, It's fine. I've long gotten used to it. I wouldn't have gotten used to it if she didn't lose her temper. Bitchy. Shi Ro Jing muttered in a small voice and lowered her head to pick up her meal. Lu Piao Shui was a little embarrassed and could only hide it with a smile. Zhou Wenbin chomped on his rice and said in a serious manner, Beauty, I can read faces? Do you want me to help you read faces? Shi Ro Jing's chin lifted lightly, her gaze filled with dislike and contempt as she glanced coldly at Zhou Wenbin. Che, what era is this? Still used this way to pick up girls? Are you rustic? Zhou Wenbin pushed his glasses upward and said like an old clergyman, Beauty, I see that your face is not good. Within 3 days you will surely break the bank. I advise you to talk less and eat more, or you will be condemned by heaven. Four-eyed boy, quite good at cursing. Shi Ro Jing raised her eyebrows and tugged at the corner of her mouth, vaguely showing signs of storming out. Generally average. Zhou Wenbin appeared to be honest, but he also had a dark side. Shi Ro Jing snorted coldly. It really is the case that things come in groups. Then does sitting across from me right now count as getting together? Zhang Haoyang snatched the words to dislike. Pull back. Don't put gold on your face. Shi Ro Jing's teeth were sharp, and she wasn't weak even in 1-on-2. Qin Feng smiled faintly and focused his attention on the beautiful woman in front of him. Sister Piao Shui. Let's ignore them. Let's talk about us. Aha! Lu Piao Shui nodded gently, eating in a very civilized manner. Sister, have you ever been in love? Lu Piao Shui's hand movement stalled, raising her eyes full of surprise. Senior, why would you ask this question? Simply just curious, as pretty as senior sister is. There should be many people pursuing her. Qin Feng had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. If he said that Lu Piao Shui didn't have anyone to chase after, he definitely didn't believe it. Maybe he had even been in love. Lu Piao Shui guffawed. supporting her delicate chin with one hand, her bright eyes staring straight into Qin Feng's eyes. I thought school brother was interested in me, causing me to be happy for nothing. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled upwards, and the slyness in Lu Piaoshue's eyes did not escape him. So he knew that his schoolmate was flirting with him. He at least is also the love of all flowers over. A piece of leaf does not touch the body of the prodigal son. Suddenly was so flirting with the school sister, suddenly felt very interesting, seemingly laughing. What if I do pursue schoolteacher? Lu Piaoshue, two eyebrows curved into a bright moon. This elementary school brother is not good to pin down. The skin is quite thick. Suddenly, it occurred to her that the last time she tried to ask Qin Feng out for dinner, she was rejected. You play lust with me, so I'll play lust with you a little bit, and do unto you what you've done unto me. As if Lu Piaoshue had found something interesting, she smiled sweetly. Then I'm afraid I'll be disappointed. Oh, then I'd like to know why I'm disappointed. Qin Feng also became interested. He wanted to see how hard it was for his schoolmate to chase after him. When Lu Piaoshue saw Qin Feng take the bait, a stunning smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, her pupils looking around as if she had seen her prey take the bait. The boys who pursue me must be persistent, and while they don't need to be on call, they do need to be on call. Secondly, the look should be handsome enough, but it seems to me that school brother is still a little bit short. Lu Piaoshue stretched out her slender nails and gestured. As if to say, you're not handsome enough, you're still a little bit short of the mark. If another person heard such words, they might feel inferior, but Qin Feng wouldn't. Instead, he continued to listen with interest. And, Lu Piaoshue said with a slight sideways glance of her head. You have to have money, you don't need a billionaire, but a millionaire is definitely needed. I don't know if you have that kind of money, schoolmate? Qin Feng secretly smiled. Lu Piaoshue said that the first few questions were very much in line with himself, simply customized for himself. Go on. Lu Piaoshue, on the contrary, wasn't in a hurry to say anything, but looked straight at Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not answer the question of whether he has money word painting means, but his face cannot see the inferiority complex. The bottom line is very sufficient. Is he really rich, big young man? Then I'll ask him the next question. Can you do it with your heart for me and your eyes for only me as a girl? Chapter 37. Conditioning a puppy under the eye of a goddess. Qin Feng said without hesitation, I can't. Very decisive, without a moment's hesitation. He didn't want to give up a forest for a tree right now. Although Lu Piaoshue turned out to be very beautiful, it was only very beautiful, not to the kind of ability that would make him give up everything. If he could, he would rather give Lu Piaoshue $100 million for her to change her condition. Lu Piaoshue froze. She had thought that Qin Feng might refuse, but she didn't think that Qin Feng would refuse so quickly that even a moment of hesitation was superfluous. Was her charm that bad? At least you have to pretend a little bit can also be this, or directly do not pretend. All the words Lu Piaoshue had originally thought of saying were all disrupted. Why? Lu Piaoshue couldn't help but ask, just about to say the latter half of the sentence. Am I not pretty enough? Qin Feng pretended to sigh. There are so many beautiful women in this world. I want to see a few more. If I can only see one of you after chasing you, this deal is not cost-effective in any way. So, I'm going to wait until I've seen enough beautiful women in the world before chasing after you. At that time, I'll be able to be single-minded and only look at you. Qin Feng said, looking at Lu Piaoshue with a smile on his face and a few flirtations in his eyes. In the first half of the sentence, Lu Piaoshue was still cursing Qin Feng for being a philanderer, and in the second half of the sentence, the corners of her mouth directly couldn't be pressed upwards. Oily mouth. Handsome-looking people can't be relied upon. Lu Piaoshue scolded with her mouth, but a joyful smile appeared in her eyes. Qin Feng had a smile on his lips as he enjoyed the flirting of the beauty. Chasing girls should be thick-skinned and sweet-mouthed, not spoiled all the time, but not without a little rainbow fart. Zhang Haoyang on the side secretly gave a thumbs up. Brother Feng is awesome. Even the school flower was teased to death. When else is Lao Tzu going to pick up a pretty girl? After looking up at the stern-faced Shi Jing, his heart was tasteless. What's the point of looking too pretty and dressing cool? This temper is just like this balloon. It bursts at the slightest point, and no one can stand it. A meal was very pleasant. Lu Piaoshue and Qin Feng talked and laughed, not realizing that time passed quickly. The two talked from astronomy to geography and then to food. Lu Piaoshue was then surprised to find that Qin Feng was very knowledgeable, spoke with a sense of humor and would please girls, sometimes like a fluttering gentleman, sometimes like a greasy little smoothie. On the contrary, It was Shi Ruoyi who was very unhappy to see Qin Feng and Lu Piaoshui talking so opportunistically. I really don't know why Gossamer is so involved in talking to this trash. With her qualifications, she could have found a rich kid. Thinking of the second generation of rich people, Shi Ruoyi suddenly thought of the main silver. I do not know what this big gold master is doing now. Shi Ruoyi no longer pay attention to Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang. Secretly took out her cell phone and put it under the table to send a message to her main silver. Qin Feng was about to open his mouth to speak when he suddenly realized that the screen of his cell phone on the desktop lit up and a message popped up. Shi Ruoyi's avatar remarks. Little M dog. Lord Silver. Jing super misses you. Misses you to death. Kisses. Frightened Qin Feng hurriedly covered the palm of his hand, and his cell phone was afraid to be seen by others. Holy, I'm glad it's on mute. If anyone else sees it, it's going to be a stab in the back. Without moving, he brought his cell phone underneath to secretly open the contents. A strange feeling of excitement suddenly raced through her heart. People come and go in the dining hall, where everyone's friends sit. Lu Piaoshui was still sitting on the opposite side. The two talked privately about these shameful subjects. Hey! Qin Feng stole a glance at Shi Ruoyi. As if Shi Ruoyi had a heart-to-heart. She glared fiercely at Qin Feng and opened her mouth to say wordlessly, "Look at your mom. Damn it, you're a puppy and you dare to oppose the Lord's money? I didn't want to educate you in this situation, but you came to irritate the main bank, so don't blame me for giving you a lesson." Rush made up an order to send through. Very well. Love or hate the Lord's silver? Love, 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 love. Straight back in seconds with a whole bunch of lovey-dovey flying kisses. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose and he replied again, "Are you? Lord Silver. Jing is the cheapest person in the whole world." Qin Feng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Piaoshui was depressed. From the moment Qin Feng took his cell phone just now, this guy was out of place, a little distracted. Is he talking to some pretty girl again? This is too much. Even Lu Piaoshui did not perceive an extra trace of displeasure in her heart. Which pretty girl are you hitting on again, schoolboy? Qin Feng was shocked. Just now too involved almost forgot about the schoolmate in front of him. Hurried to pause to Shi Ruoyi class, said with a smile. Nothing. A friend of mine's dog did not run away without a leash. I'm teaching him how to raise a dog. Oh, so you like raising dogs too? Lu Piaoshui's eyes lit up and she instantly found a topic. Qin Feng sneaked a glance at Shi Ruoyi. True to form, he didn't like having a dog. But this dog wasn't the other way around. I didn't like raising them before, but now I do. I found my soulmate. I'm particularly fond of dogs too. I love huskies. They're quite intelligent and delightful. What kind of dog do you like to have? Willow floated like she had opened a box of words. Qin Feng was a bit torn. How should he answer? I don't know much about dogs myself. Groundhogs, I guess. Qin Feng could only hold these three words in the end. On the side, Shi Ruoyi violently poofed a laugh, her eyes despised. It's true that what kind of person raises what kind of dog? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Yes, I'm a person a little bit rustic. The dog is also relatively rustic. But the good thing is that my dog is particularly obedient. Lu Piaoshui laughed lightly. In fact, there's nothing wrong with earth dogs. They are loyal and well-fed, and they are also sociable. I also quite like earth dogs. Sister Shui. Good insight. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up and looked at Shi Ruoyi with a smile or not. This dog I have at home. It's quite loyal and understanding. I'm old favorite. Shi Ruoyi rolled her eyes and lazily ignored Qin Feng, secretly pulling out her cell phone and frowning darkly. How come the main silver hasn't returned the message? So angry. The main silver ignoring people but also here to suffer from the gas of the garbage. Shi Ruoyi how to be so unlucky Lord Silver, your baby Jing is so pitiful. I was eating in the dining hall and I ran into a piece of trash always pestering me. And the person is super cheap, horny and poor. I want to find someone to beat him up. Qin Feng stole a glance at the message on his cell phone and the corner of his mouth just twitched. Why does this message feel like a scolding? This puppy is really getting fat and he wants to ask someone to beat me up, right? Stinky baby. Sneak a picture and send it over. Let me see who is so bold as to hit on my baby. As this message went out, Qin Feng secretly observed Shi Ruoyi out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, he saw Shi Ruoyi pretending to put her hand on the desktop with her cell phone up to take a sneak peek at herself. Really cursing me. Chapter 38 Special Courses. The next moment Qin Feng's cell phone lit up. A picture taken from the angle of Shi Ruoyi came to his cell phone, and it was aimed at his own face. Lord Silver. It's the scrappy guy, super and a triple-second guy. I want to puke when I see him, and he thinks he's so handsome like that. Well, well, well. Scrappy men. Huh? 3-second man, right? Super cheap. Huh? Chin Feng was on fire with no name and put his cell phone underneath while secretly sending messages as if nothing had happened. Sister Shui, if the puppy doesn't listen, how are you going to educate it? First, make simple rules. Reward correct behavior by having the dog perform correct behaviors on demand, such as going to the bathroom at regular intervals and staying quietly in a designated area, and immediately rewarding with a snack, praise, or a toy. Lu Piao Shui immediately showed her professionalism and rich experience in dog breeding. Chin Feng was enlightened, secretly praising school sister Lu Piao Shui for being a professional dog breeder. He smiled and said, "School sister, please wait a moment. I'll write it down first. You're really good at learning." Lu Piao Shui guffawed, her favorable impression of Chin Feng growing. Narrowing her eyes, she sized up Chin Feng and secretly thought, I heard that people who raise dogs are not as bad as they should be, and since Chin Feng liked raising dogs so much, he shouldn't be a bad person. It's just a little bit of philandering, as if it's not a big deal. What man isn't a philanderer? All the honest people in this world are in the countryside farming. Shi Rojing was dwelling on how the main Silver hadn't returned the message yet, and immediately it came, her eyes lit up. Lord Silver. Immediately play puppy with tongue out and send Lord Silver a picture. Little M dog. Petulant expression don't. I'm eating in the cafeteria now, how to shoot code. People will laugh at me if they see it. Main Silver. Then go to the restroom and take a picture for a $5,000 reward. Little M dog. Flying kisses Lord Silver. Wait a moment. I'll be right there. Piao Shui. I'm going to the restroom first. Shi Rojing suddenly stood up and dropped these words before leaving in quick steps. Zhang Haoyang gloated. Looking at her like this, she might have diarrhea. Zhou Wenbin pushed up his glasses and said, I think it's more likely that her great-aunt came to him. Serves you right. Retribution. These two living babies curse each other. Chin Feng secretly laughed. If these two living treasures knew that Shi Rojing was there to take pictures, they would probably be so envious that their eyes would be gouged out. Your friends are so funny. Lu Piao Shui smiled faintly and didn't blame these two. Don't pay attention to them. That's just how their personalities are. Chin Feng said casually. It didn't take long for the cell phone message to come right away. A picture of a dog playing puppy with its tongue out was sent. The expression was very shameful, the work was very nasty, and it was completely different from what it was just now. And with a few teasing and seductive demeanors. Good dog. Chin Feng's eyes were ambiguous and his heart was secretly happy. Little M dog. Lord Silver? Do I look like a dog to you? Main Silver. Very good, great. $5,000 straight through. Consumption of 5,000 yuan to Little M dog lessons to get 100 times the return. The return of 500,000 has been accounted for. Raise a dog and make money at the same time. Hokage. Let's pick up where we left off about getting a dog. Lu Piao Shui's face was straight. Moderate punishment can be used to temporarily isolate the dog. Put the dog into a separate small space for a few minutes as punishment, but don't physically punish the dog. Easy to make the dog fearful, anxious, and exacerbate the behavioral problems. Senior sister, wait for a moment. Chin Feng hurriedly sent a message to Shi Rojing. Stay in the bathroom for 2 minutes and come back out. No cell phones. Count from 1 to 120 seconds. Reward $1,000 upon completion. Shi Rojing was surprised, then laughed ambiguously. Lord Silver is getting better at playing, but I like it. Shi Rojing really stopped looking at her cell phone and instead closed her eyes and started counting the numbers. Chin Feng sighed. Hokage, we can start talking about the next punishment. Lu Piao Shui laughed lightly. This isn't called punishment. This is education-oriented. Chin Feng laughed. Just now he made a slip of the tongue and said punishment. Fair enough, so let's talk education. Socialize your dog by bringing him or her into contact with different people and animals and environments, such as going to the park and attending pet parties, so that he or she can become accustomed to a variety of scenarios and stimuli as a puppy and reduce disobedient behaviors caused by fear or unfamiliarity. This was difficult for Chin Feng. He couldn't bring Shi Rojing to the outdoor punishment. And it's not suitable for the middle of the day, so it doesn't seem like a good idea for this project to go any further. It's a little sad. School brother, what's wrong? Lu Piao Shui keenly sensed the change of expression on Chin Feng's face, as if he was in great difficulty. Nothing. I just don't think that dog in my house is quite suitable to be taken out for outside training. Qin Feng hurriedly made up a reason. Lu Piaoshui guffawed and said confidently, "How hard can it be? If your dog is here, you can hand it over to me. I'll help you to train it, and guarantee to teach you an obedient and well-behaved puppy." Cough. Qin Feng had just taken a mouthful of soup and almost choked it out. He really couldn't imagine what kind of picture it would be if he handed over Shi Ruoyi to Lu Piaoshui to train in public. If he let his senior sister know that the dog he was talking about was Shi Ruoyi, he didn't even dare to imagine what kind of different look Lu Piaoshui would give him. "Dude, letting you drink soup isn't letting you eat immortality pills? Do you need to grab it?" Zhang Haoyang was speechless, glancing at it and continuing to focus on his cell phone. Qin Feng touched his chest. "Buddy, you are not aware of what happened. If you knew, you would not be reacting in this way. Hokage, I've made you laugh. We'll talk about dog ownership later." Qin Feng hurriedly sent a message to Shi Ruoyi to let her come back, and transferred $1,000 to her, and the system returned another 50,000. Lu Piaoshui didn't force herself, looking at Qin Feng with a face of innocence, her red lips slightly opened. "That's fine. If there's anything you don't know in this area, you can always ask me for advice. I'm a professional in this area." Qin Feng stifled his laughter and said, "Yes, definitely." As the two of them were talking, Shi Ruoyi also stomped back with a cheerful pace and carried a fragrant breeze with her. Lu Piaoshui smiled sideways and asked, "Aren't you going just to use the restroom? Why are you so happy as if you picked up money?" Shi Ruoyi was in a good mood and earned $6,000 for nothing, naturally beautiful. "Those who know me drift snow." Zhang Haoyang said conspiratorially, "Don't dream in broad daylight. Four-eyed boy, do you believe she can pick up money inside the toilet?" Zhou Wenbin hemmed and hawed. "Who goes out with cash these days? If you can pick up something in the toilet, it must be an ant's napkin." "Ha ha." The two teasers laughed maniacally. Qin Feng was also amused. "Che, don't want to talk to these people." Shi Ruoyi exasperatedly pulled Lu Piaoshui. "Puffy, let's go." Lu Piaoshui stood up and smiled, would wave and follow suit. Chapter 39. High School's White Moon. Qin Feng's few people playfully walked out of the cafeteria. Shi Ruoyi's exasperated, black-faced look really made me laugh. Who makes her always act like she's above it all? Like everyone owes her. Brother Feng, why do I always feel like she's always targeting you? It can't be that you guys are having some kind of emotional dispute, right? Zhou Wenbin asked a seemingly random question but happened to ask the key point. Qin Feng smiled to cover it up, and with a twinkle in his eye he said with a smile, "There's absolutely no such thing. Do you think it's possible for me and her?" The two men shook their heads in unison, their voices neatly harmonizing. "Never!" The corners of Qin Feng's mouth turned upwards. The more unlikely something is, the more likely it is to happen. On the other side, Lu Piaoshui also asked Shi Ruoyi, her pretty brows slightly knitted, "Jing, why do you hate Qin Feng so much?" When Shi Ruoyi heard this, her brain flashed over Qin Feng's appearance, and she immediately felt a wave of disgust rise from the bottom of her heart, inexplicably upset and angry. There's no reason for it. All in all, I just don't like him as a person. I hate him from head to toe. Lu Piaoshui sighed slightly. One was her good best friend. The other was a close friend she had just added. She didn't want to see both parties fight as soon as they met. "But I always thought he was nice and not as nasty as you said. Are you prejudiced against him in some way? Why don't I get out of the hospital and help you mediate?" "Don't." Shi Ruoyi reacted greatly, her jade hand shaking vigorously, the corner of her mouth disdainfully saying, "I'm not interested in people like him at all. Sometimes I don't understand why you're always so nice to him. It's not like he's some rich kid. And look at those two whatever-ass friends he made today. They're full of dirty talk. If it wasn't for you, I'd have left a long time ago." Shi Ruoyi was full of resentment. Lu Piaoshui smiled helplessly and bitterly. "Look at how you make people sound so bad. I don't think Qin Feng looks like any bad person, and he likes to raise dogs. Generally speaking, people who like to raise dogs can't be that bad." Shi Ruoyi's face looked strange, her eyes fluttering a bit as she looked ahead to the blue sky and white clouds. "Piaoshui, let me tell you something. You say, don't ever mention the word dog in front of me again. I'm allergic to it." After Shi Ruoyi finished speaking, she lightly twisted her waist and accelerated her steps forward. Lu Piaoshui froze. What was wrong with Jing? She used to be quite fond of raising dogs, and she hadn't seen her allergic to them. JNU military training. Qin Feng also changed to flowery green clothes, Wearing this set of clothes is also very handsome. A few more points of sunshine and hard temperament attracted the side of the not-so-girl students a burst of sidelong glances. The instructor yelled, "Students, welcome to this freshman military training, and I'm not going to bull you. From now on, first run 2K meters." After a military training session, many freshmen were tired and panting like a dog's blood. Both Qin Feng and Zhang Haoyang were physically stronger, and these military drills were not difficult for him. For Zhou Wenbin was out of luck, tired as a dog. "Mom, I thought I was going to die." Zhou Wenbin hurriedly took mineral water and slammed it into his mouth. "For-eyed boy, it's only the first day of military training and you're this tired. How will you live in the days to come? Lay over." The two of them struck up a conversation without a word, and Qin Feng wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. "Class, can I buy you a bottle of water?" A timid female voice sounded. Qin Feng looked up to see a cute-looking girl, about 1 meter 6 tall, looking at herself shyly, holding a bottle of mineral water in her hand. Qin Feng took the mineral water in her hand with a faint smile. "Thank you, you're so nice." The girl blushed even more and gathered her courage. "Can I add your WeChat?" "Sure, I'll add you." Qin Feng added the other party's WeChat in a big way, and the girl got the WeChat and ran away shyly. Zhang Haoyang was close to writing the word envy on his own face, and said sourly, "Brother Feng, you're also too powerful, right? Such a cute girl has taken the initiative to add you to WeChat. Teach me." Qin Feng touched his handsome face and pretended to sigh. "It can't be helped. Who made me too handsome?" Came to the school was occasionally added to the microblogging. This kind of thing is not the first time. Qin Feng has long had the experience to deal with. Zhang Haoyang was indignant. "You speak human." Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and was about to say something when the expression on his face gradually froze, his eyes just looking at a delicate figure in front of him. Under the blazing sun, a stunning woman stepped into the training ground in her military green uniform. Fair face because of the intense exercise after reflecting the delicate red halo, soft through the valiant perseverance, eyes as bright as a star, loose camouflage clothing bundled out of the slender waist, jade legs long and slender. The rest of the people around them were still in a state of confusion and their eyes were fixed on the girl's body. Qin Feng's eyes stared, finally meeting under these circumstances. "By Ruoyi, my damn first love. You're still as high and mighty as ever." Qin Feng's heart set off a slight wave and quickly regained its calm, his gaze smoothly looking straight at if both familiar and feeling a little strange first love. Like a gust of wind, Bai Ruoyi gently arrived in front of Qin Feng and softly said, "Qin Feng, you come with me." There was no joy of reunion or too many words. It was like giving an order. Qin Feng slowly got up and followed Bai Ruoyi. From his angle he could see Bai Ruoyi's back was extremely perfect, like a perfect work of art, but he had no ripples in his heart at the moment. Something should be over. It was time to make things clear. Zhang Haoyang was surprised. "For eyes? What's the situation?" "I don't know, but I'm sure there's a story between them," Zhou Wenbin concluded. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Blind eyes know there's something wrong with the two of them. Don't you think that Brother Feng hides nothing? No matter what beauties come to him." Zhang Haoyang is frantic. The drought is dying. The flood is dying. Zhou Wenbin pushed up his glasses, stared at Qin Feng's back and said, "Maybe it's Qin Feng who got someone pregnant and dumped them." Zhang Haoyang slapped Zhou Wenbin and poofed a laugh. "For-eyed boy, you're so capable of making things up. Why don't you go write a novel? Big stuff. Shut up. Let's sneak up and check it out." At this time, Qin Feng and Bai Ruoyi were also far away from the crowd, and neither of them said a word along the way. Qin Feng stopped and said in a deep voice, "Right here. What do you want from me?" Bai Ruoyi turned around, her eyes more than a little helpless. "Qin Feng, I know you've always liked me. I also know that we had a brief relationship once. But that was all because I didn't know any better and agreed to be your girlfriend on a whim. Now I regret it, and I want you to forget about it. And when we meet at school in the future, we'll pretend we don't know anyone. Okay?" Chapter 40, Reasons for White Moonlight's Breakup. Qin Feng was disappointed for a moment in his heart. Back then, he and Bai Ruoyi were in a high school. The two talked about love in their sophomore year of high school. A month later, Bai Ruoyi proposed to break up. The reason is that she just wanted to try what it was like to be in a relationship in the first place, and now she doesn't find it interesting, so she wants to break up. Although Qin Feng was heartbroken, he still agreed. The next day, Bai Ruoyi transferred to another school and didn't even say a word to Qin Feng when she left. The two hadn't seen each other in over a year. Did Bai Ruoli come to find herself this time just to say such spoiler words to herself? Qin Feng smiled. I really don't know why I liked Bai Ruoli in the first place. It's probably the love brain period where you only see the good things about Bai Ruoli and don't see the faults in her. What are you laughing at? Bai Ruoli looked like she was interrogating, and also looked like she was dissatisfied with this reaction from Qin Feng. It's nothing. Qin Feng smiled lightly. Would you believe me if I said that I didn't know you got into this university either? Do you think I would believe that? Bai Ruoli asked rhetorically, raising her eyes. I know very well what grades you studied for. There is no way you could have gotten into this university, and I made a point of asking my classmates about your college entrance exam scores. As it turns out, yours is only 630 points, and the score line for admission to JNU starts at 660 points. So you used money to buy your way into the quota to get into JNU, didn't you? Qin Feng did not deny that, in a sense, he was also considered to have bought his way into this school with money. Bai Ruoli, if you think I'm still pestering you, then you're overthinking it. I'm long gone from the Qin Feng who only had you in his eyes back then. Qin Feng put his hands into his pockets, and he was no longer the humble crybaby teenager. Although Bai Ruoli was a white moonlight, so what? Qin Feng, stop pretending. I know it hit you really hard when I initially broke up, and I've heard from my classmates that you didn't go to school for a week because of it, and your grades dropped a lot. Qin Feng was silent when he broke up. He was indeed self-absorbed and had difficulty pulling himself out. Bai Ruoli took 2 steps forward, just half a meter away from Qin Feng. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to see through Qin Feng. Do you know why I broke up with you? I don't know. Qin Feng really didn't know and had always wondered why. Simply because you're so clingy. Every morning you send me a message, and at noon and at night. As long as I also open the phone as your message, you so that I cannot feel the joy of a relationship, but like a tight rope, constantly in my ear nagging. Move and send me a good morning. Have you eaten yet? Did you miss me? Not romantic at all. I've had enough. This isn't the kind of relationship I want. So I'm breaking up with you if I do. Qin Feng froze. He would never have imagined that it was because he cared too much about Bai Ruoli that became the reason for the breakup in the first place. Bai Ruoli let out the pent-up resentment in her heart in one breath. The heart felt extraordinarily painful. Now you know why I was so resistant to you showing up in front of me. It was so hard for me to get rid of you, only to see you on the day of the freshman party just after I got to college, reminding me again of those unpleasant memories from my high school days. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Am I that scary? Bai Ruoli looked indifferent. I don't want to mention the past anymore. I just hope that you won't appear in front of me as much as possible in the future. And even if you see me, you have to act as if you don't recognize me. Qin Feng took a deep breath and exhaled the stuffiness in his heart. When White Moonlight initially proposed to break up, he had been difficult to solve this knot, always wanted a result, and now that he knew the truth, instead, he had a feeling of relief. If Bai Ruoli broke up because of compelling reasons, he would forgive. Now Qin Feng was very glad that the breakup was timely. Heart, the last little bit of intermediation also evaporated. Suddenly feel refreshed, face also emerged from the heart smile. I am very happy to cooperate with you, in the future to meet us as if we do not know each other. Bai Ruoli was surprised in her heart. How did he agree so quickly? Knowing him as I do, he'd be stalking me. How could he say yes? Is he pretending to say yes? Is what you said true? Bai Ruoli's eyes were skeptical as she clasped her hands in front of her body and looked straight at Qin Feng. 1,000 times over, and besides, I'm not short of women right now, so why do I keep pestering you? The suspicion in Bai Ruoli's eyes deepened. Qin Feng was a rather honest and shy boy in high school. How could he have many girls like him? I think he just wants to put on a face in front of me, so I'll give him some face and not break it down. Just get the results you want. Thinking that she had read Qin Feng through, Bai Ruoli faintly said, Then it's a deal from now on. We'll treat ourselves as strangers, and you'd better keep your promise as well. Dropping these words, Bai Ruori turned around arrogantly, without a care in the world, and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Qin Feng called Bai Ruoli to a halt. Bai Ruoli's footsteps stopped and she stared back with her sideways features. If you have something to say it as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry. Qin Feng smiled faintly. The knot in his heart had been dissolved. There was still a trace of involvement left that had not yet been completely completed. Bai Ruoli, do you still remember that in high school I had promised you one thing? Bai Ruoli pondered for a moment in her eyes before she faintly said, Remember, you said you would grant me a wish, right? Qin Feng laughed sagely. This is what I owed you in the beginning. Now that I have the ability to repay it, Tell me the wish you want to fulfill. We've been cut off ever since. Bai Ruoyi puffed a smile. It was just a naive dream in her youth. Although she remembered it, she didn't take it seriously. My idol is the #1 popularity bandwagon Queen Egg. I want to be like her. Can you help me realize that? Qin Feng opened his mouth in surprise. Bai Ruoyi's wish is this? He remembers Bai Ruoyi once said to him at that time, her biggest willingness is to see the lake of Namukuoa, how to grow up to become a netizen. Sure enough, people's desires change with their age group. If you can't do it, don't easily make promises to others. You can't help me and I don't need your help. Bai Ruoyi sneered. On my own terms, I'll definitely be your unattainable super bandwagon queen in the future. After saying that, Ruthless turned around, and his stunningly beautiful face left with a sacred and unattainable arrogance. This wish is harder than heaven for him. Isn't it? He won't pester me later. Bai Ruoyi thought so. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Bai Ruoyi, you've really changed. You're no longer that simple, Bai Ruoyi. Bai Ruoyi didn't turn her head back. Her voice came from the wind. It's not that I've changed. It's that you're standing still and not thinking about making progress. You're still purely living in the world of the past, and sooner or later, people like you will be eliminated by society. Chapter 41. $400 million to create a female netizen. Qin Feng shook his head. Bai Ruoyi, Bai Ruoyi, you are not the same as you were at the beginning. How can I be the same as I was at the beginning? Sooner or later, I'll make you regret your behavior. I'm willing to spend even if it costs too much money. I'll make sure you lower your noble avatar and admit you're wrong.
Gating.
Just now that scene instantly Zhou Wenbin's cell phone photo freeze frame. Bai Ruoyi turned around in a lofty manner, with an open-mouthed surprised Qin Feng behind her. This photo springs to mind. Zhou Wenbin hemmed and hawed. Old Zhang. The angle at which I took this photo is level, right? Being able to see this kind of expression on Brother Feng's face is not a rare opportunity.
Zhang Hao yang lauget teatrically.
Then how about sharing this wonderful expression of his with the netizens? Zhou Wenbin was as dark as ever. It's only right that this wonderful expression should be appreciated by everyone. And maybe we can even make him an internet sensation. Zhou Wenbin joyfully uploaded the photos he had just taken secretly to his personal Shake Shack account. And then with the caption, the infatuated brother, miserably rejected by the school goddess, cried on the spot. The title is an exaggeration, but that's what the internet likes to see. What are you two doing sneaking around here? Qin Feng went back the way he came and saw this pair of living treasures hiding and sneaking around. Zhou Wenbin smoothly put his cell phone into his pocket and said smilingly, Nothing, just want to come and see what's going on with you and this beauty? Brother, just tell us what was going on with you and that pretty girl just now. Qin Feng didn't hide anything, so he briefly described the relationship between the two. So it's the white moonlight. No wonder our suave brother Feng will also have a sad day. Zhang Haoyang gloated and flirted. It's all in the past. I'm sad my ass. I don't know how happy I am now. Zhou Wenbin patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said, Brother, I believe she will regret it sooner or later. A big handsome guy like you. I don't know how many women like it. Qin Feng pretended to be serious and said, Four-eyed boy, this is the first time I realized that you are so handsome and handsome. I love to hear this from you. Zhou Wenbin pressed up against compliments, immediately tailed up, held his head high and pushed down his glasses and said, I've always been this handsome. It's just that you guys didn't realize it. Saying you're fat and still wheezing. Zhang Haoyang laughed and scolded. The afternoon was another wave of intense training, and by the end of the day everyone was as tired as a dead dog. A few people returned to their dorms and rushed to lie down on their beds. Zhou Wenbin collapsed on the bed like a dead pig and did not want to get up while complaining about the pain of training, while pulling out his cell phone again. Open the jitterbug, just opened the jitterbug, and saw the message of 99+. My video is on fire. Qin Feng also became interested and sat at the head of Fatty's bed and asked, What video is on fire? Zhang Haoyang also rushed over to watch the fun. Zhou Wenbin hurriedly showed Qin Feng the cell phone video. Qin Feng was dumbfounded that this video was a photo that Zhou Wenbin had secretly taken. Bai Ruoyi directly shocked a crowd of netizens with her heavenly beauty. The video reached more than 2 million views, and there were tens of thousands of comments, all of which praised Bai Ruoyi's beauty. What made Qin Feng feel the most outrageous was that all these netizens were mocking themselves, and they must have been rejected by the goddess. Anyway, it's just pulling the pedal. I don't know if it was swiped by the people from Jiangnan University, but someone also had out Bai Ruoyi's Jitterbug account underneath this video. Brother Feng, you don't mind if I post your picture on the internet? Zhou Wenbin carefully said. He also had no idea that posting it online would cause so much traffic. It's fine. Qin Feng didn't mind, but took out his own cell phone and opened Jitterbug to find Bai Ruoli's Jitterbug account and clicked to follow. Just now a bold idea arose inside his head. How to make Bai Ruoli regret. Isn't that a chance? Bai Ruoli was so high-minded and disliked herself. If she knew that in the future all her achievements were given to her by herself and then taken back in the end, I wonder if she would collapse. Enter Bailey's Jitterbug number. Sweet Dream Fairy. Several videos were made, including some from the military training period, with over 30,000 followers. All of these videos made her look like a fairy descending to the earth, pure like the white moonlight in every person's heart. Bai Ruoli seemed to be unaware that her video had caught fire by now. Qin Feng exited the Jitterbug number and contacted the bank manager directly as a bank black card super VIP. Do one thing for me. I'm going to make this webgirl an overnight sensation. Spend $200 million on official platform-wide traffic for her. Use another $200 million to ask the self-media of all major platforms to push the stream like crazy. I want everyone to open the short video platform. The first video they see is hers. It's 7 p.m. By 12 p.m., I want to see that her followers have surpassed 5 million or more. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. There's nothing in this world that money can't do. I'll follow your instructions immediately. Okay. Help me acquire another netizen union, and then spend a sky-high price to sign this female netizen afterward. Qin Feng quit chatting with the bank manager, who was trying to make a god out of money. Bai Ruoli, even if you become a Netflix bandwagon queen, you're still an employee under my hand. I'm going to make you realize that right now I'm a super godly man you can't reach. I'm going to squeeze every ounce of value out of you so you can make money for my company and be a cow. I'll take the account back anytime you make it up. Or plan it so that if something goes wrong with the merchandise brought in, it would be nice to blame it on Bai Ruoli and put her in jail for a few years. Carrying a cartwheel is an unavoidable situation, and someone has to take the fall. When the black pot is pretty much taken, it's time for a change. Hey, Bai Ruoli, don't blame me for setting you up. It can give you glory and riches, or it can leave you with nothing. The comm network also set off waves of change because Qin Feng made a move. Various platforms, indiscriminately pushing Bai Ruoli video. Every person who just opened the short video app first saw the Bai Ruoli video. Every time you swipe 5 videos, one of them is a Bai Ruoli related report. Major self-media outlets and even financial anchors have been given promotional assignments to frantically push the stream. Saturated push flow, coupled with the fact that Bai Ruoli was like a heavenly maiden descending to earth. She was undoubtedly a clear stream on this network. It's amazing how quickly fans absorb it. In just 1 hour, the number of followers exceeded 1.8 million, with a frantic refreshing every second. 5 million in 2 hours. This speed was more accelerated than Qin Feng had imagined. But when you think of all the money he's throwing around, it's only natural. This time he is investing a total of $400 million to create a top netizen. Even a pig could smash it into Super Netflix. Bai Ruoli was now lying on the bed sleeping very soundly. Today's military training was undoubtedly a hellish exercise for a girl like her. Exhausted and weak in her limbs, she took an early shower and went to bed beautifully. But she did not notice that his cell phone tuned mute text messages. There are a dozen phone calls, there are dozens of them are family members called or classmates and friends. Even the cell phone WeChat is also a lot more information. Sleeping until 7 o'clock in the morning, Bai Ruoli woke up from the bed in a daze, subconsciously took out her cell phone to see the time, and suddenly her sleepiness was gone. Shocked and opened her small mouth, both eyes wide. Immediately after that she rushed to open her Shakeology account. Chapter 42. Qin Feng will give you $100,000 to keep your mouth shut. The comment private messages are straight up full. Taking another look at the number of fans on it, Bai Ruoli's entire body was stunned. Fingers twitched slightly in excitement. It shows 1,003,000 followers. Bai Ruoli's eyes widened and her breath caught. Although she had always dreamed of becoming a super female netizen, Bai Ruoli knew that the road of female netizens was not a good one. But she couldn't have imagined that after just one night's sleep, her dream had come true. It's true that when you look pretty, God favors you. Bai Ruoli pinched her tender face as she wondered if she was dreaming, and it hurt. Bai Ruoli, you're on fire. You've become a super internet celebrity now, with 10 million followers. The housemates exclaimed, their eyes incredibly envious. That's what brought Bai Ruoli back to reality. Had she really become a multi-million female netizen? It came so quickly that it left her unprepared. Bai Ruoli hurriedly opened his own video to see the comments, only to know what's going on. It turned out to be too good looking, so the netizens are concerned about their own fire at once. The family also called at this time. Mom, I'm on fire now. I'm a big internet star. As soon as Bai Ruoli got on the phone, she couldn't wait to share her ecstasy with her mom. Daughter, Mom is proud of you. My relatives and friends are very envious that I gave birth to a very beautiful daughter. You are now a big netizen. So pay attention to your behavior and be careful of being talked nonsense by those netizens. Understand? Mom, I know. Bai Ruoli smiled sweetly, and the smile on her face didn't stop. Well, you also can't let others know that you've been in love, okay? Your image to outsiders right now is that of an innocent jade girl. And if people know that you had a dishonorable relationship in high school, it'll put a black mark on your life, and those fans will definitely abandon you. Bai Ruoli's face tightened. Her mother's words reminded her that before, she had an ordinary status and thus didn't care that much about letting others know that she had a relationship with Qin Feng. But it was different now. She was the pure and flawless jade girl in the eyes of the netizens. If people knew that they had been in love in high school, they would have felt dirty and unclean in their eyes, and there would have been a lot of disenchantment, and even black fans who would have said that they had fallen in love early, were emotionally abusive, and so on. Bai Ruoli hurriedly avoided her classmates and went to a place where no one was around to whisper, Mom, he's in the same school as me right now. I'm worried that he'll pester me. What should I do now? The tone of her voice revealed nervousness and uneasiness, as if she was afraid that Qin Feng would pester her. What if he blackmails me about having been in love with him? Bai Ruoli's mother was angry and annoyed. I said long ago, told you not to fall in love when you were studying. Now you know the trouble. Mom, how was I supposed to know that I would become a big internet sensation now? If I had known that, I wouldn't have wanted to talk to him at all. So hurry up and think of something. I'm in a hurry. Bai Ruoli stomped her feet anxiously. Bai Ruoli's mother was furious. This little is really a shadowy soul, pestering my daughter everywhere she goes. How about this? I'll transfer $100,000 to you now. You give this money to Qin Feng and tell him not to say anything about the fact that you've been in love in the future. If he dares to pester you, you'll call the police, but you'll have to get him to sign the video to leave evidence. Mom, then turn around quickly. I'll go to him early and talk things out. If he exposes it to the internet, it'll be too late. Bai Ruoli soon received the $100,000 transferred from her mom, but then she encountered a huge problem. She simply did not have Qin Feng's contact information. Now are a little regret when the contact information deleted too clean, so that now want to find Qin Feng cannot be found. He was already a big internet celebrity. If he personally went to find Qin Feng, he would definitely be seen by others and might cause some misunderstanding. Having no choice but to entrust her roommate to find Qin Feng. After a few twists and turns, the crowd of her housemates took a small note and handed it to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin Feng, I was told to give you this note. You'll understand when you read it. Qin Feng was surprised, but still opened the small note to take a look, and immediately frowned. Qin Feng, seeing my handwriting, you should know who I am. I have something I want to talk to you about. Come alone. Don't bring anyone with you, hurry. In this way, Qin Feng just glanced at the handwriting and guessed who it was. Early in the morning, Bai Ruoli would find himself, what? I thought she didn't want to see me. It seems like it should have something to do with that incident last night. Qin Feng with a meaningful smile. Brother Feng, which pretty girl passed you a little note again? Zhang Haoyang was envious and jealous. You two go eat breakfast first. I have something to do, don't follow. Qin Feng stuffed the note into his pocket. When I came to the appointment place, I saw Bai Ruoli wearing a hat and a mask, as if she was afraid that others would recognize her. Qin Feng wanted to laugh. Becoming a big netizen was really different. Even meeting himself had to be sneaky. Bai Ruoli sneaked a glance around and realized that no one was following Qin Feng before she fiercely took a bite and sat down on the bench and said, I'll tell you a good news. Qin Feng didn't sit beside him, but stood and interrupted her. Are you trying to tell me that you've become a super netizen now? Looks like you've already swiped through my videos. Bai Ruoli's voice took on a bit of smugness. I wouldn't have thought that my dream would come so quickly. I've now become 10 million. You're on Netflix, and maybe I'm talking to you in the time it takes me to say these few words to you, and my followers have gone up by tens of thousands more. I'm not the old Bai Ruoli anymore. Qin Feng heard that Bai Ruoli's voice had a few more points of coldness, and secretly said, Bai Ruoli, you have the present achievements, but it is only because I gave it. How proud you are now, how much pain you will fall in the future. Just tell me straight out what you came to see me about. It's simple. I don't want anyone to know that we've had a relationship. And as long as you keep this a secret from the public, I'll give you $100,000 to keep quiet. But you have to sign the pledge. Qin Feng tilted his head to look at the sky and said with a few moments of mockery, By Ruoli, I really can't imagine that you are this kind of person. Do you think that I would flaunt those dishonorable things from the past around? By Ruoli's eyes were more than a few points of displeasure. I've said it before is before, now is now. I'm now a multi-million netizen. It's all your honor to be able to have something to do with me. If I don't warn you now, who's to say you won't brag to the internet that you've been in a relationship with me, and then rub off on me to increase your popularity? Qin Feng poofed a laugh. He was truly exasperated. Bai Ruoli refreshed her own perception of her again and again.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Chapter 43 White Moonlight flips out. What do you mean by that? Bai Ruoli was shocked and furious at the words, her voice rising in vain. Then, with contemptuous eyes, he said, Do you want more money? Don't think so badly of me. I mean, I've already told someone else about this, so I can't oblige you. You're really trying to expose our romance and rub off on me. Bai Ruoli was so angry that she was trembling, and she got up and flung a slap at Qin Feng. The palm was just raised, and before it could hit Qin Feng, it was grabbed tightly by her wrist. Qin Feng no longer had half a smile on his face and said coldly, Watch your attitude. If you dare to hit me with your hands, don't blame me for calling the police. You don't want to be on the news either. Bai Ruoli's eyes widened angrily. I really misjudged you. You're so impatient to rub off on my traffic? You're sick. Who rubbed off on your traffic? Qin Feng was not happy and puffed in response. I only said it to my two brothers. I'll ask them not to talk about it everywhere. I'm still afraid of letting people know that I've been in love with someone like you. I'm still ashamed if you're not ashamed. Humph. By Ruoli, I can make you a high goddess or I can make you lose your reputation, but I don't want this game to end too soon. By Ruoli scolded sternly. Let go. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Qin Feng let go of his hand. Then you'd better not hit anyone without moving. I'm a person who has always had a good temper, but that doesn't mean I'm nice to everyone. Bai Ruoli took a step back, gently biting her lip, her eyes full of anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. It took a while to say, Do you know what the one thing I regret doing in my life is? Qin Feng ignored Bai Ruoli's annoyance and laughed lightly. I know. You definitely want to say that the thing you regret the most is falling in love with me, right? Not bad. Bai Ruoli did not shy away from it and said coldly, If I could be reborn once, I would definitely cut off any contact with you and never say a word to you again. Qin Feng laughed teasingly. It's a pity there's no do-over, you can only regret it now. Shameless. Bai Ruoli lightly bit her silver teeth, a little regretful of coming to see Qin Feng, but she had to come. What do you want to do now to let me go? Qin Feng poof laughed. This woman is really unreasonable. What do you mean I won't let her go? Obviously he has never taken the initiative to provoke her. Bai Ruoli, I'll say it again. I will never take the matter of being in a relationship with you. It's a stain that I can't erase in my life. It's not something honorable. Don't you think that falling in love with me is my honor? On the contrary, this is the shame of my life. Qin Feng didn't want to waste any more time paying attention to Bai Ruoli and left in style after saying that. So what if it's a white moonlight? Bai Ruoli was so angry that she almost shed a tear. How could she come across such a scummy man? It was hard for him to become a big internet star, but he didn't want to be victimized by such scum, and hurriedly took out the phone to ask his mother for help. Mom, what should we do now? Qin Feng has already told his friends about being in a relationship with me, and he's definitely going to go around bragging to others about it. I knew he wouldn't let you off easily. How could someone like him miss this opportunity to rub off on your traffic? Bai Ruoli's mother was very angry. Instead of letting him rub off on your traffic, why don't you open a live broadcast tonight? Take the initiative to expose this matter, and still get a wave of gift money. Bai Ruoli was shocked. Mom, then wouldn't everyone else know that I've been in love, and my persona would collapse? Silly child, just say that it was Qin Feng who chased you first. You were young and ignorant and were cheated by a scummy guy. You guys didn't even hold hands, but you found out that Qin Feng and dating several girls at the same time. And in the end, you took the initiative to break up so that you can keep your innocent persona and also make people think that you are a victim, and they will definitely go crazy and swipe gifts for you. Mom, I know what to do. Bai Ruoli was like an enlightenment, and the confusion in her eyes dispersed, adding a few more chills. At noon, after a morning of training, everyone was hungry enough to panic, and they all ate in the cafeteria. Qin Feng's cell phone WeChat sent another message. Open a look is a few days without contact Yi Yanhong. Sister Yi, why are you so free to come to me today? Did you miss me? Qin Feng replied with a few ambiguities. Yi Yanhong laughed lightly. This kind of small flirtation could not be difficult for her. Yes, I just miss you. Do you want to come over and find me? It's not polite to come and go. Sister, you don't joke. I'm in military training right now. Where would I have time to find you? I knew you had the heart of a thief but not the guts. Qin Feng's heart fluttered. Yi Yanhong's recent chats were getting bolder and more enthusiastic. With or without this thief's heart? You'll know later, hee. Yi Yanhong suddenly had a strange heart. Looking at the 2 words later, floating thoughts. That depends on whether you have the ability later. Qin Feng secretly exclaimed, good guy. Once this woman was unshackled. She was more spontaneous than anyone else. The royal girl really is the best at flirting with men. Sister Yi, you're so good at chatting. I like chatting with you more and more. Brother also has a sweet mouth. Sis also likes to chat with you. Find some time someday, we'll have a good exchange. Qin Feng instantly remembered Yi Yanhong's delicate appearance and couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart, and ghostly replied, it's a deal. Let's have an in-depth exchange of academic subjects in the future. Yi Yanhong instantly blushed hot, as a thief in general hurriedly glanced around and found that her colleagues were all busy working, which was only slightly relieved. This little brother, who can stand the words of this wolf and tiger. No kidding you. I swiped your video on the internet. That girl in the video lives in Tinglong Academy too. Yi Yanhong changed the topic and hurriedly braked. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. What's even more coincidental is that she's still living in the house you bought. Wouldn't you say? There's such a thing? Qin Feng was surprised. Well, that's why I came to report to you. I know. Qin Feng and Yi Yanhong chatted for a few moments before retreating to chat. TCH, I can't believe I'm even her landlord now. This fate is really a joke. Bai Ruoyi posted a video on her account, saying that she would start a live broadcast at 7 p.m. tonight, so that netizens would come to see her premiere. Qin Feng looked at the number of Bai Ruoyi's fans. It's now at 14.32 million followers. It was also targeted by the major guilds, and Bai Ruoyi soon received a call from one of the guilds. Miss White, we are the Great Qin Divine Guild and would like to invite you to cooperate. As long as you are willing to join our guild, we will fully support you, and live banding aspects of the business need to worry about. We'll also give you a sky-high price of 50 million signing gold, and then the money from banding will also give you a share. 50 million. Chapter 44. $50 million signed union. In an instant, Bai Ruoyi only felt her heart pounding violently, and the frequency of that beating was instantly several times faster, as if it was going to break through her chest. Her fingers unconsciously tightened, gripping the phone so tightly that her knuckles were slightly white from the exertion. The receiver pressed tightly against her ear, as if she was afraid of missing every sound coming from the other end of the phone, her entire being immersed in a highly tense and expectant mood. Her family, though well off, couldn't come up with $50 million. It's going to be a step up. Bai Ruoyi couldn't resist this temptation and hurriedly told her mother about it. Baby girl, that's a good thing. Mom's happy for you. On the other side, an enchanting aunt was practicing yoga in her living room in tight yoga pants, her wavy curls falling down to her thin waist. The fleshy peach buttocks twisted and moved with the action, and the huge peaks gently shook with the movement. The face was charming, a bit similar to Bai Ruoyi, and there was a tiny beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. This person was none other than Bai Ruoyi's single mother, Chu Meiru, who now ran a gym. Knowing that her daughter was going to sign up for the guild, and also knowing that it was a big deal, Chu Meiru was uneasy about her daughter and decided to drive over to accompany her daughter to the signing. 3 people came from the Great Qin Divine State Guild's side. Signing in the hotel. Ms. Bai, you've read everything on the contract. If there's no problem, you can sign, and the 50 million will be given to you in installments by the company. The first time you will be given $5 million, and if your performance meets the requirements or doesn't bring us any negative impact, the subsequent money will be paid to your account slowly. The content on it we also wrote very clearly. After a while we'll prepare a grand bandwagon live for you. If there are no accidents, a conservative estimate of that live bandwagon should be able to sell more than 500 million. Ms. White also gets a multi-million-dollar cut. Bai Ruoyi's face could not hide her excitement. Her jade hand trembled as she picked up the pen and quickly signed her name almost without hesitation. The temptation thrown by the guild was too much for her to resist. The head of the Great Qin Divine Guild laughed. Ms. Bai, from now on you're the head anchor of our guild, and we'll be building you into the purest female netizen of the year. That's why you can't fall in love this year. And you can't have any scandals. You must maintain your innocent persona. We'll claim to the public that you're a schoolteacher and a very dutiful child to your mother. and that you haven't been in any relationships. By Ruoli's eyes flashed a trace of panic, hurriedly, and her mother Chu Meiru's glance, and apprehensively said, "What will happen if I fall in love?" Ms. Bai, it was also stated in the contract just now that if you break the rules and bring losses to our company, or do something against the company that harms our interests, we have the right to penalize you with a maximum fine of 100 million. $100 million in compensation. Bai Ruoli only felt a chill climb up from her spine, and instantly her face turned pale and bloodless. The past fragments of her love affair with Qin Feng could not help but appear in her mind, while at the moment these memories seemed like heavy boulders, weighing her down. The thought of the consequences of this relationship if it became known to others was simply unimaginable, and a compensation of $100 million was not something she could afford to pay, which made her body involuntarily tremble slightly. Bai Ruoli forced a smile to hide her inner panic. Chu Meiru's heart instantly lifted to the throat. Fearing that Bai Ruori would talk nonsense, she hurriedly smiled and said, "This daughter of mine has been well behaved since she was a little girl, and her mind is fully focused on her studies, and she's never been in love. There's never going to be any negative press to get people in trouble. That's something I can vouch for." As she spoke, Chu Meiru also motionlessly touched Bai Ruoli gently with her arm, her eyes full of warnings and hints. Bai Ruoli was like a frightened deer, hastily nodding her head in response. Her lips pursed tightly, and her two hands folded uneasily on the hem of her skirt in front of her, unconsciously clenching it hard. The Great Qin Divine Guild's man laughed. "That's good. We'll open the live broadcast tonight and get used to it first. After your military training is over, we'll arrange for someone special to teach you how to broadcast live." When the people from the Great Qin Divine State Guild left, Bai Ruoli was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. "Mom, what now? If Qin Feng blows up the fact that I'm in a relationship with him, it'll definitely have a negative impact on me." Chu Meiru was busy comforting her daughter. "Don't be afraid. Didn't you say that Qin Feng had promised you that he wouldn't tell this matter to others?" Bai Ruoli bit her lip lightly. "He says so on his lips, but who can guarantee that he won't be jealous of me? Will he not be able to see that I'm better than him? What if he uses this to blackmail me one day? We can't let him ruin my future, right?" Chu Meiru's face turned cold. Her daughter had a hard time having this chance to change her life against the odds. She absolutely could not let trash like Qin Feng get in her daughter's way. "Don't you worry. Mom will find a time to ask Qin Feng to meet and have a good talk with him. Mom, you must convince him that he must never let this be exposed to the media, and that he can be given a little more money." Bai Ruoli was incomparably regretful at the moment, even wanting to slap herself to punish herself. She shouldn't have made that mistake in the first place, which led to such a predicament today. Chu Meiru's eyebrows do not show. Now the daughter read through half the sky, that Qin Feng will not easily let go of their own daughter at least to get enough benefits, only to be willing to stop. LOL, must get my head around it and shut him up for good. You leave this matter to Mom. You adjust your mind. Tonight is your first live broadcast. Make sure to let everyone see a pure and perfect jade girl. Mom, don't worry. I'm the best at this aspect, or else Qin Feng wouldn't have been able to chase after me like a licking dog in the first place. Bai Ruoli's face, as pure as a lotus flower, blossomed into a confident smile. She has always been very confident in her beauty. That night, as soon as Bai Ruoli started broadcasting, her popularity quickly charged up to 100,000 plus. All sorts of gifts all over the place. Bai Ruoli purposely went through a careful dress-up, and also wore a set of white clothes, like a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire, and charmed the people in the live broadcast room. Zhang Haoyang also entered Bai Ruoli's live broadcasting room. "Brother Feng, your white moonlight is really pretty." Zhang Haoyang's eyes widened and his saliva was about to fall onto the screen. "Pretty is pretty. It's just that her character isn't very good," Qin Feng casually said as he lazily lay on his bed and also entered Bai Ruoli's live broadcasting room. Bai Ruoli was now a contracted anchor under her own company, and as the boss behind the scenes, it made sense to check on the work status of her employees. Just then, Bai Ruoli connected to an internet connection. "Anchor, you're so pretty. There should be a lot of male students chasing after you. Have you ever been in love?" Chapter 45 Auntie's Determination. Bai Ruoli smiled lightly. This person was someone arranged by the labor union to highlight her pure persona. "Sorry, haha. I haven't been in a relationship yet. My mom says you can't be in a relationship until after college, and I've never even touched a boy's hand." The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled upwards slightly when he heard this. "Suddenly it came to me. There was a time when I was studying that I got out of class at night." By Ruoyi and him then sneak up on the stairwell, kissed, or she initiated it. Now that you say you've never even touched a boy's hand, won't your conscience hurt if you lie to those netizens like that? Sure enough, the live stream was a sea of incredulous comments. I can't believe there are such innocent girls in this day and age. Definitely a breath of fresh air on the internet. The corners of By Ruoyi's lips rose lightly, her eyes sparkled, and the praise from hundreds of thousands of netizens made her vanity satisfied like never before. It was a vanity she had never enjoyed before, and she was finally experiencing that joy of being a big anchor. This was something By Ruoyi couldn't imagine before. By Ruoyi cannot help but bloom a touch of sweet smile. Jade fingers gently around the waterfall of long hair, softly whispered. Mom said that girls cannot fall in love early. Don't be deceived by those yellow hair. These words, like an invisible hook, the hearts of male fans in the live broadcast room are ruthlessly hooked, one by one. So excited that they frantically point up the small love. Gifts like snowflakes have brushed up. Qin Feng poofed a smile and also exited the live broadcast. No longer listening to By Ruoyi continue to fool her fans. Zhang Haoyang was still watching from the sidelines. The corners of his mouth rose, and he suddenly raised his head and said to Qin Feng with a few small smiles, Brother Feng, are you really cut off from your white moonlight without leaving the slightest bit of attachment? Hearing this, Qin Feng's brows furrowed tightly as his gaze shot sharply at Zhang Haoyang and asked rhetorically, Why are you suddenly asking about this? It's hard to believe that you brats have moved on to her. By Ruoyi, no matter what is also his own soaked horse, brothers have no feelings to speak. Zhang Haoyang was Qin Feng's blunt questioning made a bit at a loss for words, sheepishly raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, laughed dryly and said, Hey Brother Feng, By Ruoyi looks like a heavenly fairy. Whoever sees it can't be moved, ah? If you're really putting it down, why don't you just give this opportunity to a brother me? Qin Feng felt very surprised and had a few irritations in his heart. He had told him about By Ruoyi. How come Zhang Haoyang still had thoughts about By Ruoyi? It's true that 9 out of 10 men are horny and lose their minds when they see a beautiful woman. Hoyo, I advise you that it's best if you don't think anything of her. Her kind of person isn't suitable for you. Qin Feng point to so far also do not want to say more, lest make a brother unpleasant. Zhou Wenbin, who had been playing the game, also raised his head, as if he had seen something unbelievable, and said in surprise, Old Zhang, you're not right? No matter what, By Ruoyi is also Brother Feng's ex-girlfriend. How can you take a shot at her? Are you still not a brother? Brother Feng, I really didn't mean anything else. This is a joke between our brothers. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Haoyang hurriedly denied it. Don't worry. I have absolutely nothing else in mind. Brother, look at how serious you are. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth pulled out a smile as he raised his hand and patted Zhang Haoyang's shoulder. If Zhang Haoyang is a smart person, he should understand that there are some thoughts that should not even be thought about. Although he and By Ruoyi had already broken up, he couldn't joke about this kind of thing between brothers, and Zhang Haoyang's joke had touched his bottom line. Zhang Haoyang smiled awkwardly and didn't say any more. At this time, By Ruoyi's live broadcast room is also very lively. The Shakeology bigwigs are sniffing around. Lu Tianhong enters the broadcast room. He's already following you. Miko Mushroom enters the live stream and he's already following you. Keiko enters the live feed and he's already following you. Seeing all these big shot anchors with tens of millions of followers enter their own live room and also pay attention to themselves, By Ruoyi couldn't hide the excitement in her heart and hurriedly stood up to welcome the arrival of these big shots. In the past, she would never have gotten the attention of these bigwigs. Miko Mushroom rewards you with 50 piercing arrows. Lu Tianhong rewards you with 50 piercing arrows. Tonight, however, By Ruoyi was the main character. The live streaming rooms have all become the battleground for these big netizens to furiously swipe their gifts. The screen is full of gifts and you just can't stop. By Ruoyi was in high spirits and quietly sat down to thank her big brother, who had rewarded her with a gift. She was keeping in mind to remember the agreement of the labor union that she could not make some exaggerated movements or speak some exaggerated language, and she had to maintain her image as an innocent jade girl. When the live broadcast ended, By Ruoyi clicked on the backstage with apprehension and anticipation, her fingertips trembling slightly as she clicked on that gift statistic. When the string of numbers was unreservedly displayed in front of her eyes, By Ruoyi's breath hitched $5 million. An astronomical number that had once been out of reach for her was now clearly appearing on the screen. By Ruoyi's eyes stared straight at the set of numbers, Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Only the unbelievable numbers were left in her eyes. A strong sense of unreality completely drowned her like a tidal wave. What do you study hard for? Isn't it all about making money? But today, the income generated from just one live broadcast far exceeds the sum of all her efforts. This stark contrast caused an unspeakable excitement to flood by Ruoyi's heart. A few days ago, she was an ordinary college girl just entering the school. In just a few days, though, she became a multi-million-dollar internet sensation, able to earn $5 million a day. Hot tears came out of her eyes and slid down by Ruoyi's cheeks uncontrollably, and with trembling hands, she pulled out her cell phone and dialed that familiar number. Mom! The phone over there had just been connected, and by Ruoyi's voice had choked. I made $5 million on live today. On the other side, Chu Meiru, who was soaking inside the bathtub, shook and excitedly grabbed the phone and said, I had thought that you would have a lot of gifts tonight, but I couldn't think of so many. Mommy is so proud of you. Well, Mom, I'm going to make a lot of money in the future to buy you a luxury car and a big house. I'm not that girl who just asks you for money anymore. Good. Mom is waiting for you to fulfill your promise.
Chu Meiru smiled in delight.
The two talked for over 10 minutes before hanging up. Chu Meiru got up from the bathtub. The mirror reflected her baby-like skin. Warm water soaked added a few points of redness. Water droplets along the perfect, delicate body slipped down drop by drop. Don't worry, daughter. For the sake of everything, Mom will definitely shut Chin Feng up. No matter what it takes, Mom will never let anyone get in the way of your future. Chu Meiru beauty eyes flashed through a touch of firm determination color. Lotus Step lightly moved, raised his hand to pick up that a thin as a gauze bathrobe, gently shaking, let it softly slipped down to the shoulders. And then her curvy, proud body, which was enough to make countless people adore her, was quietly hidden under this thin layer of clothing. Chapter 46 Auntie Chu's room for a solo date. At noon on the following day, Chin Feng's cell phone rang abruptly, and the caller ID was a string of unfamiliar numbers. Hello, how are you? Chin Feng picked up the phone and politely inquired. A woman's cool and detached voice came out of the receiver. Chin Feng, I am by Ruoyi's mother. She paused and continued. There's something vital that I want to talk to you about in person. Come out this afternoon if it's convenient. Chin Feng was a bit surprised to receive this call. Then the image of a sassy aunt instantly came to mind. A year ago, Chin Feng and Chu Meiru had a meeting. At that time, Chu Meiru was also wearing yoga pants, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman, and her bumpy figure was hot and eye-catching. At that time, Chin Feng was shy and timid. Facing his girlfriend's mother, he didn't even dare to look directly at her, and he didn't even dare to look at her too clearly. When the stunning feeling of that first glimpse surged to his heart again, the corners of Chin Feng's itchy mouth also rose slightly, outlining a smile of anticipation. Auntie Chu has an appointment, and even if I'm busy, I'll definitely go. You add me on this phone's WeChat and send the location. Chin Feng hung up the phone decisively, not giving Chu Meiru a chance to refuse at all. On the other side, Chu Meiru frowned and was displeased. No manners at all. The phone hangs up when you say it does. Still suppressing the unpleasantness in his heart, he reluctantly added Chin Feng's WeChat and sent his own positioning over again. White Swan Hotel 33. Knock first when you come. Chin Feng would smile. The White Swan Hotel was not far from his place, and he had also heard that it was a couple's hotel, and business was very hot, with people going there day and night. Auntie Chu really knows how to pick a place. The visitor is not good. Chin Feng muttered. I'm afraid it's because of her daughter's business that she's here, really unsure of herself. A bitter smile spread across the corners of Chin Feng's mouth, full of self-deprecation and helplessness. Fame and money are like a demon-shooting mirror, mercilessly reflecting the ugliness and greed of human nature. Saying hello to the instructor, he strutted out. Chin Feng had just passed the White Swan front desk, and the young lady standing there on duty politely asked, Hello, sir. How can I help you? I'm not here to get a room. I'm here to see my friend. She's got a room here. I'm sorry, as a rule, we need to register your ID card. Please excuse us. What room number is your friend in? Chin Feng was very cooperative. Room 33. The lady at the front desk checked and looked at Chin Feng with strange eyes and said, Thank you. You can go find your friend. Chin Feng felt a bit puzzled, and just after taking a few steps, he heard the sound of two staff members talking behind him. There is a very beautiful young woman living on the 33rd floor, and this man must have been adopted by her. It's too bad that he's so handsome, but he's a soft eater. If he wasn't handsome, would those rich women have bagged him? Qin Feng was speechless. It was good that he had a thicker skin. He didn't care about people saying these gossip about him at his back. Instead, he had a different kind of excitement. Qin Feng came to the door of room 33 and raised his hand to tap on the door several times. The door to the room was opened noiselessly, and Qin Feng was instantly enlightened. Chu Meiru's short black hip-hugging skirt wrapped tightly around her body, revealing her bumpy, hot, and charming figure. A pair of crystal earrings on the ears swaying brilliance, bright red lips like ripe cherries, delicate and eye-catching, exuding a kind of temptation that men cannot resist. Qin Feng's gaze frankly lingered on Chu Meiru, his eyes unabashedly showing admiration, as if he was savoring a rare treasure. "Auntie, it's been a long time. You were getting prettier and prettier. I almost didn't recognize it was you." The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose, revealing an affectionate and brilliant smile. His eyes didn't even leave Chu Meiru as he spoke. Chu Meiru frowned lightly, although she was secretly spied on by many men with hot eyes when she worked out in the gym. She had long been used to this kind of eyes and didn't care. But Qin Feng's eyes made her extremely uncomfortable and even disgusted, as if her body had been soiled. "I'm your elder. Why are you so oily when you open your mouth? Didn't your family teach you how to respect your elders?" Chu Meiru folded her arms tightly in front of her chest, her chin slightly raised, her eyes revealing a wave of condescension and disdain, the whole person exuding a kind of overbearing aura, attempting to give Qin Feng a downward spiral. "I'm rude, but my parents didn't teach me to stop people at the door to talk. Is that what your parents taught you?" Qin Feng laughed lightly, come what may. Chu Meiru froze. This kid, how to change so much. Remember a year ago he was honest, how to become sharp-tongued. Gaze is also so nasty. Sure enough, he's changed. He was no longer the honest student he used to be, and now that he had become like this, he definitely posed a huge threat to his daughter. Chu Meiru took a deep breath, suppressed the displeasure in her heart, and sidestepped and said faintly, "Come in." Qin Feng put his hands leisurely behind his back, his chest slightly raised as he took large strides. As he passed by Chu Meiru, Qin Feng slightly tilted his head, his nose gently opening and closing. Then the corners of his mouth rose as he heartily exclaimed, "It smells good. Not only does this woman have a great body, but even the perfume she uses smells so good." Immediately afterward, Qin Feng slowly turned his head, his gaze casting straight at Chu Meiru, his eyes flickering with a hint of an unspeakable ambiguous light. "Auntie Chu really has extraordinary taste, using a perfume that is light and quiet yet seductive. I love it." As he spoke, Qin Feng's gaze wandered recklessly over Chu Meiru's body, completely ignoring Chu Meiru's increasingly cold face and the hidden anger in her eyes. Chu Meiru jade hand violently flung. Room door behind the heavy closed, issued a bang sound muffled. Turning around, she walked ahead without a word, the heels of her feet resounding crisply on the ground. Qin Feng followed behind, the corners of his mouth quietly rising, outlining a meaningful smile. Looking from this angle, Chu Meiru's posture is graceful, waist swinging, showing the mature female style, so that Qin Feng cannot help but be mesmerized, secretly sighing that the scene in front of him is really pleasing to the eye. Chu Meiru elegantly settled down on the sofa, her legs folded over, and the beautiful lines and white, slender legs instantly attracted Qin Feng's gaze. Qin Feng also sat on the sofa next to her, casually picked up the banana placed on the table and peeled the skin off, saying, "Auntie, you didn't just want to treat me to bananas when you looked for me, did you?" Chu Meiru's face slightly cold, forced to hold back the heart of the unhappy, onion-white jade finger pointed to a long-placed neatly contract, eyes penetrating the unquestionable resolute. "As long as you sign this contract, I will immediately give you 200,000. Chapter 47. Rooming with Auntie won't let you go. 200,000? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. The fact that someone was naive enough to take $200,000 to try to make him compromise suddenly made him feel very amused. Casually, he picked up the contract and flipped through it. The corners of Chu Meiru's mouth rose, hooking out a disdainful amplitude. Qin Feng's smile was joy in her eyes. Oh, must have laughed with glee when he heard himself say he'd give him $200,000. College students are college students, they've never seen the world, they don't even know how to manage their faces, and they can't hold it together when they see money. "Qin Feng, as long as you sign this contract, I'll be able to hold you to death, and from now on you won't be able to touch my daughter again." Chu Meiru was thinking of her wishful thinking in her heart, and Qin Feng couldn't help but be amused as he casually flipped through a few pages. The requirement of this contract is for him to accept this $200,000, and from now on, he is not allowed to mention anything related to Bai Ruoli, and even more so, he can't say anything about the two of them having a romantic relationship. If others said that the two of them were romantically involved, Qin Feng would still have to come forward to help whitewash Ruori and announce to the public that they hadn't been in a relationship. Secondly, if Qin Feng violated the contract, he would have to compensate $20 million to Bai Ruoli. Finally, he also emphasized that he was not allowed to see Bai Ruoli again, and he was not allowed to speak to Bai Ruoli even if he saw him at school. Seeing Qin Feng page by page through the contract, from time to time on the face of the emergence of a smile, Chu Meru more and more certain, Qin Feng is difficult to resist the charm of money. To sign the contract has been the nail in the coffin. So, Chu Meru further followed the temptation. You only need to gently put pen to paper, and you can reap a huge sum of money. You can use an Apple cell phone that is the envy of your classmates' eyes, and all kinds of high-end clothes and fine supplies are yours to pick up and buy. You could also be bold and buy a Rice SU7, and you're guaranteed to have a lot of girls like you. Auntie? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth flicked up in a mocking arc as he raised his hand and flung the contract straight onto the desktop. Please forward this contract to your daughter. Seeing this, Chu Meiru's brows instantly tightened as she questioned with a displeased face. What exactly do you mean by that? You get your daughter to sign this contract. I'll give her $200,000. And please don't ever bother me again or come back to me with this nonsense. Chu Meiru's face gathered. A wave of anger surged straight to her heart. Her eyes stared sharply at Qin Feng and slowly said, What do you mean by that? Too little money? Nonetheless. Qin Feng gazed straight at Chu Meiru with a gleaming gaze, a smirk if any at the corners of his mouth. Auntie Chu, you might have gotten one thing wrong from the start. Qin Feng gave a slight beat, then spoke with a relaxed expression. I'm not poor. After saying that, Qin Feng slowly stood up and leisurely inserted his hands into his pockets. A measly $200,000 is just a bottle of red wine in my book. As for the you've been worrying about, it's completely superfluous. A trace of coldness flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. Being in a relationship with your daughter, to be honest, that's one of my worst memories. Chu Meiru's face was as frosty as frost, her eyes staring coldly at Qin Feng, and she spoke. So, you don't see this $200,000, and you think I'm giving less, right? Then $300,000. Chu Meiru's silver teeth clenched. Her tone raised a few decibels, and there were a few more points of anger inside her eyes. Qin Feng completely took her words as a whisper, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. By Auntie Chu. Eyes again landed on Chu Meiru's perfect thighs, mouth flirting. Nice legs. Remember to wear stockings next time. Chu Meiru gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently with anger. A different kind of extraordinary beauty. Damn it. 300,000 isn't enough, is it? Seeing Qin Feng's hot eyes staring at his own beautiful legs, he subconsciously clamped his legs more tightly, lest he go naked and cheapen this little man. Don't you go yet. We haven't finished talking about our business yet. Chu Meiru hurriedly called out to Qin Feng, who was about to leave. Qin Feng did not return his head and said, Do not go to stay in your place to sleep. I'm afraid I'll be drained by you. Chu Meiru's anger rose from her heart. She was at least a mother, innocent and loving her chaste reputation. So how could she endure this kind of nasty flirtation? Moreover, Qin Feng was still so much younger than her, which instantly made her suffer a huge insult. Qin Feng. Chu Meiru stood up violently and scolded in a stern voice. Stop right there. Qin Feng's footsteps did not pause at all. Stay here, will only listen to Chu Meiru say some words of no nutritional value, will also affect their mood, might as well go back to military training. Chu Meiru secretly anxious. It is not easy to Qin Feng out. Today must be the things to talk about, lest the regeneration of what changes affect their daughter's future. Today, say whatever it takes to get Qin Feng to sign this contract. Chu Meiru no longer cared about her status and chased after him to reach up and grab Qin Feng's wrist. If you want it to be too little, we can take our time and talk about the price until you're satisfied. Qin Feng's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He slightly turned his head sideways. His gaze fell on the wrist that was being tightly tugged by Chu Meiru. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a faint smile as he softly joked. Auntie, what's the matter? Is it true that as long as I have the thought of leaving, you're not going to let go of this hand of yours? Right. Chu Meiru replied without hesitation, an unquestionable firmness in her eyes. If you can't give me a satisfactory result today, I won't let you go. Qin Feng secretly thought. Today to come here to suffer a little bit of anger, no matter what, we have to give this breath. So, let's have some fun with Annie Chu. Auntie, can you loosen your hand? Qin Feng pretended to be helpless, but his eyes revealed a few moments of teasing. No release. Chu Meru's attitude was as tough as ever, her eyes blazing as she said, unless you agree to my conditions, I really need to get back. No matter what you say, I won't let you go. Let go. No release. Sigh. Then keep holding on like this. I don't believe you won't let go. Qin Feng put on an angry look and sat back in his seat. Chu Meru mistakenly thought that Qin Feng was willing to stay and continue the discussion, but she never expected that as soon as she let go of her hand, Qin Feng made a gesture to get up and leave. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and quickly grabbed Qin Feng's hand again. Sit down. Chu Meru had a strong attitude, not allowing Qin Feng any room for refusal at all, and tightly clasped his hand. You're not going anywhere until there's an outcome to this. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a playful light smile as he slowly said, Auntie, your hands are really well maintained, and they feel especially soft to the touch. Chu Meru's face turned cold. Less smooth talking here. Don't think that by saying such words, I will let go. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound next door. Again, the man's angry voice rang out. Have you had enough of this noise? It's been noisy since you guys came in, and it's seriously interfering with our poker game. What's wrong with a room fight? Chapter 48. Auntie, did you say it would be over in a few minutes? This sudden change of events completely disrupted Chu Meru's rhythm. Qin Feng was also confused. He couldn't imagine that the soundproofing of the rooms here was so poor. How could he have imagined that the owner of the place had boarded up the large rooms to get more rooms, so the soundproofing was also poor? Perhaps it is because of this particular scene that so many couples come here to play poker. Sorry, big brother. We'll keep our voices down. You and your sister-in-law keep playing cards. Another cursing and angry voice came from next door. Chow, what a spoiler. If you guys keep arguing, I'll be rude to you. If you want to argue, get out and argue. This is a card room. Chu Meiru's face was very embarrassed and she hurriedly lowered her voice and said, Qin Feng, let's talk about our business. Don't pay attention to him. Qin Feng's body slightly tilted forward, even closer to Chu Meiru, his eyes ambiguous. Auntie, you're talking too quietly. Please lean your body forward a bit. I can't hear you. Chu Meiru's eyes sank with more than a little anger. Where could he not see that Qin Feng was doing it on purpose, just wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to eat his tofu? How had she ever been so insulted? Pressing down on Qin Feng, she deliberately lowered her voice and said, Stop pretending. I don't believe you can't hear what I'm saying. Auntie, what did you say? Why can't I hear you clearly? Qin Feng had a few smiles in his eyes, not caring that Chu Meiru could tell that he was pretending. Chu Meiru had humiliated herself so much before, then she had counted some interest. You! Chu Meiru was so angry that she glared. But once she thought about her daughter, she could only tilt her body forward a bit with all her reluctance. The two of them were in an extremely ambiguous position, and the distance between their faces was just 2 palms away. Qin Feng, can we talk about our business now? Chu Meiru stared at Qin Feng in annoyance. Of course you can, but whether or not you can talk about it, I can't guarantee it. Qin Feng recklessly admired Chu Meiru's face that made it hard to hold on to, and also smelled the faint fragrance of her body. He simply didn't have the heart to talk about that kind of thing. Chu Meiru looked in her eyes and was angry in her heart. Just as well, let this nasty scoundrel take advantage of it today, and bear with it for a while. Just as she wanted to open her mouth, Qin Feng's face changed and he quickly made a gesture to silence her. Chu Meiru was made mysterious by Qin Feng, and the words that came to her mouth were swallowed back. As a result, a strange noise came from next door. Intermittent. Seems painful. Sometimes high, sometimes low, the pitch rises and falls. Chu Meiru was surprised, but she is a person who has been there long ago, is not a little girl, naturally guessed what was going on next door. Awkward. With that, the waves of the heart are being lifted a little. Chu Meiru blushed unnaturally and said, How have you considered what I just said? Qin Feng felt hot all over. After all, the gas and the blood are fresh. There was another broken voice in his ear. There's another blood exploding ant close at hand. Auntie, can you stop talking now? Qin Feng gulped, his eyes burning. Chu Meiru immediately felt a hot breath spray over her face. That's Qin Feng's hot breath. Putting aside the grudge with Qin Feng, Chu Meiru admitted in her heart of hearts that Qin Feng was sunny and handsome, very manly, and many times more handsome than her dead husband. Plus, it's been a keeper for the last 10 years. There are too many little fires to squeeze. The scene at this point was ambiguous to the extreme. Chu Meiru, who took her reputation seriously, also had difficulty controlling herself. Subconsciously, his body flinched backward and he panicked. "Don't you mess around. I'm so much older than you. I could be your aunt." "Auntie, where are you thinking?" Qin Feng laughed lightly and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. "There's no rush to talk about ours beforehand. We'll wait for people to finish playing their cards. He's not so far gone as to turn into an animal." But there was no intention to just let Chu Meiru off the hook. Chu Meiru was ashamed and annoyed, and said through clenched teeth, "Is it true that you'll talk to me when they're done playing cards?" Qin Feng nodded. "Well then, you can't lie to me again." Chu Meiru held her tongue, weighed her options, and finally made a decision that went against her principles. Qin Feng lightly laughed. The more Chu Meiru did not submit, the more he wanted to conquer. "Auntie Chu, you're not shy, are you?" Chu Meiru snorted lightly. "What storms have I not seen before? This kind of small scene, do you think you can scare me?" Qin Feng vaguely glanced at his wrist, and Chu Meiru seemed to have forgotten to loosen her hand. "Oh, Auntie Chu is getting more and more interesting." Then tease her good. "Auntie, did you say it would be over in a few minutes? You're so boring." Chu Meiru said with a stern face. "I guess 10 minutes at most." Qin Feng didn't care about Chu Meiru's attitude and continued to act as he did. Chu Meiru eyes contemptuous. "You men all over the body also on that mouth is the hardest." The mouth said 10 minutes can have 5 minutes on the top day. A hint of intrigue flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he said with interest, "Auntie, it seems that this is very well researched in this area." Chu Meiru's face instantly flushed red, and she rebuked in shame and annoyance. "Boring! I'm not interested in discussing such a low-level topic with you." Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and stopped talking, but quietly listened to the card game next door. The atmosphere was immediately quiet and very ambiguous. A minute passed and another. Chu Meiru subconsciously clenched her thighs, her legs twisting restlessly. The face was getting hotter and hotter. The rhythm of breathing changed speed as well. She tried so hard not to listen to the voices next door, but they disturbed her like a magic spell. Chu Meiru felt very humiliated and ashamed, and it was also so out of character in front of Qin Feng. "It's been half an hour next door. Why isn't it over?" "Qin Feng, why don't we change to another place to talk next time?" Chu Meiru lightly bit her lower lip, still deciding to make a concession, truly afraid that she would reveal her ugly behavior if she continued to stay here. Qin Feng listened with great interest. "Not yet finished. Don't. Auntie, we haven't even talked about our business yet. What's your hurry to leave? Wasn't it you who asked me to stay and talk?" Chu Meiru looked squirmy. Her face was red, becoming more and more delicate and attractive. "I suddenly remembered that there is something important I have to do. Let's talk about it some other day." With that, he got up and tried to leave. Qin Feng backhandedly grabbed her hand and laughed lightly. "Auntie, if you don't make this clear today, you're not going anywhere. I'm afraid that you'll come back to trouble me again in the future. You'd better stay and keep talking." Chu Meiru was dumbfounded. This guy definitely did it on purpose. This is getting back at me. To go or not to go? What if I stay and he tries to bully me? If I leave, will he get back at my daughter? Chu Meiru's red face said in humiliation. "Fine. I'll stay and talk to you. But you can't do anything to bully me."
Chapter 49 Oni Chu In.
"Auntie, where were you thinking? Am I this kind of person?" Qin Feng's eyes recklessly surveyed Chu Meiru's moving and delicate body. The change of expression on Chu Meiru's face could not be hidden from his eyes at all. Both ears were slightly reddened, and even his face had a slight blush that must have been affected by what was going on next door. It can be described as a peach blossom face with a beautiful color. Looking at her appearance, she must have held a belly full of fire and had nowhere to vent it out in her day-to-day life. Qin Feng immediately felt his body getting hotter and hotter. There are some forbidden things that the more you think about them, the more they haunt one's mind like a kind of magic. Humph! Chu Meiru skimmed her head, not daring to look directly into Qin Feng's fiery eyes, and said in shame, "If it wasn't for my daughter's business, I would never stay here with someone like you." With that, he hurriedly withdrew his hand. Seems to feel like he's getting his hands dirty and wipes them with a paper towel, only to throw it in the trash with a disgusted look on his face afterwards. Qin Feng was inexplicably a bit annoyed. To act like this in front of me? How much does this dislike me? Auntie, as far as that goes? Qin Feng's face was unhappy as he lifted his chin. The more Chu Meiru did, the more he wanted to toss Chu Meiru. Look at you like this. As if I have a contagious disease. Qin Feng sidled up, his eyes a little more cold. The small flame that had just risen was also extinguished by Chu Meiru's disdainful attitude. Chu Meiru was cold. Her eyes couldn't hide her contempt, and her tone was forceful. Let's talk about business. I don't want to discuss these meaningless things. The fire in Qin Feng's heart also soared. Don't you always think I'll threaten you? Then I'm really going to try to threaten you. Making up his mind, Qin Feng said with a stern face, Auntie, I don't want to send her the money, and the contract I will never sign. When Chu Meiru heard this, her anger could no longer be suppressed and she grabbed Qin Feng's clothes and glared angrily. What do you mean by that? Are you playing with me? Let go. Qin Feng's tone was polycold and his brows were locked. He didn't like being treated like that, even if the other person was a pretty ant. I haven't even finished my sentence. What's your hurry? Chu Meiru let go of her hand in exasperation. Her anger did not diminish in the slightest. Her eyes kept staring at Qin Feng. It was as if she wanted to tear him into two halves. Qin Feng slowly and methodically organized his clothes. His gaze fell on Chu Meiru's petite body. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a trace of a schoolgirl's arc. My request is simple. There is only one. Chu Meiru's heart sank and chills ran throughout her body. A woman's sixth sense is very strong, especially when a man gazes at her like this. Does Qin Feng want me? He's crazy. You dream. I won't promise you even if I die. I will definitely not sell my body. Chu Meiru clenched her teeth tightly. A great sense of humiliation engulfed her sanity. So angry that she clenched her fists with both hands and spewed out angry flames in her eyes. Qin Feng turned a blind eye to Chu Meiru's anger. The corner of his mouth raised an unruly arc, slowly stretching his leg forward, his eyes flirtatiously flirting with Chu Meiru's body, teasingly saying, Auntie, where are you thinking of going? Although your charming appearance is indeed appealing, I, Qin Feng, am not so strong as to use force. Saying that, Qin Feng slightly leaned back, his hands casually resting on the armrests of the sofa. However, if you help me massage these thighs for 10 minutes, I can be merciful and keep my mouth shut, never letting those things about you and your daughter get out. Immediately, Qin Feng's face sank and his tone chilled. This is my only request. You're not qualified to haggle, or else it's a one-shot deal. Qin Feng's words had not yet fallen. Chu Meiru violently raised her hand and slapped it hard on the table. There was a loud pop, and the table shook so violently that the ornaments on the table were shaken. Immediately after, Chu Meiru was like an enraged lioness. Whoosh stood up from her chair, looked down at Qin Feng, her chest rose and fell violently, and she roared with all of her strength. You're simply daydreaming. I, Chu Meiru, even if I fight for my life, will never allow you to trample on my dignity like this. You don't want to insult me with such underhanded means. Rascal, shameless, shameless. Knock, knock, knock. The man next door knocked frantically on the wall again and roared. Chow, have you guys had enough? Are you going to let us do our jobs properly? Qin Feng lightly shook his leg and lazily spoke. Auntie, you've called me a shameless scoundrel. Of course scoundrels do scoundrelly things. With that, he stood up and straightened the folds on his shirt, a teasing smile on his lips. I'm going to walk out of this room right now, and guess what's going to happen? Also no longer cared about Chu Meiru's reaction. Took small broken steps and walked towards the door. Chu Meiru was so furious that she was trembling, staring at Qin Feng's back, forcing herself to be calm and saying, If you dare to talk nonsense, I will definitely go and sue you. You will definitely go to jail. Whatever. Qin Feng waved his hand carelessly. By auntie. This kind of threat was fine to scare ordinary people. It didn't even have half the effect on him. Chu Meiru, I'd like to see how long you can hold out. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into this smirk. He bet Chu Meiru would beg him to stay before he went out. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to reach the door, Chu Meiru was shocked and angry. If Qin Feng was allowed to leave this gate and spout nonsense on the internet, he would definitely create huge negative news for his daughter. Right now is just hot. If out of the black material will certainly also be unlimited amplification, then his daughter's future is bound to be dark. I'll give you $500,000. Chu Meiru's chest rose and fell violently with anger, and this sentence was almost like this sentence popped out from between her teeth.
No.
Qin Feng refused very much. His hand had already gotten the handrail of the doorway and opened it. Chu Meiru's heart was burning with anxiety. Her face was full of anxiety. Her voice trembled and said, $1 million. It really can't be more. Just let us go. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, outlining a triumphant arc, and his eyes flashed with a winning light as he didn't even look back, striding towards the door. As expected, in the next second, a near-collapsing shout came from Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng, you won! Qin Feng's figure lurched, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed to turn upwards. Knowing that he had won the bet, he then quickly backhanded the door to the room and closed it firmly. Auntie, wouldn't an early and painful yes have done the trick? Why make things unpleasant for everyone? Chu Meiru hung her head low. The whole person seemed to have been drained of her essence, completely lost her previous lofty and unrivaled appearance. At this moment she was like an eggplant hit by frost, withered, tightly biting her lower lip. Her eyes reddened. Her voice carried a voice full of humiliation. Okay, I promise your request, but you must swear that you can never reveal half of what happened with my daughter to outsiders. Chapter 50. Auntie is good at what she does. Auntie, although I'm not a good person, I'm also a man of my word. As long as others don't actively provoke me, I naturally won't make things difficult for others. Qin Feng swaggered back to the sofa, leaning back and cozily adjusting a comfortable posture, his legs casually resting on the table as he leisurely waved towards Chu Meiru. Auntie, come on, let's get started. Chu Meiru struggled and resisted madly inside. You could be Qin Feng's mom yourself. He was also a classmate of his own daughter, and even more outrageously had been in a relationship with her. And today he forced himself to massage his thighs. Anger, the accompanying deep sense of shame, was stimulating Chu Meiru at all times. She hated the scoundrel in front of her who could be her son. But she had to give in and submit to this man again. Chu Meiru, just think of it as condescending yourself for the sake of your own daughter, and bear with it for a while. In the end, Chu Meiru overcame her mental obstacles and reluctantly dragged her heavy steps to move to Qin Feng's side. What am I going to do now? Chu Meiru clenched her lips, her face flushed red, and her body trembled slightly, desperately restraining the rage that surged within her. Qin Feng looked up at Chu Meiru in surprise. You don't know how to massage? Chu Meiru coldly said, I'm sorry. I've never given anyone a massage before, nor will I. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing an amused smile, and in his heart he said, this woman is still so hard-mouthed even now, but she has a few interesting points. However, what surprised him quite a bit was that Chu Meiru had never given anyone a massage before. Her husband really doesn't know how to enjoy himself. It's okay. You just need to rub your hand on my thigh slowly. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Chu Meiru lightly bit her silver teeth. A struggle flashed in her eyes before she reluctantly sat next to Qin Feng and reached out to land tremblingly on Qin Feng's thigh. Only just touching Qin Feng's thigh, her onion-like fingers hurriedly retracted again as if electrocuted. What are you doing? Qin Feng said with strange eyes. Is that how you massage people? Haven't you ever seen how people massage on TV? Can't even do this little thing. Qin Feng wore a look of disgust and deliberately mocked. Chu Meiru was ashamed and annoyed. She hadn't passed through the body of the opposite sex for a long time, so long that she had forgotten what it felt like. Just now, when she gently touched Qin Feng's thigh, a warm sensation came from her fingertips, which was very comfortable, scaring her and causing her to hurriedly shrink back. Humph. I'm just not used to touching other people's bodies. Don't make a fuss. Chu Meiru said in a vain manner. Once again dropped his hand on Qin Feng's thigh. Gently kneading the strength was very light and soft. Qin Feng immediately felt a very tingling sensation coming from his calves. Some people are born with a gift. Although it was the first time Chu Meiru gave someone a massage, her hands were extremely good. There was also a psychological reason for this anyway. Qin Feng was enjoying himself right now. While enjoying Chu Meiru's humiliation to serve herself, she could also smell that charming fragrance emanating from her body, not to mention how exciting it was. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curved upwards, his eyes ambiguous, and laughed. Nice technique, usually not less massage for other men, right? I'm not as shameless as you. Even my husband, I haven't given him a massage. I'm not a casual person. Chu Meiru's face was annoyed, feeling that she was greatly insulted. Qin Feng didn't doubt this. Chu Meiru's technique was very rusty, and he could be sure that this was the first time she had ever given someone a massage. Don't you own a gym? I've heard that gyms are very promiscuous, and I can't believe those guys won't actively seduce you.
Chu Mei Ruthenium was instantly silent.
In fact, she had a lot of men pursuing her at the gym, and some even went so far as to open a membership to get to her on purpose. As long as you add WeChat, those men will often come to harass, and even send some indecent pictures. Some rich men even tried to adopt her, paying a pretty good price. It's a good thing that Chu Mei Ruoyi resisted the temptation and used her mind on her own daughter. Why don't you say anything? Could it be that I've hit the nail on the head? Qin Feng's eyes carried a deep inquiry. He was also curious about how a single ant handled herself in the face of so many temptations. Chu Meiru didn't want to reply and was afraid of angering Qin Feng and making any excessive demands, so she could only lower her head with a look of reluctance and said, "The gym is indeed messy, but not everyone is messy. I do have quite a few suitors, but I stick to my bottom line and haven't done anything out of the ordinary." Qin Feng said with interest, "Everyone has their own price. If someone offers a price that you can't refuse, will you sell yourself out?" Without even thinking, Chu Meiru said in a firm tone, "No. What if someone offers $10,000,000 for your body?" Qin Feng had a wicked smile on his lips. Chu Meiru's hand unconsciously increased in strength. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. If someone really offered himself $10 million, could he really refuse? And then, there was the thought that I was very ridiculous and laughable. Who would give himself $10 million? Why make fun of people for such unrealistic thoughts? I still say I won't sell my body, no matter how much money someone pays me. This is my bottom line as a human being," Chu Meiru faintly said, while gently kneading Qin Feng's thighs. After the initial resistance, she didn't seem to be so resistant now. In his heart, he thought, "This Qin Feng's legs are so sturdy, he should usually exercise often. Used to touch it myself once. Husband's thighs. But there was none of this let's be strange feeling. Is every man's different?" As he thought about it, the blush-inducing sounds from next door came back intermittently. Chu Meiru was instantly flustered. It was hard to suppress the movement, and then it was awakened once again. The guy next door is way over the top. How can they play cards for so long? With the rhythm of playing cards. Chu Meiru's brain cannot help but to fantasize those strange images. The mouth was dry. Body heat. Press simply didn't dare to look up at Qin Feng for fear that Qin Feng would see her current ugly state. At this time, Qin Feng opened his cell phone and secretly took a picture. A video recording. Auntie Chu's blushing face is so pretty. Keep this top-secret information in a safe. After easily surviving 10 minutes, Chu Meiru finally let out a sigh of relief and said with a cold face, "I've already done what you asked me to do. I also expect you to keep your word." Qin Feng rubbed his thighs, stood up and took 2 steps and smiled. "Auntie, the technique is quite good. I will keep my promise. Goodbye." Waiting for the sound of Qin Feng's closing door to come from the face, Chu Meiru only stood up with a red face. Just as he got up, he suddenly went weak in both legs and collapsed softly back onto the couch to catch his breath. Chapter 51 Auntie Chu's Revenge. Chu Meiru finally couldn't help but shed tears of humiliation and clenched her fists tightly. I thought she was a good woman, but now she was so humiliated by this kind of denizen. Qin Feng, you insulted my innocence and trampled on my dignity. I will never forget the shame you gave me today in my life. I'll make sure that you are ruined and destroyed. Chu Meiru clenched her teeth in hatred. And next door there's still a non-stop poker game going on. The anger in Chu Meiru's heart was instantly ignited. As if she had found a vent, a fist angrily knocked on the wall and roared, "You shameless men know how to play poker. You play during the day and also at night, evil or not disgusting." At this time, a stingy uncle next door was fighting the landlord while watching a small movie. Also startled by Chu Meiru's anger, the uncle muttered under his breath, "Che, I've lost so many joy beans, and I can't let me lose my temper." That said, it still turned off the little movie. Chu Meiru wiped away her tears and hurriedly sent a message to Bai Ruoyi. "Baby, I've already talked to Qin Feng, and he promised me he wouldn't tell anyone about you guys." Bai Ruoyi quickly messaged back, "Mom, how much did he charge to say yes? That's out of your hands anyway. This is over. You try to stay away from him when you see him in the future. The man is very disgusting." Chu Meiru urged again and again. She had already learned the horror of Qin Feng and did not want her daughter to suffer again. "Mom, I know, I'll get busy. Chu Mei-ru was mentally exhausted, dropping her cell phone on the couch, feeling very tired. Dragging her tired body into the bathroom, she let the water from the shower fall on her snow-white petite body. Chu Mei-ru closed her eyes. She needed to cool down with cool water to suppress the tumult in her heart. The events that had just happened always flashed inside her head, the images replaying over and over again, each one making her feel incredibly ashamed. Suddenly, a shattered image came to mind. When he was massaging Qin Feng's thighs, he seemed to have seen him pointing his cell phone at himself. Could he be stealing the movie? Chu Mei-ru snapped her eyes open, and a chill ran through her body. Earlier, her mind was too confused and she didn't notice this detail. But now that she thought about it, she was 100% certain that Qin Feng must have been taking pictures. Did he want to keep this evidence to blackmail himself later? This perverted little pervert was so horny. If this evidence fell into his hands, he would definitely make all sorts of perverted demands on himself. Chu Meiru's face was pale, her delicate body trembling from fear. No wonder this little is so quick to leave, so it is to get his own handle. He has to be made to delete everything inside his cell phone. Chu Meiru just wanted to call Qin Feng to ask for deletion, but she soon stopped. There was absolutely no way that someone like Qin Feng would agree to delete it, and he might even take the opportunity to make perverted demands on himself. What to do? Chu Meiru bit her lips tightly and held her hands on the wall, letting the water from the shower rinse against her head in an attempt to calm herself down. Suddenly, Chu Meiru's mind flashed with an aura. This pervert Qin Feng looked like a little pervert and would never delete anything on his phone. Why don't you take advantage of his weakness yourself and find a woman to approach him? When he had sex with that woman, and then had that woman record the evidence, he would be able to get a hold of Qin Feng himself. If he dares to threaten himself with something, then he can equally blackmail him with those handles. Chu Meiru's tightly wrinkled brows slightly relaxed. The problem was where to find a suitable woman to approach Qin Feng. Slowly, a very bold idea appeared in Chu Meiru's mind. What Jiangnan University lacked the most was beautiful women. As long as they picked a suitable person to approach Qin Feng, they were bound to get the job done. Chu Meiru's eyes were ice cold as she said in a hateful voice, "Qin Feng, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me for using the same tactics against you." Qin Feng left the White Swan Hotel. The time was still quite early, and he could still rush back to participate in military training. Just as he returned to the training ground, Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang walked over. "Dude, where did you go on vacation?" "Went out to run some errands." Zhou Wenbin sniffed his nose vigorously, as if a dog's nose had been coming up to Qin Feng, and then said with a cheap smile on his face, "Nyo must have seen a beautiful woman." Qin Feng raised his hand and smelled his arm, and there was indeed a faint aroma. The smell was not unfamiliar to him. It was the scent of Auntie Chu's body. Zhang Haoyang had a Thai smile on his face. "I heard that every year when new students come for military training, a little something pleasant happens. You wouldn't have gone to do something bad with any schoolgirl." Zhang Haoyang purposely emphasized doing bad things with very obvious intentions. Qin Feng walked through the middle of the two with a calm demeanor, with a seeming smile on his face, and said in a serious manner, "Don't talk nonsense. Brother is a serious person. Just went to get a room with Mama Bailori." Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang looked at each other, then laughed. "Been reading too much Korean manga. I bet Windy has definitely read the boarding log. The essence of shamelessness is all he's learned." Qin Feng returned and rejoined the training. Just then, Qin Feng's trio happened to catch up with Bai Ruoyi while running. Oops! Bai Ruoyi, who was walking in front, suddenly fell. Qin Feng glanced at it and continued to run forward as if nothing had happened. Bai Ruoyi was in pain, and when she saw Qin Feng running past, she subconsciously wanted to call out to him. But when she saw Qin Feng's cold attitude, she immediately swallowed her words. She remembered that in the past, when she suffered some small injuries, Qin Feng was heartbroken, and she was obedient to herself. Now she treated herself as a transparent person, which made her heart very uncomfortable and also even a little angry. Suddenly, I thought of my own mother's words that she had talked to Qin Feng. "He was so cold to me, he must have taken money from his mom, so he kept his end of the bargain." Thinking of this, Bai Ruoyi was instantly relieved and felt much better in her heart. Just as she froze, a concerned voice came to her ear. "Ms. Bai Ruoyi, are you okay?" Bai Ruoyi looked up at the sound of the voice and saw a sunny boy looking at his person with concerned eyes. She remembered this person, a friend who was often with Qin Feng. "I think it's called something. By the way, the name is Zhang Haoyang." Bai Ruoyi immediately bloomed a pure smile on her face, as if she was a fairy, which immediately made Zhang Haoyang look dumbfounded. It's fine. Thanks for your concern, classmate. This gentle and melodious voice instantly made Zhang Haoran's heartbeat accelerate. His face turned red, and he touched his head handily. Did you hurt anywhere? The corners of Bai Ruoli's mouth curved up slightly, evoking a stunning amplitude. She was quite confident in her charm. Originally wanting to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought of Qin Feng's cold attitude just now, and the thought of intentionally stimulating Qin Feng rose in his heart. Pulling out a snow-white handkerchief and handing it to Zhang Haoyang. Classmate, you're sweating a lot. This handkerchief is for you to wipe off. Chapter 52 Good Brothers Digging In. Bai Ruoli shoved the handkerchief that singled out the fragrance of her body into Zhang Haoyang's hands. Zhang Haoyang was dumbfounded, not daring to imagine that such a fairy-like character would be so nice to him and give him a handkerchief. Could it be that Bai Ruoli was interested in herself? This momentary fluttering made Zhang Haoyang's heart surge with a great courage, and he hurriedly caught up 2 steps, excitedly saying, "Can I add your WeChat?" Bai Ruoli smiled sweetly. That smile instantly charmed Zhang Haoyang. Voice softly said, "Of course you can. We are good with friends well." Zhang Haoyang immediately, the whole person is light, completely forget where he is, cannot help but giggle. "You have a nice smile." Bai Ruoli smiled lightly. She had long been immune to this kind of praise. There is no boy under the sun who can resist his own smile. Zhou Wenbin, who was running in front, twisted his head to look at these two and gently touched Qin Feng's arm and said, "Brother Feng, old Zhang, this kid is crazy. He's asking your ex-girlfriend for WeChat." Qin Feng glanced back and turned his head again, his face a little cold. Zhang Haoyang's look looked like he had a heart for a woman, and he didn't even listen to his own warnings. Zhou Wenbin exasperatedly said, "This kid is also really..." Even the brother's woman also moved. "See color, forget friends. Brother Feng, don't be angry. I'll persuade him later. It's fine. People like him don't see the coffin. A woman like Bai Ruoli doesn't suit him. He'll ask for trouble sooner or later." Qin Feng knew Bai Ruoli very well and knew that this kind of person could never look at Zhang Haoyang, and it was clear that he was trying to stimulate himself on purpose. But this behavior of Bai Ruoli also enraged him. It was not good for her to lay her hands on anyone but her own friends. "I'm afraid I'm also suspected of stirring up trouble between my own friends. Bai Ruoli, do you want to see me angry that much?" At this time, Zhang Haoyang also caught up with the two of them and took the initiative to speak. "Brother Feng, I don't have any other intention. I just saw that Bai student he was injured, so I had a few more words with him, and I'm not digging into your corner." Qin Feng said indifferently, "Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you that Bai Ruoli is not suitable for you. You can't play with her mind's eye. Brother Feng, I'm just being friends with her. I don't have any other ideas. Don't be so nervous." Zhang Haoyang said on his lips, but in his heart, he secretly said, "What does Qin Feng mean by deliberately reminding himself 3 times to stay away from Bai Ruoli? Is it possible that he's still in love with Bai Ruoli? Or maybe he was jealous because he saw himself being good with Bai Ruoli? That's too selfish, isn't it? Not letting people fall in love after a breakup?" Qin Feng will Zhang Haoyang eyes that a trace of defiance in the bottom of the eye, the heart secretly thought. This Zhang Haoyang is afraid to have been love has been overwhelmed by the mind, and now what he said he cannot listen to, and maybe mistakenly thought that he intentionally from the obstruction. Just let him go to the wall or good, eat a little bit of pain in order to learn from the past. With this in mind, Qin Feng no longer bothered to persuade Zhang Haoyang. Anyway, Bai Ruoli signed a contract with her own company, and she can't fall in love in this year, so naturally she won't make any negative news, which also destined that there won't be any ambiguity between her and Zhang Haoyang. And Zhang Haoyang's behavior of not knowing the heights of heaven and earth is really annoying to Qin Feng. It is just that he can borrow Bai Ruoli's hand to let him taste what it is like to be teased by a woman, and it is also considered to be a small lesson for him. It's up to him to make his own choices as to whether or not he can still be friends in the future. Anyway, Zhang Haoyang was now on his list of unreliable friends. It was also impossible for him to treat Zhang Haoyang sincerely. It's still Zhou Wenbin who is more reliable. Waiting for the break, Zhang Haoyang was secretly taking out Bai Ruori's handkerchief Shinran. Qin Feng looked on and didn't bother to pay attention. Zhou Wenbin looked at Zhang Haoyang's appearance, disdain in his heart, skimmed his mouth, with a trace of mocking light smile on his face, said in a strange voice, "This handkerchief looks unusual. I'm afraid that it is very fragrant, right? Why don't you bring it over for everyone to smell?" Zhang Haoyang's face suddenly turned a shade of white and a shade of red, his hands hastily stuffing the handkerchief into his coat pocket. his eyes dodging, dryly laughing twice in an attempt to cover up his embarrassment, and disliking back. You four-eyed boy, don't have nothing to do all day and night, and netting what you're babbling about here. At night, Bai Ruoyi opened the live broadcast on time. Zhang Haoyang entered Bai Ruoyi's live broadcasting room and swiped a few $1,000s in one breath. Old Zhang, are you crazy? Swiping thousands of dollars of your living expenses into it? Aren't you afraid of eating noodles at the end of the month? It's fine. Just a little bit of money. Zhang Haoyang said with full concern. Both eyes kept staring at the cell phone screen. Qin Feng was speechless as he raised his eyes and said, You brat. What exactly do you see in Bai Ruoyi? Zhang Haoyang was still talking tough. Brother Feng, I've said it's just a classmate relationship. Don't misunderstand. Qin Feng didn't bother. This guy was hopeless. Zhang Haoyang wanted to speak again and again, with still determined to open his mouth. Brother Feng, there is an old saying that fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. If you really do not like Bai Ruoyi, then the brother will chase after Bai Ruoyi, you will not mind, right? After saying that, Zhang Haoyang had a nervous look on his face. Zhou Wenbin said angrily, Old Zhang, you kid come for real. Can you stand up to Brother Feng? Qin Feng smiled faintly. This kid finally got his words out. Yes, as long as you have the skills to go after her, that is. Since you like it, feel free to go after it. Zhang Haoyang was instantly very excited. He had thought that Qin Feng would definitely get angry and even scold him, but he could not have imagined that Qin Feng would be generous enough to support him in his pursuit of Bai Ruoyi this year, which instantly made him very grateful. Brother Feng, don't worry. I will treat Ruoyi well. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth turned up slightly. He really didn't know where Zhang Haoyang got the confidence to dare to chase his woman. He had 100 ways to make Zhang Haoyang know what to do right now, but he didn't want to do that. There was no tactic that was more effective than Bai Ruoyi personally torturing Zhang Haoyang. That's what happens when you steal my woman. Brothers don't have feelings for each other either. Zhang Haoyang, sooner or later you will pay for your stupidity. Zhou Wenbin shook his head and said, I don't care about this matter of yours. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Zhang Haoyang was still indulging in his happy fantasies. Four-eyed boy, when I've chased Bai Ruoyi down, I'll treat you guys to a big meal. After Bai Ruoyi went off the air, Zhang Haoyang sent several more WeChat messages to the goddess Bai Ruoyi. Ruoyi, it's been a hard day on the air. Take an early rest. Sleeping, but the goddess didn't even reply. The corner of Zhou Wenbin's mouth slightly downward, eyes full of mockery, stretched out his finger to point to the cell phone screen. Snickered, see? You send this message over like a stone sinking into the sea. People simply don't want to take care of you. Don't flatter yourself. Zhang Haoyang said unconvincingly. She must be busy. She doesn't have time to return. She will definitely return in a while. Chapter 53 Shi Ro Jing teaches Piao Shui to hang a man. 10 minutes later, the goddess did message back just to say, Sorry. Just saw that a lot of people private messaged me. Zhang Haoyang proudly showed off to four eyes. My goddess really replied to my message. Then Bai Ruoyi returned. You also rest early, good night. After that, there was no more. Zhou Wenbin hemmed and hawed. See? You swiped thousands of dollars for the goddess and she didn't say a word of thanks. People make over $100,000 a night in gift money. How can they possibly look at you for this small amount of money? Even if she's willing to be boyfriend and girlfriend with you, can you afford to support her? Zhang Haoyang tilted his head and said triumphantly, Man, I'm showing my cards. I'm not pretending anymore. To tell you the truth, my real identity is actually a rich second generation. Finished like he was waiting for someone to envy him. You're just blowing it off. You're still a rich second generation? Zhou Wenbin didn't believe it at all. Let you see something awesome. Zhang Haoyang proudly hit the expense of a certain treasure, and then show that deposit directly. It's amazing that there's over $1 million stored in there. Are you really a rich second generation? Zhou Wenbin was shocked. Brother Feng, come and see, this kid really has more than $1 million. This kid is really a rich second generation. Zhou Wenbin made a fuss. Qin Feng just probed and glanced at the numbers on it, pretending to be surprised. Still really rich second generation, quite a lot of money. Zhang Haoyang is secretly pleased. I now expose the identity of the young master of the second generation of the rich. Qin Feng will definitely not stop himself from being with the goddess, and will even pat himself on the back. Over $1 million isn't for everyone. However, he realized that Qin Feng's reaction was very flat, which made him a bit surprised. Could it be that Qin Feng was unbalanced when he saw that he had so much money, or that he was afraid that he had robbed him of his white moonlight? Definitely. It's okay, he'll get used to it sooner or later, and when the time comes, he'll at most give him the benefit of the doubt and send a few valuable things to compensate him. Zhang Haoyang's eyes turned, with a few points of pleasing smile. Brother Feng, I am in a good mood today. I see that your cell phone is still the old model of the previous 2 years. Why don't I send you a Dammy 16? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly upwards. There really weren't many people who flaunted their wealth in front of them. He knew exactly what Zhang Haoyang was thinking in his heart. No, I'm quite used to this phone. I'm attached to it. Zhang Haoyang, currying a disinterested, a little upset in his heart, turned his head and said to the four-eyed boy again, Buddy, do you want me to send you a cell phone? Zhou Wenbin cracked a smile. No, just treat me to breakfast tomorrow. All right then. Everyone's breakfast and all-inclusive this week. Zhang Haoyang was very arrogant. Qin Feng said, It's getting late. I should go back and rest. See you tomorrow. On the other side, Dragon Academy. Lu Piaoshui opened a live broadcast for a while. Without the list, of Big Brother popularity is not as big as before. She was beginning to miss the mysterious older brother, Windy. There weren't many gift swipes, and after chatting for a while she got off the air, flipping out his cell phone to see if anyone was looking for him. Other than a bunch of bored men looking for themselves, there didn't seem to be any special characters showing up. Lu Piaoshui was suddenly a bit depressed as she thought of Qin Feng. Why didn't that guy take the initiative to contact himself? Last time in the cafeteria we all chatted and talked, obviously very pleasant. There was also talk of getting a dog. So many days have passed, as if the earth has evaporated, as if he does not take the initiative to find him. He will never look for himself. What exactly does he think in his heart? Aren't we good friends? Jing Jing, are you asleep? Lu Piaoshui knocked on the door of her best friend's room. Nope. Come in and say something. Shi Rojing was applying a face mask inside. Lu Piaoshui then spoke out the doubts in her heart. Jing Jing, what do you think of this person Qin Feng? Last time I chatted with him it was quite pleasant. Judging from my observation of him, he has a crush on me, but ever since he left for military training, he hasn't approached me to chat a word for more than 7 days at the very least, and now that he's back he hasn't taken the initiative to come to me either. I remember him telling me that if there was anything he didn't know about dog ownership to come to me at any time, and he was pretty serious about it, but why didn't he contact me for so long? Lu Piaoshui seemed very distressed and concerned about this. Shi Rojing skimmed her mouth and rolled her eyes. You're asking the right person. I'm an expert in this area. On the contrary, it's not that the scumbag doesn't care about you, it's that he especially cares. Shi Rojing's tone was certain. Lu Piaoshui's beautiful eyes lit up, hugging the rabbit pillow on her chest tightly, and said with great interest, How so? Shi Rojing analyzed it fussily. He must have known that you have many boys pursuing you, and also guessed that you must not have any special impression on such boys who take the initiative to please you, right? Lu Piaoshui nodded. Indeed, there are a lot of boys want her WeChat. After adding it, send messages every day. All kinds of harassment confessions make her very troubled. So there's no half-assing guys who just add WeChat to ingratiate themselves. You mean Qin Feng deliberately used this way to get my attention, making me think he's more special? Lu Piaoshui was very smart and understood a little bit. That's right. Shi Rojing gently poked Lu Piaoshui's head and said with vigor again, This person Qin Feng is very cunning and is especially good at playing careful tricks. Look at you now, didn't you fall into his trap? He's just doing the opposite on purpose to get your attention. Ah, then he's too cunning. Lu Piaoshui slightly opened her small mouth, seemingly a little surprised. Shi Rojing poofed a smile. Old lady has very many routines to deal with this kind of scummy guy again. I'll give you a trick to ensure that you can force him to reveal his original shape. Oh, what trick? Lu Piaoshui couldn't help but stretch her neck and perk up her ears. It's simple, you just have to hold back from going to him and let him come to you of his own accord. If he really wanted to pursue you, he would not be able to stand it and come to you voluntarily. If you take the initiative to seek him out, he'll think you're so proactive and casual that he won't cherish you even if he gets you. So, we girls should not put down our noble status and take the initiative to talk to those boys. Otherwise he men will think we women are cheap. Lu Piaoshui lightly knitted the willow-like eyebrows, eyes with a trace of confusion. After a moment of silence softly said, Listening to you, it seems to be a bit reasonable. I've never been in love, I don't understand these things. The corner of Shi Rojing's mouth rose slightly, and her eyebrows fluttered as she said, It's normal not to understand, but in this regard, you can be considered to have asked the right person. I'm a connoisseur. Sister boyfriend but talked about dozens of. If you encounter problems with men in the future, just come to me. I guarantee to teach you how to play men in the palm of your hand. Easy to pinch them. To that Qin Feng, you just keep putting up a bad fight and hanging on to his appetite. Chapter 54. Mr. Su is not easy to tease. Qin Feng at this time has returned to the Dragon Academy downstairs. Raised his head to look at the lights upstairs. Next door is still lit. It must be Shi Ruoyi. This puppy should not have gone to bed yet. The moment he thought of the other party's Thai appearance, Qin Feng's mouth couldn't help but press upwards. He would tease this puppy dog after taking a bath later. I don't know what Lu Piaoshui is doing. Hey, back home. Qin Feng first put hot water to the bathtub, then open a bottle of red wine. Get a little imported snacks placed next to the bathtub. Take a bath while you eat. When I opened WeChat, there were already several messages. Lu Piaoshui is still the same, still not giving herself the initiative to send a message. It seems that she also has her own little pride. Qin Feng is not in a hurry. There will be a day when Lu Piaoshui will take the initiative to send a message to find himself. Another beautiful shallow taste of red wine. Each girl's personality is different, and the strategy of treatment is different. A schoolgirl like Lu Piaoshui with a little bit of pride and a little bit of self-righteousness and narcissism can't go by the norm. She must be hung slowly to see who endures. Shen Ruoyi also sent a few messages, all concerned about how her military training was going. Sylvia sent a message is very diligent, open mouth, closed mouth, main silver called that force. Just looking at the address book, suddenly saw a note teacher Su Nianwei. Thinking of the ambiguous experience in the office a few days ago, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth sketched out an unfinished arc. Ms. Su's body is still quite material. She shouldn't be sleeping right now. Send a message to greet the teacher. Open and Ms. Su dialog box and send a message over. Ms. Su, rest. On the other side, Su Nianwei, who was indulging in the hegemony drama, frowned slightly when she saw that someone had sent a message to disturb her from watching TV. Nowadays students are a little sense of time is not there, are more than 10 o'clock and still send a message to the teacher. Really think that the teacher does not want private space. Su Nianwei spat with her small mouth, but still returned the message. Is there something wrong, Mr. Qin? If there's nothing, come back to me tomorrow. It's getting late. Teacher needs to rest. Then went back to brushing up on her TV shows. Okay. Good night, teacher. Qin Feng slightly regretted not being able to chat with his teacher on a pleasant topic. Teachers are not convenient for chatting, so they have to retreat to Shi Ruoyi. Little M dog, what's the Lord Silver doing here? It's on the air with my girlfriends. Want to come see me? Live with Lu Piaoshui. Qin Feng opened Jitterbug and saw that Shi Ruoyi had opened her number and brought Lu Piaoshui with her to start a live broadcast. Instead of playing PK, you're chatting with your online friends. Low-key Feng enters your live room. When Shi Ruoyi saw the main silver into the live broadcast room, he was suddenly happy. This is the god of wealth. Welcome my brother Wind to the live broadcast. This is my big brother. Lu Piaoshui smiled faintly. Since their own good girlfriend to take away the Wind brother, this Wind brother did not come to their own live room, but instead every now and then to run to the good girlfriend's live room. The heart is inevitably a little bit tasteless. Welcome brother Feng. Do you still remember me? Shui? Lu Piaoshui had a hint of a smile on the corner of her mouth as she waved her small hand in greeting. Qin Feng crackled out a line and sent it out. I want to see you two dance. After sending this message, Qin Feng shook the red wine in his hand. He was like a shrewd old hunter. He wanted to see what conditions these two women would offer before they would dance for themselves. Shi Ruoyi was always against herself, and hiding behind the curtain and letting her dance for herself was a different kind of excitement. As for Lu Piaoshui, she's like an egg. The outside is a hard shell that peels back to white, and the real inside is yellow. It feels different again to conquer a girl like that. Shi Ruoyi instantly narrowed her eyes into a curved moon. She was different from Lu Piaoshui. Lu Piaoshui's first reaction was to feel a little embarrassed, more reserved, more difficult to speak. All she sees in her eyes is money. Brother Feng, as long as you swipe $1,000 in gifts, the two of us will dance for you. Qin Feng felt that it was not expensive. The average was $500 each, not expensive at all. Swipe $1,000 straight up. Thank me, brother Wind. Shi Ruoyi called very smoothly and naturally. Originally somewhat reserved, Lu Piaoshui's smile on her face grew brighter and brighter after seeing the gift, and she smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, brother Feng. What kind of dance does brother Feng want to see us do? A fan on the air egged on. Hip dancing. This is exciting. Back up shake. Airplane shake. Better to belly dance. To be honest, these dances Qin Feng would like to see, but have to take their time, just want to give an answer. I do not know where to run out of the netizen driving supercars of the skyless directly brush a carnival, and in the live broadcast put out big words. You two give me a backside shake and I'll paint you a carnival. Qin Feng frowned. What was the meaning of this? Come to steal my thunder? 2 carnivals are only $6,000. Qin Feng looked at the level of the other party is the same level 75. No wonder the speech dares to be so loud. Shi Ruoyi took a look at the big brother and smiled daintily. Thank you, Tian Xiao, but I've already promised Brother Feng to let him choose first. Why don't I wait for him to finish ordering the dance before I give you a dance? Okay? At the same time, the half-drunken Tian Xiao in some bar said to his companions around him in a bold and cross manner. Brothers, today I'm going to let these 2 beauties dance for us to help us out. He had cast his cell phone screen onto the big screen, and the entire booth of a dozen men and women were watching. These 2 beauties are quite decent. The body is indeed quite wow. I just don't know how much money it takes to sleep with this kind of beauty. These small net red old man sleep more, a few $1,000s to sleep casually. Like her, this level of beauty at the top of the day is only 10,000. I bet you brush 2 carnival. Both of them are begging to be added to the microblogging. The group of rich kids in the private room laughed very lewdly. So Tian Xiao swiped carnival. As a result, he was postponed to the next step by Shi Ruoyi, so that Tian Xiao felt very disgraced. You're still pretending to be an old man, aren't you? Apply for a direct connection. Shi Ruoyi didn't dare to offend this kind of big shot, hesitating for a moment or connecting the line. The sky young man who drove the supercar, red-faced, yelled into the phone. Beauty, if I tell you to jump, jump. 2 carnivals are not enough. Then 3 is not enough. Then 4. You hurry up and dance for me. My brothers are waiting to see it. This, too good. Shi Ruoyi was a bit moved, but on second thought, if she betrayed the main silver at this time, it would not be worth it. So she could only smile and make amends. There's always a first and last in everything. Tian Xiao, don't be anxious. I'll arrange it for you later. Okay? Tian Xiao's face sank violently, besides so many brothers watching. If even a small netizen cannot handle how to mix in the future. You get what's his name Windy up here to talk to me. Chapter 55. A carnival in a second. The moment these words came out, the entire live broadcast room was instantly full of gunpowder flavor. Shi Ruoyi frowned tightly, secretly thought, what kind of person is this Tian Xiao? His tone is so crazy, and his level is also so high. His strength is not to be underestimated. He should try not to offend this kind of big brother who knows what kind of special energy is behind him. But the thought of taking so many benefits from the wind here, but also their own main silver, but their long-term meal ticket cannot be offended, had to bite the small lips euphemistically said, Days less, you see how good it is? I will first give the wind brother dance a song, and then later on to give you a dance 2 times? On the other side, Tian Xiao's friend Good Harumph. Tian Xiao, you're not strong enough. Didn't you say you're great at pursuing women? Played a lot of female anchors. How come you can't even swing these 2 little anchors now? No way, Tian Xiao. These 2 don't seem to be giving you much face. Can it be that this brother Feng is some kind of big shot too? When Tian Xiao heard these words, the anger in his heart rubbed straight upward. Where could he endure his friend's taunts? His voice raised several decibels and said, Forget about brother Feng. 10 carnivals. Jump for me right away. Don't TMD chirp. This? Shi Ruoyi's face was full of tangles, and she was in a dilemma. Lu Piao Shui whispered, This heavenly one is angry. Why don't we give him a jump first, and we'll say hello to brother Feng first. Shiro Jing also want to do this, and hurriedly give the wind brother. There's a man coming to mess with the Lord's silver. What do you say? I don't want to give him a jump, but I'm afraid he'll give me trouble. Can you help me think of a way? Qin Feng was most afraid of someone fighting with him over money, and replied stiffly, Don't bother with him. I think that kid is just trying to act like a pussy, so you can see how I taught him a lesson. Directly in the live broadcast to put the cruel words. Tian Xiao is not it. Do not serve to brush. A second a carnival. Do not brush as a grandson. Viewers were watching and selling out the live stream. Brother Feng is domineering. The next second, the carnival FX big screen. Lo Qi Feng gives away a carnival. On Tian Xiao's side, the entire private room instantly exploded. Who is this in the sky pretending to be in front of you? And a carnival in a second. It's clearly going to hit you in the face. What's the origin? Daring to be so cross in front of Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao, we support you to him. Tian Xiao was so angry that he was about to explode. originally thought that the two carnivals would be able to easily pin down the two small anchors, but did not expect that the small anchors would not give him face at all. What made him even more upset was that piece of Windy, who even slapped him in the face in public. Brother Fong, you want to play with me, right? Well, I'll play with you. If you give in, you're a grandson. Sky Shan has similarly put out a stern message on the air. Second to Carnival. Qin Fong poofed a smile. Money was nothing more than a string of cold numbers to him. Even if the richest dad came and swiped against himself, he could only leave in tears. A carnival a second. There are few words that are more persuasive and shocking than brushing up on a carnival. The fans in the live broadcast room also retweeted and liked the recording screen as if they were playing Chicken Blood.
Awesome, awesome, Zohohum.
2 seconds is a month's salary for me. Over the top. What's the big deal? Brush for 10 minutes if you can. I knew you two had it in you. Brothers, hurry up and record the screen. This live room is probably the most awesome live room in this year's carnival competition. With the live carnival wildly popular, easily exceeding 10,000 people. The national gift ranking lists soared straight to number 30. As the person involved, Shen Ruoyi, who was also the biggest beneficiary of this carnival battle, couldn't hide the smile on her face any longer and smiled sweetly. Thank you, my brother Fong. Thank you, Tian Xiao. A minute has passed and both have swiped 60 carnivals. The number of people online surpassed to 30,000 people. Lu Piaoshui looked at the screen full of dazzling carnival special effects. His heart was thrilled inexplicably, and the screen was full of money. Just this minute, the good girlfriend's gift income is 360,000 ya, and that's just the beginning. Lu Piaoshui couldn't stop a wave of envy from rising within her heart. Just at this moment, Shen Ruoyi eyes turned, eyes flashed feet of light. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you let these two big gold masters continue to brush, they will be able to earn a lot of money. Two big brothers. If whoever wins tonight, I'll let my best girlfriend add him on WeChat and give her a sexy dance alone. The crowd clamored. How exciting it must be to have such an innocent goddess do a lap dance. It's exciting to think about it, and it's a solo dance. Lu Piaoshui was instantly shocked. Jing Jing, don't joke. I'm not jumping. Baby wife. Tonight earned all the carnival deducted the share. I give you a share of 1/6. Do you want to go through with the money? Shen Ruoyi almost bit Lu Piaoshui's ear and said. The original inner resistance of Lu Piaoshui suddenly struggling madly tight. 1 minute 360,000 gifts. If 2 minutes that is 360,000. Even if they share 1/6 also have several million. It's just a dance. It's no big deal. Lu Piaoshui lightly bit her lower lip and whispered. 1/5 I'll promise you. Deal. Shen Ruoyi blinked and agreed very painfully. With good girlfriends offering to dance, these two big gold masters will definitely brush more aggressively to brush gifts and earn more for themselves, so it's not a bad idea to share 1/5. Think of it as a sweetener for these two big moneymakers. Shen Ruoyi's voice stirred up. My good best friend has promised that whoever wins later, she will wear a sexy bunny costume uniform and dance for you guys. Jing Jing. I don't have this kind of clothes. Lu Piaoshui was shy and annoyed. Although she had never worn this kind of clothes, she also knew that it was erotic. It's okay, I have Shen Ruoyi smiled smugly. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Lu Piaoshui was helpless. Her good girlfriend had put her words out. She couldn't refuse, and the most important thing was that these two bosses gave more. Qin Fong couldn't suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself. This is still an unexpected surprise. Although my puppy is suspected of picking on me, this reward is very much to my liking. It's practically made for my conscience. The thought of Lu Piaoshui passing on her erotic bunny uniform and dance, and then thinking about her other side when she was in school, Qin Fong was tickled. Tonight, I'm going to win. At this moment, Tian Xiao was about to explode with anger. A full 2-minute kanji was swiped, 120,360,000. Brother Fong should forget about it. The opposite side is so strong. There is no need to waste so much money for a single breath. You can find a few big anchors with all this money. The close friends around him were persuasive. Tian Xiao's wine breath went to his head, stretched his neck and said loudly, It's a friends, no one can persuade me. I'm not bad at money. Tonight I'm going to make a name for myself, and him to death. Chapter 56. Two BFFs digging each other's corners. At the same time, Ruoyi, who opened the live broadcast, was talking and laughing with the netizens, when suddenly the comments in the live broadcast room were a bit out of place. The live room of the national top 1 ranking is too much, and the carnival is even more moneyless-like. Just went to watch the two big guys fight too. Won a second in the Rage Brush Carnival. Super explosive. I also just looked at the two level 75 big guys who have been brushing for 3 minutes and are still brushing. That anchor is earning hemp. Easily the best carnival purgatory of the year. One is called Brother Wind, haven't heard much about his name. The other one is very famous in heaven, super rich second generation, often brushing gifts in the live broadcasting rooms of major anchors. Bai Ruoyi's eyes also revealed a few hints of surprise. Tian Xiao had swiped gifts in her live room before, and she still had the other party's WeChat. Also read his circle of friends, very powerful. The circle of friends flaunts either a luxury car or a mansion. Either is to swim in the mountains and some beautiful women out to sea. What kind of person dares to fight him? Bai Ruoyi secretly watched the small number run to the live broadcast of Shen Ruoyi. Just clicking in is the carnival effects dominating the screen. 300,000 people are online at the same time. When he saw clearly who these two little anchors were, said instantly his eyes stared. It looks a little familiar. Soon enough Bai Ruoyi recognized that these two people were none other than the schoolmates of her own school. One was the school beauty Lu Piaoshui, and the other was Shen Ruoyi. Both of these people were notorious in Jiangnan University. After looking at the number of fans of Shen Ruoyi is only a few 100,000 people, the feeling of superiority in his heart was full of, she is a 10 million anchor. The audience in the live broadcast room frantically swiped the screen as if they were playing chicken blood. Holy, aren't these big guys money? Both of them have been swiping for 5 minutes. In 5 minutes you make enough money that other people don't make in a lifetime. Crazy. I did the math. And in 5 minutes the anchor received more than $1.8 million in gifts. Bai Ruoyi's eyebrows were slightly tightened. 1.8 million is indeed quite a lot. But it's much worse than myself. I'll make a few million on the premiere. Instead, it was this Feng brother who intrigued her. Looked at Wendy's profile, didn't post a video. IP address is in the same city as myself. Is it hard to tell which guild account it is? Qin Feng was now lying on his bed, keeping a carnival a minute, playing for excitement. Then he took out another cell phone and chatted with Lu Piaoshui. Yuki, I'm waiting for you to dance for me tonight. Lu Piaoshui is interacting with the netizens. See the cell phone message ringing. Look down to see is the Wind brother hurriedly pick up the phone at the same time the phone slightly sighed. Do not want to give C. Mute the sound again. When I saw this message, my eyes flashed. There was some resistance. But after being shelled by the 5-minute carnival, there was absolutely no such resistance, only full of shame. Brother Feng, it's a deal. I'll give you a bunny dance if you can win. You have not come to my live room much lately. Often go to the quiet live room. I am still in my face to forget it. That sentence is full of resentment. Qin Feng's mouth smiled slightly. This Weibo was his second Weibo. So Lu Piaoshui didn't know who Feng's real identity was yet. No, you look so beautiful. Forget anyone. I can't possibly forget you. Lu Piaoshui secretly glanced at her good best friend and realized that her best friend was busy interacting with her fans. Her good-looking little finger quickly typed out another line and sent it over. Liar. Then tell me honestly, which one looks prettier, me or Jing Jing? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Girls really do like to compete with other girls in terms of beauty. Lu Piaoshui was no exception. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? The truth. It has to be the truth. Of course you're the prettier looking one. I can be pretty sure of that. The corners of Lu Piaoshui's mouth curved upwards slightly, revealing a touch of moving smile. Count on your vision. I'm the school's top girl. I didn't make that name up, it's recognized. A sense of stolen superiority ensued. What girl doesn't like it when a guy compliments her on her beauty? Unless the man is obnoxious. Between the joy, Lu Piaoshui people are also some fluttering, and sneak a glance at the good girlfriend. Eyes flashed a hint of cunning. Secretly thought. Jing Jing once told me, hanging man's appetite to chat with him a bit of rubbing the topic. This Wind brother was originally my big brother. Jing Jing himself first shot to dig their own big brother. Make him now has not come to their own live room, they cannot do nothing. Coupled with the excitement of tonight's carnival, Lu Piaoshui made a very bold and against her principles decision. Brother Feng, what kind of girls do you like? After sending this message like a thief, Lu Piaoshui chatted with her friends in the live broadcast room as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng looked at the message and didn't reply immediately, instead pondering what Lu Piaoshui's words meant. Is this fishing? According to normal people's logic of picking up girls, surely they would say they like girls like you. Was Willow Puffy waiting for me to say that? Or just a random question? Qin Feng decided to tease Lu Piaoshui and test her reaction. I like girls like you. Would you consider me if I pursued you? Lu Piaoshui's heart tightened when she saw her cell phone vibrate. Inexplicably some anticipation, rushed to open WeChat to see this message and froze. She did want to whet Brother Feng's appetite, but she thought that he would be so bold as to directly say that he wanted to pursue her. What's the answer? She hadn't thought about falling in love with this Brother Feng, which if she directly refused, she was afraid of offending this Brother Feng not to come to her live room to brush gifts in the future. Suddenly Qin Feng came to mind again. One did feel a little curious and a little bit of affection towards Qin Feng, but a relationship was not yet possible. That being said, one is still single and it makes sense that one would be open to being pursued by other guys. And then he thought of what Shen Ruoyi had said, that a girl should be prepared for both. Don't have one foot in one boat or it will capsize sooner or later, and the second boat is for your own sake. Brother Feng, don't joke with me, how could you possibly like me? But if you want to pursue me, I can't stop you, that's your freedom. But I'll state in advance that I'm not that easily moved. I can't look at ordinary men. I only like those men who are sincere to me. Qin Feng poofed a smile. What is a sincere man in a woman's mouth? Sincerity in the eyes of a middle schooler is sincerity. Sincerity in the eyes of an adult, that is love me and call me. It's kind of fun. Let's not talk about it tonight. Not until you're done with the bunny dance. While the two were talking, Qin Feng had already swiped 10 minutes of Carnival in the live stream. A full 600. A swipe of $1,800,000. Chapter 57. White Lotus takes the initiative to add friends. Shen Ruoyi was now very agitated. The two bigwigs swiped $3.5 million in gifts in her live room. 10 minutes to make money that many people struggle to make in a lifetime. Because of her excitement, a delicate blush surfaced on her pretty face, becoming more and more delicate and attractive. Thanks to my Brother Wind Carnival. Brother Wind is so powerful. Brother Tian Xiao is also very good. Jing Jing is here to thank the two big brothers La. On the other hand, the more Tian Xiao brushed his heart, the more irritated he became. He couldn't swallow it. A few million wouldn't mean a thing to him. But I've been brushing for 10 minutes and my hands are numb. So he directly put words in the live broadcast. Don't brush one carnival by one carnival. I'll directly brush 100 carnivals. Follow if you dare. The tone is extremely arrogant. Qin Feng disdain. Fans on the air exclaimed, Tian Xiao is awesome. Swiped $300,000 in one swipe. Bai Ruoyi could no longer remain calm and received nearly $5 million in gifts in about 15 minutes. The newest netizen himself was not treated this way. However, the next second the carnival swipes wildly again. Lo Qifeng gives away 200 carnivals. Straight up $600,000 in luxury. The whole room was in an uproar. Bai Ruoyi's heart was raging. What exactly did this Brother Feng do? How come you're so powerful? Once again, I clicked on Windy's profile and ghostly clicked on a follow. Then private message. Hello Windy, can we get acquainted? Qin Feng, who was brushing his head, suddenly saw that someone had sent him a private message. And then I saw that it was Sweet Dreams of the Magi, and I was happy. Isn't this your own green tea white moonlight? That's fine. I love being friends with beautiful women, and I've heard of your name. I'm adding you to my followers. Bai Ruoyi was secretly pleased. Looking pretty, really no one can refuse. I think this Brother Feng is also a horny man. As long as I chat with him a few times, I can definitely snatch this big brother to myself. Brother Feng, you are so powerful. I like powerful big brothers like you. Let me add you on WeChat. I see you're also from our city, so I'll have the chance to come out for dinner someday. Qin Feng, a burst of contempt, secretly thought. Really active, in front of me to pretend to be very noble, private is no more than that, then I will play with you. Sent the trumpet WeChat over and it quickly went through to add a friend. Bai Ruoyi, hello Brother Feng. You swiped so many gifts tonight. You don't think you like her, do you? Windy. Can't say I like it. It's just a lot of money and swish. Bai Ruoyi's eyes narrowed. There was so much information in those words. Rich people speak is the atmosphere. Looking at the pleasing, unlike those stinking beggars stingy, as if he asked for his brush. Suddenly Bai Ruoyi thought of Qin Feng. The names both have the word wind in them, and the characters are simply one heaven and one earth. Look at how well they talk to Brother Feng. Bai Ruoyi, wow, Brother Feng is atmospheric and bold. I like to be friends with people like you. Some other day I'll start broadcasting. You must come to my live room to support the scene. I'll introduce you to everyone. Brother Feng. We'll talk about it then, depending on the mood. Let's not chat for now. I'm going to be busy swiping gifts. Bai Ruoyi's pure face revealed a hint of a smile. Big brother is big brother. Every word is very bold. Either he is brushing money or on the way to brushing money. Instant good feeling. There are so few of these big brothers who swipe gifts and don't ask for anything in return. Qin Feng focused his attention back to the live broadcast, only to realize that something was wrong with the comments section. Haha. That Tian Xiao has been scared away. Don't dare to brush it off. Brother Wind is awesome. Run away. Qin Feng looked at the list of gifts, and sure enough, he didn't see Tian Xiao's name anymore. You're still trying to fight me. Spend $4 million to reward the hostess. Get a 5-fold blast and return $20 million. Easily make another $10 million. And by the way, you get to see the goddess give herself a bunny dance. Winning hemp. At this time, Tian Xiao's side of the phone was also snatched by his friends. Drunkenly collapsed on the stool by a few friends to persuade not to brush. And that's the end of this carnival competition. A total of 8 million carnival gifts were received. The platform deducted half of it, leaving $4 million. Deduct some more taxes. Sylvia got her hands on more than $2 million. Splitting another fifth of her buddies, she also has over $1 million in revenue. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Lord. Brother Feng. Shi Rojing was so excited and incoherent that she almost said that she called Lord Silver. But luckily she changed her mouth at the crucial moment. Qin Feng exited the live broadcast room. He was no longer interested in participating in the latter, and he was even more uninterested in the ass-kissing of those netizens. Just after exiting, Shi Rojing sent a WeChat. Lord Silver, you're awesome. You're so fierce. Jing Jing likes you so much. Later I'll ask my best girlfriend to give you a bunny dance. And you two will have a video. Qin Feng stroked his chin. He definitely needed to open the video for the solo dance, but he couldn't let them see his appearance. Otherwise it would be exposed. Instead, you can cover up the camera. Okay. But I'm not comfortable showing my face. That's fine. Then you can talk to my BFF now while I stabilize the fans. After Shi Rojing sent this message, she whispered in Lu Piaoshue's ear, Brother Feng is looking for you. Go to your room and talk to him. Lu Piaoshue instantly understood for a second, and her face blushed more than a hint of scarlet. This is asking myself to go and do the rabbit dance for Windy. Posies, I'm going to take a break, bye. Lu Piaoshue smiled and greeted the fans in the live stream. Fans aren't going to spoil her. Don't pretend. It must be a solo bunny dance for Feng. Envy Windy. I don't understand the pleasures of the rich, but the life of the rich I can imagine. Yuki is going to get dirty. The pop-ups in the comments section, Lu Piaoshue didn't dare to look at them at all, and hurriedly fled from Jing Jing's room and went back to her own room. Holding the cell phone was very tangled. What to do? Having never danced that strange dance herself and alone to a stranger, it felt weird how she thought about it. Cell phone information suddenly vibrate. The screen a bright put Lu Piaoshue. Shocked, then saw that it was the Wind brother came to the message. Lu Piaoshue bit her little lip. She knew that it was time to come. Brother Wind. Come on. Give brother a bunny dance. Lu Piaoshue instantly turned red, her heart extremely torn. I haven't done the bunny dance before. I don't know how to do it. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. Should I change it? It's okay. Just go change your clothes and jump. I'm sure you'll be fine. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth revealed an ambiguous smile. His eyes filled with anticipation. It didn't matter if the dance was good or not. The most important thing was that he wanted to see Lu Piaoshue dancing for him. All right then. I'll go find a set of clothes at Jing's place. Just wait for me. Lu Piaoshue had no choice but to agree with a red face. It's okay. As long as you dance well, I'll transfer you $10,000. Brother Feng, wait for me. I'll be back soon. Chapter 58 Private Dance. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a smile, curious to know how seductive Lu Piaoshue would be when she danced in her rabbit uniform. Shy, sexy, or maybe you can see the hidden attributes of the schoolgirl. Everyone has a deeper side of themselves. Like some people have two faces online and offline. If this bunny dance could see the hidden side of the schoolgirl, it would be worth it to swipe those gifts tonight. Qin Feng had already prepared the recording screen, intending to record such a precious video so that he could also enjoy it in the future. In the middle of his thoughts, Lu Piaoshue had already returned. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up as Lu Piaoshue changed into the sexy bunny dress, which was very different from her previous temperament. The slightly high-strung face was more than a little shy, and her movements were slightly stiff, but they showed off her perfect, mouth-watering body. With her legs in black silk and two pointed rabbit ears on her head, this look makes you want to tease her. Lu Piaoshue was full of shyness. Brother Feng, I'll just dance for you for 5 minutes. Okay? I'm so embarrassed. Qin Feng was in a wonderful mood as he smiled at the corners of his mouth and recklessly admired the beauty's shyness. Yes, feel free to dance. As long as I'm happy watching it, brother will give you $100,000 pocket money. Qin Feng was very overbearing, rising from the original 10,000 to 100,000, just because the dragon was so happy to see Lu Piaoshui's now shy appearance. It's worth a 100,000 reward. Thank you, Windy. I'll start then. I'll put on some music. Lu Piaoshui, who was originally still a bit restrained, was a bit more bold after hearing the reward of 100,000 yuan. Soothing music sounded. Lu Piaoshui began to twist the wonderful body. The lights in the room are still a little dim. The atmosphere is particularly ambiguous. Lu Piaoshui was like an elf hidden in the darkness of the night. Her movements were stiff and unnatural from the beginning, slowly getting into the state. Together with the woman's innate talent for dancing, she played out her body's softness and lightness to the fullest. Qin Feng had a feast for his eyes, and he had to say that the schoolgirl really did have a talent for bunny dancing. As time passed, Lu Piaoshui became more and more involved, as if something deep inside was released. Her dancing became more and more mature, her eyes hazy with a hint of teasing vaguely. Sometimes the corners of her mouth are smiling. Sometimes her eyes are looking forward. Sometimes she is imploring. In this ambiguous atmosphere, all ambiguity is rapidly amplified. 5 minutes had passed quietly, and Lu Piaoshui had stopped dancing, and Qin Feng couldn't get enough of it. Brother Feng, I finished dancing. Are you still satisfied? Lu Piaoshui was shy and seemed to be somewhat looking forward to Qin Feng's praise, and as if she hadn't come out from the ambiguous atmosphere just now. It was very satisfying and enjoyable, and I'd like to see you dance next time. The kind in black stockings. Lu Piaoshui saw the Wind Brother sent over the message. The heart rose a trace of strange emotions, but also some hidden joy, secretly thought. It seems that their own dance has conquered the Wind Brother. Fortunately, did not let him down. Her face was also rapidly burning. Fortunately, because of the lighting, Qin Feng did not see her blushing like a small apple. Windy wants to see me dance in black silk. This is too shy. Lu Piaoshui couldn't help but associate the black silk she wore with a bunny uniform that looked like an invisible swimsuit. And then dancing there, just thinking about it, made her blush with shyness. She had also been to the pool and worn a bathing suit, but had not danced so privately alone for anyone else. This time, she had gotten all the courage she could muster, and the next time she jumped, she no longer had the courage. In the middle of his thoughts, Windy sent another message. Baby, I'll add an extra $100,000 to your bill if you call me husband. Lu Piaoshui's face was dumbfounded. Calling out to her husband and getting $100,000? Her instinct was to refuse, as she had never called anyone her husband before and took those two words very seriously. It's also considered sacred. It's a representation of a relationship. But it is very easy and simple to get $100,000 just by calling out to her husband, and even if she opens her mouth, she can get a good amount of money without any effort. Lu Piaoshui instantly fell into a struggle, as if a voice in the bottom of her heart was driving her to agree. But the only remaining moral conscience resists. Qin Feng didn't rush, but gave Lu Piaoshui enough time to think. Sister, just ask and the 100,000 will be yours. Will you refuse or accept? At the moment he was feeling like a hunter, little by little disintegrating Lu Piaoshui's inner self and then capturing her. As long as Lu Piaoshui opened this mouth, the powerful sweetness that will have the second, third, and even countless times later. It's like people cheating on their wives. There are only 0 and countless times. Just crossing that moral line would rip her shame down. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth sketched out a smile as he quietly admired his schoolmate's struggling expression. Lu Piaoshui bit her small lips and said as if she had made a tough determination. Brother Feng, it's better not to. I can't call out. I don't have the fortune to earn this $100,000 from you. After saying that, Lu Piaoshui's face also let out a sigh of relief, as if some kind of pressure had been removed. Qin Feng smiled gently, not angry at being rejected, but rather happier. If Lu Piaoshui agreed now, then his pleasure of conquering would still be less. Only conquering those mountains that were harder to climb would be more fulfilling. Chasing girls is like climbing Mount Everest. The process was grueling, and the sense of conquest that comes with a successful ascent is hard to put into words. Conquer little by little, gaining a sense of surprise with each conquest. It's okay. I had a great time tonight. Keep the 100,000. Buy something you like to wear. Transfer the $100,000 directly. Thank you, Brother Feng. Lu Piaoshui smiled with her eyebrows and took the $100,000. This style is still very good to get along with well, and not because I refuse to be angry. The heart of the Win brothers' good feelings also increased a few points. Spending $100,000 to have the schoolgirl give you a solo dance triggers a 100-fold reward, returning 1 million yen. Qin Feng lightly laughed. Why does it feel as if the schoolgirl is working for me to make money? Obviously he appreciated her private dance. Get an early night, I'm off. Exit the video chat. Qin Feng saved the recorded video and also went to bed with a wonderful mood. Lu Piaoshui was willing to give herself a dance once, then surely there could be a second and third time, and in the end she would definitely call herself her husband. In the next room, Lu Piaoshui was in a complicated mood, admiring herself in front of the mirror, blushing and a little shy, holding her slightly hot face and talking to herself. Lu Piaoshui, you're too bold to give a man this kind of dance. Shame on you. Seemingly a little shy about her current appearance, Lu Piaoshui hurriedly took off the rabbit uniform on her body and instantly displayed a proud body in front of the mirror that made people's blood swell. Chapter 59. Encountering an ex-girlfriend. Just as I got changed, my best friend ran in, grinning. How was it, wife? Was it good? Exciting? Lu Piaoshui's heart that had managed to calm down was again made full of embarrassment. Don't make a scene. It's not because you made a reckless bet and caused me to make a fool of myself. Shi Ruoyi was still playful, her plump buttocks sitting right on Lu Piaoshui's bed, and she said with an ambiguous face, quickly tell me, how did you guys dance? Were there any sexy teases made? No, or did he say anything? What do you take me for? Lu Piaoshui pretended to be angry, smashing a hug pillow at Shi Ruoyi. Turning to her, she rolled her eyes and said, I'm not as Thai as you are. I'm simply dancing. What were you thinking? There's no such thing? With a bad smile on her face, Shi Ruoyi licked her lips and made an extremely seductive gesture. Lu Piaoshui was weak, although she jumped, but did not do this kind of strange action, but cannot control their own good girlfriend will go that way. I'm not as sick as you are. Shi Ruoyi suddenly walked forward and slapped Lu Piaoshui's delicate buttocks hard. Lu Piaoshui was shaken, turned around and glared fiercely at Shi Ruoyi. You're a dead man. He. Brother Feng has always been a generous person. When you danced for him, he shouldn't have transferred a lot of money to you, right? Shi Ruoyi ignored Lu Piaoshui's warning and pinched the soft, elastic PP hard. Lu Piaoshui was made to feel ashamed and annoyed by her, and hurriedly slapped her paw away, saying in a bad mood, Gave me 100,000. Shi Ruoyi nodded. I knew that Brother Feng is a very generous person, seriously. I'm a good sister to say such things to you. You have to hold on to Brother Feng as a person. If you hold on to his own thighs, maybe you won't even have to work hard in the future. Internet to internet, reality to reality, I think it's still better to have a job in reality, just in case he gets tired of it one day. Lu Piaoshui pondered a little, and her face straightened up a bit, sticking the mask on her face again. It was her habit to put on a face mask before going to bed. Shi Ruoyi also put away the cheeky face, lying on the bed and playing with the phone. You have thought about this problem. My reason is that while we are young and good-looking, play to our advantage, make a fortune, and we will find an honest man to marry. If you make a certain amount of money, it would be good to open a store and be a small business owner. We Netflixers eat our youth. Lu Piaoshui a tight frown. Do Netroots to make money is just her part-time job. Right now there are already hundreds of thousands of deposits, but can take this money to do something. Jing. I see that there are many students at school who love milk tea. Why don't the two of us partner up and open a milk tea store? Shi Ruoyi's spirit was revitalized and she immediately became interested. Good, anyway, we have some money in hand. Even if we lose, we won't lose much. At most, we will lose a few tens of thousands of dollars. We can afford to lose money now, and most importantly, we can get addicted to being the boss. The two hit it off right away and spent the whole night talking about opening a milk tea store, most of the night. The next morning, Qin Feng slept beautifully, woke up from his bed and brushed his teeth before going out to report to school. As soon as I went out, I coincidentally bumped into two more big beauties next door. The god from last night quickly passed through Qin Feng's mind again, and suddenly the corners of his mouth turned upwards as he smiled and said, Good morning, two school sisters. Shi Ruoyi rolled her eyes and didn't even bother to say anything, looking like she hadn't slept enough. Lu Piaoshui said indifferently, Good morning, senior brother Qin Feng. The two men's attitudes were a far cry from last night. Qin Feng inexplicably wanted to laugh, and in his heart there was a kind of stealing, like catching someone else's little secret. Sister, let's eat breakfast together. I'll go if you treat me. Shi Ruoyi said in a bad mood. He didn't have the strength to argue with Qin Feng anymore. Go. Qin Feng took the two beautiful school sisters to breakfast, attracting countless more envy along the way. Qin Feng saw not far away by Ruoli and Zhang Haoyang, Zhou Wenbin, and a girl he didn't recognize, for people eating breakfast together. That girl was svelte-looking, wearing glasses, sweet-looking, and should be by Ruoli's friend. Seemingly noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Shen Ruoyi also spotted by Ruoli. Wife? Look, isn't that by Ruoli, the schoolmate who's so hot online? Lu Piaoshui raised her eyes and also looked at her a few more times. She's so pretty. No wonder her popularity is so high. Not long after she came to the school, she became a big netizen of 10 million. Humph, my wife is clearly prettier than her. And I'm not bad either, so how come I don't have millions of fans? Shen Ruoyi said sourly. It's true what they say about beautiful women being hostile to each other. If the two of her knew that the internet celebrity they envied in their eyes was created by themselves, it was estimated that their jaws would drop to the ground in shock. Qin Feng drank a mouthful of soy milk and said unhurriedly, "What's there to envy? You two aren't bad, you just don't have the chance. If you had the chance you would definitely have more fans than her." Shen Ruoyi, who had always liked to sing against Qin Feng, also agreed with him on a rare occasion. "Count on you to speak human." Qin Feng laughed lightly, as if there seemed to be some kind of connection in the underworld. The three of them were discussing by Ruoyi. By Ruoyi seemed to be aware of the corner of the eye of the afterglow inadvertently biased towards Qin Feng this side, suddenly froze and then frowned. "Qin Feng? Aren't these two beauties beside him Shen Ruoyi and Lu Piaoshui who were on live broadcast last night? How could such a school beauty be with a trash like him?" Bai Ruoli was greatly surprised and very puzzled. Zhang Haoyang's gaze moved and he also spotted Qin Feng. His eyes said with more than a hint of a strange emotion. "Ruoli, Qin Feng is very good with women. He often hangs out with the beautiful girls in the school, and we all admire his skill in picking up girls." If Qin Feng heard him say these words, he would definitely know that this kid was again stirring up trouble for him. What kind of person praises her ex-boyfriend in front of someone else's ex-girlfriend for being a great pickup artist and being with a lot of girls on a regular basis? Isn't that secretly saying he's a philanderer? As expected, Bai Ruoli's face turned slightly cold, and she became even more disgusted with Qin Feng. "I hate that kind of philandering boys, who stick to beautiful women when they see them, and love one when they see one. Isn't that Lu Piaoshui the school beauty of Jiangnan University? How could someone like her be friends with Qin Feng?" Bai Ruoli had inexplicably created a wave of hostility towards Lu Piaoshui, and was very unconvinced by Lu Piaoshui's reputation as the school's flower. Zhang Haoyang laughed. "I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's because Qin Feng is a person who can talk and please people, he chats with any girl. Sometimes I kinda envy him for that ability. I can't do what he does to please girls anyway. You'd better not learn from people like him." Bai Ruoli despised Qin Feng and said. Chapter 60. The Glasses Lady Xia Mengmeng. "Ruoli, don't worry. I'm definitely not that kind of philandering man." Zhang Haoyang was afraid that the girls would misunderstand, the general hurriedly assured. Bai Ruoli didn't have the heart to listen to these words of Zhang Haoyang right now, and secretly said in her heart, "No wonder Qin Feng didn't care I ignored him. It turned out to be that there is no shortage of beautiful women around him. Thanks to which I used to think that he is a deep and devoted person, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. Men really can't be relied on. It's fortunate that I withdrew even in the beginning, or else I would have definitely been cheated by him as well." Just then, Qin Feng's gaze also looked her way, and as soon as their gazes touched, each of them shifted as if neither of them had seen the other. Qin Feng had no waves in his heart. People like Bai Ruoli liked it best when others were devoted to her and offered her up like a bodhisattva, and hated it when others licked her like a dog. If you want to pin her down, you have to keep her on a short leash, you can't spoil her. Zhang Haoyang, that boy wants to dig my corner, but also 100 years early it, on the contrary, Zhou Wenbin and that wearing glasses Sven girl, the two people are very on the right. The two of them seemed to be talking to each other as well, and it looked like the four-eyed boy and this four-eyed girl had a story to tell. "School brother, you seem to know Bai Ruoli?" Lu Piaoshui's sixth sense was very strong. She realized that Qin Feng seemed to be a little different towards Bai Ruoli, as if the two of them knew each other. She couldn't quite put her finger on why she felt that way. Sort of, "If I tell you that he's my ex-girlfriend, would you believe me?" Qin Feng smiled faintly, seemingly rather casually, jokingly. "Che. Dreaming again early in the morning. You think you're sleepwalking now?" Shen Ruoyi skimmed her mouth. She couldn't stand to see this kind of pretense and bragging appearance of Qin Feng. She had to say a few words to make it painful. Lu Piaoshui didn't believe it either and only thought that Qin Feng was joking. "Forget it if you don't believe it. Qin Feng did not ask these two to believe either. I'll go ahead and get the check. Unexpectedly, when he gave the money, Zhang Haoyang also took the opportunity to run over and pat Qin Feng's shoulder and said, Brother Feng, you don't mind if I treat Ruoyi to breakfast, do you? Qin Feng smiled faintly. That's your business, you don't need to report to me. Oh, I knew Brother Wind wasn't the stingy type, thanks. Next time I treat you to a big meal, you must come. Next time. Qin Feng responded indifferently. On the way to school, Bai Ruoyi asked thoughtfully, I saw you chatting with Qin Feng just now. What were you guys talking about? Zhang Haoyang scratched his head and seemed to have some hard feelings. Actually, I didn't say anything. I just said that I wanted to ask him to come over tonight to have a snack with us, and he said that he didn't want to eat with you. Humph. Bai Ruoyi's little nose hummed lightly. You mustn't ask him to come. I don't like eating with him. If you ask him to come, don't blame me for not being friends with you. Zhang Haoyang heart secretly happy? Qin Feng, you cannot blame me. I also want to draw closer to the relationship with the goddess. You will make a small sacrifice. I will certainly compensate you in the future. Then I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Just the two of us. Do you look good? Zhang Haoyang's eyes rolled and said carefully, Let's talk about it next time. Bai Ruoyi politely declined without thinking. Then, are you free this Saturday? Zhang Haoyang's eyes had a hint of loss, turned and then continued. What do you want? Bai Ruoyi's eyes stared. Zhang Haoyang touched the back of his head and laughed. Didn't they recently come out with a not movie called What's Hot and Spicy? I'd like to go see it with you. Bai Ruoyi's face was unhappy, secretly thinking, This Zhang Haoyang is so stupid. If I didn't want to take him to be of use to me, so that I can place him beside Qin Feng to monitor him, I really don't bother to talk nonsense with him. A stupid, self-righteous look. Are all men this stupid nowadays? How old is the routine of going to the movies? And is it appropriate for me to go to the movies in my current capacity? Sorry. I'm going to be on the air this Saturday and can't go to the movie I'm going to see. I have a lot of things waiting for me at the company too. So I'll ask you to go to the movies when I'm free. Zhang Haoyang was instantly enraptured. That's good. Call me immediately when you're free. My phone is on 24 hours a day. Bai Ruoyi gave a light hum, and then she didn't pay much attention to Zhang Haoyang, leaving with her friend, the glasses lady friend. Zhou Wenbin's gaze followed the figure of the glasses lady, and an excited look appeared in his eyes. Man, I like that glasses lady. I can see that. Zhang Haoyang was in a very good mood. I said long ago, as long as you follow me around, I will introduce you to a girlfriend. See, all I had to do was talk to my goddess, and she brought you a positively gorgeous woman. Zhou Wenbin looked grateful. Brother, thanks. Then he worried. Brother Feng saw us just now too. Do you think he'll be angry with us? Zhang Haoyang did not think. What is there to be angry about? We have not done anything to apologize to him. Besides, he and Bai Ruoyi have broken up, and already have no right to care about her. You kid, do not think blindly and add psychological burden to yourself. On the other side, Xia Mengmeng, the glasses lady, softly said, Just now, that fat guy with glasses kept staring at me, making me embarrassed to eat breakfast. Bai Ruoyi guffawed. I guess he's got his eye on you. No way. Xia Mengmeng opened her small mouth, seemingly a bit incredulous. It's only the first time we've met. Meng, you have to remember that men are all in love at first sight. Don't believe in any love at first sight. Oh, I see. That fat guy, I don't have anything else in mind for him. What was his name again? I think his name is Zhou Wenbin. Xia Mengmeng nodded and said with a gossipy face, Ruoyi, I just saw that Zhang Haoyang's eyes look at you with that fire. He is also pursuing you, right? Bai Ruoyi smiled sweetly. Maybe. Her heart was also a bit fluttering. Although she didn't like Zhang Haoyang, she liked the feeling of being courted by others, provided that it didn't make her feel annoyed. Did you see that just now? I saw our school flower Lu Piao Shui. She looks so beautiful. Her body is also good. It's just like a fairy descending to earth. Xia Mengmeng's face couldn't hide her envy. Her round face was so cute that people couldn't help but want to pinch it. Bai Ruoyi's eyes twitched. Schoolgirl? There's a handsome guy with him. I wonder if he's her boyfriend. Bai Ruoyi's face changed slightly. You're talking about Qin Feng, right? Right, duck. Just now I heard you guys talking about him. Did you guys know each other before? That Zhang Haoyang seems to know him well. Ugh. Why don't we ask him to come and play with us next time? What? You shouldn't have a crush on him, right? Bai Ruoyi said faintly. Xia Mengmeng's head shook like a flower drum. Absolutely not. I just think that we are all friends. Playing together will be more lively. Chapter 61, A Chance Encounter at the Gym. Then it's good that you don't have any thoughts about him. He's not the right person for you. By Ruoyi warned righteously. Xia Mengmeng cute spat out her tongue. She was just casually mentioning a sentence. How did it become a thought? Ugh, adults have such strange ideas. Qin Feng came to the classroom. This class was on Sun Yanwei's class, and both of them seemed to have forgotten all about what had happened in the last period of time. Sun Yanwei is still so beautiful today, wearing glasses. Sven. It looks like a quiet, very temperamental teacher, but the body is still thus blown up. The students are very much in love with her class. Brother Feng, where are we going to play after class later? Zhou Wenbin touched Qin Feng's hand and inquired in a low voice. Where do you want to play? How about going to play basketball? The school has an awesome basketball court. Qin Feng did not refuse, and it had been a long time since he had gone to play basketball. Count me in, I'll go too. Zhang Haoyang also wanted to go, so the three ran to the gym after class. There are already quite a few people sitting around here chatting. There are men and women who come to you to fall in love. Of course, there were a lot of girls here watching from the stage and boys performing on the court. Those male students all acted very hard, wanting to show their brave side in front of these schoolgirls. The three just found a seat, sat down to see the court. Jiang Xiaofeng. Playing basketball performance is very dashing, attracted the following girls cheering. Let him flutter. Che. It's this Jiang Xiaofeng again, how come he's so unlucky? He can run into him everywhere he goes. Zhang Haoyang said with displeasure. Seeing him down there pretending to be an old man is a bit of a turnoff. Zhou Wenbin also spat. Don't mind him, lest he affect our mood. Let's just take a good look to see if there are any pretty schoolgirls. Qin Feng's eyes darted around, trying to spot any surprise targets. Ah, isn't that Miss Shen Ruoyi? Qin Feng saw his old acquaintance's schoolmate who had once been his temporary girlfriend, and next to her there were several other girls chatting there. I'll take you guys to talk to your senior sister. Qin Feng stood up and took a step towards Shen Ruoyi. Zhou Wenbin and Zhang Haoyang hurriedly followed. Brother Feng, you're not joking with us. Where are you going to find a schoolmate to chat with? Don't ask so many questions and trust in your brother's charms. Soon, Zhou Wenbin also noticed Shen Ruoyi's few people. Brother, you're not here to talk to them, are you? Do you know them? Don't let them think we're underhead men. Zhou Wenbin was a little alarmed, fearing that he would be mistaken for a pervert. Qin Feng walked straight towards Shen Ruoyi. Senior sister, what a coincidence. We're meeting here again. Hearing the familiar voice, Shen Ruoyi turned around in surprise and suddenly blushed. Schoolboy, what are you doing here? Her companion, seeing Qin Feng's good looks and an evil charm when he smiled, immediately joked and flirted. Handsome? You're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Want to fall in love with your sister? Ah. Sister can do everything. Oh. As long as you're not a beanpole, sister is guaranteed to please. Ha ha ha. A few schoolmates laughed cheekily. Even though Qin Feng had a thick skin, he was laughed at and was a bit embarrassed. These school sisters were too crazy. As expected, the more mature a schoolmate is, the bolder the words she says. Shen Ruoyi said awkwardly, Don't mind these crazy, yes. They're just like that. Immediately afterward, he was not in a good mood and glared at his friends around him. A few of you should restrain yourselves a bit. Don't scare my friends. Qin Feng laughed awkwardly. It's fine. I just like being friends with these sisters. Come come come. Brother, sit on sister's side. Sister will give you a lecture on life. A big wavy blonde curly-haired schoolmate very boldly extended an invitation to Qin Feng with very fiery eyes. I'd better sit next to school sister Shin. Qin Feng was afraid. This blonde school sister looked like the type that was hungrier and more open-minded. He didn't want to be made a fool of in front of everyone. After some courtesy, the people also knew each other's names. Schoolmate, what have you been up to lately? Shen Ruoyi sat close to Qin Feng, and her scent dived into Qin Feng's nostrils with impunity. Qin Feng was in a good mood. There's nothing to be busy with. What should be studied is studied. What should be played is played. Where's sister? I've been busy with grad school lately. I'm trying to step it up and get a PhD. Oh, wouldn't that be quite hard? It's okay. The two of them had a chat, and both were very sensible not to mention that last incident. On the court, Jiang Xiaofeng, who was waving his sweat to show his masculinity. Suddenly, he saw Qin Feng, who was having a good time playing soccer, and a whole lot of beautiful women chatting happily. Suddenly, heart upset. Chow, how come I see this dead trash again? And how is it that this kid's peach blossom luck is so good that beautiful women surround him? Jiang Xiaofeng's eyeballs turned a corner of his mouth to reveal a bad smile, and he intentionally smashed the basketball at Qin Feng. Unfortunately, the accuracy was a little off, and the basketball smashed into Shen Ruoyi. Qin Feng was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something flying over, suddenly looked up, and his face changed dramatically. No good, the basketball is going to hit the schoolgirl's face. The others reacted to see the basketball as well and were filled with panic. Shen Ruoyi's face went white, and Sasha didn't even react as she watched the basketball come crashing down on his face. Subconsciously, he closed his eyes and his body jerked. However, just when everyone thought the basketball would hit Shen Ruoyi's face, a strong arm steadily caught the basketball. Schoolboy is great. Hearing the cheers coming from her ears, Shen Ruoyi snapped her eyes open and saw Qin Feng steadily catching the basketball. At this moment, Qin Feng's face was filled with anger. This kid definitely did it on purpose. Zhang Xiaofeng had a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry. Just now I accidentally lost the basketball to your side. Please return the basketball to me. Zhang Xiaofeng, don't be hypocritical and apologize to my friend immediately. Qin Feng's face was ice cold, his eyes rolling with anger. He could tell at a glance that Zhang Xiaofeng was definitely doing it on purpose. Why should I apologize? I've already said that the basketball was an accident. Besides, your friend is fine. What are you in such a hurry for? It can't be that you want to play hero in front of a beautiful woman to save her. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Qin Feng with a provocative gaze. The corners of his mouth turned upward as if to say, Kid, I did it on purpose? What can you do to me? If you don't like it, come and hit me. Shen Ruoyi pulled Qin Feng's clothes and said with palpitations in her heart, Forget it, senior. I'm fine anyway. Qin Feng said in a domineering manner. That won't do. If he dares to bully you in front of me, then I'll dare to make him bleed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng suddenly slammed the basketball hard on Zhang Xiaofeng's face. Chapter 62 Mr. Su protects the calf. The basketball smashed heavily on Zhang Xiaofeng's face and also hit his nose, and a nosebleed spurted out. This sudden turn of events stunned the crowd, looking at Qin Feng with shocked faces. Qin Feng teasingly laughed. Sorry, I was thinking of returning the ball to you. Who thought you couldn't catch it? It was an accident, haha. Zhang Xiaofeng instantly had a wave of anger rush straight to his head. How could he stand such humiliation? I chow your grandpa. You dare to hit me with your hands. Zhang Xiaofeng's face was ferocious. His angry fist smashed into Qin Feng's face. He wanted to knock this man who had caused him to lose face to the ground viciously. Qin Feng's eyes were stern. He had long been prepared for Zhang Xiaofeng's strike and had lifted his foot to kick Zhang Xiaofeng down the moment he moved. Seeing this, Zhou Wenbin's body moved and immediately wanted to go up and help. Don't even help. Qin Feng roared. I can handle him alone. With that, he rushed up and punched Zhang Xiaofeng in the face. Zhang Xiaofeng, today I will fight until you are convinced. Very brave. Zhang Xiaofeng's tall stature is not a vegetarian. After reacting, he also angrily counterattacked, and the two of them quickly twisted and fought together. Shen Ruoyi's heart was incomparably touched, but she was also very worried that Qin Feng would be injured. The blonde sister was very excited, with starry eyes, cheering from the sidelines. My brother is so fierce and brave. Go ahead and beat him. Several other female schoolmates were also very angry with Zhang Xiaofeng, and were cheering Qin Feng on from the sidelines. Shen Ruoyi hesitated a little and followed to become a cheerleader. Schoolboy, hit him. Seeing Qin Feng being beaten, they were again very nervous. Zhang Haoyang also hurriedly took out his cell phone to shoot. The two scuffled around, quickly causing a large crowd to gather around. After a few rounds, Qin Feng had an absolute advantage over Zhang Xiaofeng as he rode on his back and pressed his hand against the back of his hand. Serve or not? Qin Feng snapped. Zhang Xiaofeng's nose was bleeding and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. He was in a very sorry state. His face was furious. I just don't want to obey. If you have the guts to beat me to death. If you hadn't sneaked up on old me first, you wouldn't have been able to beat me at all. Still talking tough, huh? Qin Feng would not spoil him with a slap down. Zhang Xiaofeng was humiliated and infuriated. He was being pressed and beaten in full view of the public. You'd better let me go right now at once, or I'll never let you go. In return, there was another slap from Qin Feng. Apologize to my friend immediately, or you won't let me off the hook. I won't apologize even if I die. Zhang Xiaofeng's mouth was as hard as iron. He couldn't lose this face. What for, what for? The school's security guards quickly rushed over. This student, please release him at once. Immediately after that, the head teacher also rushed over, his face grim as he chided. I don't care what happened to you guys. You've already caused a bad influence by fighting here. All of you come with me to the office. As a result, Qin Feng's group of people were all brought to the school's teaching office. The instructor's face was irritated. You are all adults now, but you are still fighting like elementary school students. What is the decency? Have you forgotten the rules of our Jiangnan University? Tell me, what's going on? So Qin Feng briefly told the whole thing, and the schoolmates also testified for him. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Zhang Xiaofeng was unconvinced. I've said it was an accident, but he hit me first. Director, he started all this. He hit me first. I'm requesting the school to expel him. Zhang Xiaofeng got angrier and angrier as he spoke. Just then, the door to the office was pushed open. I object. Su Nianwei's willow brows knitted tightly, her eyes as sharp as eagles, exuding a biting aura around her. I've already understood this matter from the students at the scene. The fault doesn't lie with the students in my class. It's this student who intentionally picked a fight, and it was only when Qin Feng's students were angry and made a row to fight back. I think this matter is all Zhang Xiaofeng's problem. As soon as Su Nianwei came in, she made her position clear and resolutely defended Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt much better about Su Nianwei, although he knew that he would never be able to be expelled. He was also impressed that Ms. Su was able to stand firmly on his side at this time. Mr. Su. Su Nianwei quickly raised her hand and stopped Qin Feng's words that were about to come out of his mouth. At this moment, she completely disappeared from her usual gentle demeanor. Her eyes were full of unquestionable light, and her tone of voice was decisive. You don't have to say anything. I know everything about the whole thing. You can rest assured that as long as the teacher is here, no one will ever be able to expel you. This powerful calf-protecting aura made Qin Feng very touched, and also caused a trace of a strange feeling to rise in his heart towards Su Nianwei. The director of instruction was helpless. Teacher Su, you don't have to be so anxious. I haven't even made a decision on the punishment yet, and I haven't said anything about expelling the student. Let me think about it. There's nothing to think about, it's very simple. Zhang Xiaofeng was at fault first. He should apologize to Shen Ruoyi. Su Nianwei was unforgiving. Student Zhang Xiaofeng, why don't you apologize and forget about it? And this matter will be over for everyone, and there's no need for any more bickering. The director of instruction was helpless and wanted to get this over with in a hurry. Zhang Xiaofeng's lungs exploded with anger, gritting his teeth. I'm not convinced. Why should I apologize? And I'm the one who was beaten. What kind of reasoning is it to make me apologize to the abuser? The director of teaching felt a great headache. Both sides are not good to offend. Mr. Su's side is also famous for protecting the calf. Just then the phone rang. A look at the principal called. The director of teaching knew that this matter must have alarmed the principal, hurried to connect the phone. Then he glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng and nodded. Headmaster, I know how to handle this matter. When he heard the principal call, Qin Feng knew that the matter had already come to a head. As expected, the director of instruction put down the phone and said to Zhang Xiaofeng in a tone that could not be denied. The principal called just now, and the outcome of the treatment was also said by him personally. Student Zhang Xiaofeng, you apologize to student Qin Feng immediately. I'm not convinced. Zhang Xiaofeng was so angry that his neck was red. He was clearly the victim and had to apologize. You're not convinced, then I can't do anything about it. In any case, the school's decision is to expel you if you don't apologize to Qin Feng. So you're on your own. Zhang Xiaofeng froze. Chow, you big man. What kind of school is this? Are you being reasonable? Qin Feng, you won. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaofeng clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed dead center on Qin Feng. Then I will grudgingly accept your apology, as well as having to apologize to my senior sister. Qin Feng saw the good in him and did not continue to make things difficult for him. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and could only apologize to Shen Ruoyi. All right, let's disperse this matter like this. Su Nianwei said, Student Qin Feng, you come with me. Chapter 63, Teacher's Body Check. I'll go talk to Mr. Su about something first. You guys go first. Qin Feng said to Shen Ruoyi. Don't worry, it's nothing. Shen Ruoyi's eyes were full of worry at the moment, not to mention Qin Feng's previous kindness to her. Just by standing up for her in the fight just now also made her very moved. You just got hurt, so go to the rec room after Mr. Su talks and I'll meet you there. It's okay. Do I look like I'm hurt? That kid can't hurt me. Qin Feng put on a nonchalant appearance and laughed. You go back first. There's no need to wait for me. All right then. After you're done with your business, you can send me a message. I'll be waiting for you. Shen Ruoyi was slightly more at ease, so she left with the blonde schoolmate and the girls first. Mr. Su's office. Miss Su, you called me to your office? You don't want to educate me, do you? Arriving at Miss Su's office, Qin Feng also relaxed a lot. Seeing a cup of warm coffee on the table, he hurriedly brought this coffee over to Miss Su. Su Nianwei took the coffee and said in a bad mood, "Now you know to be solicitous? If it wasn't for me calling the principal and pleading for mercy maybe, you would have been expelled by now. Do you know that the crime of fighting in Jiangnan University is very serious?" Su Nianwei sat on her chair and warned Qin Feng very seriously. "You called the principal?" Qin Feng's eyes revealed a few moments of surprise. It was unthinkable that teacher Su cared so much about him as a student, making him feel a little happy in his heart. But he also knew that even if Miss Su didn't plead for mercy, the principal wouldn't be able to fire him as the god of fortune. Or else. Su Nianwei feigned exasperation, a small mouth chattering again. "You made such a big mess and you initiated the hit. No matter what, you've made a big mistake by starting it. If I hadn't interceded for you, do you think this could have been a big deal? Or maybe it's just me being facetious and pleading with the principal, or you'd be in lockdown for less." Su Nianwei's bright, watery eyes vaguely revealed a hint of cunning, as if to say, "Teacher helped you so much, you hurry to thank me." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Su, for pleading for me. It's my honor to have such a beautiful and kind-hearted Ms. Su as my teacher. All right, you don't need to kiss my ass." The corner of Su Nianwei's mouth turned upwards. "Be a little more peaceful after that, and don't fight again." "Got it, Teacher Su." Qin Feng nodded his head obediently to cooperate with Teacher Su, but in his heart he said, "If there's a next time, I'll still make sure to teach that kid a lesson." Su Nianwei was satisfied with Qin Feng's performance, and the expression on her face slowly became much milder as she said in a serious tone, "That's right. Be a good student, study hard, and be an upwardly mobile person in the future. I like obedient and motivated students, so don't let me down." Qin Feng secretly wondered, could it be that Ms. Su was the kind of woman who was addicted to educating others? The fulfillment, the satisfaction of educating students to be what you expect them to be. It seems that if you want to gain Ms. Su's favor, you have to start from this aspect. Listening and obeying? Nu, nu, nu. Mr. Su must be highlighted. Let her experience the joy of teaching her students. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curved upwards at the thought of this, revealing a trace of a greatly meaningful arc, as if a special emotion was growing in his heart. "Teacher Su, the student will definitely not let you down." Sure enough, Qin Feng then saw the corners of Su Nianwei's mouth turn upwards, revealing a satisfied smile. "You're very smart. Were you hurt in the fight just now? Let the teacher take a look?" Su Nianwei's tone was a lot gentler, with a hint of concern. Saying that, she stood up and twisted her petite body towards Qin Feng's side. "Ah, what are you going to think, teacher?" Qin Feng's brain reacted for a moment and froze hard. "Take the clothes off your body and let me see if there are any injuries." Su Nianwei's voice was not loud, but her tone carried a command that could not be resisted. Qin Feng reacted instantly, revealing an ambiguous smile. "Teacher, this is not good. Lonely men and women. I'm afraid of spreading the word on the teacher's reputation." "I'm fine with that. I'd be over the moon if I tarnished my teacher's reputation." Su Nianwei guffawed. There's no need to worry about this for the teacher. It's not like I haven't seen a boy's body before. I'm a teacher. What's there to gossip about? Isn't it only natural for a teacher to care about their students? I'm not afraid of a female teacher. What are you afraid of as a big boy? You're not shy, are you?" Qin Feng poofed a smile. He had never lost in this regard and was very confident in his figure. Su Nianwei had said her words to this point. If he postponed it, then he was a wimp. "I'm not shy. I'm afraid the teacher will be shy later." Su Nianwei sniffed and couldn't help but feel amused. This student was too funny. She wasn't a little girl, although he is a yellow blossom girl, but the age is not small and is a teacher. The boy's body results have long been known as well. What big scene has not seen? How can be shy? In the middle of his thoughts, he only saw Qin Feng take off his body shirt. What was reflected in Su Nianwei's eyes was a healthy body full of male charisma. 8-pack abs and very thick arms. The chest was also very muscular and looked manly and dominant. And with fair skin, you simply can't hate it. A strong manly aura emanates from his body. It wasn't like Su Nianwei had never seen a boy's body before, but it was the first time she had seen such a perfect male body. The first thought in her head was that Qin Feng's body was so strong. The arms must be strong. should be able to pick a girl up easily. Sun Yanwei, what are you imagining? You're a teacher now. You're examining a student's body. Without realizing it, Sun Yanwei's eyes became more than a hint of dissimilarity, greatly appreciating the powerful muscles displayed by Qin Feng. Teacher, what do you think of my body? Qin Feng was satisfied with Teacher Su's reaction and raised his hands to show off his biceps, and there were a few moments of dejection on his face. The corner of Sun Yanwei's mouth turned upward, seemingly smiling, said, barely, but I've heard that a lot of fitness people, the muscles on the body are eaten out. Yours are not real muscles, ah? Said also did not care whether Qin Feng agreed or not. Curiously stretched out luxuriant fingers and poked at Qin Feng's 8-pack abs. So hard. It's like poking a rock where your fingertips touch. Is this a man's muscle? So strange. The backhand touched it again. It's quite comfortable to touch. Immediately Sun Yanwei's face stiffened, and the expression on her face became very embarrassed. What on earth was she doing? I said I'd check my body, but my hands are a little out of control. Hastily retracting his hand, he pushed up his glasses to hide his panic and forced himself to calm down. Your body is so sturdy, you shouldn't have suffered any injuries, so you can put your clothes back on. Chapter 64 Beauty Encounter. Qin Feng was secretly pleased that he had seen all of Teacher Su's reactions. It seems that Mr. Su is not without his 7 emotions. Numbly put your clothes on. Ms. Su, thank you so much for your help today. Well, there's nothing going on, so go ahead and get out. Okay. See you then, Mr. Su. After Qin Feng went out and closed the door behind him, Sun Yanwei's mouth curved upwards slightly. Looking down and looking at her hand that had just touched Qin Feng's hand again, she laughed and said, this guy's abs are still quite hard. Quite a body, but unfortunately not very obedient. So I'll have to keep a closer eye on him in the future, lest he get me into any more trouble. Sun Yanwei rubbed her eyebrows. If he makes a mistake next time, how should he be punished? While Qin Feng was being taught a serious lesson by Teacher Su, Zhang Haoyang had already sent by Ruoyi a video of Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaofeng fighting. Ruoyi, just now Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaofeng fought. They fought so hard that they went into the Director of Instruction's office, and the incident even alarmed the principal. He's so famous now, even the confession wall at school can see videos of him fighting. Bai Ruoyi was strolling around the library with Xia Mengmeng and didn't know about Qin Feng's fight and was surprised to see this video. What's going on? Zhang Haoyang refueled and said it. Qin Feng fought with other boys for the sake of a woman's jealousy law, as if to please Shen Ruoyi, and when Jiang Xiaofeng's basketball was accidentally thrown over, he said Jiang Xiaofeng did it on purpose. Staged a heroic rescue of the beauty, and won the favor of school sister Shen Ruoyi. I reckon that school sister is afraid that she has already fallen in love with him. My brother's skill in picking up girls is really powerful. I'm telling you these words, you mustn't say them to Qin Feng or he'll flip out with me. Bai Ruoyi secretly despised it. A scum is a scum. In the morning, he was having breakfast with the schoolgirls, and now he's playing hero to hook up with another girl. What a scum. How could I have been so stupid in the first place to fall in love with this kind of person and give him my first love and first kiss? Just thinking about it makes me feel super sick. Scummy. Bai Ruoyi immediately felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Immediately Zhang Haoyang give back the message. Don't worry, I will definitely not tell him these words. And you may not know that I have long since severed any contact with him. I have no relationship with him now. And since you know about me and him, you can't tell anyone. I don't want outsiders to know that I was once in a relationship with him. Okay? Seeing this information, Zhang Haoyang couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from turning upwards. That's great. Bai Ruoyi must have been disappointed in Qin Feng by now, and it was just right for the two of them to sever their relationship. One's own hopes are even greater. Rory, you made the right choice, and I will always support you whenever and whatever you choose. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a midnight snack. No, I've been on a diet lately and I don't want a late-night snack. I forgot that you recently lost weight and kept yourself in shape. Sorry, haha. I'll remember that in the future.
Zhang Haoyang hurriedly apologized.
Well, if there's any information about Qin Feng in the future, you report back to me. I'll go and get busy first. Good. Take care of yourself and drink plenty of water. Thanks for the concern. And you take care of yourself. Zhang Haoyang prettily put away his cell phone and smiled smugly. Ruoyi is getting better and better to me now. Maybe I'll be able to take her in a month. And she's now asking me to keep an eye on Qin Feng. This is something Ruoyi taught me. I can't afford to mess it up. On the other side, Xia Mengmeng curiously asked, Ruoyi? Who are you talking to? Is there a guy chasing you? Ruoyi smiled lightly. No, it's just some harassing messages. Don't mind him. Qin Feng sent a message to Shen Ruoyi when he came down from the teacher's floor, telling her not to worry. Another message was sent to Zhou Wenbin, telling him that he was safe and sound. As for Zhang Haoyang, that's exempt. Just as Qin Feng lowered his head to play with his cell phone, he was suddenly hit by some sort of object behind him, followed by a scream from a girl behind him. Oops. Qin Feng hurriedly turned back to see a girl holding a large pile of books falling to the ground. Just now she must have bumped into her. The girl is pretty, white and beautiful, just a little thin. It gives a sickly beauty, as if malnourished. Class, are you okay? Qin Feng hurriedly helped her up and asked with concern. Thanks, I'm fine. The girl hurriedly picked up the book from the floor. Let me help you. Qin Feng also squatted down to help. Sorry, I was just walking and playing with my cell phone and accidentally got in the way. Although the responsibility for this matter lies with himself, out of gentlemanly politeness Qin Feng still made an apology to the girl. No. It was my own moment of distraction when I bumped into you. I should be apologizing to you. The girl panicked. It's fine. Bumping into each other is also fate. Classmate, what's your name? Qin Feng did not mind and laughed lightly. The girl was a little embarrassed and said weakly, My name is Wu Zhaodi. I'm a freshman this year. Upon hearing the name Wu Zhaodi, Qin Feng froze. Every girl with a name like D has a less than pleasant family. I'm Qin Feng. Classmate, where are you going now? Take these books to the library. Wu Zhaodi struggled a bit to hold up the large pile of books. It was very laborious to look at. Ms. Wu, let me help you. Qin Feng hurriedly carried her pile of books over, a sunny smile on his face. Thanks. Wu Zhaodi breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, These books are still quite heavy. I'm a bit tired of carrying them alone. Thank you. It's fine. There's no need to be so polite between classmates. Qin Feng also took the opportunity to take a good look at Wu Zhaodi. Ordinary clothes, coupled with malnutrition, were probably not well received at home. The heart couldn't help but feel more than a little pity. Thinking of this, Qin Feng added, If you really thank me, do me a favor. Well, it's okay, as long as I can help. If I can't help, there's no way. Wu Zhaodi's eyes were sincere, without the slightest hint of joking. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Today at noon, do you mind accompanying me for a meal? Wu Zhaodi immediately frowned and seemed to be in some difficulty for a moment before saying, Okay. I can't afford anything too expensive. Student Wu, I didn't say that I asked you to treat me. It's me who invited you to dinner. Qin Feng smiled bashfully. You must come. Saying that, she didn't give Wu Zhaodi a chance to refuse, and walked forward with quick steps. Wu Zhaodi looked at Qin Feng's tall back. Her eyes were very complicated and she sighed softly. Chapter 65, The Purpose of Schoolgirls. Just yesterday, Wu Zhaodi received a call from a mysterious woman who invited her to a private room. She meets a very hot Auntie Chu Meiru there. Chu Meiru spoke eloquently. I have investigated you. Your name is Wu Zhaodi, and you have a younger brother in middle school. You are very unpopular at home and all the good food and clothes go to your brother. My father earns about $6,000 a month working outside the home, and your mother sends your brother to a better middle school at a cost of $90,000 a year in order for him to be successful. You earned all of your tuition from your own hard work on a part-time job, right? And even your mom tried to take the money from your part-time job for your brother's schooling so you could take a break from school, right? Wu Zhaodi took a deep breath. The other party must have a reason for investigating her so clearly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. Auntie, why don't you just tell me straight out what you wanted me to do here? Chu Meiru sat with her two long and perfect jade legs crossed, putting on a lofty air and said, I know that you are short of money. I will give you a chance to make money now. Dropping a thick envelope on the table. There's $10,000 in here, a deposit. You hook me up with a guy and collect a video of a room with him, and I'll give you $190,000 when it's done. There's information about him in this envelope. All I need from you is a word. Will you do it or not? Wu Zhaodi was struggling extremely hard inside. She was aware that this matter was a betrayal of her character as well as of her body for her. It made her angry. Feeling insulted, Wu Zhaodi said in a cold voice, Auntie, I am poor, but I will never sell my body. The corner of Chu Meiru's mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. Is that so? I know you work part-time at a bakery, and all I have to do is say hello and their owner will fire you. No matter what store you go to, I'm gonna say hello to your boss so they don't hire you and you don't go on to college. Wu Xiaoti's face immediately surfaced with anger, but she didn't dare to attack. She was truly afraid that this woman in front of her would do such a thing. Chu Meiru stood up, her delicate face without a trace of warmth, and said in a serious tone, "Little sister, you should not feel that I am insulting you. This world is like this. You don't have money, you have to endure the insult of money. You can also turn around and leave this room, but I can tell you that if you don't want to do it, there are plenty of others who do. Looking for you is giving you a chance. Don't forget your mom is still thinking about you giving her money, your brother's tuition isn't cheap. Relying on your parents, do you think they can afford it? Back up. If you lose your part-time income, do you think you'll be able to study at the university? You don't expect your parents to pay for your schooling, do you?" Wu Xiaoti's toughness was instantly crushed, and her affectionate family instantly crushed her last reserve. "Auntie, you win." Chu Meiru revealed a triumphant smile, as long as the person she found would not miss. That's something she's very confident about. The only time he missed was when he ran into Qin Feng. Thinking of the insulting things Qin Feng had done to herself, Chu Meiru's face was like a layer of frost. "I'll wait for your good news." Waiting for Chu Meiru to leave, Wu Xiaoti's tears couldn't help but slide down, and eventually her hand trembled as she opened the envelope. Inside was a $10,000 deposit and information about the man she was going to seduce. Jiangnan University, Qin Feng. Thoughts rolled over. Wu Xiaoti's thoughts returned to the front of her eyes. Looking at the Qin Feng in front of her, her heart mixed feelings. At first he thought the boy he was trying to seduce was bad, and she resigned herself to it. Now it seemed like this Qin Feng wasn't that repulsive, which made her heart feel slightly better. Wu Xiaoti took a deep breath and hurriedly adjusted her mindset to quickly walk up and walk side by side with Qin Feng. "I just arrived at this Jiangnan University, and you're the first male classmate I've met." Wu Xiaoti guffawed, showing off her beauty as much as possible. The task given by that woman could not be sloppy. It was necessary to leave a good impression on the Qin Feng in front of him. "In that case, it's still my honor." Qin Feng wore an amiable smile and joked as well. If the other boys found out, they'd be envious and jealous. "Not at all, it's not like I'm some top-notch beauty. What do they have to be jealous of?" Wu Xiaoti gently smiled. She was still quite confident in her own beauty. Many boys had pursued her since she was a child, but he had rejected them all without hesitation. Confidence comes from beauty. This Qin Feng seemed to have a good feeling about himself. If he took a little initiative, he should be able to take him down easily, and then he would be able to obtain Auntie's reward of $190,000. With this money, one doesn't have to work so hard, and mom and dad don't look at one's face so often. While Wu Xiaoti was pondering, a woman's surprised voice rang out from the side. "Qin Feng." Qin Feng heard someone call out to him and saw two girls appear next to him. One was Bai Ruoyi, and the other one he had seen himself was Xia Mengmeng. This cute little beauty was greeting herself with a curious face. As for Bai Ruoyi, she was directly ignored by Qin Feng. "Little sister, you recognize me?" Qin Feng had a smile on his lips, still feeling quite favorable towards this little sister. Xia Mengmeng heatedly smiled, her two watery eyes staring at Qin Feng, and said, "I've heard people talk about you. They all say you're a big slag. Changing girlfriends around is like changing clothes. At first I didn't believe it, but today I've seen it all. You've got another beautiful woman by your side." Wu Xiaoti was stunned, secretly thinking, could it be that Qin Feng is not the kind of simple girl boy he imagined, but the kind of playboy? She had a natural resistance to this kind of male. Wu Xiaoti didn't like the kind of men who went around hitting on girls. Could it be that all that kindness he just showed me was a pretense to gain favor with me? She who had originally had a bit of a favorable impression of Qin Feng now had her favorable impression fall rapidly. But she did not show it. "But what does that have to do with you? You're just hooking up to get paid anyway." Wu Xiaoti quietly observed the two beauties across the street, secretly thinking, these two girls look so beautiful, especially that Bai Ruoyi, making her feel ashamed of herself. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He didn't deny that he was a playboy. Instead he laughed and flirted with Xia Mengmeng. "It's good that you know. I'm a dangerous person. You better stay away from me or watch out for me to hook you up, and you'll have something to cry about." Xia Mengmeng hid her mouth and snickered. Two eyebrows curved into a bright moon, smiled and said, "I'm not afraid of it. I don't have any feelings for you. Even if you had to hook up with me, it's useless." With a bashful smile, Qin Feng brushed past the two. On the side, Bai Ruoyi saw from the beginning to the end. Her face was cold and she put on an expression of refusal, fearing that Qin Feng would come over to greet her. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't even look at her squarely as he passed by. Chapter 66 Anti-Spying. Meng Meng, you'd better stay away from this kind of scum. By Ruoyi grunted in dissatisfaction. The heart also especially wondered. Qin Feng is obviously a scum. Why so many girls are sticking to him? And all of them are very beautiful looking. What exactly is the charm on this guy? Why are all the women acting like they're obsessed? First it was Lu Piaoshui, Shi Rojing, and then Shen Ruoyi. These three girls were all very beautiful. Now there's another Wu Zhaodi. I don't know what kind of ecstasy this guy has put into those girls. No, I do think he's quite popular with the girls. Xia Mengmeng looked at Qin Feng's back and smiled. And I think he's quite manly. Didn't you see his video on the confession wall at school? He's so brave to protect the other girls. He dared to go and hit someone in front of so many people. Don't you think he's secure? Bai Ruoyi, face exasperated, did not have a good temper. I think he is just trying to show off, want to save the beauty of the hero. This kind of people like to enhance the good victory, love to fight, sooner or later will be in trouble. I really don't know why every single female is stupid enough to go for him. Even you, a fool, think he's a good guy. Are you all right in the head? Bai Ruoyi was depressed to the core. Xia Mengmeng spat out her tongue and playfully said, I'm very clear in my head. That said, Qin Feng is still quite handsome. Isn't it normal for a boy like him who is handsome and can protect girls to have more women around him? It would be abnormal if there weren't any women around him. Look at the ugly ones with bad character. Do any girls hang around him? Bai Ruoyi opened her mouth and was instantly rendered speechless. This seemed to make some sense, but she just wasn't happy in her heart. Okay. Don't mention his name in front of me. It bothers me when I hear it. Qin Feng took Wu Zhaodi and returned the book to the library, and the two of them left the library. Another stroll around the school before the two went out to eat. Where are you going to take me to eat, ah? Wu Zhaodi's face had a few more smiles on it, and the person was much more relaxed, not as restrained as when they met earlier. It's okay, you come with me. Meanwhile, the corners of Wu Zhaodi's pretty mouth curved upwards slightly as she stuffed an earplug into her ear, hiding it inside her hair. At the same time, he sent a message to Chu Meiru on WeChat. Auntie, Qin Feng has already asked me to dinner. Chu Meiru lazily lay on the sofa, her jade body spread out, presenting a tantalizing picture. When she saw the message from Wu Zhaodi, the corners of her mouth immediately smiled upwards. Qin Feng, your end is near. Another message to Wu Zhaodi. Find a way to turn on the voice. I'll listen to how you're talking to him, and I'll give you countermeasures on the side by the way. Wu Zhaodi didn't refuse. She didn't have much experience in this area either, and needed to use Chu Meiru to command. Qin Feng brought her to a 3-star hotel, which was not particularly good, but was not something that ordinary people could afford. The first time she came to this kind of place, Wu Zhaodi was very uncomfortable. Just entered the door, those waiters were very enthusiastic, bowing to welcome. Would it be a little too extravagant to eat at this kind of place? This kind of place looks expensive. Why don't we change it to another one? Wu Zhaodi was very unsure. Don't worry. Since I asked you to come here to eat, you don't have to worry about anything else. You just have to let go and eat and be done with it. Qin Feng smiled confidently and continued. You don't have to worry. I'm not bad with this amount of money. Eating a meal for 10 or 20,000 isn't a big deal. Eating at this place is only a couple $1,000s tops for the two of us. Wu Zhaodi opened her mouth in disbelief. A few $1,000s for a meal is up to her part-time job earned a month's salary. A meal to eat so much money? What exactly does this Qin Feng do? Why is he so rich? Wu Zhaodi couldn't help but ask. Is your family rich? Qin Feng looked at Wu Zhaodi with a smile on his face. It's enough. Let's not talk about it. You can order whatever you want. Don't be polite with me. Don't worry about money. Hand the menu to Wu Zhaodi. Wu Zhaodi opened the price on the menu. Do not immediately look silly. A dish several $100s in this place is very common. Even a plate of greens was dozens of dollars, enough for her to buy dozens of pounds of greens. Expensive dishes got thousands of dollars. Wu Zhaodi realized how earthy she used to be and came here to understand how poor she really was. Mr. Qin, it's better for you to order. I'll eat whatever you order. Wu Zhaodi hurriedly returned the menu to Qin Feng. She didn't dare to order her own dishes because every dish was expensive. It was also embarrassing to use so much money from Qin Feng. Qin Feng is not polite, ordered a few kinds of seafood, and ordered a few some meat food. This Wu Zhaodi student looks like she hasn't eaten any good food. Anyway, she is eating alone, and by the way, she can make up some body and brush a little money. What's not to like? Looking at a large table full of mountain delicacies and seafood, The aroma floating and dancing just can't help but gulp. She had never eaten anything so delicious in all her life. And the conversation between the two of them was clearly heard by Chu Meru. Chu Meru secretly thought, this scum picking up girls is quite attentive, knowing to come to this kind of expensive place to eat. He was so horny and so proactive, it wouldn't be long before he could get himself a video of them going to poker. Thinking of this, Chu Meru couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. As long as she got rid of this heart problem, she wouldn't be afraid of Qin Feng threatening herself with those videos in the future. Wu Zhaodi, take the initiative and say more complimentary words about Qin Feng to make him happy. This man likes it when women compliment him. Receiving instructions, Wu Zhaodi was a little embarrassed. Letting her forcefully praise a person was still a little difficult. But thinking of the task at hand, she could only say it with a stiff upper lip. Mr. Qin Feng, you're so handsome. There must be a lot of girls who like you. I saw those 2 girls today who seemed to be interested in you. Qin Feng elegantly ate his food, raised his eyes and said unhurriedly, the first half of the sentence is right, but the second half is not. There are indeed quite a few girls who like me, but those 2 girls have no interest in me. This was not something Qin Feng boasted about. His strength did not allow him to keep a low profile. Chu Meru heard this clearly and secretly despised it. Smug. Smelly scum. Garbage. Color embryo. Wu Zhaodi smiled faintly, joking at Qin Feng's words. A classmate said you were a womanizer before? Is that true? There is indeed such a thing. Qin Feng admitted with great candor that he had no need to pretend himself as a hypocrite and create a dedicated persona out of himself. Playing with spontaneity, even if those women know they are philandering, they will still stick it to them willingly. That's the biggest draw of money. Wu Zhaodi was secretly surprised. She thought Qin Feng would at the very least argue a little, but never thought that so generously admitted it. This guy is really unexpected. Chapter 67. Emotional expertise. You are really frank enough. I appreciate a man like you. Wu Zhaodi smiled lightly. With praise on his lips, he secretly mocked in his heart. No amount of confession can hide the fact that he's a scumbag. But this is good as long as the scum are easy to hook, and you can finish your mission early just as a nightmare. On the other side, the contempt on Chu Meru's face couldn't be hidden at all. It was really like what he expected. This Qin Feng is a complete scum. This was followed by a wave of irritation. What happened the other day was like a nightmare that kept circling in her head. The fact that she had been insulted by such a scummy man made her feel extremely sick just thinking about it. At this moment, Qin Feng smiled lightly at his words. Wu, I thought you would hate me. Wu Zhaodi against her will laughed. Will not always than those hypocrites 100 times stronger. Those talents are the most hateful, obviously scum, but also every day that they are dedicated. And you are so handsome, and so rich also have the capital of philandering. I believe that many girls can't refuse your pursuit, right? As soon as the words left her mouth, Wu Zhaodi also felt that she was a bit hypocritical to say such words against her will. Qin Feng immediately felt that Wu Zhaodi was becoming more and more obedient. In addition to her name being a bit awkward, her overall image was very good. And the most important thing was that she was not like other girls who could not move without calling someone a scum. Wu San, I am appreciating you more and more. You are so understanding. Wu Zhaodi smiled faintly, and Chu Meru's mocking voice came from her ear. This scummy guy took the bait, and next he'll surely be wildly kissing your ass, praising you for your good looks, and holding you up to the sky with his sweet words. Before she could finish her words on her side, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth hung up with an affectionate smile. To be honest, I've seen quite a few pretty girls, but it's not often that I see a student as pretty and understanding as Wu. Before the words fell, the corners of Wu Zhaodi's mouth couldn't be suppressed to turn upwards, and her eyes showed a smile that seemed like a laugh. It's exactly like that Auntie Chu said. On the other side, Chu Meru's brain also floated out the 2 huge words scum. Humph. He's going to say it's an honor to meet you next type of. As if his heart was in the right place, the smile on Qin Feng's face diminished in the slightest. Cozily appreciating the smile on Wu Zhaodi's face, he said, it's also my honor to know you. I have a premonition that we will definitely become good friends in the future. The smile on Wu Zhaodi's face grew brighter and brighter. Her eyebrows were smiling into a curved moon. She really couldn't help it. She was really laughing happily. Successfully amused by Qin Feng. Is this the scumbag routine? Chu Meiru's mocking voice came again once more. Next he will definitely go along with it and ask for your WeChat. Wu student, since we're so destined to be together, let's add a WeChat. Good ah. Wu Zhaodi laughed and her face turned a little red. Auntie Chu was just too godly, completely figuring out the scum's mentality. Qin Feng also smiled without knowing what he meant. He could feel that Wu Xiaoti's smile was a sincere smile, not half-faked. The heart is also secretly thinking. He said so many good words, should have gained Wu Xiaoti's good feelings. It is true that at the right time, the right atmosphere, to say some appropriate words, can quickly gain the good feelings of girls. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, Qin Feng straightened his back and exuded a charming confidence. But also do not know that he looks like this fall in the eyes of Wu Xiaoti more feel ridiculous, if she covered her mouth to sneer laughter. I was a bit unhappy today, but now I'm very happy. Wu Xiaoti's eyebrows flew in color, and the depression in her heart was swept away. You're a much more interesting person than I thought. Wu Xiaoti, if she had a point. A pair of eyes flashed with curiosity. She was now curious to know what words this man who was labeled as a scum by Auntie Chu's mouth would say to curry favor with a girl's heart. Yes. Qin Feng was also in a wonderful mood. There was no man who didn't like compliments from beautiful women. This meal treat was so worth it. And he was able to have a beautiful woman provide him with emotional value. I'm also very happy right now to be able to get to know such a beautiful schoolmate. Well, have fun getting to know us. The corners of Wu Xiaoti's mouth rose, and she was in a very happy mood. On the other hand, Chu Meiru also had the pleasure of poking through a man's true colors. Scum. You can only fool those little girls. In front of my mom, you are still far from it. After dinner later, you ask him to go shopping to deepen your feelings. This kind of scum, you just need to open your mouth a little bit. He definitely won't refuse. I can guarantee that as long as you go shopping, he will take the initiative to buy you something and also pretend to be very generous. But in fact, the things you buy are those that are not valuable and $300 or several $100s to try to get rid of you. This kind of man is typically broke and wants to pretend to be a big spender and doesn't want to spend money and sleep with women. For this point, Chu Meiru is very confident the scum set she played clearly. It was the same when there were men after her, and even now there are a lot of old men giving away all kinds of things. There are many other men who often want to ask her out to dinner and for drinks in the evening, all drunkenly. Wu Xiaoti was also convinced of Chu Meiru's words at the moment. Seeing that the meal was almost ready, Wu Xiaoti took the initiative to open her mouth and said, "Do you want to go shopping after dinner later?" Qin Feng pondered slightly and realized that he didn't seem to have anything to do in the afternoon. So it didn't matter if he went to have some fun, it would be like digesting after a meal. Good. Wu Xiaoti secretly snickered. Again, Auntie Chu was right. After eating, Qin Feng went to pay the bill, spent a total of $6,000, triggered 100 times the storm to get another 600,000. Wu Xiaoti saw the number on the bill was also secretly sucked in a breath of cool air, $6,000 against her part-time 2 months of wages. In the ear came Chu Meiru's cynical voice. This scum is quite a blood money. The heart must be dying of meat pain. At this time, the two had just left the front door of the hotel. Wu Xiaoti looked at Qin Feng sideways, both eyes showing a curious look, and asked, "Where do you want to take me shopping?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth sketched out a charming arc. His handsome face revealed a sunny smile, and he said bashfully, "Let's go. I'll take you to the fashion street for a bit, and give you a few more sets of clothes. By the way, go brush up on your money again." Just after Qin Feng's words, Chu Meiru's excited voice came from Wu Xiaoti's ear. "I'm not wrong, am I? This scummy guy has already started to use the sugar-coated strategy on you, wanting to spend a little bit of money to rip you off. I told you, he will definitely agree to go on the street and to buy something for you. I have a good feel for the psychology of these men, and that's all there is to it. Later, you reject it on your lips and be reserved. He'll think you're not greedy for money as a person. Instead, he'll want to give you things even more. Men are such cheap things. If you ask for them, he won't give them. Instead, he thinks you're greedy for his money and defends you at every turn. If you want to say no, he's going to give it to you, and he's not going to be happy if you don't." Chu Meiru's voice was tinged with complacency, as if she was showing off her insight. Wu Xiaoti is more and more impressed with Chu Meiru. Simply a relationship expert, the nemesis of the scum. She'd never met a woman who knew so much about men. Chapter 68. Taking a sister shopping. Not long after, the two came to the nearby fashion street, where you can see a lot of men and women on the fashion walking around, dressed very avant-garde, the classic Netflix fashion street. Many photographers also bring webcams here. It was the first time that Wu Xiaoti had wandered through such a busy street, where the goods were all very expensive. Qin Feng led Wu Xiaoti into a branded fashion store and saw that the prices here were scaring Wu Xiaoti. A dress is marked $999. Some are $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, and even $7,000 or $8,000. These clothes, looking at Wu Xiaoti, dazzled. The price is far beyond her affordability, to the point that she is afraid to touch it easily, and the person is very restrained. Qin Feng really wants to bring himself here to buy such expensive clothes. It can't be that he just wants to show me. Auntie Chu. He took me to a clothing store where the cheapest ones cost thousands of dollars. What does he mean by that? Wu Xiaodi lowered her voice to report that Qin Feng's move was completely out of her expectation. Originally thought that Qin Feng would take her to the kind of $100 clothes store to buy, but never thought that it would be several thousand. Chu Meiru was shocked. Originally lying lazily on the sofa, instantly popped up and sat straight. Her voice raised several decibels. This is impossible. How could such a man spend so much money on you? And he couldn't possibly be that wealthy. Definitely a fake. Just trying to take you through the motions. Once you're back, you'll definitely find an excuse to switch to another home. Chu Meiru's eyebrows were furrowed and her mind was all a bit messed up. Look at what clothes. Feel free to take them and try them on. Qin Feng's sudden voice startled Wu Xiaodi. Wu Xiaodi's eyes dodged from side to side and said sheepishly, "This is not too good. In case someone gets dirty, what if he wants us to pay for it?" Seeing that Wu Xiaodi was so unconfident, Qin Feng was unimpressed and said, "Don't worry about this. Just buy it if you like it. Even if it gets dirty, you can just buy it. Take these clothes and try them on." Qin Feng then shoved several pieces of clothing worth several $1,000s into her hands, not giving her a chance to refuse at all. Wu Xiaodi had no choice but to take all these clothes to the fitting room. She also loved seeing these beautiful clothes, but she knew that she couldn't afford to wear them with her financial means. What do you have to be afraid of? Since the scumbag says he's going to buy it for you, let him. He's sure to hemorrhage money to get you anyway. I expect he'll buy you a several $1,000 dress, flatter you, and then be fooled by a bunch of his false pretenses into believing he's a rich kid. I get it. He must be trying to pretend to be a rich second-generation person in front of you. These scumbags love to pretend to be rich second-generation people to pick up girls. Chu Meiru slammed her plump thighs and made a loud sound. Her two eyes were very excited. As if he had seen through Qin Feng's tactics of picking up girls, a mocking amplitude appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't you have any mental burden? Take these things from him with peace of mind. It's not like you didn't pay for it, you have to remember that. Okay, I'll listen to everything you say. Wu Xiaodi didn't insist anymore and slowly unbuttoned her body, showing breathtaking beauty in front of the fitting room mirror, like a perfect piece of jade. The whole aura of the person gets a huge boost after changing into these gorgeous clothes. If she was a country bumpkin before, she's now a beautiful girl in the city. Wu Xiaodi clearly felt the change before and after, and she finally understood the gold content of that sentence. People rely on their clothes. Thousands of dollars worth of clothes are nothing like those tens of dollars worth of clothes. When she came out, Qin Feng immediately felt his eyes light up. After Wu Xiaodi changed into these clothes, the whole person's temperament was upgraded by a few more grades, looking pleasing to the eye and in a good mood. Does it look good? Wu Xiaodi was a little embarrassed and looked at the clothes she was wearing a few more times, as if she was afraid that there was something bad about them. It has to look good. You look so good in this outfit. Put this suit aside and try on something else. Although Wu Xiaodi knew that Qin Feng might have exaggerated these words, she was still happy to hear such a compliment from Qin Feng. The waiter also patted his ass on the side. Handsome man, your girlfriend wearing this set of clothes is just too beautiful. It's simply a fairy in the sky descending to the earth. I'm a female looking at it and I'm all heartbroken. I really envy you for finding such a good-looking girlfriend. This sentence could make Wu Xiaodi blush, and hurriedly said awkwardly, "Don't misunderstand. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend." The waitress laughed ambiguously. I understand. No need to explain so clearly." That look was completely not believing her words, causing Wu Xiaodi to be even more embarrassed. So she had to sheepishly go and change into other clothes again. Qin Feng smiled on the side, neither explaining nor admitting. There was nothing to explain about this kind of thing. The waiter, in order to stimulate consumption, the vast majority of men and women seen shopping together will say this kind of words, is a kind of sales routine. Wu Xiaodi changed 8 sets of clothes in one breath. The waitress laughed and asked, "Handsome, your girlfriend looks good in anything you wear, so just buy him a few more sets." "Okay. Wrap up all 8 sets of clothes he just tried for me." Qin Feng waved his hand, not caring about this small amount of money at all. This can make the salesman happy. Hurriedly take these clothes to pack. Afraid of Qin Feng regret as if. Wu Xiaodi was instantly shaken. Her beautiful eyes stared in disbelief as she couldn't believe that Qin Feng was so generous. How much does 8 suits cost? It's gotta be tens of thousands of dollars. Just for me? On the other side, Chu Meru's brain was also instantly like being hit by an electric current. Is this scumbag really giving away 8 suits? Even if a suit costs $5,000, it's still $40,000. At this price, Chu Meru believed that many girls could not refuse. The question is, where did Qin Feng get so much money? His family used to be old and poor, which would not have stopped him from being with his daughter in the first place. This Qin Feng wouldn't be so horny that he took out a loan to pick up a girl, would he?
Chu Meru was confused.
At this point, Wu Zhaodi stammered, This isn't very good. 8 sets of clothes cost quite a bit of money. It's fine, you don't have a mental burden. Qin Feng had an indifferent face. I can still afford to give away these clothes. Wu Zhaodi, no longer reluctant, but also thought of the words that Auntie Chu said, secretly. Qin Feng a meeting and invited to dinner and send so many clothes, it seems that he really want to get their own She didn't believe that any man would be so nice to her right after meeting her that he would spend so much money on her for no reason. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And Qin Feng was thinking about it. This Wu Zhaodi classmate's family is so unfortunate. He can only give her a little care as a classmate so that she can eat some good food and wear some good clothes, so that she will not be looked down upon by the other classmates. And by the way, he can also brush up a wave of money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Handsome. The total is 50,100. We've removed the change for you, just 50,000. Hearing this price, Wu Zhaodi secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. Although she had known it was expensive, but she never thought it was still so expensive. $50,000 is a lot of money. Swipe successful. Spend $50,000 to get 10 times the reward and return $500,000. Take care, handsome, welcome again. The salesman was respectful and sent the 2 Qin Feng out the door. Wu Zhaodi stood outside the door with those clothes in her hands, still unable to believe that Qin Feng would be so generous to give her such expensive clothes. There's a store in front that sells bags. Let me give you a bag. Wu Zhaodi thought of Chu Meru's words so as not, or do not want it. I have already used a lot of your money today, and then use your money I overreacted. It's okay. The bags there aren't that expensive. They're all a couple $100 a pop. Hearing these words, Wu Zhaodi was relieved. After shopping around, Qin Feng had spent a total of about 100,000 yuan on Wu Zhaodi's body, received about $1 million in rebates. When Wu Zhaodi went back to school, she was carrying a big bag full of money, just like going out to shop. Back in the dormitory, Wu Zhaodi hid inside the quilt and cried. The whole thing was like a dream. For $200,000, she had to bow her head and agree to make a deal with Chu Meru. But after shopping around with Qin Feng, he came back with something worth about $100,000. Until then, Wu Zhaodi realized that the $200,000 that she wanted to obtain at all costs was so easy to get half of it. At this moment, she just felt like she was living in a very awkward and aggravated way. It turns out that the rich are allowed to be so reckless, while the poor have to pay thousands of times more to obtain such wealth. Chapter 69. Private Pets on Welfare. Inside the school, Qin Feng and Four Eyes Boy sat by the playground. This old Chong guy has been courting your ex-girlfriend. I see that he's now mesmerized by your ex-girlfriend. Zhou Wenbin frowned as he looked at the pair not far away. Not far away, Bai Ruoyi and Xia Mengmeng, as well as Zhang Haoyang were sitting in one place chatting. Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at Bai Ruoyi, then refocused his attention on the cell phone screen and said, Don't mind them. For eyes. Do you have thoughts about that Xia Mengmeng? Zhou Wenbin's eyes dodged and he scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. It's not really an idea. It's just that I think she's very special and to my liking. Do you want me to help you chase her? Qin Feng raised his head with a smile on his face. Zhou Wenbin hemmed and hawed, shook his hand repeatedly and said with confidence, No need, no need. I'm quite confident in my charms. As long as I make a move, Meng Meng will definitely like me. I'm going to touch her with my true heart. Qin Feng stared at Zhou Wenbin with eyes like he was looking at an idiot. Dude, you definitely haven't been in love before, right? Zhou Wenbin was anxious, as if he was afraid of being misunderstood by Qin Feng. Brother Feng, don't look down on me. I may not be as popular as you, but I'm definitely not a rookie. Don't worry. I'll be able to take down Xia Mengmeng in a month at most. Qin Feng poofed a smile. This guy looks like a rookie, but also want to pretend. Forget it. Don't break down his lies. Just give him some manly dignity. Okay. Let me know if you can't handle it and I'll help you go after her. I appreciate Win's kindness. With a faint smile, Qin Feng returned his attention to his cell phone screen, where he was chatting with his personal pet, Little M-Dog. Shi Rojing sent a message. Lord Silver? Sorry about that. I've been busy these past few days. My girlfriends and I are working on a milk tea store. Qin Feng felt a little surprised. Now this market, there are still people engaged in milk tea store. 9 out of 10 is a loss. He felt the need to remind his personal pet. Nowadays, the milk tea store is not doing well. Why do you suddenly think of getting a milk tea store is not afraid of losing money? It's all right, the loss on the loss, this neighborhood just have a franchise to transfer, all is ready-made is still open. There are several people here in line to buy milk tea it. As long as the formalities can be done directly can open the store, I can also be a time when the small boss it. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. The franchise will be even more difficult to do. Can make money people will transfer? It's possible that the few people in line are the trustees they hired. A girl has to learn from her mistakes. Qin Feng also didn't remind Shi Rojing of these things, and after thinking about it, he returned a message. Where's the milk tea store? Send me a locator to take a look. It didn't take long for Shi Rojing to send a positioning to come, and also sent a picture of a tongue-out, cute and adorable flirty. Lord Silver, do I look cute like this? Goo. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth turned upwards. This look was more than cute. It was also indebted. The opposite side came straight back in seconds. So is there a reward? It was accompanied by a pathetic emoji. It's hard to save up a little money to take over this store and be poor again. How could Qin Feng not hear the subtext of asking for money? How could Shi Rojing not have money? In the past few days of PK, he hadn't spared himself from throwing money at her. The average person can't really handle her demanding like this. It's okay. The Lord Silver is giving you a big red packet. Direct transfer of $10,000. Thank you, Lord Silver. Followed by a big perk photo, the kind that doesn't show your face. Qin Feng couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from turning upwards as he enjoyed admiring the great snow mountain. It's great, and the man looks very refreshed. The $10,000 wasn't wasted. Click on the image to take a larger look. Spend $10,000, get special benefits, return 100 times the reward, you get $1 million. Just as Qin Feng was enjoying himself with gusto, a 10,000 shocked voice suddenly came from his ears. Qin Feng was startled and hurriedly turned off his cell phone screen. Immediately after, Zhou Wenbin stared wide-eyed. A face of incredulity looked at Qin Feng said, Brother, I can't imagine that you also have this mouth. Good point. Is which sister to send you? Even if Qin Feng had always been thick-skinned and had a relatively spontaneous personality, he was still confused in the face of such a surprise attack from his friend. Hee, it's an AI picture. Qin Feng laughed cheekily, and in a flash of inspiration, he hurriedly shrugged off the fact that it was AI. Zhou Wenbin looked at Qin Feng skeptically. It can't be. How can an AI make such a resemblance? And you look like a thief, you don't look like an AI in any way. Then, patted Qin Feng's shoulder ambiguously laughed. Brothers, we are all adults. No need to cover up. I've seen a lot of this stuff. My phone still has more than a dozen G of the movie.
Kang Jin Kong, Emp Grapefruit, Pure.
Said Zhou Wenbin, as if he were counting.
停，这些你还是留着自己慢慢欣赏吧。
Qin Feng hurriedly stopped it. As the two of them were talking, they saw Zhang Haoyang bringing the two little beauties by Ruoyi over to his side. For eyes boy, Brother Wind, you guys are here too. Zhang Haoyang greeted from a distance. Zhou Wenbin raised his head. His eyes kept staring at Xia Mengmeng and laughed. Yeah. Where are you guys going? Zhang Haoyang glanced at Bai Ruoyi and saw that she didn't have any reaction, then said, Prepare to go drink milk tea. Zhou Wenbin's heart fluttered and he said smilingly, Brother Feng, do you want us to go drink milk tea together as well? Qin Feng played with his cell phone without lifting his head and said, I won't go. You guys go drink by yourselves. Bai Ruoyi secretly thought, Count on you to be sensible. Zhang Haoyang's heart breathed a sigh of relief. It's better if Qin Feng doesn't go. He's not comfortable with himself. And on his mouth he hypocritically said, I was going to ask Brother Feng to go with me. So forget it if he doesn't come. That no Xia Mengmeng curiously come over. Cold a Qin Feng's cell phone snatched. Qin Feng was immediately startled. He was just chatting with his personal pet. If Xia Mengmeng saw the chat, the sky would collapse. Sis, stop it. Give the cell phone back to brother. Qin Feng forced a smile and reached out to snatch the phone. Xia Mengmeng dexterously hid Qin Feng's cell phone behind her and said with a smile, Everyone is going to drink milk tea. Why don't you go? It's not because you're afraid of us, right? Qin Feng's hand grabbed an empty one, and for fear of Xia Mengmeng peeking at her cell phone, she hurriedly said, The main thing is that I don't like to drink milk tea, and I don't want to be a light bulb when you guys are in pairs. Better hurry up and give me back my cell phone. I'll give you back your cell phone if you come with us to drink milk tea. Xia Mengmeng tilted up her round face, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Qin Feng, a few points of playfulness permeating her expression, living like a crafty elf. Qin Feng was filled with helplessness and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you have to drag me to drink milk tea?" Xia Mengmeng raised her hand to cover her small mouth and lowered her voice. The calculations in Xia Mengmeng's heart were thieving, and her face showed a thieving smile, like a little fox. Bai Ruoyi frowned and wondered, how come this annoying guy Qin Feng is here too? Mengmeng is also really bad, who is not good to call, but to call the scum over, seeing him I have no appetite to drink milk tea. Alas, for the sake of Mengmeng helping me a lot, let's forget about it this time and next time remind her not to ask Qin Feng to go with her. Zhang Haoyang smiled hypocritically. Brother Feng, come along then, there's a lot of people. Go. Qin Feng responded in a good-natured manner. In order to get back his cell phone, he would just commit himself for the time being. Zhang Haoyang's eyes sank. Qin Feng really came. With that, the corners of his mouth turned upwards. Since he had come, he would show off his strength. Bai Ruoyi doesn't know that I'm a rich second generation yet, so I'll take her shopping and buy some expensive jewelry when I finish the milk tea. That Qin Feng will definitely have an inferiority complex when he sees how generous I am, and he will be even less likely to have thoughts about my goddess. After thinking it through, Zhang Haoyang just felt his heart soothed and his feet light. On the other hand, the franchise milk tea store that Shi Rojing and Lu Piaoshui worked together to open today, and the two of them were busy and had to come and host the work. The two of them personally solicited customers at the door and sent out discount cards, which, coupled with the popularity of the two of them at the school, also attracted a lot of students to the venue. Isn't that Sister Piao Shui? Zhang Haoyang. Several people on the street also saw this lively scene. A few people were also surprised. Qin Feng had long known that they had opened a milk tea store, but did not overreact. Zhou Wenbin slowed down his pace, held up his glasses, and said in surprise, "It's really the schoolmates. Could it be that they work part-time here?" Bai Ruoyi, after a little thought, guessed that it was absolutely impossible to do a part-time job here, and faintly said, "This is absolutely impossible. The two of them can earn a lot of money on a live broadcast. How can they possibly earn this kind of hard-earned money here? Don't guess blindly. People have opened a milk tea store here. Let's go over there and take a look. By the way." Qin Feng led the way and walked over, and the others followed. Academic Sister Ryu, congratulations and good luck with the opening, and good fortune in all seasons. Qin Feng smiled from a long distance and arched his hand in congratulations. Aside from Bai Ruoyi, the others also congratulated him. Lu Piaoshui smiled joyfully and said in a cheerful tone, "Many thanks for the blessing. Today several of you have come to support the show. What kind of milk tea are you drinking? I invite you guys to drink. This boss of yours has sent word that he must give you face today." Qin Feng is not polite at all. Sat down and began to scan the code to order, as if it was his own store. Others order their favorite foods. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Feng called Lu Piaoshui over and teased with a smile, "Boss Lu, how does it feel to be the boss?" Lu Piaoshui smiled and said, "It feels great. This feeling is completely different from working for someone else. I wouldn't even dare to imagine in the past that I could be a boss so soon. Speaking of which, I have to thank those internet users for supporting me." Speaking of which, Lu Piaoshui subconsciously thought of Brother Feng. If it wasn't for Brother Feng's support, it would be impossible for her to open a milk tea store at this time. However, the bunny dance for wind alone that night also flashed through her mind. Enough with you guys for now, I'm going to get busy. Lu Piaoshui left with hurried feet. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up an ambiguous smile. He suddenly thought of a very funny thing. Open the same city flower delivery. I'm so envious of senior sister, being a boss at a young age. Xia Mengmeng propped her chin with both hands so that her already round face looked even rounder. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have that life, and I suspect that when I graduate, the first thing I'll be busy with will be thinking about how to get a job. Zhou Wenbin eyes hooked looking at Xia Mengmeng, eyes hot. You are now only on the first year of college? It's still early. Who can't say what will happen in the future? Or maybe your future achievements than the school sister is still big. It's impossible. I don't have the life to be a netizen, and I'm stupid. I don't have the luck to be a boss. Xia Mengmeng knows her own ability. Simply do not dare to hope to be a boss. She only hoped that after graduation can successfully find a job, if you can best test a civil servant. Zhang Haoyang didn't have the heart to care about this kind of thing. His mind was all on by Ruoyi, and with a pleasing smile on his face, he said, "Ruoyi, I'll order you another KFC. I'll call for a takeaway to send over what you want to eat right away." Bai Ruoyi put her head down and played with her cell phone and said indifferently, "No need. A cup of milk tea will do." A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Haoyang's eyes, and he reluctantly smiled. "That's good. You can tell me any time you want to eat." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hung up a trace of mockery. This old Zhang was really stupid. Pursuing Bai Ruoyi like a licking dog would not bear fruit. He was about to take out his cell phone to play with it for a bit before he snapped out of it and woke up to the fact that his cell phone had still been sitting on Xia Mengmeng. Not good. If Shi Rojing sends a message at this time, she will be in trouble. Can you give me back my cell phone?" Qin Feng stretched out his hand and tried his best to discuss with Xia Mengmeng in a gentle tone. There were quite a few secrets in his cell phone, and staying in Xia Mengmeng's hands for one more minute was one more minute of danger. "Oh, you're so petty. As if you're afraid I'll snatch your cell phone." Xia Mengmeng beamed, and without thinking about continuing to keep Qin Feng's cell phone, she pulled out Qin Feng's cell phone from that little bear bag on her waist. That's when the cell phone screen suddenly lit up and a message was suddenly displayed. "Lord Silver, why didn't you answer little M-Dog's messages for so long?" The message flashed by. Xia Mengmeng's eyes snapped wide and her movements froze. Qin Feng's expression also froze. The change of expression on Xia Mengmeng's face didn't even fill his eyes. Something is wrong. Chapter 71 Little Secret Discovered. Almost at the same time, Qin Feng's mind conjured up the idea that it must have been Shi Rojing who had sent the message. Hurrying to sneak a glance at Shi Rojing, who was not far away, I saw that she was busy playing with her cell phone. Boom! Qin Feng immediately felt a burst of the sky collapsing. It's all over. The personal pet must have sent a message to Xia Mengmeng and seen it. Looking up at Xia Mengmeng again, Qin Feng accurately captured the shock and incredulity in the other party's eyes. An expression that seemed to say, "You're actually this kind of person." Qin Feng hurriedly blinked at Xia Mengmeng and laughed awkwardly. "Mengmeng, stop it. Give me back my cell phone, haha." However, when Xia Mengmeng saw the panic in Qin Feng's eyes and also heard Qin Feng's hints, her heart set off monstrous waves, and she couldn't calm down inside for a long time. The girl who just messaged him called herself Little M-Dog, and if I'm not mistaken about the avatar, it was none other than Shi Rojing. It's amazing that these two guys have this kind of unspeakable relationship in private. Jesus, they're so good at this. Xia Mengmeng's eyes flashed with a cunning light, the corner of her mouth slightly upward, a sweet smile on her face. This guy must have guessed that I saw his message. That's why he prompted me to don't make a fuss, implying not to tell this matter to the public. Student Qin Feng, I'll return your cell phone to you. You add me on WeChat, haha. Qin Feng immediately felt a chill in his scalp, where he couldn't hear something in Xia Mengmeng's words, and hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes." Only then did Xia Mengmeng smile and return the cell phone to Qin Feng. Zhou Wenbin frowned. Why did it feel as if these two were hiding something from everyone? It felt strange. Taking back his cell phone, the first thing Qin Feng saw was a message from Shi Rojing, and then look at the content where still do not understand what is going on, and hurriedly sent a message to Shizi Rojing. "Baby, you open the store today is relatively busy. First greet your guests, and then open the live broadcast in the evening. I'll send you a little benefit." "Thank you, Lord Silver. Love Lord Silver. I'll get busy then." Shi Rojing retrieved her cell phone and started to greet the guests again. Her actions did not hide from Xia Mengmeng's eyes, so she had already pulled out her own cell phone's QR code and displayed it, squinting her eyes and smiling at Qin Feng. "Sweep it." Qin Feng was helpless, always feeling that something was definitely going to happen after adding her WeChat. It was the only time he ever added a girl on WeChat very reluctantly. Bai Ruoyi is a little upset. Xia Mengmeng's behavior she saw in her eyes. Secretly thought, "Mengmeng, what's wrong today? Why suddenly so interested in Qin Feng, but also take the initiative to add his WeChat? It cannot be that it is a scumbag, right? That's not possible, is it? I have clearly reminded her that Qin Feng is a scum. Xia Mengmeng, this idiot, why do not listen to advice? This Qin Feng is so attractive?" Bai Ruoyi was depressed and became more and more upset by Zhang Haoyang's curt words. Qin Feng looked at Xia Mengmeng's WeChat. The avatar is also her own. The name is Super Cute Mengmeng. A message popped up. "You're so perverted, you're even in this kind of relationship with Jing Senpai. I can't believe you two have this kind of hobby, TSK. Bad smile emoji." Qin Feng had a moment of weakness and sneaked a glance at Xia Mengmeng, who was sipping her milk tea as if nothing had happened. Must seal Xia Mengmeng's mouth? or else she will go around talking about the little secret that he hides will be exposed. Shi Rojing will also know the mysterious list of Big Brother Wind Brother is his own. Then how to play. Give in to this little girl first. Mo, please keep this a secret for me, haha. You're so pretty and cute. You're not the kind of person who loves to talk nonsense, right? Xia Mingming's eyes drooped downward. Her gaze fell on the cell phone resting on her thighs, and the corners of her mouth curled upward when she saw Qin Feng's message. It's such a good feeling to catch people in a small way. Heh, must tease the big pervert. No need to kiss ass, I don't eat that. And it's okay to want me to keep my mouth shut unless you make me happy. Seeing this message, Qin Feng looked up at Xia Mengmeng and instantly understood. Making a girl happy, he was the best at that. Xia Mengmeng met Qin Feng's line of sight and was secretly pleased. Qin Feng, next you should be begging me how to keep your secret for you. Are you planning to buy me dinner or give me a little gift to cheer me up? Or do you keep saying all sorts of nice things to cheer me up? Xia Mengmeng was very much looking forward to it. She wanted to see what kind of flowery words the scummy guy by Ruoyi spoke of could use to make her happy. Humph, no matter how much you beg for mercy, I won't let you off easily. I have to toss Qin Feng. While Xia Mengmeng was thinking about how she should toss Qin Feng around, Qin Feng's message was sent over, reflected in the eyes of only a short sentence, but like a hammer hit hard in the heart of Xia Mengmeng. Okay, I'll give you an LV bag. Xia Mengmeng stared wide-eyed. LV bag, that is a luxury product, expensive, very fashionable, casually have to tens of thousands of dollars, eh? Is he really going to give himself something so expensive? Xia Mingming's original idea of how to toss Qin Feng was instantly disrupted, and her first reaction was whether Qin Feng was joking. Early had already lost the heart to think about how to toss Qin Feng, snapped her head up to look at Qin Feng, but saw Qin Feng smiling at her and nodding secretly. Xia Mingming's heartbeat sped up. Qin Feng's eyes seemed to be telling her, as long as you help me keep the secret, I can give you a designer bag. This kind of surprise made Xia Mingming's heart flutter, and she hurriedly sent a message to confirm. Are you telling the truth? You didn't lie to me. Did you know how expensive LV bags are? It costs tens of thousands of dollars apiece. Do you really want to give me something that expensive? The words were full of disbelief, and the more they wanted it, the more they feared it was a lie. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Xia Mingming's reaction just proved that his strategy was right. None of this is a problem as long as you keep my secret. Xia Mengmeng lightly bit her small lips, struggling incomparably inwardly, and finally raised her head to look at Qin Feng, as if she had made some sort of determination. Okay, I definitely won't tell anyone about you guys, but you have to give me an LV bag today. There's a boutique on the shopping street near the school, so take me there today. Qin Feng smiled. There really was no problem that money couldn't solve. A few tens of thousands of dollars in the district is no big deal at all. Okay, it's a deal, but only after the milk tea. Both were very happy with the result. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng has no taste for drinking milk tea, and in her heart, she wants to fly to the luxury store to buy her bag. Ruoyi, the milk tea is almost ready. Why don't we go shopping? Xia Mengmeng smiled like a flower and secretly gave Zhang Haoyang another wink. Zhang Haoyang understood in a second. Xia Mengming's proposal was just what he wanted, and the next moment was his moment to pretend. I'm all for it. It's rare that we all come out together, so let's go shopping. Chapter 72. Mo has a boyfriend. Zhang Haoyang looked at Zhou Wenbin and secretly gave him a wink, meaning that you kids should come along with him so that you can get closer to your goddess in the meantime. Zhou Wenbin were still not clear, joyfully smiled and said, Anyway, there is nothing, just go shopping together. Qin Feng, you also come together. Yeah. Qin Feng, why don't you come along too? There's a lot of people. Xia Mengmeng blinked her eyes, the corner of her mouth hooked into a smug smile, as if to say, don't forget what you promised me. Qin Feng immediately felt a burst of head. He went to not matter. Send gifts to Xia Mengmeng also does not matter. The problem is that Zhou Wenbin, that boy like you If I send a gift in front of Zhou Wenbin, won't I make my brother misunderstand? And then I won't be able to wash it even if I jump into the Yellow River. Inwardly 10,000 tangled, thought about it or to avoid letting the brother misunderstanding, so as to be not. You guys go, I still have something now, the evening is free. Which knew that Xia Mengmeng didn't seem to comprehend his meaning as if she hadn't. Her good-looking eyebrows wrinkled and her pretty face had a few more points of exasperation. What's more important than me? Us going to play together. She was about to say that there was something more important than giving me a bag, when she suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly changed her words. She couldn't wait to get her bag now, so how could she be in the mood to wait until the evening? Zhou Wenbin directly grabbed Qin Feng's hand and pulled him aside and whispered, "Brother, you wouldn't be deliberately not going because you don't want to see your ex-girlfriend, right?" Qin Feng was that speechless in his heart. He glared at the four-eyed boy without any good sense. "Boy, I'm not going for your sake. Don't be ungrateful." Seeing Zhou Wenbin say that, Qin Feng said along, "Pretty much, I really don't want to see her. Brother, if you really put it down you won't be bothered, unless you didn't put her down. It's a man who can afford to put it down." Zhou Wenbin bitterly persuade, also have the intention to dissolve the embarrassment between Qin Feng and Zhang Haoyang. Do not want a brother because of a woman to make a private unpleasant. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about how to reject Zhou Wenbin, the cell phone message came again, and without looking he guessed that it was sent by Xia Mengmeng. "Qin Feng, I don't care. I want it now anyway. I haven't used a designer bag since I grew up. Since you promised me you can't lie to me, otherwise I'll tell others about you guys. You don't want to know that you have such a perverted hobby." Finally, Xia Mengmeng also sent an angry emoji and a knife threat. Qin Feng was helpless, and at this time there was no choice left for him to make. And that's how the five of them went shopping together. Xia Mengmeng showed the most excitement, as if she had inexhaustible energy, and was very positive about shopping. Only Qin Feng understood why she was so excited. It's true that women can't resist luxury items. A few people got on a bus. Xia Mengmeng and Bai Ruoyi sat together. Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin sat in the row behind them. Qin Feng likes to sit at the back of the bus, where it is large and high enough to look at the roadside scenery. He had only just sat down, and his butt hadn't even warmed up yet, when Xia Mengmeng sent a message. "Xia Mengmeng, Qin Feng, I'm telling you, you mustn't lie to me or you're dead. I for one hate it when people lie to me." Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He could tell that Xia Mengmeng was very attached to this matter. The LV bag might be a lot of money for others, but for Qin Feng it really wasn't on his mind. However, he did not know that Xia Mengmeng was born in an ordinary family. Her parents were ordinary working-class people, and a bag of more than $100,000 was definitely a luxury for her. Suddenly someone wants to send her this kind of luxury goods that can greatly satisfy her vanity. For her it's like a pie falling from the sky, for fear that after a long time, Qin Feng will change his mind. Qin Feng replied, "You've said it many times. I told you long ago. A bag is not a problem for me. You don't have to worry about me lying to you." Xia Mengmeng couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of her mouth. The excitement in her heart simply couldn't be calmed. Only those words of assurance from Qin Feng could put her mind at ease. "Okay, I'll believe you once," secretly sending this message over, fearing that Bai Ruoyi next to him would see it. Bai Ruoyi had long sensed that Xia Mengmeng was out of sorts, as if she was secretly chatting with someone. Could it be her boyfriend? This can make her itchy, and she has not heard that Xia Mengmeng has a boyfriend. Probing, she wanted to go to peek at Xia Mengmeng's cell phone screen. This startled Xia Mengmeng and hurriedly hid her cell phone. "What are you doing?" Xia Mengmeng was so vain that she hurriedly put her cell phone into her casual bag. An ambiguous smile appeared in Bai Ruoyi's eyes as she whispered, "You weren't chatting with your boyfriend just now, were you?" Xia Mengmeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Ruoyi didn't see his chat records. Otherwise he would never have asked such words. "Don't be ridiculous. I told you a long time ago I don't have a boyfriend. Less pretend. Not your boyfriend, why afraid I see. It's just a very good friend of mine." Oh. Then let me see your chat records. Okay?" Bai Ruoyi, which will be so easy to believe. The more Xia Mengmeng refuses, the more she is sure that there must be something fishy in it. She wants to know. "No way." Xia Mengmeng refused to cut the nail in the coffin, seemingly realizing that she had overreacted a bit, and said sheepishly, "It's mainly to talk about some more private things. Anyway, I'll tell you later." Bai Ruoyi covered her mouth and snickered. She was 100% sure that Xia Mengmeng was definitely chatting with her boyfriend. "Good, you dead girl obviously have a boyfriend, but also lied to me that there is nothing. Time to introduce to me to get to know each other. I will take care of it for you." Xia Mengmeng depressed, "This put what off, my boyfriend or not, where to go to find you a boyfriend to give you off, and again this so-called boyfriend, and you also hate it. Solely just shut up, play with your phone and swipe your jitterbugs and play dead." This could make Zhou Wenbin behind him anxious, touched Zhang Haoyang's arm and deliberately lowered his voice. "Haoyang, just now I seem to have heard Bai Ruoyi say that Mengmeng has a boyfriend. Did you hear that?" Zhang Haoyang nodded with a serious expression. "Brother, you're in trouble. I heard it too. Mo looks so cute. It's not strange for someone to like her. And it's not strange for her to have a boyfriend. So it's not difficult for you to try to poach her." Zhou Wenbin's face was like eating a cockroach, boarding a dead man's face. It was not easy for himself to have feelings for a girl, but it turned out that she had a boyfriend. Was he destined to be single for the rest of his life? No, Xia Mengmeng was so cute. She absolutely couldn't give it to someone else. Even if she had a boyfriend. I don't care who his boyfriend is. Don't let me see him or I'll beat him once I see him. Zhou Wenbin cursed in a low voice. Chapter 73, How to Give a Gift Under Your Best Friend's Nose. Qin Feng, who was sitting behind him, was oblivious to the fact that he had already been targeted by his own brother. It is smooth to come to the commercial street, where many fashionably dressed young men and women like to come to shop. Bai Ruoli quickly attracted many people's eyes as soon as she appeared. Her fame was so big during the last period of time that it was hard to keep a low profile, and many people surrounded her to take pictures. It was good that these people also had a sense of boundaries and were more qualified, and didn't come up to disturb her out of the blue, and gave her plenty of personal space. Seeing that the crowd had made Bai Ruoli a big hit, Zhang Haoren was also a bit fluttery, thinking that if he could chase Bai Ruoli to his hand, then he would have chased his national wife to his hand. This great sense of accomplishment, not to mention how cool it was, just thinking about it made him feel especially excited. Bai Ruoli had long since gotten used to being mobbed, and as long as these people didn't come over to harass her, she also let these people take pictures. Even sometimes they would purposely pose to match those people taking pictures. Among the 5 people, Qin Feng is the most spontaneous. He does not have half a psychological burden. See some street food will also occasionally shell out money to buy some snacks. Bai Ruoli had a wonderful posture and looked around. Xia Mengmeng is cute, cuddly, and quirky, and also attracts a lot of people's attention. Ruoli, I heard that there's an LV boutique on this street. Why don't we go there and take a look? Xia Mengmeng came to the street and couldn't wait to implicitly suggest where she wanted to go. And after saying that, she also stole a glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was fine, eating ice candy gourds as if this matter didn't have anything to do with him. Bai Ruoli immediately became interested. Since she became rich, many luxury goods that she didn't dare to imagine also started to think about it. Since she came here, it's just right to pick some of her favorite bags as well. Before she could agree, the licking dog Zhang Haoyang hurriedly took over, revealing an ingratiating smile. Mengmeng is right. Since we're here, let's have fun. Let's just go and take a look. If there's something you like, I'll give you one. Bai Ruoli guffawed and said in her heart, this Zhang Haoyang really wants to pursue himself. But it's a pity that I'm not that ordinary girl anymore. A bag I do not put in the eyes at all. If I accept your bag, in the future will also be gossiped about by others. The loss is not worth the gain. A few tens of thousands of dollars. I am now not bad that little money. No need. I have the money to buy it myself. Thank you for your kindness, La. Bai Ruoli smiled faintly and politely refused Zhang Haoyang's kindness. It's fine. I can still afford to give away a bag for 100,000 or so don't be polite with me. Zhang Haoyang did not die. His enthusiasm was like fire. Bai Ruoli stopped talking. She wouldn't want the bag from Zhang Haoyang anyway if she said anything. Zhou Wenbin is the most embarrassed in several people. Zhang Haoyang mouth on the delivery of luxury goods. If you do not send something seems to be a bit untenable, but to expensive things he cannot afford to send. Just as he was torn, he suddenly saw a street stall with very fine little bracelets, beautiful crafts. Mengmeng, this bracelet is very pretty. Do you like it? Zhou Wenbin picked up a small bracelet on the stall. Xia Mengmeng swept a glance and was immediately amazed by the exquisite design. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she took the small bracelet in Zhou Wenbin's hand. Wow, it's beautiful. I love it. Zhou Wenbin instantly turned the corners of his mouth upwards. Seeing Xia Mengmeng's sweet smile, his entire heart was sweetened to the point of crunching, and summoned up the courage to say, if you like it, I'll buy it and give it to you. Ah, no need. I just said I liked it. I didn't say I wanted it. Xia Mengmeng hurriedly put the necklace back into the stall. Zhou Wenbin was a bit embarrassed and could only stand there giggling. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. Now this situation is obviously Zhou Wenbin is still in unrequited love. Want to chase Xia Mengmeng difficulty is not small. Gotta find some time to ask Xia Mengmeng what kind of boys she likes, and then help Zhou Wenbin, the four-eyed boy, get a makeover. A few people soon arrived at the bag brand boutique. Welcome. The salesman recognized Bai Ruoli at a glance and was very enthusiastic, as this kind of person has money in his pocket and will definitely buy a bag when he comes. The $5 million from Bai Ruoli's signing with Qin Feng's company had already arrived, so she didn't just have $5 million of signing money in her card, but also the money from all those fans who had swiped their gifts, and her personal savings were already close to $10 million. The luxuries inside this store couldn't make her feel inferior at all, and it was because of the money in her card that also made Bai Ruoyi's entire temperament more cold and noble. A woman's confidence stems from the balance on her card. Pretty girl. This is a limited edition of our newest bag worldwide. And these are also the most popular styles this year. A couple of gloved ladies made frantic recommendations, with price points ranging from $200,000 to $300,000. Seeing these bags, Xia Mingming's eyes glistened. These bags are beautiful and she loves them all. It's just a shame she could only buy one. As for Zhou Wenbin to come to this kind of place party on the body uncomfortable, not to mention in these places to buy a bag, even see those prices can make him feel inferior. Qin Feng was eating ice candy gourds with a big grin, and in his heart he was actually calculating how he was going to buy a bag for Xia Mengmeng later without letting his brother get the wrong idea. Suddenly, an aura flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Step aside and say to a salesman, "Get the store manager of your store." "What can I do for you, sir? If I can help, just tell me." The salesman was polite. "I'd like to meet your store manager and talk to him about something." This could confuse the sales sister. She couldn't figure out Qin Feng's intentions, and she didn't look like the kind of buyer who was very strong. She didn't want to call the store manager over a small matter. "Handsome, you'd better tell me what you want. Our store manager is very busy. We usually leave the small things to us employees. May I ask what you need my help for?" Qin Feng sighed. These people wouldn't obediently cooperate without showing their strength. Straight from his pocket, he pulled out a black super member bank card and gave it a little shake. "Is that reason enough?" The salesman's face changed, and he was incredibly polite all of a sudden. "Sir, may I see your card?" The black card represents the super rich, and people like that do qualify for the store manager to receive them. Qin Feng gave the card to the sales clerk to see. Carefully, a few eyes cannot see the authenticity. This kind of thing she did not dare to be negligent, respectfully said, "Sir, please follow me. I will now take you to see my store manager." Entering the store manager's office, the salesman hurriedly handed Qin Feng's card to the store manager for appraisal. "I'm sorry, I've never seen a real black card either. Do you mind if I check the card?" "Whatever." Qin Feng was indifferent. It wasn't until the store manager swiped his card and after displaying that string of balances that the whole thing looked like it had seen an old ancestor. "Sir, may I help you with something?" The store manager's waist was bent like a 60-year-old woman's, and he was careful to serve. Chapter 74, Changing the Rules with Money. Qin Feng muttered in the store manager's ear for a while, and the store manager couldn't help but nod his head, after which Qin Feng was satisfied, and not long after he came out of the store manager's office, the store manager came out smiling to personally greet Bai Ruoyi. "Ms. Bai really has a good eye. All these things you picked are the best in our store. It looks even better with a family like yours." Bai Ruoyi was praised by the store manager some fluttering. Suddenly saw a side of the Qin Feng have a ride as chatting with a female salesman is happy. The heart secretly despise. This scum man really go wherever you love to hook up with a woman. Really the dog cannot change to eat. Now that I'm so rich and pretty, Qin Feng must be regretting breaking up with me. So it's a good idea to piss him off in the meantime. "Store manager, get me the most expensive bag in your store and show it to me." Bai Ruoyi intentionally spoke louder, wanting Qin Feng to hear. The store manager laughed. "The most expensive in our store is a limited edition, non-sale item worth $88 million. Bai Ruoyi immediately came to interest. She believes that the so-called non-sale goods is the price is not in place. With their own strength now, even if they add more than 100,000 to 200,000, it is not difficult, provided that they like. "Can I see it, store manager?" "Wait a moment, Ms. Bai. I'll get it right away." On Qin Feng's side, he was chatting with an older sister. "Beautiful woman, do you have a boyfriend?" Qin Feng's eyes carried a hint of strange teasing. In front of him was a mature woman in her 30s. Body temperament is a great, and this kind of sales and general women and some different, they wear professional suits plus see more rich people, but also practice them to ordinary women are not the same as the vision of temperament, more know how to please men. Her eyes glanced at the other woman's badge, which had her name on it, Cho Cho Yun.
"No boyfriend."
The corner of Zhao Zhuyan's mouth hooked into a delicate smile. "But I have a husband, little brother. You're not looking at your sister, are you?" Zhao Zhuyan secretly laughed. "It's not bad to tease these little boys once in a while. It's quite exciting." She was eager to see how Qin Feng would react after hearing her say that she had a husband. Qin Feng laughed with ambiguous eyes. "It is said that women with husbands know more about men's hearts. I like women like my sister. I'll buy you a drink when I have the chance." Zhao Zhuyan winked. Winking, charming, exhaling like orchids, said, "Little brother, just simply drink? Or else?" Qin Feng asked rhetorically with a smile, his eyes seeming to have great meaning. Zhao Xueyan's delicate face revealed a deep regret. Then I won't go. Qin Feng was not disappointed. He liked this kind of woman with personality and laughed lightly. Are you afraid that I will plot against you? No, I just think that simply drinking is meaningless. I thought something would happen. Zhao Xueyan turned her eyes on and revealed an ambiguous smile again. Qin Feng froze and realized that he had been molested by someone else. Meet the master. But I like it. Then let's add a WeChat, and we'll go camping someday. Zhao Xueyan smiled ambiguously, but did not say anything, but took out her WeChat to add a friend. Qin Feng casually looked at the other party's circle of friends. Why does this have a familiar ring to it? Zhou Chukyin's circle of friends is all about introducing bags. You don't think I have any beautiful pictures in my friend's circle, do you? Zhao Xueyan snickered, unable to hide the narrow gleam in her eyes. Seen through. Qin Fengzi smiled frankly and didn't pretend anymore, his eyes admiring Zhao Xueyan to the fullest. That's the only hobby I have. I'll invite you to swim at the beach when I have the chance. Then it might be next year before I'm free. Zhao Xueyan's pretty face showed another hint of sadness. Oh, are you busy with work? Or are you afraid that your husband will know? Qin Feng was getting more and more interested. He realized that this woman could always hold his appetite. Zhao Xueyan slightly tilted her head sideways and moved a little closer forward. A fragrance then drifted into Qin Feng's nose. Brother, fall is almost over. Right now winter is coming. You're asking me to wear a bathing suit to go swimming. Do you want to chill me to death? Qin Feng smiled. It was true that chatting with a mature big sister was just delightful. At this moment, the store manager also took out a very luxurious and exquisite limited edition bag from inside. Wow! This bag is so beautiful. I love it. Xia Mengming's eyes were glowing, as if she had seen a treasure. May I see it, store manager? Of course, you two are free to look. The store manager smiled slightly and very generously displayed the bag for the two to see. This bag is designed by the most famous foreign mic designer himself. The global limited edition is only 100. This store is also lucky to get this limited edition display. Bai Ruoyi also liked this bag very much. After hearing the story behind it, she wanted to get it even more. And after putting it down, she said, Store manager, what do you need to be willing to sell this bag? The store manager shook his head. It's not for sale. I'll offer $1 million. Bai Ruoyi didn't hesitate for half a second. Her tone was quite firm and showed her determination to get this bag. The store manager shook his head helplessly. His tone was a bit resolute. Ms. Bai, it's really not a matter of money. This bag was never intended to be sold to the public. Then I'll offer $1.5 million. The corners of Zhang Haoyang's mouth rose. His face filled with confidence and his tone was bold. Since the goddess Bai Ruoyi is in love with this bag, it's a perfect opportunity to get closer to her, so he won't miss it. As long as he helped her fulfill her wish, was he afraid that Bai Ruoyi wouldn't look at him differently and become more favorable to him? As long as you are willing to sell the bag to me, the price as you open, I will never say anything. Zhang Haoyang said while straightening his waist, that style as if afraid of the side Bai Ruoyi do not know he is a rich second generation. Bai Ruoli's eyes flashed a trace of dissimilarity, secretly thought. Unexpectedly, this guy was so generous, and a trace of goodwill was added to his heart. The corner of the store manager's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. His eyes swept Xia Mengming. We used to have a rule in our store. As long as it is the second 10,000th guest of our store to step into this store of ours, I will give this bag to this lucky guest for free. Ah, then how many guests are we? Xia Mengming opened her small mouth, her round face full of incredulity. This limited edition bag is not for sale to the public, and that, while I love it, I know it's impossible to own. Even if the store manager was willing to sell it, Qin Feng might not be willing to spend so much money on such an expensive thing to give to herself, and she was aiming for the 100,000 plus kind. Instead, the store manager revealed a gracious smile and put the limited edition bag into Xia Mengming's hand. It's a great honor. You're the 20,000th customer to enter the store, and this limited edition bag is given to you for free. Moment. Aside from Qin Feng, everyone else present was stunned. Can't believe this heavenly thing is happening. Xia Mengming was directly dazed by this heavenly surprise and her mind went blank. Chapter 75. Xia Mengming's heart is in chaos. Bai Ruoyi was in disbelief. The store manager had given such an expensive bag to Xia Mengming for free? Store manager? Are you kidding? Ms. Bai, I never joke about this kind of thing. This young lady is really the 20,000th guest in our store, so I'm going to give this special and meaningful gift to this young lady for free. Xia Mengmeng pinched her round face. It hurt. I'm not dreaming, right? This bag worth $88 million. You guys are going to give it to me for free. It's not going to be a trick to make me happy, right? Xia Mengmeng excitedly grabbed the bag, unable to believe that this was true. Qin Feng looked at Xia Mengmeng's excited appearance and smiled in his heart. Where in the world could there be so much luck? The truth is that rich people have better luck. Having money can just change some of the rules of the game. He had just entered the store manager's office and discussed with him how to sell the bag to Xia Mengmeng without anyone knowing. So the idea of this lucky customer came to mind, and as long as Xia Mengmeng sees any bag, it is given away in such a way. They are the only ones still in the dark. Take it. From now on, this bag is yours. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Xia Mengmeng was very excited. Her whole heart fluttered wildly, as if she was hit by a great surprise from the sky. You're welcome. The smile on the store manager's face never stopped, and then he waved to his other waitress to come over to greet the customers. His purpose was only to greet Xia Mengmeng, and the others hadn't had the urge to let him personally greet them. Bai Ruoyi heart is very bad taste. Obviously fancy bag, but lucky to fall into the hands of Xia Mengmeng. She cannot say anything, just feel some regret in the heart, but also super envious of Xia Mengmeng's luck. Zhou Wenbin was very happy and gave a thumbs up to praise. Mengmeng, your luck is too good. I also think I'm super lucky. God is so good to me. Xia Mengmeng indulged in the fantasy of her good luck. It was difficult to extricate herself. I had to send a friend post to show off my good fortune to everyone. Xia Mengmeng rushed to shoot a friend circle to show off to others. Sure enough, this circle of friends caused the vibration of the circle of friends as soon as it was sent out. All kinds of envy, praise, drooling all over the place. Holy! I should have known I'd go around their store today. Maybe this bag is mine. LV store has this kind of event. How come I didn't know about it? I'm going to cry from gluttony. Can I borrow it for a few days? 880,000. Even if you resell it, you can sell it for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm envious until I cry. Seeing the circle of friends of the students, all kinds of envy, Xia Mengmeng heart don't mention how joyful, this sense of satisfaction, sense of achievement, or the first time to experience. While rushing around, she was busy interacting with her friends and sharing her joy. Suddenly, it occurred to her that Qin Feng had promised to give her a bag, and now that she had gotten a free one, could she not take another one? Xia Mengmeng ghosted and sent a message to Qin Feng, who was chatting with Zhao Zhuyan. I just got a free bag. This doesn't count as one you gave me. You have to give me another one. Qin Feng sneaked a look at his cell phone and was dumbfounded when he saw her message. What was this guy thinking? Still took the time to give Xia Mengmeng back a message. Don't make a fuss, your luck is good. But it's just my careful arrangement. I just don't want other people to know that I'm a rich man. By the way, you have to keep this matter secret. You can't let other people know that I've bought a bag for you. Then send the screenshot of the payment just made to Xia Mengmeng. This screenshot is a payment transfer of $1 million. Xia Mengmeng was instantly dumbfounded. The joy of thinking I was lucky was instantly gone. Only then did he realize that he wasn't a lucky man at all, simply because of the result of Qin Feng's elaborate arrangements. A sense of loss follows after the joy. At the same time, the payment of $1 million made Xia Mengmeng's heart stop beating wildly. She had never seen one so generous as to spend $1 million on herself. And Qin Feng acted as if he had used $1, not hurting at all. What exactly is the identity of this Qin Feng? What kind of family could make him so generous that he wouldn't even put it in his eyes with $1 million at random? Then his family definitely has more than 10 million, but hundreds of millions. Only a family like that doesn't take $1 million seriously. Is he a real top-notch rich kid? Xia Mengmeng didn't consider herself a gold worshipper, but she really wanted to know what Qin Feng's identity really was. The more the little brain thought about it, the more confused it became. This guy was also too low-key. If not for the fact that he had caught him in a small way, it was impossible to imagine that he was so bold. Zhang Haoyang enthusiastically said, Ruoyi, don't be envious of Mengmeng. Pick whatever bag you like. I'll give it to you. Bai Ruoyi could only choose other bags as well. Zhou Wenbin gathered around Xia Mengmeng. Mengmeng, this bag, even if you don't use it, you can also resell it to someone else. At the very least, it can be sold for several $100,000. Xia Mengmeng raised her eyes to sneak a glance at Qin Feng, who was acting as if nothing had happened, gently biting her lower lip. She finally understood why so many girls were so fascinated by the charisma on this man's body. It turned out that his real identity was a super rich second generation. Mengmeng, Zhou Wenbin called out again. Ah, what were you just saying to me? Xia Mengmeng was only surprised to realize that Zhou Wenbin was talking to himself. Zhou Wenbin only thought that Xia Mengmeng was still immersed in the joy of getting the bag and laughed. I mean, you can sell this bag for money. With this money, you can do what you like, or you can be a boss like your senior sister. Maybe in the future your destiny is going to be reversed. Xia Mengmeng was very complicated inside. Against the odds, one of his own bags was nothing more than a casual handout from Qin Feng. Zhou Wenbin, are you really familiar with Qin Feng? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but ask this question, her eyes suspicious. Zhou Wenbin felt puzzled. Of course I'm familiar with him. Why would you suddenly ask about this? Xia Mengmeng secretly thought. Zhou Wenbin looks like he should not understand Qin Feng. It is estimated that he cannot ask anything, or slowly pay attention to Qin Feng. There may be a bigger surprise. Swipe successful. Zhang Haoyang retrieved the card in his own hand, and Bai Ruoyi also had an extra bag worth $500,000 in her hand. This $500,000 he spent didn't hurt at all, but instead had a full sense of accomplishment. Bai Ruoyi's willingness to use her own things proved that he had taken another step forward in his relationship with her. Old Zhang, you are awesome. A bag of more than $500,000, said to give it to the goddess. Zhou Wenbin had a face of envy. It was a pity that he didn't have any money. Otherwise he would have also given Meng Meng an expensive bag. The corners of Zhang Haoyang's mouth turned upward in triumph and laughed. It's only $500,000. It's a pity that the most expensive one just now isn't for sale. Otherwise I would have already given this $880,000 one to Ruoyi. Chapter 76. A Misadventure. However, Xia Mengmeng heard this but have a different feeling. The area of 500,000 on the complacency people Qin Feng send $1 million, with the same as nothing, the two sides of a comparison of high judgment. However, she didn't know that Zhang Haoyang was also so high profile because he wanted to show off his financial power to Qin Feng so that Qin Feng would feel inferior. Bai Ruoyi had a light smile on her face, although she didn't have as much good luck as Xia Mengmeng, but there was someone who gave her a bag for free. Quite literally, she didn't have to shell out a penny, and it wasn't much different from Xia Mengmeng's luck. The former was relying on God's luck, while he was relying on his strength. Such strength could be reused. He was even luckier than Xia Mengmeng yet. Qin Feng, the scummy man, why is he still chatting with other women, and chatting so vigorously? His whole life as if he had never seen a woman. Even that kind of old auntie is not spared. Bai Ruoyi was very contemptuous in her heart, and she had really made the best choice to break up in the first place. Luckily, Qin Feng, whom his mom had stopped from harassing him, would have had another headache if he had pestered him. I wonder how much money mom actually gave him to make the scumbag hold back from harassing himself. I'll have to ask mom about that someday. Let's go. Bai Ruoyi carried her beloved bag and walked out of the boutique with her long legs. Qin Feng and Zhao Zhuoyan waved their hands, and they followed the other four in style. After leaving the gate, Zhang Haoyang was next to Bai Ruoyi and patted her on the back. Ruoyi, when you put on this bag, your temperament is different. Your temperament has obviously risen several notches, very much like those luxury ladies. It's a pity that I didn't buy that bag on Meng Meng. Bai Ruoyi was still nostalgic, her eyes full of dismay. Thinking about what the store manager said just now, this bag is a global limited edition with only 100 pieces. The one on himself was a popular item, although it was worth $550,000, but it was not as precious as the limited edition. Xia Mengmeng's family didn't have much money, so if she asked to buy it from her, she would definitely sell it to her. Bai Ruoyi's mind was active. With a hint of a smile in her eyes, she softly said, Meng Meng, why don't the two of us swap bags? Okay? I'll make up an additional $300,000 for you. Xia Mengmeng was instantly very moved. She didn't lose anything with this deal, and she was able to gain an additional $300,000, which would be a huge help to her current economy. And there is a LV bag in hand, although the grade is a little worse, but it is already enough to satisfy his vanity. Why not do it? But this bag was given to her by Qin Feng, and it was only bad to give it to someone else when it changed hands. You let me think about it. Xia Mengmeng said on her lips to think about it, but in essence, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Qin Feng. Ruoyi, she wants this bag on my hand. Can I change it with her? Whatever, I gave this bag to you anyway. What you do with it is your business, as long as you keep it a secret from me. Xia Mengmeng replied, Okay, thanks. Xia Mengmeng was very happy. In this way, she got a bag for nothing and still got $300,000. Ruoyi, I agree to switch with you. Just like that, Bai Ruoyi got the desired $88 million limited edition bag. Xia Mengmeng also got a bag worth $500,000 and an additional $300,000 compensation, Both sides are happy. Qin Feng secretly said. This exchange is not the same as the bag he bought to give Bai Ruoli. Ruoli, congratulations on getting the bag you wanted. Zhang Haoyang smiled and gave his blessing. His eyes were full of Bai Ruoli. That deep look was like seeing his first love. You don't mind if I swap your bag with Meng Meng, do you? Bai Ruoli then remembered to ask for Zhang Haoyang's opinion, a hint of a smile hanging on her face. Zhang Haoyang see the smile people are fluttering, where there will be half a bit of displeasure, busy shaking his head and said, will not, do not mind at all anyway, this bag is yours, you love how to deal with. As long as you're happy. Bai Ruoli's face blossomed into a touching smile. Licking dogs sometimes will also be pleasing to people, unlike some people in the past on the silly also do not know to pleasing people. Hoyo, I switched bags with Meng Meng. I'll take this bag as a gift from you. I'll love this bag. Zhang Haoyang's heart was blossoming. The gift he gave was really effective. A few more times, he might be able to hold the beauty and take her to the hotel. I'm very happy that you value my gift to you. I should. From now on when I go shopping, I'll use this bag. Zhang Haoyang was secretly pleased with himself and purposely peeked at Qin Feng to see what his reaction was. But he found that Qin Feng was playing with his cell phone with his head down. There was some depression in his heart. Could it be that Qin Feng had really let go of Bai Ruoli? Can't be. There really are men who don't mind their ex-girlfriends showing love to other men. I guess he's pretending not to feel bad. Maybe he knows there's a big gap between him and me and won't think twice about Bai Ruoli. It must be so. Since he had self-knowledge, he didn't have to be too difficult for him. At least he was a friend, just take care of his feelings. It's okay. It's just a bag, you like it. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng was sending a message to Qin Feng. Xia Mengmeng. Ha, why do I feel a bit as if I've committed a crime? Ruoli hates you so much. If she knows that bag she's carrying was given to me by you, I don't know if she'll tear me apart. Qin Feng replied. Then you mustn't tell her. She definitely won't do anything to me. But she'll definitely be pissed off at you. The corner of Xia Mengming's mouth curled upwards, vaguely stimulated by the excitement of secretly doing something bad. Would it be too bad for us to do this? Together we're cheating on her. If she finds out someday, she might cut ties with me. Qin Feng was incomparably certain. It won't be. If he knows about it, he will only be half dead with anger. Where would he have the strength to cut ties with you? Xia Mengmeng thought it made sense, but she still couldn't help but ask a truth she had always wanted to know. Can you tell me what your real identity is? Don't ever tell me you're an ordinary person. Of course, Qin Feng would not answer this question of Xia Mengmeng truthfully. She already knew too much and could not let her know more. Don't ask more questions about this matter. In any case, you keep today's incident secret. I have done what I promised you. Okay. Xia Mengmeng felt a little disappointed, not seeing the answer she wanted. Then she asked her a very curious question. Did you and Ruoli know each other before? Why does she hate you so much? It's not possible that you two had a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, right? Qin Feng was startled. He had to say that women were sometimes very precise in their judgment. It was even more impossible to tell Xia Mengmeng about such things. No such thing, don't get any ideas. She hates me. I guess she just doesn't see me as a good person. Chapter 77. I'm his girlfriend. Xia Mengmeng half-heartedly looked at the message Qin Feng had sent over and sneaked a glance at Bai Ruoli, her dark eyes constantly turning back and forth between the two. Could it be that Qin Feng really didn't have anything to do with Bai Ruoli? But there can't be hatred in this world without a reason. Bai Ruoli somewhat excessively hates Qin Feng. There is bound to be hatred. Heck, there must be some sort of fling between the two of them. Xia Mengmeng had a face of certainty. Having the speculation in her heart also made her want to know more and more. What exactly was the relationship between Bai Ruoli and Qin Feng? At this time, a few people passed by a fashion store, and Zhang Haoyang stopped and said, Ruoli, let's take a look at this store. Bai Ruoli nodded, and a few people followed them in. Qin Feng smelled a fragrance of baked sweet potatoes from a long distance. You guys go to the store first? There are baked sweet potatoes for sale there. Which one of you wants them? I'll treat you guys to it. Zhou Wenbin was the first to raise his hand, his mouth yelling, I want it. Pick me a big one. This guy didn't have any semblance of resistance to food. Qin Feng smiled faintly and his gaze went back to the others. I want it too. Xia Mengmeng also clamored for it. And without waiting for the others, she first ran to the baked sweet potatoes to inquire. Zhang Haoyang looked at Bai Ruoli with deep affection. Do you want to eat sweet potatoes? It's Qin Feng's treat. Bai Ruoli shook her head, her red lips slightly open. I don't like eating sweet potatoes. Then I don't want it either. Zhang Haoyang then said, You guys eat by yourselves? I'll take Ruoyi to the clothes store first. You guys can come back to us later. It's okay. Qin Feng responded indifferently. Qin Feng walked by and asked the boss, "How do you sell this sweet potato?" The boss was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with somewhat dark skin and a naive smile on his face. "My sweet potatoes are very tasty. Everyone who has bought them says they are delicious. How many do you want? I'll pick the best for you." Without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth, he directly picked 3 of the largest sweet potatoes and directly put them on the scale. Handsome. 3 large sweet potatoes, just under 5 pounds. How much, boss? Qin Feng reached for the sweet potatoes and distributed 2 of them to the other 2 people. The boss laughed. "It was originally sold for 125. I'll count you as 120, just as a friend." Qin Feng was immediately taken aback. Although he was very rich, it did not mean that he was willing to be a wrongdoer, and he also came to a few points of fire. "Boss, are you kidding me? How did you figure out $125 for 5 pounds of sweet potatoes?" The boss, however, was not flustered and said, "A caddy of sweet potatoes is $25. Isn't 5 caddy 125? I still count you $5 less. $25 a caddy. Why don't you go grab it?" Zhou Wenbin said in exasperation. The boss' face then pulled crotch down, very unhappy. "Words are not this way to say, I am a serious business, how I went to rob. You don't look at it either. Now that prices have gone up and labor has gone up, what's wrong with me selling it a little more expensive?" The boss had a straight face, as if he was still aggrieved. Qin Feng was simply laughed at, thinking, "I have seen black-hearted businessmen, but I have never seen such a cheeky black-hearted trader." He said as patiently as he could, "Boss, if you want to say $15 a caddy, I can accept that. I won't buy the 25 sweet potatoes, and I'll return these 3 sweet potatoes to you." When the baked sweet potato boss heard this, his face instantly changed, and he said in a conspiratorial manner, "Handsome man, you are not making fun of me. These 3 sweet potatoes have been touched by you all over. How can I still sell them to others?" Immediately afterward, the boss fiercely stretched out his hand and said viciously, "Cut the crap, hurry up and pay the money, not a penny less. Otherwise, I'll call the police right away." "Call the police? Report it, who's afraid of who?" Zhou Wenbin was so angry that he glared. He was not willing to suffer the main. "I'd like to let the police see and the guys to comment on this." Xia Mingming's eyes glared, and she delicately said, "It's just too much. How can you ask for a price all over the place?" There were more and more people around, but the owner of the baked sweet potatoes was justified and wasn't afraid of being mobbed at all. "Look carefully, my signature is the Empress Dowager baked sweet potatoes. When my family's old ancestor baked sweet potatoes for Empress Dowager Cixi when she was escaping, and she said it was delicious. This is the Empress Dowager's hand-picked sweet potatoes, using the secret recipe of the royal baked potato bake. You are now eating a royal baked sweet potatoes. $25 a caddy. Counting the cheapness of you, just be satisfied." The boss's eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character. His eyes glaring round, viciously yelled at Qin Feng, "Hurry up and pay! Don't dawdle here and delay my business." The corners of Qin Feng's mouth floated up in a sneer as he snorted. "Why don't you say that eating this sweet potato can make one live forever? This ordinary sweet potato has the nerve to sell for $25 a caddy. Are you the only one who can bake sweet potatoes? This sweet potato of yours, you'd better keep it for yourself to enjoy." After saying that, Qin Feng casually put the sweet potato back into the stall. When the baked sweet potato stall owner heard this, he instantly pulled down his face, disdainfully cut a mouthful and retaliated, "Humph! Look at your poor look. You can't even afford to buy a sweet potato, and you still learn how to take a girl shopping. You don't mind the shabbiness," said and pretended to be friendly to remind Xia Mingming. "Pretty sister, you'd better away from this poor man a little farther. No money but also out to pretend. Even the sweet potatoes cannot afford to eat. Doomed to this life cannot find a girlfriend." "Who said he can't find a girlfriend?" When Xia Mingming heard this, her heart was immediately unhappy. Thinking back to the big gift Qin Feng had just given himself, and then seeing Qin Feng being insulted like this, a feeling of protecting the calf arose. Quick as a flash, she took Qin Feng's arm, and with her chest puffed out, she said loudly, "Open your dog's eyes and take a good look. I'm his girlfriend." Qin Feng only felt a jolt in his body, and he felt as if his hand had touched something, and his body was struck by electricity. As a very experienced passerby, Qin Feng instantly understood what had touched him, and in his heart he straightly exclaimed, "If you mess up like this, The four-eyed boy will be designated to misunderstand Although I know that Xia Mengmeng is trying to help herself out. But this situation, it is too easy for people to misunderstand. How do you let Zhou Wenbin believe that I am innocent with you? As expected, Qin Feng was busy glancing back and saw Zhou Wenbin frozen like a wooden chicken. His face a burst of green and white, so embarrassed that he was about to wring out water. His mouth open as if he could stuff down an egg. The whole person was shocked by Xia Mengming's words and was completely unable to come back to his senses. Qin Feng knew that the sky was about to fall as soon as he took a look at the situation and hurriedly gave Zhou Wenbin a wink, desperately blinking his eyes, signaling that he mustn't misunderstand. But Zhou Wenbin's head at the moment like drilling into the 10,000 bees. Buzzing straight, the whole person is confused, cannot make sense of the chaotic situation in front of him. Killed cannot imagine when Qin Feng and his intended together. Chapter 78. These two have a secret.
It's over, 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 over. Qin Feng laughed bitterly in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended as if nothing had happened, attempting to push Xia Mengming's hand away without a trace, and secretly passing her a suggestive look, signaling her to hurry up and let go. But Xia Mengming, as if she did not receive his prompting, not only did not let go, but also continued to reprimand the boss with full force. Who said he has no money he really want to buy? By you all these sweet potatoes are more than enough. You must apologize to him. Qin Feng saw Xia Mengming defending herself like this and was too embarrassed to complain about her. After all, she was acting out of good intentions and wanted to gain face for herself in front of outsiders. However, the owner of the baked sweet potatoes remained stubborn and said forcefully with his neck sticking out, "Apologize? No way. Even if I don't do this business today, I will never apologize. The 3 sweet potatoes you touched just now, other people must think they are dirty and won't buy them, so you have to pay for them." The boss's eyes rolled, and with a look of self-admitted bad luck, he said, "Count me out. You guys can just give $100. Don't." Qin Feng didn't want to entangle with this boss for a second, threw down 2 words, turned around and pulled his leg out. Seeing this, the boss instantly became anxious and red-eyed, rushed up and grabbed Qin Feng's hand and refused to let go, roaring viciously, "If you don't pay up today, you don't want to leave. It's no good even if the King of Heaven comes." Qin Feng's face sank, and just as he wanted to shake his boss's hand away, a familiar voice rang out. "What's going on?" Zhang Haoyang and Bai Ruoyi walked over, and it was him who had inquired just now, also confused by the situation in front of him. Zhou Wenbin suppressed the depression in his heart and briefly talked about the matter. "This boss sells sweet potatoes too black. A caddy of $25. We don't want it anymore. He forces us to buy his sweet potatoes." Zhang Haoyang secretly slander. "This Qin Feng is also too brain-dead just for $180 make such a mess as for it?" However, Zhang Haoyang thought for a moment. The corner of his mouth quietly floated up a touch of imperceptible smugness, which in turn created a perfect opportunity for himself to make a name for himself. Zhang Haoyang took out 2 brand new $100 bills and said in a loud voice, "This is $200. No need to look for it. I'm not that bad." He deliberately aggravated his tone, fearing that the people around him would not see him striking out with bravado. "Hurry up and let my friend go," said. Zhang Haoyang also slightly raised his chin, eyes full of condescending superiority, as if to declare to the crowd their own wealth and righteousness. It was also good to show off his presence in front of Bai Ruoyi. The boss of the roasted sweet potatoes nimbly took the money and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Still, this handsome man is rich, unlike some people who are so poor that they have to be catty about eating a sweet potato." Qin Feng was not happy, not because Zhang Haoyang gave money for him, but he felt that he could not spoil this kind of boss. "Hoyo, don't give him any money. This boss is too shady." Zhang Haoyang frowned and said in his heart, "Why is this guy Qin Feng so unintelligent? What's the benefit of arguing about this kind of thing? Wasting time isn't just a couple $100. Forget about it, let's all calm down. Let's make it a big deal and let's make it a small one. Let's come out to have fun. Don't waste time on this kind of thing," Zhang Haoyang hypocritically said. Bai Ruoyi looked at Qin Feng, sighed softly and secretly shook her head. She was really a little tired of seeing a big man actually for $100 or $80, arguing with people on the street, and did not feel ashamed. She was now very glad she had worn a mask. How humiliating it would be if she was recognized as the big netizen, and her friend couldn't even afford a sweet potato. Zhou Wenbin also persuaded Qin Feng to let it go.
Qin Feng saw that everyone didn't want to be bothered with this matter, so he had no choice but to call it quits. After walking a few steps, Bai Ruoli couldn't help but complain about Qin Feng. What's wrong with you? Making a scene on the street even for $100 or so. Making me embarrassed to walk with you. If people see this, they'll think that we, all of us, are so poor that we can't even afford to eat sweet potatoes. Qin Feng didn't think he was at fault. He was defending his legitimate interests. These crooked merchants just saw that people didn't want to make a big deal out of it and weren't punished, so they dared to do whatever they wanted. Those are the business bureau's business, not ours, so don't worry about this blindly. Bai Ruoli said, if it wasn't for Hoyo paying for you, you'd be someone's joke. Zhang Haoyang smiled lightly. It's fine, just $200. Then he pretended to say, Qin Feng, Bai Ruoli is right, even if you're not satisfied with his price, you give it and forget about it. Eat a little loss. No need to pull yourself down and quarrel on everyone's street. Just don't go buy from him in the future. If you want to eat sweet potatoes in the future, I'll just treat you. Zhang Haoyang is secretly pleased. Not only can he pretend to be bold in front of everyone, but he can also secretly step on Qin Feng. Xia Mengmeng looked at these people with strange eyes and secretly laughed. These people must not know that the richest person was Qin Feng. The thought that she was the only one who knew that Qin Feng was rich gave her a sense of stolen joy. I do think what Brother Qin Feng said makes sense. We should be brave and defend our legitimate interests. We shouldn't let those black-hearted merchants make a profit. Xia Mengmeng said in a petulant voice. He said and then winked at Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng, do you think so? Qin Feng didn't have the heart to blankly glance at Xia Mengmeng, and thinking of those things just now, he glared at Xia Mengmeng, warning her to stop talking nonsense, lest anyone else get the wrong idea. But this glare of his was captured by Zhou Wenbin, and his face instantly became even more depressed. Bai Ruoli also looked at Xia Mengmeng with a surprised face, seemingly saying, when did you two have such a good relationship? You all called on your brother and called so smoothly. Xia Mengmeng mischievously spat out her tongue and smiled. Don't look at me with such eyes. I'm just being honest. I have to go back beforehand. You guys go play by yourselves. Qin Feng thought to himself that staying here might cause some kind of trouble. It's better to leave the let for now. Which knows that just as he left in front of him, Xia Mengmeng went on to say, I'm also leaving, so you guys take your time to go play. Immediately afterward, he caught up with Qin Feng's pace. It was as if the two had discussed it. The corner of Zhou Wenbin's mouth twitched slightly, wanting to say something but not saying it. Zhang Haoyang frowned as he watched the two leave and said, What's wrong with these two guys? Why do I feel as if they are hiding something from us? Bai Ruoli also had this thought out of a woman's sixth sense. She always felt that today's Xia Mengmeng was a bit different from yesterday, and her attitude towards Qin Feng was also a bit different. Chapter 79. My friend's sweetheart chases me. Zhang Haoyang frowned, thoughtfully looking at Zhou Wenbin secretly thought. Qin Feng looked and Xia Mengmeng relationship is somewhat ambiguous. Zhou Wenbin like Xia Mengmeng, he should know something. I first test his mouth. So, Zhang Haoyang deliberately said, Wenbin, did you and Xia Mengmeng have a fight? Why do I feel as if she's deliberately ignoring you? Zhou Wenbin smiled awkwardly and bitterly. It's nothing. I'll go back first, you two go play. After what he had just experienced, he was not in the mood to continue strolling, nor did he want to be a light bulb for the two. Zhang Haoyang secretly gave Zhou Wenbin a you-know-what look, and this time only he and Bai Ruoli were left alone. Ruoyi, let me take you to the playground. Zhang Haoyang's eyes were fiery. His eyes were hot as he looked at Bai Ruoli. No one was here and he didn't have to deliberately hide his adoration. Bai Ruoli saw that everyone else had left and was tasteless. Then, the corner of his mouth hooked up a faint smile. In his heart, he was secretly thinking, today, he and Zhang Haoyang got so close, and even took one of his valuable bags just now. Qin Feng quarreled with the boss of the sweet potato seller. Maybe it was because of jealousy that he and Zhang Haoyang were good, so he was looking for something to vent. Now may have gone back to sulk. Think of this. Bai Ruoli. I feel the mood suddenly bright up. Faced with a sweet smile said, Do not go. A lot of netizens' private letter. Let me hurry to open the live broadcast. I have to go back to open the live broadcast. Next time to go. Zhang Haoyang felt a loss in his heart and forced a smile. All right then. I'll ask you out next time. I'll send you back. At the same time, Xia Mengmeng's small steps followed closely behind Qin Feng, her little pink mouth pouting high as she carefully said, Brother Qin Feng, I just had no choice but to say that I'm your girlfriend, so don't take it to heart. As she spoke, her small, soulful eyes darted around, sneaking glances at Qin Feng from time to time, carefully capturing the subtle changes in expression on his face. At this moment, She was living like a kitten that had done something wrong, looking blearily at her master. Qin Feng originally had a stern face and wanted to teach her a lesson, but when he saw her cute appearance, he couldn't say those words. Ugh. Do you know that Zhou Wenbin likes you? Let him see you like that. I'm afraid that my brother will misunderstand. He felt the need to make these things clear, lest such misunderstandings continue to occur. Xia Mengmeng snorted a laugh. Her silver bell voice rang out. This kind of thing is good to do, la. What if, and I mean what if, haha. If I like you and you don't like me, won't I allow you to like another girl? Besides, it's his business if he likes me. And it's my business who I like. So it's not like I don't have the right to pursue someone else just because he's your friend. Right? Qin Feng froze. This was not an unreasonable statement. It wasn't true that Zhou Wenbin liked Xia Mengmeng, but it didn't mean that Xia Mengmeng didn't have the right to pursue others. What you said also makes some sense. Forget it. I can't talk to you. Do what you like. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. As long as one does not make a move against Xia Mengmeng, one is being benevolent. As for whether Zhou Wenbin can chase Xia Mengmeng to his hand, then you look at his ability. Originally is I have reason. Xia Mengmeng put her hands behind her back, her small head raised high, her chest straight, her face full of small arrogant look. Qin Feng was also amused by her appearance, and the depression in his heart was swept away. Being a man should be dashing. Why bother with so many things? Zhou Wenbin liked Xia Mengmeng. That was his business. Xia Mengmeng was friends with herself, and that was again her own business. Mengmeng, I'm going back. Qin Feng saw that the street was almost done shopping, so he thought of going back and Xia Mengmeng said without thinking, That's good. Let's go back to school together. I don't live on campus and don't share the road. Huh. Xia Mengmeng was surprised. Then where are you? Dragon Academy chanting. Oh, that's really not on the way. Xia Mengmeng felt a little disappointed. Originally she had thought of walking back with Qin Feng, and in the meantime, feeling him out again. Once you think about it, Qin Feng is so rich, how can he live in a dormitory? Rich people like to have a separate space. Suddenly, the cell phone in Qin Feng's pocket emitted a musical ringtone. Pulling it out, it was an unknown caller. Hello? A man's panicked voice came from the other side of the phone. Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin? Yes, you are. Qin Feng was a bit curious, and in a moment his face became a bit depressed. You mean my car was hit by someone else? The man apologized slightly and said, Yes, I accidentally hit your car when I was backing up, so if you're free, come over and negotiate. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Qin Feng heard the man on the opposite side of the room speak in a very panicked voice, and he didn't know what was going on. No one is hurt, right? Qin Feng's heart tightened. It was fine if the car had an accident, but he was afraid that the people would not be fine. No, just bumped into your car. If only there weren't, I'd go over there now. Hearing that no one was injured, Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to Xia Mengmeng and said, Mengmeng, my car has been hit by someone. I'll go over to take a look. I'll go take a look too. Xia Mengmeng was very curious in her heart. She wanted to know what kind of car Qin Feng drove and wanted to join in the fun. Qin Feng's car was parked in a parking space near the school. Although there were parking spaces inside the Dragon Academy, sometimes he would park in a space on the street for convenience. The two rushed back to the parking place in a hurry. Qin Feng saw his Kiernan car front hung color. The headlights are banged up and broken, and there are a number of fine scratches and dents in the body. Hit his car is a pedal tricycle middle-aged uncle, car piled with cardboard, standing next to a timid little girl, presumably his daughter. Qin Feng noticed that the uncle's face was pale and his eyes were filled with panic. It was thought that he knew in his heart that the compensation for crashing into his luxury car must be worth a lot, and in his condition, he could not afford it. Uncle, I'm the owner of this car. How is your person? Are you not hurt? Qin Feng had a warm smile on his face and his tone was soft, afraid of scaring the other party. The uncle in front of me is a poor family, so old, but also with children outside by collecting scrap to make a living. Carefully measured, uncle body several abrasions, should be crashed when the car fell from the car caused. Right? Sorry, is my carelessness? Hit your car, you cannot be angry. Uncle stammered, with a clear tremor in his voice. I really didn't mean it. How much do you have to pay to repair this car? I will pay for it, the uncle said while rubbing his hands uneasily, his eyes filled with fear, afraid that Qin Feng would make excessive compensation demands. Chapter 80 recognized a god-sister. Qin Feng felt pity, really cannot bear to put forward a claim for compensation to people like him, and he is not bad, cannot ruin people's families because of this matter. Just as Qin Feng was about to open his mouth to speak, the little girl beside the uncle timidly tilted her head, her big watery eyes full of fear and pleading, and said pitifully, "Brother, can we owe it first? My dad really can't get the money right now. My mom is sick and is still waiting for my dad to make money to cure her. When I grow up and can earn money, I'll definitely pay you back. Okay?" Before the words were finished, the little girl's eyes filled with tears, like broken beads rustling rolled down. Seeing this pitiful appearance of the little girl and looking at those dirty clothes on her body, Qin Feng instantly softened his heart, pitying and feeling sorry for this well-behaved and understanding little girl. Qin Feng secretly sighed. The more suffering the poor people are, the more things happen to them. So he put on a cordial smile and said, "Uncle, don't worry about the compensation. I just happen to be planning on getting a new car, and this one was wrecked by you, which is God's way of reminding me to get a new car as soon as possible, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm not that far behind you." Qin Feng smiled in consolation, seemingly not putting this car in his eyes at all. Uncle face stunned, he thought of many kinds of possibilities, may have to compensate tens of thousands or even 100,000 he thought of, only did not think that Qin Feng will not want him to lose money. Tears of gratitude fell straight from his eyes and he choked, "Boss, thank you for your high-handedness." After saying that, he wanted to kneel down to Qin Feng. He really had a very difficult family, his wife was sick, and he was very short of money. Qin Feng did not need him to compensate him at this time, making him very grateful. "Uncle, don't be like this." Qin Feng was startled and hurriedly helped him up. "Get up quickly. If you have something to say, don't kneel down. I can't afford it." Thank you, thank you." Uncle excitedly kept saying thank you before Qin Feng came. He had heard someone say that this car was worth millions, and that he had to compensate tens of thousands of dollars for random scratches, which also kept him in fear, and now when he heard that Qin Feng would not allow him to compensate for the damage, he suddenly had a feeling like he had been given a new lease of life. "Thank you, brother." The uncle's daughter followed suit and knelt down to thank him. Frightened, Qin Feng hurriedly helped her up, and he also understood the uncle's difficulties very well, so he had the intention to help him. "Uncle, don't say anything. Hurry up and send me your PayPal. I'll transfer a little pocket money to this little kid." The uncle was busy shaking his head to excuse himself. "Boss, thank you for your kindness. We are grateful that you have this intention. It's really not necessary." Qin Feng deliberately blushed. "Uncle, are you looking down on me? You're like this, then I'm going to make you pay for it." The uncle was scared by Qin Feng and did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly opened Alipay. Without saying anything, Qin Feng directly transferred $2 million to him. "Boss, did you make a mistake?" When the uncle saw the number of the transfer, his eyes widened and he stared dead at the string of numbers on the screen to confirm it over and over again. "There's nothing wrong with that. I'm in a good mood today, so consider this money as a way for you to improve your life and for your wife to use as medical expenses. Just stop excusing yourself or I'm going to make you pay for my fare." Qin Feng deliberately put on a threatening look. This move was really very effective, and the uncle immediately dared not say anything else. Thank you, boss." The uncle was very grateful. "You'll be rich if you're good." Xia Mengmeng on the side also couldn't help but curiously probe her head to look, and immediately her beautiful eyes widened and her mind was shaken. Wan couldn't believe that Qin Feng had struck out so boldly. Don't uncle compensate money is already benevolent and righteous, but also backhandedly transferred $2 million to him. This guy are treating money as joy beans? What's the difference between that and a walking god of wealth? At this moment Xia Mengmeng had an illusion, seriously suspecting that Qin Feng was the god of wealth reincarnated and descended to help the poor. How else could they be so nice? Completely refreshing her perception of the second generation of the rich, the way she looked at Qin Feng suddenly became colorful. Ruoyi had always said that Qin Feng was a scum and was poor, but I think he's the best man in the world. Rich, loving, responsible, super handsome, and just the perfect Prince Charming. Compare Zhang Haoyang, although that guy also a little money, but by a thing afraid that people do not know he has a few past lives and love to pretend, but also not as good looking as Qin Feng handsome. Such a comparison is completely a day a place, ordinary rich second generation like Zhang Hao like this, only Qin Feng this kind of rich second generation is like that kind of family young master from a famous family. At this instant Xia Mengmeng, who had originally had a slight favorable impression of Qin Feng, suddenly had a great increase in her good feelings, and the strange emotions that rose in her heart. "Uncle, there's nothing going on. Go about your business. I'm leaving too, bye." Qin Feng did not want to stay here and continue to be noticeable, His actions just now were already too noticeable. Spending $2 million and getting 20 times the return for doing good, $40 million has arrived. Not only did he do a good deed, but he also stood to earn $38 million for nothing. Qin Feng was in a very happy mood. Together with the previous use of $1 million to buy that bag for Xia Mengmeng, obtained 5 times the return of $5 million, today went out for a shopping trip, a total of 4,200 million small profit. The other little money for snacks didn't count, and he didn't bother to include it. Xia Mengmeng took a deep look at Qin Feng's broad back. Her mood was very complicated. Then she opened her long legs and hurriedly chased after him. Brother Qin Feng, you're so nice. It's great to know you. Xia Mengmeng also disregarded the suspicion of men and women, and directly took Qin Feng's arm, just like a couple shopping. Are you always this proactive when shopping with others? Qin Feng smiled faintly, but did not reject Xia Mengmeng's move. Anyway, now that I've thought about it, it's not like I'm actively trying to seduce someone, so I can't refuse someone to come and make a pass at me. Xia Mengmeng smiled wryly, pushed her glasses with her small hand, raised her delicate chin, looked at Qin Feng's face and said, "You're the first boy to take such initiative with me, and it's not something unseemly? But I've always treated you like a brother. You won't mind me as a sister." Xia Mengmeng secretly calculating in her heart, first in Qin Feng's set of relations, clear that he has no idea of him, then he will not resist their intimate behavior, and so he got used to their sister will certainly fall in love with their own. Qin Feng dumbfounded or the first time encountered this kind of thing, but also do not resent Xia Mengmeng and their own messy relationship, but on the contrary, I think this little girl is quite cute, as if more than one sister is also very interesting. Thus, Qin Feng laughed. "Since you called me a brother, from now on you'll be my recognized god sister, if there's anything brother covers you."
Chapter 81 Ex-Girlfriend Stalking.
Brother Qin Feng, you're the best. Xia Mengmeng's heart blossomed and her smile grew brighter. Qin Feng recognized her as a god-sisters. That was a major breakthrough. With this kind of relationship in the future, one could be bright and close to Qin Feng. Humph, when the time comes, it's the near water current table first. When the relationship is a little bit closer, then he himself will propose to live with him together and go in as a sister. I don't believe that a big beautiful woman placed beside him cannot be moved, sooner or later will not be able to control his animal nature, to himself to extend his claws. Hey! Xia Mengmeng snapped as if she had a plan. Qin Feng also thought in his heart, recognized Xia Mengmeng as a god-sister, can also extinguish her bad intentions towards himself, but can also experience the joy of being a god-brother. Satisfy your regret of not having a sister. Qin Feng said, "Since you call me brother, then brother will give you a little meeting gift and take you to buy some beautiful clothes." "Yes, thank you, brother." Xia Mengmeng smiled like a flower, her 2 eyes sparkling. Brother Qin Feng really knows how to please girls. No wonder so many people like him. I must be on guard, lest someone else snatch my brother Qin Feng. Suddenly thinking of Bai Ruoli, Xia Mengmeng couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from curling upwards. Secretly, she said, "Ruori definitely doesn't know Qin Feng's true identity. Otherwise she couldn't have treated him with such an attitude. It's better not to know, and you have one less formidable enemy." Just for a moment, Xia Mengmeng's heart was secretly alert again. Suddenly thinking of Lu Piaoshui, Shi Ruojing, and Shen Ruoyi, these 3 people were very close to Qin Feng's brother. Brother Qin Feng even fought with Jiang Xiaofeng for Shen Ruoyi. These 2 are very close. Especially that Shi Ruojing, she and brother Qin Feng were still in that kind of unseemly relationship. This guy was in the greatest danger. Xia Mengmeng immediately felt enemies on all sides, and her jealousy was overwhelming. Qin Feng frowned slightly as he felt Xia Mengmeng's hand gripping his own suddenly push harder, resulting in another crash. Was this intentional or an accident? "What are you thinking about?" Seeing Xia Mengmeng somewhat lost in thought, Qin Feng knew that he had misunderstood. "Nothing. Just thinking it's nice to have a brother." Xia Mengmeng was oblivious to how ambiguous the 2 men's posture was at this moment, and the eyes of passers-by were both envious and jealous. However, Qin Feng did not know that there was a person sneaking around dozens of meters behind the 2 of them, staring at the 2 of them all the time. This person was Zhou Wenbin, who couldn't help the curiosity in his heart to see if Qin Feng and Xia Mengmeng had a special relationship not long after the 2 of them left. So he sneaks up on them and ends up seeing the 2 of them together. The vinegar has spilled several times. "Somo's sweetheart is you. Even if you 2 are boyfriend and girlfriend, I won't give up. I've always thought there was something odd about you 2. It's this kind of relationship, why don't you tell everyone?" Zhou Wenbin's heart was filled with bitterness and some complaints. He also knew that he was no match for Qin Feng, But when he thought of Xia Mengming's lovely appearance, he was reluctant to give up on his favorite girl. After following for a while, Zhou Wenbin was secretly depressed. Where did the two of them want to go? Is it hard to go? Open the door? This idea was born in Zhou Wenbin's mind and lingered like a magic spell, unable to resist the desire to follow down and take a look. Not far behind Zhou Wenbin, there was also a slender woman wearing a hat and glasses mask who was also following behind. This person was Bai Ruoyi. She felt that there was something wrong with Xia Mengming and Qin Feng, so she wanted to follow them over to take a look. But it turned out that things were far more complicated than she had imagined. What's going on here? When did Xia Mengming and this scumbag Qin Feng get along? And what's with this Zhou Wenbin? Why is he following behind Qin Feng? Could it be that there's some unseemly relationship between the three of them? Bai Ruoyi muttered a few words, her heart becoming more and more curious about the trio's relationship. And she couldn't help but follow them as well. Having been seeing Qin Feng and the two of them making out next to each other, his heart instantly affirmed his suspicions. This guy is too scary. A girl as simple as Xia Mengming is no match for this scummy guy. She must have been tricked by his sweet words. We must think of a way to stop the two of them from being together, Bai Ruoyi said in exasperation. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly turned around. Zhou Wenbin and Bai Ruoyi immediately hid in fear, the two of them being thieves in general. Brother Qin Feng, what are you looking at? Xia Mengming's head was full of questions. Nothing. Maybe it's just my illusion. I thought someone was following me. Qin Feng casually laughed. He always felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him behind him, making him a bit uncomfortable. Then there was some self-scorn. How could there be so many people idly and boringly tracking themselves, and not doing anything illegal or offending anyone? They must be overthinking it. The corner of Xia Mengming's mouth rose and said with a smile, "You must be thinking too much. Look, we're back to this bustling fashion street. I'm going to take a good stroll and buy lots and lots of pretty clothes." Qin Feng sparingly threw the strange thoughts that had previously haunted his mind out of the sky, and with one more point of doting in his eyes, he responded in a domineering manner. "It's not even a matter. Just buy whichever piece of clothing you fancy. Brother promises to fill you up." Followed by Zhou Wenbin depressed, how to come to shopping again. Bai Ruoyi also hid inside the crowd furtively, secretly saying, "This guy really wants to corrupt Xia Mengming's pure heart with the means of money. These are the routines of the scum to pursue girls. First use money to please the girls, this shameless one. Xia Mengming must be reminded to stay awake and not be bought off by a little gift. Quickly open his cell phone to secretly send a message to Xia Mengming. Mengming, let me tell you, if you come across some guy who doesn't look too serious, especially inviting you to go shopping, this guy's purpose is definitely not pure. He is definitely trying to buy you with money. You must polish your eyes." Xia Mengming felt a bit puzzled. How could Ruoyi suddenly say these brainless words? Still, I sent a message back. "I know. Thanks for your concern. I won't be fooled by those scumbags." Bai Ruoyi was anxious. You have already been cheated by the scum, and you still say that you have not been cheated. But now he couldn't run out and talk to Xia Mengming clearly, and could only watch Qin Feng lead Xia Mengming into a high-end clothing store. Bai Ruoyi hurriedly sent a message. "Mengming, you have to believe in one sentence. Any penny boys spend on you is with a purpose, is to want to take back from you 100 times 1,000 times. You must not be greedy for a small advantage to receive gifts from boys." Xia Mengming was depressed. Ruoyi was not right today. Forget it. Let's just buy the clothes and ignore her when we have time. Chapter 82 directly dumbfounded the girl. As soon as Qin Feng stepped into the store, the corner of his mouth raised an unruly smile, and his voice carried a bit of unquestionable spontaneity. "Mengming, these clothes in the store, you can pick them at will. There's no need to consider the price. You only need to consider 3 words." Qin Feng gave a slight beat, his eyes thieving brightly gazing at Xia Mengming's face that was slightly reddened from joy. Buy. Qin Feng's bravado, dominance, and pampering that naturally emanated from him instantly made Xia Mengming's heart blossom with joy and smiles. Her bright eyes rippled, her favorable feelings towards Qin Feng soaring. "Thank you, brother Qin Feng," Xia Mengming said in a petulant voice, with a bright smile on her face. "I knew that brother Qin Feng is the best for me." Xia Mengming slightly raised her chin. Her watery eyes only had Qin Feng's handsome face. The soft arm intimately held Qin Feng's arm, and the whole person leaned tightly towards Qin Feng. Like a couple in the honeymoon period, it was hard to part. Money touches where it shouldn't, and it touches where it should. Qin Feng mouth corner smiling. Let Xia Mengming stick to his body. This sister did not let me pain in vain. quite understand. Xia Mengmeng picked up a fashionable dress and compared it to herself. Beautiful woman, your eyes are really good. This skirt is the new goods that just arrived in our store, and it is also the most popular Angola red this year. Moving on you, the whole temperament is different, especially beautiful. Ask your boyfriend if you don't believe me. The salesman has a sweet little mouth, and this type of customer, where men and women shop together, has the highest likelihood of closing. Oh, how much does it cost? Xia Mengmeng subconsciously asked. This is her shopping habit. First understand the price, to see if it is their own financial ability can afford. It's not expensive, just 20,000. Ah! Xia Mengming's shocked little mouth opened with an unbelievable face. It's going to be so expensive? I thought it was only 1,000. Beauty. This is a Chanel store. This price is not expensive. Xia Mengmeng was shocked. Of course she knows the brand Chanel. Just that she was too happy when she just entered the store and didn't notice that she actually came to the boutique. Would brother Qin Feng buy such expensive clothes for himself? Xia Mengmeng wasn't sure if Qin Feng would buy such expensive clothes and raised her eyes to Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally reached out and wrapped his arms around Xia Mengming's unmanageably soft and thin waist. Xia Mengming's petite body slightly shook. This was the first time she was wrapped around her waist by a male. This touch was also the first time she felt it. A little hot and very soothing. She didn't do anything to resist, instead acquiescing to Qin Feng's actions like this. Qin Feng felt the soft touch coming from his fingertips. His mind was swirling. While enjoying the aroma emanating from her body, his eyebrows flew and colorfully smiled. It's fine. I'm still the same as just now. As long as you like it. Don't say it's this piece of clothing, even if it's 10 pieces, I'll buy it for you. After saying that, he also deliberately pinched Mo's waist gently. Xia Mengmeng instantly pretty face red. Secretly thought, brother Qin Feng is also too big guts. Here there are people watching it. If others see, it will certainly be laughed at. The sales clerk didn't mind Qin Feng and the two of them showing their love in front of her, smilingly saying, Beauty, your boyfriend is so generous. Just buy a few more clothes. Go on. Wear this set of clothes for me. Qin Feng gave Xia Mengmeng the set of dresses worth $20,000. Aha! Xia Mengmeng answered softly, her eyes full of joy that she couldn't hide. Her footsteps light and quick as she walked into the fitting room. Closing the door, she hurriedly hung her bag on it and moved to undo the buttons on her dress skillfully. Clothes slipped off, revealing smooth and delicate skin like sheep's fat jade. Long and round thighs with smooth lines, beautiful and moving. Who would have thought that the svelte-eyed girl, Xia Mengmeng, possessed such a proud figure? Outside the Chanel boutique, Zhou Wenbin squatted in the street and smoked a cigarette in depression. What are those two doing in there? Brother Feng also didn't tell me that the two of them are so close. Can it be that the two of them are really a couple? Not far from Zhou Wenbin, Bai Ruoyi was also puzzled. Why did Qin Feng take Xia Mengmeng to the Chanel boutique? And where did he get the money to buy a gift for Xia Mengmeng? Did his own mom give him a ton of money, so now he's taking the hush money I gave him to pick up other chicks? Bai Ruoyi was inexplicably angry in her heart and said indignantly, A scum is a scum. Inside the store, Xia Mengmeng slinkily walked out of the fitting room, and Qin Feng only felt a steep light in front of his eyes, and his gaze was instantly firmly attracted. Changing into the set of clothes Xia Mengmeng, as if injected with a different soul, the temperament has undergone an amazing metamorphosis. On the original pure and lovely face, there were a few more points of innate reserve at this moment. The delicate glasses were perched on the bridge of her upturned nose, and the eyes behind the lenses were a little shy, as if they weren't accustomed to the state they were in at the moment. She looks like this is very reminiscent of those contrasting eyeglasses women that make you want to push her down. Qin Feng's fiery gaze made Xia Mengmeng shy like a frightened deer. She looked down to her toes, her ears flushed red, and although she was shy, she couldn't help but feel happy, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. As a woman, she knew very well what it meant for a man to look at himself with that kind of look, a look that was extremely aggressive, as if he wanted to eat himself. This made Xia Mengmeng complacent, pleased that her beauty was able to attract Qin Feng's attention. Cough. Qin Feng coughed lightly to cover up his tense state just now, and smiled in a harmonious manner. Not bad. This set of clothes fits perfectly on you. The suit is bought. Thank you, brother Qin Feng. Xia Mengming's heart trembled fiercely. Although she knew that Qin Feng might buy it for herself, she couldn't stop the joy surging through her heart after hearing Qin Feng's affirmation, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. $20,000 for a suit arrived. You're welcome. Just pick out a few more outfits. Xia Mengming's face smile suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes widened, and in this instant, she almost thought if her ears were hallucinating. Even if one dress is $20,000, that's almost $200,000 for 10. This sudden surprise made Xia Mengming have the feeling of being in a dream world. Is everything said true? Xia Mengming breathed heavily. Unconsciously, even her tone became nervous, afraid that Qin Feng would say it was a joke. I never joke with girls about this kind of thing. Just pick any 10 sets. Don't consider the price. Qin Feng smiled evilly and with great bravado. Money is what you use to spend. Even the waitress on the side was shocked by Qin Feng's words. She had never seen any customer who came to their house and directly wanted to buy 10 sets. You don't run into a customer like that all year round. So this time it's going to be a big order. The waiter looked at Xia Mengming's eyes suddenly became incomparably envious. If he had such a bossy and handsome boyfriend, how good it would be. Chapter 83 Opening Gift for Drifting Snow. The waiter's gaze full of envy made Xia Mengming's vanity gain great satisfaction once again. Thank you, brother Qin Feng. Xia Mengming smiled like a flower, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. Quickly go pick out some clothes. Qin Feng looked at Xia Mengming this happy, and his own mood was also pleasant. Aha! Xia Mengming nodded her head vigorously, handing over the piece of clothing she had just selected to the waiter, and went to pick out her favorite clothes again with great joy. Qin Feng had a smile on his lips. Making a woman happy was so simple. As long as she was willing to spend money, there was no woman who didn't like it. A woman who was extremely disgusted with herself, by Ruoyi, suddenly flashed through her mind. Qin Feng immediately laughed coldly in his heart. Bai Ruoyi must now think that she was very successful and everything was earned by her own hard luck. When she realizes that everything she has was given to her by herself, and that she can easily take back everything she has, she will be devastated and will regret it to the core. I'll make her realize that the man she once despised is now the man she can't reach. Sooner or later, I will make her kneel and submit at my feet. How high Bai Ruoyi stood now, how badly she would fall later. As for her mother, Chu Meiru He, thinking of that enchanting appearance, and the reluctant submission to his massaging thighs, Qin Feng couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from curving upwards, and his eyes revealed ambiguous eyes. Big or small? I'll take them all. Qin Feng played with the cell phone, the expression on his face slightly moved. He suddenly thought of something. In just a moment when Shi Ruoyi milk tea store drinking milk tea, he called the delivery boy to prepare a gift for their opening. Now think about it, should have arrived. Meanwhile, Lu Piaoshui and Shi Ruoyi were still working on the opening of the milk tea store, and the popularity was quite good. Just then, a minivan pulls up in front of the milk tea store. The back door opens, and 4 girls get out of it, 2 carrying a huge bouquet of flowers. The crowd clamored. All of them were firmly attracted by these 2 bouquets of flowers. Their eyes were looking straight. Some people marveled. Some people couldn't believe it, and some people rushed to take pictures. Because the 2 bouquets were folded with red bills. Each bouquet had 999 flowers. May I ask who is Lu Piaoshui? Shi Ruoyi? We are. What can I do for you? Both Lu Piaoshui's gazes fell on those flowers folded with money, and their gazes were both very surprised. Here are the flowers someone ordered for you. Please sign for them. Shi Ruoyi hurriedly looked carefully and touched it with her hand. The smile on her face simply could not be suppressed, and her voice carried a few points of excitement as she said, Piaoshui, all of this money is real. The little girl who delivered the flowers simply couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. Of course it's true. Each bouquet is 999 sheets, and we've gotten a lot of people to fold them. That's a total of $99,900. I'm so envious of you guys. Having someone send you this kind of money to spend. Thanks. Lu Piaoshui and surprised and happy, the opening ceremony in full view of the public, in the opening ceremony to send such a large flowers, and his really rich flowers, no matter whether it is the row or vanity of the 2 girls, have been a huge satisfaction, but also in the heart of the heart is very puzzled who will be sent. And at that moment, the college students around them who came to drink milk tea cast envious eyes. A student wearing glasses looked straight in the eyes. These 2 flowers are close to 200,000. A lot of people don't even have 100,000 to input. Looking pretty is different. Receiving a random gift is worth $100,000. A certain female college student's eyes glowed with envy. I'm so envious of them. Why is it that my boyfriend isn't so generous and doesn't know how to be romantic? She finished with a sly, hateful glance at her boyfriend next to her. Much to her boyfriend's embarrassment, he could only look down and sip his milk tea. Another girl also whispered, See? This is the right way for boys to give gifts. If you boys don't work hard, you'll only be able to treat us girls to milk tea in the future. And you'll never be able to eat imported Brazilian steaks. Hearing the envious exclamations of the guests, Lu Piao Shue's smile grew brighter and brighter. This kind of praise made her heart happy and very flattered. The small and high nose slightly twitching, as if to money flowers in the smell of money, not a trace of inhalation of lungs. What a fragrance! Lu Piao Shue secretly sighed in the bottom of her heart. No wonder so many girls like others to send money flowers. This is not more romantic than those roses? More delightful to girls? Lu Piao Shue suddenly began to understand why those girls why they worshipped gold. It turns out that money can be so pleasant. Shi Ruoyi curiously rummaged among these bouquets, and before long, she found a message card that read, "I wish you a prosperous business opening and more beautiful growth, Brother Feng. Piao Shui." This is from Brother Feng, Shi Ruoyi said in surprise, instantly realizing that she did mention to Brother Feng about opening a milk tea store before. This surprise is really delightful, worthy of the main silver. Know what I like most? Well. I must repay my master for his kindness. Lu Piao Shui also found the same blessing card, and immediately had a very complicated mood, secretly thinking, this Brother Feng sends me gifts so frequently. Could it be that he wants to pursue me? Or maybe he just wants to sleep with me. She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, and he was still in that strange relationship with Shi Ruoyi, and now he was treating himself so equally. What did he want? Are you trying to kill two birds with one stone? Thinking of this, Lu Piao Shue's heart was in great turmoil, and she even had the thought of wanting to return this money to Brother Feng in this moment. As much as she loved money, she didn't want to sell her body or her personality. I don't want to be Feng's plaything. The tangled expression on her face was simply full of nothing but Shi Ruoyi, and with a second thought, she knew what was tangled in his mind. Shi Ruoyi persuaded, Piao Shui, to be a person should be happy. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. What he is willing to give to you, you take it with peace of mind. Has Brother Feng made any excessive requests to you? Lu Piao Shui gently shook her head. That's right, this money may be a lot for us, but for Brother Feng it may be 1 or 2 cents. It's not even in our eyes, you ought just feel free to accept it. Consider it an opening gift from a good friend. Your words seem to be somewhat reasonable. It's me who's too stupid. Lu Piao Shui pondered for a while, feeling more and more that her best friend's words were reasonable, and the tangle between her eyebrows instantly stretched out. Remember to join me in a while and thank Brother Feng properly. The corners of Shi Ruoyi's mouth rose, a few hints of cunning in her eyes. You can't be perfunctory. You have to show some sincerity. Immediately afterward, Shi Ruoyi's eyes narrowed, revealing a meaningful smile as she ambiguously responded, I'll definitely thank Brother Feng properly, and definitely impress him. Chapter 84. See you at the bar tonight. Seeing this ambiguous smile of her good best friend, Lu Piao Shui, how could she not know what she was thinking? The corner of her mouth hooked up with an urging smile and flirted. You're not planning to send him that kind of seductive photos, are you? Hee hee. Shi Ruoyi laughed so hard that her 2 groups of full white rabbits trembled madly, causing many male guests to secretly peek at them. Piao Shui, as a good best friend, I have to remind you that there can't be pure friendship between men and women. If you want to maintain a long-lasting friendly relationship, why should people give us money to spend if you don't sweeten the pot a little? I advise you just don't be so stubborn anyway. Let him see some of the photos, we didn't lose anything. When one day he got tired of seeing, you want to show him he still doesn't want to see it. Take advantage of this opportunity, we have to take advantage of the opportunity. Shi Ruoyi is very meaningful. Saying these words also deliberately emphasized the word opportunity. Lu Piao Shui was silent. Of course she knew that Brother Feng, so good to herself, there must be some plans. The last time she did the bunny dance made her feel very ashamed. If she sent out pictures again, wouldn't she be as depraved as Jing? Lu Piao Shui, you can't fall again for money. Always stick to the heart. Thinking twice, Lu Piao Shui still sent a thank you to Brother Feng. Brother Wind, thank you for this gift. I love it. Smiling emoji. Qin Feng was playing with his cell phone and only smiled faintly when he saw this message. Lu Piao Shui, as long as she accepts the gift, that's a start, as long as in her moral bottom line to tear a mouth. Later she receives gifts will slowly become natural, and then will slowly sink their own good. And then step by step, she'll be trained to be like Shi Ruoyi. Innocent jade girl transformed into lustful neodymium. It's exciting to think about. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into an evil smile and sent another message back. You're welcome. You go ahead and get busy. I still have things to do over here. Lu Piaoxua looked at the message sent by Qin Feng and secretly thought, this brother Feng is still very measured, and didn't continue to harass me or ask for favors just because he sent such an expensive gift. Maybe I'm overthinking it, he doesn't have that kind of strange idea about me, he just simply wants to give me a gift. On the other side, Shi Rojing had a smile on her lips and ambiguous eyes as she sent a small short video to Qin Feng. On her lips, she said, "Humph, Lord Silver will definitely be satisfied when he sees this welfare of mine." Just after the video was sent over, Qin Feng received a message on his side that the cover of the video was a photo of Shi Rojing spitting out her tongue, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed to turn upwards. It's still this little baby who understands things. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and smiled as he gently clicked on the video. Lord Silver, I want… The video shows Shi Rojing posing seductively in the restroom in a very bold and spirited manner. Instantly, Qin Feng's body shook tremendously. Hurry up and exit the video playback. In the heat of the moment you forget you're outside and it's still cranked up loud. Snapping his head up, he saw the people around him instantly focusing their eyes on him, each with a strange look on their face. It was a good thing that Xia Mengmeng was still concentrating on picking out her clothes and didn't hear those pinning sounds. Don't get me wrong, everyone. I was just swiping the video. Who knew these guys were a bit immodest, haha. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and snubbed the people around him. But unfortunately, the eyes of those people continued to look at him as if he was a pervert, which made Qin Feng very embarrassed. Then act as if nothing happened and continue to swipe your phone. This time, Qin Feng turned down the volume of his voice. Anyway, he had already been treated as a pervert by these people and didn't care. Read on. The video is only 10 seconds long. Shi Rojing shows her enchanting side, as well as her unseen inner longing. Looked at the Qin Feng secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. The heart holds a stomach of evil fire, cursing. This little sooner or later one day, I must properly pack her. How about a little baby to get under the fire? In the middle of thinking, suddenly thought of not long ago Zhao Zhuyan. That woman looks very easy to hook up, and with natural charm and a great body, always speaking with a hint of teasing and a look of lust. This kind of woman is dry wood. Qin Feng sent Zhao Zhuyan WeChat and did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Sister Zhao, let's go for a drink tonight. On the other hand, Zhao Zhuyan was still at work, and when she saw Qin Feng's message she instantly smiled, her red lips slightly opened, and said in a petulant voice, "This man is just like a cat. There is no such thing as not stealing fishy food." With that, the phone was put aside again. Against these men with bad intentions, Zhao Zhuyan is very experienced. Like her, doing sales will often come into contact with a variety of men. The kind that wants to run off to bed should be left hanging and not be in a hurry to return messages. The female co-worker next to her teased, Yen, is there another man hitting on you?" Zhao Zhuyan laughed softly. "There's no way, my old lady looks charming. Her charm is too big. Even the little boys can't resist it. It's hard for me too." Less stinky. Her co-worker blankly glanced at Zhao Zhuyan and peeked at her chat. "Wow, there's really a handsome guy asking you out for a drink. Why don't you go?" Zhao Zhuyan said meaningfully. "This you don't understand. Meals can be eaten together, but wine can't be drunk casually. Gifts can be taken all you want, but there's no way in hell you're going to lend money to these men. Because a lot of fake rich guys just use this kind of routine to scam women out of their money, talking about failed investments and cash flow and all that kind of trickery." Zhao Zhuyan spoke eloquently, like an experienced huntress, showing off her tips to her colleagues. The female coworker squinted her eyes and stared at Qin Feng's WeChat avatar and said, "Why does this person look so familiar?" Then he suddenly realized and said in surprise, "Isn't he the handsome guy who bought a limited edition bag in our store not long ago?" Zhao Zhuyan was shocked. "Didn't those two girls buy it just now?" The coworker immediately told Zhao Zhuyan about Qin Feng's plan with the store manager. Zhao Zhuyan was shocked. "I was especially wondering before why the store manager would give the limited edition bag to that girl. And I didn't know that there was such an activity. And when I asked the store manager he didn't say anything, so it turned out to be Qin Feng's ghost. Can't it be that he's a rich second generation?" Zhao Zhuyan's voice changed, asking back in surprise. Meanwhile Thing enviously said, "Needless to say, Yen, you're not going to drink with him. Why don't you recommend me to go?" "Okay." Zhao Zhuyan instantly snatched the phone back and said with a smile, "Hurry up and go about your business. Don't get in the way of me chatting with my clients here." And no longer bothering his coworker, he returned his mind to the chat. "Yeah, I know a great bar. Let's go there tonight and drink without getting drunk." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into an evil smile. He had already heard Zhao Zhuoyan hinting. Tonight, I'm afraid, is a night to remember. Chapter 85 Offering Passion in the Street. Thinking about it, Xia Mengmeng said cheerfully, Brother Qin Feng, 10 sets of clothes I've already picked out. See how this set works? Xia Mengmeng changed into a nice-looking outfit and flaunted in front of Qin Feng, intentionally showing off her figure. The outfit was a set of red dresses, and it was also a very expensive high-end luxury model worth $58,000. Wearing on Xia Mengmeng, the whole person seems to be a noble lady of the mansion. Qin Feng was satisfied and smiled faintly. Turn around and show me. Xia Mengmeng turned around very obediently, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, and when her arse turned to Qin Feng's side, Qin Feng ghostly gently patted Xia Mengmeng's arse and said as if nothing had happened, Not bad. Let's go with this set. That's a good one. I don't know if it's a compliment to the dress or her ass. Xia Mengmeng blushed shyly. In front of her there was a waitress watching. Qin Feng was right behind her back hitting her arse, making her feel shy and at the same time a hint of strange excitement. No need to try any more. Just leave in this outfit and pack all the rest. Okay. The waitress excitedly took all these clothes and packed them. Xia Mengmeng still had a trace of blush remaining on her face as she muttered in a small voice. Brother Qin Feng just knows how to bully me, always spanking my butt. Qin Feng's eyes were ambiguous. A smirk surfaced at the corner of his mouth, and he deliberately lowered his voice and said, This can't be blamed on my brother. It can only be said that my family's godsister looks too beautiful, and my brother didn't hold back for a moment. I'll pay attention next time. He said he would take care of it, but his face was not half repentant. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes and pretended to be exasperated as she chirped. Just know how to bully your sister. Where is such a brother? Qin Feng lightly laughed. This woman said no on her lips, but in her heart she was still eager to ask for more. It's okay. It's a long day. Take your time. Handsome. That's a total of 311,000. Hearing the cashier's voice, Xia Mengmeng was secretly shocked, although she had expected that these clothes were not cheap, but she could not imagine that they were so expensive. $311,000 for 10 sets of clothes, and an hour before, she couldn't have dreamed that such a good thing would fall upon her. Just because she called this man her brother and became his god-sister, a luxury envied in the eyes of others, she had it at her fingertips. Gratefulness is in the air. Xia Mengmeng's heart was like a tide, and her eyes were watery like a pool of spring water. She's a straight man's picture. Until Xia Mengmeng walked out of the Chanel boutique with 2 large bags of clothes and stopped to turn around and look at the huge Chanel sign. The heavy clothes in her hands were telling her that none of this was a dream. Not far away, Zhou Wenbin and Bai Ruoyi were shocked. How many clothes were bought in all those shopping bags? And how much money was used? Bai Ruoyi is well informed, hurriedly took out her cell phone to take a photo, and put the clothes on Xia Mengmeng to the internet to compare the automatic search for the same model. Immediately, the official flagship store popped up with the same price of 58,888 yuan. Bai Ruoyi was instantly dumbfounded. The once petty and poor scum in his own eyes, to please Xia Mengmeng sent her 58,000 yuan of clothes? And Xia Mengmeng handheld and what kind of clothes? So many add up to at least more than 100,000, right? Inexplicably, Bai Ruoyi's heart rose a trace of anger. This scum has never sent their own decent things before, only a year no see to give other women to send crazy. Like no money. Zhou Wenbin was also very depressed, his 2 eyes staring at Qin Feng and Xia Mengmeng dead in the face. Should I rush up to them and ask what their relationship is? Ask Qin Feng why he wants to rob the woman he likes. But who was one to ask? It wasn't like he or she had anything to do with Mo. Zhou Wenbin was depressed, wanting to go up but not daring to do so. Right at this moment, Xia Mengmeng suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Qin Feng's face with a small kiss, just like a dragonfly pointing at water. Brother Qin Feng, this is my thanks to you, haha. Don't misunderstand. This is a way for my sister to express herself to her brother, haha. Nothing else. Xia Mengming's smiling face turned red. Her eyes dodged, not daring to look at Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng suddenly smiled ambiguously. It's fine. Brother also likes his sister like this. But next time, remember to give advance notice first, so I can be a little prepared. Less stinky. Xia Mengmeng pretended to be angry. Hurry up and go. Stinky brother. Seeing Xia Mengming's shy and adorable appearance, Qin Feng heatedly smiled and followed suit. Spend $311,000, or 50 times the storm. Return $15.5 million. Well, it was a good haul this time. and gained a godsister. Zhou Wenbin felt his brain buzzing as he stared blankly at Qin Feng and Xia Mengmeng leaving. His own sweetheart had taken the initiative to kiss Qin Feng. Did he still have this chance? Zhou Wenbin struggled immensely in his heart, then gritted his teeth and said, "As long as they are not married for a day, I still have a chance. Mo, I'll never give up." Then, instead of following again, he shrugged and turned away. Bai Ruoyi, who was hiding in the back, froze. She couldn't believe that Xia Mengmeng would be so crazy to kiss Qin Feng in public. It's over, it looks like even her best friend has fallen. What exactly is the charm of this dead scum? Why is one girl after another like a moth to a flame? Bai Ruoyi's small lips that she bit in irritation. Seeing those extravagant clothes that Xia Mengmeng carried in her hands, her heart was inexplicably angry again. Did he really take my money to pick up girls? Rushed to dial his own mother's number. "Mom, just how much hush money did you give Qin Feng?" When the call was answered, Bai Ruoyi was distracted and irritated to inquire. Chu Meiru, who was teaching her students to do yoga, felt very puzzled and stepped aside to ask, "If you have something to say slowly, what's going on?" Thus, Bai Ruoyi briefly talked about Qin Feng buying clothes and giving them to others. "Mom, that dead scum. Almost $60,000 of Chanel just to give it away. How much did you really give him?" Chu Meiru was secretly shocked. She hadn't given Qin Feng any money at all. So where did he get his money? Suddenly it came to her mind what Qin Feng had once said to her that day when the two of them went to a room. "He's not short of money. Is he also a rich man? That's not possible. I've investigated his family before myself." Suppressing the chaotic emotions in her heart, Chu Meiru said, "Don't ask more about this matter. I still have things to do on my side." Chu Meiru hung up the phone. She really couldn't say that she didn't give Qin Feng a penny. If her daughter knew that she hadn't given Qin Feng any money and that the other party was going to agree to seal the deal, she would surely ask why again. How could she say that she was humiliated to help Qin Feng massage his thighs in exchange for the terms of the gag? It always feels like something bad is going to happen, and I must get Wu Zhaodi to speed up and take him down. Chu Meiru's brows were furrowed, and what happened in the room that day was again like a nightmare that kept lingering in her mind. Is this guy my nemesis? Chu Meiru rubbed her eyebrows and spat helplessly. Chapter 86. A woman who knows what she's doing. After Qin Feng returned to Dragon Academy, he took a beautiful bath and changed into a handsome outfit to prepare carefully for tonight's event. This was followed by a bottle of milk for protein. As night fell, at exactly 9 o'clock, Qin Feng drove Cullinan to an intersection. From a long distance, I could see a woman dressed in colorful clothes standing quietly by the street lamp under the light. She was dressed in black stockings, wrapped in two long round legs straight and slender, exuding fatal temptation. The upper body of the deep V-neck blouse aptly outlined her proud body, a large area of snow-white skin hidden. This outfit is the ultimate in sexiness, and it's hard for anyone to hold back when they see it. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a smirk as he parked the car in front of Zhao Zhuyan, rolled down the window and said, "Sister Zhao, get on the car." Zhao Zhuyan suddenly had beautiful eyes and a light smile. Light twisting waist limbs on Qin Feng's passenger car. A burst of fragrance dedicated to Qin Feng's nostrils, provoking his love fire. "Sister Zhao, you're beautiful today." Qin Feng's eyes recklessly surveyed Zhao Zhuyan. The eyes went from Zhao Zhuyan's exquisite face, all the way across the proud upper body, and finally to the pair of long round legs wrapped in black silk, every part of which exuded a mature charm that would make a man suffocate. "How many women have you said this to?" Zhao Zhuyan smiled delicately, her eyes revealing a few ambiguities. She wasn't the kind of woman who could be coaxed happy by a man with a couple of words, but she was still very flattered to hear Qin Feng's words, said the man as he fastened his seatbelt, which pulled through between her upper bands, instantly outlining a very impressive range. Making the clothes on her body stick even tighter, Qin Feng's eye pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. Nice guy. Qin Feng could not imagine that his opponent was so difficult to deal with, but he did not follow the rules and came up to hook himself. Feeling Qin Feng's fiery eyes, Zhao Zhuyan didn't shy away like an ordinary girl. Instead, she smiled and laughed, and met Qin Feng's fiery eyes with a teasing look, like saying, "Come on, jump on me." She came here tonight to make herself happy and at the same time try to catch Qin Feng, the rich boss. Qin Feng swallowed his saliva. This was one of the reasons why he liked those mature women. But he was also a shrewd hunter and didn't rush into it, handing Cho Yun a gift box that was sitting in front of the car. "For you." Zhao Xueyan's moon-like eyebrows curved into a bright moon as she smiled and said, "You'll still prepare little surprises for me, ah? It really surprises me. There's no woman who doesn't like surprise gifts. And Zhou Chukyen is no different." The box opens and inside is a gold antique bracelet with a golden glow. Zhao Xueyan's eye pupils suddenly shrunk violently. Shortness of breath. This bracelet ring is huge and quite beautifully crafted. A bracelet of great value at first glance. Holding it in the palm of my hand, I immediately felt a heavy weight. Not one of those hollow ones. "Thank you, boss." Zhao Xueyan laughed daintily, her brightly colored lips opening slightly to spit out a soft, crispy voice. "This bracelet costs quite a bit of money, doesn't it? It's over 60,000. Qin Feng casually said, also satisfied with Zhao Xueyan's reaction. Although I had expected that the value was not expensive. But when I heard Qin Feng say this price, Zhao Xueyan was still secretly surprised for a moment, and then her eyes were full of love. "Brother, I'm just so happy tonight. I don't know how to repay you for giving me such an expensive gift." Zhao Xueyan's eyes gradually pulled silk, a pair of eyes staring straight at Qin Feng, seemingly wanting to speak. Qin Feng inwardly swirled. This little goblin is quite good at it. The corner of his mouth hooked up with an evil smile and said, "Then you'll repay me in the way you're best at." Zhao Xueyan blankly glanced at Qin Feng and snapped, "I knew that all of you males are unsettled." "Hey!" Qin Feng was suddenly startled, and when he looked down, he saw Zhao Xueyan reaching her hand over. Could have startled Qin Feng. "Sister Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhao Xueyan smiled charmingly. "Didn't you ask me to repay you in the best way possible?" Qin Feng immediately drew a breath of cold air and said in a serious manner, "Sister Zhao, stop it. I'm driving." Qin Feng immediately felt his pores explode. It's a bit of a hard car to drive. It's a good thing it's nighttime or we'd be overtaking every minute. The 10-minute drive was stiffly driven to 20 minutes by Qin Feng. A soothing smile floated on Qin Feng's face. "I worked hard for you just now. You're doing great. I'm very pleased." "Humph." Zhao Xueyan feigned anger and glared at Qin Feng without any goodwill, but there was a hint of charm in her eyes. "Knowing that I work hard, why don't you see you give me a little reward to comfort my wounded heart?" "How difficult is this?" The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose lightly. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Then he skillfully opened WeChat, tapped his finger on the screen a few times, and transferred $50,000. "Thank you, boss." Zhao Xueyan instantly smiled with her eyebrows, and the remaining blush on her face became more and more bright and colorful. $50,000 can be compared to several months of salary. So easy to get in hand. I really came to the right place tonight. Zhao Xueyan's attitude also immediately made a 180-degree turn, becoming well-behaved and pleasing. "Boss is so awesome, super awesome." Zhao Xueyan arched her eyebrows and didn't mince her ambiguous compliments. "Spend $50,000 and get a 10-fold blitz return of $500,000. Just your sweet mouth." Qin Feng swirled inwardly and thought to himself, "Sister Zhao knows too well how to pin down a man's heart." Thinking of going to the ballroom next, Qin Feng's heart was very hot and itchy, more and more looking forward to what exciting and fun things he would run into. "I'm curious to see what other unexpected surprises this charming woman will bring to me." Before, Qin Feng is a good boy and has not been to the ballroom, but also heard from classmates that now the atmosphere of the ballroom is very chaotic. A lot of unexpected things will happen. Only the ordinary people cannot think of nothing those men and women cannot do. And there's a lot of students and stuff in there, or some teenage girls being bold in there. Qin Feng was in an incomparably happy mood as he drove his car to a bar and stopped. Cullinan had just stopped at the door, and those security guards immediately took the initiative to come down to greet them, while there were quite a few 17- and 18-year-old teenage girls around whose gazes suddenly looked towards Qin Feng's side, and all of these people were street skaters. They may not be able to pull out a few $100s, and they may even have to be given cigarettes, but they can just call up a few little too many girls. A few little too young girls look at Qin Feng's eyes very hot, handsome and rich. If not to see the beautiful women around him, they would have jumped over. Chapter 87. College girls at the bar. Entering the bar, the disco inside was very powerful and the light was extremely dim. There were also a lot of coolly dressed little girls on the dance floor dancing hard and hot, twirling their waists like crazy. There were also strange men and women embracing and making intimate gestures. There was also some crazy drinking and letting off steam, and the whole scene reeked of depravity. Qin Feng's eyes scanned the scene, and there were a few young girls dressed in youthful beauty enthusiastically surrounding them, around 18 or 19 years old. "Boss, any reservations?"
No.
Qin Feng answered, his gaze recklessly surveying these young lasses. The clothes they were wearing were very hot, the ones that should be exposed were fully exposed, and the ones that shouldn't be exposed were also exposed, and they didn't mind Qin Fengjiao's proud body, but instead they showed it off in a big way. The less they wore, the more popular they were in such places, and it was one of their means of soliciting customers. Does the boss want a drink outside? Or go to the VIP room? The little girl was very enthusiastic. Open the best VIP room for me first, Qin Feng said without thinking. Boss, come with me. Qin Feng knew that these people must be the girls selling alcohol in the bar. Pulled Zhao Xueyan's hand and followed past. This was the first time Qin Feng took Zhao Xueyan's hand openly. Her hand was very soft and the touch of her skin was very comfortable, making people love her. Zhao Xueyan did not resist, but allowed Qin Feng to hold her hand. But there was an inexplicable small anticipation. Qin Feng's palm was warm and large. Although she and her husband had held hands often, his hands didn't give her this heart-racing thrill, and they weren't as big. Qin Feng spent $3,000 and chartered a luxurious VIP room. The waitress enthusiastically promoted their drinks. At this time, a foreman of about 30 years of age came over with a smile on his face. Boss, what would you like to drink? We've got the usual beers here, as well as expensive liquors and wines all over the place, so you can take a look at our order. Give me 20 dozen beers, Qin Feng said with bravado. Zhao Xueyan was shocked. Her eyes were a bit unbelievable, staring at Qin Feng secretly. Why did Qin Feng order so much wine? Did he want to get me drunk? There's no need to use such means to get yourself with the current relationship between the two, right? The maitre d' was also quite surprised. How could two people drink so much? Were there others coming? Boss, is there any other customers coming? The foreman still asked one more time. If it was confirmed that more people were coming from the other side, then he would be able to sell more things. Just the two of us, Qin Feng said. The foreman was even more surprised. It was the first time he had seen two people come to drink and order so much, but after looking at Zhao Xueyan, he immediately understood, thinking that Qin Feng wanted to get drunk on the woman next to him, and he had seen a lot of things like this. No problem. We also offer many fine snacks of fruits here, which are even more perfect with drinks. Qin Feng violently raised his hand and said in a domineering manner, Give me 10 more bottles of Remy Martin Louis XIII. The crowd was alarmed. Both the foreman and Zhao Xueyan, as well as the little sisters who were standing, were very shocked. At their wine bar, the most expensive is Remy Martin Louis XIII, which costs $50,000 per bottle. 10 is $500,000. This kind of wine sometimes may only sell 1 or 2 bottles a day. Sometimes a day cannot sell a bottle. There has never been that customer so generous a bite to ask for 10 bottles. Neighboring classes thought they had heard wrong. Fearing that Qin Feng didn't know the price, they said busily, Boss, our Remy Martin Louis XIII here is 50,000 yuan per bottle. Are you sure you want 10 bottles? Qin Feng was bland and said, I know I'm not bad. Just go ahead and serve it. I'll take care of what I can't finish drinking. This time, he came to the bar to drink and spend money in order to show his strength and make Zhao Xueyan completely submit to him. It's also a good way to swipe a wave of money. 2 birds with 1 stone. So there's no question of wasting it. It's about making Cho Yuk Yun submissive. Sure enough, Zhao Xueyan's bright eyes vaguely radiated excitement. At this moment, Qin Feng is undoubtedly a super-rich second generation in her eyes. Out of a very generous, hundreds of thousands of wine without blinking their eyes ordered. This makes Zhao Xueyan more and more sure that Qin Feng is extremely rich, the more she wants to flatter and please Qin Feng, so that Qin Feng can casually give herself a little benefit, then their own work do not know how many times better. Zhou Chuk-in will always believe in the saying that people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. The foreman originally also stood up to speak to Qin Feng at the moment, very smart next to Qin Feng, faced with a pleasing smile, respectfully said, Boss, I have already written down. What else? We have other services here. For example, you can ask some of the little girls to drink and cheer you up. For only $500 each, you can ask them to dance and cheer you up. There's this kind of service? Qin Feng was immediately interested. He hadn't been to this kind of place and didn't understand that there was this kind of service. The foreman was very good at observing things and could see that Qin Feng was interested, so he hurriedly smiled and said, Yes, there are all kinds of ones that the boss wants, from 18 to 28 years old. And we have college students here. Oh, you want students to come over and drink with you is fine. I'll call it right now as soon as the boss likes it. College students? Qin Feng had long heard that there were a lot of college students who would run away to make some quick money on the side in order to earn extra money. Bar-type establishments are their favorite places to hang out because they're quicker money and they get to meet some of the richer old men. Qin Feng stroked his chin, since he came to play, let's play crazy. Get those schoolgirls for me, I want to pick 10. No problem. The foreman immediately called out for someone on the intercom. Within a short time, more than 30 college students who were dressed up in a rather youthful and beautiful manner with heavy makeup stood in front of Qin Feng, allowing him to pick them. It was as if the emperor was choosing a consort, allowing Qin Feng to experience this feeling of being on top, which was very refreshing. These college students wore different kinds of clothes, some imperial sister type, some teenage girl type, some cute type. The only common point, that is, 2 white and tender long legs. The upper body dress is also very cool. Boss, how are these beauties? I can still call someone if I'm not satisfied. You confirmed that these people are all college students. You're not fooling me, right? Qin Feng's eyes were skeptical. He always felt that some of these adults might be college students, but some of them were not mature enough to look like college students but instead looked like women who often mix in society. The foreman smiled faintly. There were many guests who would suspect that these people were not student girls, so he had done his homework long ago and clapped his hands. Ladies, please reveal yourselves to the boss. Chapter 88. Dazzled. Qin Feng crossed his legs and waited with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth for these college students to introduce themselves. Zhao Zhuiyan was very understanding and picked a grape and stuffed it into Qin Feng's mouth and leaned her body towards him. Qin Feng nonchalantly put Zhao Zhuiyan's arms around her and gently pinched her thin waist, causing Zhao Zhuiyan to burst into laughter. You may begin your performance. Arranged by the neighboring class, the girls lined up in a row. A woman wearing a skirt held her student ID in her hand and said with a smile on her face, I'm Xietingting, a student of Jiangnan University's sophomore year this year, 20 years old, 1 meter 72 in height, from the dance department. After saying that, he also displayed his student ID card in front of Qin Feng and handed it to him. Qin Feng swept a glance and confirmed that the student ID was real. She's really a schoolmate. Boss, how about this? The foreman smiled fawningly. There's no rush. Let me finish reading it first. I'm Zhang Xiaoman, a student of Jiangnan University sophomore this year, 20 years old, 1 meter 62 tall, from the art department. Zhou Shiqin, a student of Jiangnan University, is a junior this year, 21 years old, 1 meter 7 in height, from the literature department. Bai Shishir, a student of Jiangnan University, junior this year, 21 years old, 1 meter 68, from the dance department. These beauties dazzled Qin Feng, each with their own specialties, and the 30 schoolgirls were watched for several minutes. It was the first time that Qin Feng enjoyed such special treatment, and these school sisters all looked at him with anticipation, all hoping that Qin Feng would point to let them stay. It's better to drink with those old men than with this kind of handsome man. At this time, Qin Feng ordered those expensive wines to be sent up as well. 10 bottles of Remy Martin Louis XIII. Looking at these female college students with eyes wide open, they often mingled here. Naturally, they knew how expensive this kind of wine was, and those who could afford to drink this kind of wine were all rich big bosses. It was the first time they had seen someone who ordered 10 bottles at a time, and they immediately looked at Qin Feng with even more fire in their eyes, all of them wishing they could stay. The foreman was all smiles, with a shrewd light in his eyes, and asked tentatively, Boss, do you see any girls you like? I will arrange for them to stay and have fun with you. Qin Feng cozily lightly wrapped his arm around Zhao Zhuiyan's shoulders, enjoying the attentive care of the beautiful person beside him. With a careless smile at the corner of his mouth, he opened his mouth and asked, You just mentioned that it's $500 to let a girl stay, right? The foreman was busy nodding his head and responded with a haircut. That's right, boss. That's the price, child and man. Fine, then let them all stay. Qin Feng's tone was as flat as if he was talking about the weather, as if this was just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. However, the moment these words were uttered, they were like a heavy bomb thrown into the surface of a calm lake. In an instant, everyone present was stunned, as if they were dumbfounded as their gazes shot towards Qin Feng in unison. If all 30 beautiful women stayed, it would cost $15,000 for that alone. What's even more mind-boggling is that with so many people together, how can one person handle it? The crowd secretly marveled in their hearts. This boss is really rich and generous, and his acting style is staggering. Boss, are you serious? The foreman was surprised, never seen any customer so crazy, even those old colorful batch is not so exaggerated. In one breath called 30 college students, this is the money, has no place to use it? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked, revealing a slightly playful smile as he raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically, Can't you? The foreman reacted extremely quickly, instantly piling a pleasing smile on his face, his tone full of flattery. Of course, no problem. Busy nodding his head. As long as you like it, boss. No matter what woman you like, I can arrange it properly for you. Qin Feng leaned towards the back of his chair and ordered with a calm demeanor. That's good. Give me 10 servings of each of the fruits and melon seeds on this menu, and 20 dozen beers. All right, I'll have someone prepare it right away. I guarantee it'll be a snappy one. The foreman is now looking at Qin Feng's eyes, like seeing a walking god of wealth. This is a super big customer. This room consumption commission alone are enough to let him make a fortune. The foreman's face was full of smiles as he respectfully stood up, bending his waist to almost 90 degrees, and said fawningly, Boss, I'll be waiting outside the door. If you need anything, feel free to order these girls around. Not for a while, go about your business. The foreman turned around and faced the group of girls. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold and serious look, and said sternly, Listen up, you must serve this boss comfortably and properly tonight. If anyone goes wrong, they won't want to work here in the future. He doesn't need to account for it. These college girls are savvy as hell. Boss, I'll pour you a drink. Boss, want some fruit? A large group of female college students vying for favors. Qin Feng was very flattered and calmly said, There's no need to rush beautiful women. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Throwing a wad of bills on the table. Here's $20,000. One by one you come and show off your talents, sing and dance all you want, and after each one performs, take $200 from here for yourselves. 30 men will take turns until I call it quits. You can eat and drink whatever I order. The crowd was overjoyed. They had never come across such a generous big boss. Even a good wine like Remy Martin Louis XIII could let them taste it. It was enough for them to show off. Some people started dancing in front of Qin Feng, while everyone else sat on either side of him. Drinking wine, eat melon seeds, eat melon seeds. There are people with cell phones to take pictures of the 10 bottles of Remy Martin Louis XIII to send to their own circle of friends to show off their own and their friends' drinking. Zhao Zhuiyan winked and flirted with a smile. Boss, I can't imagine you're playing with such flowers. I thought you were an honest man. I didn't say I was honest. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed, taking advantage of the dim light to go up and down, causing Zhao Zhuiyan to pout. The other student girls pretended not to see it. They had seen this kind of thing too many times. And it was the first time that Zhao Zhuiyan had done something so bold on such an occasion, so it was inevitable that she felt embarrassed and very stimulated. Those college girls had a few drinks, and the bolder the people became, the more exciting the dancing became. Take advantage of the fact that these two women are hugging and dancing together and making some extremely bold and provocative moves. For example, feeding each other alcohol. Pulling. As the scene came into view, Qin Feng could only feel a hot current surging through his heart, and his blood began to race faster all over his body. At the same time, beside Zhao Zhuiyan, Rai smile, also restless up, a pair of small hands in his body here touch. Their touch, action although with a few points of playful, but stirred up the Qin Feng heart ape really cannot resist. Chapter 89 Dancing with a Schoolmate. Qin Feng instantly had a hot head. How could he care about anything else? As soon as he took Zhao Zhuiyan into his arms, he could not help but kissed. The bold moves of the two made the ambiguous atmosphere of the scene instantly burst, as if the air had become thick. Some people pretended to get high on melon seeds, but their eyes were curious and gossipy, peeking at Qin Feng. The two college girls who were dancing even became more and more enchanting when they saw this scene. It seems to be infected by this ambiguous scene. There are also people who come together in pairs, talking to each other, casting meaningful glances towards Qin Feng's side from time to time, and whispering about this blushing picture. Wow, they both have a lot of nerve, doing this right in front of us. Che, don't be a hypocrite. What else do you see in this kind of thing? Maybe you've done it yourself. No, I'm not. I'm just drinking with them. It's not like being a princess is a delivery boy, hee. Don't pretend to be innocent. I was like you when I first came here, but then I still hung out with whoever had the money. Those two are so exciting to watch. Bitch, you're not going to spring for it. A group of female college students chattered in low voices, but no one disturbed the Qin Feng duo. Until the two of them finished, Zhao Zhuiyan shyly snuggled into Qin Feng's arms and knocked his chest with her small fists. You're always bullying me. Qin Feng licked his lips, not yet finished, ambiguous smile. You also did not refuse just now who is more anxious than me. Batman. Zhao Zhuiyan laughed and scolded on her lips, but her hands were very unfaithful, teasing Qin Feng to enjoy it very much. Qin Feng secretly thought, this Zhao sister is really experienced veterans, know how to make men happy. If the average girl in this situation, I'm afraid to be shy and do not dare to move. Sister Zhao is obviously familiar with this kind of occasion, cannot stop her. I do not know what her husband is doing now. Eyes inadvertently fell on the other female college students and saw these people eating and drinking to their heart's content, while others smoked and drank and danced and sang. It's nothing like being inside a school, and these people are extremely bold. The money on the table was also gradually divided by these people almost. Qin Feng straight grabbed a few stuffed into a college student's proud upper body, smiled and said, "Beauty, there is no boyfriend, ah? Boss, do you expect me to have it or not?" This college girl grabbed the money out and stuffed it inside her bag, her eyes teasing and laughing. Qin Feng casually pulled the female college student to his side and sat down next to him, his broad palm placed on his black silk, feeling the silky touch, a foot hooked up with a wicked smile. "Sister Jing, looking like this you should have a boyfriend, right?" Under this ambiguous atmosphere, Qin Feng also completely indulged himself. While hooking up with Zhao Zhuoyan, he put his hand on junior sister Jing's leg. LOL. Junior sister Xiao Jing didn't seem to notice Qin Feng's hands moving about and said with a smile, "Of course I have one. How could I not have a boyfriend?" "Oh. Does your boyfriend know that you work here as a part-time job?" Qin Feng pinched, a bad smile on his face. Little sister Jing gave a soft hum and said with her small mouth, "What the hell does he know? He and I are just playing around la. If only he was as handsome as the boss. The boss is super handsome and exceptionally generous. I've met a lot of men here. None as generous as the boss." School sister Xiao Jing fiercely patted Qin Feng's ass. Qin Feng secretly laughed in his heart. These women really know how to please men. The words from their mouths can only be heard with pleasure. "So how much do you guys make a month working at these places? If you meet a generous boss, tens of thousands of dollars a month, or less." Qin Feng secretly inhaled a breath. No wonder so many female college students like to come to these places to do part-time work. It turns out that the money comes too fast. Like them, they are used to living a wild life of lights and wine. They are definitely not willing to go to work in a normal factory, and the little money is not enough for them to buy cosmetics. "Then will you guys go out and play with those bosses?" Qin Feng asked, purposely putting a slightly heavier accent on that word play, with a smirk on his face. Sister Xiao Jing was a smart person and immediately grasped Qin Feng's meaning as a delicate smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Then stretching her neck, her small mouth almost biting Qin Feng's ear, she said, "Boss, as long as you are willing to pay, there is nothing you won't do. Many sisters are like this. But I'm a person with more principles. I never go out with other men. It's the first time I've come across one as handsome as the boss, so as long as you want, I don't need money to go out with you." A warm breath gently brushed Qin Feng's ears, and he immediately felt a hot and itchy sensation in his ears, causing his heart to tremble slightly. Qin Feng's eyes were playful. "It seems like sister is very good at playing but I already have company tonight. Although he likes to have fun, he doesn't want all kinds of women. It's okay to blow off steam and play a little flirt with these schoolgirls." These people didn't know their identities yet, and they were also from Jiangnan University, so it was better not to tell them these people for the time being. As for whether we will meet in the future, that's a matter for later anyway. These things will not be said in the open. Even if they see, they will deliberately pretend not to know. Sister Jing secretly cried out in pity. It was really hard to see such a rich and handsome boss like this. "Boss, wanna come in and dance with the guys?" "Good." Qin Feng wasn't polite and got up to be dragged to the dance by junior sister Xiao Jing. "I'll go too," Zhao Zhuoyan chirped. Seeing Qin Feng off the stage, a female sister will be the music to the most explosive disco. The whole room is all explosive music. Other sisters also have to get off the stage. Together around the Qin Feng dance. Lights flickered in the dimly lit private room, and the alcohol in their bodies stirred their proprioceptive desires with abandon. Some people started to take their jackets off, showing off their perfect Stepford wives, sticking to Qin Feng and swinging their sexy bodies wildly. In the darkness, Qin Feng's desire was also infinitely amplified. One after another, female college students put down their docile faces in school and transformed into fallen angels to make all sorts of tempting and teasing gestures to Qin Feng. Someone to stroke. Someone gives a kiss. Qin Feng could not remember whose face it was, nor did he know with whom he had kissed. He only knew that many under the impetus of alcohol. He also completely let go of all the shackles and danced to his heart's content with these people to get close. Bottles and bottles of wine were poured into his stomach. Qin Feng couldn't remember who took off his clothes, and he felt his body was hot. A few hours later, the room was a mess. Drunkenness crept to his head. Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of alcohol and playfully tasted. Together, how about we play an exciting game? Chapter 90 Truth or Dare. Yeah, boss, whatever exciting game you want to play, we'll play with you. We love to play games, and we'll play whatever the boss says. These female college students were so drunk that they didn't care what game Qin Feng wanted to play with them. Qin Feng placed an empty wine bottle on the tabletop and said, "It's very simple, only whoever the mouth of this wine bottle is pointed at, then whoever must speak from the heart. Truthful questions can only be those that deal with feelings and are asked by the person spinning the bottle. I'll reward her with $500 for telling the truth. No reward if you don't want to tell the truth. Dare you play?" "Play," the women said in unison, their enthusiasm very high. "Why not add some excitement and get paid at the same time?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. He had expected this result. "I'll go first." With that, he turned the bottle in his hand. The bottle spun quickly on the tabletop, and everyone stared at it, hoping that the mouth of this bottle would turn to their side. The mouth of the bottle settled on a woman in a red dress. "It's me. It's me. Boss, what do you want to ask?" The woman in red raised her hand, afraid that Qin Feng wouldn't see her. Qin Feng quickly swept a glance at this red-clothed woman. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. This woman's looks were okay, and her figure was also okay. "How many times have you been in love?" The woman in red hid her mouth and snickered. 7 or 8 times. Qin Feng marveled that women in this era could fall in love really hard. The other woman children snickered along, seemingly very interested in such questions. Qin Feng very painfully transferred $500 to her. The woman in red was so pleased that it was her turn to spin the bottle again, and aimed at the other girls she asked a rather tricky question. "Ever cheated?" This question straight away made the other person cover his face straight away, look at the others and laugh awkwardly. Yes. The crowd clamored. Qin Feng was also secretly surprised. Surely none of them were oil-saving. "Honest enough, transferring 1,000 to you." Qin Feng was very bold and added another 500 on top of the research friend. Let everyone else see the sweetness no longer have anything to hide, and have told their own affair. Qin Feng had an eye-opening experience, so it turned out that the lives of these college students were even more exciting than he had imagined. Finally, the mouth of the bottle was accidentally aimed at Cho Cho-yun. "Sister, what's your circumference?" Zhao Xueyan was instantly very weak, hurriedly peeked up at Qin Feng and stammered, 92, 60, 88. Qin Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. "Good guy, extremely good." Then the game was played for a little while longer before it was over. Seeing that he was almost drunk, Qin Feng called all the female college students away, and the only ones left in the entire room were Qin Feng and Zhao Xueyan drunkenly lying on the sofa. Lights flashed chaotically in the booth, and an ambiguous scent filled the air without dispersing. At this time, Zhao Xueyan's clothes were in disarray, and a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks that were flushed as red as a haze due to drunkenness, and the whole person was charming. "Qin Feng, I want to go home," murmured Zhao Xueyan, her eyes misty, a hint of drunken helplessness in her gaze. It was just a very soulful-sounding voice that made you want to bully her. Qin Feng was so uncomfortable that he bit Zhao Xueyan's ear and whispered, "Sister Zhao, the good show has only begun. Are you willing to go back?" Zhao Xueyan only felt a heat in her ears, while her heart was secretly pleased. The truth was that she wasn't really drunk out of her mind. She was just pretending to be drunk. Women don't get drunk. Men don't stand a chance. It was just that there were some things she couldn't speak up directly, so she could only use euphemisms to hint that Qin Feng could get down to it. "Come on. My boyfriend is still at home waiting for me to get back, and I'm a little drunk." Zhao Xueyan exhaled like orchids. Her body also claimed to be collapsed in Qin Feng's arms, a burst of fragrance coming from her body. Qin Feng inhaled a deep breath of the aroma, his pores soothing. Secretly smiling, Zhao Xueyan's mouth said no, but her body was honest. Sure enough, women's words are meant to be taken the other way around. Qin Feng's eyes were on fire as he lowered his head and kissed. Outside the door, the foreman didn't leave after the others had gone, but had an ambiguous expression on his face as he pressed himself against the concierge to eavesdrop. He'd seen this sort of thing too often and guessed what would happen inside. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the door to this room left a very thin crack open. From this doorway, the dim light inside was seen from a distance, and there seemed to be figures shifting, which could not be seen more closely. It wasn't long before the foreman was gulping and blushing as if he had drunk 3 pounds of white wine, his face red and hot. Looking at the time, it was now 11 o'clock at night. By the time he looked at the time a second time, it was 11:30 at night. I'll be damned. This boss is too capable. Why does it feel as if there's no end to it? The foreman looked envious. He didn't dare to stay where he was and continue to stop. Otherwise, he was really worried that he wouldn't be able to hold it. And he was also afraid of causing Qin Feng's dissatisfaction. Qin Feng glanced outside. He had known about the slit by the door for a long time, but he hadn't deliberately tried to close the door tightly. The two finish with a short break. Zhao Xueyan's face was flushed and her drunkenness had yet to dissipate. Lying on her side on the sofa, she touched her empty earrings and pouted. Boss, you've made my earrings fall off, and I don't know where they've fallen to. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed. Where did he care so much just now on a whim? Keep the change. I'll give you $50,000 and you can go buy yourself a new pair of earrings. He was in a good mood now, and he didn't mind paying out a little money to make Zhao Xueyan happy. Zhao Xueyan immediately smiled with joy. A wave of ecstasy welled up in her heart, and the flirtatiousness on her face became more and more delicate as she licked her lips and said, Thank you, boss. Her pair of earrings was only a few $100s. $50,000 went straight up more than 100 times, making a lot of money. Thanks for what? As long as you make me happy, I won't treat you poorly. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into an ambiguous smile, his eyes a little more aggressive. Zhao Xueyan instantly understood for a second and smiled daintily. Boss, as long as you don't treat me poorly, I'll definitely treat you well, even better than I treat my boyfriend. Sweet little mouth. I love hearing that. Qin Feng sniffed in his heart. Even the richest men like to be complimented by women. Spend $50,000, trigger a 100-fold blast and get $5 million back. Cool. Eating cho yun for nothing and making another $5 million. Such a deal could not be better. Zhao Xueyan smiled with a beaming smile. Not only did this evening make her extremely pleasant physically and mentally, even her wealth gained a huge harvest. Secretly determined to find a way to please this man. Chapter 91. I have a big round bed at home. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Qin Feng pulled Zhao Xueyan's hand like a spring breeze to check out. At this moment, Zhao Xueyan's face still had the scarlet red color after pleasure, beautiful like a blooming wild rose. If you were careful, you could still see that her hair was slightly disheveled. Boss. A total of 530,000. The foreman's eyes kept darting at Zhao Xueyan's body as he spoke, the eyes revealing some sort of desire. Zhao Xueyan was instantly vain, as if she had been discovered by someone else for what she had done in secret. Qin Feng painfully paid $530,000. Spending $530,000, triggering a special reward, conquering Cho Yun to get a 100-fold reward, returning $53 million. Qin Feng was contentedly pulling Zhao Xueyan onto his Cullinan. Qin Feng, I've already made a deal with my boyfriend not to go back tonight. You have to arrange a place for me to stay. Zhao Xueyan got on the car and stared at Qin Feng with a pair of watery eyes, looking like she couldn't get enough. Go to my house. You can also save those several $100s of room money. Qin Feng smiled ambiguously. He also hadn't had enough to drink, so he just happened to go to his home. Zhao Xueyan is a smart woman, sexy lips open, eyes charming as silk, exhale like orchids. You have no one at home, right? Qin Feng swung inwardly, the corners of his mouth hooked up in an evil arc. No, my house only has large round beds. Zhao Xueyan instantly smiled knowingly and rolled her eyes, pouting, Pervert. Instead, the corners of his mouth curved slightly toward an expectant smile. Late at night, many people in the Tinglong Academy had already gone to bed. Qin Feng's limousine slowly parked in the parking space of the residential area of Longting College. Zhao Xueyan got down from the car and breathed in a mouthful of fresh air, squinting her eyes slightly, her face full of astonishment. She couldn't help but open her mouth. I can't believe you're still a student. In her original eyes, Qin Feng was waving money like dirt, and his hands and feet were permeated with a confidence and spontaneity that surpassed his age. So he didn't look like a student who was still studying on campus. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up an unruly smile as he looked sideways at Zhao Xueyan with a sly glint in his eyes. His hand wrapped around Zhao Xueyan's thin waist as he said half-jokingly, Isn't this just right? Students like us. Our bodies are strong and young and attractive. Doesn't Sister Zhao like it? Zhao Xueyan instantly comprehended the pun intended in Qin Feng's words. A faint blush flew up on her face, and feigned anger as she joked and laughed and scolded. The feeling is that I'm an old cow eating young grass. Although the words were said, Zhao Xueyan's eyes did not have half a bit of anger. but on the contrary, there was a hidden hint of delight. There was also a vague sense of accomplishment. It wasn't just any woman who could get her hands on such a handsome rich kid. Seeing Zhao Zhuoyan's reaction like this, Qin Feng was secretly happy and continued to follow her words. Sister Zhao is joking? You're not old at all. Instead, I think you're just right for your age, with a lot of flavor, and I like it a lot. Less oily. Although Zhao Zhuoyan said this on her lips, her face was overflowing with a smile that she couldn't stop, and her eyes were filled with joy after being praised. Women are really meant to be coaxed. When he raised his head, he saw that the room next door still had a light on, and there was still someone inside Lu Piaoshue's room who hadn't gone to bed. Returning to room 606, Qin Feng hugged Zhao Zhuoyan and QQ'd directly from the doorway to the sofa. Soon the parlor was ringing with joyous music. Because tomorrow was Saturday, the two of them, Lu Piaoshue and Shi Rojing, didn't go to bed that early, and the opening was busy all day today. When they got home and had another live broadcast, the two of them got off the air and made a bucket of instant noodles and ate them in the living room. Honey, we made a total net profit of about $1,300 from the opening of the store today. Not counting the $100,000 that Brother Feng gave us, the live streaming reward gifts totaled about $15,000. We made about $2,000 today, a month down not counting other things. Just these two things can make tens of thousands of dollars. Shi Rojing beautifully played with her wishful thinking, and then sighed softly. Even if we work hard for a month, the money we earn is not as much as the $100,000 that Brother Feng casually gave us as a gift. She again somewhat misses the bravado of Brother Feng's outbursts, comparing to screaming through her throat in the live broadcast room. There are not many people willing to brush the gift. I do not know how many thousands of times better. Those poor people in the live broadcast room will only watch us do sexy dances and are not willing to brush some money. Shi Rojing frowned, her eyes full of contempt, and complained in a low voice. Lu Piaoshue looked calm, said, "Words cannot be said, we just started live. A down can have a few $100 income, has been too happy. People are always like this, the better the day, the eyesight also followed the high, and now look at the hundreds of dollars. Really cannot stir up what waves in our hearts. But we also have to understand the audience. It's not easy for everyone to make money." As Shi Rojing listened to Lu Piaoshue's words, the corner of her mouth unconsciously turned upwards, revealing a hint of a smug smile as she interjected, "That's right. I think at first, in order to be able to earn more rewards, I thought about new dance moves every day, what to do in order to please those poor people. It's a lot of work and effort, and the account doesn't have to be as bitter as it used to be when I did it." While saying this, he ruffled his hair confidently, his eyes full of pride. In the past, dozens of dollars of gifts were enough. That was because we couldn't do anything about it at the beginning stage. Now it's different, we have hundreds of thousands of fans out there. If you want us to give him a dance, you have to show some sincerity. Lu Piaoshue elegantly ate her noodles, and when she spoke of gifts, she suddenly thought of the mysterious Feng. "Jing Jing, what exactly do you think this wind brother is?" Shi Rojing gently bit her chopsticks and said with confusion in her eyes, "I don't know, but his Jane account is positioned in our city." Lu Piaoshue suddenly asked, "What if he comes for us?" Shi Rojing was stunned. What if Brother Feng came to find herself? Moreover, she was still in that kind of relationship with him. If he made that kind of request to her, should she refuse or accept it? He is his own big gold master. Without him, there is no present self. Refusal is impossible to refuse, I'm afraid. There's no what to do anyway. I figured that after all the money I've taken from him, it would make sense if he asked for something. We can't take a big favor while we're at peace with not giving people a little bit of favor. Why should they spend money on us? We're all adults. It can't simply be that they want to give us money to spend. Shi Rojing sees this very clearly and is more open-minded. Lu Piaoshue instantly fell into deep thought, and she did not understand how in this world there is no one without reason to make efforts to give themselves crazy hard to smash, either trying to open up your heart or your legs. Suddenly, Lu Piaoshue's face changed. "Jing Jing, don't make a sound first. I seem to have heard something." Chapter 92, Eavesdropping. Shi Rojing was suddenly motionless and quiet, listening intently. Vaguely next door there seemed to be intermittent voices, which seemed to be coming from a distant place, and then very close. It seems to be coming from Qin Feng's side of the room. Lu Piaoshue pointed to the room next to Qin Feng's. "Humph. This guy doesn't sleep in the middle of the night and creates noise to affect us." Shi Rojing had a stern face and approached the wall in her slippers, wanting to hear what the noise was. As a result, in less than a second, the pupils of Shi Rojing's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had heard something unbelievable, and hurriedly beckoned to Lu Piaoshue. "Hear what?" Lu Piaoshui is not sure what kind of medicine her bosom friend is selling in her gourd, but she still listens to the words of Shi Ruoyi and comes over to stick to the wall to eavesdrop. In less than 2 seconds, her face suddenly became very embarrassed and vaguely reddened. Shi Ruoyi made a silent gesture, her face despised. This scum must be looking for a woman back outside. This woman is screaming so loudly. Definitely being a lady. Shi Ruoyi was certain. Lu Piaoshui's face was burning. She didn't know anything about this kind of thing. She should have refrained from listening to this kind of strange sounds. But curiosity drove her like the devil to want to hear more. Is it that exaggerated? This is too fake. Lu Piaoshui muttered in a small voice. Che. This kind of screaming, I knew it was fake the moment I heard it. What kind of woman exaggerates like this? Shi Ruoyi skimmed her lips and said with disdain. You tried. Lu Piaoshui stared straight at Shi Ruoyi with both eyes.
No.
Shi Ruoyi answered without thinking. Lu Piaoshui's eyes were suspicious. Then how do you know so clearly? Watching a movie. Shi Ruoyi had a bad smile on her face. Lu Piaoshui's heart gave birth to a trace of the same feeling. The voice next door was like a magic spell, evoking her endless curiosity. Unable to suppress the curiosity in her heart, inquired, Jing, is it so exaggerated on the movie? Shi Ruoyi poofed a laugh. Don't believe it. These are all done for us to see, all acting. Those women are very exaggerated. I can't believe the reaction is so big. It's just that those men just like women to be loud and fulfill their perverted psychological desires. Lu Piaoshui's pretty brows frowned slightly, confused. But her voice sounded like she was in pain. That kind of thing can't be very painful. Let me hear it first, before you say anything. Silhouette pressed her ears tighter together, focusing all her mind on the other side. Not long ago, Shi Ruoyi heart calm lake surface is like a set-off of strange waves. The body some kind of fire weather is being ignited little by little. Immediately, my mind conjured up some movie images I had seen. Shi Ruoyi felt slightly parched all over, and didn't realize that her face was slightly hot. Then he thought about Qin Feng's figure-like appearance. Is this guy really that tough? That's too much, but the guy is quite fit. What happened to the girl? They listened for 2 or 3 minutes, both of them with different minds and shy expressions on their faces. Quiet. How long does this sort of thing usually take? It's been a long time on the movie and it's also fake. But I've heard from netizens that it's usually 2 or 3 minutes. Shi Ruoyi didn't seem too sure either. Why do I feel as if that female is getting more and more agonized? Something won't happen, right? Lu Piaoshui had the look of a curious baby. Her eyes couldn't hide her curiosity, as if she wanted her eyes to be able to penetrate through this wall and see what was really happening on the other side of the wall. Shi Ruoyi didn't hide her contempt for Qin Feng. At most 5 minutes is his limit. I bet a pack of spicy noodles. Don't worry, it won't die. How do you know? I guessed. I really can't stand you. I won't listen anymore. Lu Piaoshui blushed and went back to continue eating her own instant noodles. All those messed up voices that messed with her mind and that she simply couldn't get out of her head. Shi Ruoyi also tiptoed back after him, with an ambiguous smile on her face and said, This guy is so perverted. He even brought a woman back to do that kind of thing, making my wife shy. Lu Piaoshui rolled her eyes and said without any good sense, saying as if you're clearing your mind, you're still not feverish, you little tart still has the nerve to laugh at me. Hee. I'm a normal woman. Isn't it normal to have a reaction? Shi Ruoyi smiled playfully. Her mind was not on the food, and then added, Honey, why don't we knock hard on their walls to scare them? Okay? Never. Lu Piaoshui was taken aback and said busily, Won't you be telling him that we heard what he was doing? It will definitely be awkward when we meet in the future. It also makes sense. Shi Ruoyi thought about it and also felt that it was also, but then he turned his eyes and felt very upset. The scummy man was playing happily in front of his next door, making myself all upset and annoyed. Curse him for 3 happy seconds. Come on, it's been 5 minutes for people. Lu Piaoshui covered her mouth and laughed lightly, shyly. This scummy guy doesn't think about our feelings at all. I should just complain to the landlord that he's a nuisance and kick him out. Forget it. It's rare for people to bring their girlfriends back, so maybe this won't happen again. I bet it's definitely not a girlfriend. It's a lady. Shi Ruoyi swore an oath. I don't realize that another 5 minutes have passed. Those eerie feelings still lingered in both of their minds. Lingering. Lu Piaoshui swallowed her saliva and said with a red face, Jing, didn't you say it would be ready in a while? It's been more than 10 minutes. And the sound is getting exaggerated. Shi Ruoyi subconsciously clamped her legs and said, "It must be a movie. I don't believe he's been that long." Lu Piao Shui covered her ears and said, "This guy doesn't know to restrain himself, causing people to think nonsense. I don't care. I'm going to take a shower. Take your time listening." Lu Piao Shui hurriedly found an excuse and went to take a shower. Only Shi Ruoyi was left alone in the living room. Shi Ruoyi's eyes stared grudgingly at the next-door wall, her face getting hotter and hotter, lightly biting her silver teeth and cursing in a low voice. "Rubbish, full of nasty and dirty thoughts. Sooner or later, you'll be shocked out of your wits." When he finished, just as he got up, his legs gave out and he almost sat back down in his chair again. Shi Ruoyi was instantly weak to the core, secretly thankful that her humiliating scene had not been seen by Lu Piao Shui, or else she would have become her joke again. The wolf fled back to his room and hurriedly closed the door behind him. Shi Ruoyi clamped down on her pillow, unable to calm down at all inside, her mind filled with that strange sound. "Scum, it's all your fault." And from underneath the pillow, I reached for my cell phone. Should I talk to the main silver to get the fire going? Chapter 93. Can't help looking for the Lord's silver. Shi Ruoyi was very torn. She now wanted to find a man to talk to. Those ordinary big brothers, it's not like she's interested in them. Only that windy brother understands her the most and makes her the happiest. After all, she couldn't resist the heat in her heart, and Shi Ruoyi took the initiative to send a message to Feng. "Lord Silver, are you asleep? Your little dog misses you. Can you talk to me?" On the other side of the room, Qin Feng's strong muscles were oozing drops of crystalline sweat, panting slightly, and his ears were slightly burning. Qin Feng glanced at the message on the phone's brightly open screen, and a strange emotion rose in his heart. Qin Feng quickly messaged back to Shi Ruoyi, "Why do you suddenly want the main silver? Isn't it owed to PP?" Shi Ruoyi licked her lips. The ambiguous words with a bit of excitement instantly made her even more hot. "Just want to be loved hard by the Lord Silver." Qin Feng was secretly surprised, although Shi Ruoyi usually talks, but not so active and not so bold. What's wrong with her tonight? Through the screen can smell a Thai atmosphere. Little s goods. Why are you so ho today? Qin Feng poofed a laugh while doing workout exercises and sweating. Strong sunny testosterone vibes emanating from his entire body. Because I miss the Lord Silver. I've been thinking about it a lot today. Shrinking expression. Qin Feng smiled darkly. Of course he wouldn't believe all of Shi Ruoyi's words. Sweet little mouth. Do you want a present? Rolls eyes, of course not. It's just that people are uncomfortable and can't sleep, and they always want the Lord Silver to hug them. Oh, sick. Qin Feng replied absent-mindedly while wrapping his arms around Zhao Zhuiyan. No, there's a pervert next door to me who brought a woman back to mess around with tonight, and that woman screamed so loud it kept me awake. Qin Feng was so shocked that he almost didn't hold back. Isn't that what you're talking about? Didn't they say the room was very soundproof? I realized what was going on. The soundproofing is good, but you have to keep the volume in a proper range. Zhao Zhuiyan came back inside the house as if she was a different person. That volume of sound. He immediately understood why Shi Ruoyi was difficult, and in his heart, a trace of strange pleasure rose. Isn't the man next door to you great? Tell the truth, and no nonsense because you have a problem with him, or the Lord Silver will be angry. Shi Ruoyi swirled inwardly, gently biting her fingers as her body couldn't stop twisting. His mind drifted back to the garbled voices he had just heard. Shi Ruoyi winks and quickly taps the screen. Although that guy is quite annoying, I have to say, that dead pervert seems to be very powerful. But he's no more powerful than Lord Silver Law. That's a lot of ass kissing. Qin Feng's dragon face was greatly pleased. Being able to make someone who hated himself speak such a great truth, and ordinary people complimenting him was even more pleasing to his heart and body. Let me ask you again, since he's so good, did your mind fantasize about being ed by him when you heard those strange noises just now? Shi Ruoyi's heart trembled. Her breathing also became more rapid, and her full upper body gently undulated. Did you think about it yourself just now? Shi Ruoyi's face grew hotter and hotter, as if she had been scalded by boiling water, and she hurriedly replied, "No. There is only one Lord Silver inside Jingjing's brain. There is no one else anymore." You lie! Sensing the stern tone of the main silver, Shi Ruoyi clamped her pillow tighter. No, absolutely not. I'm telling the truth. There's always only one Lord Silver in Jing's heart. You're still lying, aren't you? The Lord Silver is giving you one more chance. It must be the truth. What was going through your mind at that time? Shi Ruoyi instantly trembled, lightly biting her lips to return the message. Lord Silver, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. I have thought about it. I can't wait to be roughed up by him. By him! Qin Feng immediately swirled inwardly, his body's evil fire rubbing upwards, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile evilly. This little is really a dog. Tough talker, but a lowlife in her heart. Hearing these ambiguous words, Qin Feng only felt as if his body had inexhaustible energy. A different kind of excitement increased little by little in his mind. I can't wait to grab Shi Ruoyi and educate him. Lord Silver, I know you and I are in the same city. Why don't you come over to me? Qin Feng's evil fire surged once again. Shi Ruoyi took such initiative to put forward this request. Her heart must be very eager to be so bold. Although this request of hers also made herself very moved. It was a pity that he hadn't had enough fun yet, and didn't want to show his face so early. Moreover, he thought that the time was not yet ripe to completely finish educating Shi Ruoyi. He had to be made to submit to himself in order to be fit to appear to her as Brother Wind. Little M Dog, thinking so much of being favored by the Lord Silver? Super want. Can't wait for Lord Silver to be by my side right now. Shi Ruoyi's eyes were hazy as she gently licked her lips, full of evil fire. Sooner or later you're going to have to pay the Lord Silver anyway, so you might as well do it sooner. I missed the main silver, humph. Is the Lord Silver something you can see whenever you want? I'm sorry, little M Dog was wrong. Qin Feng secretly happy, usually inside the high and mighty Shi Ruoyi, but privately to his own submissive, condescending humble. Zhao Xuan slowly turned around and stared at Qin Feng, her eyes somewhat grudging, as if she only blamed him for not concentrating on his work. Qin Feng instantly swirled inwardly and hurriedly replied to Shi Ruoyi. It's good to know your mistakes. Lord Silver is not convenient to chat with you tonight, he's busy. Shi Ruoyi immediately felt very lost. She is now chatting on the head, was suddenly called to stop where to give up. What are you up to, Lord Silver? Of course it's busy doing what men and women love to do. Shi Ruoyi was stunned. She wasn't a fool. She understood a little. She was not jealous of Windy's other women and knew her place very well. The key was to come across such a thing at this point in time, causing her to instantly have strange thoughts, and an evil thought was rapidly growing in her heart. Lord Silver is doing it. Haven't seen it in person yet. Shi Ruoyi swallowed her saliva, as if there was a voice in her heart that kept driving her to do something incredible. Slightly trembling, he typed out a line. Lord Silver, can you open the video for me to see? If it's not convenient to turn on the video, it's okay to turn on the voice. I promise I won't disturb you guys. I'll wear earplugs and listen slowly. Okay. Chapter 94. You're in love with Mo? Qin Feng swirled inwardly, and after a moment's thought, he ghostly opened his voice, but deliberately lowered his own voice to also greet Zhao Xuan, telling her not to call his name. Sure enough, both sides felt a strange ambiguity. Emotions are very high. For the first time in her life, what did Sylvia experience? It was the dizzying joy of happiness. The next day, Qin Feng took a nap. When he woke up in the morning, Joe Joyce had already gone back. There was no morning class today, so I was able to sleep in until 9 a.m. I saw several tweets as I lay in bed. Zhao Xuan. Brother, I had a great time last night. You were great. Thank you for letting me experience the joy of being a woman. Next time you want a sister, remember to look for me. Oh, I have to go back to beat my waste husband. Kissing emoji. Qin Feng smiled heartily. He had a good time last night too. Xia Mengmeng also sent a message. Good morning. Brother Qin Feng got up? Do you want to eat, come and have breakfast together? Qin Feng smiled faintly. Yesterday he had given Xia Mengmeng so many things and his attitude had changed dramatically. He knew to come and greet himself in the morning. Gave Xia Mengmeng a message back. I've only just gotten up. Next time. I'm still busy. Let's talk some other time. Then came the greeting messages from Shen Ruoyi and Yi Yanhong, all of which were inconsequential questions. Wu Zhaodi also took the initiative to send a message. Qin Feng. Today is Saturday, do you want to go out shopping? Expecting small expression. Qin Feng politely declines Wu Zhaodi's invitation on the grounds that he has something to do and tells Wu Zhaodi to go back next time she has a chance to play. The message sent by this little M dog, Shi Ruoyi, is a bit more enthusiastic. Lord Silver, I had so much fun last night. Lord Silver is super awesome. I love Lord Silver to death. Are you still playing tonight? Shy expression. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up in an evil smile. Shi Ruoyi is getting more and more depraved now. It won't be long before she'll be submissive to this conditioning. However, this kind of thing has its own degree of tension and relaxation. Shi Ruoyi wants to give himself a favor. Wind replied, "No, I have something going on tonight. I'll find you if I want to. I'll get busy." After chatting with these women, Qin Feng also hurriedly washed up and then went out to have breakfast to replenish the energy he consumed last night. As soon as they went out, they ran into Lu Piaoshui and Shi Ruoyi. The two saw Qin Feng with different expressions. Lu Piaoshui seemed to be a bit vain, as if she had done something unseemly, and the smile on her face was a bit unnatural. Schoolmate Qin Feng, good morning ah. For her part, Shi Ruoyi had a displeased face, as if Qin Feng owed her money again and hadn't paid her back, and she wore a face that was unapproachable. Qin Feng had long been accustomed to Shi Ruoyi's attitude, but Lu Piaoshui's reaction made him feel something strange, and then he immediately revealed a bad smile. He thought of what Shi Ruoyi had told him yesterday night about hearing some voices, and knew that Lu Piaoshui must have heard it as well, and she must be thinking about last night's events right now. She didn't feel any embarrassment and waved her hand in greeting. "Good morning, senior sister." "Hee hee, senior sister. Why are your eyes red? Did you stay up late last night?" Qin Feng had a hint of flirtation hanging at the corner of his mouth and his eyes were filled with laughter. That was a purely knowing question on his part. Lu Piaoshui instantly flushed slightly. Her complexion was slightly embarrassed and said, "Nothing. It's just that I had a lot of homework last night, and I reviewed it until relatively late." "Oh, so senior sister loves learning so much," Qin Feng said with a smile in his eyes as his heart snowballed. Lu Piaoshui smiled awkwardly, secretly muttered in her heart, "You still have the nerve to ask. It is not because you messed up, causing me to lose sleep last night." On the mouth, but a serious, "I originally loved to study, but the school bully it." Qin Feng gave a thumbs up, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a seeming smile, and said, "Awesome. I can't imagine that senior sister is so diligent. It really makes me feel ashamed of myself." Immediately afterward, Qin Feng's words turned and his eyes stared straight at Lu Piaoshui. "Then, do we have to study until very late again tonight?" The talk of learning was deliberately slowed down and the tone of voice emphasized those two words in particular. "Ah? This?" Lu Piaoshui's heart trembled. Those things last night flashed through her mind again, and she suddenly stammered, her eyes revealing a few moments of weakness and shyness. Qin Feng almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw her like this. Lu Piaoshui exasperatedly glared at Qin Feng before she lightly coughed and tried to suppress those tumultuous thoughts in her mind, forcing herself to calmly reply, "Depends on the situation. Don't nag with him. Let's hurry and leave." Shi Ruoyi's face was filled with impatience, and as she pulled Lu Piaoshui's hand, her footsteps were hurried and she left in a hurry. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a faint smile, only feeling that this matter was exceptionally interesting. He followed without thinking. The three walked back and forth into the elevator. The atmosphere in the small space instantly became a bit awkward, and everyone tacitly chose to be silent. Qin Feng silently pulled out his cell phone as Zhou Wenbin took the initiative to send himself a WeChat. "Brother Feng, I want to talk to you. Is it convenient now?" This made Qin Feng instantly perceive that Zhou Wenbin seemed to have something he wanted to say to himself. "We'll meet at the cafeteria in front of the school later." After more than 10 minutes, Qin Feng saw Zhou Wenbin sitting outside the tea house. Seeing Qin Feng coming over, he stood up and said, "Brother Feng, you're here. I'll treat you to breakfast." Qin Feng still perceived that there was something wrong with Zhou Wenbin's expression today. There must be something he was holding back. "For eyes, does your kid have something to discuss with me?" Qin Feng casually sat down and waved to the waiter next to him. "Give me a skinny congee with eggs and shrimp dumplings, egg tart, durian pastry, 2 pineapple rolls, for barbecued pork buns, and a side of beef balls with aged skin." Zhou Wenbin pushed up his glasses and said in surprise, "Can you eat that much?" Qin Feng was glowing and spirited and smiled. "I'm especially hungry today. Eat more. Feel free to order whatever you want. I'm treating you today." He was hungry because he had expended so much energy yesterday, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger in the morning. "You mustn't grab it from me or I'll get angry." Qin Feng added another sentence. He didn't want someone else to treat him to dinner. Although it doesn't cost much to eat breakfast, but mosquitoes have meat so you can brush a little money. How could Zhou Wenbin have the heart to eat at this moment? He looked hesitant and stammered, "Brother Feng, I want to ask you something. You must tell me honestly. If you have something to say, don't dawdle like a girl." Qin Feng looked at his appearance, more and more certain that Zhou Wenbin heart hiding things, and this thing 80% and their own unrelated. Zhou Wenbin's fingers wiggled uneasily for a while before he gathered his courage and asked with a nervous face, "Brother Feng, are you and Xia Mengmeng in love?" Chapter 95. My president is Thor. Qin Feng frowned. Zhou Wenbin must know something with this expression. There was no need to hide it. Not in love, but I recognized her as my god sister. Who told you I was in a relationship with Xia Mengmeng? The tangled depression on Zhou Wenbin's face was swept away, and he said excitedly, "You two aren't in love?" However, he suddenly thought of the image of Xia Mengmeng kissing Qin Feng in front of the Chanel store yesterday and frowned. "But I saw that Mengmeng even kissed you yesterday." Qin Feng immediately understood. No wonder Zhou Wenbin came early in the morning to ask himself about this matter. The original he saw himself yesterday and Xia Mengmeng shopping. "Bro, I know you like Xia Mengmeng, but do you know how she likes people? You should understand how she feels about you." Zhou Wenbin froze. He also sensed that Xia Mengmeng did not like him. He thought about it all night last night before he made up his mind to come and find Qin Feng and ask for an understanding. Seeing Zhou Wenbin in this state, Qin Feng sighed and said, "Brother, it's not that I'm digging for you, but she's simply not your cup of tea. Take my advice, don't waste your time on her. She's not for you. The kind of man Xia Mengmeng wants is the kind that can bring her material fulfillment. You can't satisfy any of these, so how can she possibly like you?" Zhou Wenbin lowered his head. His emotions were very low, and only after a while did he raise his head and say, "So yesterday you bought her a lot of things of great value, right?" Qin Feng said seriously as he ate his food. "Let me ask you, what is the most basic condition for pursuing a girl?" Without thinking, Zhou Wenbin said, "Sincerely, wrong." Qin Feng nonchalantly held his words down and rubbed them on the ground. "The most basic requirement is that you have enough money, and in this fast-paced era, all romance is based on money. Don't mention anything about sincerity. Sincerity is a joke these days." Zhou Wenbin's face was embarrassed, as if he was very unconvinced by this statement, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Take a brother's advice and let go of her while you just have a crush on her right now. Zhou Wenbin was very entangled inside, and finally held back a sentence. "If I don't give up on Xia Mengmeng, even if she is your girlfriend, will you cut me off?" Alas, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. This kind of thing was not up to him. Even if he didn't take action against Xia Mengmeng, it was impossible for Xia Mengmeng to like Zhou Wenbin. How can two people force themselves together when they're not even on the same page? That's not going to happen, but I still say it's in your best interest to let go before it's too late. Zhou Wenbin scratched his head and giggled. "It's fine. Maybe I'll think about it in a few days. Brother Feng, you're really powerful. There are so many beautiful women around you who like you. If only I had such great skills as you." Zhou Wenbin is worthy of being a fat man with a broad mind and recovered so quickly. Qin Feng poofed a smile. "I have only one secret in this book, and that is to use money. You have money will also have a relationship with a woman like me." He suddenly thought of Bai Ruoyi. Although Bai Ruoyi said that she broke up with herself because she was too clingy, it wasn't essentially because she didn't have any money. If she had money, the ending would have been different, and her mother, Chu Meru, would not have disliked her. Zhou Wenbin was silent, and the two of them smothered their breakfast. The breakfast cost a total of $300, and getting 10 times that amount, I got $3,000. It's better than nothing. After breakfast, the two were in no hurry to leave, and sat around chatting. Zhou Wenbin suddenly asked, "Brother Feng, have you joined a club?" Qin Feng then remembered that there was such a thing. Usually when freshmen came to the university, there were some seniors who would invite them to join some clubs, but he had all been busy lately and didn't have the time to mess around with such things. As a college student, if you don't join a club, then college is a waste. "Which club did you join?" Qin Feng asked rhetorically. Zhou Wenbin hemmed and hawed and immediately came to life, breaking his hands and indexing, "Secondary anime club, game club, literature club. I'm telling you, there are especially a lot of girls in the secondary anime and gaming clubs. There are so many students wearing beautiful secondary clothes. Super nice. Those girls are simply from the secondary anime world." Zhou Wenbin forgot about those previous worries as soon as the topic came up, and the whole person went into a state of exuberance. Proper old colorful bastard. "Why don't you join the secondary anime club together?" Zhou Wenbin's voice carried temptation, his eyes ambiguous. "There are especially many girls." Qin Feng immediately revealed a smile, not for any other reason, just for this sentence that there are especially many girls. He must also go to the secondary anime club to take a look. Fatty Four Eyes. Why do I feel as if you want me to join the secondary anime club so badly? You're not receiving any favors from them, are you? Qin Feng's eyes turned and looked at Zhou Wenbin with a smile. He always felt that this guy had an ulterior motive. Hey, the president said that if I can invite 5 people I can take a picture with her. Zhou Wenbin laughed cheaply, not hiding his purpose. Brother, you must help me. Zhou Wenbin rolled his eyes and begged bitterly again. No. I'm just curious. You want to take a picture with the president of the secondary anime club that badly? Zhou Wenbin's eyes instantly lit up, as if he thought of something exciting. Do you play Proto-God? What does this have to do with your business? Zhou Wenbin laughed cheaply. That's because our president Thor is super awesome, long legs, oversized thunderbolt. It's almost like he's a thunderbolt that came out of the original God. You know I love secondary girls the most. So help me out and join my anime club, please. Qin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes contemptuous. So you went and invited 5 people to join the secondary anime club at her word, just to take a picture with a woman? Have you never seen Dare? Zhou Wenbin swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, Brother, this thunder is different from the others. I guarantee that when you see her you'll be the same as me. This is definitely the best on earth, unrivaled in the world. You'll definitely join the secondary anime club without hesitation after seeing her. Trust me on that. Seeing Zhou Wenbin in such a state also aroused Qin Feng's great interest. He was also a man who had seen a lot, and the average woman really didn't shock him too much. This Zhou Wenbin is afraid that he has never seen a few women before, so he exaggerates so much. Qin Feng said in disbelief. Hearing you say that, I'm really interested. Take me to take a look. I'd like to see what kind of woman can mesmerize you. Chapter 96 Sister Peach Crisp. The two hurriedly returned to the school, and Zhou Wenbin directly took Qin Feng to the animation club. I've already said hello to our president, and I'll take you to her in a few minutes. The anime club was on the 3rd floor of a building, and its headquarters was a modest room with a lot of anime character heads plastered on the outside. There's Cory, Alicia, etc. The sense of secondary atmosphere is particularly strong. There was also a lot of role-playing scene from time to time, and all of these people were fairly well restored. And secondary clothes are notoriously low in fabric, dress cool, and the girls have hot bodies. Watching Zhou Wenbin's eyes dazzled. His eyes darted around, and occasionally commented on it. Qin Feng finally understood why Zhou Wenbin was so fond of joining the secondary anime club. There are especially a lot of cute girls here. It's like a paradise for geeks. Our president is working inside, so I guarantee you'll have a big surprise when you see it. Zhou Wenbin had a mysterious smile on his face. Humph. Only an unseen brat like you would make a fuss. Qin Feng mocked Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Wenbin raised his hand and knocked on the door, saying, President, I've brought the newcomer over. Come in. A sweet and creamy clip tone came out from inside the house, with a crisp and adorable timbre, instantly making Qin Feng's mind not help but conjure up the image of an extremely cute-looking girl, as if only such a sweet girl would speak in such a tone. This increasingly aroused Qin Feng's curiosity, and he wanted to know more and more what kind of president could make Zhou Wenbin praise him. The door had just opened to a faint aroma. Only those cute girls like to make their rooms smell good. Qin Feng's gaze immediately passed through the doorway and landed on a human petite woman. This woman had blonde hair, wore a pair of half-rimmed glasses with blue pupils affixed to her eyes, and had a very delicate face, as if she was a noble princess who had walked out of the second dimension. As his eyes subconsciously moved downward, he saw a scene that made Qin Feng's heart beat faster. He finally understood Zhou Wenbin, why he would say that the big one was different. The president's body wasn't very tall, sitting on the desk with only a small portion of her body showing, while the fullness of her upper body pressed against the desk, creating a huge sense of impact. Just about any one of them was as big as her little head. It was too much. It was the first time Qin Feng had seen such exaggerated majesty. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Peach Crisp's mouth as she curiously and greatly surveyed Qin Feng. A lot of guys do that the first time they see themselves, and it was a look that she had gotten used to a long time ago. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. A boy is a boy. If he's not good, he's still a boy. And as a girl who was constantly exposed to secondary anime, she had seen a lot of Sakura anime, like Black Thin or something, and Pure Dance. Peach Crisp pushed up her glasses. Her gaze locked onto Qin Feng as the light in her eyes grew hotter. Nice guy, is properly handsome. I didn't expect this little fatso to bring me a big baby. Peach Crisp's favorable impression of Qin Feng instantly exploded, and with a smile on her face, she enthusiastically said, Handsome boy. Welcome to join our animation club. As the words fell, she stood up and graciously extended her small hand, ready to shake hands with Qin Feng. As she rose this way, her upper body trembled uncontrollably and slightly. Zhou Wenbin's eyes widened. A thief stole a glance and did not dare to look at a second glance. Qin Feng secretly praised, "Good strong capital." A glance will estimate her height of about 1 meter 6 or so. The height of the south, the whole person is small and delicate, the body belongs to the type of slightly fat, looking very fleshy, just right. It was very much to Qin Feng's liking, and his favoritism towards this schoolmate president skyrocketed. Qin Feng stretched out his broad palm and gently gripped the hand that Peach Crisp handed to him. And in an instant, a small, showy, soft touch came from his hand, making it feel quite marvelous. Subconsciously, he tightened his grip on Peach Crisp's small hand. "Hello, senior sister. My name is Qin Feng. I'm this year's freshman. It was Zhou Wenbin who introduced me here." Peach Crisp smiled brightly, those two big watery eyes always staring at Qin Feng. The heart-stopping clip sound slowly came out from Peach Crisp's small mouth again. "I'm Peach Crisp, and also the president of the animation club. Welcome to join our animation club." Peach Crisp has two main hobbies. One is obsessed with anime, and the other is to look at handsome men. Qin Feng retracted his hand with intent and smiled. "Please take care of senior sister in the future." "You're welcome." Zhou Wenbin rubbed his hands on the side, his eyes staring straight at Peach Crisp, only to feel his mouth dry, and couldn't wait to say, "President, I've already completed the task of pulling in a newcomer, and I'm still short of 4 spots. You promised me something. You can't forget it. Don't worry. I'll definitely give you a set of my personal portraits when the time comes." Qin Feng glanced at Zhou Wenbin, secretly said, "You kid lied to me, said that only with the chairman of the photo. It turned out to be wanting people's private portrait photography, I told you, how could you willingly drag 5 people to join the anime club just to take a picture with Peach Crisp? And here's where the greater good comes in." Zhou Wenbin awkwardly smiled, winking at Qin Feng, seemed to say, "Brother, you also do not blame me for lying to you, this kind of thing, how I have the good sense to say it." Qin Feng lazily ignored Zhou Wenbin, suddenly thought of Tao Su's portrait. With her body to take a portrait must be very beautiful. Allergy then felt a heart warm. "Want to see the school sister's portrait?" Smiling, he flirted, "Sister Peach Crisp, when did you take a photo shoot? Why don't you send me a set as well?" Peach Crisp instantly had a smile that made people think about it emerge from the corners of her mouth. "I have a lot of portraits. Which one do you want?" Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, his eyes like a torch in the body of the Peach Crisp schoolgirl quickly surveyed. The corners of his mouth rose, smiled. "So schoolgirls are also fond of taking pictures, Coincidentally, I also have a little research in this area. I love to take pictures in my spare time. Why don't we find some time to exchange ideas?" Peach Crisp was astonished, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Are you telling the truth?" "That's for sure. How could I lie to senior sister? I also have a set of professional photography equipment worth hundreds of thousands of dollars." Qin Feng patted his chest and assured. Upon hearing this, Peach Crisp's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Don't lie to me. I'll take it seriously." After she finished speaking, she turned her head towards Zhou Wenbin and instructed, "Senior Zhou, Qin Feng and I have something we want to talk about alone, so you go out for a while first." After Zhou Wenbin went out, Peach Crisp lifted her chin to look at Qin Feng with interest, and couldn't wait to ask, "How do you usually charge for helping people take pictures?" "Free." Qin Feng shook his head, he wasn't that bad. The main thing was a hobby to shoot girls. Peach Crisp instantly smiled ambiguously. The water of the photographer's industry is very deep, and also know some insiders. The free ones are often the most expensive. Hokage? You're not trying to exempt each other from Hokage, are you? Chapter 97. A little surprise for sister. Mutually free, which in this industry means free for both parties. There is no need to pay for photography. You don't have to pay for an in-depth conversation with the model either. Nonetheless, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. The free I'm talking about is free in the true sense of the word. No money is needed because I don't lack this expense. With that, with a turn of words, the eye god stared hotly at Peach Crisp, enjoying the gorgeous schoolmate to her heart's content. If senior sister wants to, I won't refuse. After all, who can refuse such a beautiful senior sister? Qin Feng had a smile in his eyes and did not hide his desire at all. An ambiguous smile blossomed on Peach Crisp's face, her eyes staring at Qin Feng with a smirk. "I like people who are frank. I can tell at a glance that you and I are in the same category." Qin Feng came to be interested. Peach Crisp gave him a different feeling. completely different from other girls. What he saw in Peaches and Crisp was not only the physical differences, but also the secrets that Peaches and Crisp hid inside, secrets that men longed to know. Qin Feng also wanted to know the secrets within Peach Crisp. "Oh, what kind of person does schoolteacher think I am?" Peach Crisp guffawed and leaned her back against the chair with her beautiful eyes looking straight at Qin Feng. "Good thou bold. I've noticed from the moment you walked in the door that your eyes have been fixed on me. A very wanton look. A look like you've seen your prey, am I right?" Peach Crisp spoke eloquently. Qin Feng nodded. He didn't deny it and said with a frank gaze, "Senior sister has good eyesight. I've studied psychology, so naturally I know a little bit." The corner of Peach Crisp's mouth rose. She was still confident in her ability to read people. "Men, if he makes a move, you can guess what he wants to do." With that, Peach Crisp's body tilted forward slightly, her eyes revealing a sense of oppression staring into Qin Feng's eyes. "You want me?" Qin Feng was stunned. He could not have imagined that his senior sister would be so directly saying such words as well. This was the first time he had encountered such a blunt and bold schoolmate, which made Qin Feng feel very fresh and stimulated. And suddenly his heart fluttered and his eyes flamed as he said, "I don't deny it." Peach Crisp sniffed, not only did not get angry, but instead smiled delicately. Her voice brought a few points of temptation and said, "Schoolboy, do you want to add a group?" "What group?" Qin Feng was a bit confused by Peach Crisp's words. "Is it the anime club's group?" Peach Crisp held out a finger and wagged it, grinning. "I'll have to add the anime club's group, but I'd rather you add my private group." Qin Feng was in a good mood. He liked chatting with these pretty girls. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile to flirt. Could it be a welfare group? Correct answer. Peach Crisp grinned, her voice carrying a hint of pleasure. Ordinary group, $299 monthly packages. Advanced group, $599. Inside there are many beautiful photos of me. School brother does not want to see. Peach Crisp winked mischievously. Qin Feng's heart moved. There are a lot of girls who take some photos and get them online to sell. People in the outside world call these people welfare girls. Also, the circle is messy. As long as there's money, those who don't talk about it offline are fake. This circle is very lucrative, with some people making hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars at a young age. It's also because the money comes in so quickly that it makes it easy for these welfare girls to fall off the wagon. 9 times out of 10, Peach Crisp schoolgirl is a welfare girl. What about the yearly package? Qin Feng had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, ready to brush another wave of money and another wave of Peach Crisp favor. As long as you find Peach Crisp's weakness, you can precisely break through her psychological defenses and furiously brush up her favor. Peach Crisp froze. Normally when people heard her price at this threshold, they would think it was on the high side and would hesitate or reject it, but she thought her photos were worth the price because the quality was also more appealing than her other counterparts. Can't it be that this schoolmate has made such a bold move that he wants a yearly package? If it's a yearly package, I can give you a cheaper price. $5,000 will do, schoolmate. Do you want a yearly package? Peach Crisp's eyes flickered with a few small expectations, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng. She started selling photos in high school and has saved hundreds of thousands of dollars, and has made a down payment on a house, for an existence that many people envy. I also bought a chopped fish head cart. If she could get her schoolmate to contribute another $5,000, she wouldn't mind. Qin Feng smiled bashfully. The $5,000 of spending was insignificant to him, and he was not satisfied. Sister Peach Crisp, if I were to subscribe for a year, just looking at those benefits in your group, I'm not quite satisfied. Peach Crisp, you flashed a sly light, your eyes hazily staring at Qin Feng. If schoolmate really wants to add me, I can still send you some photos and small videos in private. I won't treat you badly. What if it's a 10-year package? Qin Feng smiled wickedly. I wonder what benefits senior sister has in store for me? Peach Crisp froze, although she had also come across some big brothers who had entered the group with yearly packages. She had not heard of anyone who would pack for 10 years, and it directly confused her wholeheartedly. Hokage, you're not kidding me. You pack 10 years, this joke is not funny. At this moment, Peach Crisp even suspected that Qin Feng was making fun of her, and wasn't intentionally adding to the group at all, and her attitude was slightly colder. Qin Feng's face straightened, his eyes gazing into the Peach Crisp eyes with extreme aggression. Senior sister, do I look like I'm joking to you? Peach Crisp could sense Qin Feng's sincerity and opened her mouth with an incredulous face. Don't tell me you want to bag 10 years? Qin Feng was very satisfied, admiring the shocked reaction of Peach Crisp, and said in a bold tone, Sister, just say straight out what benefits there are in the package of 10 years. Money is not an issue. This overbearing and care-filled tone of confidence immediately messed up Peach Crisp's mind. Never met such a generous gold owner. How much does 10 years cost? If you ask for more, you are afraid that Qin Feng won't give it to you, and if you ask for less, you feel that you are losing money. Peach Crisp's heart was in turmoil at the moment, subconsciously fiddling with her pen. The temptation of that 10-year membership package was too great, leaving her completely lost, and she was simply unable to refuse. Qin Feng also did not disturb senior sister Peach Crisp, letting her take her own time to consider. Peach Crisp seemed to have made up some sort of mind, bit her little lip and tried, "How about 40,000? And all the videos and photos I've taken in these 10 years are available to you for free, and I'll upload them to a web disk and give you the account number and password so you can look at them as you like." After saying that, Peach Crisp was again apprehensive, fearing that Qin Feng would feel that his opening was too high. Qin Feng looked calm and smiled lightly. 40,000 is a number I don't like. It's unlucky. Let's make it 50,000. Really? Peach Crisp was so excited that her voice changed tone. How could she not have imagined that the schoolmate in front of her was so bold and atmospheric? Not only did she not think the price was expensive, but on the contrary, she took the initiative to add $10,000. That's proper big money. Peach Crisp's favorability towards Qin Feng instantly skyrocketed in a straight line. Rich, super high value, and this generous, who could not like such a person? Chapter 98. Sister helped me make $10 million. Qin Feng secretly smiled. Wanting to brush a girl's favor is so simple. Just surprise her and said, "Sister Peach Crisp, send me your account number. I'll transfer money to you here." There is no promise more convincing than a direct transfer of funds. Spend $50,000, unlock the Peach Crisp welfare circle, get 200 times the rewards, and return $10 million. This wave of rewards won hemp again, making a small profit of $9,995,000. Other people couldn't save $5 million even if they worked hard for their whole life. He had earned a deposit that ordinary people couldn't earn in their whole life just by casually spending a small amount of money for a schoolmate. Even though Qin Feng was already numb to this situation, he still gave a small sigh of relief. In the old days, would never have taken out $50,000 to open a Foley Keys annual meeting. Instead, it now feels like $50,000 is underused, and that's a shift in mindset. The schoolmate in front of her, Peach Crisp, couldn't suppress a smile on her face once she saw the transfer balance. "Thank you, Daddy." Peach Crisp's heart blossomed, and her delicate and charming face looked even more alluring. And, inadvertently, they shouted out the words of their circle to some of the Golden Masters. In the circle of Peach Crisp, they are extremely submissive to those Gold Masters on the line. To satisfy their Gold Masters, they all do everything possible to please them, and calling them Daddy is the norm. Qin Feng immediately felt his heart beating fiercely. Being called father for the first time by someone else still felt very uncomfortable, but in this ambiguous atmosphere at the moment, it made him feel a different experience. The petite and beautiful secondary school girl who called her father to her face. Well, it seems to feel pretty good too. "Senior sister, what did you just call me?" The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly as a wicked smile quietly surfaced. Peach Crisp then realized with a shock that she hadn't kept her mouth shut just now, and the names she usually said online to those Gold Masters came out of her mouth. At that moment, she only felt her face burning with huge embarrassment. Although on the internet she often called people Dad, but in reality so bluntly called out or the first time, embarrassed hate cannot find a crack on the spot to drill in. "You must have heard wrong." Peach Crisp responded in a panic, then rushed to change the topic, smiling awkwardly. "I'll give you the NetDisk account and password. You can go up and look at it any time. There can be dozens of Gs of study materials in there, so you can enjoy it slowly sometime. But I suggest you be by yourself at night." Peach Crisp's eyes revealed a hint of ambiguity that seemed to convey some kind of startling message. Qin Feng's heart swam within him. The study materials provided by Sister Peach Crisp were absolutely explosive to the extreme. "Sister, let's have a good exchange about taking pictures sometime." If Qin Feng was referring to something, Peach Crisp understood it at once and laughed daintily. "Good. When I want to take pictures someday, I'll look for you to do it. Remember, it's free." "Must." Qin Feng agreed with his mouth full, inexplicably feeling anticipation at the thought of taking art photos with his schoolmate later. "Sister Peach Crisp, my friend is still waiting for me outside. I'll go back first. Contact me on WeChat if anything happens." The two added WeChat, and Peach Crisp enthusiastically and personally sent Qin Feng to the door, and the two were like old friends for many years. Zhou Wenbin looked at the two men in surprise, searching in his heart. How come Brother Feng is so close to the president? They hadn't talked for long inside. Why did they seem like old friends? Brother Feng is also too powerful. What kind of women can be easily taken? At once become an old friend. If only I were as powerful as him. Zhou Wenbin was very envious. See you later, senior sister. Qin Feng waved and left with Zhou Wenbin. Without going far, Zhou Wenbin couldn't hold back his curiosity and eagerly asked, Brother Feng, what exactly did you say to the chairman? Didn't you guys just meet today? How did the relationship become so good all of a sudden? Zhou Wenbin asked all of his questions in his head. Qin Feng leisurely inserted his hands into his pockets, as a smile slowly emerged from the corners of his mouth. This approach of his own, Zhou Wenbin really can't learn. You can't learn the skill. There's no point in telling you about it. You need to hone it and sink more into it. Zhou Wenbin seemed to understand. Peach Crisp strides briskly, re-entering his office, a very bright smile on his face. I didn't expect to meet a handsome and gold elementary school brother, all of a sudden into the account of 50,000 yuan. The luck is simply don't be too good. My small vault of private money finally broke through to the 400,000 mark. Peach Crisp's face was filled with the excitement of a fortune hunter, her eyes staring tightly at the deposit balance in her cell phone. Her eyes filled with ecstasy. Immediately afterward, his brain quickly flashed through Qin Feng's appearance, and his two legs were swinging on the desk, gently rocking. That said, what exactly is this schoolmate? He's told me before that he has hundreds of thousands of dollars of photography equipment, which is not something that anyone can afford to play with. Spending another $50,000 in one breath, wrapping up my membership for 10 years. Definitely a rich second-generation handsome guy. Peach Crisp's eyes brightened. Such a good thing must be flaunted inside the group to make those smelly sisters envious and jealous. Open a large group with the note, Welfare Sisters Group. There are 500 people in this group all filled up. Each one is a sweet-looking welfare girl. Peach Crisp Group at sharing a huge good news for my sisters. I just met a super awesome gold owner who opened my 10-year membership in one go. A picture of the transfer was attached, but the name of the transfer was coded by Peaches and Crisp, and you could also see that the transfer was made a while ago. At once, the entire welfare group all exploded. Geez, how can a sister have such a generous gold master? You're too lucky for that. Those gold masters of mine are stingy and can't afford to tell him to drive for a year. Ask for an introduction. That's $50,000. I've made more than I've made in 3 months combined. I'm envious to the point of tears. Baby, please introduce me to him. I want a golden daddy like that. The entire group instantly boiled, and all kinds of envy also satisfied Peach Crisp's vanity. That's the effect to be desired. It can't be helped. Who made me look pretty? That gold boss is in love with me. I won't introduce him to you guys. What if you Thai foxes snatch him away? Peach Crisp is not going to be stupid and introduce his golden father to someone else. Cheapskate. Right at this moment, a few stout men heckled Qin Feng and Zhou Wenbin's path. Bro, wait. One of them spoke up. Qin Feng stopped his steps, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked up and down at these several uninvited guests, confirming that he didn't know each other at all, and that nothing unpleasant had happened. So he asked, Classmates, what is it that you want? Chapter 99 Basketball Club Invitation. Hi, I'm the president of the basketball club, Luo Chongqing. Bro, I see you're pretty strong. Are you interested in joining our basketball club? Luo Chongqing had an enthusiastic smile on his face, his two eyes staring at Qin Feng with fire, secretly thinking, this person is handsome enough, model figure, the basketball club lacks such a handsome man. Right now, the basketball club is so masculine and feminine that not many female students want to join the basketball club at all. This led to the brothers often complaining to themselves that basketball wasn't exciting without female students cheering on the sidelines, and asking them to try to pull some of them in. He also publicized many times, but unfortunately the effect is very little, so he had a whim to find a handsome man to recruit female students, may be able to play a miraculous effect. Anyway, he was beating a dead horse and happened to run into Qin Feng, so he ran to casually ask. And worried that Qin Feng would not be willing to join, Luo Chongqing added a few more sentences. Our basketball club is quite strong. We have a lot of influence in Jiangnan University, and this year our school built a super luxurious gym, so luxurious that you can't imagine. Luo Chongqing revealed another brother look and laughed. Going there to play basketball is also especially girly. There are a lot of girls who often go there to play. If you want to win the hearts of the girls, you have to show your charm on the basketball court. Brother, you look so handsome, as long as you appear in the basketball court. No matter whether the skill is good or not, as long as you stand there, you are guaranteed to attract a lot of beautiful women's eyes. Luo Chongqing a messy blow, although he is not very handsome, but personal charm is still very strong. Talk is also very cordial, with whoever looks like a self-acquaintance. Qin Feng was smiling when he heard that. The gymnasium Luo Chongqing was talking about was the one he invested in and built, and said, "Of course there's no problem. I also like to play basketball. Let's spar when we have the chance." Even if Luo Chongqing didn't come to his door, he still planned to take the time to visit the basketball club. Luo Chongqing finding his way to the door had saved him the trouble. "Man, you like to play basketball, that's right. A man should be able to play basketball." Hearing that Qin Feng liked to play basketball, Luo Chongqing's goodwill increased and he became even more enthusiastic. This guy also had a height of 1.78 m and stood together with Qin Feng only slightly lower than Qin Feng. Luo Chongqing hurriedly put his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder and said with passionate fire, "Good brother, I'm telling you, our student union just lacks a vice president. If you work hard and contribute to our basketball club, you'll have a chance to take the vice president position. I'm not going to lie to you." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a smile. He had seen this kind of routine many times. Giving you any favors right off the bat is nothing more than trying to get you to contribute. "President Luo, you don't want me to donate money, do you?" Qin Feng half-joked. Luo Chongqing was busy shaking his head, afraid of scaring Qin Feng away. Cutting through the iron, he assured, "There's absolutely no such thing. Our student union is still well-funded. We won't ask you to donate money. To celebrate you joining our basketball club today, I'll treat you to something to eat." Luo Chongqing narrowed his eyes and smiled. This enthusiasm always made Qin Feng feel like this guy was up to something. But he didn't panic. He'd like to see what kind of drugs this guy had in his gourd. "That's fine. I don't have much to do right now anyway," Qin Feng responded. "I won't go. I have things to do. You guys go have fun," Zhou Wenbin said. He wasn't very interested in playing basketball, and Luo Chongqing didn't force him. His main target was Qin Feng. 10 minutes later, Luo Chongqing was sitting with a few of his companions and Qin Feng nibbling on melon seeds. Qin Feng thought Luo Chongqing would treat him to something good, but it turned out that he couldn't imagine that it would just be a pack of $10 melon seeds, which the four of them would share. Luo Chongqing spat out the melon shells and said in a fervent manner, "Brother, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Our basketball club is facing a very serious problem, and this problem can only be solved by someone as handsome as you." Luo Chongqing's face was serious, as if something serious had happened. Qin Feng secretly laughed. "On your basketball club and what else, and not let you go to blow up the bunker. Why do you make the atmosphere so serious?" "President Luo, just say what you have to say. Don't scare me." Qin Feng spat out his melon absently. Luo Chongqing made a long story short and told Qin Feng about the current situation of the basketball club. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "That means there are less girls in the basketball club now? So you want me to help you guys to invite some girls to join our basketball club, right?" Luo Chongqing solemnly said. "Brothers are so handsome. Those women definitely like talking to you. As long as you help our basketball club invite 30 female students to join, I can assure you that the vice president position is yours." Luo Chongqing patted his chest to guarantee it, his face very serious. Qin Feng, where he couldn't hear Luo Chongqing's half-truths and half-falsehoods in these words. God knows how many people he had said these words to, but he was really a bit interested in the position of vice president. When Luo Chongqing saw Qin Feng thinking, he assumed that he was hesitating and winked at a few of his companions. A few other people immediately understood Luo Chongqing's meaning and turned their eyes to Qin Feng with a smile. "Buddy, once you become vice president, you'll have tremendous power. There are hundreds of us basketball club mates. You're the number 2 person besides the president under the president. You'll be able to order hundreds of people. And we can assure you that we will waive all your fees. President Luo is a junior this year. When he retires, the presidency will be yours. What are you still hesitating for?" "I'd say yes if I were you." Qin Feng, where still do not know what these guys in the heart of the idea is to want to treat themselves as a tool man, he is not so good to use. These people were afraid that they had never thought that they would complete the mission, which was why they had easily promised the vice president to tempt themselves. "Yeah, isn't it just 30 female classmates? I promise you." Qin Feng smiled brightly, full of concern. "Before 5 o'clock today, I will definitely be able to help you recruit 30 female students to join the basketball club." Luo Chongqing and the others each had a surprised expression on their faces. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to invite their female classmates, but the vast majority of them were rejected because those girls simply weren't very interested in basketball, or they didn't have the energy and had joined other clubs. With only half a day left, how could it be possible to recruit 30 female students to join? If it was that easy, they wouldn't have to ask Qin Feng to step in. A few people looked at each other and thought to themselves that this kid can really blow. Not to mention they couldn't do it, even Luo Chongqing couldn't do it. Not to mention the fact that a freshman who just came in can't possibly have that much influence. You don't think you're so handsome that all the girls have to fall for you, do you? Luo Chongqing poofed a smile and patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng, if you can really make it by 5 o'clock today, not to mention vice president, I'll give you the position of president. Chapter 100, I want 50 sets. Qin Feng said with a smirk on his face. Can you keep your word? If I can complete the task within the stipulated time, are you going to let me have the position of president? Luo Chongqing simply didn't believe that Qin Feng was able to complete the mission in such a short period of time, and he didn't concede even after being provoked by Qin Feng with his words. If you have this ability, I, Luo Chongqing, will serve you, and without saying a word I'll let you have the president. Absolutely no kidding. That's a cut and dry statement. Good. Then it's a deal. Qin Feng stood up and smiled. Get ready to hand over the job. Tomorrow I'll be the president of the basketball club, and you'll be the vice president. Luo Chongqing poofed a smile. It was the first time he had seen someone with such a big mouth. That's fine. Our brothers are waiting for your performance. If you can't do it, you'll obediently listen to me from now on. Good. Qin Feng agreed in a single breath. I'll go get ready. I'll recruit people at the school entrance in the afternoon. Several people stared at Qin Feng's back just as he left with his front foot. President Luo, do you really believe the big words he said? Luo Chongqing shook his head and laughed in disbelief. It's weird to believe him. There's still about 7 hours left until the afternoon. There's absolutely no way he can invite 30 girls in such a short period of time. My companion teasingly laughed. Also, I can't believe he actually took it seriously. At that moment, a tall and thin companion said, President Luo, what if he invites 30 people? Are you really going to give him the presidency? Luo Chongqing laughed out loud, full of concern. If he really has the ability, it's not impossible to let him compete to be the president. Then the words turned and said with certainty, but this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Let's just see how he collects this afternoon. At the same time, Qin Feng also took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. If you want to accomplish this in such a short period of time, you can't convince the female students in the normal way. His own greatest strength is not that he is good-looking enough. An external condition alone is not enough to make those female students join willingly. Your own greatest strength is the ability to pay money. Sister Shen, what kind of makeup do you girls like? Qin Feng sent a message to Shen Ruoyi inquiring. Shen Ruoyi was in the middle of a classroom lesson when she saw this message and froze slightly. What did Qin Feng mean? Could it be that he was going to give himself cosmetics? Thinking of this, Shen Ruoyi was suddenly secretly happy in her heart, and her face inadvertently revealed a smirk. Jade Fingers quickly replied, Estee Lauder is a brand I think is okay. Who are you buying makeup for? And then finally an extra question. Qin Feng didn't know much about the cosmetic brands used by girls and replied, I'm planning to organize an event to give some benefits to my classmates. Do you know of any places in this neighborhood that sell these cosmetics? A sense of loss instantly rose in Shen Ruoyi's heart. She had thought that Qin Feng was going to send her cosmetics. Quickly burying those feelings of loss in his heart, he quickly replied to Qin Feng, I know. Why don't I take you there when I get out of class? It's okay. Half an hour later, Shen Ruoyi came to the school entrance after class to look for Qin Feng. She wore a white dress today, which with her pure and elegant temperament attracted a lot of people's eyes. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Shen Ruoyi had a sweet smile on her face, and her voice was soft and sticky, completely making it impossible to blame her. It's fine. Just happened to be playing with my cell phone while waiting. Qin Feng glanced at Shen Ruoyi one more time and said, Get in the car. Qin Feng drove his Cullinan and brought Shen Ruoyi to the nearest Estee Lauder boutique in the neighborhood. His car just parked in front of the boutique. The salesman at the door immediately brightened up. The probability of this kind of rich people to close the deal is very high. Welcome. Several salesmen enthusiastically promoted their products. All kinds of whitening and hydrating. Boss, your girlfriend is very pretty looking and very hydrated. She is highly recommended to use the Angel Series set, which can be used in the morning, midday and night, and is guaranteed to be hydrated. Qin Feng didn't want to listen to their nonsense and directly said, Recommend me some sets that are around 15,000. The salesman laughed. Angel Whitening Series is perfect for. The price is exactly 1,018. There are 7 bottles, whitening and moisturizing everything. Okay. It's it then. Qin Feng also didn't want to listen to the salesman continue to go on about it. The price was suitable. Mostly, he was in a hurry now, less than 6 hours before the appointment. The salesman said in his heart, rich people are really quick, unlike some customers, look at half a day before making up their mind to buy. This boss from entering the store to shopping less than a minute, if he put more effort, maybe he can let him buy a few more sets. So, the salesman was more affectionate. Boss, how can one set be enough? Your girlfriend looks so pretty. Surely you should buy one more set for her to make her happy, right? Shen Ruoyi sniffed and guffawed. Qin Feng had given her so many things, and he had come along himself. With his habits, he would definitely give them to himself. This was something Shen Ruoyi was very confident in. So, she didn't need to ask for it. Qin Feng smiled bashfully. He knew exactly what was in the salesman's heart. How many sets do you have in stock in your store? The salesman's eyes lit up when he heard this. Excitedly, he said, we still have more than 20 sets in stock in the store. How many sets do you want, boss? Not enough. Qin Feng shook his head. The salesman froze, half reflecting, not understanding what insufficient meant. Did he think it was too little? Can't be. Qin Feng said in a firm tone, I want 50 sets. Can you help me get them together in just 20 minutes? Of course, I don't necessarily require the same set, as long as it's 1,000 or more, and any price point makeup within 2,000 is fine. As soon as the words fell, all those customers around them stared at Qin Feng with incredulous eyes. The salesman was also dumbfounded and his mind went blank. She had seen a lot of customers who were very quick to buy things, but she hadn't seen anyone who wanted so many sets. She even wondered if Qin Feng was joking with her. Otherwise, how could someone buy 50 sets of cosmetics in one go? Shen Ruoyi, on the other hand, had a shocked look on her face. Qin Feng would never joke about such things. Could it be that he really wanted to buy 50 sets of cosmetics? Even if he used them for himself alone, he wouldn't be able to use them all by next year. Boss, you're not kidding me, right? The salesman stammered. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I'm not joking with you. Besides, with my status, do you think I would joke with you like this? The salesman's heart fluttered, and then his heart blossomed. The commission for 50 sets of cosmetics was not a small amount for her. Chapter 101 Sisters Help Call Someone. Boss, no problem. We've got it in stock at the store. We've got it in stock. The salesperson was so excited that she couldn't even speak properly. Even the store manager would personally praise her if she closed this deal today. No one in this store has managed to sell 50 sets of such expensive skincare products in one day. Store manager, come over and help me. This boss wants to buy me 50 sets of cosmetics. The salesman even shouted loudly on purpose. The store manager had long since noticed the situation over here, and without her having to say anything, she rushed over to help of her own accord. The other salesmen cast envious and jealous glances. The customers in the store couldn't help but whisper, this is too much. Even if it's good for his girlfriend, he doesn't have to buy 50 sets in one go. Even if it's 15,000 for a set, it's $60,000 here at the very least. A one-time purchase of 60,000 yuan of cosmetics. Such a man is rare, so envious of her boyfriend. Some people are envious, and no one complains that their boyfriends around them don't have that power. Shen Ruoyi listened to these words in her ears, cool in her heart, although she knew that these cosmetics were certainly not bought for herself alone, and was envied by those around her were also a bit fluttering. Qin Feng, why did you suddenly buy so many cosmetics? Shen Ruoyi eventually couldn't help but whisper her curiosity to inquire. Qin Feng blinked and said, didn't I tell you before? I'm going to organize an event where all these cosmetics are going to be given to my classmates. Thus, Qin Feng briefly talked about his agreement with Luo Chongqing. Shen Ruoyi suddenly came to a realization, spreading a smile and said in a cheerful tone, so you want to buy these cosmetics and use them to bribe those female students to join the basketball club? You're wrong again. This isn't called buying. This is a benefit of joining the basketball club. Qin Feng revitalized his words, the difference between buyout and welfare, this can be big. Buyouts are called improper tactics, welfare is honorable. You're being sophomoric. It's still the same. Shen Ruoyi smiled wryly and asked curiously, if a girl joins the basketball club, do she need to do anything? It's not going to be like you guys who go to the basketball court to play a lot, right? No, just go to the next party and be a cheerleader. No need for the girls to be on the basketball court. The main event is a lively atmosphere. In that case, Why don't I join your basketball club as well and help you cut down on one spot? Shen Ruoyi's good-looking eyes kept staring at Qin Feng, making people wonder what she was thinking. Qin Feng didn't care. Shen Ruoyi was willing to join, that would be the best. Then I warmly welcome sister to join, and I'll scan the code to invite you to join the club group when we go back to school. Yeah. Shen Ruoyi guffawed. Remember to send me a set of benefits. Joining the basketball club would help Qin Feng complete his mission quickly and also give him a little bit of goodwill. The two share the basketball club and will have more opportunities to interact in the future. She's as good as it gets. The store manager came with a plastered smile. Boss? Excuse me. 50 sets of cosmetics minus the final number. I'll count you in at $80,000. Hearing $80,000, those guests who loved to watch were also secretly surprised. Qin Feng had no waves in his heart, and his face didn't change half of his expression, and he directly swept the code to pay. Spend $80,000? Get 50 times the storm. Money back 4 million. Another small harvest of wealth. Without the need for Qin Feng to explain, the store manager personally and respectfully carried all 50 sets of cosmetics to the car. He also gave Qin Feng a membership card with a 20% discount on future cosmetic purchases, which Qin Feng presented to Shen Ruoyi in passing. He can't use this stuff and he doesn't need a discount, not by a long shot. Shen Ruoyi fastened her seatbelt and said softly, Actually, you don't have to run to the entrance of the school to recruit so troublesome. I have several sister groups. As long as you send it out in the group and say that you send a set of cosmetics to them, there will definitely be a lot of people willing to join the basketball club. Qin Feng slapped his thighs, secretly called this method as good. He was thinking of going to the entrance of the crowded place, using cosmetics benefits to invite them to the basketball club to hang a name. Shen Ruoyi's approach directly saved himself a great deal of time, and he might be able to complete the task within half an hour. It's true that having a schoolmate and having connections is just a good thing. It seems that in the future, I will have to make good use of my connections within the school. Joining the basketball club to become the president would also allow you to build your own relationships, which was one of the reasons why Qin Feng wanted to join the basketball club, wanting to be the president. Otherwise, in the future, if you are bullied at school, you can't move to bring out the principal as a backer, and having classmates to help you can save a lot of work. Okay, then please. With Qin Feng's permission, Shen Ruoyi opened her sister group and briefly talked about joining the basketball club, and take pictures of those cosmetics in the car and send them to the group. Those diving sisters were instantly blown up and bubbling. Really or not? You get a set of over 1,000 designer cosmetics just for joining the basketball club and putting up a name? You're kidding. I haven't even used over $1,000 worth of makeup yet. How could someone give it to us for free? And still giving away 50 sets. Just think about it. The sisters in the group couldn't believe that the sky was falling. Shen Ruoyi guffawed. The sisters in the group still had a pretty strong anti-fraud awareness. Don't worry, everyone. I can assure you that there are absolutely no half-assed schemes. It's simply a set of perks you can receive for simply wanting to invite you to join the basketball club. The address is right in front of the campus, and there's only a limited number of 50 spots, so if you're slow, there won't be any left. At this time, a classmate who is usually more familiar with Shen Ruoyi said in the group, Ruoyi is someone we should be clear about. I believe she won't lie to us. The question is, what will be so arrogant? It can't be your boyfriend, right? Shen Ruoyi saw this message inexplicably feel flustered, as if a thief general sneak a look at the side of the Qin Feng. Found that Qin Feng is concentrating on driving, before the heart must be. Don't guess, he's just an ordinary friend, he's also my schoolmate. Anyway, if you want cosmetics, come yourself. If you don't come, you'll give it out to someone else. I won't talk to you anymore. Shen Ruoyi throughout this sentence also do not care about the sisters in the group. For fear that these talkative sisters more and more mysterious, she is now in Qin Feng 8 has not yet a glance at. When Qin Feng drove back to the entrance of the school, he saw hundreds of girls waiting there at the entrance, and when these people saw Shen Ruoyi coming down from the library, each of them stared wide-eyed. Previously, they all knew that the photo Shen Ruoyi sent to the group was sitting in a car, but they didn't know what kind of car she was sitting in, and now they saw it clearly. Surprisingly, it's a multi-million-dollar Cullinan. One was very shocked. Chapter 102, Inviting Schoolmates to Join the Basketball Club. Shen Ruoyi got out of the car and saw these sisters in the group casting envious eyes. This second her vanity was greatly satisfied. Immediately afterward, the sunny and handsome Qin Feng, who exuded an outstanding temperament, followed them out of the car, and instantly attracted their eyes firmly. Big handsome guy in a Cullinan. Either condition appealed to them greatly. This is exactly the standard of Prince Charming that they dream of. Some of the more daring girls immediately gathered around, their eyes glittering with excitement. Ruoyi, is this your boyfriend? That's so cool. Does he own this car? Shen Ruoyi guffawed, also a little embarrassed by the question. Said, not my boyfriend, is my schoolmate La. Hello everyone, I'm Qin Feng, this year's new student. I'm very happy to meet all the schoolmates. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up a wicked smile. This bad smile exuded a different kind of charm. These girls were usually quite honest, saying that they wanted to marry an honest man. But when they really came across this kind of rich and handsome Qin Feng, they had long since thrown their original principles out of their minds and quickly surrounded Qin Feng, their eyes glittering with excitement. Hello handsome, let's add a WeChat. These girls are very enthusiastic and bold, and when they hear that they are not Shen Ruoyi's boyfriend, they are directly nonchalant and rush to add Qin Feng's WeChat. It's like a woman who's just been released from prison and wants to pounce on a man when she sees him. Qin Feng did not refuse, and with a kind face he lit up his WeChat for them to scan. Shen Ruoyi stood on the side and smiled at this scene, secretly thinking, student Qin Feng is really popular with everyone, but it's right. He looks rich and handsome. It's normal for girls to welcome him. In less than 3 seconds, the smile faded from his face. Humph, these octogenarians are too enthusiastic, as if they've never seen a man before. Shen Ruoyi clasped her hands in front of her chest, coldly and secretly slandering, oblivious to her sour jealousy. Qin Feng was surrounded by a group of beautiful women with a gust of fragrant wind, causing the surrounding passing boys to be very envious. A certain passerby freaked out with jealousy and cursed in a low voice, bah! Another rich second generation from nowhere, driving a lousy car to pick up girls in our place. These women are so cheap. Qin Feng couldn't hear these voices, and even if he didn't bother to pay attention to them, opening the door of the car with a smile on his face that was like a spring breeze. Sisters and sisters, each of you will receive a gift, and then I will invite you to join our club group. Seeing that more than 1,000 beauty and skincare products were at their disposal, these schoolmates were very quick to agree. Meanwhile, Luo Chongqing brought his 2 buddies and headed in the direction of the school's entrance. President, if that kid can invite 5 girls to join our basketball club, I can even think highly of him. Haha, I'm afraid that if one of them can't be found, that would be a big joke. Luo Chongqing cracked a smile and said, that kid thinks those women will fall for him just because he's handsome. So it's a good time to take this opportunity to make him sober up a bit so that he won't have no one in our society in the future. Although the club needed to add some newcomers to keep growing, he didn't need some people who undermine the unity. And if Qin Feng's personality was too arrogant to cause conflicts among the members, he would not hesitate to exclude Qin Feng. Hopefully this kid will recognize reality and change his bragging ways. The phone vibrated slightly, a message from the club group. Qin Feng invites the budding summer to join the club group. Luo Chongqing was surprised. Looking at the name, he knew that it was a girl, and the avatar was also a female. Could it be that the kid successfully invited girls to join? Immediately, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid is not bad. He's still got some skills. He's already invited a sister to join him. The rest of the group responded, a warm welcome to Mo Summer to the basketball club. In this group, regular guys joining wouldn't make half the waves, but girls joining would be a different story, and the guys who were diving in would pop up to say a few words of warm welcome. However, everyone's welcome wasn't over yet, as a new system message refreshed. Qin Feng invited Xie Miao Miao to join the club group. Qin Feng invited Huang Hongmei to join the club group. Qin Feng invited Zhu Shufan to join the club group. 3 invitations for women to join appeared in a row, and the expression on Luo Chongqing's face gradually became shocked. This kid is too powerful, right? Inviting 4 sisters to join in such a short period of time. Then, the shock on his face hadn't receded. 5th, 8th, 10th, 15th, one girl after another was invited into the club group. Inside the weekdays, girls are treated like babies in this group, and having a dozen or so more all at once is like a dead tree coming back to life. The whole group was instantly abuzz. Whether they were playing basketball or taking a class, they rushed to pull out their cell phones to read the group's messages. What's the situation? How come so many beautiful women enter the group at once? Who is this Qin Feng? President, hurry up and come out and explain what's going on? Luo Chongqing was also confused. Qin Feng's ability was beyond his imagination. How could he let so many girls join so easily? At this time, the companion beside him stared at the screen with wide eyes and said in shock, President, It can't be that this kid has pulled all of his 7 aunts and 8 aunts relatives and friends he knows into our group. It's to gather enough 50 people to be and grab the position of president, right? Luo Chongqing's face changed drastically as a wave of anger rose in his heart. This possibility was not absent because he could not think of any way Qin Feng could add dozens of people in a short period of time in a single breath besides this reason. And this number was still growing. There's only one possibility that it's so quick, it must be pulling headcount directly from his WeChat. If this kid really resorted to this kind of cheating method, then he himself would just expel him. The basketball club didn't need this kind of trash. Luo Chongqing's face was grim as he suppressed his anger and said, "Didn't Qin Feng say that he would be recruiting in front of the campus this afternoon? Let's go and see what he's up to." With that, he stepped away and walked towards the main entrance of the campus. The other 2 companions also hurriedly followed, cursing under their breath. I can't imagine that this guy is so honest, but he uses such despicable means to deceive us just to steal the president's position. Such a person should never be allowed to join our basketball club. Luo Chongqing's face became more and more ugly. Although he was willing to give up his position to a capable person, he was definitely not willing to be snatched away by such a despicable way. Without taking a few steps, the expression on Luo Chongqing's face instantly froze. His mouth opened wide, and he looked at the door with an incredulous face. Not far away, Qin Feng was being surrounded by a large group of beautiful women, which numbered in the hundreds. What's going on here? The 2 men following him also looked shocked. What kind of demonic tactics did this Qin Feng use to turn so many girls around him? Chapter 103 Godly Schoolboy. Luo Chongqing suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly swept the room, immediately noticing that many of the girls were carrying an exquisite cosmetic set in their hands. This brand is not unfamiliar to him, it is Estée Lauder. Previously, when Luo Chongqing was still working part-time, he saved up money to buy a set for his girlfriend, so he remembers this brand vividly. This collection is over 1,000 for one set, and there are surprisingly dozens of hands in front of us with one. Instantly, Luo Chongqing came to a realization. He knew why so many girls suddenly joined the basketball club. The companion behind Luo Chongqing opened his mouth wide and said in surprise, "He's not using these cosmetics to attract those girls to join our basketball club, is he?" Other than this possibility, I really can't think of any other possibility that can focus on getting so many girls to join the basketball club in such a short period of time. Luo Chongqing was very complicated inside, his eyes staring straight at Qin Feng. He had never thought that Qin Feng would encounter utilizing this method to get others to join the basketball club. This is probably the thinking of the poor. My God, I'm afraid that many sets of cosmetics would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Is it worth spending tens of thousands of dollars for a presidency? The words of his companion behind him also spoke Luo Chongqing's mind. He also wanted to know if the false fame Qin Feng spent a lot of money like this for was worth it. Just when Luo Chongqing's mind was a bit confused, he suddenly saw Cullinan, who was parked not far away, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk. Cullinan. This multi-million-dollar Cullinan couldn't be Qin Feng's, could it? Then Qin Feng's identity was clearly revealed. Definitely rich. No wonder he was willing to lay down tens of thousands of dollars to give away cosmetics and get so many girls to join. In this instant, Qin Feng's image in Luo Chongqing's eyes instantly changed drastically. It became extraordinarily gracious and friendly. Open the Cullinan. Casually send others tens of thousands of gifts of rich young man. Such a person can make friends with as much as possible. Even if you cannot make friends, there is no need to offend. At this moment, a companion next to him gently bumped his arm and said in a voice with some excitement, "President, have you seen that luxury car? I recognize it as a Cullinan. It's worth $6 to $7 million. Could it be student Qin Feng's?" Luo Chongqing had an excited smile on his face. Whether it was Qin Feng's or not, Qin Feng had already impressed him with this tactic and said, "Let's go over and help first." Qin Feng sent all these gifts in one breath. The group has already more than hundreds of girls, although some of the girls did not receive their gifts. But they also expressed their willingness to join voluntarily for the sake of Qin Feng. Even if there are no gifts, no one wanted to miss the opportunity to pull strings with Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally didn't want these people to return empty-handed. They had waited here for so long, and in the end, they didn't get any benefits. So he laughed and said, "Fellow students, since the number of gifts is limited, I express my regrets for those students who didn't receive them. How about this? Qin Feng's words changed and his voice rose a few more decibels. In order to apologize and to make up for everyone's regrets, I'll treat everyone to dinner at the nearby Sunshine Hotel. Anyone who has time and wants to come can come. Those girls who originally did not receive the gifts and still had some small regrets instantly became excited, and their favorable impression of Qin Feng increased once again. The Sunshine Hotel is also a 3-star hotel, and it's not cheap to go there for a meal. Luo Chongqing. Several people happened to have come to Qin Feng not far away at this time. Hearing the invitation to hundreds of people to eat was also a breath of cold air. This spending alone is far beyond his affordability. Definitely a bull. President Luo? Qin Feng also saw Luo Chongqing and was first surprised, followed by a faint smile. Luo Chongqing had a warm smile on his face, and he didn't dare to pose as president anymore, humbly saying, "Brother, from today onwards, you are the president of our basketball club. I'll turn around and go through the handover procedures, and I'll also follow up by informing the brethren inside the group. Your ability to pay money has already gained my approval." Luo Chongqing half-joked that having a rich second generation as their president was not a bad thing for the club. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into a cozy smile. Luo Chongqing was thus on the right track. Couldn't have been better, and his goodwill towards him increased greatly. "That's fine. You'll be the vice president of the basketball room from now on. Small and large matters are left to you. You're responsible for maintaining the day-to-day. You can't make a decision, then let me step in." Qin Feng didn't make any pretense. He was fine with being a throwaway big boss. "Since you three are here, let's go eat together. By the way, I'll ask the group if any free students want to come over for dinner, so we can all have a lively time." If those rabbits heard that there's a free meal and so many female classmates, they would definitely come even if they skipped class. Luo Chongqing grinned. He knew these rabbits too well. Qin Feng certainly wouldn't be treating these basketball club boys to dinner for free and for nothing. It was to expand his influence and solidify his position in the basketball club. As expected, the group heard the news that Luo Chongqing was going to abdicate the presidency, and also invited everyone to have dinner at the Sunshine Hotel, which caused a huge shock in the group. Also heard that the new president Qin Feng, this time also invited hundreds of girls to eat together. Immediately with the chicken blood. No one again count. Why Luo Chongqing to give way? But hurriedly in the group that they must go. Luo Chongqing was responsible for tallying up the list, and Qin Feng called the Sunshine Hotel to book a large deluxe private room, capable of accommodating several hundred people in the hall at the same time. In the meantime, let them prepare the wine and food first. Luo Chongqing and his other companions sat in Qin Feng's culinan. At this time, Luo Chongqing's eyes cannot hide the envy. Said, "Brother is too good. Or the first time to sit in such a luxury car. Your family will not be a mine, right?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. The real situation naturally could not be said, saying, "Pretty much." Luo Chongqing suddenly saw Shen Ruoyi sitting on the passenger side, sighing, "I have long heard that Shen Ruoyi is very difficult to chase, and there is no messy gossip, and everyone thought that she was pure and clean. Who would have thought that she would be sitting on the passenger side of Qin Feng's brother so soon? Alas, money is not the same. Shen Ruoyi, such a top beauty, also let just come to the university Qin Feng easily take." Luo Chongqing was very envious and sighed. "This car of yours, I guess I can't afford to buy it even if I work and earn money in my life." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up a smile. His own car is really not affordable to the general public. His heart moved with an idea and asked, "Evergreen, what do you major in?" "Computer science major. Programming," Luo Chongqing casually said. "Oh, if you have any suitable projects to develop, I can invest in you." As soon as these words came out, Luo Chongqing and his companion, as well as Shen Ruoyi, were all startled at the same time. Chapter 104, Taking Over the Basketball Club. Qin Feng's words released a strong message. Not only did he have money, but he was also willing to invest in others, which meant that as long as one had a good relationship with Qin Feng, one would have a chance to get an investment that would change one's life. Luo Chongqing's heartbeat pounded hard. his body leaning forward slightly, his tone urgent. Young Qin, are you telling the truth? Because he was too nervous. Luo Chongqing was a little sloppy in his speech, afraid that Qin Feng was joking with him. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into a smile. Luo Chongqing's address to himself changed subtly. In his heart, his status had risen another notch. He did this with the suspicion of buying people's hearts, but also with the meaning of further strengthening his rich man's persona, so that Luo Chongqing and the others would die to be loyal to him. There's nothing like monetary gain to heat up a relationship quickly. Qin Feng was looking at this point, so he was boldly willing to invest in Luo Chongqing. As to whether the project Luo Chongqing took out later was worth cooperating with or not, that would depend on his ability. If he was incapable, then he could only blame himself for being useless. If Luo Chongqing's project was worth investing in, he himself would be able to make a profit out of it without losing 0.5% at all. No matter what, Qin Feng was in control of the whole situation. That's for sure. I'm not bad with money. It depends on whether your project is worth my investment. Young Qin, from now on, you'll be my father. Luo Chongqing's eyes glowed, not caring that there were two other people on the scene, immediately utilizing his thick-skinned skills to curry favor with Qin Feng. I've always had a good idea for a drone, and a couple of like-minded partners, but I've just been short of funds. If young Qin is willing to invest, this project has a very promising market outlook when it gets going. The initial startup capital is only $2 million, and we can increase the investment when we get our experiments out. Luo Chongqing was very excited and spoke eloquently. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. $2 million was nothing more than a small amount to him. There's no rush on this beforehand. When I've seen your project and think it's manageable, I'll invest $2 million in you. Many thanks, young Qin. Luo Chongqing was overjoyed at his words, and the smile on his face didn't stop. Shen Ruoyi's mind was like a tidal wave, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. Just now the words she also heard in her ears. Before she only knew that Qin Feng was generous, and spent a lot of money on her, just did not think about getting investment startup capital from Qin Feng. This incident was a great inspiration to her. If she started her own business, could she also let Qin Feng invest in it? This thought festered in Shen Ruoyi's mind and lingered like a magic spell. So easy. No conditions need to be vetted. And as long as the project is worthwhile, you can get the investment. It's like a savior for entrepreneurs. Shen Ruoyi was very impressed. She also wanted to change her destiny against all odds and start her own business as her own boss. And Qin Feng is her hope for entrepreneurship. For the rest of the journey, Shen Ruoyi hadn't said a word, her mind full of thoughts about how to start a business. All the way to the Sunshine Hotel, Qin Feng led the three of them to step into the hotel. Qin Feng instructed the welcome guests at the entrance, explaining that they would greet the people from the basketball club. One after another, people from the basketball club came to the hotel. There were a total of 270 people who came to the banquet this time, with a total of 25 tables. The rate is $10,000 per table. A variety of exquisite delicacies.
Plus seafood lobster.
Oysters, fresh fish, chickens, geese and ducks all served on the table plus 3 bottles of Flying Mao wine. All the students who watched had their appetites whetted and were shocked by the food on the table. Our new president is too posh, even on Maotai. With such a powerful president, our bitter days are over. Growing up, I've never had such a high-class Maotai. Those students who like to drink can't wait to open the Maotai and taste it. Luo Chongqing walked onto the stage and after drinking 2 glasses of wine, his face turned a little red. Fellow students, I'm very happy to be able to get together with you all for a gathering. It's thanks to our new president, Qin Xiao, for throwing away thousands of dollars and still allowing us to meet here and savor these delicious dishes. Let's welcome our new president with a warm round of applause. Luo Chongqing shouted at the top of his voice. Qin Feng walked onto the stage with a smile like a spring breeze on his face, took the microphone. His deep eyes swept the people on the stage, and through his voice, "Thank you all very much for recognizing and supporting me. I also thank Senior Luo for giving me this important position. It's a sign of trust in me. Please believe in me. I will be able to take the basketball club to the next level and become the biggest club in Jiangnan University. This is a powerful and inspiring statement. Qin Feng exuded a strong self-confidence, and the kind of aura he had on him could not be imitated by ordinary people at all. Applause from the stage. All of them were warmed up by these words from Qin Feng. Qin Feng had a smirk hanging at the corner of his mouth. As long as he unleashed his banknote ability, it wouldn't be long before he was able to completely control the entire basketball club. Raising his hands in a false pressure, the scene immediately quieted down, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Also, I'm organizing another big sorority event in a while. Invite the men and women of our entire basketball club to watch the sunrise on Mount Tai together, and I'll pay for the round-trip airfare, food and drinks. As soon as the words left his mouth, the excited screams and applause from the scene erupted like a raging sea. The male students clapped their hands in excitement, and the female students had delicate smiles on their faces because of their excitement. To see the sunrise on Mount Tai itself is a romantic thing, but also with so many beautiful students together is even more romantic. Every young person has a heart for romance and not so much work pressure. It is the age to eat, drink, and pursue adventure. It's just that they're students and don't have that kind of money to fly to Taishan to see the sunrise. And the fact that Qin Feng used his banknote ability to provide them with this opportunity and also organized such a huge sightseeing tour instantly made them feel tremendously good about Qin Feng. President Qin, I love you. A certain boy stood up and shouted excitedly. Sorry. Your love is too heavy for me to bear. I still prefer pretty girls. Qin Feng quickly picked up the words and responded with a few flirtations. The students on stage quickly burst into laughter and the atmosphere was very cheerful. Luo Chongqing looked at this scene and admired Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Although he used to be the president of the basketball club, he definitely didn't have this kind of appeal and influence. This Qin Feng had collected all the hearts and minds of the entire basketball club in just less than a day. That's probably the difference between ordinary people and rich people. As for Qin Feng, he had quickly built up a strong popularity and reputation in the basketball club in just a few hours. Spend $250,000. Trigger a 20-fold blitz. Return $5 million. When the payment was made, Qin Feng made another small profit. Today can be considered a day of fame and fortune for all. Chapter 105, Ambiguity in the Car. Saying goodbye to the students of the basketball club, Qin Feng drove Shen Ruoyi back to school. Senior sister, thank you for your help today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to finish the mission so quickly. On the way back, only 2 people were left, and Qin Feng did not forget to thank Shen Ruoyi again. Shen Ruoyi sat in the passenger seat, looking at Qin Feng sideways, a sweet smile on her face, her eyes revealing a few points of brightness, and said in a delicate voice, compared to the things you've done to help me, what's this little favor worth? Given the relationship between the two of us, there's no need to keep hanging on to thanks, is there? The atmosphere in the car immediately became ambiguous. Both of them thought at the same time about what had happened not long ago. Qin Feng had also promised to be Shen Ruoyi's fake boyfriend, and had also saved Shen Ruoyi's father's life. Shen Ruoyi had also promised to give everything to Qin Feng, and could be said to have belonged to Qin Feng as half a woman in a sense. Qin Feng instantly smiled knowingly. Shen Ruoyi seemed to be reminding herself of how ambiguous her relationship with herself was. That's true. I'll be less pretentious from now on. When Shen Ruoyi heard this, the corner of her mouth hooked up with a stunning amplitude, her pair of good-looking eyes staring straight at Qin Feng, secretly saying, Qin Feng is even willing to invest in Luo Chongqing, whom she has just met, and with this ambiguous relationship between herself and him, she must be able to get his investment easily. After a short inner struggle, Shen Ruoyi lightly bit her lips, her eyes with a few uneasy. Qin Feng, if I also want to engage in the project, you will invest in me? After saying that, Shen Ruoyi's body also subconsciously tensed up, fearing that Qin Feng would think she was greedy and cause a backlash. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. Shen Ruoyi's nervous appearance, He saw it in his eyes and knew what she was worried about. Shen Ruoyi was quite a reliable person. Investing a little money in her business was nothing more than a show of hands, and it would also allow her to be more loyal to herself. After thinking it through, Qin Feng said in a cheerful tone, "These are all trivial matters. As long as you listen, money is not a problem." Shen Ruoyi is smart, heard the words and immediately understood Qin Feng's meaning, happy that Qin Feng is willing to invest in her. The shame is to listen to Qin Feng and obey him. Doesn't that mean he wants to make himself his exclusive woman? This thought had just grown in Shen Ruoyi's mind when she felt her face burning. Not daring to look directly into Qin Feng's eyes, she hurriedly went to look at the mirror in front of her, only to find that the rearview mirror reflected the blushing look on her face. Very shy. Shen Ruoyi wiggled her fingers on her thighs uneasily. Her shy and uneasy appearance made Qin Feng's heart heat up, and he had to say that the current Shen Ruoyi exuded a different kind of charisma, which made people unable to resist wanting to bully her. "This is what you said. You can't lie to me." Shen Ruoyi lowered her head and whispered with a red face, "Anyway, I'll do whatever you tell me to do." These words were a disguised admission that she would listen to Qin Feng in the future. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up with a wicked smile. Shen Ruoyi's reliance on herself was getting more and more serious now, and she was also listening to herself more and more. But now was not the time to get down to it. She would be approached for a proper exchange in a few days when she had allowed herself to become more physically active. But she looked like she was seducing herself anyhow. "Cough. Let's get down to business. What do you want to do?" Qin Feng changed the topic. Shen Ruoyi immediately felt a slight pang of loss. She did have a few intentions of trying to please Qin Feng just now. Since many girls added Qin Feng's WeChat today, Shen Ruoyi's sense of crisis has become heavier and heavier, fearing that sooner or later Qin Feng will marginalize herself one day. Moreover, she had promised to hand over Qin Feng's innocence, but as a result, she had not touched herself until now, which made her sense of crisis grow stronger and stronger, and she had to put down her reserve and take the initiative. After driving away that trace of loss, Shen Ruoyi's face also recovered a few points of dignity. Her red lips slightly opened. "I've thought about it. The fastest way for an ordinary person to turn over a new leaf is to live broadcasting with goods, and it is undoubtedly a netizen that can make a person get rich overnight." Qin Feng Nan nodded his head, not refuting this point. The fastest shortcut for ordinary people is the internet Netflix, which has a low threshold and high returns. Seeing that Qin Feng did not refute, Shen Ruoyi must have said in her heart then, "I'm still confident in my looks, so if I do beauty and cosmetics, as well as sell some fashionable clothes, specializing in these categories, I should have good results. But what I lack right now is traffic and fans. Can you invest in me?" Shen Ruoyi finished her speech with a nervous face, looking at Qin Feng for fear that Qin Feng would think her request was too high. "This is a small matter. Turn around and I'll have the people from the Great Qin Divine State Guild contact you, and then have them operate to make you a bandwagon internet celebrity." Shen Ruoyi was very shocked when she heard this, her beautiful eyes staring at Qin Feng in disbelief, unable to believe that Qin Feng was able to get such a large guild to sign with him. The Great Qin Divine Guild had heard of it not too long ago, as this guild had signed up the big netizen by Ruoyi. Would such a top guild sign a small anchor like himself? Shen Ruoyi was very unconfident. But when she saw Qin Feng's calm and relaxed demeanor, she suddenly became incredibly certain, because she believed that Qin Feng would never joke about such things. And Qin Feng always gave her a kind of mystery that couldn't see through the depths. It's like this man can do anything. Shen Ruoyi's bright eyes had been staring deeply at Qin Feng, and slowly a hazy mist rose from her eyes. "Why are you crying?" Qin Feng was a bit baffled. Just now he was happy and cheerful. How come he was crying in the next second? "Thank you." Shen Ruoyi let the corners of her eyes moisten, looked deeply at Qin Feng and said with a smile, "I've known a lot of guys, and there have been a lot of guys who wanted to sleep with me, but there has never been anyone who helped me like you did." Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was most afraid of women crying inexplicably, and the corner of his mouth also revealed a hint of a smile to snicker. Since you know I helped you so much, how do you thank me? As soon as the words fell, a fragrant breeze hit his nose, followed by Qin Feng feeling his face being gently kissed. One touch and you're out. Shen Ruoyi's pouting voice then came from her ear. That's fine. Qin Feng couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. The corner of his eye glanced at Shen Ruoyi. This guy already didn't dare to look at his own eyes, and turned his head over to the window. Just this? Qin Feng pretended to be dissatisfied. Not even a little interest. Shen Ruoyi, red face, pretended to be exasperated and glared. Don't get a bargain and still sell your good behavior. I'm still the first time I'm like this. If you don't want to forget about it, give it back to me. Qin Feng was delighted and teasingly laughed. If I wasn't driving right now, I'd open your ass up to flowers. Just know how to bully me. Shen Ruoyi sniffed. Her face instantly reddened like a ripe apple, complaining in a small voice, but she didn't dare to resist. Chapter 106, Qin Feng's Efficiency. Not long after sending Shen Ruoyi back, Bai Rui's side soon received a call from the Great Qin Divine Kingdom Guild. The company has decided to give you a carry live in a week's time. You don't have to worry about the supply chain of goods. I will send you a copy of the goods later, as well as matters that you should pay attention to during the live broadcast. Bai Ruoli's heart is blossoming. These days she has been trying to bring her own live broadcasts, but the company is using preparation as a reason to let her wait patiently for a while longer. Now finally the good news is that you can make money with the goods. Bai Ruoli is very excited. She has never seen the main live broadcast with goods before. See, those people a dress can sell tens of thousands of orders. A live broadcast can sell several 100 million sales. Has long been read to the eye. You're going to have to bring a new person on this bandcast. She's from the same college as you. Bai Ruoli's heart immediately sank, instinctively resisting, unpleasantly saying, who is it? Male or female? She's Shen Ruoyi. This person you should recognize. I won't talk to you more for now, so get ready. Bai Ruoli was instantly dumbfounded. Shen Ruoyi was certainly no stranger to her. Not long ago, wasn't it for Shen Ruoyi that Qin Feng fought with Zhang Xiaofeng in the gymnasium? This kind of person has no fame and is not as good-looking as herself. So why should she carry goods with a multi-million-dollar anchor like herself? What had been a very exciting mood was instantly as disgusting as eating a fly. And also getting so close to trash like Qin Feng. Her character must not be very good. Definitely relying on her body to browbeat the guild's people. That's why she let herself take her. Bai Ruoli's face was grim as she bit her silver teeth and cursed in a laughing voice. Our women's reputation has been tarnished by these shameless, stinking women. On the other hand, Shen Ruoyi also quickly received a call from the guild and was informed that she was going to be banding together with Bai Ruoli for a live broadcast. This heavenly surprise made Shen Ruoyi couldn't believe that the surprise came so quickly. A big anchor like Bai Ruoli was actually going to bring herself along to start the broadcast. Even if she stood next to it and sat on a vase, she would be able to attract a large number of people's eyeballs. Qin Feng is so powerful. He just said that he would let me sign up for the guild. And this is only after less than a few hours. Letting the guild ask a big anchor to bring himself is too powerful. Shen Ruoyi's heart blossomed. Her mind was filled with Qin Feng's figure, and she hurriedly opened WeChat to thank Qin Feng gratefully. Qin Feng, someone from the guild has contacted me just now. I'm going to be carrying goods with the big netizen Bai Ruoli in a week's time. I'm so nervous right now. I'm super excited. Thank you. Qin Feng was now inside the classroom. Seeing the message, he just smiled faintly. He could imagine how excited Shen Ruoyi was right now. A show of hands. You're welcome. Nevertheless, this sentence was just sent out for less than 3 seconds before Shen Ruoyi sent a photo. Shen Ruoyi threw winks at him, and even pulled the clothes on her shoulders down to reveal half of her snow-white shoulders, with skin that was better than snow. This photo teases. I just took this picture. I've never sent it to anyone before. You're the first. As a small thanks to you. Don't mind. Qin Feng secretly laughed. This little ninny still knows to give me benefits. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feng greatly appreciated it. It is indeed very good. On the other side, Shen Ruoyi also touched her face after posting the photo. feeling very hot, a heart pounding. It was the first time she had been so forthcoming in posting such large-scale perk photos. Will Qin Feng think I'm casual? Shen Ruoyi murmured in a small voice, both shy and feeling very nervous. Nice. I enjoyed watching it. When Shen Ruoyi saw the message Qin Feng replied to, her face became even more petulant, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards slightly, vaguely pleased. So he likes to but this kind of photo On the other hand, Qin Feng had also finished chatting with Shen Ruoyi, and after class Zhou Wenbin pulled Qin Feng out to play, and Zhang Haoyang followed. Qin Feng, you know what? In a few days, Ruoyi is going to sell her goods. Zhang Haoyang said, his eyes also flashing with excitement. You knew about it so quickly? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. He had only just learned about it not long ago. How did Zhang Haoyang know about it so quickly? Could it be that Ruoyi told him? Seeing Qin Feng's surprised reaction, Zhang Haoran thought that Qin Feng didn't know, so he felt some complacency in his heart and said, yeah, Ruoyi told me just now, saying that when she opens her broadcasting day she can go to her live broadcasting room to buy cheap things. You guys also help her fill up her sales. Zhang Haoyang put a false smile on his face. In fact, Ruoyi just told Zhang Haoyang that it would be on that day. But Zhang Haoyang was smart enough to try to help Ruoyi boost her sales. And again, she could claim credit at Ruoyi. Qin Feng struck his hand and said indifferently, don't count me in on this. Zhang Haoyang frowned. The depths of the eyes flashed a few points of displeasure. Turned his eyes and hypocritical smile. Brother, you will not so do not give face to it. How to say she is also your ex-girlfriend. You help her to place a few orders how? Even if you don't give her face you have to give your brother face, right? I've already promised Ruoyi that I'll definitely help her flush the sales. It's very difficult for me if you're messing with me like this. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Feng's face was cold. If you want to come to this kind of moral abduction with him, you're looking for the wrong person. Zhang Haoyang face a word. Secretly said, this Qin Feng is afraid that he is still counting on his own to steal his ex-girlfriend thing. To his own hostility Since he refused to give himself face to do this favor, he won't help him in the future. Immediately, Zhang Haoyang put his arm around Zhou Wenbin's shoulder again and laughed. 4 eyes. If you're a brother you shouldn't refuse. Zhou Wenbin helpless bitter smile. This thing he is not interested in. In the way of Zhang Haoyang face as long as the hard head said, okay, when I look at the situation, if there is suitable on the order. Don't look at the situation. It's a deal. Place 10 orders for me, no matter how big or small, as long as you get 10 orders together. Zhang Haoyang simply did not give Zhou Wenbin a chance to refuse. Fine. The corners of Zhou Wenbin's mouth twitched slightly as he said with a reluctant face. Zhang Haoyang turned a blind eye. A treacherous and successful sinister smile appeared on his face. That's right. We're good brothers. I'm not going to get busy with you guys first. I have to look for other students to help. Zhou Wenbin looked at Zhang Haoyang's back as he left in a depressed manner and said, Ruoyi is a big anchor. Is it necessary for him to do such a small thing? People might be able to sell thousands and thousands of orders as soon as they get on the shopping cart. Qin Feng smiled contemptuously, licking dog chanting. He's doing all these things just because he wants Ruoyi to see it. Forget about him for now. I'll take you to the gym to play basketball. Zhou Wenbin's heart stirred as he looked up and asked, Brother Feng, why did you suddenly think of going to play basketball today? Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and said with a spirited smile, in a good mood. It's as simple as that. Chapter 107, I'll take over the basketball court. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium and happened to run into Luo Chongqing coming over with a dozen or so people. Young Qin, I've called over all the people you wanted. Luo Chongqing greeted him from afar, a flattering and pleasing smile on his face. His appearance was as respectful as an employee meeting his boss. Qin Feng's gaze calmly swept a glance at those people behind Luo Chongqing, who were all strong and relatively tall students, perfect for basketball. Luo Chongqing said, These people are the elites of our basketball club. I often play basketball with them, and their skills are very good. Hurry up and call young Qin. Luo Chongqing secretly winked at the others, telling them to hurry up and be polite to Qin Feng. These people had also gone to the feast yesterday, so they were no strangers to Qin Feng, and they all politely shouted, "Good day, young Qin." Qin Feng nodded his head. He came to the gym this time because he also wanted to interact with everyone to play ball, and at the same time show off his ball skills, so that people would not think that he was just leaning forward to sit in the position of president of the basketball club. No need to be so polite. From now on we'll all be good brothers. We're here today mainly to technically spar. Don't take it easy on me just because of who I am. Okay. Luo Chongqing hemmed and hawed. With your words we are relieved. Let's go in. Then he purposely slowed down his pace again to follow Qin Feng. Qin Feng was just about to lead people into the gym when someone behind him called his name. Qin Feng. Senior Sister Shen? Qin Feng was a bit surprised and stopped to ask, "Why are you here?" Shen Ruoyi was dressed in white sportswear, her body exuding youthful charm, the corners of her mouth carrying a faint smile. "I saw you in the group saying that you were coming to play basketball, so I came over to take a look." Zhou Wenbin pushed his eyes, secretly thought, Qin Feng women's fate is also too good, right? How these school flower level beauty one by one are pouring.
It's enviable.
Luo Chongqing hemmed and hawed and said with ambiguous eyes, "Qin Xiao's face is really big. The big beauties in our group have personally run to see you play basketball." Qin Feng smiled indifferently. His relationship with Shen Ruoyi was simply unknown to others. "Then go in together." Shen Ruoyi guffawed and also stepped away with her long legs, following behind Qin Feng. When the group entered the gym, there were hundreds of people sitting sporadically in the gym. Some of these people were in love with couples, some were watching a game of basketball, and others were bored and playing on their cell phones. Qin Feng's eyes immediately landed on the court, where there was a figure he was familiar with. It was Zhang Xiaofeng. This guy was wearing a red jersey and leading a team that was playing the blue team. Seeing his hated person, Qin Feng's eyes grew a bit more cold. Luo Chongqing detected the words and immediately noticed the change in Qin Feng's expression. Turning his head to see Zhang Xiaofeng immediately understood what was going on. Someone had posted the video of Qin Feng and Zhang Xiaofeng's fight to the confession wall on campus some time ago, so the matter had attracted a lot of attention, and Luo Chongqing was one of them. Qin Feng's enemy. That was his Luo Chongqing's enemy. Worrying that there was no way to throw his weight around, when he saw Zhang Xiaofeng appear, Luo Chongqing immediately had a plan in mind, and his face became a bit more cold. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofeng threw a three-pointer accurately into the basketball basket, immediately causing a few girls outside the court to scream and applaud. The corner of Zhang Xiaofeng's mouth hung up a smug smile. The screams of these beauties made his entire body a little fluttery as well. A few of his teammates came over to kiss his ass. "Brother Zhang, your ball skills are too good, beating your opponents so much that they can't find their way around. To be able to hit a three-pointer from that far away. This level has definitely reached the level of the provincial basketball team." Zhang Xiaofeng pretended to be modest and laughed. "I'm lucky. How can I compare with that provincial basketball team of others? Everyone take a break and continue playing later." Luo Chongqing's eyes flashed with coldness and said, "That kid is so good at pretending, hitting a three-pointer and then really treating himself as a character. Young Qin, should we go teach him a lesson?" Qin Feng smiled faintly and said with a certainty, "No need. I believe that as long as we stand here, someone will take the initiative to come to our door to look for trouble." Sure enough, Zhang Xiaofeng, who was resting, suddenly saw Qin Feng's moving face sink, his eyes gradually boiling with anger, and his pair of eyes staring at Qin Feng with a deadly stare, itching to swallow him alive. The person beside him sensed that his face didn't look right and hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang, do you have a grudge against them?" Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and said, "More than having a grudge. This kid is against me everywhere. I can't wait for him to go out and get hit by a car and die." Teng Xingyang said with a bad smile on his face, "Why don't we go out and teach him a lesson for you?" How to teach a lesson? Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes twitched and he deliberately lowered his voice. He had wanted to teach Qin Feng a lesson for a long time, but he was just struggling to find a suitable excuse, so he wanted to listen to Deng Xingyang's opinion. That's not easy. This kid must have come here to play basketball as well. I'll just say that we've chartered this place and this basketball court is ours, and we won't allow them to come and play. I guarantee that kid will definitely be unconvinced, and will definitely ask to have a basketball match with us. If he loses, we'll make him never set foot in this gym. That Luo Chongqing I recognize. He's from the basketball club. He's very arrogant, often hogging the basketball court. I've long looked at him with disdain. Deng Xingyang looked resentful, his gaze falling on Luo Chongqing from time to time. Earlier in the day there had been a fight over playing basketball with Luo Chongqing and losing a ball, something he hadn't forgotten. These words spoke to Jiang Xiaofeng's heart, and his good feelings towards Tang Zhengyang soared. Brothers, let's go over. Jiang Xiaofeng stood up, high and mighty, and led a few people over to Qin Feng's side. Luo Chongqing had an admiring look on his face. Young Qin, you really anticipate things like a god. That kid really did come over to look for trouble. Saying that, he looked at the visitor with a provocative look in his eyes. Qin Feng's expression was likewise extremely disdainful as he clasped his hands in front of his chest and coldly looked at Jiang Xiaofeng. The two men's eyes clashed quickly, both seeing the disgust in each other. Jiang Xiaofeng brought his men to a stop in front of Qin Feng and raised his chin arrogantly. What are you doing here? Aren't you asking nonsense? I came to the basketball court not to play basketball. Should I watch you, a straw man, play basketball? Qin Feng was smiling. Only his eyes gave off a feeling that it was like he was looking at a dumbass. When Jiang Xiaofeng heard this, a bellyful of anger rose up, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Tang Zhengyang looked like a hangdog, pointing at Qin Feng and said coldly, Your name is Qin Feng, right? I recognize you. You haven't been beaten enough by Brother Jiang last time, right? I'm telling you, we've chartered this basketball court. You're not allowed to play basketball here. Get lost. Qin Feng poofed a smile. He really can't help it. When did the basketball court he invested in get wrapped up by these people? These people really open their mouths and dare to blow any kind of bull. Chapter 108, More Than a Crowd. Haha, you guys hear this cutie? Is saying something? Qin Feng was amused and laughed, pointing at Tang Zhengyang. This guy is a tease invited by a monkey, right? The others couldn't help but show their laughter when they heard this, as if they were mocking Tang Zhengyang for speaking without thinking. The corner of Luo Chongqing's mouth hooked, pulling out a smile full of contempt, looking askance at Tang Zhengyang, his tone full of disdain. What are you? This gymnasium. We come when we want to come and go when we want to go. What can you do to us? Deng Xingyang's eyes sank. He had just said those words in order to deliberately provoke Qin Feng and the others. His gaze provoked. No good. Dare to compete with us on the basketball court. The time is 30 minutes, and the more points you score in that time, the more you win. If you lose, you can never play basketball in the gym. Tang Xingyang's tone lurched, and his eyes showed a few moments of madness as he said, Dare to play? Qin Feng is not afraid of the Lord. Playing basketball in this school, he has not been afraid of anyone. These people are bullying Dor. This breath he cannot endure. Whether it was for the sake of the basketball club's face or for the sake of this breath, there was no way he could back down. Heh, isn't it just basketball? Who's afraid of who? We, the basketball club, have never been afraid of any challenge. I accept this challenge. Tang Zhengyang was secretly pleased in his heart. This kid was really calm and fell for it. As long as these people agree, their side has Jiang Xiaofeng, a powerhouse expert who will definitely be able to win them. The only one of these people who is better at basketball is Luo Chongqing, and the rest are not very good. Deng Xingyang thought he knew the strength of the players on Qin Feng's side very well, so he wasn't afraid to respond to the battle and sneered, If you have the guts, then we'll play with you. Don't cry if you lose. Qin Feng didn't want to listen to any more of his nonsense and directly interrupted. Cut the crap. Let's split the difference on the court. Jiang Xiaofeng stared at Qin Feng with stern eyes. I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare. After 15 minutes, we'll split the difference on the court. With that, he left with his crew. Luo Chongqing skimmed his lips and said irritably, "These guys are quite arrogant. So later on, everyone work hard and teach him a hard lesson." Qin Feng said, "Let's go change." On the other hand, Jiang Xiaofeng called Deng Xingyang and the others over to discuss tactics. "I don't want to lose this match, so I hope you all won't hold me back and must do your best to answer the battle." Jiang Xiaofeng's tone was serious. "Don't worry, brother Jiang. With my knowledge of their strength, there's no way we'll lose. Don't worry." Deng Xingyang patted his chest in assurance. Immediately, Eyeball's turned face showed a treacherous smile said, "We can call some of the original support the scene, plus popularity, act as a cheerleader, on them to cause morale, the mind on the double blow." Jiang Xiaofeng slammed his thighs and laughed. "Your kid's brain is good. Your approach is quite good. But I don't think the quality is enough. Find about 100 people, as much as you can, and tell them to come over as cheerleaders. And also have them taunt that Qin Feng's side isn't very skilled and put pressure on their psyche. Give them $50 each to come and be a cheerleader for half an hour." Deng Xingyang was overjoyed and smiled brightly. "Brother Jiang is just awesome. Too bold. A handful of thousands of dollars. They surely didn't expect us to have such a powerful killing technique to destroy their morale." Jiang Xiaofeng was a bit fluttered by the praise. A few $1,000s was just a small amount of money to him. The most important thing was that he must be able to win this match. "These are minor things, and I'll even give you $500 each if you help me win this game. Hang out with me. I won't treat you guys poorly." Jiang Xiaofeng had a smug smile on his lips. He believed that as long as he gave these people enough benefits, these people would obediently honor themselves. Sure enough, morale was boosted by these words, and these people patted him on the back. On Qin Feng's side, he also quickly changed his clothes and picked 6 people to fight. Shen Ruoyi and Zhou Wenbin, among others, also sat outside the stadium to watch. "What's going on here? Why are so many people suddenly coming to watch us play basketball?" Luo Chongqing changed his clothes and came out to see that there were suddenly dozens of people on the court. And one after another there were still people coming over. Qin Feng frowned, always feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't tell where, and said, "It's probably a coincidence. Don't mind them." Jiang Xiaofeng walked over with a bad smile on his face. "You can start now." The players from both sides quickly gathered together, and both sides drew their swords. Qin Feng's side was the blue team and Jiang Xiaofeng was the red team. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. "When you're ready, feel free to let your horse come over." Jiang Xiaofeng mouth corner slightly upward. Secretly thought, "Qin Feng, this time I'm going to let you see how powerful I am. I will let you lose body and soul. And I play basketball, you are still far from it. When I was in high school, I was recognized as the #1 basketball player in the whole school." The match officially begins and the men on both sides quickly tangle together. Jiang Xiaofeng was responsible for targeting Qin Feng, and Deng Xingyang targeted Luo Chongqing. As soon as the game started, Jiang Xiaofeng's side showed great relevance. The offense and defense are dripping. Qin Feng is being defended well as he tries to score a goal. Just then, those trusts Jiang Xiaofeng had hired started to make a push, and a few of them screamed breathlessly, "Go Peak! Go Reds! The blue team is so stupid. They're so bad at the ball." I don't know if it was because of the influence of these people. One of the teammates made another mistake, causing the basketball to fall into the hands of Jiang Xiaofeng, who took the first 3 points with a 3-pointer. Jiang Xiaofeng laughed triumphantly and teased, "Sorry, I accidentally scored a 3-pointer. Don't be angry, haha." That hypocritical do-gooder look makes you want to slap him. Although Qin Feng was not used to seeing this kind of behavior from him, he would not be easily angered by him, and swept a glance at those red team cheerleaders. Quite despicable indeed. Those people under the stage are the trustees you hired, right? Jiang Xiaofeng grinned. By this time he didn't want to pretend anymore, shrugged his shoulders and said, "So what if it is? Can't be helped. Lousy has a wide range of contacts. If you don't want to be convinced, you can also call someone." Qin Feng poofed a smile. Originally just wanted to win the other side by strength in basketball. Did not think that Jiang Xiaofeng wanted to compare himself with his connections and resources. Isn't that a death wish? He couldn't find a second person within the school with more energy than himself. Wanting more from others, huh? Qin Feng laughed coldly and turned his head to Shen Ruoyi and shouted, "Senior Sister Shen, call over everyone who's free inside the basketball community." Jiang Xiaofeng poofed a laugh, pressing Qin Feng's words into his eyes. "Scare me?" Chapter 109 easily taken. "You'll know later." Qin Feng teasingly looked at Jiang Xiaofeng. He was curious to know what kind of wonderful expression would be on Jiang Xiaofeng's face later if he saw that he had called so many people to come. Saying that, while carrying the ball, he quickly dodged past Jiang Xiaofeng and continued to charge forward. Jiang Xiaofeng's eyes sank, secretly surprised. This kid moved so fast. He let him pass by with just a momentary distraction. "Tang Zhengyang, hurry up and stop him!" Jiang Xiaofeng shouted as he chased after Qin Feng. Tang Zhengyang received the order to rush over and try to intercept, but he was pestered by Luo Chongqing and had no chance to intercept Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who was working like nobody's business with his teammates, hit a three-pointer from beyond the three-point line. Jiang Xiaofeng's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, and then Qin Feng hit the ball continuously. His score was far ahead. Immediately after that, Shen Ruoyi shook people in the group. Learning that Qin Feng was playing a ball game against someone else, and being threatened that he wouldn't be able to play basketball in the gym if he lost, quickly enraged the group. Some people just make excuses to skip class, while others change their plans and come to the gym to watch the support as well. More than 200 people ran to the scene to see what was going on, and a large portion of them were girls. Shen Ruoyi said, "Classmates, let's all cheer for young Qin, for our blue team, and for our basketball club." The crowd responded, "Go Qin Xiao! Go blue!" The popularity of the cheerleaders instantly overshadowed those red team TOs. Jiang Xiaofeng lost several balls in a row. The heart is very annoyed, and see their side of the cheerleaders, as if they have not eaten. Breathlessness is even more angry. "Mother asterisk 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 take my money and don't give me a hard time screaming. However, now we can't lose our temper with these people, lest these people pat their asses and walk away. We can only suppress the displeasure in our hearts and shout with a stern face, 'All yell louder for me. If we win the game over here, I'll treat you to KFC.'" Jiang Xiaofeng pointed at the crowd and snapped, "All of you, beer it up." As expected, when those people heard that they had KFC to eat, their morale really rose again, and they immediately overshadowed Qin Feng's side. Jiang Xiaofeng was very dejected and said with a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, "How is it? My people shouted louder than yours, didn't they?" Qin Feng looked cold, made a fake move to fool Jiang Xiaofeng and quickly passed the ball to Luo Chongqing. Sneeringly, he said, "It's not that screaming loudly can win lately. Don't disgrace yourself if you don't have the skills." Jiang Xiaofeng exasperatedly said, "Despicable enough. Only playing such despicable tricks. Compared to the number of people, you don't have as many people as I do. Compared to the skill, you can't beat me either. You only talk tough." Qin Feng poofed a laugh. Jiang Xiaofeng was a clown in his eyes. In 3 words, his defense was broken. Jiang Xiaofeng's mentality had now begun to collapse, and his next play was bound to be less than usual. As expected, Qin Feng's good Jiang Xiaofeng's mentality collapsed after the contact strength lost a few balls. The final score is fixed at 20 points. Qin Feng's side was already at 42 points, well ahead by half, with only 2 minutes left on the clock. Jiang Xiaofeng's side, the red team, unsurprisingly lost. Qin Feng hugged the basketball and said playfully, "Jiang, old brother, your strength is not good. Losing is too ugly. If I had known, I would have let you have 3 balls. If you're not strong enough, you should have said so earlier. We're not the kind of people who aren't reasonable." These words were like knives poking into Jiang Xiaofeng's heart, making him so angry that he gritted his teeth and could do nothing about it. "Don't be too complacent. This time it's because I was in bad shape and let you win by fluke. Next time you won't have such good luck." Jiang Xiaofeng's face was full of defiance. his eyes staring coldly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng pressed his words. Remember what you said. None of you are allowed to come to the gym to play basketball anymore. Jiang Xiaofeng's face changed. If they couldn't play basketball in this new gym, then they would have to go outside to play basketball in the playground. It's no big deal, but it's a huge insult and makes people them a joke. Jiang Xiaofeng clenched his fists, veins popping up on his forehead, as if he was trying his best to hold back his anger. A gentleman's revenge is 10 years unfinished. Sooner or later I'll beat you on the court one day. Luo Chongqing laughed out loud at his words. Dude, with the strength you still want to compare yourself to Qin Xiao? I think it's better to forget about it. Just go back and practice more. Brother Jiang and Qin Feng are talking. Why are you interrupting? Teng Xingyang saw his big brother being taunted and shouted in a condescending manner as well. Luo Chongqing mocked with a sneer on his face. I'm talking to your master, so what are you interrupting for? Deng Zhengyang was immediately angry and speechless, and could only stare fiercely at Luo Chongqing, and the eyes were eager to take Luo Chongqing rooted and skinned. Jiang Xiaofeng glared fiercely at Luo Chongqing, hostility filling his eyes as he coldly said, Let's go. With that, he took off with his men. Luo Chongqing clasped his hands in front of his chest and smiled smugly. This match has pissed that kid off enough. Qin Feng thought of Jiang Xiaofeng's exasperated appearance just now, and immediately smiled. His heart was very sour. It all depends on everyone's efforts to win this game. In a moment I'll treat everyone to a drink, as well as the brothers who are present today to go to the school's supermarket each to get a bottle of water to drink. For the extra money, you buy them some snacks. Qin Feng directly transferred $2,000 to Luo Chongqing earnings, and each person can use about $100 on average. Those people were very happy to hear that they would also get a share of the snacks. They had only been here for about 10 minutes, and they were able to share almost $100, making them feel a little more favorable towards Qin Feng. Those who didn't have time to come to the scene are very regretful, and have spouted in the group that next time there is such a good thing they must come to participate in it, even if they have to skip class. It is also because of this incident. Qin Feng next time in the group called people is more influential, who wouldn't like to watch and get money at the same time. Spend $2,000. Get 10 times the return reward. Get $20,000. $20,000 was better than nothing, and Qin Feng didn't put it on his mind. Usually the multiplier for this kind of consumption return would not be too high, and Qin Feng had a guess about this kind of thing. The only way to return a little more pop is to spend your money in a way that is relevant to women. So he had no intention of using this to make money, and it was impossible to give these people $100,000 or $80,000 at once. Luo Chongqing took those from the basketball club to buy snacks, and he and Shen Ruoyi left alone. This Saturday is your debut. Nervous? Qin Feng and Shen Ruoyi strolled around the campus, the handsome man and beautiful woman just like a couple. Shen Ruoyi's face was pleasantly quiet, her red lips opening slightly. Very nervous. So afraid I'll mess up. Qin Feng was about to say something when he saw a woman walking towards them with a cold face, obviously aiming at them. Chapter 110 by Ruoli's warning. The one who stopped in front of them was by Ruoli. Only her face carried a coldness that rejected people, making it difficult for people to get close like a goddess on an iceberg. Qin Feng frowned and immediately stopped in his tracks. Shen Ruoyi's face similarly changed. She knew that at this time Bai Ruori appeared here. She was afraid that it was because she wanted to go live with herself. Ever since the Great Qin Divine State Guild officially announced 10 minutes ago that Bai Ruoli and Shen Ruoyi were linking up for a live broadcast, everyone has been speculating about who Shen Ruoyi is. As a result, those almighty netizens know that Shen Ruoyi's fans are only a few thousand, a small role that can't be counted as a third-rate small anchor, and Bai Ruori's fans are spitting in her comment section. Ask her what her relationship with Bai Ruoli is, and that she can hug Bai Ruoli's thigh. There were also people asking in Shen Ruoyi's comment section if she had slept with someone from the Great Qin Divine Union, and that's why she had the opportunity to start a broadcast with this kind of multi-million fan mega anchor. Shen Ruoyi saw these comments. Heart is very uncomfortable. Also know that the more you explain, the more chaotic. This person will certainly not believe. Simply ignore these people. but also the comment area closed. Could it be that Bai Ruoyi had come to find trouble with herself because of these things? Bai Ruoyi toed her high heels and glanced at Qin Feng in disgust before she coldly said to Shen Ruoyi, "Although I don't know what unseemly tactics you used to take care of the high officials of the Great Qin Divine State Guild, I have to remind you of one thing." After a slight beat, his tone added a few more points of severity and said, "This is my first time bringing goods live. I hope you don't drag me down and don't disgrace me. For you to be able to bandwagon with a big anchor like me with millions of fans is the fate you've repaired in your life." Shen Ruoyi's face was embarrassed, although she knew that Bai Ruoyi was coming at her. But hearing Bai Ruoyi say such words without mercy, there were still a few moments of disbelief in her heart. "Don't worry, schoolmate. I'll do my job and won't drag you down. In school, you're my school sister. But in the live broadcast room, you shouldn't call me school sister. Remember your identity and don't call me so familiar. Those who don't know would think that the two of us are good girlfriends." Bai Ruoyi raised her eyebrows, her face unhappy. Shen Ruoyi instantly had a few more points of embarrassment on her face and didn't know what to say. Qin Feng's expression was cold. This Bai Ruoyi really took herself seriously, and she floated up to the sky before she even started doing live bandwagon broadcasts. If this makes her the first sister of the band, won't she be in heaven? Bai Ruoyi, your nature is still as hypocritical as before, and don't pretend to be a big shot in front of me. Put away your disgusting set of mouth. Qin Feng's eyes despised. The corners of Bai Ruoyi's mouth rose. Her stunning face couldn't hide her disdain for Qin Feng, as far as her eyes were like looking at a piece of trash. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest, setting off her bust even more majestically. Any man can't help but think about it when he looks at it more than once. However, Qin Feng turned a blind eye to it, and there were no waves in his heart. Things are grouped together. People are grouped together. Bai Ruoyi's words were sheepish, and she laughed softly. "Shen Ruoyi, the kind of people you are with determines your level and status. For the sake of fellow women, I'd advise that it's best to stay away from this kind of trash." Shen Ruoyi said in a firm tone, "Who I am friends with has nothing to do with you. This is my private matter. You can't care." A hint of anger flashed through Bai Ruoyi's eyes. This lowly woman must have relied on her beauty to hook up with someone from the Great Qin Divine State Guild, or else he would never have been able to bring goods with a big anchor like herself. At this time, if she didn't give her a good knock to make her recognize her position. Otherwise, if she became a bit famous in the future, she would definitely not put herself in her eyes. "Shen Ruoyi." Bai Ruoyi's face sank as she sternly rebuked. "You need to figure out your identity. You're carrying goods with me now. If you get into any negative news, it'll involve me. I'm certainly qualified to control you. Don't rely on the fact that I don't dare to do anything to you just because you're related to the people inside the guild. If you make me angry, do you believe that I can get the people above me to block you with just one word?" Shen Ruoyi's face changed instantly. Bai Ruoyi's reputation was sky high. If she was offended, the guild's top management would definitely give up on themselves and choose to stand on Bai Ruoyi's side. Although Qin Feng had power, it was impossible for him to affect the interests of the Great Qin Divine State Guild. Maybe Qin Feng paid a huge price for himself to be able to buy Ruoyi live broadcast. He cannot let him down this heart for nothing. Shen Ruoyi took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and said in a calm voice, "I'm sorry. I spoke impulsively just now. I'll be sure to pay attention to my words and behavior, and it won't bring you any negative impact." Seeing Shen Ruoyi apologizing to herself in a lowly manner, Bai Ruoyi instantly acted as if she had won a battle, her aura growing more and more arrogant. "Humph, counting on you to know what you're doing. And don't even think about stepping on my head to get to the top. As long as I'm in the Great Qin Divine Kingdom Guild, you'll always have to follow me. Understand?" Shen Ruoyi's face changed again and again, and anger flashed in her eyes, which was quickly quelled. She understood that Bai Ruoyi was suppressing her. Qin Feng let out a poof of laughter. He really couldn't watch it anymore. This woman was taking herself more and more seriously. "Bai Ruoyi, do you believe that if I just say hello to the Great Qin Divine State Guild, I can have you cancel your Saturday night live streaming bandwagon? Qin Feng spoke out in warning, as if she had heard a heavenly joke. Bai Ruoli couldn't help but giggle out loud, laughing and trembling, her chest majesty trembling up and down. Qin Feng, I used to only think that you were quite hypocritical as a person. I now realize that not only are you hypocritical, but you also like to brag. The Great Qin Divine Guild is very powerful. I received inside information that the Union has signed up a lot of big anchors during this period of time, and plans to become the largest guild on the online platform within a year. After going public, the company's value will exceed several $billion. Do you think someone like you can influence our company? You really consider yourself a character? Bai Ruoli laughed and her cheeks turned red. Very delicate. Qin Feng smiled without saying anything and directly took out his phone. I want to complain about your anchor, Bai Ruoli. This person is very arrogant and tugging. Her persona is terrible, and she even scolded me. If she refuses to apologize to me, the matter of bringing goods will be given to Shen Ruoyi. This person is very good. I think highly of her. Bai Ruoli snorted when she saw Qin Feng making the call in a frenzied manner. What identity doesn't she understand? If you really wanted to be able to do that, you wouldn't have been dumped by yourself in the first place. Pretending is quite decent. Keep pretending. The corner of Bai Ruoli's mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. And that look was like looking at a little cutie. That was putting on a show there. Qin Feng said indifferently, within a minute, someone from the Great Qin Divine State Guild will definitely call you. Chapter 111, Begging Qin Feng if you want to broadcast live. Bai Ruoli instantly had frost on her pretty face. Qin Feng's words were cursing her. They were threatening her career prospects, completely stepping on her red line. What's with pretending to be an adult? Bai Ruoli said angrily, you're nothing more than the trash I dumped. You must be jealous now that I've gone against the grain and become the envy of millions of people as a superb internet celebrity, right? Do you think the people in the guild would let me stop live banding just because of a phone call from you? Bai Ruoli's chest rose and fell fiercely and slightly in anger. Dissatisfaction with Qin Feng also completely erupted. Shen Ruoyi was shocked. Bai Ruoli just said that she had once dumped Qin Feng. What was this? Could it be that the two of them had been in love before? Bai Ruoli seemed to realize that she had lost her temper and said something she shouldn't have, and coldly warned Shen Ruoyi, mind your mouth and don't talk nonsense, or I'll immediately have the company block you. Shen Ruoyi's eyes were strange. Bai Ruori's words further solidified her speculation, secretly thinking, I can't imagine that the two of them had this kind of relationship in the past. Doesn't Bai Ruori know Qin Feng's strength? Why is Qin Feng so rich? She still want to dump? Could it be that there's something hidden in this? Suddenly, Bai Ruoli's cell phone vibrated violently and the ringtone rang. Bai Ruoli was so upset that she took out her cell phone and froze, because the number was from someone from the guild, and it was also the general manager. It suddenly occurred to her that Qin Feng had just called to complain about her. Had he called himself because of this? How is this possible? How could a general manager call himself over such a trivial matter? Bai Ruoli subconsciously raised her eyes to look at Qin Feng, but she caught a glimpse of a mocking smile hanging at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. In an instant, Bai Ruoli's heart sank, and a strong sense of foreboding surged to her heart. With trepidation, she answered the phone with a few moments of caution. Mr. Wang. It's me. May I ask what's up? A man's cold voice came from the other side of the phone. Bai Ruoli, do you still want to go live this Saturday? Bai Ruoli was instantly confused. Mr. Wang. Of course I want to. What happened? You don't think that you're unselfish now that you're a big internet star, do you? Let me tell you, if you spread negative news at this time, it will affect the bandwagon effect. It will bring us huge losses, and your persona will collapse. The netizens are treating you as a pure jade girl. If you pull any more tricks, don't blame me for freezing you. Have you forgotten our company's agreement? If you make negative news, I can hold you responsible and make you pay high compensation. Bai Ruoli instantly turned white with fear, and only then did she remember what she had signed the contract for. There was no longer the same arrogance as before, and he busily said in a low voice, Mr. Wang, I know, I will definitely pay attention to my words and actions. and won't bring negative impact to the company. Don't worry. Guarantee is useless. Hurry up and apologize to Qin Feng, unless you beg for his forgiveness. Otherwise you won't think of live broadcasting on Saturday. I'll hand over the live broadcasting to Shen Ruoyi, so you're on your own. This Mr. Wang cut off the phone directly after he finished speaking, not giving Bai Ruoyi a chance to explain at all. Bai Ruoyi is like the sky collapsing, the brain buzzing. Want to successfully live with goods must apologize to Qin Feng, begging for Qin Feng's forgiveness. Qin Feng, a poor man who was once abandoned by himself, being looked down upon by himself in a million ways, and how precious his status was now. To ask himself to apologize to such garbage was worse than the flies he ate. Bai Ruoyi couldn't do such a thing, nor was she willing to put down her noble dignity to the male. Qin Feng's eyes were teasing, as if he had calculated that Bai Ruoyi would definitely apologize. Such a look makes Bai Ruoyi even more difficult and angry, all because this poor is causing himself to be chastised by the manager. The scumbag must be doing it on purpose. Just envious and jealous that he's doing better than him. She was tempted to walk away, but the thought of her future footsteps felt like roots again. Bai Ruoyi's teeth clenched in hatred. Her eyes stared at Qin Feng's face as if she wanted to memorize this face. Clenching her fists, she barely managed to squeeze out a hint of a smile and said, "Qin Feng, just now, I was wrong to speak impulsively. You're a big man who won't be able to get into trouble with a woman like me, right? You thought wrong. I'm a small-minded person who likes to be calculating with people like you." Qin Feng laughed coldly. This woman was still unwilling to sincerely apologize to herself even now. "You." Bai Ruoyi was so infuriated that her chest rose and fell violently, and she wanted to slap Qin Feng. But she didn't dare to do so. This scumbag is really getting the better of me. If it wasn't for my future, why would I have to suffer this in front of you? Bai Ruoyi secretly slurred and smiled hypocritically. "What do you want me to do before you'll call my manager and say you've forgiven me?" Saying these words, the hatred in Bai Ruoyi's heart grew stronger and stronger. He had never been insulted like this before, nor had he ever lowered his voice like this in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled indifferently and turned his head without looking back. "I'm sorry. I don't intend to forgive you. Unless you show some sincerity for me to see, you won't be able to successfully open a live broadcast to bring in goods." "You stop right there." Bai Ruoyi could no longer hold back the anger she felt just now and directly chided at Qin Feng's back. However, Qin Feng's footsteps did not pause in the slightest. Bai Ruoyi froze, looking at Qin Feng's back. It was as if she thought of a year ago, when she had obediently listened to herself by just casually calling out to Qin Feng. This back made her feel familiar and very strange. In this instant, Bai Ruoyi suddenly realized that Qin Feng seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her, and was no longer her licking dog. Just as she wanted to take a step to catch up and pull Qin Feng, she realized that there were already quite a few people around looking this way, which made Bai Ruoyi very jealous, and her footsteps immediately stopped. If others saw herself and Qin Feng pulling and tugging at each other, it would inevitably be rumored on the internet, and then her reputation would be dragged down. "Qin Feng, do you really have to be so cruel to me?" Bai Ruoyi stared resentfully at Qin Feng before turning around and leaving with a face full of anger. Damn it, the GM is really good too, somehow making himself apologize like a piece of. It would be a problem if he exposed his previous relationships, and he couldn't let things get any worse. The more Bai Ruoyi thought about it, the more scared she became. Must think of a way to get this scum to leave himself alone. At this time, Shen Ruoyi also caught up with Qin Feng's footsteps and looked sideways at Qin Feng's face and asked, "Have you and Bai Ruoyi been in love?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Don't mention the past. And you shouldn't talk nonsense on the internet." "Oh," Shen Ruoyi lightly responded, but the corners of her mouth had more than a hint of a smile. She didn't mind that Qin Feng and Bai Ruoyi had been in a relationship. What she was happy about was that the two of them had broken up. A woman like Bai Ruoyi doesn't deserve Qin Feng at all. If she snatches Qin Feng up herself, she'll definitely make this woman mad as hell, right? Thinking of this, the smile on Shen Ruoyi's face grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 112 Threats from Zhang Haoyang. At the same time, Zhang Haoyang, who was in the classroom, suddenly received a message from Bai Ruoli. Hoyo, you come to the KFC on Route 3 now. I want to see you. Zhang Haoyang saw this message and looked incredulous. He had asked Bai Ruoli out a dozen times, all of which were rejected for various reasons. He didn't blame Bai Ruoli. Instead, he felt that this was the attitude that a high and mighty goddess should have. Now their own high cold goddess suddenly about their own also said they want to see their own. Zhang Haoyang even doubt is not their own goddess sent the wrong message. Read over and over again, only to confirm that it is true. Instantly, the ecstasy in Zhang Haoyang's heart filled his chest. Could it be because my true heart melted her cold heart? Zhang Haoyang stared at the screen incredulously, the smile at the corner of his mouth becoming more and more obvious. Not daring to delay even for a minute, he immediately rushed to the entrance of the campus, fearing that his goddess would wait for a long time. Originally more than 10 minutes away, Zhang Haoyang arrived in just 7 minutes. From a distance, he saw his sweetheart sitting there moping. Zhang Haoyang just sat down and laughed under his breath. Ruoli, you're so pretty today. Why did you suddenly think of asking me out for KFC? Bai Ruoli smiled lightly. Nothing. Just wanted to come here for a Coke. I was bored alone, so I called you. Zhang Haoyang secretly rejoiced. Bai Ruoli is really impressed by his sincerity. This is a good start. He will call himself when he's bored, and will inevitably agree to become his girlfriend after a long time. What do you want to eat? Order whatever you want. My treat. Zhang Haoyang was in a good mood and was very bold. Bai Ruoli's eyebrows did not show, and she deliberately said, I'm not in the mood to eat today. I just want to find you to chat more. Seeing the goddess sad, Zhang Haoyang was very distressed and said with a concerned face, What's wrong? Can you talk to me about it? Bai Ruoli sighed deeply and smiled bitterly. It's useless to tell you. You definitely won't help me. Who said I won't help you? As long as I can help, I will absolutely help you. Even if I can't help you now, I will definitely find a way to help you. Zhang Haoyang was anxious, afraid that the goddess would misunderstand him. Bai Ruoli's eyes flashed with a cunning light. Still Zhang Haoyang, this licking dog, obeyed. She was also satisfied with Zhang Haoyang's reaction. Her face still pretended to be difficult and said, Alas, even if I told you, there's no use. This matter has something to do with Qin Feng. You definitely won't help me. Zhang Haoyang's face sank as he subconsciously tensed his body and said, Did he bully you, or did he pester you again? No. Bai Ruoli shook her head, and with a face full of aggression said the whole thing fueled and upside down. Zhang Haoyang was filled with anger. I can't believe Qin Feng is this kind of person. Jealous of you becoming a big netizen, he complained about you to your guild and prevented you from broadcasting live. Too despicable. I'm so blind to be kissing up to someone like that. I also couldn't have imagined that he was this kind of person. I was blind to be cheated by him in the first place. Bai Ruoli lowered her head. Her delicate face was like a wilted flower without any semblance of vigor. Pathetic. Zhang Haoyang was really heartbroken and angry. Gritting his teeth, he said, Ruoli, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I will make sure that he won't pester you anymore. I'm going to find him now. Zhang Haoyang stood up angrily and was about to go and settle the score with Qin Feng. Bai Ruoli said with a grateful face, Haoyang, I knew that just you are sincere to me. Thank you. These words made Zhang Haoyang's heart blossom. He had once again gained the trust of the goddess once again, and was a big step closer to becoming her boyfriend. Zhang Haoyang was as excited as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. No need to thank me. I guarantee that I'll set this matter right within an hour. Well, you mustn't get into a confrontation with him. If you get him riled up, he won't leave me alone. It's now 2 days before Saturday. You don't want to make things worse. Don't worry. I'm here for everything. Wait for my good news. Zhang Haoyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. When Zhang Haoyang was out of the KFC, Bai Ruori changed her previous pathetic appearance, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Humph. Without you, Qin Feng, I'll be able to find licking dogs that are obedient to me just the same. I'd like to see you turn down your good brother's request. Zhang Haoyang quickly opened WeChat after leaving, while muttering, Qin Feng, you're not her boyfriend anymore. I hope you won't force me to flip. If you keep pestering Bai Ruoli, don't blame me as a brother for being unkind. A vicious color flashed in Zhang Haoyang's eyes, so he sent a message to Qin Feng, Brother Feng, I have something very important to discuss with you. Come out and meet me. I'll wait for you in the pool room. Qin Feng looked at the message and revealed a smile after a few moments of contemplation. Bai Ruoli, you are really a smart woman. Begging people to Zhang Haoyang.
Zhang Haoyang.
I'd like to see how you've been fooled by this woman. Bai Ruoli couldn't hide this kind of trick from his eyes at all, and easily guessed her intentions. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng came to the pool room and saw Zhang Haoyang playing pool alone from a distance, his face a bit bad. Because of Bai Ruoli? Qin Feng slowly walked over, his voice cold, sitting down on a side stool, crossing his legs in an airy manner to watch Zhang Haoyang play. Zhang Haoyang's eyes sank, and he fiercely exerted his strength to knock the ball out. The expression on Qin Feng's face did not change halfway. He could sense that Zhang Haoyang was in a very bad mood right now. Are we still brothers? Zhang Haoyang suddenly came up with a sentence. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a smile as he didn't bother to answer this question. People like Zhang Haoyang forget about sex and can't be relied on at all. Two people just know not long to talk about how deep friendship. If the boy director of their own can also take care of a little. But unfortunately, the beauty of the head. Hopeless. Zhang Haoyang was silent for a few seconds, and when he didn't get the answer he wanted, he guessed that Qin Feng must have a problem with him, and he also stopped playing, sat down next to Qin Feng, and took out a cigarette and lit it. He exhaled a smoke ring before saying quietly, Brother, no matter what I did before that displeased you, I hope you don't take it to heart. Bai Ruoli is someone I like. I don't want anything to happen to her, and I don't want anyone to hurt her. Zhang Haoyang paused. His eyes suddenly glazed over as he stared at Qin Feng and said in a deep voice, Not even as a brother. Qin Feng smiled blandly and said calmly, Hasn't Bai Ruoli told you that if I'm in a bad mood, I won't forgive her and she won't be able to go live smoothly? Can I take that statement you just made as a threat? Zhang Haoyang's face changed again and again. Chapter 113 Chu Meiru makes a move. In the end, Zhang Haoyang's face still eased down, depressedly smoking a cigarette. Just now it was me who spoke impulsively a bit. Don't take it to heart. After a pause, Zhang Haoyang slowly turned his head to look at Qin Feng. Ruoli is also very difficult. She has the current achievements is also God to give her a reward for food. You want to still a man should not be difficult for her in every way. Qin Feng shook his head and instantly felt that the two of them chatting was as tasteless as eating candles. If you're talking to me about these things, then there's nothing left to talk about between us. Qin Feng got up and walked out the door without any half-hearted hesitation. Zhang Haoyang stood up violently and shouted at Qin Feng's back. I've said what I need to say. What you do depends on your conscience. Qin Feng did not respond to Zhang Haoyang until his back disappeared from his sight, before he picked up his cell phone to call Bai Ruoli. Bai Ruoli had been waiting for news from Zhang Haoyang in the dormitory of the Dragon apartment, while swiping her cell phone in boredom. See Zhang Haoyang WeChat phone call. The expression of a tight finger flying point answer.
Haoyang.
How did it go? Did Qin Feng agree? As soon as the call was connected, Bai Ruoli couldn't wait to ask. Zhang Haoyang's face was helpless as he said, Ruoli, this guy Qin Feng is determined to cross you. I can't persuade him. I'm very sorry. Bai Ruoli was slightly stunned. The expression on her face instantly stagnated, as if enveloped by a layer of frost. And her tone became very cold. I know, said decisively, hung up the phone, huffed and puffed, the cell phone ruthlessly smashed on the sofa. Angry face, what a waste. Even this thing cannot be done. Piss me off. None of the men are any good. Bai Ruoli simply lay down on the sofa, thinking about how to get through this. Hiddenly, he also somewhat regretted that what he said today was too impulsive and should not have clashed with Qin Feng. Just when she was distracted, her cell phone call suddenly rang. Bai Ruoyi didn't want to move at all and was too lazy to answer the phone. It had been several seconds before he picked up his cell phone without a rush. The screen showed that it was a call from her mother, and Bai Ruoyi reluctantly answered it. "Worry, what took you so long to get through? Are you busy?" Chu Mei-ru's worried voice came from the other side of the phone. Bai Ruoyi said in a bad mood, "Mom, I'm getting annoyed. If you don't have anything to do, I'll hang up first." "Don't. What happened? Can you talk to Mom about it?" So, Bai Ruoyi this briefly talked about what happened with Qin Feng, and also explained that this live bandwagon was very important to her. As soon as Chu Mei-ru heard that Qin Feng was bullying her daughter again at a critical time, anger surged to her heart and she coldly said, "Ruoyi, don't be afraid of this matter. Mom will definitely solve this matter for you. Wait for my good news." After hanging up Bai Ruoyi's phone, Chu Mei-ru grumbled with a face full of anger. "This little mind can be really vicious, always hindering my daughter's future. I definitely won't let you have your way." Fiercely flipping out Qin Feng's number, just about to press the dialing button, but his movements violently stopped, his fingers hanging in mid-air, his face hesitant. Would it be useful to call Qin Feng at this time? This kind of villain is greedy for money and lust. If he didn't get a taste of the sweetness, how could he let his daughter go so easily? Just now, her daughter had also said that if she couldn't obtain Qin Feng's forgiveness, she wouldn't be given a live broadcast from the company's side. This is despicable. It's really true that the people of Wakuri Corporation also believe in the words of such people. The more Chu Mei-ru thought about it, the angrier she became. It's important to think of a surefire way to be able to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Suddenly, Chu Mei-ru thought of all the things that happened the last time she met with Qin Feng, and she still couldn't forget Qin Feng's fiery eyes, wanting to eat her up as if they were. Do we have to be taken advantage of a little bit by him again like last time in order for him to let his daughter go? Chu Mei-ru's heart is tangled like a million solutions. Simply cannot be solved. A pair of diaphanous eyebrows tightly locked, and finally helplessly sighed a long sigh, before reluctantly opening Qin Feng's WeChat. "Qin Feng, is it convenient to talk sometime now?" Qin Feng has returned home, is bored sitting on the balcony brushing his cell phone. Suddenly popped up Chu Mei-ru's message is also very surprised. And then the corner of the mouth cannot be suppressed to the upward curve. This is an unexpected surprise. How come Mrs. Bai took the initiative to send me a message? Couldn't be that she misses me, right? Qin Feng replied with flirtation. Chu Mei-ru married into the Bai family. It is no problem to say that she is Mrs. Bai. After sending the message, Qin Feng's mouth was tinged with a faint smile as he muttered to himself, "Chu Mei-ru should be begging me for her daughter's matter. I'd like to see how this self-righteous woman would beg." On the other side, after Chu Mei-ru saw the message, she immediately felt insulted and said contemptuously, "If it weren't for my daughter's matter, I wouldn't have bothered to chat with someone like you. Don't flatter yourself there. Who would want trash like you?" Cursing to cursing, Chu Mei-ru still have to honestly hold back and reply to Qin Feng. "My daughter spoke impulsively today. This matter is her fault. I apologize to you on her behalf. Can you talk to her company's Mr. Wang and let this matter go? As long as I can make Ruoyi go live smoothly, I won't treat you badly. After it's done, I can give you $50,000 in compensation and promise that it won't happen again." Qin Feng sneered, read the message and directly did not reply. He is not bad. He just wanted to kill the sharpness of Bai Ruoyi's mother and daughter. Chu Mei-ru waited for 2 or 3 minutes and did not see Qin Feng return the message. The more she waited, the more anxious she became. What does this little mean? Why hasn't he returned my messages for so long? Does he think he wants more favors? Or maybe he knows I want to ask him to do something, so he's purposely wearing out my patience? This little is really good at falling down a well. Chu Mei-ru cursed a few times in a low voice. In the end, she still gritted her teeth and reluctantly clicked on the voice call. Do. Qin Feng crossed his legs and seemed to have expected that Chu Mei-ru would definitely call. And after connecting, he teased, "Mom, I'm very busy, so if there's anything you want to talk about, just say it." When Chu Mei-ru heard this familiar voice, She only felt incomparably nauseous and said in an icy tone, "What do you want? Directly open a condition." Qin Feng poofed a smile and lazily said, "Mum, are you joking with me? Do you think I'm short of this $50,000 of yours?" Saying that, suddenly thinking of Chu Meiru's tantalizing figure, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled upwards slightly. "I don't want money, because your daughter's matter caused me to be in a not-so-good mood right now." After a pause, he continued, "If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I can be accommodating about your daughter. It's up to you, ma'am." Chu Meiru instantly turned pale. Her body trembled slightly. Her eyes flashed with anger, secretly thinking, "Does this little pervert want me to offer my body?" He dreamed. Chapter 114, Madam's Dance. Chu Meiru said in a firm tone, "Qin Feng, don't go too far. I won't sell my body. Just die." The tone of his voice was decisive, and it was also tinged with a strong anger. Qin Feng smiled bashfully, wanting to get this woman. He still had to slowly disintegrate her psychological defenses, and couldn't take too big a step at once. "Don't be angry, ma'am. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just asking you to dance. That's not too much to ask." When Chu Meiru heard this, she let out a sigh of relief. This request was indeed quite a bit lower than asking herself to offer her body. It was barely acceptable. She was a regular yoga practitioner herself, so her body was supple, and she practiced some dancing occasionally, so she was no stranger to that aspect. However, the heart is very upset. Why should I dance for this kind of trash? Just a simple dance. No other requests? Chu Meiru's eyes were suspicious. She didn't believe that Qin Feng would be so kind as to not make things difficult for her. "Of course there is." Qin Feng stroked his chin, a few moments of contemplation showing in his eyes. The difficult to seize this opportunity could not be cheapened to Chu Meiru for nothing. Bai Ruoli's live broadcast plan can't be changed because she has to be allowed to bring Shen Ruoyi. So the punishment can't be too much this time. Do a favor and let her resume live. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng laughed. "Open a video in a while. You change into a set of cooler clothes and dance for me for 10 minutes. That's not too much to ask, is it?" Chu Meiru was slightly relieved. This request was indeed not too high. The only thing that made her heart uncomfortable was the feeling of being held by Qin Feng. It was very unpleasant. After a moment of silence, Chu Meiru reluctantly said, "Is it true that if I dance, you will let Ruoyi go?" "Of course." Qin Feng responded with a firm tone. "Yes. When do you want to see it?" Chu Meiru received Qin Feng's affirmation and no longer struggled. "Right now. Hurry up and go change into a cooler set of clothes. But don't fool me or this request won't count." Qin Feng said that his heart also had a few more points of strange expectations. Letting his ex-girlfriend's mom dance for him, thinking about it had a different kind of excitement. "Okay. I'll call you in a moment when I've changed my clothes." Chu Meiru hung up the phone with a cold face. She hadn't wanted to change those sexy clothes in the first place. But Qin Feng's last words quenched this little thought of hers. Chu Meiru's eyes were filled with disgust, and the corner of her mouth hooked up in a mocking arc and said, "Humph, really a little pervert. Her mind thinks of these nasty things all day long." Opening the closet, it was filled with all kinds of sexy clothes. Ultra-low V-neckline dresses, stockings, thong banks, skeleton inner banks, transparent bras and so on. Qin Feng's side waited for several minutes. He wasn't afraid of Chu Meiru standing him up, thinking in his heart about what Chu Meiru would change into later to dance for herself. When he thought of Chu Meiru's marvelous figure again, his heart was also on fire. It wasn't long before Chu Meiru sent a video call. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled upwards slightly as he gently clicked on the connection and immediately saw the screen on the opposite side. The pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly, and his gaze focused on the video screen. Chu Meiru was wearing a set of translucent white shirt on the upper body, with a black inner lining inside, whose outline could be clearly seen, and even her fair skin could be seen vaguely. Very sexy. The lower half of her body is wearing a black wraparound skirt, and her rounded thighs are paired with black garter stockings, making this scene very visually appealing. Qin Feng's heartbeat sped up a few points. Not bad for a lady. Naturally flirty and extremely seductive. It was just that Chu Mei-ru's face was covered in ice, as if she was being forced. Qin Feng didn't mind either. The more Chu Mei-ru was like this, the more comfortable he felt in his heart.
Mom.
Nice figure. Qin Feng had a smile on the corner of his eyes as he enjoyed the gorgeous scenery. Chu Mei-ru's eyebrows tightened slightly, and she said indifferently with a stern face, "If there's no problem, I'll start on my side."
Mom.
Please start your wonderful performance. Qin Feng sat up straight with a faint smile on his lips. This smile makes Chu Mei-ru's heart very uncomfortable, feel like selling sex net red, in order to curry favor with those gold masters in the live broadcast dancing and flirting. Chu Mei-ru took a deep breath and adjusted herself, then turned on the music and began to dance. Waist gently twisted, hip swaying. Every action is extremely tempting, and because of wearing this neckline is relatively low clothes naked, that is often the case, so that Qin Feng feasted his eyes. First, Chu Mei-ru was still very restrained, and her movements were stiff. Slowly also entered the state. The movement is also smooth and natural. Qin Feng carefully appreciated. The more you look at, the heart has a kind of inexplicable agitation. I have to say that this woman through the screen can provoke people's heartstrings. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a few moments of teasing.
Mom.
Have a back shake. I won't. Chu Mei-ru refused without hesitation. She had also swiped through some videos and saw those female anchors back shaking, knowing how nasty those movements were. Even more so, he was unwilling to jump to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face sank. His eyes sternly stared at Chu Mei-ru and said, "I'll let you jump as soon as I tell you to. Where do you get so many opinions?" Chu Mei-ru's heart rolled over with anger, and when it came into contact with Qin Feng's sharp eyes, the words that came to his mouth were swallowed back, so he could only turn around in humiliation, and his plump peach buttocks were aimed at the mirror. The thin waist gently twisted and the arse swayed. Qin Feng's eyes instantly heated up. The impact of this image felt even greater. "Bend over. Don't you go too far." Chu Mei-ru turned around, her pretty face frosty and full of humiliation. "Don't make me repeat myself a second time." Qin Feng rebuked without question. "You." Chu Mei-ru's chest rose and fell violently in anger. The full, masculine peaks throbbed fiercely. After looking deeply at Qin Feng, only then with all reluctance did she bend her waist down a bit and gently twist her thin waist. This pose, this angle is even more tantalizing. Chu Mei-ru was no stranger to this position, feeling her face burning hot, with an inexplicable sense of great shame in her heart. Although it was through the screen, she always felt that Qin Feng's eyes had been staring back. The scumbag definitely did it on purpose. Must be full of nasty thoughts right now.
******ing pervert.
Chu Mei-ru was so humiliated and angry that she had to follow Qin Feng's words and do as she was told. With every twist of my peachy buttocks, I could feel a fiery sight staring back, which made the shame in my heart grow stronger and stronger, and it was accompanied by an inexplicable strange sensation growing in the back. Chu Mei-ru's face was as red and delicate as a ripe apple. Qin Feng only felt his mouth dry and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. It is absolutely impossible for this image to leave anyone without any thoughts. Originally said to be 10 minutes, Qin Feng had long since thrown the concept of time out of his mind. Chu Mei-ru also forgot about the time. Anyway, she just felt that every second was very hard to get through. I don't know how long it took to dance, but Chu Mei-ru said angrily, "It's time, isn't it?" Chapter 115, Madam's Reaction. Qin Feng looked at the time and realized that 15 minutes had passed. 5 minutes more than expected. Sure enough, all the enjoyable time went by very quickly. I'm just sorry I didn't get to see enough of it. Time's up. Madam's performance is really wonderful. I can't imagine that our high and mighty Madam also has a side that's not known to the public. It's so evocative. Qin Feng's eyes were ambiguous and a bad smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he gently clapped his palms. Chu Mei-ru smiled very uncomfortable all over, full of humiliation lingering in her heart, and said coldly with a stern face, "What I promised you has already been done, and what you promised me I want you to do right away." I demand that you call Mr. Wang. I want to hear his reply in person before I can rest assured. That's for sure. I'm a man of my word. Seeing Chu Meru's attitude is so strong. Seems to have the determination not to stop until he sees himself on the phone. Qin Feng is very quick. Took out another phone on the spot to call Mr. Wang of the Great Qin Divine Guild, and turned on the speaker. Mr. Wang. Resume the Bai Ruoyi live broadcast program. Okay. I'll call and inform Bai Ruoyi now. Is there anything else Mr. Qin would like to order? No more. Go about your business. Qin Feng hung up the phone. Chu Meru was secretly surprised. Qin Feng spoke to Mr. Wang with a superior posture, and that Mr. Wang was surprisingly very polite, even with a sense of caution. What was going on? This situation was not unfamiliar to her. It only occurred when the boss spoke to his subordinates. Could it be that Qin Feng is some kind of big shot? That's not possible. This thought was just born in her mind, and was immediately thrown out of Chu Meiru's mind. Mum. I've already done what you asked me to do. Qin Feng had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. Soon your daughter will tell you that she can go live without any problems. Humph. You better not be lying to me. I wouldn't lie to anyone, but I wouldn't lie to Madame Ah. Qin Feng smiled wickedly, his eyes recklessly admiring Chu Meiru's hot and delicate body. Chu Meiru. This woman was different from those youthful women, with a natural flirtatiousness. One look and one movement could tease a man's heart, and despite her reluctance, those unintentional charms she exuded made Qin Feng's heart pound. Chu Meiru through the screen felt Qin Feng that hot big eyes. This kind of eyes she is not a stranger. In the past, her husband also used to use this kind of eyes staring at themselves. In the gym there are also a lot of men who look at her like this. Disgusted. Nothing. I hang up. After saying that, he didn't give Qin Feng a chance to speak and directly hung up the video call in seconds. Qin Feng stroked his chin and said with a sense of satisfaction, "It's a pity that he hasn't seen enough." A moment later, looking down at his phone again, the corners of his mouth just turned upwards. Luckily I've already recorded and broadcast the video just now. If Bai Ruoyi sees this video, she'll be furious. Qin Feng had an inexplicable excitement in his eyes, increasingly looking forward to his ex-girlfriend's expression when she knew the truth. Meanwhile, Chu Meiru hung up the phone and sat on the chair weakly. When he thought about what had just happened, his heart couldn't be calmed for a long time, and there was more shame and anger. That scene just now was like a movie that kept replaying over and over in her head. Her own proudly arched buttocks, twisting recklessly and putting on all sorts of nasty moves, just to please the damn Qin Feng. Thinking of this, Chu Meiru was again filled with hatred for Qin Feng, wishing that Qin Feng would go out and get hit by a car. Ding! The cell phone rang suddenly, coldly startling Chu Meiru. It was only when he saw it was his daughter calling that he patted Kaosheng's chest and exhaled softly. Could it be that my daughter called to give herself good news? Chu Meiru's heart stirred and hurriedly suppressed those irritating thoughts and picked up the phone. Mom! Just now the company's general manager Wang has personally called me to inform me that I can broadcast normally on Saturday. Hearing her daughter's excited voice, Chu Meiru's hanging heart also completely put down. Finally did not waste their own pay. Face showed some smile. Nothing is good. Mom, you're too good. What did you use to convince Qin Feng? Chu Meiru's delicate body trembled. Her eyes flashed a trace of panic. Her brain thought of the scene from the dance just now, and her heart jumped about. This matter must not be known to the daughter, or the image in her heart will collapse. You still don't believe in Mom's ability? Chu Meiru barely managed to squeeze out a smile of joy. There's nothing I can't handle as long as I step in. People like Qin Feng are just greedy for money, so as long as you give him a little bit of sweetness, you'll be able to easily smooth things over. It's still my mom who's great. Dealing with this kind of scum, easy to take. Bai Ruoyi's entire heart was filled with joy, and she didn't even notice that her mother spoke with a hint of panic. Unlike usual. That's... humph. If I had known that my mom was so powerful, I wouldn't have had to go begging for help. And in the future, if I run into a scumbag, I'll ask my mom to step in and take care of it for me. Okay. Mom has something to do beforehand. Let's talk next time. The corner of Chu Mei-ru's mouth twitched slightly, an unnatural smile on her face. Hanging up the phone, Chu Mei-ru had a headache. Right now, the moment she heard that she had to find Qin Feng to discuss, she inexplicably resisted inwardly. Twice looking for Qin Feng to do things have eaten a small loss, and next time I don't know what perverted requirements this little will put forward. We must grasp Qin Feng's handle as soon as possible, so that we can have bargaining chips in the future, or else we'll have to let him take advantage of us every time. That matter must be expedited. Chu Mei-ru muttered, her brows locked. She had had enough of being insulted by Qin Feng and had to turn passivity into initiative. Wu Zhaodi, I don't care what you use. I want you to get what I want within a week. And I can double the price. Auntie, I'll try. Chu Mei-ru's aura surged and she said sternly, I don't want to try. I want to be sure. Wu Zhaodi hung up the phone, her face blank. These past few days she had also been thinking hard about how to get close to Qin Feng and how to brush up her favor. Although Qin Feng had bought her so many beautiful clothes last time and made her shine in front of her classmates, he wasn't down to earth, because it was all obtained by dishonorable means. Ugh, what does it take to sleep with schoolmate Qin Feng in a week? Wu Zhaodi whispered, walking aimlessly through the school alone, people coming and going around her, no one paying much attention to her. Suddenly, Wu Zhaodi had an idea. Since you can't figure it out on your own, the almighty internet must have a solution. 3 ignorant cobblers are still better than 1. Wu Zhaodi opened Jitterbug and quickly posted a video on her social platform asking for help. Girls online for help. How can I sleep with a classmate I want to sleep with in a week? Chapter 116, I'll teach you how to chase. Wu Zhaodi this text video just sent to the social platform. The system gave her a small-scale push flow. The shocking content, which shattered 3 views, quickly caused some passing netizens to be shocked and click to watch. This look was like stirring up a hornet's nest, causing those singles to wail en masse, with a dozen or so people replying in the comments section. Sis, are you serious? Are beautiful women so horny these days? Don't bother. If you want to sleep with a man, come straight to me. I've got 8-pack abs, pictures of abs. At first the comment section was normal, all kinds of envy, but then there were some male black fans mocking in the comment section. It's not easy for a girl to sleep with a guy, and if she can't, it only means that the girl is ugly, and I bet the anchor is an ugly pig picture. Wu Zhaodi saw this message also came a few points of annoyance. She is quite confident in their own appearance. Just want to ask for help. These netizens are not here to be angry. Immediately dislike back. Brother, can you speak with a little quality? Sis is at least a big beauty. It's just that the boy I'm chasing is very good, and he's surrounded by many beautiful women. Netizen Sweet Little Orange replied, Sister, don't pay attention to these lower head man. They can't eat grapes, say sour. I'll give you a suggestion. If you come across a good boy, to be bold, to take the initiative a little bit. Otherwise it will be snatched away by others. Many others left a variety of messages. Offer to ask him to hang out, watch a movie or something, and then just tell him I want to sleep with you. Girl, look for me when you want a man. I'm very handsome. Picture of Shao battle. As a result, more and more netizens have been leaving their photos. There was Lord Wu Yen, and foreigners, and even some elementary school students sent out their own photos of their dedication. Wu Zhaodi carefully looked through the comments of these netizens, crying and laughing. A whole lot of these netizens want to sleep themselves. Give advice on the contrary. Very little, even if the advice is not half reference value. There were also dozens more private messages, with many users sending in personal photos. There are also some male old men who are very perverted. Send some private photos over to courtship, directly by Wu Zhaodi Pull Black. On the other side, Shi Jing happened to be bored and swiping her cell phone with her trumpet, and just happened to brush up to this video, and was instantly attracted by the title. Seek help on how to sleep with men? Shi Jing froze, then smiled lightly, revealing her white teeth, and said, There are still such bold girls these days, posting such counterintuitive comments on the internet. not afraid of being scolded to death by others. Just click on the video and see that there are hundreds of comments. When Shen Ruoyi casually looked at it, she was a burst of disdain. The advice offered by these people had long been rotten, and at a glance, it was clear that they had little experience in chasing men. That's her specialty. Wipe your eyes brightly, sis, hand in hand to teach you how to hold a man to death. The corner of Shen Ruoyi's mouth hung with a confident smile. Her fingers lightly tapped the screen and opened the voice input. Beauty, let sister teach you how to chase men. It's actually very simple. You just need to dress yourself up sexier and wear something revealing. There's no way for those men to resist color seduction. I know men too well to be full of series, and you're not wrong to trust my quasi. I've hooked 24 men that way. Shen Ruoyi, this comment just sent out. Wu Zhaodi backstage appeared prompted with a new message. After carefully reading it, also fell into a short period of contemplation. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking the sexy route to get closer to Qin Feng. It was just that she wasn't in the habit of wearing sexy clothes and was too embarrassed to wear them out for fear of being laughed at by others. However, the fact that Shen Ruoyi also said that she had seduced 24 men in this way also made her falter and ponder whether she should take the sexy route. But to his surprise, this comment made the boys in the comments section greatly irritated and started a mocking mode replying to Shen Ruoyi. Public restrooms are cleaner than you. Be a lady, I guess, and don't even want to be chased. Being slept with by dozens of men as a capital to show off is really getting more and more shameless. Brothers, see, you spend hundreds of thousands of dowry to chase the woman, but it turned out to be someone else. Play tired of rotten goods. Shen Ruoyi was in a good mood, immediately angered by the comments of these black people. Shut up your stinking mouth. This lady is still a virgin. A woman who has had dozens of boyfriends and is still a virgin. This is the first time I've seen her. Do you believe her, or do you believe I'm the first emperor of Qin? It's none of your business. My old lady just has the ability to trick stinky men around. Willingly give money to me to spend but still can't sleep with my old lady. Laugh me to death. A bunch of garbage men. Relying on the fact that she is a small number, Shen Ruoyi recklessly turned on the map cannon mode to taunt the crowd. Wu Zhaodi secretly surprised. Cannot be this called Jing Jing netizen. Really a master of love? Wu Zhaodi opened a private message and chatted privately with Shen Ruoyi. Sister, please teach me how to be able to sleep with the man I like in a week. Shen Ruoyi also does not mince words about her insights. Our woman's greatest weapon is beauty. As long as it is utilized well, can be invincible, and it is impossible for a man to refuse a woman's deadly weapon anymore. Find a chance to be alone with him, and then wear less clothes and dress yourself up. That's the first step. Step 2. Being pretty isn't enough. You have to know how to please him. For example, if he likes gentle, you pretend to be gentle. In short, cater to his preferences. But when you're in bed, you must be flirty. Men like that. As long as you conquer a man's body, it's the same as conquering his heart. Don't believe in the bull ****** love at first sight. It's all about lust. As long as you're pretty, men have feelings. Wu Zhaodi immediately had a feeling of being enlightened, her eyes shining brightly as she murmured, I'm so pretty. As long as I dress up carefully, I'll definitely be able to make Qin Feng's heart flutter. And what comes next will surely fall into place. Thanks, sister. I know what to do. I'm going to go get properly dressed now and change into another sexy outfit for her date. Don't be in a hurry. Take the initiative to find him a date. I think it's too old-fashioned to work as a wow factor. You'd better create a chance encounter. Then let him have a feeling that he has a bright spot in his eyes, and then ask for a date. So it's a little bit better. Wu Zhaodi secretly admired. Worthy of being a woman who has slept with dozens of men. Every suggestion is said to her heart. Good sister. Thank you for giving me such valuable advice. I'll definitely tell you the good news when I'm done. I'll go and get busy first. That's fine. I wish you the best of luck with your horse and sleep with your sweetheart soon. Shen Ruoyi guffawed. But it was just a show of hands, and didn't take this matter to heart. Chapter 117. My godsister is looking for me. Mo. I was just playing outside and I saw the fresh fruits on the side of the road. So I bought some and came back to buy some for you on the way. Zhou Wenbin scratched the back of his head, a smile on his face with a few pleasing touches. Xia Mengmeng took the apple handed over by Zhou Wenbin, and two small dimples appeared on her pretty face. Smiling, "Thank you. Next time you don't need to stop by and bring it to me. It's too much trouble. I can't stand it." Originally, she was resting in the dormitory. Zhou Wenbin sent a message for her to meet a below near the dormitory, saying that there are some things to give her. So Xia Mengmeng brought a roommate down to get it. But I could not imagine that it was an apple. Zhou Wenbin was busy shaking his hand a bit. "No trouble. It's all just a small thing. If you like apples in the future, I can buy them for you every day." Ah! Xia Mengmeng slightly opened her small mouth. Of course she understood that Zhou Wenbin liked her, but she didn't have that kind of heartwarming feeling. "Wenbin, I know you're a good person, but I already have someone I like. You really don't have to be so nice to me in the future." As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere immediately became subtle. Zhou Wenbin's expression froze, an unnatural smile appearing on his face as he scratched his wrist carelessly to hide his inner embarrassment. "Mo, I don't have any other thoughts. I simply see you as a good friend. You don't have to care what I think." Zhou Wenbin's tone was obviously a bit flustered. "I really don't have any other thoughts about you. I know you like Qin Feng." Xia Mengmeng guffawed, regardless of whether what Zhou Wenbin said was true or not. Anyway, he had already done his duty to remind. What Zhou Wenbin did, that was his business. Suddenly inside the brain flashed the shadow of Qin Feng. Secretly thought, "I do not know what Qin Feng brother is now doing. These 2 days he did not take the initiative to find me, even if I send a message to him, but also less than a few words to say busy. What has brother Qin Feng been busy with these 2 days? I don't know. We haven't seen a lot of each other in the past 2 days, and he's not living in the dorms." Zhou Wenbin then said, "I heard that he lives in the Dragon Academy. That place is not cheap. The rent is several thousand per month." Xia Mengmeng naturally knew about this place. It was a high-grade neighborhood. She also wanted to rent a house to live there, but her strength did not allow it. Soon, Xia Mengmeng's face became a bit depressed. A bad guess came to her. It must be because those women are constantly pestering brother Qin Feng. That's why he doesn't have time to play with me. This speculation made her heart uneasy. She couldn't let those bad women snatch her brother Qin Feng away. She had to take the initiative. Not caring about a woman's reserve, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Qin Feng. "Where are you now, brother Qin Feng? I want to find you to go play. Are you free?" Qin Feng was in class and peeked at the message. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. "What's wrong? Missing your brother Qin Feng?" I miss you so much. Do you have time to spend with your baby sister?" Pampering picture. Qin Feng smiled slightly. This godsister of his was still quite active. It just so happened that there was no program after class, so he could accompany her to have some fun. "I'll catch up with you after my class." On the other hand, Xia Mengmeng saw Qin Feng information face bloomed a sweet smile. Two eyes watery, this kind of expression. Only when you see your own sweetheart. Zhou Wenbin looked at him with a sour heart. Xia Mengmeng never looked at him with such eyes. "Mengmeng, is it true that Qin Feng is going to ask you to go play?" Xia Mengmeng didn't even lift her head. "No, it's me who asked him to go and play. I may not have time to accompany you later. I'm going to accompany my brother Qin Feng." The corners of Zhou Wenbin's mouth twitched slightly as he laughed awkwardly. "Where are you guys going to play?" "I'll go play together later. It's crowded and lively. Calling up Zhang Haoyang and the others is fine. Let's talk about it later, La. Let's see how brother Qin Feng arranges it." Xia Mengmeng didn't pay too much attention to Zhou Wenbin, focusing her attention on chatting with Qin Feng. "Brother Qin Feng, where are we going to play later? Should we call up Fatty Four Eyes and Zhang Haoyang and the others?" Qin Feng looked at the message and didn't reply in a hurry, thinking for a moment before replying. No need to notify Zhang Haoyang. Isn't there a Shooting Eagles in theaters these days? Let's go see it together. Good. This movie has my idol in it. So it's happily decided. The corners of Xia Mengmeng's mouth were raised high. Her eyebrows were bent into a crescent moon with a smile. Her appearance was very cute. Zhou Wenbin's eyes were on fire as he watched, and he couldn't wait to hug and kiss Xia Mengmeng. Mengmeng, did Qin Feng say he was going to a movie? Xia Mengmeng nodded and said with a smile, together with the two of you, there are just 4 of you. And mine too? Speaking is Xia Mengmeng roommate Zhu Xiaoli. People look ordinary. Placed in the crowd inside there is no bright spot. Xia Mengmeng asked rhetorically, yeah, aren't you coming? Zhu Xiaoli happily said, of course go Someone free to invite me to watch a movie not to go is a little cute. As soon as the bell rang, Qin Feng walked towards the agreed place. From a long distance, he captured Xia Mengmeng's figure under the tree. Today, she looked like a carefully sculpted work of art, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. A beige dress fit her figure just right, wrapping her shapely figure to perfection. Xia Mengmeng also spotted Qin Feng and waved at him. A faint smile hung at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's fine. It's fine. We didn't wait long. As soon as Xia Mengmeng saw Qin Feng, her eyes instantly lit up. Her tone filled with unhidden joy. Then she sidled up to introduce. This is my roommate Zhu Xiaoli. Zhu Xiaoli held a bad smile at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes flashed with curiosity as she stared straight at Qin Feng and said with a big grin, how are you handsome? Mengmeng hasn't talked about you in my ears, saying that you're super handsome, super nice to her, and that she's always liked you. Xia Mengmeng instantly widened her eyes. Her face instantly flushed red, shocked by this sudden outburst, panicked and reached out to cover Zhu Xiaoli's mouth, while smiling awkwardly to cover it up. Brother Qin Feng, don't listen to her nonsense. She's the kind of person who loves to talk nonsense. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Isn't this no one here? Xia Mengmeng's gesture of being a little girl was extraordinarily endearing, and her mood became wonderful. Let's go. Suddenly, there was a commotion of voices not far away. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Who is this beauty? So pretty looking. When did our school have this kind of top-notch big beauty? Such poise is definitely capable of ranking on the school flower list. How come I haven't seen her before? Qin Feng was secretly surprised. He had heard a little about the beauties on the school's flower list. Could it be that there was a new beauty on the list? When he turned around, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 118, A Beautiful Woman's Backhandedness. In the distance, a bright and colorful beauty stepped towards Qin Feng's side. She was wearing a super short skirt. Her slender legs were wrapped in black stockings, and her strapless dress revealed a large area of snow-white skin. Her breasts were half exposed, full and round, easily attracting the eyeballs of those boys around her, itching to look at them a few more times, to memorize this luscious scene. Qin Feng was secretly surprised that the person who came was none other than Wu Zhaodi. Why is this guy suddenly dressed so sexy? Not to mention, this look down is indeed very charming, and the charm has increased by several points. This woman is so pretty. Zhou Wenbin pushed his eyes up. His eyes glazed over. Xia Mengmeng saw Qin Feng staring straight at Wu Zhaodi, and immediately became jealous, skimmed her mouth, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Humph, dressed in such a flamboyant manner, with a tawdry fox stench. She loves to go around hooking up with men." The corners of Wu Zhaodi's mouth rose slightly, and her eyes sparkled with a bright luster. She had just returned from going outside to have her hair styled, and was still thinking about how to create a chance for a chance encounter with Qin Feng. But she couldn't imagine that the heavens would help her so much that she would run into him right near the dormitory. Seeing Qin Feng's eyes staring hotly at her side, the smile on Wu Zhaodi's face grew more and more delicate, secretly thinking, her outfit really attracted Qin Feng's attention. It seemed that taking the sexy route was too right. Immediately striding her long legs and walking towards Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng's gaze eyed Wu Zhaodi's snow-white puffy breasts and was secretly surprised. Although Wu Zhaodi's body is relatively thin, but the portion is still quite amazing. Unexpected surprise. Qin Feng, what a coincidence. Running into you guys here. Wu Zhaodi smiled peacefully with a light smile. her sexy red lips revealing a voice that tantalized her heartstrings. Wu Zhaodi quickly swept a glance at the others. When her eyes came into contact with Xia Mengmeng, instantly felt a hidden repulsion. Out of a woman's sixth sense, she felt that this woman would pose a threat to her. Without moving, she asked, "Where are you guys going?" Qin Feng nose on the tip of the smell of a shampoo fragrance. Just before, I know that the smell is emanating from the body of Wu Zhaodi. Vaguely guessed that she should go to the salon to do hair. Before he could open his mouth, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "I'm sorry. Brother Qin Feng and I have an appointment to go to the movies together, so if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy." Xia Mengmeng suddenly took Qin Feng's arm, wearing a sweet smile on her face, but there was a hint of cunning hidden in her eyes. It's like saying, "Tai Foxes, hurry up. Brother Qin Feng is mine." Wu Zhaodi's heart sank as she secretly said, "Could this woman be Qin Feng's girlfriend? If that's the case, then it's troublesome. The difficulty of trying to seduce Qin Feng will increase drastically." "Qin Feng? She is?" Wu Zhaodi's tone was steeply tense, and the smile on her face was obviously a bit unnatural. Qin Feng didn't seem to notice the hidden flavor of gunpowder between these two women and smiled bashfully. "She is my sister Xia Mengmeng, who I just recognized." Wu Zhaodi heart of the trace of tension instantly dissipated. The face of the smile into a delicate smile. So the two of them is this kind of relationship between them. They really worried for nothing. "Hello Momo. I'm Wu Zhaodi, a good friend of your brother. Take care of me in the future." Knowing the relationship between the two, Wu Zhaodi's attitude has changed radically, and she behaves very affectionately. Xia Mengmeng depressed in her heart. Qin Feng brother is still really everywhere dabbling in the flowers and grass. This woman looks like it is not like a good person. She has to guard against it, lest she snatch Qin Feng brother away. Xia Mengmeng eyes a turn, the corner of the mouth on the bad smile. Body slightly to the side of the Qin Feng body leaned. Embracing the Qin Feng arm tightly softly said, "Brother, we go to the movies." After saying that, she raised her head and stared deeply at Qin Feng with her two watery eyes. Qin Feng immediately felt a soft, cotton-like touch coming from his arm. It's cozy and leaves you wanting more. His eyes sank, and he immediately saw Xia Mengming's innocent face wearing a pair of glasses, looking at himself expectantly, like a flower to be picked. Just by lowering his head, he was able to kiss the mouth of a beautiful woman. Qin Feng's heart indisputably jumped fiercely. A dry heat arose. This was the body's instinctive reaction. Okay. Qin Feng was breezy on the surface, acting as if nothing had happened. Wu Zhaodi frowned, a ripple rising in her heart. Qin Feng's sister is a bit off. How can any god-sister be so close? It's not like you're doing something nasty in the name of your god-sister, is it? Wu Zhaodi didn't mind who Qin Feng liked. Her goal was just to sleep with Qin Feng, so she didn't feel jealous. So she made an amazing decision. "I want to go to the movies too. Let's go together." Saying that, she quietly stepped to Qin Feng's side and naturally took Qin Feng's strong arm, and also pulled it closer to her body. Perhaps because he did not grasp the strength of the pull, Qin Feng's arm gently touched her jade peak. A wave of strange pleasure spread like a tidal wave through her heart, tingling, and rushing up to her head in a swift motion. Very marvelous and comfortable. Wu Zhaodi violently body stiffened, followed by a trace of haze cloud quickly flew on her white face, her heart like a deer wildly jumping. The spot had never been touched by any member of the opposite sex, and even she rarely touched it deliberately when she bathed herself. However, today it was in broad daylight, in full view of the public being touched by the opposite sex. Wu Zhaodi didn't dare to look into Qin Feng's eyes at all, fearing that her pettiness would be discovered. Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened and said in a calm voice, "Good. It's lively with many people." As he spoke, he was secretly amused. When Wu Zhaodi touched his arm just now, he also felt a very wonderful sensation, and immediately after that, he felt the stiffness of Wu Zhaodi's body. So he knew that she must not have had much contact with men. Sure enough, he saw the shyness on Wu Zhaodi's face, and he didn't point it out, so as not to embarrass everyone. "Well, I haven't seen a movie in a while either. Wu Zhaodi laughed heartily. Suddenly, a sudden cold shiver ran through her body, and she felt an inexplicable chill. She saw Xia Mengmeng staring at her with a hostile face, and that look seemed to be saying, "Hurry up and let go." This made Wu Zhaodi more and more certain that Xia Mengmeng was plotting against Qin Feng. The corners of his mouth also rose slightly, ignoring Xia Mengmeng's presence. "Qin Feng, let's go." Wu Zhaodi smiled sweetly and said as she affectionately held onto Qin Feng. Qin Feng was not polite, and with a spontaneous smile let the two beauties leave on his arm. At the same time, Wu Zhaodi's roommate Zhu Shaoli followed behind and said to the depressed Zhou Wenbin, "Dude, see? There's no shortage of beautiful women for good-looking men. They're all upside down. A friendly reminder, it's better for you not to hold thoughts about Xia Mengmeng. She's not suitable for you." Chapter 119. Two Girls Getting Jealous. Zhou Wenbin scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I know I can't compare to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng has so many women around him. Sooner or later, Mengmeng will understand that Qin Feng isn't suitable for her, and that only I am devoted to her." Zhu Shaoli was astonished. These days there are still such silly men, fewer than even pandas. Couldn't help but ask in a low voice, in case Qin Feng sleeps with Xia Mengmeng one day, will you still love Xia Mengmeng?" Zhou Wenbin's expression immediately became very wonderful. Stammered, "Whose girlfriend is not secondhand these days? What's so strange? It's not like you have to get married when you fall in love." Zhu Shaoli thought about it. But how does it feel a bit wrong here? Secretly saying, this Zhou Wenbin wouldn't have a complex of being green, right? It must be. Otherwise, what normal man would be indifferent to seeing his favorite woman sleeping with someone else? She had also watched some of the Little Day in the Life with color videos and knew a lot about the Greenmail episode. "You're such a great man. If only every boy thought like you. We girls wouldn't carry so many curses." Zhu Shaoli laughed meaningfully. Zhou Wenbin didn't comprehend Zhu Shaoli's meaning, and hemmed and hawed and giggled. "The biggest advantage of this person of mine is being understanding." Zhu Shaoli shook her head with a "you're hopeless" look. Not long after, Qin Feng left escorted by two beautiful women. As long as he passes places, immediately suck that countless men and women super high turnover rate. Wu Zhaodi was dressed in a hot outfit that was a beautiful sight in itself. Xia Mengmeng wasn't bad either, and was also a proper little beauty. These two girls would be a big hit anywhere. But the fact that these two beauties were willingly, at the same time, holding a man's arm made people sit up and take notice. If jealousy eyes could kill, Qin Feng would have died an unknown number of times by now. Fortunately, Qin Feng's state of mind was particularly strong, and he didn't care about the envious and jealous eyes of others, enjoying the left and right embrace of the two beauties. Xia Mengmeng was a little upset. Her heart was like overturning a jar of vinegar, and she skimmed her mouth and said sourly, "Brother Qin Feng, after the movie later, let's go to the supermarket and play electric. Just the two of us, okay?" After saying that, he even deliberately pulled Qin Feng hard to bring him closer to his side. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth always hung a faint smile. "That's fine. Anyway, I haven't gone to the supermarket for a long time, and the refrigerator at home is a bit empty, so we'll go to the supermarket after watching the movie." Wu Zhaodi took Xia Mengmeng's caution in her eyes and gently pulled Qin Feng a little closer to her side again. Yet again, because her body was too close, she touched her sensitive parts again. With the experience of the last time, this time touching Wu Zhaodi was much more calm. Perhaps because she had passed that hurdle in her heart. Thinking that she would have to sleep with Qin Feng sooner or later in the future, she didn't mind this kind of small perk, and on the contrary, she wasn't willing to lose to Xia Mengmeng. "I was thinking of going to the supermarket after the movie," and Mengmeng said it first. "Count me in." Wu Zhaodi's gaze was vaguely provocative in response to Xia Mengmeng. The two men's gazes went tit for tat, as if they had rubbed off an electric spark. Xia Mengmeng hummed, "I'm going to the supermarket with my brother. What are you doing here? It's hard to believe that you have any intentions towards my brother?" Wu Zhaodi smiled faintly, also not willing to show weakness. "You're overthinking it. What can I have intentions towards him? Why are you so nervous? Wouldn't have any bad intentions towards your sister, right? There was also a special emphasis on the word sister. Don't talk nonsense. What can I have any intentions towards my brother? I'm just concerned about whether he's okay or not. Xia Mengmeng was instantly weak. Her eyes didn't even dare to look at Qin Feng for fear that Qin Feng would see her true thoughts. Qin Feng had a headache. He also felt that there was a smell of gunpowder between these two. It was a comfortable thing to have a woman who was jealous of him, but it wasn't a pleasant thing to be overly jealous. Don't even bother talking about it. Come along. It was only with the fall of Qin Feng's words that the two ended their tit-for-tat. At the crowd, teacher Sun Yanwei also saw this scene and secretly said, "This Qin Feng is really flirtatious. Students nowadays don't put their energy into studying properly. They just know how to talk about useless relationships. When they go out and look for a job, they'll know they'll regret it." The thought also just flashed through her mind and she didn't pay much more attention to it. The students' private lives were not something she wanted to interfere with. At this time, a vibration came from Zhou Wenbin's cell phone. It was Zhang Haoyang who sent a Weibo message. "Fatty, where are you playing? How come I can't see you in the dormitory?" Zhou Wenbin replied, "Qin Feng and I are going to go to the movies. Do you have something to do?" Two grown men going to the movies? Are you kidding me? Seeing that Zhang Haoyang did not believe it, Zhou Wenbin immediately shot a video and sent it over. "See, it's not two guys. It's three more sisters." On Zhang Haoyang's side, he was shocked when he saw this video because he saw that Qin Feng was surrounded by two beautiful women. "Fatty, what's going on here? How come Qin Feng has two beautiful women? Aren't you chasing after Xia Mengmeng? Why is she hanging out with Qin Feng?" "I don't know. It seems like Mo likes him." "You mean the two of them are in love?" "I can't tell in his case. It looks like it and it doesn't look like it." Zhang Haoyang repeatedly played the video and muttered, "This kid can be really despicable." Zhou Wenbin's favorite woman also lay his hands on her. "It's really a piece of garbage. I have to tell Ruoyi about this." Backhandedly, he forwarded this video to Bai Ruoyi. "Ruoyi, you were right to break up with Qin Feng. Look at him now hugging left and right and taking two women to play. Looking at their relationship, they definitely have a thing going on. What's even more outrageous is that Xia Mengmeng is still your good best friend, and she's also the one Fatty likes, which he's got his hands on." Bai Ruoyi clicked on the video and watched it for a few seconds before a look of contempt appeared on her face. "Rubbish. It's a good thing I wasn't with this kind of scum in the first place, or else I would have been green for sure." At this moment, Bai Ruoyi was very glad that she had made the decision in the first place. Zhang Haoyang sneered, "That's right. I also despise people like him. If it wasn't for the fact that I used to be brothers with him, I wouldn't even want to talk to people like him. Hoyo, don't be like him in the future. I hate people like that. I can swear to God I would never be like him. I'm a very devoted person." Zhang Haoyang hastened, swearing to guarantee it. Bai Ruoyi poofed her nose. She wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark of Zhang Haoyang's words. Men are all the same. "Hoyo, tomorrow is Saturday. I'm going to start a live broadcast. So remember to come and help me with the list. Don't worry. I've already prepared $2 million. I'm definitely going to be this list one big brother." Zhang Haoyang smiled confidently. This 2 million smash down the list of one is definitely not his own. He can still eat a wave of heat. Chapter 120, Punks Looking for Trouble. Qin Feng's few people came to the Sunshine Theater Cinema near the university town. Because it was relatively close to the university, there were often many college students who came here to watch movies. When they arrived, they saw 4 people standing at the ticket counter buying tickets. These 4 people were acting intimately and looked like 2 couples. 2 of the boys dyed a head of flamboyant yellow hair, tattoos tattooed on their necks, a diffident energy between their hands and feet, and a look on their faces with a little bit of unruly. How to look at it is not like a good thing. The other 2 girls were also permeated with an air of gangsterism, wearing exaggeratedly shaped studs on their ears and lip studs on their lower lips, with heavy makeup and eyes full of spontaneity and cynicism. Qin Feng's 5 had just come in, and the eyes of those two yellow hairs had been staring at Wu Zhaoti's girls with very dirty eyes. One of the yellow hairs even licked his lips and whistled. At this time, the tall and thin yellow-haired Zhang Haitao, with his tiny eyes staring unscrupulously at Wu Zhaoti's delicate body. His tone frivolous. "TSK. Really big. This look is real material," said, also deliberately gestured to grab something. "Very lewd and dirty." When Wu Zhaoti heard this, the smile on her face instantly disappeared without a trace. Her eyes glared at Zhang Haitao in disgust. The other party's eyes made her body very uncomfortable. If she wasn't afraid of that gangster's aura on Zhang Haitao's body, she would have opened her mouth to curse. Qin Feng's eyes flashed a trace of displeasure, and his face was devoid of a smile. The woman by his side would not allow others to bully her, and he faintly said, "Brother, don't look for trouble." Another yellow-haired Xia Wenxiang immediately blew up, sticking his neck out and provoking, "Buddy, we're just casually saying a few words. How come we're looking for trouble? Could it be that your friend dressed in this Thai look? Can't you let us talk about it? If you're afraid of people looking, don't wear it out. And if you do, don't be afraid of us looking." Xia Wenxiang had a flirty smile on his face and deliberately took 2 steps forward to close the distance between him and Wu Zhaoti. Afterwards, his eyes felt like they were glued to Wu Zhaoti, recklessly ogling at her sexy outfit, his eyes full of nauseating desire. Wu Zhaoti instantly felt chills all over her body and hurriedly hid behind Qin Feng, scolding with a stern face, "Don't come near me." Xia Wenxiang's throat let out a Thai laugh. The more Wu Zhaoti was like this, the more excited he became. His eyes were fiery as he said, "Beauty, we're not bad people. Add a tweet." Saying that, he hurriedly opened his WeChat. Qin Feng stared sternly at the two. Since these people did not know how to advance or retreat, then he did not need to give him face anymore. To Zhou Wenbin, he said in a loud voice, "Fatty, why do you think some people have such thick skin and go around asking for other people's WeChat? Doesn't he know that he's ugly?" "Toad never thinks he's ugly. Maybe he thinks he's handsome." Zhou Wenbin was quite cooperative and pushed his glasses fervently. "This is a disease that has no cure." As soon as the words fell, Xia Mengmeng, a few girls couldn't help but snicker. Xia Wenxiang immediately felt his face hot, hot, hot. He often see beautiful girls over here will be forward to ask for WeChat. Basically can ask to WeChat. Even if you do not want those girls, do not dare to speak out to taunt him. Under the shame, a wave of anger also rushed straight to the heart, viciously threatening, "I want WeChat with a beautiful woman. It's none of your business." Turning his head, he glared at Wu Zhaoti again and said, "Himid, don't dilly-dally. Hurry up and add Lousy's WeChat." Wu Zhaoti's face changed and she hid behind Qin Feng with a firm look in her eyes and said, "No addition." The anger in Xia Wenxiang's heart could no longer be suppressed. His forehead veins bulged. "Chow, give face. Dressed in this Thai look, isn't it just for sale? Just tell me how much you want. I have to sleep with you today." Xia Wenxiang snapped. In his heart he had already made up his mind that he just wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Wu Zhaoti. Wu Zhaoti was so angry that she was trembling. Xia Wenxiang said this to the pain in her heart. Although she is not out to sell, but in a sense there is no difference with selling. Even if Qin Feng had a good temper, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart right now and directly slapped Xia Wenxiang hard on his face. Snap! The slap was so loud that the sound clearly reached everyone's ears. Xia Wenxiang was unprepared and his body was hardened by Qin Feng's slap that almost made him fall to the ground. The hearts of the crowd sank as the atmosphere steeped in tension. Xia Wenxiang barely managed to stabilize his body. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip ink. The red marks left by the slaps still remained on his face, his eyes rolling with anger. "You dare to hit me?" Xia Wenxiang touched his face, as if he couldn't believe that Qin Feng dared to hit him, and then he gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Feng with a deadly fury. "Chow, do you know who I am?" Qin Feng slowly lifted his hand and rubbed his wrist nonchalantly. He had a good time with that crisp slap just now. Slightly raising his chin, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said in a firm tone, "Don't bark in front of me. If you dare to bully her, I'll dare to hit you with my hands." Wu Zhaodi, who was hiding behind Qin Feng, instantly felt warmth in her heart, and her eyes glittered with a strange light as she stared intently at Qin Feng. Born in a family that favored sons over daughters, Wu Zhaodi simply couldn't experience the warmth of loved ones caring for her, while Qin Feng's words made her heart and soul shake. At this moment, Qin Feng's image in her mind suddenly became taller. Zhang Haitao looked at Qin Feng with teasing eyes and laughed conspiratorially. "Oh, you kid really has guts. Are you from Jiangnan University?" "Yes, and what? And have you ever heard of the Unicorn Society?" Zhou Wenbin's face suddenly changed, and he said nervously, "Could it be that you guys are from the Qilin Society?" Qin Feng heard that Zhou Wenbin's voice was overly nervous, and even his body was a bit stiff, secretly saying, "What the hell is this Qilin Society? Why is Fatty scared like this? Could it be some mysterious organization?" Xia Wenxiang's face grimaced as he ferociously said, "Dead Fatty counts you as having some eyesight. Since you know that we're from the Qilin Society, then you should know what will happen if you offend our Qilin Society in this area of Jiangnan University." Zhou Wenbin was instantly scared white. He had also heard something about the Qilin Society before he came to Jiangnan University. "Fatty, what are you afraid of him for? Isn't it just a Qilin Society?" Qin Feng frowned and said indifferently. Zhou Wenbin panicked. "The Kirin Society is a Jianghu mixer, very famous in this generation. I heard that they have hundreds of ponies. We can't afford to offend them at all. When a student offended them before, they were either beaten until they were too afraid to come to school, or they had their arms and legs broken. You'd better hurry up and apologize." Zhou Wenbin was so frightened that his legs were shivering. The others were also filled with panic at the words, no longer able to remain calm. Even Wu Zhaodi was so scared that her face turned white, and she didn't dare to speak out of turn. Characters of the Jianghu were not something that they, the little people, could afford to mess with. Chapter 121, Straightforward Packing. Seeing this, Xia Wenxiang became more and more arrogant, rushing at Qin Feng with a stern voice, "You'd better kneel down and apologize now, and then compensate us for 10,000 yuan of medical expenses, or you don't want to mix in Jiangnan University." Xia Wenxiang's residual anger has not yet disappeared. Huffing and puffing, pointing at Wu Zhaodi and screaming, "And you little, give me your WeChat right away. And give me your WeChat too." Xia Wenxiang pointed at Xia Mengmeng and yelled. Qin Feng's face sank. Suddenly he felt a tugging sensation coming from behind him, only to turn his head and realize that Wu Zhaodi's snow-white face had become even paler due to panic, looking pathetic. And with one hand, she trembled and grabbed her clothes as if she was afraid that Qin Feng would abandon her. A reassuring smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he grabbed Wu Zhaodi's cold hand and said, "Don't be afraid. With me here he can't touch half of your hair. And don't want your WeChat. And it's also a law and order society now, so he can't do anything to us." Wu Zhaodi raised her eyes, unable to hide the panic in her eyes. After seeing Qin Feng's face full of calmness and hearing his calming words, she was slightly certain in her heart. "Aha," Wu Zhaodi gently answered, feeling the warmth coming from Qin Feng's hand, subconsciously wanting to hold this big hand tighter. It was as if she didn't need to be afraid with this man here. And this scene was also seen clearly by Xia Mengmeng on the side, and her heart was sour, solely skimming her head to not look. She would have had to say something if it wasn't for the fact that the situation didn't allow it. Zhang Haitao looked like he had heard a big joke and looked at the little cutie, kind of eyes stared at Qin Feng and said, "Rule of law society? You boys must lack the social beatings to realize we have people on our backs. I'll make a phone call now and immediately call in dozens of people. Do you want to be beaten up by us? Or pay for it? Your choice." Zhang Haitao took out his cell phone and made a move to get ready to call someone. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, evoking a mocking arc as he fiercely stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Haitao's clothes. Without any effort, he lifted his 100-plus-pound body up as if he was lifting a skinny monkey. Zhang Haitao was startled, and before he could struggle, Qin Feng's cold warning voice came from his ears. "Don't mess with me, or I'll beat you up right now." Zhang Haitao was immediately subdued by Qin Feng's aura. His body was only about 1 meter 6, while Qin Feng's height was up to more than 1 meter 8. Coupled with his long-term addiction to alcohol and sex, has long been emptied of the body. Qin Feng's arm are almost catch up with his thigh thick. What do you want? Hurry up and put me down. Zhang Haitao's voice was internalized and he tightly grabbed Qin Feng's wrist and tried to break his hand away. But unfortunately, his strength was as weak as cotton. Chow! How dare you hit someone? Xia Wenxiang on the side angrily wanted to rush over to help Zhang Haitao. Qin Feng's stern eyes swept Xia Wenxiang and said contemptuously, "Want to fight? Want to try?" Xia Wenxiang immediately weakened his momentum. His eyes were very scornful. Just now, Qin Feng's slap still caused him a fiery pain, coupled with the fear of Qin Feng's physique. There is also a fat man at the side of the tiger eyeing. There is no chance of winning. It's against the law to hit someone. Hurry up and let go of my friend or I'll call the police. Zhou Wenbin didn't want to cause trouble and hurriedly whispered, "Brother Feng, forget it. There's no need to offend them to death. Let's just watch the movie." Qin Feng loosened his hand. Since the purpose was achieved, there was no need to make things worse. And loosened Zhang Haitao warning, "Get lost. Don't think of looking for trouble. I'm a man with a bad temper." Zhang Haitao's face was gloomy. That scene just now made him lose face. This revenge he had to avenge. Straightening his messy clothes, he said coldly, "What's your name?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up and his eyes teased. "Want to retaliate?" The words changed and he said disdainfully, "My name is Qin Feng. Remember my name. Come anytime you want to take revenge. But you all have to be ready to take a beating." Zhang Haitao's face was gloomy as he secretly said, "Kid, just be arrogant. You definitely don't know the power of our Kirin society yet. I'll call someone to teach you a lesson later. Right now it's better to keep an eye on the kid and not let him go." After making up his mind, Zhang Haitao resumed his hangdog arrogant look. "The movie theater is not your home. Why should we be allowed to roll? We just came to watch the movie today." Qin Feng shouted to the ticket agent who was watching the action, "Pretty girl, how much does the package cost?" The salesman froze, but still followed Qin Feng's words. $5,000. Qin Feng waved his hand and said in a domineering manner, "I've chartered this movie, so there's no need to buy other people's tickets. Straight up packages." Zhang Haitao's face was instantly as unpleasant as if he had eaten a fly, and if he wasn't afraid of Qin Feng's strength, he would have directly hit him. "Kid, you've got guts. Better be careful out there with your girlfriend." Dropping harsh words before leaving in a state of disarray. When Wu Zhaodi heard this, she was shocked and scared, and she was even more afraid to let go of Qin Feng's hand. Feeling the panic coming from the palms of the beautiful woman beside him, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth curved upwards slightly as he gripped Wu Zhaodi's warm, jade-like hand and said, "Don't pay any attention to this little cutie. He can only scare the ordinary people, but he can't scare me. You're my friend. I'll definitely protect you well." Qin Feng winked, his eyes carrying a bit of flirtation. Zhang Haitao mistakenly thought that Wu Zhaodi was his girlfriend. This identity can also make the other party scrupulous later. Do not dare to easily retaliate against Wu Zhaodi in private. And he was too lazy to explain. When Wu Zhaodi suddenly heard Qin Feng say these words, there was some hidden joy in her heart. The eyelashes of Xia Mengmeng on the side jumped straight up. These two people show their love. Don't they look at the occasion? Dragging their hands all the time. Those who didn't know would think the two of them were lovers. Pisses me off. I knew Wu Zhaodi was here to steal my brother Qin Feng. Heck, you won't get away with it as long as I'm around. Xia Mengmeng gently bit her small tiger teeth, secretly slandering. Her eyes didn't leave Qin Feng's body for half a minute. Jealousy written all over her face. All the time hearing Qin Feng say ambiguous words to Wu Zhaodi, Xia Mengmeng couldn't hold back any longer, and with a belly full of jealousy, rushed over to snatch Wu Zhaodi's hand away from Qin Feng's hand, snorting heavily. "Humph. Zhaodi will be fine with me to protect her. You don't need to worry about it, brother Qin Feng." It seems to protect Wu Zhaodi from Qin Feng's harassment, but in reality it is afraid that Wu Zhaodi will seduce Qin Feng. Wu Zhaodi still do not know what Xia Mengmeng in the heart. squeeze out a trace of a smile and said, Meng Meng, this matter you do not get involved in. We're friends. Your business is also my business. Of course I have to care. Xia Meng Meng fussed. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed and could see that the two women were jealous. It was better to get less involved in this kind of thing. You guys chat first. I'll go talk to the salesman. Zhou Wenbin secretly admired. Brother Feng is awesome. He can make two women fight over jealousy. When can he be as popular as him? Chapter 122, another $500,000 for the packing house. Paying $5,000. Qin Feng also managed to take the package in the eyes of the ticket agent's strange eyes. Spending $5,000 on a chartered movie, triggering a 100-fold blitz reward, returning $500,000. It's easy to treat your friends to a movie and make $500,000 for nothing. Dash enters the theater with just two girls in tow. Zhou Wenbin followed behind Qin Feng, and he smiled. I've grown up so big and haven't tried to charter a movie. This is still the first time a big girl goes to the sedan chair. See? Qin Feng was so manly just now. Such a man is so secure. Zhu Xiaoli looked florid, her eyes flashing with excitement. Then, with a regretful face, he spread his hands and said, It's a pity that he can't look at ordinary girls like me. Otherwise I would have wanted to compete with Xia Mengmeng and the others. Zhou Wenbin depressed, touched his nose and said, Why do you female one and also like Qin Feng? I'm not bad, why do you not like me? You? Zhu Xiaoli rolled her eyes, her face full of dislike. Don't come out to make fun of me. In terms of body shape and appearance, you're much worse than Qin Feng. And when it comes to things he really dares to get on. Do you dare? Zhou Wenbin, suddenly very embarrassed, scratching his head wriggling, said, Just now I also do not go to, really want to fight. I'm sure to follow on. Who wouldn't say pretty words? Then let me ask you. Just now Qin Feng wrapped up the whole theater without blinking an eye. You have this kind of bravado and there are many girls who will like you. Do you? Zhou Wenbin was directly hit by a double strike. Depressed. Not every girl likes money. Zhu Xiaoli rolled her eyes, not bothering to talk nonsense with such idiots. Entering the theater, seats were at their disposal and a few people sat in the middle. Wu Zhaodi sat on Qin Feng's right side, tightly folding her snow-white legs together as she absent-mindedly said, I just saw that they were very angry when they left, and it seems that they still want to take revenge on us. Do you think they'll ask someone to guard us at the entrance of the theater? Qin Feng leaned his back on the chair, full of concern. What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, I'm not a vegetarian either. Brother Feng, it's better for us to be careful. The people from the Kirin Society are not good people. Zhou Wenbin's face straightened and he also put away his playful smile. Then he said, As far as I know, the Kirin Society has been active in the vicinity of Jiangnan University for several years, and I've heard that they've opened some KTV clubs and other places. Loans are also lent to students, and if they can't pay them back, they force those girls to work in service establishments. If the girls they look at will find ways to add microblogging, and then they will set up all kinds of traps to force them to work in the service places. I've heard that so many girls have been victimized by them just like this, becoming tools for them to make money. And I see that those two people who want to add Momo and their WeChat must also have this kind of crooked mind. When Xia Mengmeng heard this, where did she still have the heart to watch the movie? Frowning, she said, Then aren't they an illegal organization? Doesn't anyone control them? Zhou Wenbin sucked on his coke and pondered for a while before saying, I heard that they have backers who specialize in female students, so you guys should be careful in the future. Several of the girls were terrified, not thinking that they had inadvertently offended such a terrible organization. Qin Feng, why don't we not watch the movie? Let's go to the supermarket. Wu Zhaodi was scared to panic inches, and was afraid to say too directly hurt Qin Feng's self-esteem. Qin Feng also expressed his understanding of these people's panic. Ordinary people would definitely be scared half to death when they encountered this kind of thing. But this kind of thing was nothing more than a phone call to him to set things right. Don't worry guys, I'm not a cutie. And since I dared you to sit down, I have a way to fix this. Seeing Qin Feng so calm and confident, The others muttered in their hearts. How could someone like Qin Feng not look like a brain-dead arrogant person? Could he really have the ability to fight against the Kirin society? In this instant, the crowd suddenly realized that Qin Feng was becoming more and more mysterious. Out of a very bold freshman, knowing that to come to an unfamiliar place is still so confident, then there is only one possibility. Maybe he is a person from a large family. Otherwise, there is no such calm and collected. Wu Zhaodi, a heart beating hard, thinking of Qin Feng before easily used hundreds of thousands of dollars on her. And then, combined with the things encountered today, all the signs indicate that Qin Feng's identity is by no means ordinary people. To be a friend, or a lover, of such a person would be of immense help in one's life. As for a girlfriend, Wu Zhaodi didn't have that in mind because she knew how a family of ordinary origin like herself could possibly climb up to a powerful family. Even if Qin Feng was willing to marry her, his family would definitely not agree, which she could see quite clearly. Anyway, she was approaching Qin Feng for money. Should she give up Chu Meru's plan? Wu Zhaodi's heart suddenly fell into an extreme entanglement. If Qin Feng is really a person of great origin, he took his private photos as a handle to blackmail will also be retaliated against. Moreover, Qin Feng was also very good to herself, considerate and caring in every way. Just like today, when she came across someone bullying her, he also stood up for her, which made her very touched, and she didn't want to do anything to hurt Qin Feng. Just his own promise. Chu Mei-ru also received her deposit, said not to do some bad delivery. Wu Zhaodi's heart was in turmoil and she was in a dilemma. Zhou Wenbin is simple-minded, but not as complicated as Wu Zhaodi thinks. Eyes wide open, stretching his neck in disbelief, he said, "Brother Feng, you're so powerful. You can't be the young master from any family, right? It's not as exaggerated as you say. It's just a little bit of money. Not a lot." Qin Feng humbly laughed. He didn't say he was super rich, lest his companions around him feel constricted by his status. And that would be no joy among friends at all. Zhou Wenbin could not hide the envy in his eyes, although he knew that Qin Feng had always been rich. But hearing Qin Feng admit it, his heart still felt a pang of sourness. We're all the same age. Why do you have all the money in the world? Reincarnation is such a skill. It's a shame I was born a cow or a horse and you were born in Rome. Qin Feng laughed and scolded. Don't be sour there. Follow brother and you won't be treated badly. Zhou Wenbin was overjoyed at the words. That bit of sour sentiment in his heart had long since been left behind. Grinning, "Brother Feng, from now on you are my own brother. Another extra question. When are you going to get me a PS5? You kid just know how to play games. When you go to the supermarket, you will buy it for you if you see any." Qin Feng took over a word, not even with thinking. "Thank you, dear brother." Zhou Wenbin smiled from ear to ear. "You guys wait here for a moment. I'll go make a call." Qin Feng got up and walked to the side. Chapter 123: Ambiguity in the Movie Theater. Avoiding the other four, Qin Feng directly called his own man, Shen Ruoyi, the exclusive manager of the private bank. What is the identity of Shen Ruoyi? Qin Feng is not very clear. When he opened the black card, is the other party personally to do it for him? Only to know that this person is very mysterious origin. The background is also very big. "Hello, Mr. Qin. What can I do for you?" Shen Ruoyi's posture was low and very polite. However, the dozen or so financial bigwigs sitting in front of Shen Ruoyi were shaken by the words. Each of these big men is worth billions of dollars or more. And many of these people are representatives of major banks, controlling the mobilization of funds from major banks. With their strength, if they are united together, they can easily start an economic storm in Jiang province. What is Shen Ruoyi's identity? They know very well. This is the spokesman in charge of one of the 4 major banks in Jiang province. What kind of person can make him so respected? In that instant, everyone in the room was quiet, as if they wanted to hear more of the conversation so they could guess what mysterious person was on the other end of the line. "Okay. I will definitely do what Mr. Qin has explained." Shen Ruoyi just hung up the phone. A veteran general manager over half a century old couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Shen, who is this Mr. Qin?" And why can he get such special treatment from you? Shen Ruoyi stood up with a serious expression and said, I'm sorry. Mr. Chin had once explained that I couldn't divulge his information, so it's not convenient for me to tell you all. I can only reveal one thing to you. He is a super special customer of our bank. I'm going to make a phone call first, so you guys wait here for a few moments. The crowd clamored. What kind of character is this Mr. Chin? Even our meeting is temporarily interrupted. But as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be any powerful characters with the surname Chin in our Jiang province. Someone who can make even General Manager Shen treat him like this. I'm afraid his status is higher than any of us present. The moment these words came out, the faces of the crowd just changed. As someone who is active in the business world, it is impossible not to realize the weight of this statement. Could it be that there was still a top bigwig lurking in Jiang province that they didn't know about? Could it be someone from a hidden family? The crowd was puzzled and racked their brains but could not think of a big shot with the surname Chin. But everyone remembered one name, Mr. Chin. On the other hand, Jiang Haitao and Xia Wenxiang left the movie theater in anger. The two of them didn't go far at all. They just stood near the movie theater and smoked muffled cigarettes. Xia Wenxiang, is this matter just going to be forgotten? That kid slapped you. How can I just let it go? If that kid dares to slap me, I'll ask someone to break his hand. Xia Wenxiang bit down hard on his cigarette mouthpiece, his face full of anger. Those two chicks beside him are very good. If we drag her to our clubhouse, she's guaranteed to become the headliner. Xia Wenxiang thought of Wu Zhaoti's enchanting figure. A burst of evil fire surged up inside, itching to enforce her on the spot. Jiang Haitao licked his lips and smiled lewdly. Those two little sisters look like college students. They are estimated to be 18 or 19 years old. They should be this year's freshmen. I haven't seen them before. The bodies are so watery and tender. I'd be willing to live 3 years short if I could trick them into having fun. If it wasn't for that little scumbag Chin Feng getting in the way, we would have gotten their WeChat already. Thinking of Chin Feng, Jiang Haitao's face added a few more threads of hatred. Xia Wenxiang let out a cold laugh, wrapped his arms around the beautiful woman beside him and squeezed, his face grim. It's fine. I've just informed the boss to bring people over. As long as they dare to come out. If I don't beat him into the hospital, I'll take his last name. At this moment, Chin Feng had already finished his phone call and re-entered his seat. Brother Feng, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it. Zhou Wenbin nodded his head. His appearance was like a little eunuch possessed. Chin Feng a happy. This kid also has the side of people like, although he is not poor money, but poor understanding of a lapdog, who first took out his wallet and took out 20 sheets and handed them to Zhou Wenbin. Go get some snacks. More of the girls' favorites. Zhou Wenbin took a look at the whole 10. Straight to the good guy. Casually pull out is $2,000. With 5 people eating, that's an average of $400 worth of snacks per person. Brother, it's too much. It's okay. The extra is for your errands. 1 second Zhou Wenbin was still too much. The next second immediately found Chin Feng handsome and extraordinarily affectionate. Brother, you are really my father. Running an errand for Chin Feng once, $1,000 would easily arrive, which was worth most of his living expenses for half a month. It hurts more than even his dad's giving a living wage. Xia Mengmeng and Wu Zhaoti did not have a big reaction to such behavior, but Zhu Xiaoli, who does not know Chin Feng very well, was greatly shocked. Inside her world, she had never seen any male so bold. My goodness, isn't this a proper Prince Charming? Zhu Xiaoli was only mad in her heart. If she didn't know that she looked ordinary, she would not hesitate to take the initiative to pursue Chin Feng. That was the moment she got the idea to go for plastic surgery. Zhou Wenbin gently kicked her to lift her foot, pulling Zhu Xiaoli back to reality. Xiaoli, why don't you come with me to purchase snacks? I can't carry that much by myself. Oh, okay. Zhu Xiaoli had the hindsight to follow the fat man. With only the 3 of them left in the entire theater again, the atmosphere immediately became subtle. At this time the movie has already started. The surrounding light is dim. Under the cover of this darkness seems to be some unseen things, are slowly growing. It's a good movie, and the fighting action is pretty good. Wu Xiaodi absent-mindedly watched Shooting Eagles playing on the movie. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and his nose smelled a faint orchid aroma, which instantly soothed his mood. The scent that emanates from a woman is always the best conditioner for a man. The restlessness within trembled slightly as well. However, Xia Mengmeng was as if she was drunk, her delicate face leaning against Qin Feng's shoulder, her body emitting a scent that grew more and more intense. Qin Feng even managed to suck in her hair with just one hard suck. This pose is too ambiguous. Thinking about it, Qin Feng did not refuse to accept this kind of sister's care. Brother, my neck is a bit sore. Lend me your shoulder to lean on, haha. Xia Mengmeng acted like a well-behaved child pampering her brother. Oh, of course. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled upwards, and in the process, he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Warm fragrance, dark fragrance. In the darkness, Xia Mengmeng's two bright eyes sparkled like jewels in the night, winking triumphantly at Wu Xiaodi from an angle Qin Feng could not see. It's showing off. Wu Xiaodi was like drinking a bottle of aged vinegar, not noticing her change of heart in the slightest. She just felt that Xia Mengmeng was deliberately doing it to her. Thus, the unconvinced Wu Xiaodi's eyes turned, taking advantage of the darkness to hide to secretly grab Qin Feng's hand. Chapter 124, Going to Your House Tonight. Qin Feng immediately felt a soft hand grabbing his hand, very soft and comfortable. Immediately afterward, Wu Xiaodi's fingers were like the heart of a nimble pen, as she gestured in the palm of his hand. What's going on here? Molesting me? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, although there were many women around him who took the initiative to show him kindness. But each woman always brought him a different sense of freshness. This Wu Xiaodi is interesting. Eyes turning, sneaking a look at Wu Xiaodi, found that this guy was serious and pretended to watch a movie, and could only see her stunning side face. Qin Feng inadvertently revealed a hint of a smile. Girls who pretended to be serious were also particularly cute. In detail, Wu Xiaodi's side face was perfect, just like a ceramic work of art. Her skin was white and beautiful, her jade nose was high and straight, and her exquisite cherry mouth exuded a charming charm that made people want to kiss her. Suddenly there was a tickling sensation in the palm of his hand, like someone was writing on his hand. Qin Feng immediately quieted his mind to feel the changes in Wu Xiaodi's fingers. Sure enough, he was writing. The first one is the word I, and the last four words in a row are do I look good. An ambiguous smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Every woman cared very much about what men said about their looks. This was the first time he had come across such a way of talking to a woman. At once, the playfulness also wrote numbers on Wu Xiaodi's palm. Fingers slowly traced over Wu Xiaodi's palm, and a soft touch came from her fingertips. Qin Feng secretly exclaimed that these hands were just too perfect. It would be a shame to use it to play games. Right at the moment Qin Feng's hand crossed over Wu Xiaodi's palm, the soft and fluffy pleasure coming from his hand went straight to his head and fed back from his head to his heart. It was electrifying. Wu Xiaodi's mind was stirred. She felt that Qin Feng's hand was very hot and scalding, as if it had some kind of special energy, constantly accelerating the warming of her blood. Not realizing that her face was slightly hot, Wu Xiaodi was very glad that the light was dim now. Otherwise the others would have seen her petulant face. However, under this particular scene, the shackles within her heart were being lifted bit by bit, and her entire person became more bold, allowing Qin Feng to gesture at her hand. Slowly, the corners of Wu Xiaodi's mouth turned upwards slightly, and her eyes revealed a glowing look. She read the words Qin Feng had written on her hand, "You are beautiful." Those 4 words were sweeter to her heart than drinking honey. What should I say to him? When Wu Xiaodi's mind turned, she had an idea in her heart, so she wrote down a few words on Qin Feng's palm. "You look handsome protecting me. That's because you deserve my protection." These words made Wu Xiaodi's hands tighten, and she didn't even have the heart to focus on the movie ahead of her. The heart that had hardly calmed down set off waves again. What did Qin Feng mean by these words? Is he interested in me? No, that's absolutely impossible. How can someone as good as him look at an ordinary woman like me? Is it just because he wants me? At this critical time, Wu Zhaodi suddenly thought of what Chu Meiru had once said, that Qin Feng was very horny. If that was the case, then it made sense that he would say such things to himself. Wu Zhaodi's heart inexplicably feel lost. Obviously this is the result of their own expectations. Why when this result is about to come? But instead they are not happy. Don't you say that to every girl? Qin Feng secretly laughed. Wu Zhaodi was really sensitive enough. But she wasn't wrong about that. And he hadn't told anyone else that he was a dedicated person. I only say things like that to pretty girls. With this answer, Wu Zhaodi felt both happy and a little jealous. Alas, it seems to be the same as what he thought. Qin Feng is really a womanizer. Good thing he still thinks he's pretty. Thus, Wu Zhaodi secretly glanced at Xia Mengmeng, who was lying in Qin Feng's arms, and sourly and secretly wrote a few words. Your godsister is so good to you. Okay, why do I get the feeling she wants to sleep with you? Qin Feng's heart immediately tightened, and he looked down sheepishly at Xia Mengmeng, who seemed to be aware of it, looked at Qin Feng sideways and said, Brother, why don't you say a word? Your brother is concentrating on watching the movie. It's not for fear of disturbing you. Qin Feng calmly lulled. Wouldn't dare to tell this little girl that she was secretly chatting with Wu Zhaodi, and also talking about her. It's okay. I just like to watch movies while talking to my brother. Wu Zhaodi snickered, feeling as if she had won a battle, and secretly wrote on Qin Feng's palm again. You haven't answered my earlier question. Qin Feng was torn. What should he say about this kind of thing? Couldn't help but blurt out. Don't be ridiculous. Nothing like that. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng really wanted to slap himself. This sentence was supposed to be written to Wu Zhaodi, but ended up saying it subconsciously by herself. Brother, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Are you listening to me? Xia Mengming's tone was clearly a bit unhappy. Muttering, Qin Feng glanced at Wu Zhaodi, who was snickering. For now, it was better to cozy up to his godsister and come back to clean her up later. Brother likes talking to you the most. Don't let your mind wander, Qin Feng said with a compensatory smile. That's more like it. Xia Mengming's tone was cheerful, and she wiggled her neck again, as if she wanted to find a more comfortable position. Qin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's for sure. My sister is so cute and pretty. Of course brother likes to chat with you. Wu Zhaodi bristled at this, her face full of displeasure. Suddenly, Wu Zhaodi's delicate body shook. What's wrong with me? Why should I be jealous of Xia Mengmeng? Do I care who Qin Feng likes? The movie's fighting scenes, Wu Zhaodi couldn't watch at all. At the moment her heart was getting more and more confused. In her heart, she secretly admonished herself. Wu Zhaodi, what's wrong with you? Obviously you know that Qin Feng is a philanderer. Obviously you're here with a mission to get close to him. Why do you care so much about every word he says? Could it be that you really have thoughts about him? Must be calm. Never fall into his love. In this instant, Wu Zhaodi wanted to pull her hand back. But then she thought of her mission and could only suppress the thoughts in her mind. This can't go on any longer. Must finish the mission as soon as possible and then get away from this man, or else he will fall deeper and deeper into the hole. Wu Zhaodi took a deep breath. She had to make an early decision to end this absurdity. So, she wrote down a few words on Qin Feng's palm. Tonight, I want to come to your house. Qin Feng froze, seemingly unable to believe that Wu Zhaodi would be thus blunt. Although he had long perceived that this woman intended to seduce himself, but also thought that the other party was so bold. While Wu Zhaodi watched the movie in a serious manner on the surface, in reality, her nervous heart was about to jump out of her chest. Soon, she felt Qin Feng begin to write another word on her palm. Good. Chapter 125, I want both. Wu Zhaodi's mood was very complicated. Obviously looking forward to this word very much, but when she got Qin Feng's confirmation, there was a twinge in her heart. Feeling helpless for my own depravity. Qin Feng watched the movie as if nothing had happened and did not point out the little secret between the two. Brother, why hasn't Fatty come back for so long? This guy couldn't have bought something delicious and ate his fill outside first before coming back. Xia Mengmeng felt that the movie was so boring. And when she thought that Fatty and the others had been gone for so long and still hadn't returned, she couldn't help but spit out a few words. I guess I bought too many things, Qin Feng casually said. As they spoke, Zhou Wenbin and Zhu Xiaoli were still picking at snacks outside. Zhu Xiaoli put a packet of melon seeds into her arms, looking sideways at Zhou Wenbin beside her, her eyes full of envy. That Qin Feng can be really generous. Casually gave you $2,000. A few of us simply can't eat so many snacks. Your errand fee for this is really quite a lot. At the very least, you can earn more than 1,000. Zhou Wenbin hemmed and hawed and said with a flashing brow, That's Brother Feng striking out with bravado. It's a pity that such opportunities don't come along very often. Zhu Xiaoli blinked. Her shoulder gently touched Zhou Wenbin, and half-jokingly said, Why don't you share some of it with me? Zhou Wenbin grinned. 500 for each of us, leaving over 1,000 for snacks. The money wasn't his anyway, and it didn't hurt a bit. Fatty, what a good guy. Zhu Xiaoli immediately felt much better about Zhou Wenbin and said with a joyful smile, Let's add a WeChat and go play together in the future. Good. Zhou Wenbin did not refuse, and painfully added WeChat. Zhu Xiaoli raised her head and gazed at Zhou Wenbin, saying in a serious tone, People like Qin Feng, if you get along well, it will be of great benefit to you. You should grasp this opportunity. Don't lose big because of small things. Zhou Wenbin was silent, and in his heart, he understood that Zhu Xiaoli was reminding himself not to dig into Qin Feng's corner, lest he break the friendship between the two. Within a short time, the two returned with a large bag of snacks. Zhou Wenbin saw Xia Mengmeng leaning on Qin Feng's body. His heart was just sour, and remembering Zhu Xiaoli's reminder just now, he hurriedly suppressed those depression in his heart and said with a smile, Brother Feng, we bought a lot of delicious food back. Another large pile of snacks were placed in front of Qin Feng. I prefer to sit at the back and watch, so I won't sit here, Zhou Wenbin cheerfully said. Zhu Xiaoli smiled ambiguously. I'll go to the back with Fatty, so I won't bother you. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Whatever you guys want. There was someone behind him, so Qin Feng couldn't do anything excessive. So he honestly watched the movie. After seeing a little more than half of the movie, Xia Mengmeng suddenly came up with, Brother, I think this Guojing is a scum. Ah, Qin Feng didn't react for a while, only feeling puzzled. As we all know, Guojing is famously thick and honest. Mute as hell. How did he become a scumbag? I do think he's quite honest. What makes you call him a scumbag? Xia Mengmeng bristled. Obviously, he and Huazheng are about to get married, but he still likes Huang Rong. What is it if it's not philandering? Surprisingly, Qin Feng couldn't find a reason to refute it, so he could only laugh and say, That's somewhat reasonable. According to me, people like Guojing deserve what they get. Huazheng is a princess. If he becomes the Golden Sword Emperor's son-in-law, he'll be under one person and above 10,000. And he'll get the wind and the rain when he wants it. Even Ouyang Kong would have to be respectful when he meets him, calling him the Golden Sword Emperor's son-in-law. It wouldn't be a shooting gallery if it was. That's why fiction is fiction. If it were reality, I bet 100% of the men would choose Princess Huazhen and wouldn't be Guojing. Maybe. Brother, if you were Guojing, what would you choose? Xia Mengmeng tilted her head and looked at Qin Feng, her two eyes watery and very appealing. Qin Feng corner of the mouth upwards, while holding the shoulders of the two women spirited said, Huazhen I want. Huang Rong also want. People live a life by what to do a single choice. I just want to be a greedy and happy layman. Qin Feng laughed sagely. Wu Zhaodi, along with hanging a smile, did not resist Qin Feng. 9 out of 10 capable men are philandering. And the man who is not philandering is not because he doesn't want to, but he doesn't have the strength. Xia Mengmeng rolled a white, hummed petulantly and pretended to be angry. Brother, you're so philandering. No wonder you're dabbling in womanizing everywhere. After saying that, he gently pinched Qin Feng's thigh again. Come what may. Qin Feng gently pinched her pretty face, feeling the soft touch coming from his face. and laughed. If I don't want to be a womanizer, how will you guys get the chance? Nasty. Xia Mengmeng was mortified. Her small fists gently pounded Qin Feng's knotted chest again. Not talking to you anymore. Hehehe. Qin Feng smiled and frankly endured the beauty's pampering. The content of the movie is very boring. After watching a large part of Qin Feng did not want to watch anymore. If not for the company of two beautiful women, she would have dozed off. Let's just go to the supermarket. Qin Feng made a suggestion. Yeah. Xia Mengmeng was the first to approve, and was especially excited at the mention of shopping at the supermarket. Wu Zhaodi has not wanted to see it for a long time and did not object. A few people just went out of the entrance of the movie theater. They saw Jiang Haitao and Xie Wenxiang squatting outside and smoking. His two female companions were no longer there. Out so early. What? Want to escape? Jiang Haitao threw his cigarette on the ground and arrogantly blocked the way of several people. A few people's faces changed, and the laughter on their faces quickly disappeared. Qin Feng had expected that the two would definitely wait here, and after sweeping a glance not far away and not seeing anyone else, he calmly said, "Where are your people?" Xie Wenxiang froze, then grinned, tilted his head and said, "Kid, since you guessed that we went to call for people and still dared to stay here, you're quite courageous. To tell you the truth, my men are about to arrive." Jiang Haitao's eyes were gloomy, looking straight at Qin Feng, squeezing out from his teeth word by word, "You're finished." After saying that, he also provocatively used his index finger to fiercely point at Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng's eyes sank. He hated it when people poked him with their fingers, and suddenly shot out to snap Jiang Haitao's index finger and wrench it back. Ah! Jiang Haitao let out a pig-killing squeal as his entire body quickly bent downward. "It hurts. Let go of your hand. My hand is about to be wrenched off by you." Qin Feng looked down at Jiang Haitao and said sternly, "Since you don't know how to respect others, I'll let you remember this lesson today. Poking someone with your hand has a price to pay." Xie Wenxiang took an offensive stance and said angrily, "Hurry up and let him go, or else we in the Qilin Society will definitely not let you go." Qin Feng snorted a laugh and said disdainfully, "The Qilin Society? Not even a fart in my eyes. Who's got such a wild mouth?" Chapter 126, blocked at the door by punks. Not far from a few people, a dozen or so people full of banditry stood there lined up. Some held clubs in their hands and others were menacing with beer bottles. The man in the lead with an inch head, probably more than 30 or so, robust, also wearing sunglasses walking skimming leg walk. The flames are very arrogant. This man is the small leader of the Kirin Society, the Jianghu called Brother Wolf, under the hands of dozens of minions. The nearby area of the protection fee is also his responsibility to collect. When they appeared, Zhou Wenbin and the others were immediately crushed to death by Brother Wolf's aura. Their bodies were taut and they didn't dare to breathe. I'm afraid that those people will rush up and beat them up at the drop of a hat. It's what I said. Qin Feng swept a glance at Brother Wolf, not fearing Brother Wolf's aura in the slightest. "Brother Wolf, save me." As soon as Jiang Haitao saw his boss coming, he forced himself to endure the pain and hurriedly begged for help. Xie Wenxiang also hurriedly complained when he saw the rescuers coming. "Brother Wolf, it's this kid who beat up the brothers and still isn't willing to pay for it." Brother Wolf's face turned cold as his eyes quickly left Qin Feng's body. And when he saw the two beautiful women to the left and right of his side, his eyes instantly glazed over. Extremely beautiful. It would be absolutely wonderful to have a good time with these two beauties. When you get tired of playing with them, you can still make a lot of money selling them to clubs. Wolf has three main hobbies: drinking, playing with women and getting money. What kind of goods of his own men Wolf is very clear. 99% because of the sight of beautiful women looking for things, but in his eyes these are not things. The kind of majestic aura on Wolf's body and inside the movie is not at all a level. This is the living little boss of the Jianghu. The two girls behind Qin Feng were scared. The two did not dare to gasp for air, especially when they saw Brother Wolf's extremely aggressive eyes. They couldn't help but shiver all over. Xia Mengmeng was relatively timid and had never seen this kind of situation before. so scared that her legs were shivering. Brother, I'm scared. Let's call the police. Xia Mengming's face was white, and her voice was trembling a little. Qin Feng calmly said, Don't worry. I told you that as long as I'm here, he won't be able to touch you guys halfway. The words were spoken with clarity and conviction. Xia Mengming's heart was slightly stabilized, only that she didn't understand the situation at hand, how Qin Feng planned to deal with it. No matter how she looked at it, she didn't have the advantage. She was all torn about calling the police first. Brother, you've got some guts. You even dare to touch my people. Who's your boss? Brother Wolf's eyes grimly scrutinized Qin Feng, secretly saying in his heart, This kid has an extraordinary change of temperament, and he can still remain so calm in such a situation. Could there be something coming from him? For a moment he couldn't decide on Qin Feng's background and didn't call his men to strike at the first opportunity. I come from a big place, so big that you can't afford to mess with me at all. Qin Feng had an inscrutable face. Brother Wolf frowned. It was hard to believe that this kid really had a background? Or maybe it's just posturing. As soon as Xia Wenqiang saw that his boss had been fooled by Qin Feng, he hurriedly said, Brother Wolf, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's just a freshman from Jiangnan University. He's not a big shot at all. When Brother Wolf heard this, the wary look on his face was swept away, and his heart was greatly relieved. I thought it was some young master, but it turns out it's just an ordinary student. Wolf secretly laughed at himself for being overly careful. Wolf's eyes flashed with a sinister look. The men beat them to death. The women don't move. As soon as the words fell, a dozen gangsters slowly surrounded Qin Feng like hungry wolves. Kid, now get on your knees and beg my boss for forgiveness, and maybe we'll keep your hand. Aside from Qin Feng, the other 4 people were each shivering with fear, their faces as pale as paper white. Xia Mengmeng and Wu Zhaodi is even worse. 2 legs simply cannot make strength. Almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qin Feng pushed Jiang Haitao down in time and pulled out his hand to hold their thin waist. Otherwise they really fell to the ground. You guys don't mess around. I'm gonna call the police. Xia Mengming's lips trembled and her hands were busy pulling out her cell phone. As a result, because her hands were shaking too much, her fingers unexpectedly fell to the ground without a firm grip. Ha ha ha. Caused a few punks to laugh on the spot. Beauty, you look like a flower. We won't hurt you. As long as you play with our boss, we guarantee to let you eat and drink. Qin Feng is angry and funny. His godsister is really stupid and vegetable. The key time does not come in handy. Really want to count on her to call the police. He will also be finished. Don't worry. In less than 10 seconds all these people will be on their knees. Still talking tough at the end of his life. Jiang Haitao grimaced in pain. Just now Qin Feng almost broke his hand hard. At this moment the pay added to the old hatred. Naturally he would not let go of the opportunity to fall on the well. Turning his head, he looked at Brother Wolf again and said spitefully, Brother Wolf, you must avenge me. Beat this kid's hands and feet. Beat. Before the words were finished, Jiang Haitao's eye pupils suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His face pale with fear. His mouth was like a knot, and he couldn't say anything at all. Wolf realized that Jiang Haitao was different, and subconsciously looked towards his head. A black hole in the muzzle of a gun was pressed against the door of his head. Get down. Hands on your head. And if you resist, I'll shoot you in the head. Standing behind Wolf was a cold-armed police officer holding a micro-punch to his head. And next to them were dozens of armed police, dancing them around, surrounding each one with cold firearms. The suddenness of the situation completely stunned the punks. Everyone's bodies stiffened, not daring to move even a little on the spot. Qin Feng smiled faintly. His rescuers had arrived. It was unexpected that Shen Ruoyi had arranged such a large lineup for him. Brother Wolf had never been as close to death as he was today. Dryly compensating for his smile. Brother. Misunderstanding. I know the head of your precinct. I even had dinner with him yesterday. Put the guy down. No need to make such a big battle. Wolf is very depressed. He is just out to teach Qin Feng a lesson. How can he startle such a big commotion? And even the real guy fire are taken out. And it is not murder and arson. The armed policeman kicked Wolf down, stepped on his back, put his gun against the back of his head and said, I came from a different place. Don't try to make friends with me. Any more nonsense and I'll shoot you. Wolf's face changed drastically, screaming that it was bad. And he honestly got down. When the others saw their bosses were on the ground, how could they dare to stand? They put down their weapons and got down, looking as if they were as good as dead. Cuff them all and take them away. Qin Feng smiled indifferently and gently patted the two women on the shoulder. I told you guys a long time ago that as long as I'm around nothing will happen. You guys believe it now. Xia Mengmeng spat out her tongue, patted her full chest and said, Scared me to death. Luckily these soldier brothers showed up in time. I thought I was going to get beaten up today. Wu Zhaodi was also shocked and said, Qin Feng, how did these people show up here in time? Could it be that you called the police to ask these people to come over? Chapter 127, Punishing the Yakuza. Aha! Qin Feng didn't deny it either. Zhang Haitao, who was lying in front of him, said viciously, Kid, don't be too complacent. It's not like we've committed anything. 24 hours at most and we'll be out. You'll just have to wait for our revenge. Still talking tough? Qin Feng's eyes sank as he raised his foot and viciously kicked Zhang Haitao in the small of his back. The force of the kick was not small, sending Zhang Haitao's body crumpling to the ground. They're hitting people. They're hitting people. Come and catch him. Zhang Haitao endured the pain and gloated for help. At this time, an armed police officer came over to grab Zhang Haitao backhand is 2 slaps. Snapped, What's a scream? Call me again, flat you. Zhang Haitao was full of grievances. Brother, you hit the wrong person. It's this kid who hit me. You should arrest him. Shut up. It's you I'm beating. The armed police officer slapped him down heavily again, making his face red and hot. Zhang Haitao is angry and annoyed. Obviously he is the victim. How to be taught a lesson instead. Little old brother. Going in and still wanting to come out? Qin Feng laughed teasingly. Do you know what crime you've committed? Zhang Haitao wanted to scold angrily, but after seeing the armed police in front of him, he suppressed his anger and said, I didn't break the law. What crime can I have? The big deal is that I'll be out in 48 hours. The armed police sneered. Just you still want to come out in 48 hours? According to our investigation, your Kirin Club's illegal business also forced women, as well as loan sharking, plus multiple centralized fights, illegal detention crimes, at least 5 years to start. You still want 48 hours? Boom! Zhang Haitao immediately felt his brain roar, and his entire being felt like the sky was collapsing. On the spot, he was just too scared to speak and trembling. After a while, his lips trembled. I didn't do this. I didn't do it. Hurry up and let me go. Qin Feng patted Zhang Haitao's shoulder and sneered. Stop screaming. You should know very well in your hearts what you have done. Be honest and step on the sewing machine inside the prison. And one more thing. You shouldn't sin against me much. When Zhang Haitao heard this, he seemed to have guessed something and said in alarm, What exactly are you? Qin Feng said with great meaning, Someone your big brother can't even afford to offend. Zhang Haitao opened his mouth, his heart filled with regret at the moment. Finally understand that he kicked the iron plate. Able to mobilize offsite units in such a short period of time is definitely not a simple character. Tears of remorse slipped from Zhang Haitao's eyes, and he knew his life was over. Xia Wenxiang, Brother Wolf, and Zhang Haitao, one by one, hung their heads and were handcuffed to the car. It didn't take long for the Kirin society to be wiped out in one fell swoop as well, but those were afterthoughts. Zhou Wenbin saw the police car far away, still having palpitations. Fortunately, Brother Feng called the police in time, or else we definitely won't be able to avoid a beating today. Then cheerfully laughed, Brother Feng, if you find the police to tell us, do not need us to be afraid. Just now almost scared me to pee. Qin Feng gloated and laughed, slapping the back of the fat man's head. Ha ha! It's you guys who don't believe me. I said long ago that as long as I'm around, I can definitely keep you guys safe. Couldn't you have given us a little advance warning? Just now I wanted to secretly call the police. Luckily these people came in time. Wu Zhaodi had a smile on her lips. I told you it's you guys who don't believe me. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders with a helpless face. Zhou Wenbin stroked his chin and rolled his eyes. I think the Kirin Society will not be able to escape from the great calamity this time. Maybe they will be swept away in one fell swoop. Serves you right. These bad guys shouldn't exist. Xia Mengmeng cursed in a small voice. Okay. Enough of these spoilers. Let's go to the grocery store. Qin Feng didn't take this matter too seriously. Taking care of a Qilin society was just a matter of words. Wu Zhaodi sniffed, her eyes looking at Qin Feng with a few moments of confusion. Although she is a girl, it does not mean that she will not think about the problem. Today, these armed police came too suddenly, and the first time they came up is the real thing, and it is not the same as ordinary civilian police. Just now, he himself saw Qin Feng beating Jiang Haitao, and that armed police officer treated it as if he didn't see it. All this proved that the relationship between those armed police and Qin Feng was not simple. His own guess was right. Qin Feng was a person with a great background and origin. Such a person could not be easily offended by himself. Unconsciously, Qin Feng's weight in Wu Zhaodi's heart grew heavier and heavier. Take my car. Since these people knew that they were rich, Qin Feng didn't hide it too much, so he drove his Cullinan and took a few people to the supermarket. It was the first time for Zhou Wenbin to sit in Qin Feng's Cullinan, and he sat in the passenger seat with a face full of envy. It's the first time I've ever sat in such a luxurious car. I guess I'll only be able to sit in Brother Feng's luxury car in this lifetime. If you work hard, you'll be able to afford a luxury car like this in the future. Alas, it's better to forget it then. I know clearly what strength I have myself. Zhou Wenbin grimaced in frustration. Qin Feng and Zhou Wenbin were chatting in the front, and Zhu Xiaoli in the back row was busy taking pictures and sending them to her friends. This was the first time she had ever been in such a fancy limousine, and if she didn't take a picture this time, she probably wouldn't get the chance. Sure enough, a few photos were uploaded to the circle of friends and immediately caused envy among friends. The corners of Zhu Xiaoli's mouth couldn't even be pressed to turn upwards, and Xia Mengmeng stuck her head over, her ebony eyes staring at her screen, and asked with a smile, "What are you doing?" Laughing so happily. Send a circle of friends, They know that I sit in a luxury car are very envious. Why do not you send a circle of friends to pretend a little bit? Xia Mengmeng smiled and said, "What's there to shoot? Anyway, I'm not the first time to sit in my brother's car. In the future I want to sit in his car. Opportunities are plenty. Maybe one day my brother is in a good mood to send me a luxury car." After saying that, Xia Mengmeng sneaked another look at Qin Feng, who was driving, wanting to see Qin Feng's reaction when he heard this, whether he would get angry or not. However, Qin Feng did not have any reaction. Xia Mengmeng was relieved in her heart, secretly thinking, he should not mind me saying such words. He is so rich. Maybe he will really send me a car in the future. And while her words just now fell on Zhu Xiaoli's ears, they caused huge ripples in her heart. This situation might actually happen. And when she thought that her roommate could come across such a good brother who was not even biological, Zhu Xiaoli only hated herself for not being good-looking enough, and said sourly, "Mengmeng, I'm super envious of you, having a rich brother who looks so handsome and treats you super well. It's a pity that your brother can't see me, or else I'd want to be his sister." Zhu Xiaoli looked at Qin Feng with a hint of luck. However, she was disappointed that Qin Feng did not have half a reaction to her words, but on the contrary, Xia Mengmeng listened to the heart of the beautiful. The whole person is floating, smiling eyebrows curved into a crescent moon, more and more lovely and moving. Go ahead and eyeball and be jealous. It's enough for my brother to have a sister like me. Xia Mengmeng raised her chin, the corners of her mouth curling high. Chapter 128. There's a big brother in Jiangnan University. Several people came to a large local supermarket. Zhou Wenbin, with a pleasing smile on his face, rubbed his hands and said, "Brother, didn't you just say you'd buy me a PS5? Does it still count?" This guy had this on his mind all the way, fearing that Qin Feng was joking with him and rejoicing in vain. Qin Feng was dumbfounded and patted the fat man's shoulder and said, "I'm too lazy to pick up this small amount of money that fell on the ground, and I'll buy it when I say I'll buy it for you." Zhou Wenbin was so excited that he threw up his thumb and patted his ass. "Brother, I knew you were a man of your word. Bold enough. Brother, you're biased." Xia Mengmeng pretended to be exasperated, clasping her hands in front of her chest, pretending to look like I'm very angry, so hurry up and come coax me. Qin Feng smiled bashfully. She still understood what Xia Mengmeng was. One look at her and she knew what she was thinking. Gently pinched Xia Mengmeng's snow-white and tender face, and laughed boldly. "This supermarket has a gold store. You pick a few pieces you like. Brother to pay the bill." Xia Mengmeng instantly blossomed. As long as Qin Feng said this sentence, he could go on a shopping spree, and did not have to worry about money at all, and did not care that there were still people around. Tiptoe flew on Qin Feng's face and gently kissed a small mouth. "Brother, thank you. I knew you were the best for me." Xia Mengmeng was happy like a cute elf, her hands tightly holding onto Qin Feng's arm. If people didn't know, they would have thought they were a couple. Zhu Xiaoli's envious eyes fell to the ground. How come she didn't have such a good brother? Gold is not cheap these days. Just about any piece of gold costs thousands, right? Wu Zhaodi smiled delicately, since she had already discarded the shackles of morality. And since she would become Qin Feng's female tonight anyway, why should she repress the desires of her heart? Both of them have received gifts. Why don't you see you also give me a little gift? I'm so sad. Wu Zhaodi's voice was soft, and her eyes carried a hint of resentment, as if saying, "I'm about to be your woman, you won't even send this little gift." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up an ambiguous smile. He read Wu Zhaodi's meaning. For this girl who was going to become his woman, he naturally wouldn't be petty, not to mention that he wanted to take the opportunity to swish a wave of money. "Later you go pick out some gold jewelry too." Before the words fell, the smile on Wu Zhaodi's face blossomed at a speed visible to the naked eye, her bright red lips opening slightly. "Thank you, young Qin." The voice was sweet and cloying, soothing Qin Feng's body. "Spending money is about buying your own pleasure." Wu Zhaodi again winked vaguely at Qin Feng, as if to say, "I will definitely repay you properly tonight." Qin Feng's mouth hung in a smirking smile. "Then let's go to the gold first." With that, he walked up the elevator accompanied by two beautiful women. Zhu Xiaoli, who was following behind a few people, immediately felt like a transparent person and was very embarrassed. Biting her small lips and looking at Qin Feng in a tangled manner, she also wanted to open her mouth and ask Qin Feng for a gift, but she couldn't pull this face. Still, Xia Mengmeng was understanding, seeing her roommate's expression. She knew what was on her mind, and grabbed Qin Feng's arm again and shook it, daintily pouting. "Brother, why don't you give some to my roommate too? She's so nice, and used to do my laundry." Qin Feng's heart stirred when he heard this. Since Zhu Xiaoli was Xia Mengmeng's roommate, it didn't matter if he gave her a little benefit. Taking her own favors, she would also be more polite to Xia Mengmeng. Then, turning his head to look at the apprehensive Zhu Xiaoli, a glance could see the expectation in the other party's eyes, so he smiled and said, "Send you a few sets of clothes. Pick any within $5,000. The excitement in Zhu Xiaoli's heart went straight to her head, and she excitedly said, "Thanks, handsome. $5,000 is able to buy a couple really nice outfits. It's true that it's different to be friends with rich people. You can get something worth a lot of money just by saying something." This made her even more envious of the Xia Mengmeng few people, and in her heart she began to calculate how to integrate inside this circle. Meanwhile, the Kirin society is suddenly hit by a joint effort by various organizations, and the front of the premises where they operate is sealed off. Many of the participating elements were detained, yet they were shocked that many forces were not notified of such a large operation. In the Zhao family in Jiangcheng, Elder Zhao and a few family executives were chatting while drinking tea. "Old master, what did you call us here in such a hurry for?" Zhao Zhenfeng, the boss of the Zhao family, rushed back in such a hurry that he even suspended the meeting he was having, only to come back to see the old master drinking tea without any haste, causing him to be depressed. Elder Zhao took a shallow sip of tea. The years had left many wrinkles on his face, and said with a calm demeanor, "Zhenfeng, how many times have I taught you that, even if the sky collapses you must be calm? Can't you sit down first and then ask questions slowly?" The old master taught me a lesson. Zhao Jinfeng didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He was a small child in front of the old master, and politely sat aside. Despite the fact that he was the veteran in control of tens of billions of dollars, the real helmsman of the Zhao family was still Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao's cloudy eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he slowly said, "There was a small incident over at Jiangnan University, and a small Kirin society was suddenly terminated." Zhao Jinfeng froze and turned to look at the butler next to him and asked, "Butler, have you heard of the Qilin Society?" "Young master, the Kirin Society is an unorthodox force, a small gang in the Jianghu, not qualified to enter your eyes at all." Zhao Jinfeng became even more confused, secretly saying, "The old master has a lot of work to do day in and day out, and he doesn't even bother to ask about some small things. So why did he suddenly mention such a small force to himself?" "Elder, Jinfeng can't figure it out. Why would a small power be able to startle your old man?" The clan elder sitting next to Elder Zhao had a grave expression on his face as he said, "Jinfeng, although the Qilin Society claims to have hundreds of people to the outside world, their true number is only 100. With such strength, I can overthrow him with a single word. The key is that their boss utilizes female students to buy off some officials. Usually it's not easy for you to move them at all. Even our Zhao family was in the way of the other party's background, so they didn't make a move to exterminate them. Elder Zhao took over, but just now, dozens of armed police with loaded guns ended the Qilin Society in one breath, and even our local organization didn't receive any intelligence, which means that this matter was skipped over for local execution. Zhao Jinfeng was able to sit in the position of president. His brain thought more than others. Dealing with this kind of small force doesn't require such a big movement. Could it be that they're trying to move the local officials?
No.
Elder Zhao shook his head and said with a certainty in his tone, "Through my many inquiries, I know a friend from Jiang province who told me that there might be a heavyweight bigwig's child studying there at Jiangnan University. The Kirin Society was overthrown because they offended him." Chapter 129. A small profit of $10 million. Zhao Jinfeng was shocked. "How big is it?" Elder Zhao was silent for a while before he slowly said, "It's bigger than even our Zhao family." Zhao Jinfeng's face changed dramatically. Their Zhao family was also one of the few big families in Jiangcheng, and the other party was even more powerful than his family, so I'm afraid that they had already reached the provincial level of big families. "I've heard that Shen Ruoyi is polite to this person." Shen Ruoyi, this man has a hand in the sky. He is a huge predator in the financial sector of Jiang province. Even a person like him is polite to that person. From this, it can be seen that that person's identity is bound to be astonishing. Zhao Jinfeng's heart violently and fiercely beat. Even his voice unconsciously changed. "That's why I summoned you back. This mysterious son of a big brother may be hiding in Jiangnan University to study." Zhao Jinfeng understood Master Zhao's intention in seconds. "You mean you want me to visit him at Jiangnan University?" "No," Elder Zhao said. "Since this person doesn't want to publicize his identity, he naturally doesn't want you to make a big deal out of going to look for him, and even if you do, you might not be able to find him." Zhao Jinfeng frowned. "Master, what do you mean then?" Elder Zhao suddenly revealed a hint of a smile and said with kind eyes, "Jinfeng, isn't Yanchu studying abroad? You can ask her to come back to Jiangnan University to study, and then take the opportunity to get in touch with the most mysterious big brother." Zhao Jinfeng showed a bitter smile. He sort of understood the old master's true intentions. "Old master, it's not like you don't know Nian Shue's character. In the beginning, it was because we wanted to marry the Xian Yuan family of the provincial city that she ran away to a foreign country to attend university in a fit of anger. She certainly won't come back if we call her back now, and she's even less likely to come back if she finds out we're making her do this kind of thing." Elder Zhao smiled in his chest. "That's why you can't make a turn in this brain. You just need to tell Nianchu to come back to Jiangnan University to study. Then you won't force her to marry the Xian Yuan family. I'm sure she'll agree." Zhao Jinfeng was overjoyed at his words, and busily pulled out his cell phone and said, "It's still the old master who has a solution. I'll call her back now." Elder Zhao's mouth showed a seemingly smiling smile, and there was an inscrutable light in his eyes. Just after pulling out the phone, Zhao Jinfeng looked up again and queried, "Master, there are so many people at Jiangnan University. How are we going to find this mysterious big brother?" Elder Zhao's gaze looked towards the door, his eyes deep. "I only know his name is Mr. Qin. I don't know what his full name is, and that friend in the provincial city is also inquiring. On the other hand, Qin Feng brought two beautiful women around the gold store. Zhou Wenbin goes to find his game console and Zhu Xiaoli goes to pick out her favorite clothes. Brother, I like this necklace so much. It's also encrusted with gemstones. It's just a bit expensive at $58,000. Xia Mengmeng was fond of holding a delicate gold necklace. Buy it if you like it. Qin Feng didn't even bring thought 58,000 was just 58,000. Even if it was 58,000 he wouldn't bat an eye. Xia Mengmeng had a sweet smile on her face, and no woman could resist the charm of gold. There is no woman from ancient times who doesn't like gold. Brother, then you help me put it on. Xia Mengmeng's mouth rose gently, while gently lifting her long black hair to one side, revealing her fair and slender, like an elegant swan-like neck, delicate skin in a soft luster, and light and smooth. Qin Feng unconsciously walked behind Xia Mengmeng and took the gold necklace in her hand. A faint fragrance quietly drilled into his nostrils. It smells so good. Fingers inadvertently touched Xia Mengmeng hair, only to feel smooth and smooth. This girl weekdays inside no less maintenance. Qin Feng muttered in his heart, and his gaze fell on that lubricated neck again. So beautiful, like a work of art. The fingers ghosted a gentle scrape. In an instant, an electric tingling sensation came from the palm of his hand and quickly spread throughout his body. Qin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. However, he still keenly noticed Xia Mengmeng's ears slightly reddening, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. This girl is shy. Xia Mengmeng's face grew hotter and hotter, and her heart fluttered wildly. She originally thought that letting Qin Feng wear the necklace was a simple matter, but she didn't want her heart to beat indisputably when Qin Feng stood behind her. It seemed to feel that the interaction between the two was too ambiguous, and the clerk also looked at her with ambiguous eyes, which made Xia Mengmeng even more embarrassed. When she was looking forward to hoping that it would end as soon as possible, Qin Feng's hand touched her sensitive neck again, and it was a sensation like an electric shock that instantly traveled from her head to her ears. Both ears flushed and burned rapidly like someone blowing hot air on them. All right. Qin Feng cozily admired his godsister's shy expression. So big and still so shy. Qin Feng's tone carried a few hints of flirtation. Xia Mengmeng became annoyed and used her small fist to pound Qin Feng's shoulder. I want you to care. The two flirted and watched the salesman cover their mouths and snicker, their eyes full of envy. Qin Feng coughed dryly and gently tapped the glass. Beauty. I'll take this necklace. Can I just take it with me? Sure thing. Can I get you anything else handsome? No need. I'm satisfied with this necklace. Xia Mengmeng hurriedly said, afraid that asking for too much at once would make Qin Feng unhappy. Qin Feng also did not force the water flow well once cannot feed too full. Have you chosen yet? Is it okay if I want this? Wu Zhaodi picked out a fine gold bracelet, priced at 38,888. Yes. Qin Feng agreed very painfully. Then a little more small gold jewelry was picked out for both of them to make up the $100,000. Spend 100,000, get 100 times the storm, return 10 million. A mere $100,000 will easily please the two beauties and make $10 million for nothing. Qin Feng's mouth simply couldn't suppress a smile and directly wrapped his arms around the two beauties' fragrant shoulders and said, Let's go. Let's go elsewhere and see what we like and buy it. This scene is enviable. A beautiful woman was enough to make people envious, and to be able to hug left and right was simply unconscionable. The salesman selling gold gazed at Qin Feng's back as he left and sighed. Rich people are different. They even need two girlfriends. Another sales, I said. Handsome and rich, and importantly may spend money for women, who wouldn't want a man like that. Any more than our boyfriends. One sentence silenced several of the saleswomen in the room. Although his own boyfriend looks okay in the past, but not out of so generous, even with a little more expensive cosmetics to say a few words, which could be compared to that rich gentleman just now, who easily gave away $100,000 in gold. In the end, a few people took a big stroll around the mall and played some video games until 6 o'clock in the evening. Other people are dispersed. Zhou Wenbin get his beloved game console also old back to the dormitory to play games. In the end, Qin Feng was left to send Wu Zhaodi, and both of them had a very tacit understanding not to mention what was about to happen. I heard that there are a lot of beautiful women living in Tenglong Academy. Are there any girls who take the initiative to seduce you? Only two people left. Wu Zhaodi's words are also bold and straightforward a lot. No longer like before as a cover-up. Sideways leaning on the car door squinting at the Qin Feng. Chapter 130 Taking Down Wu Zhaodi. I'm so handsome. Do you think there will be a pretty girl who won't come and seduce me? Qin Feng replied with a smile as if it was a matter of course. Wu Zhaodi was not skeptical about this, and suddenly thought of Chu Meiru. Her mind immediately became messy. Should I go to bed tonight and sneak a picture with Qin Feng and send it to Chu Meiru? You'll get the rest of the 200,000 or so for yourself when it's done. But with his relationship with Qin Feng, and her have used hundreds of thousands of dollars, as long as to maintain this relationship will get more benefits in the future, and why offend Qin Feng for that little money? The confusion in Wu Xiaoti's eyes swept away, and she already had an answer in her mind. This matter categorically could not be told to Qin Feng, and would definitely not cooperate with Chu Meiru. At most, return the tens of thousands of dollars you collected to Chu Meiru. What are you thinking? Qin Feng's voice awakened Wu Xiaoti's thoughts. Wu Xiaoti unconsciously fiddled with her hair and laughed sheepishly. Nothing, just thinking nonsense. Qin Feng did not ask more about the first year himself. He always felt that Wu Xiaoti seemed to be hiding something from him. As long as it wasn't excessive, Qin Feng didn't bother asking. Everyone had their own little secrets. Not to mention that the other person is not his girlfriend. The car was parked in the parking lot of the Dragon Academy. Wu Xiaoti got down from the car and looked at the skyscrapers here inside. I have long heard that this is the most expensive and school district. I never thought that one day I would come to this place. With her previous strength, she was not qualified to step into this place at all. Stay here if you like. Qin Feng stood beside Wu Xiaoti and casually said. Wu Xiaoti gently shook her head. The rent here is too expensive. I can't afford it. Free. Is it hard to believe that you want me to adopt? Wu Xiaoti turned her head, her eyes carrying a few teasing smiles, and the corners of her mouth curled upwards slightly. Qin Feng's words caused her to misunderstand. We're good friends. It's too tacky to talk about adoption. Qin Feng smiled frankly. Good friends should do what good friends do, don't you think so? Said the man with a few meaningful eyes. The corner of Wu Xiaoti's mouth curled upwards slightly as she read Qin Feng's meaning. Below lovers, above friends. Is this relationship going to reject him? Good. Wu Xiaoti laughed cheerfully. You'll help me pay for the room in the future. These are trivial matters, we'll talk about them later. Qin Feng's eyes carried a hint of fire as he recklessly admired Wu Xiaoti's sexy outfit. The corner of Wu Xiaoti's mouth hooked into a delicate smile. Let's go. The two flew to their home in the elevator. As soon as she entered, Wu Xiaoti was surprised by the lavish room decoration. Wow. You live in such a big room by yourself? Qin Feng casually closed the door behind him. Looking at Wu Xiaoti's delicate figure from behind, the blood in his body flowed faster and faster, and his body grew hotter and hotter. You can have a big room like this later? Will you shower first, or me? Wu Xiaoti's eyes lifted, like a wave of spring water turning in her eyes, licking her sexy lips, her voice soft and sticky. I want to find someone to help me rub my back. Qin Feng immediately swallowed his saliva and a wicked smile appeared on his face. With pleasure. A few hours later, Qin Feng was contentedly lying on the adult bed. This is the second MVP he has picked up since coming to JNU. Wu Xiaoti's face was drunkenly red, with a charming blush remaining. Starting today, she finally went from girl to woman. Qin Feng, can you give me $50,000? Wu Xiaoti lay on Qin Feng's chest like a puppy. You're short of money? Qin Feng touched Wu Xiaoti's messy hair, and a soft touch of hair came from his hand. Wu Xiaoti wouldn't easily ask for money from herself. There was only one possibility that she had run into difficulties. Aha! Wu Xiaoti softly hummed. After the two of them broke through their relationship, she dared to make this offer with a thick face. Slightly lifting his head, his chin pressed against Qin Feng's chest and said, May I? Her hand subconsciously grasped Qin Feng's hand, fearing that Qin Feng would refuse or hate her. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth revealed a hint of a bad smile as he wrapped Wu Xiaoti tightly in his arms, making the people's bodies stick even more airtight. I'll give you 100,000. Wu Xiaoti froze, originally afraid of Qin Feng's refusal, but could not imagine that Qin Feng not only readily agreed, but also doubled it. She was very touched by this bravado and trust and felt valued. This feeling he had never even experienced at home, where it was difficult to ask for money himself and all sorts of dislikes. It was the first time someone had been so painfully honest, lending him so much money without even asking. I hadn't given my first time to the wrong person. I had taken the right gamble. Thank you. I'll definitely return the money to you in the future. Wu Xiaoti was very touched and resumed lying on Qin Feng's chest, afraid that Qin Feng would see her vulnerability. The warmth coming from her chest made her appreciate the moment even more. Qin Feng laughed lightly. Wanting to obtain a woman's body was very easy for him, but wanting to obtain a woman's dead heart was relatively difficult. Therefore, he never minded spending a little money to impress a woman. It's not a loan, it's for you to take and spend. These words fell on Wu Xiaoti's ears like a thunderbolt, instantly startling her as she climbed up from Qin Feng's chest with a surprised look on her face. Why? The man's mouth hung with an evil smile, reaching out and immediately pulling Wu Xiaoti into his arms, greedily inhaling the scent of the hair on her head. Because you're my woman, isn't it only right to spend some money on you? Wu Xiaoti sniffed, and a hot current flowed through her heart. What virtue and ability could he have to be treated so well by Qin Feng? What could he not be satisfied with? A drop of crystal-hot tears slipped from the corner of her eyes, and she took the initiative to reach out her hands to hug Qin Feng even tighter. There has never been anyone as good as you have been to me. Not even my parents have ever been this good. You are the first person to be this good to me. Wu Xiaoti's voice carried a few choked sobs. Then you should be happy. Qin Feng had a smile on his lips. He knew that he had now taken Wu Xiaoti's heart. Reaching out, he wiped away the tears from the corners of Wu Xiaoti's eyes and hooked her delicate chin. Ms. Wu, since you know I've been so good to you, shouldn't you repay me? Qin Feng's eyes were ambiguous. Wu Xiaoti was shy. How could she not understand Qin Feng's meaning? Bad man. Just know how to bully me. Say it and get down. Chapter 131 by Ruoyi opens the air. Early in the morning, Qin Feng woke up early and had a wonderful sleep. Qin Feng personally made a simple breakfast and placed it on the table. Entering the bedroom, she gently shook the still sleeping Wu Xiaoti awake. Big lazybones, it's time to get up and eat breakfast. What time is it? Wu Xiaoti answered in a daze. Having been tired all night last night, she didn't even have the strength to get up. It's after 9. Ah! Wu Xiaoti let out a scream and hurriedly climbed up from the bed, immediately feeling a chill all over her body. Lowering her head, she realized that she was naked. So frightened that she hurriedly hid back under the quilt again, using the quilt to tightly roll her body. Where are my clothes? Wu Xiaoti saw Qin Feng standing on the sidelines and snickering, and sheepishly scrunched her head and said, "Let me help you pick it up." Qin Feng picked up Wu Xiaoti's clothes from the ground and threw them to her. What's there to be ashamed of? I saw everything I should have seen last night and everything I shouldn't have. With that, he sat down graciously on the edge of the bed. Wu Xiaoti's mind flashed through yesterday's images and she covered her face shyly. Last night was last night. Now is now. Turn around quickly. Okay. Then you hurry up and get dressed for breakfast. Qin Feng turned around with a bad smile on his face. There was a huge mirror in his bedroom, and even though he had turned around, he could still see the beautiful woman behind him getting dressed on her hands and knees. You're not allowed to turn around and come over. Wu Xiaoti issued warnings from time to time, but when her gaze inadvertently saw a mirror in front of Qin Feng, she was dumbfounded. The whole face instantly turned as red as an apple, itching to find a place to drill down. Big liar, Wu Xiaoti muttered in a small voice, hurriedly speeding up to get dressed. Nor did he dare to let Qin Feng know that he had seen the mirror, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. Anyway, the two of them are in that kind of relationship, so just watch. Changed. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first. Wu Xiaoti rushed into the bathroom with a red face. Qin Feng secretly snickered as he watched her woefully evading figure. Slow down. Don't fall. The sound of the faucet came from inside the bathroom, and Qin Feng's thoughts drifted back to last night. Various images of the two brought back memories for him. When eating breakfast, Qin Feng gave Yi Yanhong's phone number to Wu Xiaoti, and the two of them took care of the rental, and the rent was free. Yi Yanhong is a smart woman. After knowing that it was the female tenant, also vaguely guessed the relationship between the two, and did not inquire too much. Wu Xiaoti has already received the benefits of Qin Feng, also did not delay the same day to call to contact Yi Yanhong to discuss the matter of moving. Shen Ruoyi sent a message at noon informing Qin Feng that she was going to open a live broadcast with by Ruoyi tonight to bring goods, so that he could go and take a look when he had time. The two anchors he favored were going to open a live broadcast to bring goods, and he, the big boss, naturally wanted to observe their work status. Evening, 7 o'clock. By Ruoyi opened the first live broadcast on time with goods, dressed in floral, plus the effect of beauty is simply the heavenly fairy down to earth. Shen Ruoyi wasn't far behind, and the two appeared in the live broadcast at the same time, instantly attracting the eyes of countless people. Plus it was well advertised before the start of the show, so there were a lot of people quickly rushing into the live stream at the start of the show. The number of people easily broke through to 100,000 plus. The two are obviously inexperienced in carrying the product, and are not yet very skillful in presenting the product in a strong manner, and there are quite a few shortcomings. Luckily, the price was quite favorable and the first chorizo sold more than 30,000 units. Popularity is naturally inevitable, and all parties of bigwigs are brushing gifts in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Jiangnan University, Zhang Haoyang and Zhou Wenbin were sitting in front of the computer, with a lot of snacks and a few bottles of beer next to them. This time I'm going to take the first place on the list. I've prepared $2 million. Zhang Haoyang was overbearing, his eyes only staring at the computer screen, watching the constantly flashing pop-ups. In order to be able to show his face in front of his goddess, he was well prepared. He had now swiped 30 carnivals on by Ruoyi's livestream in one breath, and was firmly seated in the number 1 position of Big Brother. Zhou Wenbin on the side gnawing melon seeds to see the fun. You can really enough to give up money, not afraid of the end of a empty-ah? Zhang Haoyang cracked a smile. Be confident in yourself. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work? My parents know that I'm chasing by Ruoyi, and they both strongly support me, and say that if 2 million isn't enough, they'll give me another 2 million. Zhou Wenbin gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Thank you, Peng 1 Big Brother Carnival. Bai Ruoyi smiled sweetly and even compared that little love heart. The appearance was very well behaved and cute, causing a burst of netizen compliments in the live broadcast room. Zhang Haoyang heard the goddess praising him, which made him feel very cozy, and took a sip of beer. Fatty, I'm going to make a big splash tonight, and bravely win the Big Brother position on the list 1. I'm sure I'll be able to get a decent amount of internet exposure tomorrow. Zhang Haoyang was full of confidence. He believed that as long as he smashed the 2 million up, it was bound to cause quite a stir. 2 people talking. Zhang Haoyang lists a Big Brother position by the second Julius Caesar overtaken. Zhou Wenbin checked the information on list 1. This guy is awesome. He swiped $100,000 in one go. Che, it's only 100,000. I directly brushed 200,000 over him. Zhang Haoyang was full of concern and easily swiped out the $100,000, filling the screen with special effects from the carnival. Mr. Wang of Daqin Guild, at this time he was also monitoring the data in the background. Who is this Zhang Haoyang? This account's information is very common and has very few followers, so it shouldn't be a trumpet of any guild. Tonight to come to our live room to brush the gift, are greeted in advance, the list of a Big Brother to our company account. How this kid is always against us. Hold on, let's take another look. On the other hand, Qin Feng also noticed the changes in the list. The first Big Brother on the list was Julius Caesar. This account he knew it was an internal company account. This list 1 Big Brother's position hadn't even been warmed up before it was snatched away by list 2's Zhang Haoran. Seeing this name, Qin Feng knew what was going on. This kid is crazy. Running to the live broadcast room to be a licking dog? Qin Feng shook his head and sneered. After thinking for a while, he decided to send a message to remind Zhang Haoyang. Haoyang, I saw you swiping gifts in by Ruoyi's live room. Listen to your brother's advice, don't swipe. You won't be able to get the number 1 spot. If you want to swish, it's fine. You can just sit at the number 2 spot on the list. When Zhang Haoyang saw Qin Feng's message, the smile on his face had slowly disappeared, secretly saying, Qin Feng told me not to swish. I think he's just jealous of me and doesn't want me to make a splash. Besides, he doesn't even know my strength. It's not easy for me to be ranked first. Qin Feng, don't worry about this matter. I swipe gifts because I have the strength to do so. You'd better mind your own business. Zhang Haoyang sent this message to Qin Feng. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. Since he had made his words clear and the other party was still so insistent, he no longer cared. Chapter 132 Qin Feng is super rich. Perhaps because Qin Feng's reminder had greatly stimulated Zhang Haoran, he carried $500,000 in a single breath, instantly leaving the second place Julius Caesar behind, with the difference between the 2 remote parties being roughly 300,000 or so. Mr. Qin, I just checked this Zhang Haoyang seems to be your friend. What should I do on my side? Mr. Wang dialed Qin Feng's phone and wanted to ask for his opinion. Qin Feng knew that Zhang Haoyang was doing this just to show himself that since this kid didn't know how to behave, he would give him a bit of a hard lesson. You'll start by swiping up to 1 million, over him by $500,000, and see how he reacts. Upon receiving Qin Feng's instructions, Mr. Wang arranged for his men to frantically paint the carnival. 10, 100 make a slam. The entire live stream of carnival special effects was simply too much to watch, and the live streamers watched with fervor. Zhang Haoyang's face was exasperated. The first Big Brother of the list that had just arrived was overtaken by Julius Caesar again, and he also swiped 1 million. Chow, playing with me, right? I don't believe I can't play with you. Zhang Haoyang cursed a few times and frantically swiped Carnival again to catch up. Ruoyi is also aware that the Julius Caesar account is owned by the company, and she can't share the money for the gifts brushed by the company account. Instead, she kept compelling Zhang Haoyang to keep swiping because she could really get a share of the gifts that other people swiped. Thanks to my brother Hoyo for the carnival. Go Hoyo, you're the best. Zhang Haoyang was flattered by a few compliments, and Carnival brushed vigorously as if it did not need money. Seeing him acting like a madman, Zhou Wenbin was also a bit worried about his friend. Dude, almost on the line, there's really no need to brush so much. I see that this Julius Caesar strength is bullish. Maybe he's a company account, you can't brush them. Zhang Haoyang was in an irritable mood and was even more upset when he heard this. Fatty, you don't believe in my strength? Even if he is a company account, I don't believe he can brush $10 million. I will definitely do what I promised Ruoyi. Zhang Haoyang's face took on a bit more anger. Zhou Wenbin smiled sarcastically and scratched his head. I don't mean that. I just think that it's only less than 20 minutes since the start of the live broadcast that you swiped more than 1 million, and you won't be able to hold out for long with these 2 million. 2 million only? I'm not bad at this money. Zhang Haoyang gas in the upper head simply do not listen to Zhou Wenbin persuasion. Still vigorously brush Carnival. Qin Feng crossed his legs and blandly lay on the sofa watching the live broadcast while opening voice with Mr. Wang. How are the sales figures now? Selling 20 million sales in half an hour of broadcasting. That's quite a good result for a new anchor like her. The important products are still on the back burner, and I conservatively estimate that the entire broadcast can reach about $200 million in sales. The Shen Ruoyi account should be able to rise to 500,000 followers. On the other side, Zhang Haoyang was starting to feel desperate. He had already swiped 1,900,000, but this Julius Caesar swiped Carnival like it was water and had already swiped 2 and 300,000 gifts. Even if he swiped the 2 million he had on hand, he would never be able to surpass Julius Caesar, and this annoyed him to no end. The old man's $2 million is swiped. Zhang Haoyang was cursing in anger, thinking about the fact that he had promised the goddess that he would take the first place on the list. If he couldn't do it, I'm afraid that it would make her feel that she was not true to her word and that she didn't have the strength. What to do? Mom, transfer me $2 million first. I need it urgently. Zhang Haoyang could only call his own mother for help. A woman's impatient voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm in the middle of a meeting. I'll have the company's finance transfer the money to you in half an hour. Zhang Haoyang depressed hung up the phone, but also let him wait for half an hour, but he is not willing to wait a moment. Eyes turned to the side of the game is playing the game Zhou Wenbin, and Yen Ruoyi said, Fatty, don't you still have $10,000? Transfer it to me first and I'll pay you back next month. Zhou Wenbin sniffed, his brows furrowed into a Chuan character, and said with a bitter face, Brother, that's my living expenses for a few months. All right, don't be so long-winded. Isn't it just $10,000? Zhang Haoyang said impatiently. I'll give it back to you when my mom transfers the money and give you an extra $100 interest. Zhou Wenbin secretly shook his head. 2 million let him bounty to the female anchor to say anything he is not willing to. Only Zhang Haoyang, this kind of fool, will willingly wild brush. Looking at his uptight look, he might not be able to pay back the money he lent out that quickly. Haoyang, why don't you borrow money from Qin Feng? He's super rich. Zhou Wenbin laughed awkwardly. What do you mean by that? Zhang Haoyang's expression was very surprised. It had always been his feeling that he was the richest of the three. Zhou Wenbin said, I mean, he has more money than even you. This game console I'm using was given to me by him, several $1,000s. When Zhang Haoyang heard it, he was very uncomfortable and secretly disdained it in his heart. A couple $1,000s for a game console means it's rich? It's just a matter of whether you want to give it away yourself. It's just a matter of whether you want to or not, and people like Fatty just don't have a lot of insight. Che, giving you a few $1,000s is rich? Zhang Haoyang scoffed, still a little upset in his heart. Glancing at the wine cup on the table, he picked it up and poured it into his mouth. See, Zhang Haoyang does not believe in what he said. Zhou Wenbin is also afraid of Zhang Haoyang continued to open the mouth to borrow money. While playing the game, said, I really did not lie to you. He also bought 100,000 yuan of gold today to give to Xia Mengmeng them. If you do not believe, you can go to ask Xia Mengmeng. Peft! The wine in Zhang Haoyang's mouth spewed out, and his brain vibrated like he had been ed hard. Eyes wide with disbelief, he said, You're not kidding me, right? He gave away $100,000 in gold? Zhang Haoyang simply could not believe what his ears heard. How could a person like Qin Feng be so rich? And he had heard by Ruoyi say before that Qin Feng was a poor man. How could he be so luxurious? He even suspected that Zhou Wenbin was lying to him, just looking for excuses and not wanting to lend money to himself. Envy appeared in Zhou Wenbin's eyes, grinning sharply. What is this? People themselves drive a Cullinan. If you don't believe me, you can look at the photos in my cell phone. Fatty took his cell phone to find out the pictures he took in the car today and showed them to Zhang Haoyang. Zhang Haoyang was like the sky collapsing, simply could not believe that Qin Feng had more money than him and drove a better car than him. This instant his heart was as hard as eating a fly. He's jealous. Zhang Haoyang sour. No wonder this kid does not live in the dormitory, go outside to eat and drink or grabbing the bill. The original kid is a rich second generation, to fool us around. If you want to borrow money, borrow it from him. Really? I won't lie to you, he's out to be super posh. Zhou Wenbin egged on. Zhang Haoyang's heart moved. He and Qin Feng are good brothers. He will certainly not refuse to borrow money. Eyes also revealed a greedy light. Hurriedly find out Qin Feng WeChat.